A century ago, the world was hit by an unprecedented catastrophe as creatures suddenly turned savage and began hunting humans. Even worse, the dead refused to stay dead and transformed into monsters that attacked the living. The situation spiraled out of control and dragged human civilization into an apocalyptic nightmare. During that dark era, awakeners with special powers began to appear. They repeatedly stepped forward to stop the spreading mutant hordes. Time passed until the year 2145, when every mutant in the world suddenly united into a massive army. They pushed humanity back to its final defensive line, and war erupted everywhere. At this point, the balance of power had almost completely collapsed. Humanity was utterly outmatched by the monster army. In Huaxia, the final battlefield near the capital, had become the last stand. 3 awakeners, a 3rd-tier divine mechanism archer, a 3rd-tier psychic support, and a 3rd-tier warhammer warrior, were fighting the monsters. The archer warned that the mutants kept coming endlessly. All Tier 1 and Tier 2 awakeners had fallen, and even Tier 3 fighters could not hold on much longer. Right then, a warning rang out because the monster had not revealed its full power yet. Countless tentacles burst from its body and shot toward them like lightning. In an instant, all 3 were restrained and forced to coordinate an attack. But they soon discovered the mutant slime could seal their abilities, making resistance almost impossible. Just as the situation turned critical, a flash of sword light suddenly tore through the air and stunned everyone. Wave after wave of sword energy swept across the battlefield and severed every tentacle. The severed pieces rained down across the ground. Thanks to that, the 3 barely escaped death and were left speechless. Someone had arrived just in time to save them. That person stood firmly in front of them, as if he intended to shoulder every danger alone. The man was Jia Ning, the most famous owner of a god-tier talent among humanity, and he calmly reminded everyone to stay alert. He told them not to lower their guard, and the 3 immediately thanked him for saving their lives. However, the relief did not last long. Another mutant suddenly appeared above Jia Ning. He looked up at the creature floating in the sky, and its form resembled a bizarre celestial body. One glance was enough for Jia Ning to sense something was wrong. The Warhammer warrior flew into a rage and charged forward, declaring he would crush anything that dared hover above Jia Ning. He launched his attack, while the archer provided covering fire. The monster slowly revealed a face hidden within its body. With a single casual strike, it defeated both of them instantly. Seeing her teammates fall so easily, the remaining girl activated her ability in fear and anger. Just as she prepared to risk everything, the target vanished and reappeared behind her before she could react. At that life-or-death moment, Jia Ning rushed in and blocked the attack with his sword. Because of him, the girl survived. During the clash, Jia Ning quickly assessed his opponent's strength. He realized it could effortlessly defeat 2 peak 3rd-tier experts, meaning it was far beyond a normal Tier 3 mutant, so he ordered the girl to retreat and leave it to him. Knowing she had no place in this battle, she quickly withdrew from the battlefield. Jia Ning then continued the fight alone, but he was blasted back several meters. Even the sword in his hand shattered on the spot. After a single exchange, Jia Ning understood this was the existence the military had only theorized about, a true Tier 4 mutant, and he would need all his power to face it. Without hesitation, Jia Ning launched a counterattack. He charged forward and brought his sword down toward its head. Unfortunately, the attack had no effect at all. Instead, he was effortlessly captured by the monster. A strike through his chest left him critically wounded. Humanity's strongest warrior fell in an unbelievably short time. The monster still stood there, with overwhelming dominance. Meanwhile, Jia Ning lay motionless on the ground. Blood poured from his mouth as he thought about the terrifying power of Tier 4. Only now did he truly understand. Humanity knew absolutely nothing about that realm. His greatest regret was being unable to protect the world until the end. A deep sense of unwillingness filled his heart. Jia Ning's consciousness slowly sank into darkness. In the moments before death, his mind was filled only with images of the mutants. Elsewhere, inside the central research facility, the scientists stared at the data in shock. Huaxia's greatest hope, the god-tier talent genius Jia Ning, had also been defeated. With the final obstacle gone, the monster army rampaged even more fiercely. One researcher fell into deep thought. If Jia Ning had been discovered earlier and given more time to grow, perhaps the entire outcome could have been changed. Soon after, the final order was issued. Every defensive line had fallen, and all Tier 3 awakeners were ordered into battle carrying the most powerful nuclear warheads. Even if death was inevitable, humanity would fight until its very last breath, and then that moment arrived. one nuclear bomb after another was activated. Catastrophic explosions erupted in succession. The entire planet was swallowed by a sea of nuclear fire that spread across the globe. After returning to a point 3 years in the past, his head felt like it was splitting apart. As consciousness slowly returned, a broadcast echoed through the area. An emergency alert repeated non-stop. Safe Zone Donghai number 67 had been attacked by sea beasts, and all survivors had to evacuate immediately. His body felt weak as he pushed himself up. The pain left him stunned. Hadn't he already died before this? Outside the room, 2 guards noticed he was awake and began whispering. One worried their scheme would be exposed since they framed him as infected to keep him from the upcoming test. The other made a cold decision. The payment was already received, so they might as well kill him. Both stepped inside and reached for their guns. They looked at him with contempt. To them, he was just a nobody, with no backing from an awakened family. One sneered that if he had stayed unconscious, he might have survived. Those words triggered his memories. He realized he had truly returned to 3 years ago, the day of the talent test. His past failure had been a setup all along. He had no interest in hearing them talk anymore. This time, he would never let history repeat itself. Drawing on the combat experience from his previous life as a gaudier powerhouse, he reacted the moment the gun fired. His hand snatched the weapon before the attacker could take control. He then rushed forward like lightning, slammed one man with his shoulder, and drove a punch into his stomach. Without hesitation, he grabbed the stolen gun and pulled the trigger. The sight instantly terrified the remaining guard. Just a few seconds later, he was taken down as well. Looking at the 2 bodies, he recalled his past life. Missing the test forced him to struggle through 3 years of apocalypse before his gaudier talent was discovered. Even though he reached rank 3 in only 7 months, he was sent to battle before he had enough time to grow. Thoughts of his mother and Xiao An filled him with pain. He failed to protect them before, but this time things could change. As long as he passed the test and reached the peak of power, he could save them and change the fate of this doomed era. At that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. The Apocalypse Divine Test System had successfully linked with its owner, Yin Ning. The first mission appeared. Within 30 minutes, he had to touch the test crystal to activate the system. Failure by the 31st minute would erase it forever. The reward was a 100-fold boost to all sword skills, evolving them into forbidden sword arts. Hearing this, he was stunned. This system was completely different from any system owned by awakened users in his previous life. He guessed it was a special advantage gained from rebirth. Whatever the reason, he would gladly accept anything that made him stronger. A mission timer immediately appeared and began counting down. Soon, people outside noticed something was wrong and rushed toward him. Warnings spread everywhere that an armed fugitive was on the move. They quickly surrounded him. He instantly assessed their strength. The captain was a low-level awakened user, while most of the others were ordinary people. In the current situation, the fastest solution was to capture the captain and use him as leverage. Without hesitation, he shot the captain's weapon arm, sending the gun to the ground. Taking advantage of the chaos, he moved behind the captain and restrained him. Pressing the gun against the man's head, he coldly warned that anyone who moved would be the next target. The crowd immediately panicked, demanding he release the captain and warning that opposing the military was a serious crime. He ignored them and ordered the captain to take him to the testing plaza within 3 seconds. Cold sweat covered the captain's face. He secretly thought the young man had completely lost his mind. He could not understand why an ordinary person was so desperate to join the test. But as the gun pressed harder against his head, he finally broke. Sweat poured down his face as he hurriedly tried to negotiate, claiming there must be some misunderstanding. He had no interest in arguing. Meanwhile, the captain kept threatening him, claiming that even if Yin Ning awakened, death would still be his fate. At the testing grounds, the ceremony host began his speech. He recalled the apocalypse that struck in 2042 and plunged humanity into disaster. From a population of billions, only a tiny fraction survived. It was during that time that the first awakened users emerged and helped protect Huaxia from destruction. Today would decide everyone's future. Those with talent would become awakened warriors, while the rest would return to ordinary lives. The test began with the descendants of awakened families. The first name called was Liu Tian, the military representative of Tianfeng's safe zone. One after another, the candidates entered the testing area, each hoping for a life-changing result. At that moment, an emergency alert suddenly came through the security radios. The report stated that a suspected infected individual had taken a hostage and entered the testing grounds. But just as the warning spread, a group of people was thrown aside from the front entrance. Everyone watched as Yin Ning appeared, holding a hostage while surrounded by security forces. Over the loudspeakers, Liu Tian immediately ordered him to drop his weapon and surrender. He also declared that any further resistance would result in immediate execution. Facing the threat, Yin Ning calmly stated that he was not infected at all. His only goal was to take the awakening test like everyone else. But Liu Tian had no interest in listening and directly ordered his arrest. The surrounding guards immediately moved into action. At that moment, the gun in Yin Ning's hand dropped to the ground. He loudly cited Article 137 regarding the rights of awakened users. Raising both hands in surrender, he continued making his case. According to the law, even serious crimes could be forgiven if the individual contributed enough value. Seeing him disarmed, the captain he had captured rushed forward and punched him in fury, mocking his dream of becoming an awakened user. Yin Ning was knocked back several meters but did not fight back. The others quickly pinned him down, convinced he had completely lost his mind. Above them, Liu Tian kept shouting for immediate execution. One soldier even raised his sword to finish Yin Ning on the spot. But at that very moment, a supersonic spirit-powered fighter suddenly appeared in the sky, its powerful lights shining across the plaza. The hatch opened, and a figure jumped from an incredible height. It was Xiao Hai, the supreme commander of the Tianfeng military district, and a rank 3 awakened user. Without any equipment, he landed effortlessly. His arrival brought immense pressure to the entire area. In Xiao Hai's view, the military desperately needed powerful awakened users. Since Yin Ning was willing to risk his life, he deserved a chance to prove himself. Therefore, he directly ordered that Yin Ning be allowed to take the test. If he failed, he would be executed immediately. Hearing the decision, Yin Ning looked up. Xiao Hai then instructed the staff to begin his test at once. The waiting line split apart. As Yin Ning stepped forward, many privileged candidates mocked him, believing he was chasing an impossible dream. Ignoring every insult, he walked straight to the awakening stone. He knew that missing this moment in his previous life had changed everything. This time, he would choose his own future. Yin Ning slowly placed his hand on the stone and activated the test. Instantly, a brilliant light erupted as waves of purple energy spread throughout the area. The scene left everyone present in shock. Even the candidates waiting in line stared wide-eyed at the overwhelming light. Meanwhile, Yin Ning focused on the spiritual energy flooding into his body. The familiar feeling from his previous life stirred deep emotions within him. The testing system continuously displayed temporary results. His talent rating kept fluctuating across multiple ranks. Notifications appeared one after another, surprising even Xiao Hai. He realized that Yin Ning's talent level was still rising. Before long, the result reached a rank. Yin Ning felt spiritual energy flowing through his body as every organ seemed to be reborn. His eyes lit up instantly. He could sense that the testing crystal had not reached its limit and could still pour even more energy into him. The spiritual energy continued rising like a tidal wave, spreading outward and creating pressure that made it hard for others to stand. Liu Tian stared in disbelief. He could not believe that someone treated as an ordinary citizen had awakened an rank talent, a rarity seen only once in millions. However, the final result had not appeared yet. That made him wonder if Yin Ning's talent could go even higher. Meanwhile, spiritual energy from all directions kept gathering into the testing crystal. The expanding glow continued feeding power into his body. To everyone's shock, the talent level still showed no sign of stopping. Yin Ning seized the opportunity and absorbed as much of the incoming power as possible. Witnessing a phenomenon so rare that it was almost unheard of, everyone stood frozen in place. At that moment, the testing system released another announcement. His talent had officially reached S rank. Brilliant light and raging streams of energy covered the entire area, yet nobody could look away. Xiao Hai immediately noticed something unusual. The crystal had not finished its evaluation, meaning the test was still ongoing. His talent might be beyond S rank. Realizing the importance of someone with the potential to become a rank 3 awakened user, Xiao Hai immediately issued a series of emergency defense orders. Underground armored forces were placed on combat alert. Spirit-powered fighters began air patrols, and every route to the area was sealed off to all but the military. Soon, the sky above the plaza was filled with patrol aircraft guarding the site. Meanwhile, the massive amount of spiritual energy continued converging on a single point, Yin Ning. After a long wait, the final announcement finally arrived. The test was officially complete. As the energy slowly faded, absolute silence filled the area. A strange atmosphere spread across the plaza. Then the final result appeared before everyone. SS rank pureblood talent. Even Xiao Hai was so shocked that he dropped the communicator in his hand. Everyone present understood that they had just witnessed a moment worthy of history. If S rank meant potential for rank 3, then SS rank made becoming a rank 3 awakened user almost certain. From this day on, Tianfeng would enter a new era. Xiao Hai could not hide his excitement and burst into laughter. Tianfeng's safe zone had finally produced a true genius. The crowd immediately changed its attitude. Those who had mocked Yin Ning now praised and admired him, with some even saying he could become their superior one day. Yin Ning thought differently. According to his memories, his true talent should have been SSS rank, the highest level known in theory. The crystal was likely capped at SS rank and could not measure his full potential. He immediately opened the system interface. The notification stated that the Sword God system had fully activated. The first effect increased skill power by 10,000%. All learned sword skills would automatically evolve to SSS rank. It also increased spiritual energy reserves by 10,000%, unlocked attribute limits, and allowed unlimited stat growth regardless of talent. The second effect was even more special. Every 48 hours, he could use one skill for free without any rank restrictions. Although the interface kept displaying new information, Yin Ning focused on the reward from his completed first mission. The more he read, the more shocked he became. In his previous life, an entire nation could only cultivate a handful of people with high-level skills. Yet this system could directly upgrade every sword skill to SSS rank. Soon after, a new mission appeared. Learn any sword skill. The reward was 4 free attribute points. The system also warned him never to reveal its existence, or he would be erased. Yin Ning immediately decided to obtain a sword skill manual as quickly as possible. Just as he was planning his next move, a cheerful voice sounded beside him, congratulating him on awakening an SS rank talent. The speaker was Xiao Hai. He told Yin Ning to ask for any reward he wanted, and he would do his best to provide it. But even after calling his name several times, Yin Ning showed no response. He was still focused on the system notifications. Xiao Hai did not mind. He assumed Yin Ning was still adjusting to the massive changes brought by his awakening. Thinking about it only made him even more excited. Xiao Hai laughed and recalled how he had also stood in shock for a long time after awakening. He lightly patted Yin Ning on the shoulder, snapping him back to reality. Xiao Hai then personally led him inside and warmly invited him to the office to discuss his future. As soon as they entered, everyone took a seat. While pouring tea, Xiao Hai explained that a full investigation into the scheme that nearly cost Yin Ning his test opportunity was already underway. He also planned to nominate him as the first candidate for the SEED program. Once approved, a rank 3 awakened user would personally guide his training. Resources and equipment would be prioritized for him. Xiao Hai then asked about his talent so they could create a suitable growth plan. Yin Ning thought carefully. The secret of the Sword God system could never be revealed, so he only described his surface-level talent, claiming to be a mental-type user with telekinesis and object manipulation abilities. Xiao Hai looked surprised. Mental talents were extremely rare, and he believed experts from the capital might be needed for a proper evaluation. He then asked what reward Yin Ning wanted. Without hesitation, Yin Ning requested a sword technique manual. Xiao Hai nodded and ordered his men to bring the highest quality one available. Not long afterward, a soldier entered carrying the most valuable skill manual in the safe zone's inventory. Xiao Hai handed it directly to Yin Ning and told him to accept it. Yin Ning immediately took it and thanked him sincerely. He then requested permission to return home. Xiao Hai guessed he wanted to share the good news with his family. To prevent any accidents, Xiao Hai assigned an elite squad to protect him. They were ordered to remain on guard around the clock and report anything suspicious immediately. He also demanded a complete report within 1 day regarding the incident that almost robbed Yin Ning of his chance to take the test. Anyone involved would be arrested first and investigated later. The pressure from the Supreme Commander's presence made everyone lower their heads and obey. They responded in unison and quickly moved out to carry out their mission in gathering District 6 of Tianfeng Safe Zone. Escorted by the military, Yin Ning began his journey home. His arrival quickly drew attention from nearby residents. Seeing so many soldiers following him, Yin Ning told them to wait outside while he returned home alone. The locals immediately began whispering. Some recognized him as Yin Ning and were shocked to see him under military escort. In their eyes, he was no longer an ordinary person. On the way home, Yin Ning suddenly spotted a familiar little girl. He immediately called out to his younger sister. Hearing his voice, the girl turned around. It was Yin Xiaoan, the sister he had never forgotten. The moment he saw her alive and well, painful memories from his previous life resurfaced. He clearly remembered failing to save her. Swearing silently that he would protect her this time, he knelt down and hugged Xiao An tightly. She asked in surprise why he had suddenly come back. It had been nearly a year since they last met after he joined the training camp. Overwhelmed with emotion, Yin Ning's voice trembled. He simply told her that he had just completed the test. Noticing his red eyes, Xiao An asked if he had been crying. Yin Ning quickly shook his head and said he was just happy to see her again. Xiao An immediately pulled him toward home. She explained that their mother had worried about him the entire time. As they walked, she proudly showed off a few spare parts she had collected that could be exchanged for food. Hearing that, Yin Ning laughed and rubbed her head. He told her that from today onward, the family would never have to worry about food again. The moment she heard the word meat, her eyes sparkled with excitement. After returning home, a table full of food was quickly prepared. Looking at the feast before her, Xiao An cheered with joy. The entire neighborhood had been talking about him all day. Yin Ning smiled and announced that he had passed the test and officially become an awakened user. Hearing the news, his mother's eyes immediately filled with tears. She could hardly believe it was real. Beside her, Xiao An jumped with excitement and proudly declared that her brother was the family's greatest pride. She curiously asked if they could eat meals like this every day from now on. Yin Ning nodded without hesitation. The family dinner lasted late into the night. Plates piled high on the table, while laughter filled the small home for the first time in years. After seeing his mother and Xiao An asleep, Yin Ning finally relaxed. He quietly closed the door and returned to his room. The moment he entered, he prepared to examine the changes brought by his awakening. Without delay, he summoned the system and chose to learn the sword skill manual he had received. The system interface appeared at once. Mission complete. 4 free attribute points awarded. The system also detected a crank sword skill and began enhancement. In an instant, the sword skill charge evolved into the SSS rank sword art known as Sword Tempest Flow. Yin Ning immediately opened the description. The skill consumed 4,500 spiritual energy points to create a massive torrent of sword energy that could annihilate an entire target zone in moments. It also carried effects such as extreme speed, armor piercing, destruction, shredding, and splitting. Most importantly, its power had been amplified 100 times. Even Yin Ning struggled to stay calm after reading it. A crank skill had been upgraded directly to SSS rank, something he had never heard of even in his previous life. However, the energy cost forced him to think carefully. He currently had only 15 willpower and 1,500 spiritual energy points. By awakened standards, rank 1 users could reach around 2,000 energy points, rank 2 around 3,000, while rank 3 users approached the 4,000 mark. In other words, without special equipment, he would need to reach at least mid-rank 3 before using Sword Tempest Flow with his own power. Fortunately, the system allowed 1 free skill use every 48 hours. Another issue quickly appeared. The system strictly forbade revealing any information about it, meaning he could not explain the source of his power to anyone. Until he became stronger, it was best not to use the skill in public. Yin Ning thought for a moment. He was already part of the military seed program, and causing trouble for Xiao Hai was not a wise move. But now that he possessed an SSS rank sword skill, not testing it felt impossible. Then he suddenly remembered the perfect place. After the apocalypse began, spiritual energy flooded the world, and countless dimensional rifts appeared everywhere. Over time, these areas evolved into dungeons filled with different monsters and challenges. After years of research, humanity had gathered a huge amount of data on them. In particular, the military invested enormous resources into creating specialized training dungeons. Their purpose was to provide realistic combat training for soldiers. Unlike natural dungeons, which were filled with deadly risks, training dungeons allowed participants to withdraw the moment their lives were in danger. As a result, their safety level was as high as possible. Thinking of this, Yin Ning immediately got up, changed clothes, and left home. A training dungeon was clearly the best place to test his sword skill. Not long afterward, he arrived at the training dungeon facility of Tianfeng Safe Zone. As soon as he entered, he requested access to a low-difficulty, solo dungeon. The staff instantly recognized the newly awakened SS rank genius, and were surprised he wanted to enter alone. In their opinion, Yin Ning was still too weak to act on his own, but he was already holding the teleportation device. He simply explained that he wanted to test a few things, and would return shortly. With that, his body vanished before the staff's eyes. 1 second later, Yin Ning was teleported into the dungeon. The environment information appeared before him. The setting was a city during the early stages of the apocalypse, and the danger level was considered low. The only weapon provided by the dungeon system was a simple dagger. He examined it briefly and nodded. For testing a skill, a weak weapon like this was actually more convenient. Yi Ning started moving through the area, searching for a suitable target. Before long, a monster revealed itself and charged straight at him. Facing the sudden bite, he simply dodged aside and thought the prey arrived at the perfect time. Using the hunting experience from his previous life, he drew his knife and aimed at the creature's weakest point. The blade plunged down from above at incredible speed. The monster dropped dead instantly. Feeling the familiar thrill of battle again, Yi Ning smiled and continued hunting. But not far ahead, another monster burst from the shadows with its jaws wide open. Even against the ambush, Yi Ning remained completely calm. Drawing the dagger he obtained from the dungeon, he struck straight through the target's throat. Hit by a fatal blow, the monster collapsed immediately. He knew that even with his current limitations, his past life experience was enough to handle these enhanced zombies. To truly test himself, he needed to find the mutated boss. The first step was leaving the building through the stairs. Then he crossed the streets, since the boss area was near the plaza ahead on the right. Without hesitation, he moved forward and opened the exit. The moment he stepped outside, he understood the situation. The zombies had evolved into mid-tier level 1 variants, raising the dungeon's difficulty. He decided not to waste time on them. The zombies immediately noticed him and realized he was not one of them. Their bodies quickly transformed into even more terrifying forms. But before they could act, he wiped them out in an instant. Right now, finding the boss was his only priority. Ignoring the monsters chasing behind him, he continued toward his main target. More and more monsters discovered the human and joined the hunt. Soon the horde behind him grew so large it was impossible to count. Unfortunately, killing more ordinary zombies gave no spiritual energy experience. Thinking that, he jumped onto the roof of a large bus. From above, he confirmed that heading straight for the boss area was still the best choice. But first, he had to shake the pursuers. So he changed direction and moved across rooftops, leaving the zombies far behind. Upon reaching the central area, the system began sending alerts non-stop. Every notification warned that he had entered the boss territory. The constant warnings made him instantly raise his guard. Then another alert appeared. A peak level 1 mutant, Corpse Crusher, was attacking. He quickly turned around. In the distance, a gigantic creature as tall as a 5-story building rushed toward him at shocking speed. Its massive fist came crashing down, but he reacted in time and leaped into the air. This was the peak level 1 boss of the trial, Corpse Crusher. After dodging, he deliberately widened the distance to gain an advantage. However, countless smaller monsters appeared behind him. Normally, defeating a peak level 1 mutant required at least 3 equally ranked awakeners working together. If he were not testing his skill, his current level 0 strength would never be enough for a direct fight, no matter how talented he was. On top of that, Corpse Crusher was surrounded by a huge zombie horde. Before long, every monster charged at him at once. In this situation, even an elite level 1 combat team would struggle to survive. He instantly accelerated, rushed toward the boss, and climbed along its arm. While moving, he continued calculating his chances. If the skill failed to meet expectations, retreating from the dungeon would be his only option. Upon reaching the boss's shoulder, he stomped hard, spun through the air, and aimed his blade at the target. A glow appeared on the blade, signaling the skill's activation. A beam of light descended from the sky and engulfed Corpse Crusher. Swordstorm Flow was unleashed. The devastating power erupted, scorching the surrounding area and destroying everything within range. Even Yi Ning was stunned by the scene before him. After the attack, the knife in his hand shattered instantly, unable to withstand the skill's power. This was clearly a large-scale, destructive technique. If he had not tested it himself, he would never have imagined Swordstorm Flow could be this terrifying. Looking at his hand, he estimated that even a weaker peak level 2 mutant could be killed instantly. Yet he was only level 0. Just then, the system announced, peak level 1 mutant eliminated. Reward, 5 spiritual energy experience. Artificial dungeon completion increased by 50. He immediately recalled that all experience rewards in artificial dungeons came from spirit stones supplied by the military zone, while item drop rates were far lower than in real dungeons. In his previous life, he had never heard of anyone obtaining equipment during the trial, yet this time a white-grade item appeared, agile gloves. Without hesitation, he equipped them. The system displayed a 15 attack speed bonus. He was quite satisfied, since even many level 2 awakeners did not own a full set of white-grade gear. His skill test was complete, and he had even gained unexpected equipment. There was no reason to stay, so he immediately chose to leave the dungeon. The scenery shifted. After stepping outside, he returned the token to the staff member, thanked him, and left. Watching his back, the man assumed he had exited so quickly because the zombies frightened him. Before he got far, a suspicious voice sounded from behind. Someone was demanding to know who had allowed an entire level 1 squad into that dungeon. The man repeated that a solo dungeon was not supposed to have multiple participants. Maintaining this type of dungeon was extremely expensive, yet people still ignored the rules. Hearing that, the staff member was completely confused and quickly explained that he had never allowed any squad into the solo dungeon. The other person immediately asked, if no team entered, then why was the level 1 mutant inside dead? The staff member checked the records and opened the information panel. Not only was the boss dead, but even the only equipment drop was gone. Could a level 2 awakener have sneaked inside? At that moment, the staff member suddenly remembered something and quickly said that only Yi Ning had entered the dungeon earlier. He said he wanted to test something. Thinking about the possibility that Yi Ning killed the boss alone, the staff member felt a chill run down his spine. After testing the skill, Yi Ning headed home. Passing through the temporary market, he heard vendors shouting everywhere. Some traded guns for food, while others sold all kinds of items. As he observed the familiar scene, he continued thinking. Although he could now handle a peak level 1 mutant, the overall situation remained grim. The area was filled with theft and instability. Before long, a patrol team appeared. Cries to clear the way echoed through the streets, causing illegal traders and loiterers to scatter at once. Scenes like this happened almost every day, so Ye Ning was used to them. What worried him more was the disaster ahead. 1 year later, Tianfeng Safe Zone would suffer a massive assault from level 3 mutants, resulting in devastating casualties. In just 10 days, a zombie uprising would erupt inside Tianfeng City, forming a zombie tide that would attack the safe zone. The danger threatening Xiao An and her mother had not disappeared. Thinking about that, he became even more determined to grow stronger. At the same time, inside the capital's safe zone, the Central Command was holding an emergency meeting. News of an SS-rank talent appearing in Tianfeng quickly drew everyone's attention. When the profile was displayed, everyone saw Yi Ning's information, a mental type awakener of the Will branch, possessing SS-rank talent and a pure bloodline. Some believed that with recent losses among top-level forces, such a talent was a rare opportunity. They proposed providing the best resources and even transferring him directly to the capital military zone for personal guidance from the commander. However, another person stood up and offered a different opinion. In his view, did anyone truly believe Yi Ning could break through from level 3 to level 4? Until now, not even the 4 great commanders, the peak level 3 military experts, or the commander himself had reached level 4. One reason was that they had not received the best resources from the very beginning. Some people felt that argument made sense. Heavy investment from the early stages was indeed worth trying. After further discussion, the meeting was close to approving Yi Ning as a priority seed candidate and transferring him to the capital military zone. But at that moment, a person who had remained silent from the start suddenly spoke in opposition. Those words immediately drew the attention of the entire meeting room. No one understood why such a genius should be opposed. Some even mocked the 4th military zone for stirring up controversy again. The man ignored them and told everyone to read the final section of the intelligence report carefully. He pointed out that Yi Ning was a mental type awakener, and in the past 70 years, no mental type awakener had ever reached level 3. These awakeners had extremely weak physiques and usually required protection. When fighting alone, they often became the team's weakness rather than its main force. Even advancing from level 1 to level 2 was considered extremely fortunate for them. The barrier between peak level 2 and level 3 was even more brutal. To this day, the success rate remained a perfect 0. His words made the room fall silent. After some discussion, they ultimately lowered Yi Ning's priority level and decided he was not worth investing too many valuable resources into. The next day, Xiao Hai received a notice from his superiors. The Fire Seed program for Yi Ning had been cancelled, and his evaluation rank was reduced. The reason was simple. Mental type awakeners were believed incapable of reaching level 3, making his true potential equivalent to a rank or even lower. A subordinate beside him asked whether they would still honor the benefits previously promised to Yi Ning. Xiao Hai shook his head. According to the new assessment, Yi Ning was no longer considered a key talent. All previous benefits were cancelled, including the covert protection team. The subordinate then asked about the investigation into the person who interfered with Yi Ning's test. Since the suspect had committed suicide, should they continue investigating? Xiao Hai replied that he had only approved the investigation because he valued Yi Ning's potential. Now that the assessment had changed, there was no need to waste resources. The subordinate immediately accepted the order. Not long afterward, everyone assigned to protect him withdrew. Before leaving, they informed him that the capital's expert council had reached a conclusion. His potential was judged to stop at level 2, all priority treatment was cancelled, and the Fireseed program no longer involved him. Watching them leave, Ye Ning could not help but find it amusing. With his talent, how could he possibly be limited to level 2? Even the SS rank evaluation alone proved his extraordinary potential. After thinking for a moment, he quickly understood the reason. At this point in time, the mental path was still regarded as weak and nearly worthless. The real reason humanity could never reach level 4 was not a lack of power, but insufficient willpower. Only the mental path could solve that problem, yet nobody had realized it. He never expected events to differ from his previous life, and caused the leadership to overlook his true value. Was he supposed to run to the capital and explain that he possessed SSS rank talent, and that the mental path was the key to reaching level 4? After another thought, he dismissed the idea. Without proof, nobody would believe him. The most urgent task was recovering his strength to level 3 as quickly as possible. Once he did, the truth would reveal itself. After all, he now possessed the Sword God system and the Sword Stormflow skill. Compared to his previous life, his starting point was far better. What he needed now was to keep hunting mutants and grow stronger. As time passed, Ye Ning arrived at a wilderness forest outside the safe zone. Along the way, a group of people called out to him. Seeing that he carried a gun, they invited him to join their hunting team. If they killed a level 1 mutant, he would receive a share of the credits and gain protection. After hearing them out, Ye Ning immediately refused. In his view, the experience from a level 1 mutant was already limited, and splitting it among a team would leave almost nothing. With that, he turned and continued on his way. His attitude instantly annoyed the group. They felt they were offering help, yet a newly awakened kid dared to act so arrogantly. One of them even warned him, claiming he was too proud and did not know his own limits. Ye Ning had no interest in arguing. A chilling, killing intent spread from him as he spoke only 2 words, "Move aside." The moment they met his gaze, the group instinctively backed down. It felt as if they were facing not a teenager, but a beast that had survived countless life and death battles. They quickly realized this person was anything but ordinary. His presence alone was enough to make others uneasy. As a result, no one dared to stop him. They could only watch as he walked deeper into the forest. Ye Ning finally reached his destination. This was the corpse-rot forest, one of the most dangerous areas outside the Tianfeng safe zone. According to his memories, 2 level 1 mutants lived deep inside, and one had already reached peak level 1. To advance from level 0 to level 1, he needed experience equal to killing 3 level 1 mutants. Earlier, he had defeated a peak level 1 boss. Even with the reward reduced by half, it still counted as one normal level 1 target. That meant killing 2 more mutants in this forest would be enough to level up. But at that moment, he sensed a hostile gaze locked onto him. He immediately raised his gun, ready to fight at any moment. Thanks to the combat experience from his previous life, he quickly located the monster hiding nearby. As he turned around, he reminded himself not to rely too much on Sword Stormflow this time. What he needed was not only spiritual energy experience, but also physical training. So he used the gun as a melee weapon and charged straight at the enemy. The commotion quickly attracted more monsters, and the entire group rushed toward him. While fighting, Ye Ning kept thinking. In everyone's eyes, mental-type awakeners were always considered the weakest in terms of physical strength. He intended to change that belief himself. Not only him, but other level 3 experts would also need to awaken mental power. If they delayed until a level 4 disaster appeared, it would be too late. Thinking of the level 4 monster that killed him in his previous life, Ye Ning's eyes grew even more determined. After a long battle, gunfire finally echoed from deep within the forest. The sound immediately caught the attention of the group that had invited him earlier. They quickly realized it came from the territory of the demon tree. Someone panicked and urged everyone to retreat before they died because of that reckless kid. The group immediately backed away from the danger zone. Meanwhile, Ye Ning continued fighting back while dodging relentless attacks. The enemy before him was a peak level 1 demon tree. Strangely, the system displayed information for 2 targets at the same time. That made him realize he was being hunted by 2 mutants simultaneously. Yet only one monster was visible before him. There was no trace of the second one. All he could sense was the demon tree standing right in front of him. It let out low growls while carefully observing him. The longer they fought, the more he realized its attack speed was abnormally fast. Every branch and vine under its control lashed toward him like razor-sharp whips. Ye Ning silently judged that its speed far exceeded his expectations. He could only keep moving to avoid being surrounded. Just as he searched for an opening, he suddenly noticed all of the creature's tendrils lifting from the ground. By instinct, he scanned the surroundings, but the monster had vanished from sight. Where did it go? Before he could think further, a massive shadow dropped from above and slammed down toward him. Fortunately, Yi Ning reacted fast enough to avoid being crushed at the last second. He was shocked that such a gigantic creature could leap with such agility. More importantly, the second enemy still had not revealed itself, and seemed to be waiting for the perfect chance to strike. The demon tree gave him no time to rest, as another wave of tendrils came rushing in. Yi Ning knew he no longer had enough time to dodge everything. His only option was to block the attack head-on. He immediately used the gun in his hand like a shield. At that moment, a strange eye suddenly appeared beneath the demon tree's neck. Yi Ning's gaze instantly locked onto the abnormal feature. But that brief distraction gave the enemy an opening, and his arm was injured. A large section of his sleeve was torn apart. Yi Ning frowned, because he was certain he had not imagined what he saw. Memories from his previous life suddenly resurfaced. Back then, a professional extermination team hunting a level 2 mutant suffered heavy losses here, and several members even died. They always spoke of a mysterious hidden disruptor. The truth was that the disruptor had never been hiding anywhere. It had always been parasitizing the demon tree itself. At that moment, the demon tree let out a furious roar. Its neck split open to reveal the strange eye, while the tumors across its body began swelling in a distinct pattern. Yi Ning immediately understood. The disruptor was the source of the demon tree's enhanced power. However, the boost could not last long. Every time it activated, the demon tree instinctively stepped back. After careful observation, he noticed that its attack pattern remained exactly the same. As he analyzed the situation, he drew the sword from his back. If his guess was correct, the enemy would soon repeat its aerial dive attack. Sure enough, everything unfolded as expected. The demon tree leaped into the air and dove straight at him again. Seeing this, Yi Ning smiled. Once exposed, the move became much easier to counter. He calmly avoided the entire wave of attacks. Then he exploited the opening created by the swinging tendrils and rushed directly toward the boss head. In his eyes, the real weakness was the parasite hiding behind it. His gaze quickly locked onto the neck area, where the disruptor was gradually revealing itself. Without wasting another second, he charged forward with his blade. After getting close enough, he grabbed the parasite firmly with one hand. The blade instantly severed the connection between it and the tree. Mission accomplished. Yi Ning leaped away from the demon tree's neck. Looking at the tiny creature struggling in his hand, he realized that once separated from its host, it was pitifully weak. In fact, he could crush it with nothing but his grip. The moment the disruptor was crushed to death, the demon tree let out a furious roar and wildly commanded its tendrils to attack. But Yi Ning had already prepared for this situation. He immediately drew a second knife. Wielding dual blades, he effortlessly sliced through every tendril with simple movements. As he advanced, he realized the demon tree had lost its peak level 1 strength without the disruptor's enhancement. The longer the battle continued, the more the advantage shifted toward Yi Ning. His confidence grew while the monster began showing signs of hesitation. Even so, driven by its boss instincts, it chose to fight desperately instead of fleeing. But its weakness had already been exposed, so Yi Ning felt no pressure at all. Tightening his grip on both blades, he charged forward. After a fierce exchange, every tendril on the demon tree had been cut away. Looking at its miserable state, he calmly declared that it was time to end this. The moment he finished speaking, both knives shot forward and targeted the demon tree's eyes. The critical strike forced the giant creature to release a painful scream as its body began losing control. Moments later, its entire body exploded before Yi Ning's eyes. The system quickly sent a series of notifications. He gained experience from killing a mid-level 1 disruptor and a peak level 1 demon tree. He also obtained white-grade demon tree bark, white-grade withered wood armor, white-grade giant claw material, and a spiritual fruit called corpse fruit. Yi Ning immediately checked the attributes of the withered wood armor. It granted 1 point of constitution, reduced firearm damage by 30, and reduced physical damage by 5. In exchange, the wearer suffered 10 additional fire damage. Despite the drawback, he considered it an excellent defensive item at this stage. However, the item that interested him most was the corpse fruit. After use, it permanently increased constitution by 1 point and boosted health recovery speed by 20. Without hesitation, he activated its effect. The spiritual fruit quickly transformed into streams of energy and merged into his body. Feeling the changes, Yi Ning calculated that each major rank advancement only granted 4 attribute points. Gaining 1 permanent constitution point from just 2 bosses was an incredible profit. Meanwhile, the people outside the battlefield also noticed something unusual. The spiritual energy pressure belonging to the boss had completely vanished. Some suspected that a level 2 awakener must have appeared and dealt with it. But after thinking it through, they realized that aside from their group and the young man from earlier, nobody else had entered the area. Someone mentioned sensing Yi Ning's presence nearby before, yet the idea that he had killed the boss himself was simply too unbelievable. About half an hour later, Yi Ning returned to the inner district of Tianfeng Safe Zone and entered a mutant material trading center. As soon as he stepped inside, he placed his bag of loot on the counter. The owner warmly approached and asked whether he intended to sell everything. Yi Ning nodded and told him to make an offer first. While the staff inspected the materials, he quietly considered his options. Although the system had its own trading channel, every resource was precious at this stage. To maximize profits, direct trading was still the better choice. After the inspection, the clerk gave a price. The 4 materials from a peak rank 1 mutant were worth about 697 credit points since they could be used to craft gear and armor. As a new customer, the shop rounded it up to 700 credits. Yi Ning thought for a moment and agreed. In the apocalypse, that amount could buy nearly 200 kilograms of meat or hire several mercenaries for a short time. It was already a fair deal. Once the trade was complete, the owner transferred the credits to his card and mentioned that the shop also sold equipment, supplies, firearms, and even accepted custom orders. Hearing that, Yi Ning immediately asked if they sold sword skill books. The owner smiled and said they did, but the grades were quite low. Not only this shop, but even the entire Tianfeng Safe Zone only had basic sword techniques for now. A moment later, the clerk brought out 3 skill books for him to browse. Yi Ning checked them one by one. The first was Rage Slash, which consumed stamina and spirit to unleash a boosted strike dealing 1.2 times strength damage. The second was Draw Sword Slash, increasing the speed of the opening attack and dealing 1.2 times agility damage. The last was Triple Slash, consuming more stamina and spirit to unleash 3 consecutive strikes, each dealing 0.6 times strength damage with a chance to inflict bleeding. After reading them, Yi Ning immediately judged all 3 to be low-tier sword skills that failed to impress him. Even though he knew the sword god system would greatly enhance NC skill, the original foundation still mattered because the upgraded result was heavily influenced by the base skill. Sword Breath Crimson Torrent was a perfect example. Its power was terrifying, but the attack had a delay and an overly wide area of effect, making it less flexible. Against speed-focused mutants, a missed strike could easily leave him exposed during cooldown. He considered his options for quite a while without deciding. Seeing this, the owner asked whether he had not found a suitable skill yet. He even offered to transfer skill books from other safe zones. With an extra processing fee, Yi Ning could obtain a crank skill, or even a brank one if the type was not restricted. After some thought, he shook his head and declined. In the end, he chose Draw Sword Slash. He was curious to see how a speed-focused sword skill would change after enhancement. The owner could not understand that choice at all. Someone capable of selling materials from a top-tier mutant should have picked something better. Yet Yi Ning chose a skill few people valued. Eventually, the owner stopped thinking about it. He immediately called an employee to process the order and happily instructed them to package Draw Sword Slash and charge 300 credit points for this special customer. Not long afterward, the skill book was carefully wrapped and handed to him. The owner personally saw him off, waving goodbye and wishing him a safe journey, while hoping he would visit again. After finishing everything, Yi Ning left the shop and headed home. On the way back, he opened the system interface and found that he still had 100 credit points left. Thinking of his younger sister, he decided to buy some tasty food to bring home. When he arrived home, the table was already piled high with canned food. The sight left Xiao An staring in shock. Smiling, he explained that he had become an awakened long ago and had already told her about it. From now on, their family would never have to worry about food again. Besides the main supplies, he also bought several snacks just for his sister. In the apocalypse, such things were almost luxury items, so Xiao An was clearly delighted. She excitedly said that only wealthy families could afford snacks before, and no one in their neighborhood had ever owned anything like them. He gently rubbed her head and told her to enjoy them freely. He promised that there would be plenty more in the future. Xiao An nodded obediently and believed him. Not long later, the little girl fell asleep. Watching his sister sleep peacefully, Yi Ning smiled. Their mother was still working overtime, and Xiao An was asleep, giving him the perfect chance to learn a new skill. He walked to the dining table and summoned the Sword God system. Then he opened the box containing the skill book and used it directly. a notification instantly appeared, informing him that he had successfully learned the Drank skill Draw Sword Slash. The skill slot out of 4 was activated, and the skill evolved into the SS Shrank Heavenly Radiant Draw Sword Slash. He immediately checked the description. The skill consumed 4,000 spirit energy per use, boosting attack power by 600 and agility by 600 for 1 second. The sword aura carried devastating destructive force, could trigger unpredictable body-severing effects, and even had a chance to activate a special instant kill effect. After reading it, he was more than satisfied. The 600 agility boost was enough to cover his speed weakness. It seemed this choice had been absolutely right. With a new skill in hand, the next step was finding a suitable place to test it in real combat. Suddenly remembering something, he opened a drawer at home and took out a gas mask. As he put it on, he thought that only one place could truly test the skill's speed. 2 hours later, he arrived at the outskirts of Tianfeng City, where thick fog covered the entire area. Abandoned buildings stood among strange mutated flowers, silently waiting for humans to enter their hunting grounds. Looking at the familiar scene before him, he confirmed he had reached the right place. Based on memories from both lives, the Jinyuan residential area had almost never been properly explored. But he knew a rank 2 mutant was hiding inside, one with nearly unmatched speed and mobility. More importantly, it carried an extremely valuable blue-grade piece of equipment. Just as he was recalling the past, a strange sensation suddenly came from beneath his feet. Something had wrapped around his ankle, making movement difficult. Looking down, he instantly realized the situation was bad, and cursed his luck for falling into a trap. At the same time, nearby zombies began shuffling toward him. Drool dripped from their mouths as they stared at him like prey they had waited a long time to catch. A sense of danger surged through him, and he quickly turned to check behind him. Right then, a zombie suddenly accelerated and charged straight at him. In an instant, the distance between them vanished. As it closed in, its head split open like a grotesque flower, revealing countless sharp teeth ready to devour its target. Without hesitation, he drew his weapon and struck back. A lightning-fast slash tore the zombie into pieces on the spot. The zombie fell before it could even do anything. He let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was only a normal zombie. If it had been a climber, things would have been far worse. In this toxic swamp, the appearance of that creature would turn everything into a living nightmare. With that thought, he quickly decided to relocate. However, after entering a nearby building, he had no idea something else was already waiting inside. Only seconds later, it launched an ambush at incredible speed. Luckily, his reactions were sharp enough to keep dodging. He remembered that in his previous life, he had already been a second order awakened with a full set of blue-grade equipment, and still suffered severe injuries fighting this monster. With his current body, one mistake would get him torn apart. If his memory was correct, then the climber should also be somewhere nearby. His eyes suddenly stopped on a window frame ahead. A thought immediately crossed his mind. It seemed he had never paid attention to this before in his past life. He walked over and cut away the metal bars securing the frame. Maybe he had overlooked them before, but now they could be turned into traps. Acting immediately, he bent the bars into sharp spikes. However, before he could finish, movement suddenly came from behind him. An elite monster appeared at the worst possible moment. The instant it showed itself, it rushed toward him. Fortunately, he dodged the first strike in time. He knew he had to deal with it as quickly as possible. If the climber showed up too, the situation would become extremely dangerous. Unexpectedly, the sharp spikes prepared for the climber ended up piercing the elite monster first. A painful roar echoed through the building. Even he was surprised that the freshly made trap worked so quickly. But before he could celebrate, a piercing sound tore through the air from afar at terrifying speed. At the same time, the system displayed a notification. Mid-rank rank 2, mutant variant, climber, has appeared. He instantly realized the worst-case scenario had arrived. He would have to face 2 opponents at once. Before he could retreat, a dark figure dropped from above, like a bolt of lightning. He hurriedly dodged to the side. Deep down, he was shocked because the monster's speed seemed even greater than he remembered from his previous life. The distance was too close, making the climber's follow-up ambushes extremely difficult to handle. At the same time, the elite monster's attacks were highly unpredictable. Their non-stop coordination left him no time to think. Dodging one often meant stepping right into the other's attack range. Under the relentless pressure, he could only do his best to survive. A heavy impact from the elite monster sent him flying backward. Although he avoided a fatal blow, he was still injured from an earlier sweeping attack. Thinking about the trap he had just built, he could only smile bitterly. It had barely helped, and he ended up more seriously wounded instead. He had originally come here, only to test his new skill. In this dangerous situation, using Sword Flow Storm would have been much safer. But he quickly realized that option would not work. The climber was simply too fast, making Sword Flow Storm nearly impossible to land. On top of that, he had to evade attacks from both mutants at once, something his current first-order body could not handle. After ruling out every other option, he could only bet everything on Heavenly Radiant Draw Sword Slash. Even though it was a single-target skill, he slowly returned his sword to its sheath. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the skill description. Heavenly Radiant Draw Sword Slash did not only enhance the slash itself, it also released Sword Aura. He had no idea how far the Sword Aura could reach, so to be safe, he calculated using the shortest possible range. Then he kept moving, deliberately luring the two monsters closer together until they were nearly in the same position. His mind raced through the calculations: arm length, sword length, and then the sword aura range. If everything went as expected, a skill meant for one target could still hit both enemies at once. Finally, the opportunity arrived when the two monsters lined up almost perfectly. He instantly activated Heavenly Radiant Draw Sword Slash and unleashed the decisive strike. A flash of sword light appeared and vanished. Both mutants were split in half on the spot. Blood sprayed everywhere. He slowly lowered his sword, officially ending the dangerous battle. He could not help feeling shocked. A single activation of the skill had wiped out two mutants at the same time. The description only mentioned a chance to destroy the first target's body in an unpredictable way, but the sword aura's actual destructive power was far greater than he expected. If he had known this beforehand, he probably would not have needed such a risky plan. However, he quickly calmed down. This special effect clearly did not trigger every time. It seemed he still needed more testing to fully understand the skill's potential. At that moment, a series of reward notifications appeared. He gained a huge amount of spirit energy experience for defeating the mid-rank second-order mutant climber across ranks. Then came rewards for killing the high first-order Luray master, along with items such as white-grade climber legs, a blue-grade stellar core, and the blue-grade equipment gale-rending claws. Looking at the loot, he could hardly hide his excitement. The battle had been incredibly dangerous, but the rewards were absolutely worth the risk. Meanwhile, at the Tianfeng Military Zone monitoring station, an abnormal energy signal suddenly appeared on the detection equipment. The fluctuation was stronger than anything they had ever recorded. The staff on duty immediately activated the alarm. Before long, several people rushed over to ask why the warning bell had sounded. After reviewing the data, the person in charge reported an unusual energy source in the outskirts. At first, they suspected a third-order awakened was fighting there. However, the deployment records showed that no third-order powerhouse from Tianfeng had left that day. This led everyone to wonder whether a high-ranking figure from another military zone had arrived, or if a special mission was underway. In the end, they decided to send an investigation team immediately. About 20 minutes later, the investigation team arrived at the battlefield. Examining the traces left behind, one member could not help remarking that he had never seen a battle like this before. As far as he remembered, no known third order awakened in the military zone used a similar skill. Just then, a teammate suddenly shouted for him to check the scanner. The displayed readings left both of them stunned. The analysis showed that the attack had consumed at least 4,000 points of spirit energy. By normal standards, anyone capable of unleashing a skill that consumed 4,000 spirit energy and still remaining fully functional afterward had to be at least a mid-rank third-order powerhouse. Realizing how serious the situation was, the two immediately agreed that it was beyond their authority and had to be reported to the highest command. At the same time, Ye Ning had already started heading back to the Tianfeng safe zone. On the way, he checked the stats of gale-rending claws. The equipment granted 4 speed, 2 strength, and an extra 30 attack speed. Its special effect allowed attacks to trigger an additional hit worth 120 of attack power. It also came with the skill Pounce, letting the user dash forward a short distance and deal 180 tearing damage over 2 seconds. He secretly judged it to be a top-tier item. In his previous life, it had sold for around 60,000 credit points. Hopefully, it still held similar value. After returning home, he turned on his computer and logged into the trading network. Even though it was already late, he decided to list the item first. After entering the details and setting up the trade, he pressed enter to complete the listing. To his surprise, less than a second later, someone had already sent a purchase inquiry. It seemed the item was even rarer now than he remembered. The first buyer immediately asked for a discounted deal on gale-rending claws. In response, Yi Ning simply stated the price of 60,000 credit points and made it clear there would be no negotiation. The buyer then asked whether equipment, skills, or other resources could replace part of the payment. Seeing no immediate reply, the person became even more anxious, repeatedly increasing the offer and even proposing 30,000 credits up front. At the same time, countless other messages kept pouring in. Seeing this, Ye Ning knew selling the item was only a matter of time. Another buyer proposed a direct connection to discuss details. Yi Ning replied that if they were serious, the total trade value could not be below 30,000 credit points. Besides cash, he would accept white-grade equipment, but his highest priorities were sword-related skills and spirit energy fruits. After reading those conditions, the person on the other side immediately became determined to secure the item at all costs. In his mind, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity worth selling everything for. After receiving the requirements, he ordered his subordinates to inventory every resource in the tribe, especially anything related to sword users. The subordinates accepted the order and quickly scattered to carry out the task. Just half an hour later, everything valuable they could gather had been brought before the leader in preparation for the trade. Looking at the pile of resources, he could only sigh. It still was not enough to guarantee victory. After some thought, he decided to transfer a deposit first, and then ordered his people to gather even more assets as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, while resting at home, Ye Ning received a notification that a deposit had arrived in his account. Seeing the message, he smiled with satisfaction. It seemed the buyer truly wanted the item no matter what. He could not help recalling his previous life, when his mother and Xiao An had spent every day living in constant fear. Things were different now. He had been given a second chance and now possessed the resources he needed. If he still allowed his family to suffer, then this rebirth would have no meaning. He was determined to give his mother and sister a better life. Not long afterward, the buyer sent another message, saying the remaining resources were being collected and would definitely be delivered by tomorrow. The next morning, Ye Ning brought Xiao An to the largest real estate company in the Tianfeng safe zone. As soon as they entered, a receptionist warmly approached and asked what type of house he was looking for and whether he had researched any properties beforehand. Yi Ning got straight to the point and asked for the best house available, preferably one ready for immediate move-in. Beside him, Xiao An was overwhelmed by the luxurious surroundings she had never seen before. Meanwhile, the receptionist glanced at his clothing and privately assumed that a low-level awakened like him could never afford property here. Even so, she casually replied that the highest-end houses cost around 40,000 credit points. If he wanted something more suitable, there were options in the other section, priced around 2,000 credits, since she still had other customers to attend to. However, Ye Ning calmly agreed to the 40,000 credit price and requested immediate payment. Even Xiao An beside him was startled by that answer. The receptionist immediately showed a doubtful expression and asked him to transfer the payment if he truly had the ability to buy it. Deep down, she still believed he was only bluffing for attention. When he scanned for payment, the system instantly showed that his current balance was just over 10,000 credit points, far from enough to complete the purchase. He then told her to wait a few minutes. Hearing that, the irritation on her face became even more obvious. In her mind, there was no way tens of thousands of credits could appear within just a few minutes. Right then, a new message arrived on his phone. The buyer of gale-rending claws explained that time was short, so he had only managed to gather 39,375 credit points, along with several other items, and asked whether Yi Ning would accept the trade. Attached was a list of items. Although all were white-grade equipment, together they formed a fairly complete set, including a tactical armor made from mutant materials, shoulder guards, arm protection, tactical pants, a ring, and 6 white spirit energy fruits. After a quick look, Yi Ning immediately agreed. Only seconds later, his phone chimed with a successful transfer notification for 39,375 credit points. He showed the screen to the receptionist and calmly asked whether the transaction could proceed now. Hearing the notification, she froze on the spot. Her attitude changed instantly. The earlier contempt vanished and was replaced by complete respect as she repeatedly praised him for being young and talented. Yi Ning simply asked whether she could handle the paperwork. If not, he would find someone else. Hearing that, she quickly assured him that she could manage everything and would provide the best service possible. Before long, the house purchase was officially completed. Afterward, she guided the siblings to their new home. The moment they stepped inside, Xiao An was left speechless with shock. Smiling, Ye Ning confirmed that this would be their home from now on, and that she would never need to search through garbage dumps again. After saying that, he handed the keys to Xiao An and asked her to bring their mother over later. When she asked why he was not coming, he simply said he still had something important to do. That evening, he crossed the city alone, by moving from rooftop to rooftop. The resources gained from the battle with the climber were almost completely used up. If he wanted to keep growing stronger, he needed more resources as soon as possible. The areas around Tianfeng containing high-level mutants had long been cleared by the military, leaving only beginner leveling zones for new awakened. After some thought, he chose his next target, Corpse C Academy. It was the only dungeon outside the Tianfeng safe zone with a chance to drop spirit energy fruits. A second-order mutant also existed inside, and the dungeon's ranking system awarded special rewards to whoever achieved the highest score. So far, no one had broken that record. With his SS rank skill, he believed he had a real chance. Without hesitation, he jumped down from above and landed at the dungeon entrance. The system immediately displayed a prompt, asking whether he wished to enter the Crank Dungeon Corpse C Academy. The current level limit was second order. He confirmed without delay. Once the selection was complete, the system announced successful matchmaking. There were currently 14 participants inside the dungeon. Just 1 minute later, the Corpse C Academy dungeon officially began. This scenario was a standard setting with no supernatural events or special incidents. The main enemies were mutated zombies, along with a small number of survivors. The timeline was set on the 7th day, after the apocalypse began, when the school had already fallen completely to the undead. Completing the basic objective would allow participants to leave the dungeon. The current main mission was to survive within the academy grounds for 12 consecutive hours without leaving the campus. Rewards included 1 random white-grade item and 4 spirit energy experience points. There were also optional advanced missions. Eliminate the headless corpse woman at Drank difficulty, eliminate the mutated butcher at Crank difficulty, or wipe out every zombie in the academy at Crank difficulty. While Yi Ning was reviewing the mission details, the other players had already started talking among themselves. A young man named Gao Yun took the initiative and asked whether anyone had cleared this dungeon before. He then introduced himself, saying he had entered once before and could take command if everyone lacked experience. Hearing that, another player immediately agreed, saying that Corpse C Academy was known as a difficult dungeon and having an experienced leader would be much safer. Gao Yun began sharing his knowledge, explaining that this was one of the more challenging second-order dungeons. According to him, poor teamwork could easily lead to the entire group being wiped out. However, no matter how much he talked, Yi Ning showed no interest. Seeing him standing alone in a corner, Gao Yun walked over and directly asked about his level. When he learned that Yi Ning was only level 0, he was instantly shocked. In Gao Yun's eyes, a level 0 player entering a second-order dungeon was no different from seeking death. He even suspected that Yi Ning had entered the wrong place. Hearing those words, Yi Ning began to feel annoyed. His gaze turned cold, and a sharp aura unconsciously spread out, startling Gao Yun. Gao Yun could not hide his surprise. Even though the other party was only level 0, he somehow radiated a dangerous feeling. Even so, Gao Yun continued warning him that the team had no obligation to protect him, and that if he was too weak, he should stay far away to avoid dragging everyone else down. Seeing no reaction from him, Gao Yun finally gave up. Before leaving, he generously told him to follow behind and gain some experience as a rookie. He then turned to the group. According to him, the basic dungeon reward was only a white-grade item, so everyone's real goal was the advanced missions. Because of that, he strongly warned everyone not to accept any mission without the team's approval. To make his point, Gao Yun shared his previous dungeon experience. Back then, the team accidentally triggered 2 bosses at once. Almost everyone died, and only 2 peak second-tier awakeners barely survived after risking their lives. Even now, the memory still scared him. Gao Yun kept talking about that old experience, completely unaware that he had a totally different plan. He quietly opened his status panel to check his attributes. After some thought, he realized his stats were still slightly lacking, so he used all 6 spirit energy fruits he had just obtained. As a result, he gained 3 strength and 3 agility. After the increase, his strength reached 17 points. From what he knew, many second-tier awakeners did not even have 18 total attribute points. His strength alone was already close to that level. On top of his superior stats, he also possessed 2 terrifying SSS grade skills. Thinking about it, he could not help but smile. With his current power, clearing Corpse C Academy would be no problem. Meanwhile, Gao Yun continued discussing tactics with the others. He planned to take the headless female corpse mission first after the initial protection barrier disappeared, since that boss was only at mid-second tier. With 14 people, it should be a safe fight. A young woman walked over to Gao Yun with eyes full of admiration. She gently asked him to protect her if danger appeared later. Seeing a beauty take the initiative, Gao Yun immediately blushed. His eyes stayed fixed on her as he repeatedly promised to keep her safe. After finalizing the plan, the group prepared to move out. Gao Yun confidently took the lead and signaled everyone to follow. But at that moment, someone suddenly pointed ahead. Everyone looked over and discovered that he had already gone deep into the academy alone. The entire group was stunned. In their eyes, charging into the dungeon solo was no different from suicide. Some even worried it would disrupt the team's plan. Gao Yun did not care at all and dismissed him as a useless fool. He quickly told everyone to stay close, maintain formation, and prepare to enter the dungeon. Meanwhile, he had already climbed the stairs leading upward alone. On the staircase, 2 female students suddenly appeared. They approached him and begged for help, asking him to take them out of this terrifying place. But moments later, one of their faces twisted into a horrifying shape, revealing a demonic appearance. He showed no mercy and eliminated them immediately. In his previous life, his teammates had mistaken these creatures for side quest NPCs and stopped to help. They were ambushed and died miserably. The memory remained vivid. From his experience, the butcher had the highest chance of dropping valuable gear. With that in mind, he rushed to the rooftop, planning to find it first and use Flowing Wind Sword to deal with the hidden boss as well. Elsewhere, Gao Yun's team remained hidden. He pointed ahead and explained that this was where the headless female corpse would respawn, so they should avoid fighting normal monsters. According to him, the more minor monsters they killed early on, the more insane the dungeon would become later. That was why rushing the boss was the safest option. The group then began approaching the target. Gao Yun continued explaining the plan. After defeating the first boss, every monster in the dungeon would enter a berserk state. At that point, they only needed to hide and wait for the effect to end before moving deeper. The boss was currently standing on top of a vehicle. A female member could not help but remark that having a captain lead the team would make the dungeon much easier. Right then, someone spotted the target in the distance and immediately alerted the group. The system instantly displayed a battle notification, confirming that the second-tier mutant had entered attack mode. At the same time, the distant boss also noticed the group's presence. It turned around with a horrifying face, still chewing on a victim's corpse. Realizing they had been spotted, the team immediately prepared to attack. Gao Yun stepped forward and declared that he was a tank. He would hold the boss in place while the others dealt damage. The rest quickly announced their classes. An archer took the role of opening the fight and reminded Gao Yun to move aside to avoid friendly fire. While blocking the boss attacks, Gao Yun heard his teammates coordinating behind him and saw multiple skills ready to launch. He immediately moved out of the combat zone, allowing every attack to focus on the boss. Gao Yun secretly sneered, knowing the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. He deliberately pretended to be pushed back and widened the distance from the target. The boss seemed to realize he was no longer the best target and immediately switched to someone else. Its figure vanished into thin air, leaving everyone stunned. In the blink of an eye, it appeared beside an archer and bit straight into him. The victim screamed in panic, unable to understand why the boss had suddenly ignored the captain. Gao Yun immediately acted guilty, claiming he had failed to hold the boss. He then pretended to charge forward and control it again. He continued reassuring the team, telling everyone to maintain the same attack rhythm. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, he looked around in confusion. According to his knowledge, the butcher mutant should have appeared here. He opened the mission panel to check, but the moment he saw the contents, his expression changed. The butcher hunt mission had vanished. He quickly realized he had never accepted it, meaning someone else had taken it first. Meanwhile, another creature silently appeared behind Gao Yun's team. Everyone was focused on the boss ahead, so no one noticed the danger behind them. The newly arrived monster closed in and swung its sword, killing one person instantly. Witnessing the scene, the group was horrified to discover that this was the dungeon's second boss. Seeing everything unfold as planned, Gao Yun secretly grinned. He was the one who had accepted that mission in secret. As a defense-focused class, it was difficult for him to deal enough damage to compete for the best rewards. That was why he came up with this scheme. As long as most of his teammates died, and he landed the final blow, the best reward would almost certainly belong to him. However, on the surface, he pretended to be furious and kept asking who had accepted the mission. He even blamed the level 0 guy who had left earlier. Gao Yun continued his performance, loudly declaring that he would never let that level 0 player's plan succeed. He then played the hero, charging straight at the boss and shouting provocations to draw all the monsters' attention. After activating a defensive skill, Gao Yun successfully held back both bosses. While resisting their attacks, he told everyone to unleash everything and leave the tanking to him. Seeing their captain risk his life on the front line, the group trusted him even more and felt deeply grateful. Unfortunately for Gao Yun, the entire act had already been seen from above. He immediately saw through the plan to frame others and steal all the rewards. The problem was that Gao Yun had chosen the wrong person to scheme against. Besides, this dungeon still contained 2 hidden bosses. The mission interface was still waiting for confirmation. Without hesitation, he accepted both missions, eliminating the skeletal mutant and the Lord of the Corpse Sea. The moment the missions activated, the 2 hidden bosses appeared right in front of him. He slowly drew his sword, pointed the blade at them, and taunted them, as if inviting them to attack. The action instantly enraged both bosses, causing them to charge at him together. He used the chance to retreat and leap from the high ground. The 2 bosses chased closely behind. Seeing them both enter a berserk state, he looked quite satisfied. On the other side, Gao Yun also noticed the commotion. The moment he saw who was leading the monsters over, he recognized the same level 0 player. What shocked him even more was that the landing spot was right beside him. At first, Gao Yun did not understand what was happening, but he quickly noticed the 2 additional bosses chasing behind. His entire body froze in shock. Unlike Gao Yun's panic, he calmly walked over and patted him on the shoulder with a mocking smile. He even joked that since Gao Yun enjoyed playing with bosses so much, he had brought 2 more, making it 4 bosses in total. Seeing the number of bosses double, Gao Yun's face turned pale and sweat poured down. He realized that all the missions had been taken by him. He continued mocking Gao Yun and even pretended to apologize for getting him blamed. Furious, Gao Yun slapped his hand away and repeatedly called him a madman. Deep down, he knew his plan to monopolize all the rewards had completely fallen apart. Losing all desire to fight, he turned and ran, shouting for everyone to retreat to the lecture hall. The sight of the captain fleeing first left both monsters and players stunned. Once Gao Yun ran, the others quickly followed behind. Watching the entire group retreat, he simply thought it would make things easier by gathering everyone in one place. However, the moment they burst into the lecture hall, they were shocked to find him already standing inside. Some could not hide their surprise. They kept calling him level 0, yet his speed was unbelievably fast. One furious member immediately attacked him, blaming him for everything. Yet the strike from a second-tier awakener was effortlessly dodged, leaving the attacker completely confused. After stepping aside, he calmly asked whether that person's teammate had died to the butcher. He then stated that he was never the one who accepted that mission. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. He pointed directly at Gao Yun and exposed how he had used the disabled female student to get Zhang Dao killed, while treating the entire team as shields for his own benefit. Seeing his secret exposed, Gao Yun quickly changed the subject, saying this was not the time for infighting since the mutants would arrive soon, and defending this place was their only chance to survive. But by now, everyone was already shaken. Some argued that holding out against 4 enhanced second-tier bosses was nearly impossible, not to mention the even more terrifying Lord of the Corpse Sea behind them. Just as the argument grew more intense, another member loudly told everyone to calm down. He analyzed that the building was extremely sturdy and could only be destroyed by 3rd-tier monsters. Aside from the disabled female student, the other bosses were too large to enter and could only attack from outside. He suggested splitting the team into 2 groups, with one group focusing on long-range attacks from the mutants. The other group would concentrate on stopping the disabled female student and the zombies coming through the main entrance. Gritting his teeth, he declared that if they survived this dungeon, he would settle the score with both Gao Yun and the level 0 player. The group temporarily set aside their conflict and organized 2 defensive lines according to the plan. Hearing those threats, he coldly replied that they should survive first before talking about revenge. On the upper floor, the group desperately tried to stop the 3 bosses climbing the walls while continuously launching skills downward. Fire, ice, and various damage-boosting abilities were activated one after another. Countless attacks rained down, creating explosions across the area. But what drove everyone into despair was that the bosses were barely affected. Witnessing this, many players panicked. Some collapsed to the ground in fear after realizing the entire team's firepower could not stop the enemies. Meanwhile, more and more monsters kept arriving, pushing everyone's stamina to the limit. Even Gao Yun started to worry. As a defense-focused class, he had very little offensive power and could only watch the situation worsen. At that moment, he looked down from above. Seeing that nearly all the monsters had gathered in one area, he nodded slightly. He suddenly spoke up and told anyone who wanted to live to jump down with him immediately. The statement left everyone stunned, unable to understand what he meant. The next moment, he leaped straight out from the defensive position. Many instantly assumed he had gone insane or simply given up. However, while falling through the air, he calmly prepared to activate a skill. An enormous pressure began gathering high above the sky and converged toward him. The aura alone made everyone below struggle to breathe. Everyone was shocked beyond belief. No one expected a so-called level 0 player to create such terrifying energy. Seeing this, several people decided to gamble their lives. Since staying meant death anyway, they chose to trust him and jumped after him. Only Gao Yun remained where he was. He believed jumping down was suicide, and as a defensive class, staying behind might still give him a chance to survive. Before making his move, he glanced at Gao Yun and left him with a cryptic remark. He then tightened his grip on his weapon and unleashed flowing windstorm. The attack's power far exceeded expectations, rivaling even ordinary third-tier powerhouses. Gao Yun only had time to watch his protective shield shatter instantly. At the same time, the bosses gathered below were dragged into the center of the explosion and completely erased. The shockwave from the attack caused massive destruction across the entire school. Those who had jumped down earlier were lucky to survive. When they looked back, they were left speechless. Dust filled the air, and the ruins stretched everywhere. They could hardly believe what had just happened. In a single moment, every boss had been wiped out. Even Gao Yun vanished without a trace. Only then did everyone understand why he had remained so calm. With that level of strength, he was at least comparable to a third-tier awakener. As the dust gradually settled, he walked out of the rubble and casually waved at everyone, as if nothing had happened. Seeing him completely unharmed, the group immediately changed their attitude and repeatedly apologized for their earlier insults. Another person hurried over to explain himself and justify his previous harsh words, but he simply waved his hand and showed no interest in discussing the past. He then assigned them the task of clearing out the remaining zombies in the area. Everyone immediately accepted the order with great respect. After arranging everything, he left and moved on to his next objective. As he walked away, one young man remained stunned by what he had witnessed. Young yet terrifyingly powerful, he left many people around him completely awestruck. Meanwhile, he had already reached the lower area. From his memories of his previous life, the headless female corpse once dropped a hidden blue-grade item. It was half of a special skull. Unfortunately, the area had been heavily damaged by the recent battle, making the search much harder. While looking around, a flash of light in the distance immediately caught his attention. He quickly approached and picked up the item he wanted. The system instantly announced that he had obtained a blue-grade equipment item called Resentful Skull. After checking its details, he learned that it could enhance mental power and support spiritual detection. The instructions were simple: place it on the forehead to absorb it. After reading the description, he immediately realized its true value. Mental-type abilities had always been underestimated because they lacked direct destructive power. But with the Resentful Skull in hand, the future of the mental path became far more promising. Thinking so, he placed it on his forehead and began absorbing its power. Immediately, the skull started releasing streams of strange energy. The power rapidly merged into his body, creating intense mental pressure that made his head feel like it would explode. After enduring the pain for some time, the absorption process was finally completed. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he eagerly tested his new ability. He started with mental manipulation. With a single thought, a massive rock slowly rose from the ground. He casually gave a command, and the rock instantly shattered into countless fragments. The area fell silent. This time, he was not controlling one object, but many stone fragments at once. He then launched them forward like a barrage of bullets. The stones pierced through their targets, leaving large holes in the surrounding rocks. He was quite satisfied and believed the power would become even greater as he's leveled up. Next, he decided to test his spiritual detection ability. He focused energy into his fingertip and placed it against his forehead. The system immediately provided target locations and distances. Without even turning around, he could clearly observe players fighting monsters over 10 meters away. He continued expanding the range of his perception. But as the distance approached 30 meters, the signal became unstable and could no longer extend farther. After finishing the test, he concluded that his current maximum range was about 29 meters, which was already very useful at this stage. Just then, the dungeon completion notice appeared. Every monster in Corpse C Academy 2 had been eliminated. All missions were complete, and the exit permission had been activated. Rewards would now be calculated based on performance. A moment later, he was teleported back to the starting location. The system confirmed that Yi Ning had cleared the dungeon with a perfect completion rate and an SSS evaluation. The rewards were incredibly generous, including 1 blue-grade equipment draw, 6 white-grade items, 3 free attribute points, upgrade skill book, and bonus rewards for defeating higher-level bosses, such as the Headless Female Corpse, Bloodthirsty Butcher, Skeleton Mutant, and Lord of the Corpse Sea. In addition, his level reached peak first tier, and the system reminded him to complete his next advancement mission as soon as possible. However, he paid little attention to the reminder and immediately moved on to the blue-grade equipment draw. After reaching into the black vortex, he obtained a pair of Thunder Spike boots. The equipment increased agility, movement speed, jumping ability, removed stamina consumption while under paralysis effects, and came with the skill Thunder Dash, which greatly boosted speed for a short time and added a lightning attack. After checking the stats, he was pleasantly surprised. The agility bonus alone was enough to put him close to speed-focused specialists. Without hesitation, he equipped the boots and decided to take on his second-tier advancement missions. That night, he arrived at Tianfeng's mission center. Although it was quite late, the reception desk was still staffed. As soon as he entered, the receptionist asked what mission he wanted. He briefly replied that he was here for an advancement mission. Hearing that, the receptionist yawned and assumed he was just preparing to advance from level 0 to first tier. She opened the mission list. The options included killing a peak corpse ball for the strength path, collecting materials from a wind eagle for the agility path, teaming up to hunt a blood bear for the constitution path, and surviving a supernatural event for the willpower path. But he made a decision that left her speechless. He accepted all 4 missions at once. The young woman instantly widened her eyes in disbelief. When she checked his information and saw level 0 displayed, she thought he was joking or completely ignorant of advancement rules. Under normal circumstances, Awakeners chose one development path and completed the corresponding mission. Accepting all of them at once was practically suicide because the failure penalties were extremely severe. He calmly read through the penalties. Failing one mission would cut a primary attribute in half, while failing all of them could leave someone crippled or dead. He then asked if those were indeed the rules. After speaking, he placed his hand on the power assessment crystal and told her to evaluate his current strength first. Instantly, a brilliant light filled the room. The moment she saw the result, the receptionist froze. The display clearly showed peak first tier. After confirming all the information, he calmly asked again whether he was now qualified to accept those missions. Only then did the receptionist notice cracks appearing on the power assessment crystal. Terrified, she almost instinctively nodded and approved the missions. At that moment, someone approached from the distance. The instant he saw him, he recognized him and took the initiative to greet him. It was Yi Ning, the owner of an SS-grade talent. Seeing the newcomer, he was slightly surprised as well. This person was Huang Xiao, captain of the Tianfeng Safe Zone scouting team. Smiling, he remarked that it was already late, yet a level 0 player like him was still accepting missions. In his opinion, no matter how hard someone tried, the mental path could never achieve much. The receptionist was about to explain Yi Ning's real situation, but before she could speak, several of Huang Xiao's subordinates hurried over to report that everyone had gathered. Hearing that, Huang Xiao immediately switched into work mode. He explained that traces of a suspected third-tier battle had been discovered at Corpse Sea Academy. Their superiors had ordered an immediate investigation, so they needed to depart at once. He simply watched from the side and gave a faint smile. At the same time, the former zoo area, now transformed into Corpse Paradise, remained active. One subordinate asked his leader whether they should inform Tianfeng Safe Zone in advance. Recently, Tianfeng had been mobilizing people everywhere, as if searching for something. The leader was Hong Gang, a third-tier Awakener from Zhenjiang. He believed it probably had nothing to do with him. His son, Hong Xing, had just been selected as a key talent, so this trip was simply to obtain a blue-grade item as a gift. Besides, from what he knew, Tianfeng had recently missed out on the genius Yi Ning and was not in a good mood. Approaching them now would only make things awkward. His subordinate nodded in agreement. However, Hong Gang still wanted to verify the intelligence. He had no intention of traveling all the way from Zhenjiang, only to return empty-handed. His subordinate immediately guaranteed the intel was accurate. The corpse tiger here had reached the peak of Tier 2 and had a high chance of dropping blue-grade gear. Hearing that, Hong Gang nodded in satisfaction and ordered everyone to prepare. He told his men to lure the other monsters away, while he personally dealt with the corpse tiger. Meanwhile, he stood on high ground and observed the entire area below. After checking his promotion quest list, he found that 2 objectives were located in the Corpse Paradise and decided to clear them together. He then activated his spirit detection ability to scout the situation. As soon as his senses expanded, he quickly discovered another group of awakeners approaching the target first. What caught his attention most was that the team included a Tier 3 powerhouse. At the same time, Honggang seemed to notice the distant probe and immediately looked in his direction. He quickly withdrew his spiritual power. Cold sweat formed on his forehead because he had nearly been discovered. If someone killed the target first, his mission would definitely fail. Thinking of that, he stopped hesitating and rushed forward, determined to finish the mission as quickly as possible. On Honggang's side, the team was already surrounded by corpse dogs and blood bears. One member immediately warned everyone to stay alert and split up to lure the monsters away from their leader. Several members took responsibility for the corpse dogs, while the rest focused on the blood bears, keeping their distance and buying time. Meanwhile, Honggang had already separated from the team. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure appeared, and he instantly realized the target had arrived. Before long, a giant tiger nearly the size of a house slowly emerged from the darkness. Honggang showed no fear, and instead laughed excitedly. The opponent he had been waiting for had finally appeared. The next moment, both sides charged at each other, and the battle officially began. Watching from afar, he quickly guessed Honggang's goal. The man was most likely after the blue-grade equipment carried by the corpse tiger. Although he was interested in the item as well, he felt that stealing a kill midway was not the right thing to do. Offending a Tier 3 powerhouse over one piece of gear was not worth it. Of course, if Honggang failed to kill the corpse tiger, that would be a different story. At this point, all the targets in the area were scattered far apart, with over 100 meters between them. Meanwhile, he only had one chance left to use Heavenly Strike Flowing Light. Using it from too far away could easily lead to unexpected problems. Looking at his skill panel, Sword Tempest was still on cooldown, leaving Heavenly Strike Flowing Light as his only option. On the other side, Honggang continued fighting the corpse tiger and repeatedly unleashed wind-slash attacks. Seeing the scene before him, he immediately decided that this reward had to be his. Meanwhile, the remaining members were being surrounded by 3 monsters, and the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. Standing at a distance, he began gathering spiritual energy and prepared to unleash Heavenly Strike Flowing Light. A moment later, the attack shot out from afar at incredible speed. The people struggling in battle suddenly sensed a massive surge of energy approaching from the distance and were stunned. In an instant, the skill swept across the battlefield and engulfed all 3 monsters at once. Seeing such power, everyone immediately guessed the attacker was at least mid-tier 3, if not even stronger. Before the crowd could react, the 3 monsters were torn into pieces and collapsed to the ground. The surrounding soldiers could only stare around in confusion, searching for the person who had launched the attack. Who exactly had done this? One soldier broke out in cold sweat and hurried off to report the matter. Meanwhile, Honggang stared at the corpse tiger's corpse with an extremely dark expression. He angrily shouted at his subordinates, "Stop yelling! I saw everything clearly." Although he remained calm on the surface, he was extremely frustrated inside. The prey that was almost his had been stolen away. Honggang quickly judged that the opponent's strength far exceeded his own. A direct confrontation was unwise. It would be better to speak with Xiao Hai from Tianfing instead. After dealing with the monsters, he immediately collected the dropped loot. The system continuously displayed notifications. Killed corpse dogs, blood bears, and the corpse tiger above his level. Gained 3 attribute points. Obtained mutation materials, including dog fangs, bear claws, and tiger eyes. Received a white-grade blood of evolution item, a white-grade bear spur helmet, and blue-grade tiger grudge gloves. He immediately asked the system to display the tiger grudge gloves details. This support equipment granted 3 strength, 2 agility, and 30 attack speed. Every strike also carried a heavy blow effect. Its special skill, Tiger Roar, released the resentment sealed within the gloves, dealing mental damage, briefly stunning the target, and potentially inflicting fear. 24 hours. The equipment description stated that anyone facing it would experience the terror of a ferocious tiger. After reading the description, a faint smile appeared on his face. It was clearly top-tier gear. No wonder that Tier 3 commander wanted it so badly. Without hesitation, he equipped the tiger grudge gloves and immediately felt his strength increase. The scene shifted to the investigation office of Vanguard's safe zone. Huang Xiao, captain of the investigation team, had been awake for several nights straight. After another night investigating the Corpse C incident, the result was the same as the zombie forest case. There was still no trace of the mysterious Tier 3 expert. He could not even confirm whether it was the same person. Just then, a team member rushed in with a report. Captain, the scouts detected 2 Tier 3 spiritual energy signatures in the corpse paradise. Huang Xiao's expression changed instantly. He slammed the table and stood up. Again? And this time there are 2? Did Tian Feng stumble into a nest of Tier 3 experts? Not daring to waste time, he grabbed his coat and ordered his subordinates to gather everyone immediately. If they still failed to find clues before the commander returned, the whole team would be in trouble. At that moment, Hong Gang also arrived outside the hall and loudly demanded to see Xiao Hai. Coincidentally, Huang Xiao walked over. He immediately recognized Commander Hong from Zhenjiang and greeted him. Commander Xiao is currently at the front line. What happened to make you so angry? Hong Gang coldly replied that Huang Xiao's status was not high enough for an explanation. Huang Xiao introduced himself as the captain of Tian Feng's investigation team and one of Xiao Hai's trusted aides. If Commander Xiao was absent, he could hear the matter first and see if it could be resolved. Hearing that, Hong Gang stopped wasting words. He explained that he had been hunting a corpse tiger in the corpse paradise to obtain equipment for his son. But just before succeeding, a Tier 3 expert from Tian Feng stole the spoils. After hearing the story, Huang Xiao immediately connected it to the report he had just received. It seemed Hong Gang was one of the 2 Tier 3 figures detected earlier. Hong Gang continued accusing Tian Feng of having no respect for the rules and openly stealing other people's kills. He even pointed directly at Huang Xiao and demanded an explanation. Huang Xiao calmly pushed his hand aside and replied that everyone knew Tian Feng only had 1 Tier 3 expert, Commander Xiao. Such an accusation was difficult to accept. That answer only made Hong Gang even more irritated. He decided to stop arguing and head straight to the front line to seek justice from Xiao Hai. Watching the group leave, Huang Xiao felt the situation had gone beyond expectations. This had to be reported to Commander Xiao immediately. Elsewhere, Xiao Hai was stunned the moment he answered the call. What did you just say? After hearing the report, Xiao Hai was shocked. Another mysterious Tier 3 expert had appeared in Tian Feng, and this person was strong enough to steal loot right in front of Hong Gang? If one or more Tier 3 powerhouses were secretly operating in the area, then this was clearly a potential threat that could not be ignored. He immediately ordered a full investigation and demanded strict secrecy to avoid panic. Huang Xiao accepted the order at once and began preparing manpower to track down clues and investigate the newly obtained equipment. Meanwhile, at the Youth Learning Center, while eating breakfast, he opened the advancement quest panel. The strength path required killing a peak Tier 1 mutated corpse dog. The agility path required obtaining the wing feathers of a Tier 2 wind eagle. The constitution path required forming a team to defeat a Tier 2 blood bear. The will path required surviving for 24 hours inside a beginner spirit dungeon. After reviewing everything, he realized that only the wind eagle task and the spirit dungeon remained before reaching Tier 2. As for the wind eagle material, he knew it was not particularly difficult to find on the market. Although wind feathers were fairly rare, they were still low-tier materials. Most people who found them had no use for them and usually sold them. With that in mind, he quickly contacted a seller. It did not take long for a reply to arrive. The seller immediately asked about his needs before trying to raise the price. After reading the messages, he felt the other party was not very honest. Still, wanting to finish the quest quickly, he skipped the argument and directly offered 800 credit points. Seeing that number, the seller could hardly believe his eyes. As a Tier 1 crank awakener, this was more money than he could earn in a year. Greed immediately surfaced in his mind. Not wanting to miss the opportunity, he quickly raised the price to 900 credit points and claimed he had paid a huge price to obtain the item. After reading the explanation, he found it rather amusing. He immediately exposed the lie. In his judgment, this man was only a Tier 1 crank awakener and had no chance of fighting a wind eagle. Most likely, he had simply stumbled across the material by accident. He went on to point out that the item's real value was nowhere near as high as the seller claimed. He had only offered quickly because he needed it urgently, but now he was no longer in a rush. If the seller did not want to sell, he could keep it. Hearing that, the seller's face instantly turned pale. Realizing he had been exposed, the man quickly backed down and agreed to the original price of 800 credit points. Watching the sudden change in attitude, he could only sigh at how unpredictable human greed could be. This time, however, he did not keep the same offer. He bluntly stated that he would now pay only 400 credit points. If the seller refused, plenty of others would be willing to make a deal. Hearing that, the seller nearly burst into tears, but had no choice except to accept the price cut in half. After resolving the Wind Eagle issue, the only thing left was the Spirit Dungeon at the Youth Learning Center. Based on what he had learned, this place had a very unusual history. No one had ever achieved an SSS rating in this dungeon. The reason was simple. It did not test combat power, but focused on mental strength and willpower. At that moment, the system asked whether he wished to enter the dungeon. He immediately agreed. He also wanted to see how far his mental limits could go. The moment he was teleported inside, the surroundings changed completely. The sky turned dark crimson, catching him by surprise. Looking around, he became even more shocked. He had assumed he would enter alone, but there were other participants taking the challenge at the same time. A girl clutched her head in pain as her legs trembled. A woman named Huang He kept complaining about a severe headache. Fang Yuan appeared calmer, but even he felt something strange the moment he entered. It was obvious this spirit dungeon was very different from ordinary dungeons. At that moment, a man stepped forward and introduced himself. His name was Li Jiping, a will-type awakener who had reached peak tier 1. He then approached the group and asked whether everyone present was also a will-type awakener. Someone immediately laughed and replied that the question was unnecessary. Who besides will-type awakeners would choose such a difficult advancement mission? Huang He quickly agreed. Will-type awakeners were weak in combat and were often overlooked by hunting teams. Seeing the gloomy mood, Li Jiping encouraged everyone. He believed that while will-type awakeners lacked raw power, they held a major advantage in dungeons focused on mental trials. He had also cleared 2 spirit dungeons before and suggested leading the group himself. Hearing that, the other 3 participants immediately treated him like a lifeline and gathered around him. Only he remained standing alone and quietly observed. Noticing his unusual attitude, Li Jiping called out to him, "Hey, young man in the back, why haven't you said anything? Do you have a different opinion?" He calmly replied that he had no objections. He simply wanted to save time and start the mission as soon as possible. Everyone quickly checked the challenge details. Their objective was to identify the ghost hiding inside Manhwa High School and seal it. The system also provided 3 warnings. Every clue would eventually lead to the ghost's identity. Never trust anything the ghost says. And once the sealing talisman was activated, missing the target would result in mission failure. After reading the mission, the group immediately became nervous. Did ghosts really exist in this world? Seeing their concern, Li Jiping reassured them. According to his explanation, ghosts were actually remnants of human consciousness, left behind after death, and altered by spiritual energy. In simple terms, they were another form of mutant life focused on will attributes. Even so, these entities were extremely difficult to deal with. They were nearly immune to physical attacks and could directly influence the human mind. Based on the first clue, Li Jiping suggested searching the classroom building for evidence. He also warned everyone not to fight a ghost recklessly. If they encountered one, they should run immediately and call for him, because he had methods that could counter them. Hearing that, everyone felt much more relieved. He then split the team into 3 search groups. He paired himself with the only girl in the group, assigned Teng Fei and Fang Yuan together, and had Yi Ning investigate alone. Everyone was instructed to share new discoveries in the group chat to avoid missing clues. Meanwhile, he headed alone to inspect the archive room. Inside the nearly empty room, he discovered an old newspaper lying on the floor. After piecing together the remaining text, he quickly understood the story. The article claimed that homeroom teacher Tao Guosheng had assaulted a female student named Wang Fang, driving her to take her own life. The moment he reached that conclusion, he immediately sensed something was wrong. A ghost suddenly appeared on the ceiling and stared directly down at him. It opened its mouth wide as if trying to intimidate him, causing the temperature around him to drop sharply. Yet he remained calm. If this was really the female ghost, then it was likely Wang Fang. Without hesitation, he immediately unleashed the full power of his will. His mental energy condensed and transformed into an offensive force. The attack shot straight toward the female ghost. She instantly leaped through the window to avoid it. He rushed over to check, but her figure was already gone. It seemed she had only come to test his strength before retreating. He then opened the group chat to review everyone's findings. Huang He reported discovering records of a teacher dormitory fire a year ago that killed multiple people. Teng Fei found a compensation claim filed by Wang Fang's family for emotional damages. Fang Yuan uncovered documents showing that the school had invited a Taoist priest to create sealing talismans after the fire. He also shared his discovery about Dao Guosheng and Wang Fang. After reading all the information, Li Jiping quickly reached a conclusion. According to him, Wang Fang had been assaulted by Dao Guosheng. Her family failed to obtain compensation, and after taking her own life, she became a vengeful ghost and set fire to the teachers involved. He further speculated that a Taoist priest later sealed Wang Fang, but the seal had weakened over time. The team's mission was to find the talisman and reactivate it. Finally, he instructed everyone to gather in room 201 of the burned dormitory, because he believed the sealing talisman was there. After reading the analysis, he felt something was off. The conclusions came together far too easily, especially the certainty about room 201, which seemed unsupported. In contrast, Teng Fei was completely convinced. He firmly believed Wang Fang was the ghost and pulled Fang Yuan along to regroup. But while moving through the building, Fang Yuan suddenly spotted a dark shadow passing nearby. Teng Fei saw it as well. Both instantly turned pale. Fear surged through them, causing them to unconsciously move closer together. Was something following them? Teng Fei panicked and immediately concluded it was Wang Fang. The two turned and ran while shouting for help. Their cries echoed throughout the hallway as they repeatedly called for Li Zhiping. Meanwhile, at the teacher dormitory, he arrived and met the other two. Li Zhiping said Teng Fei and Fang Yuan had not arrived yet, so he would wait outside while the others searched for the talisman. Seeing that the iron door was jammed shut, he suggested using willpower abilities to force it open. He could not be bothered wasting time. A simple kick blasted the entire door off its hinges. The sight left the other two frozen in place. They could not understand how a will-type awakener possessed such terrifying physical strength. After kicking the door open, he calmly remarked that this was much faster than figuring out how to unlock it. Not long afterward, Huang He cried out excitedly after finding a talisman. She immediately informed Li Zhiping. At the same time, he noticed a human-shaped mark on the wall. Combined with the fact that the talisman had been found inside the teacher dormitory, he began thinking more deeply. After connecting the clues, he turned to Huang He and asked whether any records mentioned that the teachers killed in the fire had lived in this room. Huang He replied that she did not understand why he was asking. Just then, cries for help calling Li Zhiping echoed from afar. Moments later, the other two rushed over with terrified expressions, constantly glancing behind them. Behind them, the female ghost revealed her true form and lunged toward Fang Yuan with razor-sharp claws. In an instant, something seemed to invade Fang Yuan's body. His expression changed immediately as he clutched his head and cried out in pain. Seeing this, Teng Fei screamed in terror. Before long, Fang Yuan's body and eyes began showing strange changes. Everyone assumed he had been possessed. The next moment, Fang Yuan turned and attacked Teng Fei, biting deeply into his shoulder as Teng Fei desperately cried for help. Hearing the commotion, he and Huang He rushed over. The moment Li Zhiping saw them, he loudly ordered them to stop. While activating his ability, he declared that he would hold off the ghost and urged the others to use the talisman and complete the seal. Just as Huang He was about to act, he suddenly snatched the talisman from her hand. Without hesitation, he activated it immediately. At the same time, Li Zhiping unleashed his will chains skill, sending countless chains toward the target. The chains quickly bound Fang Yuan and the others under the ghost's influence, preventing them from moving. Li Zhiping repeatedly urged everyone to hurry, claiming he could not hold on much longer and that the seal had to be completed immediately. He responded and walked forward, but instead of placing the talisman on Fang Yuan, he directly attached it to Li Zhiping. Looking at him, he smiled as if everything was already clear. In his eyes, the man standing there was not Li Zhiping at all, but Tao Guosheng. Hearing his real name, the man froze for a moment. Then he angrily called him an idiot for placing the talisman on a teammate during such a critical moment. He calmly pointed ahead and asked in return. If he had really used the wrong target, then why had Fang Yuan immediately collapsed the moment the talisman was attached to him? Only then did everyone notice that Fang Yuan was lying motionless on the ground, with no signs of being controlled anymore. Huang He also realized the inconsistency. If Li Zhiping had been sealed and Fang Yuan had returned to normal, then wasn't the real problem actually him? He began exposing the entire truth. According to his deduction, Tao Guosheng had disguised himself as the awakener Li Zhiping, while creating the image of a female ghost to mislead everyone. At first, he intended to test him, but after realizing he was not easy to deceive, he switched his target to Fang Yuan because his will was weaker. The so-called possession was nothing more than mental manipulation. Afterward, he staged a battle against the ghost and constantly pushed everyone to seal Fang Yuan, hoping they would make the wrong choice and trigger the dungeon's rules to wipe out the entire group. Hearing this, Huang He collapsed to the ground in fear. If he had not stopped her, she would have used the talisman on Fang Yuan herself. He continued staring at the man and said that his abilities were now sealed by the talisman, so there was no need to keep acting. The moment he finished speaking, he launched several attacks directly at Tao Guosheng. After being hit, Dao Guosheng was sent flying backward. His body began twisting unnaturally as his limbs twitched non-stop. At the same time, a dark crimson aura slowly spread from him. The disguise covering his body gradually peeled away, revealing a terrifying and grotesque face underneath. Tao Guosheng snorted and asked a question in return. He believed his disguise had been flawless, so how had he been exposed? He did not answer directly. Instead, he said that Tao Guosheng had already been sealed, and their mission was essentially complete. Since that was the case, there was no reason to explain anything. At that moment, Tao Guosheng revealed another secret. According to him, this dungeon contained a hidden quest, and without completing it, no one could ever achieve an SSS rating. Hearing that, he immediately paid attention. Tao Guosheng continued. The reason nobody had ever received an SSS rating was because the hidden quest required him to willingly disappear. If he explained how he had uncovered his true identity, Tao Guosheng would voluntarily leave the dungeon. Hearing those words, he began thinking seriously. It was very similar to his experience at the Corpse C Academy. If he had not accidentally discovered the hidden quest there, reaching the highest rating would have been nearly impossible. After some consideration, he walked closer to Dao Guosheng. He said that he would temporarily believe him, but before answering, Tao Guosheng had to explain why he cared so much about the issue. Tao Guosheng looked at him and slowly spoke. He wanted to know because of a special possibility. Had he developed self-awareness? In other words, after every dungeon reset, could he still retain memories from previous runs? That was why, even if it meant revealing his own secret, he wanted to know where his plan had failed. Only by finding the flaw could he perfect his disguise in future cycles and continue luring more awakeners into his trap. Hearing this, Huang He felt a chill run down her spine. She had never heard of self-awareness since the apocalypse began. If a ghost inside a dungeon could retain memories after every reset, then this dungeon's difficulty was far beyond crank and might even have reached brank or higher. Tao Guosheng laughed and raised a finger in praise. In his view, Ye Ning was exceptionally sharp. After the compliment, he once again asked him to explain how he had discovered the truth. He calmly replied that the first clue was hidden in the mission hint itself. Never trust what a ghost says. Yet the female ghost had only spoken a single sentence from beginning to end. He also noticed that the other party had never sent a single message in the group chat. That made him suspect he could not use the system like normal players. In addition, the clues only stated that Wang Fong had committed suicide, not that she had actually died. Tao Guosheng, on the other hand, was the one confirmed to be dead. In the end, if the talisman was truly used to seal Wang Fang, the most logical place would be her burial site, or somewhere directly tied to her, not the teacher's dormitory. Using those clues, he reconstructed the entire case. In his theory, after being assaulted by Tao Guosheng, Wang Feng tried to take her own life, but failed, and was sent to a psychiatric hospital. Because of that, she was unable to accuse or expose the culprit. Her family later demanded compensation from the school, but got nothing. Furious, they set the place on fire in revenge. Dao Guosheng died in the blaze, and his consciousness was corrupted by spiritual energy after death, turning him into a ghost. That also explained why the hauntings only began after the fire. Later, the school hired a Taoist priest to seal him away. After hearing the full analysis, Huang He found it extremely convincing. What shocked her most was how everyone had been guided by Li Jiping's narrative, without question. Only Yi Ning stayed clear-headed and kept analyzing every detail. She could not help wondering how strong his willpower really was, and whether he was truly just a first-tier, awakened. After listening, Tao Guosheng admitted that most of the deductions were correct. However, he argued that the evidence was still not enough for a final conclusion. According to him, the female ghost might have been unable to speak because she had been sealed for too long. His silence in the group chat could simply be because he was busy investigating and left it to Huang He. Even the rumor of Wang Feng's suicide combined with the ghost's appearance was an easy chain of reasoning to believe. As for the ghost appearing near the dormitory, it could be explained by the fact that she had been assaulted there. He did not deny those arguments. He admitted that none of the individual clues were enough to convict the other side. However, because the most important rule was never to trust a ghost's words, he had kept one crucial piece of evidence hidden. If Dao Guosheng wanted to know it, he would have to disappear first. He promised to reveal the answer in his final moments. Tao Guosheng looked at him warily before laughing. He admitted that Yi Ning was incredibly cautious. Then he began fulfilling his promise. His body disintegrated from the limbs upward, while constantly urging Yi Ning to reveal the answer. He deliberately stalled and slowly began speaking, saying that the real key was actually. Only when the other side was almost completely gone did he smile and drop a single sentence that left Dao Guosheng speechless. Figure it out yourself. Hearing that answer, Dao Gosheng was so furious he nearly went insane. Cursing helplessly, he completely vanished from this world. Huang He stood nearby and watched everything unfold in a daze. She never expected a ghost to be tricked into willingly erasing itself. Seeing that she was still stunned, he walked over, patted her shoulder, and reminded her that the mission was over, and they could leave the dungeon. On the way out, Huang He could not resist, asking whether that answer had really been a bluff. He immediately denied it. According to him, the biggest flaw was Tao Gosheng's claim that the talisman was in room 201 of the dormitory. None of the clues ever pointed to that conclusion. The only one who could know that exact location was the ghost that had been sealed there. And since it was such an important secret, there was no reason to reveal it to the enemy. After hearing the explanation, Huang He found it even harder to believe. In her eyes, the man before her seemed even more frightening than the ghost they had just faced. Before leaving the dungeon, the system announced that all mission objectives had been completed and awarded him an SSS rating. His rewards included a special item called the Fury Pearl. It increased spiritual energy recovery by 20, boosted resistance to mental attacks by 25, and could block one fatal strike from a supernatural creature before disappearing. He also gained 4 spirit attribute points. Several white-grade items such as the course's burned coat, throat cutter, killing oil, human skin, and 1 blue-grade piece of equipment. Holding the Fury Pearl, he was quite satisfied, since it could serve as life insurance in future supernatural events. Time quickly passed until midnight. At the mission center of Tianfeng Safe Zone, he appeared once again at the reception counter to submit the missions he had accepted earlier. The female staff member was surprised to see him. Just last night, he had taken 4 second-tier advancement missions, yet now he was already back to report the results. Curious, she asked which missions he had completed. He calmly held out his hand, signaling her to follow the standard verification process. The moment she checked the results, the girl froze. To her shock, all 4 missions had been completed successfully. Seeing that she was still frozen in shock, he reminded her to finish the paperwork. That snapped her back to reality, and she quickly started processing everything through the system. A series of notifications immediately appeared. Strength advancement mission completed, gaining 1 strength point and bonus credits. Agility advancement mission completed, gaining 1 agility point and bonus credits. Constitution advancement mission completed, gaining 1 constitution point and extra rewards. Willpower advancement mission completed, gaining 1 willpower point and bonus credits. In the end, he earned a total of 7,300 credits. After collecting the rewards, he left right away. Reaching the 2nd tier in less than a week was far beyond what ordinary classes could achieve, all thanks to the Sword God system. The staff member remained rooted in place as she watched him leave. The whole thing was unbelievable. She immediately decided to report it to her superiors and make a call. Once outside, he opened his status panel and reviewed his attributes. Strength 19, Agility 18, Constitution 15, and Willpower 35. Ignoring equipment bonuses, those stats were already quite solid for a 2nd tier awakened. He then checked his skills. The Brank Sword Art, Shadow Strike, required Strength, Agility, and Constitution to all reach 25 points. However, he was still far from that target. Before reaching 20 points, each wolfberry fruit granted 1 attribute point, but its effect dropped sharply afterward. After some calculations, he concluded that he needed at least 35 fruits. At 6,000 credits each, the total cost would be around 210,000 credits. That amount was still far beyond his current means. Nearly every valuable dungeon around Tianfeng had already been cleared by him. The only noteworthy place left was the Death Factory near Zhenjian. If he remembered correctly, there was a high-quality blue-rank item there. Selling it would bring in a decent profit. With that in mind, he got on his motorcycle and sped off. However, before he got very far, the sky suddenly turned blood red. It was the sign of an incoming corpse tide. In his previous life, the massive corpse demon outbreak had not truly begun until a year later. However, before that, Tianfeng Safe Zone had suffered a devastating corpse tide attack that caused enormous casualties. If his memory was correct, that event would happen within the next week. Realizing this, he immediately changed direction. He had to inform Xiao Hai at once, so there would be time to prepare. Time continued to pass. In his office, Xiao Hai received a message from Ye Ning. The message clearly stated that Tianfeng Safe Zone would face 3 consecutive corpse tide outbreaks within the next week, and urged them to strengthen defenses immediately to reduce losses. After reading it, Xiao Hai was surprised, but he soon let out a faint smile. In his view, Yi Ning was simply trying to attract attention because he had not received class treatment. Given his current strength, the warning sounded far from convincing. With that thought, he ignored the message entirely. Xiao Hai believed that ever since the Great War between humanity and the corpse tide 40 years ago, the world had remained relatively stable. The mutated corpses were trapped within the old cities, making a large-scale outbreak highly unlikely, compared to wasting resources on an unverified threat. He believed the more important task was finding the mysterious third-tier expert who had recently appeared in Tisafeng. At the same time, a meeting was being held in the high-level conference hall of Tianfeng's safe zone. As soon as Xiao Hai entered, he received a new report. He immediately asked Huang Xiao whether they had discovered any important clues regarding the mysterious third-tier powerhouse. Huang Xiao confirmed that they had. According to the investigation, the most suspicious person at the moment was Ye Ning. Hearing that name, Xiao Hai was completely stunned and could hardly believe it. Huang Xiao explained that they had thought the same at first. However, after comparing the records, every time Yi Ning sold materials perfectly matched the moments when the mysterious third-tier expert took action. Not only that, the investigation team also discovered that Yi Ning had recently purchased a luxury house, something an ordinary person could hardly afford. Hearing those findings, Xiao Hai began to waver. Could the mysterious third-tier expert really be Ye Ning? At that moment, Liao Tian, a military commissioner of Tianfeng's safe zone, spoke up. He pointed out that Yi Ning had only awakened about a week ago. Such growth speed was nearly impossible, even for an S-class talent. He used Zhang Lin, General Zhang's son, as an example. Zhang Lin also possessed an S-class talent. Despite having both strength and agility paths, along with abundant resources, Zhang Lin was still only at the first tier. Therefore, Liao Tian believed that a hidden third-tier powerhouse was most likely supporting Yi Ning from behind the scenes. Everyone found that theory quite reasonable. The military might not value Yi Ning highly yet, but a mysterious third-tier powerhouse could think differently. After all, S-class talents were extremely rare, and secretly nurturing one was entirely possible. If that was the truth, the situation would become much simpler. They only needed to find that third-tier expert and persuade them to help. Just then, Huang Xiao received a new report from the mission center. Yi Ning had just fulfilled all the requirements to advance to the second tier. The news shocked the entire meeting room. Yi Ning's name surfaced once again, and completing all 4 advancement missions at the same time was simply unbelievable. Someone immediately connected it to the earlier theory. If a third-tier expert had really carried Yi Ning through missions and handed him the rewards, then his recent promotion to the second tier only proved he was not the mysterious third-tier powerhouse. Liao Tian quickly made a decision. He ordered Huang Xiao to place Yi Ning's residence under surveillance and uncover the person behind him. At the same time, he prepared to send additional forces to inspect nearby cities as a precaution against a possible corpse tide. A new thought had begun forming in his mind. If Yi Ning truly had a third-tier supporter behind him, then the warning about the corpse tide most likely came from that person. It was better to prepare early than react too late. Huang Xiao immediately accepted the order and left. Meanwhile, the more Liao Tian thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and called Huang Xiao back. He told him to buy a blue-rank piece of equipment for Yi Ning as well, hoping to keep him from causing more trouble. At the same time, somewhere else, Yi Ning unexpectedly started sneezing non-stop. At the border between Tianfeng Safe Zone and Zhenjiang Safe Zone, Ye Ning arrived at the Death Factory. As soon as he opened his status interface, he discovered that Sword Storm Flow had finally fully recovered, making him eligible to enter the dungeon. A confirmation window appeared, asking whether he wanted to enter the Death Factory. After confirming, the system immediately provided an introduction. This was a competitive dungeon with a total of 15 participants, all at the second tier or above. There were no fixed missions inside. Players had to survive 7 challenge rounds to earn rewards. After each round, there would be a 3-minute vote to continue or withdraw. If more than 70% voted to leave, everyone would be transported out. If all 7 rounds were cleared, the dungeon would end automatically. With 5 minutes remaining before the first round, Yi Ning looked around and immediately sensed something unusual. The people gathered here were clearly not ordinary individuals. Just from the lineup alone, their strength seemed evenly matched and highly formidable. Among the crowd, he paid special attention to a female awakened named Lin Lan. To his surprise, she had already reached the 3rd tier. Her mere presence placed tremendous pressure on everyone around her. A young man stepped forward and took the initiative to speak. He introduced himself as Zhang Lin, a high-level 2nd tier awakened, and suggested appointing a unified leader to improve everyone's chances of survival. At first, Zhang Lin intended to nominate himself as captain, but after noticing a third-tier expert present, he immediately shifted his focus and introduced Lin Lan instead. At that very moment, Lin Lan revealed her true strength. Without any warning, she struck Zhang Lin and sent him crashing to the ground. The attack was so powerful that he nearly lost all ability to resist on the spot. Watching the scene, Ye Ning could not help feeling shocked. Was this the power of a third-tier expert? Her speed was so fast that ordinary eyes could barely follow it. Lin Lan slowly walked over and stepped on Zhang Lin's face. She coldly warned him that if he dared move again, he would die immediately. Only then did the others snap out of their shock. No one understood why Zhang Lin had been treated like that, after only saying a few words. Lin Lan then turned toward the crowd and ordered her subordinates to restrain everyone. She demanded that all participants gather in one place. Anyone who resisted would be dealt with on the spot. Among those being restrained, Song Gang and Lin Deng exchanged pale looks. Both were peak second-tier awakened, yet they had no power to resist a third-tier opponent. Song Gang immediately thought of a terrifying possibility. They had most likely fallen into the hands of an infamous farming team. These groups usually forced others to charge into danger as cannon fodder while they sat back and took the rewards. Once every bit of value had been squeezed out, they would rob the victims of everything. If mutated corpses hunted humans for flesh, these farming teams were even more terrifying because their targets were fellow humans. Song Gang quickly proposed a plan. Zhang Lin was not dead yet. If they used their numerical advantage and voted together to leave the dungeon, they might still have a chance to escape. But the moment he finished speaking, Lin Lan crushed Zhang Lin's head right in front of everyone. The bloody scene left Song Gang frozen in terror. Lin Lan calmly introduced herself. She was the captain of the Blood Slaughter Wolves, and everything in this dungeon was under her control. She declared that everyone's lives were now in her hands. Anyone who survived until the 6th round and handed over all rewards and credits might be spared. Yi Ning sneered inwardly. Trusting people like them was no different from digging your own grave. Unfortunately, Skystrike Radiance had not fully recovered yet. Otherwise, 2 attacks would have been enough to wipe them all out. Right now, Swordstorm Flow was his only trump card. The skill had tremendous power, but it lacked consistency. On top of that, he no longer had any blue-rank equipment to save his life. If the first strike failed to kill the enemy, he could easily end up dead. For now, the safest choice was to stay hidden and survive as long as possible. The woman continued speaking, announcing that the first round was about to begin and ordering everyone to report their abilities for team assignments. Song Gang stepped forward first. He introduced himself as a peak second-tier Constitution user who specialized in close combat. Next came Lin Teng, also a peak second-tier awakened, but focused on speed and long-range attacks. Then came Jiang Dao, a high-level second-tier strength user skilled at closer-range combat. Huang Xiaoba was also a high-level second-tier awakened, but specialized in agility and ranged attacks. Finally, Yi Lin spoke up. He claimed to be only an entry-level second-tier willpower user who specialized in long-range attacks. The moment she heard about the willpower path, Lin Lan became interested. She looked at him thoughtfully while stroking her chin. Such abilities were rare inside dungeons, and he was fairly pleasant to look at, but unfortunately, someone immediately mocked him, calling him nothing more than a useless weakling. Yi Lin simply sneered inwardly. The more they underestimated him, the better. At least no one would be on guard against him in the early rounds. Soon after, the first round officially began. The objective this time consisted of 100 zombies and 2 low-level mutated creatures. Everyone quickly formed up. The strongest fighters took the front line and prepared for battle. At the same time, they were warned that anyone holding back on purpose would be dealt with immediately. Many cursed under their breath. It was obvious that the powerful figures above had no intention of fighting seriously and only wanted to wear them down. Zombies stood in front of them, while threats waited behind them. They were trapped from both sides. Despite the pressure, Lin Teng was the first to act. He understood that there was no choice left except surviving one round at a time. Before long, wave after wave of monsters continued pouring in, their numbers steadily increasing. Standing on higher ground, Lin Teng drew his bow whilst assigning tasks. He instructed Song Gang to work with him and focus on special targets, while everyone else handled the ordinary zombies. Hearing that, Song Gang grabbed his axe and charged straight into the battlefield. Roaring with confidence, he rushed directly at the monsters. Another member standing beside Yi Lin continuously launched long-range attacks at the approaching zombie horde. The man wielded an Ica-type ability. Countless freezing projectiles swept across the battlefield and brought down large numbers of enemies. Meanwhile, Yi Lin quietly gathered willpower energy in his palm, locked onto a target behind the enemy formation, and killed it with a single strike. Seeing that, many people immediately showed disdain. In their eyes, spending a skill just to kill one zombie was far too weak. Yi Lin could not be bothered to explain. Even Lin Lan noticed him and laughed. To her, Yi Lin's performance was nothing more than a joke. She believed that without everyone else holding the line, he would have fallen in the very first round. Even so, she wanted to see what else this guy could do. Not long afterward, the notification for clearing round 1 appeared before everyone. Time continued to pass. About half an hour later, another system notification appeared, confirming that round 3 had ended and that round 4 would begin in 3 minutes. After several consecutive battles, everyone was visibly exhausted. Some panted heavily while complaining that the difficulty was rising too quickly. The next round might even feature peak second-tier mutants. They were also unhappy that Lin Lan and her group had not lifted a finger. Lin Teng could only shake his head and tell them not to expect her help. At that moment, Lin Lan stepped down from above and coldly looked at the crowd. She mocked them for being exhausted after only 3 rounds. Then she announced that she would not fight before round 6. Anyone who wanted to survive had better stop hiding their true strength. After saying that, her gaze shifted to Yi Lin, and she looked surprised. Not only was he still alive, but he did not have a single injury on him. Faced with her scrutiny, he simply forced a smile and acted modest to brush it off. Huang Xiaoba immediately mocked him. In his opinion, Ye Lin had survived entirely because of the team's efforts. Other than hiding in the back and firing a few insignificant attacks, he had done nothing useful. Song Gang disagreed. He believed Yi Lin was definitely hiding a trump card. Otherwise, someone with his displayed strength could never have reached the second tier. That move might only be usable once or twice, but it could become the key to turning the tide at a critical moment. Just then, the round 4 announcement sounded. This time, the enemies consisted of 400 zombies, 1 peak second-tier corpse king, 2 second-tier mutants, and 6 first-tier mutants. Lin Teng quickly came up with a plan. Everyone would focus on killing the corpse king first. The high-level second-tier members would hold back the 2 stronger mutants, and the rest would clear out the weaker monsters. Song Gang wasted no time and charged straight to the front line, taking on wave after wave of monster attacks by himself. Behind him, Lin Teng continuously fired arrows in support, while loudly reminding everyone to watch out for sudden counterattacks. Amid the chaotic battle, a weaker archer was suddenly ambushed from behind by a monster. The creature swung a razor-sharp tongue like a steel whip and instantly killed one of the team members. Not far away, a spear user was still desperately trying to fight the monster, but the moment his attack landed, the creature sprayed toxic fluid all over his body. The corrosive poison caused him to scream in agony. Seeing his teammate in such a miserable state, Huang Xiaoba desperately called for help. Jiang Tao immediately rushed over, but the monster was incredibly agile and kept dodging every attack. The more Huang Xiaoba watched, the more hopeless he felt. The creature's speed far exceeded their ability to stop it. One person was already dead, Jiang Tao was badly injured, and Lin Lan's group still stood by watching. As the situation tilted further toward disaster, Yi Lin quietly began calculating. If their numbers kept dropping like this, the entire team might be wiped out before reaching round 6. And if that happened, his plan would completely fall apart. At that moment, the poison-spitting monster shifted its target to Huang Xiaoba. Yi Lin felt power surge into his legs as his speed skyrocketed. He knew he could not keep watching any longer. At the most dangerous moment, he rushed forward, pulled Huang Xiaoba out of the poison's path, and shouted a warning. Huang Xiaoba stared at his savior in shock. He never expected that person to be Yi Lin. Immediately afterward, Yi Lin activated telekinetic control and levitated a sword into the air. With a single thought, the blade became a streak of light and instantly cut down the monster. It did not stop there. Under his control, the sword changed direction and shot toward the next target. Every strike cleanly pierced through another enemy. Witnessing the scene, Huang Xiaoba felt a chill run down his spine. A second-tier mutant had been killed in a single blow. This was nothing like the useless weakling everyone had mocked before. When he tried to thank him, Yi Lin cut him off and simply said that he should stop looking down on people in the future. After saying that, Yi Lin continued moving across the battlefield, casually eliminating more dangerous mutants while reminding everyone not to lose focus. He reassured his teammates that he would handle the remaining low-level mutants in the rear. Watching from a distance, even Lin Lan was surprised. She realized that this kid truly had some skill. Judging from the burst of speed earlier, she suspected the shoes he was wearing might be blue-rank equipment. No wonder he had dared enter this place. A subordinate beside her immediately asked whether they should kill Yi Lin while they had the chance. Lin Lan shook her head and said they still needed manpower to clear more rounds. In her eyes, telekinetic control was probably the limit of his strength, and a willpower user was not much of a threat. Even so, she ordered her subordinates to closely monitor the two peak second-tier experts. Her instincts told her they were hiding something. After about half an hour of fighting, monster corpses had piled into heaps, and the system announced the end of round 4. At the same time, the system confirmed that round 5 would begin after a brief 3-minute break. While taking the chance to recover, Song Gang reviewed the casualties and spoke with Lin Teng. They had lost 2 more people, and another member was critically injured. Song Gang Sang himself only had enough strength left to use his ultimate move 2 more times. Lin Teng was in a similar state. Both of them were determined to survive until round 6, because that would be the moment they joined forces to assassinate Lin Lan. Then Song Gang brought up Yi Lin. He felt Yi Lin's performance was nothing like a normal will-type user, since those abilities usually had long cooldowns. Yet Yi Lin kept using them almost non-stop. Lin Teng agreed and hoped he still had stronger trump cards. For the sake of the plan, they decided he had to survive until round 6. The break ended quickly. The system announced round 5 with 500 zombies, 2 peak rank 2 mutants, 3 rank 2 mutants, and 8 rank 1 mutants. As the battle began, a giant spider suddenly appeared and killed a player before he could react. At the same time, Huang Xiaoba was grabbed by another monster's claws and lifted into the air. Terrified, he still shouted a warning to Yi Lin. Hearing the call, Yi Lin turned around and instantly recognized the deadly multi-legged creature. Yi Lin repeatedly controlled his sword to attack, but the monster's armor was too tough. None of the strikes worked as expected. He knew he needed a stronger move to bring down this giant mutant. Cries for help soon echoed across the battlefield. The formation was split apart, making it impossible to focus fire on one target. Many fell into despair and realized Lin Lan's group never intended for them to survive until round 6. Under mounting pressure, Lin Teng finally suggested using their trump card, before it became too late. Even during the battle, Lin Teng stayed in the rear. He continuously drew his bow at airborne targets and unleashed ice element skills to control the battlefield. Elsewhere, Song Gang swung his massive hammer and charged straight at his opponent with overwhelming momentum. He even activated a secret technique to boost his spiritual power. Seeing this, Lin Lan only sneered. In her eyes, they were already cornered, yet still unwilling to spend resources. Meanwhile, Yi Lin faced the most dangerous situation as he fought the giant spider and mutated centipede alone. The two monsters attacked together, unleashing such destructive force that the surrounding ground shattered apart. Seeing Yi Lin buried under the rubble, Song Gang and Lin Teng both turned pale, believing he had no chance of surviving. Yet just when everyone thought he was dead, a violent surge of power erupted from the debris and blasted away the rubble above him. The scene shocked even the strongest fighters. None of them expected Yi Lin to be hiding another ability. Realizing the opportunity had come, Song Gang and Lin Teng immediately launched a coordinated counterattack and focused all their firepower on key targets. As they fought, they shouted for everyone to kill the corpse spider quickly and ease the pressure on Yi Lin. Meanwhile, he moved along the centipede's body searching for a fatal weak point. After reaching the right position, he used telekinesis to control his sword and drive it straight into the monster's eye. The attack did not stop there. He forced the sword even deeper while gathering power into his fist. Both attacks exploded inside the creature at once, completely destroying its organs and killing the giant centipede on the spot. Witnessing the kill, Lin Teng could hardly believe his eyes. A terrifying mutant like that had been slain by Yi Lin, despite the rank gap. Lin Lan became even more interested in him. In her eyes, a mere early rank 2 user with 2 blue-grade pieces of equipment was a walking treasure vault. Right after that, she ordered her subordinates to prepare for the next round and instructed them not to kill Yi Lin for now. During the short break, Song Gang and Lin Teng discussed their plan. They believed only the strongest would remain in the next round, and Lin Lan would surely join the battle herself. That would be their chance to assassinate her together. Not long after, the announcement for round 6 arrived. The number of monsters increased again, including 3 peak rank 2 targets. Lin Lan finally stepped onto the battlefield. She ordered everyone to fight with full strength and declared that if they cooperated, she would only take resources and spare their lives. After saying that, she personally took on the peak rank 2 Mad Corpse, while the others restrained the remaining monsters. Provoked by her challenge, the Mad Corpse instantly flew into a rage and charged forward with its weapon. It swung its sword at incredible speed, but Lin Lan calmly dodged every strike as if she had seen through all its movements. After a series of agile maneuvers, she used her momentum to launch a counterattack. A powerful kick instantly knocked the sword out of the monster's hand. Forced into a corner, the mad corpse suddenly opened its mouth and tried to bite her from behind. But Lin Lan was already prepared. An illusion shield appeared in front of her and completely blocked the sneak attack. While fighting other monsters, Yi Lin quietly observed her. He quickly realized she possessed both incredible strength and speed, along with powerful enhancement and defense skills. In his judgment, this was only the surface of her power. Lin Lan definitely had another dangerous trump card, so he decided not to act recklessly. On the other side, Lin Teng and Song Gang were making their own plans. They predicted that once the mad corpse was killed, Lin Lan would immediately move to seize their loot. That would be the perfect moment to strike. Everything unfolded exactly as expected. Not long after, Lin Lan finished off the mad corpse with a powerful attack. The moment the target fell, she immediately turned and rushed straight toward the two of them. Seeing this, they quickly put their plan into motion. One held back the monsters, while the other secretly prepared the killing blow. When Lin Lan's attention was fully focused ahead, Lin Teng knew his chance had arrived. Without hesitation, he fired the spirit flame arrow. The arrow carried all his power as it shot toward Lin Lan. Song Gang instantly activated his support ability to coordinate with the ambush. Seeing this, Yi Lin immediately sensed something was wrong. In his view, someone as cautious as Lin Lan would never be without safeguards. The arrow exploded in the middle of the battlefield, creating a massive shockwave that flattened a huge area. Faced with the scene before him, Lin Teng was completely stunned because the result far exceeded his expectations. Song Gang was blasted away and fell unconscious. The defensive equipment on his body shattered into pieces. Lin Lan looked down coldly and mocked them for being naive enough to think she had no way to protect herself. Watching from a distance, Yi Lin quickly understood what had happened. At that moment, Lin Lan had switched positions with Song Gang. This was clearly her damage transfer ability. A calculating smile appeared on Lin Lan's face. She walked toward the monster's corpse and sighed over wasting one use of her precious life-saving skill. Then her gaze shifted to Lin Teng. After offering a sarcastic compliment, she burst forward at terrifying speed and appeared right in front of him. A punch carrying overwhelming force slammed directly into Lin Teng. The attack was too fast to dodge. Intense pain spread through his body. Lin Lan even declared she would destroy his right arm first and see how he planned to resist afterward. After taking full control of the situation, she ordered her subordinates to deal with the survivors and begin collecting the spoils. One of her men approached Lin Teng and pressed a sharp needle near his eye. He demanded all equipment and points be handed over, or he would face punishments worse than death. When Lin Teng still refused to submit, the man threatened to destroy his remaining arm as well. Despite his severe injuries, Song Gang gritted his teeth and fought back with words. He would rather die than kneel and beg. At that moment, Yi Lin suddenly raised his hand in surrender. Acting terrified, he repeatedly claimed he was willing to hand everything over. The man immediately turned his attention to him. He laughed proudly, believing Yi Lin knew his place, but still declared he would break his limbs on Lin Lan's orders. Yi Lin hurriedly stalled for time, saying he needed to finish transferring his resources first. Meanwhile, he was calculating how to survive until the final round and strike back. Just then, the system announced that round 6 had ended and asked everyone whether they wished to enter round 7s. The moment the opportunity appeared, Yi Lin's attitude changed completely. The timid act vanished as he instantly used his ability to kill the man suppressing him. At the same time, he selected the highest difficulty for round 7. He knew a secret few people understood. As long as one person chose the maximum difficulty, the dungeon would continue even without enough votes. Before long, a new announcement appeared before everyone, confirming that round 7 at the highest difficulty was about to begin. Hearing this, Lin Lan's subordinates immediately turned pale. They had planned to leave after looting everyone. None of them expected the dungeon to continue. There were even rumors that a rank 3 mutant would appear in round 7. Despite his heavy injuries, Song Gang burst into hearty laughter. In his eyes, those people were finally paying for what they had done. Unlike her earlier calmness, Lin Lan showed panic for the first time. She immediately suspected Song Gang was behind all of this. Filled with killing intent, she charged straight at him, determined to silence him forever. But before she got halfway there, the ground shook violently. A massive creature burst from beneath the earth and blocked her path. Its enormous size left even Lin Lan stunned for a moment. Meanwhile, everyone preparing to kill Song Gang and Lin Teng was swiftly eliminated by Yi Lin. After dealing with them, he immediately asked if the two could still move and told them to get as far away as possible. Taking advantage of the chaos, Song Gang and Lin Teng supported each other as they retreated. Both realized the situation was starting to shift in Yi Lin's favor. As for Yi Lin, he slowly drew his sword and looked at Lin Lan with an icy gaze. He knew exactly how rank 3 mutants behaved. These creatures possessed intelligence and always hunted the strongest target first. As long as Lin Lan was occupied, he would have a chance to land the finishing blow. At that moment, Lin Lan had indeed become the rank 3 mutant's primary target. In the middle of the crisis, she spotted a corpse nearby and instantly activated her special ability. By swapping positions with the substitute target, she barely avoided a fatal strike from the monster. Watching from afar, Ye Lin became even more certain of his theory. Lin Lan's damage transfer skill had a range limit and could not be used freely, but escaping once was meaningless. The rank 3 mutant only focused on the strongest prey, so she could not shake it off. While trying to widen the distance, a massive tail suddenly swept toward her. The heavy blow severely injured Lin Lan and sent her flying. Seeing the long-awaited opportunity, Yi Lin knew he could not hesitate any longer. He immediately unleashed Sword Storm. Hundreds of sword energies appeared at once and rained down on both Lin Lan and the rank 3 mutant. Faced with that terrifying sight, Lin Lan froze in place. The power of this attack felt even more frightening than the rank 3 monster itself. Countless sword energies swept across the battlefield like a devastating storm. The rank 3 mutant was shredded into pieces, while the attack continued straight toward Lin Lan. The scale of the sword storm was overwhelming. Lin Lan knew that in her current state, escape was impossible. She could only wait for the outcome. Not long after, the system announced that the dungeon had been cleared successfully, and everyone would be teleported out in 5 minutes. Looking down from above, Yi Lin could still see countless sword marks lingering on the ground. Song Gang and Lin Teng were so shocked that they could barely speak. A single move had killed both a rank 3 awakened and a rank 3 mutant. Such power was beyond anything they had imagined. However, Yi Lin noticed something unusual. There still seemed to be a living aura within the devastated area. To confirm his suspicion, he expanded his spiritual senses and sent a flying weapon down to investigate. As expected, although Lin Lan was completely exhausted, her life had not yet been extinguished. Just then, she sensed a blade descending directly toward her from above. Seeing that familiar method, Lin Lan immediately thought of Yi Lin. She could not believe the attacker was the same person everyone once looked down on. Meanwhile, Yi Lin had also confirmed that she was still alive. He guessed she possessed another life-saving treasure and decided to test it with another strike. The blade stabbed downward, but the moment it touched her body, it was blocked and could not penetrate. Seeing this, he continued, controlling the weapon like a drill, trying to break through the mysterious barrier. Lin Lan secretly sighed in relief. She had once spent a fortune on a on-time defensive item, and now it had saved her life. Realizing remote control was not enough, Yi Lin personally descended. He knew she was already at her limit and could barely fight back. When she saw him appear before her, Lin Lan was even more shocked. In her mind, only a rank 3 powerhouse could have unleashed that terrifying attack. Even after repeatedly slashing down, Yi Lin's blade still could not break through the defense protecting her, leaving him confused. Watching his actions, Lin Lan gritted her teeth and said that if he wanted to kill her, he should just do it, instead of humiliating her like this. Hearing that, Yi Lin instantly realized she had misunderstood. She thought he was deliberately tormenting her, unaware that he genuinely could not break through the barrier. That thought quickly gave Yi Lin a new idea. If she feared humiliation more than death, this would be much easier. So he started acting. He stepped closer and coldly reminded her how she had treated other awakened, asking if she had ever imagined ending up in the same position. Seeing the strange smile on Yi Lin's face, Lin Lan immediately became furious and demanded to know what he wanted. He gave a simple answer. If she wanted a quick death, she had to hand over everything first. He demanded all her equipment, items, and credit points. In return, he promised a clean ending. Lin Lan remained suspicious and did not know whether to trust him. Yi Lin calmly replied that she had no other choice. He continued the act until Lin Lan truly panicked and finally agreed to surrender everything. Soon, a stream of trade notifications appeared. One blue-grade item after another, along with many valuable treasures, was transferred to Yi Lin. Looking at the growing list of loot, he could not help but sigh. One harvest had earned him far more resources than normal accumulation ever could. After the transfer was complete, Lin Lan looked at him and demanded that he keep his promise and kill her immediately. But Yi Lin continued the performance. He pretended to suspect that she was still hiding assets and kept applying pressure to force out every last secret. His threatening attitude left Lin Lan with nothing to do except curse at him in anger. However, after watching her for a while, Yi Lin concluded that she had probably handed over everything. He finally ended the act and stood up. Seeing his sudden change in attitude, Lin Lan became even more confused. She quickly reached a conclusion. That terrifying ultimate move could only be used once, while Yi Lin himself was still rank 2 and lacked the power to break her defense. At that moment, the system announced the dungeon's completion and began counting down the time before everyone would be teleported out. 19, 8, 7. Before disappearing, she burst into wild laughter. So I really misjudged you. I actually thought you were rank 3. Hearing that, Yi Lin realized she had seen through his situation, and there was no longer any chance to deal with her. She immediately shouted with hatred, "You're Lin Yi, aren't you? I'll remember that name. No matter where you run, I'll find you and tear you apart." The moment he heard that name, Yi Lin froze briefly. So she remembered him as Lin Ye. He sneered inwardly. Once she learned that his real identity was Jian Ning, whose survive to the end was still uncertain. As the teleportation light enveloped him, a series of settlement notifications appeared. Dungeon cleared. Calculating results. Base completion reached 70.3%. The main mission added another 20 points. Because he defeated the strongest boss, the Sandworm boss, the final rating rose to 90.3 and earned an S rank. Spiritual energy experience was awarded, along with an extra 10% bonus for defeating higher-level targets. Equipment rewards included the white-grade Crying Mask, white-grade Centipede Sin, and blue-grade Boss Desire. Item rewards included white-grade Corrosive Acid, white-grade Supreme Corpse Essence, and white-grade Sandworm Compound Eyes. Materials obtained included white-grade Rotten Flesh Hide and blue-grade Sandworm Heart. He also received one free attribute point and a hidden blue-grade title called Construction Site Guardian. The title granted one extra point to all attributes while fighting inside dungeons. After checking everything, he quickly did the math. Selling these rewards along with the items taken from Lin Lan would likely be enough to buy a spiritual energy fruit. On top of that, his total attributes had now reached 25 points. While driving back, he arranged his next plans. Tonight, he would rent a hotel room in Chenjiang to practice the Brank sword skill Shadow Assault. Tomorrow, he would enter the legendary ruined battlefield to gather more equipment and adapt to the battlefield environment. However, while driving along the road, he noticed someone standing beside an overturned vehicle and desperately waving for help. The moment Yi Lin stopped, the man shouted that their vehicle had crashed and they needed assistance. Without being overly cautious, Yi Lin stepped out to check. Looking at the vehicle, something felt off. Had it really overturned recently? Just then, a group of people emerged from the surrounding alleys and surrounded him. Every one of them carried crude weapons. They were clearly a gang of robbers. One glance was enough for Yi Lin to understand the situation. The gang immediately shouted, "Stop wasting time and hand over all your credit points if you want to stay alive." Without another word, he drew his sword. In the blink of an eye, several men were cut down. Talking to people like them was pointless. Watching his men fall one after another, the leader turned and ran. Jian Ning instantly locked onto him. One survivor left? Did he really think escape would be that easy? He immediately used telekinesis and sent Qing Jiao shooting toward the fleeing man. The blade flashed past and cleanly sliced through the tendons in his leg. The intense pain threw him off balance and sent him crashing to the ground. But after checking the wound, Jian Ning noticed something strange. Not a single drop of blood came out. That meant the target was neither human, zombie, nor mutant. Moments later, the man trembled and forced himself back up. He cried and begged for mercy. "Please spare me, my lord. I know where all the loot is hidden. I'll tell you everything." Jian Ning grabbed his collar and pulled him closer. Terrified, out of his mind, the man kept claiming he was forced into it and begged not to be killed. Jian Ning's gaze turned cold. "Stop wasting time. Tell me what you really are." Hanging in the air by his collar, the man shakily replied that if Jian Ning spared him, he would open his status panel for inspection. The information appeared at once. Name: Li Fu Gui. Identity: Dungeon NPC. Level: 0. Talent: Golden Eye lets him detect every item inside a target's inventory. Skillmaster Merchant secretly increases transaction prices by 10% until the deal is finished. He can also automatically keep 5% of every transaction as a personal fee, and no trading rule can restrict this effect. After reading it, Jian Ning was stunned. How could an NPC leave a dungeon? Did he have independent consciousness from birth? Li Fugui could only shake his head and say he had no idea. By the time he became aware, he was already outside the dungeon. Then he begged for mercy again. Jian Ning quickly considered the situation. These 3 abilities were special gifts from the system that normal awakened could never learn. If he recruited this guy to handle trade and business, it would save a fortune in the future. He took out a special contract scroll from his storage space. The paper was placed directly in front of Li Fugui. "Sign this and it'll spare your life." The moment he read it, Li Fugui's face changed. A slave contract? Jian Ning calmly explained that once signed, any act of betrayal would result in instant death. As for refusing, the outcome would not be any better. Jian Ning would kill him on the spot. Frightened beyond belief, Li Fugui quickly agreed. I'll sign right now." The system soon confirmed the contract had taken effect. Li Fugui officially became Jian Ning's servant. Current level, 0. Initial loyalty, 60 out of 100. Jian Ning casually warned him a few times and told him to follow along as a teammate from now on. Hearing that, Li Fugui almost cried. What teammate? He had clearly been forced into servitude. If it wasn't a tyrant, it was a bully. His luck was truly terrible. Seeing his miserable expression, Jian Ning tossed him a small reward. All the loot gathered by those bandits would belong to him. Li Fugui's eyes lit up instantly. He nearly hugged Jian Ning's leg. "Master, you're really giving it all to me? You're the most generous master I've ever met." At the same time, loyalty notifications kept appearing before Jian Ning. He laughed. Winning this guy over was much easier than expected. Jian Ning then assigned him a task. Sell every piece of equipment except the blood soul armor and broken leg armor. Use the money to buy fruits, expand storage space, and rent an extra room for yourself. From now on, Li Fugui would manage all assets. He accepted enthusiastically. Sometime later, piles of fruits and a rather luxurious residence stood before Jian Ning. Li Fugui popped out from the system interface and sighed. "Master spends money faster than anyone I've ever seen. Most people may never eat even one fruit in their lifetime, yet you consume them like daily meals." Jian Ning casually pushed his head back into the management interface. "Go handle the accounts." Then he began eating fruits one after another. The system continuously displayed strength increases. After consuming a massive amount, all his basic attributes reached 25 points, including strength, agility, and constitution. Only after his stomach felt completely full did he stop. It was exhausting, but he had finally achieved his goal of gaining another 25 attribute points. Next, he took out a blank sword skill called Shadow Strike and began learning it. The moment he mastered it, his skill upgrade talent activated. Shadow Strike jumped straight to SSS rank and evolved into Dimensional Slash. This skill could tear through space, grant 1 second of invincibility, and ignore all defenses. After reading the description, he could barely hide his excitement. A skill that cut through space and bypassed every defense was terrifying. He decided to test it in the Ruins battlefield the next day. The next morning, an invitation to enter the Ruins battlefield appeared before him. The difficulty was marked as blank. Without hesitation, he accepted and was teleported inside. After arriving, he found 2 other teammates already there. The young man introduced himself as Chen Yong, while the girl beside him was Chen Jiao. Both were early second-order awakeners. Chen Jiao glanced at him curiously and said the system showed a high-level second-order member in the team, but he looked too young, so she doubted the evaluation. As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Yong immediately told his sister to watch her words. Meanwhile, he quietly observed the 2 of them. From their appearance and bearing, he guessed they came from a military family, possibly 2nd or 3rd generation military descendants. Because of that, he remained cautious. Chen Yong quickly apologized on behalf of his sister. He did not mind and simply introduced himself as Yi Lin. Right then, another system notification sounded. The Ruins battlefield was about to launch a special event that would begin in 3 minutes. Hearing the words special event, he immediately paid attention. He had heard that special events, supernatural events, and spreading events were the 3 great mysteries of the apocalypse. This was his first real encounter with one. Seeing his reaction, Chen Yong reassured him. From what he knew, the Ruins battlefield was one of the safest special events. There were no forced missions, and anyone could leave at any time by disengaging from combat. Its true nature was the recreation of battles that took place during the early days of the apocalypse. The enemies were mostly ordinary zombies and mutated creatures. After hearing that, he felt it made sense. Before long, waves of monsters began to appear. Massive creatures could also be seen slowly advancing with the horde. Chen Yong tightened his grip on his axe and suggested they deal with the mutated creature ahead together, while Chen Jiao provided support from the rear. But before he could finish, Ye Lin had already charged onto the battlefield. His decisive move left Chen Yong stunned. Chen Jiao could not help complaining that he was far too impulsive. Without hesitation, he rushed straight toward the giant monster, approaching from the distance. His sword swung out, forming a cross-shaped slash that instantly tore the creature into pieces. Watching the monster crash to the ground, Chen Yong could not help sighing. As expected, Brother Yi was truly a high-level second-order awakener. He had already finished the target, but my sister and I cannot fall behind. We should hold out as long as possible. If things get out of control, I still have another trump card. That card was summoning spirit soldiers to fight in our place, allowing us to maximize the rewards. Hearing that, he immediately started thinking. Summoning spirit soldiers? In his previous life, he had heard rumors that the military possessed special secrets related to battlefield outposts, but he did not expect it to be true. Seeing his reaction, Chen Yong gave him a reminder. This is a military secret, so after we leave, please do not tell anyone. At that moment, he noticed a monster quietly approaching behind Chen Yong. There was no time to explain. He instantly threw his weapon and shouted a warning. Guided by his precise mental power, the blade pierced straight through the monster before it could react. Chen Yong immediately felt a chill down his spine. Seeing that scene, he realized it was telekinetic control. Killing a high-level first-order monster in a single strike was truly terrifying strength. Not long after, the first wave ended. The system announced that a large-scale battle would begin in 3 minutes. During the break, Chen Yong offered him a cigarette and thanked him for saving his life. He politely declined, saying he did not smoke. He then casually remarked that cigarettes were quite rare in the apocalypse, so the other party's background was clearly not ordinary. Seeing that, Chen Yong did not hide anything. He revealed that his grandfather was the deputy commander of the North China War Zone, while his father was the security commander of Zone 191. Both had already reached the Third Order. He was currently building his own force, and after seeing Yi Lin act alone, he became interested in recruiting him. Before Chen Yong could finish, he firmly turned him down. He preferred working alone. The answer was so direct that Chen Yong nearly dropped the cigarette from his mouth. Even so, Chen Yong refused to give up. He offered an extremely attractive deal. If Yi Lin agreed to become his deputy, he would immediately receive official benefits worth 3,000 credits a month, plus an extra 1,000 from Chen Yong himself. On top of that, he could help him obtain a blue-grade weapon for free, and even arrange military access for his family. Seeing her brother constantly raising the offer, Chen Zhao finally stepped in. In her view, Yi Lin was strong, but not worth that price. As for Yi Lin, he calmly replied that he was not interested. The major battle was about to begin. After saying that, he rushed back onto the battlefield. Deep down, he thought to himself, "Recruit me? Once I reach the Third Order, those benefits may not even compare to what I can claim on my own." Watching him leave, Chen Yong felt extremely regretful. The offer he gave was already top-tier treatment for a second-order awakener. Countless people would dream of such a chance. Yet Yi Lin rejected it without hesitation. Meanwhile, Chen Zhao looked dissatisfied and felt he was too arrogant. Even peak second-order experts were nothing unusual to her family. Less than half an hour later, Chen Yong's battle line started to collapse. He quickly shouted that he could not hold on much longer and suggested summoning the spirit soldiers before retreating. But Yi Lin told him to be patient a little longer and gather the monsters closer to his position. Chen Yong followed his advice and told him to retreat to the city wall first. However, Yi Lin suddenly leaped straight into the sky. High above the battlefield, he activated Heavenly Strike, Flowing Light, and locked on to every monster gathered below. One sword strike descended like a falling meteor, cutting through the monster formation and splitting countless enemies in half. The sight left the siblings completely stunned. Was this really the power of a second-order awakener? Even ordinary third-order experts would struggle to achieve such a feat. Among the monsters he killed were even peak second-order mutants. Only then did Chen Yong understand why Yi Lin never cared about his invitation. That level of strength even reminded him of his father and grandfather. After clearing a huge section of the battlefield, he landed on a nearby rooftop and told them they could summon the spirit soldiers now. Confused, Chen Zhao asked why. With his strength, he clearly could keep fighting. However, Chen Yong seemed to realize something and immediately stopped her from questioning further. Since Brother Yi said so, let's do it first. He then began the summoning ritual by chanting a series of ancient incantations. Moments later, waves of spirit soldiers appeared across the battlefield. Figures dressed in military uniforms quickly took up combat positions. The 1st Artillery Regiment was ready to fire. As soon as the attack order was given, the spirit soldiers charged into battle against the monster horde. Chen Yong explained that all they needed to do now was watch. These soldiers only existed for a short time and would disappear after wiping out a wave of monsters. At that moment, Yi Lin told the siblings to stay where they were and wait for him. Leaving the defensive position, he headed alone into a deserted area far from the battlefield. He analyzed the situation in silence. Earlier, he killed a peak second-order mutant, but no special blue-grade equipment appeared. It seemed the item would only reveal itself after the spirit soldiers were summoned. His instincts told him the target was somewhere in this area. He closed his eyes and expanded his detection ability. After a short search, he locked onto the target. Finally, he found it. This was exactly what he had been looking for. As he approached the location, a special quest was triggered. Final wish: discover the reason this battlefield was destroyed and eliminate the root cause. Complete the quest to receive a special reward. In his hand was an old notebook. After reading the quest details, he guessed all the clues were recorded inside this diary. He opened the first pages and began reading. It was the diary of a clerk who served on the first defensive line during a zombie tide outbreak 60 years ago. The first entry stated that on June 7th, he was appointed as a secretary by the battalion commander and sent with the army to Zhenjiang to build the largest defensive line in northern Guangxi. On July 7, reports claimed the zombie tide had crossed a certain region, but was quickly wiped out by the military. A group of local recruits joined the army and worked very hard. However, the writer was still unfamiliar with the local dialect and decided to spend more time learning it. The girl he liked was staying in the safe zone behind them. The writer teased him about thinking of marriage so young, but Ayan replied that people in this region married early. On July 24th, the military line at the front collapsed. The battalion commander secretly informed him that if the situation worsened, he could be evacuated first because of his position as a clerk. On July 25, the first zombie tide officially arrived. The defenses fell so quickly that no one had time to react. Ayan died, and even his body could not be recovered. The next day, the battalion commander planned to ask him to gather the remaining soldiers' opinions, but he was killed before afternoon. The writer admitted he had always feared death, yet this time he did not want to run. If he left, the homeland behind them would disappear as well. The diary entry from July 27 showed that all hope was gone. They had been pushed into a corner, and death seemed only a matter of time. In those final moments, he asked the soldiers if they had any last messages. Normally, they were just young men who loved joking around and making noise. But at that moment, every one of them left the same answer. 2 words were written boldly across the page: go home. Reading this, he tightened his grip on the notebook. Final wishes, contracts, origins, and the truth all seemed to be connecting together. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the spirit soldiers continued fighting the monsters. Chen Jiao looked toward the direction Yi Lin had left and asked her brother if he was actually a third-order expert. In her opinion, he might simply possess a special item that allowed a short burst of power. Chen Yong replied that it was possible, but they should never test it recklessly. If Yi Lin truly was third order, the consequences could be severe. Chen Jiao immediately argued back. With their grandfather's status, would he really dare attack them? Hearing that, Chen Yong could only sigh. He advised his sister to change her attitude as soon as possible. Whether Yi Lin was third order or not, what they should be thinking about was how to bring him to their side. He believed his father and grandfather would think the same. A while later, Yi Lin returned to the defensive position. Seeing him, Chen Yong immediately stepped forward and asked whether they should leave the battlefield now. He explained that the spirit soldiers could not remain for long. Once a third-order mutant appeared, they would only hold on briefly before disappearing. If the team failed to retreat before then, they could easily become targets of the third-order monster. Instead of answering, Yi Lin suddenly asked about the battlefield's final outcome. What exactly happened to those soldiers all those years ago? Chen Yong thought for a moment before replying that his father had not even been born at the time. However, his grandfather once said it was an unbelievably tragic defeat. Not a single frontline soldier returned alive, yet their sacrifice bought enough time for the safe zone behind them to complete its evacuation. His grandfather was one of the lucky survivors from that era. Yi Lin continued questioning him. If the defensive line had been completely wiped out, then how did the zombie tide finally end? Chen Yong shook his head and said nobody knew the truth. Only one rumor remained. The zombie tide suddenly vanished as if it had never existed. After hearing that, Yi Lin nodded slightly. So that was it. The pieces in his mind were finally becoming clear. Noticing his unusual expression, Chen Yong could not help asking why he suddenly cared so much about events that happened 60 years ago. Yi Lin changed the topic and asked another question. Do either of you know what the term demon intermediary means? Chen Yong thought for a long time before shaking his head. It was merely a code phrase passed down within the military. No one knew its origin or true meaning. The only thing everyone knew was that whenever the phrase was spoken, the spirit soldiers would appear and fight on their behalf. Chen Jiao quickly added that this information was classified. It was only revealed because her brother thought highly of Yi Lin, so he should not spread it around. Realizing she had gone too far, Chen Yong hurriedly stopped her. Yi Lin paid no attention to that and asked another question. How many times could this summoning method be used? Although surprised, Chen Yang answered honestly. In total, it had been used several hundred times. People usually came here to obtain equipment and resources. However, each person could only activate it once. After the first use, it would never work again. After hearing that, Yi Lin continued. Then, after hundreds of attempts, has anyone ever helped these soldiers eliminate their final target? Chen Jiao shook her head. Normally, those who entered this place were only second order. No third order expert had ever appeared. In other words, Yi Lin was the first person at that level to step onto this battlefield. That answer completely changed his expression. Without another word, he jumped off the rooftop and charged back onto the battlefield. At that moment, only one thought remained in his mind. Could this be the true origin of the ruins battlefield? Seeing him suddenly move, Chen Jiao looked at her brother in confusion. What is he trying to do now? Why don't we just leave? Meanwhile, the battle cries of the spirit soldiers echoed across the battlefield. Protect our homeland. Only with a homeland can we return home. As he fought through the monsters, his heart grew heavier. The soldiers before him were not tools or dungeon rewards. They were heroic spirits who gave their lives for humanity. 60 years ago, they fought until their final breath to protect the land behind them. Yet as history moved on, all that remained were a few cold records. Their names faded away, and their sacrifices were slowly forgotten. The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. How could the zombie tide have simply vanished? The truth was likely that the lingering obsession of those soldiers kept them here. That obsession turned the battlefield into a special event and trapped the final zombie tide for decades. Because they understood one thing clearly. Once the final third-order mutant was destroyed, the secret behind this battlefield would come to an end. Future generations would no longer be able to gain benefits from this place. The secret code Maran carried all the faith and hopes of those fallen heroes. Yet after hundreds, perhaps thousands of uses, it had become nothing more than a tool for farming resources. He tightened his grip on the sword. No matter the cost, he wanted to end everything today and send those soldiers home. From the rooftop, Chen Jiao watched him slaughter monsters alone and felt alarmed. Was he really planning to challenge the final third-order mutant? Even Chen Yong could not understand it. If he wanted to fight the final boss, there was no need to summon the spirit soldiers so early. Helping them fight right now brought almost no benefit. Chen Jiao grabbed her brother's arm and urged him anxiously. The third-order boss is about to appear. Even if Yi Lin is truly third-order, victory is not guaranteed. We should leave now. Chen Yong knew that was the safest choice. But deep down, he did not want to miss the chance to build a connection with this mysterious young man. After thinking it over, he decided to stay a little longer. If the situation worsened, they could still leave within seconds. Even if Yi Lin failed, they would have enough time to escape. The moment he finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook violently. Both siblings hurried to steady themselves on the rooftop. In the distance, a massive shadow slowly approached. The final boss had appeared. Every step it took made the earth tremble like an earthquake. The buildings along its path looked like toys beneath the feet of a giant. The siblings both gasped. Was this really a third-order mutant? Its size was beyond imagination. At that moment, the closest person to it was Yi Lin. He quickly assessed the situation. He only had one use of dimensional slash left. Moreover, he still did not fully understand the skill's limits, so he could not act recklessly. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, forcing himself to stay calm. Waiting for the enemy to get closer was the safest choice. His eyes remained fixed on the distance between them. 70 meters, 60 meters, 50 meters. When the gap narrowed to around 40 meters, the monster suddenly stopped and stared directly at him. Its gigantic arm slowly rose into the air, carrying enough force to crush everything below. His eyes turned cold as well. The opportunity had arrived. Without hesitation, he activated Dimensional Slash. The instant his sword swung out, the monster's enormous body was split in two. At the same time, the entire world seemed to freeze. He immediately realized he had entered a special dimensional space. His timeline was completely separated from the outside world. And that was not all. Everything around him appeared clearer than ever before. He could see through the structure of space itself and freely choose any location to appear. Even the monster's body could not block his movement. He leaped onto the giant creature's body. Only then did he truly understand why the system, said Dimensional Slash, ignored all defenses. During this brief moment, he was nearly invincible. Right after that, he poured all his strength into the sword and aimed directly at the monster's fatal point. With a single clean strike, the attack pierced straight into the core of its life force. After delivering the strike, he immediately leaped away from the giant body. The boss skull cracked apart, and even in death, it had no idea what had happened. its enormous body collapsed among the skyscrapers below. The siblings were completely stunned. This was a third-order mutant, a creature capable of leveling an entire safe zone, yet it had been killed with shocking ease. The attack was so fast they could not even see it clearly. Only then did the girl realize how wrong she had been. Brother, I was mistaken. This man is not just an ordinary third-order expert. He is far stronger than our grandfather and father. Chen Yong nodded in agreement. Growing up, they had witnessed many battles involving third-order military powerhouses, but never someone this overwhelming. In his opinion, Yi Lin had likely reached the high third order, a figure worthy of becoming a pillar of the nation. At that moment, a dungeon notification appeared. The event would end in 10 seconds, and the entire ruins battlefield would disappear forever. Those who had been summoned were stunned and had no idea what was happening. Then Yi Lin rushed toward the siblings. In his hand was the necklace connected to the hidden quest, which he raised high into the air. Facing the summoned soldiers, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Marin! Marin! Marin!" Hearing the familiar command, everyone raised their hands in response. The words Zuo Mei echoed everywhere, like a heartfelt expression of gratitude. Confused, Chen Yong asked why he was still using that code phrase now. Yi Lin simply replied that they could talk after leaving, because this place was about to disappear. The dungeon summary appeared once more, completed by Yi Lin. Basic progress accounted for 70%, bonus progress accounted for 30%, and total completion reached 100%. The final evaluation was SSS rank, along with a large number of equipment and resource rewards. Yet Yi Lin had no interest in those rewards. He quietly thought that after this battle, he had officially reached high second order. This should have been something worth celebrating, but his heart felt heavy. Aside from helping those veterans rest in peace, what else could he do for them? At that moment, a new notification appeared. The final wish quest had been updated, allowing him to either continue the journey of returning the soldiers to their homeland, or stop now and claim the rewards immediately. The system also warned that continuing could lead to unexpected changes in both rewards and skills. Yi Lin smiled faintly. Quest or not, this was something he had wanted to do from the very beginning. Just then, Chen Yong and Chen Jiao walked over. Chen Yong sighed in admiration and said Yi Lin was truly remarkable. Since everyone had been scattered when entering the dungeon, he had worried they might never find him again. Chen Yong then revealed that he had transferred all the loot from this run to Yi Lin because he deserved every bit of it. Yi Lin thanked him, but declined the invitation to dine in Zhenjiang. He said he had something important to do and hoped Chen Yong could help. Chen Yong immediately agreed. Yi Lin asked him to investigate the hometowns of the soldiers who had fallen in the ruins battlefield because he wanted to visit them personally. Hearing that, Chen Yong quickly called his subordinates and ordered a full investigation. Before long, the results arrived. The location was about 300 kilometers from Zhenjiang, and he offered to fly Yi Lin there by helicopter. Yi Lin thanked him and quickly boarded the aircraft. Watching the helicopter prepare for takeoff, Chen Jiao could not help asking her brother if they were really going to let Yi Lin leave just like that. The ruins battlefield had disappeared, so how were they supposed to explain that to the military, especially when the place had always been highly valued? She also pointed out that her brother had handed all the rewards to Yi Lin and was now planning to help hide the truth as well. Chen Yong calmly replied that the matter was indeed serious, but he was not just helping Yi Lin keep a secret, he also had to shoulder part of the responsibility himself. More importantly, what Yi Lin had brought them far exceeded the value of those resources. Even if he had to give another 10,000 or even 100,000 points, it would still be worth it in his eyes. Chen Jiao remained unconvinced. She admitted Yi Lin was powerful, but from beginning to end, he had shown no interest in getting close to them. Was such an investment really worth it? Chen Yong immediately answered yes. He explained that responsibility for this incident could never be avoided. No matter what happened, their political rivals would find a way to blame them. If that was the case, they might as well use this opportunity to build a relationship with Yi Lin. Furthermore, the fact that Yi Lin personally asked him to investigate the information carried another meaning. It showed that he was not currently aligned with any faction within the military. Chen Yong was never much of a talker, but after everything he had seen, he knew Yi Lin valued loyalty above all else. The only way to earn trust from someone like him was with sincerity. Along the way, Yi Lin kept the necklace in his hand. He tightened his grip and silently wished that if the souls of those veterans were still watching, they could return home with him one last time. The scene shifted to the Wenshan clan village. The locals were asked if they still remembered the warriors who had left 60 years ago to defend their nation. An elderly woman trembled as she held an old photograph showing the comrades of the past. Despite her age, she carefully recognized each face and slowly called out the names of those who had been gone for decades. Yi Lin softly replied that they had returned. At last, they had finally come home. At that moment, an investigator stepped forward with a report. After verification, only 5 families still remembered the events from 60 years ago, and those elders were still alive. Following Yi Lin's request, large amounts of supplies had also been distributed to improve village life. The man added that the village chief had already arrived as requested. Yi Lin thanked him, while the other side said he was simply carrying out orders and would fully cooperate. Yi Lin then turned to the village chief. He offered another 4,000 credit points to build a memorial for the fallen heroes. Shocked by the amount, the chief quickly said it was more than enough. Yi Lin suggested using the remainder to support the village children. Hearing that, the chief tightly grasped his hand. On behalf of the villagers, he expressed his gratitude and promised to honor every hero's name on the memorial. After settling everything, Yi Lin began his journey back. In his heart, he told the fallen soldiers that they could finally rest in peace. Right then, system notifications appeared non-stop. Final wish mission completed. Reward, 100 fame points. The blue necklace was upgraded, and all attributes increased by 1 point. Life and spirit recovery effects increased by 33%. A new skill allowed 15 willpower recovery within 10 seconds. The final evaluation stated that the equipment had received a blessing and become far stronger. Looking at the necklace in his hand, Yi Lin quietly thanked the blessings of the veterans. He vowed to carry it until the war finally came to an end. The fame reward was the truly valuable prize. It could never be bought with money. In the future, it would greatly help him build influence within the military. Thinking of that, Yi Lin suddenly remembered Chen Yong. Since leaving the dungeon, the man had never mentioned the disappearance of the battlefield ruins and had willingly helped with every request. It seemed he did not fully understand the truth behind the incident either. Because of that, Yi Lin decided to keep observing him. If things worked out, this could become a valuable opportunity. Not long afterward, he took the initiative to contact Chen Yong. The moment the call connected, the other man responded enthusiastically. Yi Lin got straight to the point. He wanted to borrow 2 blue-grade swords, preferably ones with short skill cooldowns, and asked if that would be difficult. After hearing it, Chen Yong immediately shook his head. He said it would not be alone. He would do everything possible to find them and give them directly to Yi Lin. Yi Lin thanked him and quickly ended the conversation. After the call ended, Chen Yong clenched his fist in excitement. To him, Yi Lin asking for help was a sign of trust. If he told his grandfather and father about it, both would be extremely pleased. The scene shifted to a roadside restaurant with a large sign advertising authentic Lanzhou hand-pulled noodles. While eating noodles, Yi Lin quietly reviewed his situation. The recent dungeon had only granted 3 free attribute points. Excluding the boost from the blue necklace, his base stats were Strength 26, Agility 26, Constitution 26, and Willpower 31. The remaining materials were worth little and far from enough to exchange for Spirit Energy Fruit. He planned to wait a few days for full recovery, receive the blue equipment from Chen Yong, and then challenge harder dungeons to gather more resources. He also remembered that reaching level 3 would provide an attribute amplification opportunity. Last time, his breakthrough stats had been too low, leaving his foundation weaker than expected after advancing. This time, he was determined to raise every attribute to the level 2 cap of 31 before taking the breakthrough assessment. If everything went smoothly, it would also line up with the special entrance exam at Tianfeng's safe zone. While deep in thought, Yi Lin suddenly sensed a dangerous presence trailing behind him. The familiar pressure instantly told him it was a level 3 powerhouse. He glanced back and immediately felt a chill down his spine. Sweat began forming on his forehead. The situation was terrible because his strongest skills had not recovered yet. If a fight broke out now, his chances of survival were almost 0. As he walked, he kept analyzing the situation. Who exactly was targeting him? This was the inner district of Zhenjiang safe zone, and only Chen Yong knew where he was staying. He ruled out one possibility after another. It could not be Chen Yong since the man was trying to build a relationship with him. It was also unlikely to be the commander who had lost his loot, because that person still had no idea who the culprit was. Another name quickly appeared in his mind. It might be Lin Lan from the Blood Wolf squad. If it was really her, then her tracking ability was terrifying. But with his skills still on cooldown, he dared not take the risk of confirming it. Escaping danger was his top priority. However, after calming down, he realized the other side was only watching and had not made a move. That meant the enemy was still cautious. In other words, they did not know his current condition. Running now would only expose his weakness. It was better to act normal and look for a chance to hide. Before long, his eyes settled on a suitable location. A luxurious bar stood ahead. In times like these, anyone who could afford to spend money there was certainly no ordinary person. He immediately came up with a plan to borrow someone else's influence as temporary protection. Not long later, Yi Lin was sitting inside the bar, holding a drink like any ordinary customer. Not far away, a young woman looked extremely bored. She kept complaining that Today's customers were all unpleasant people. A bodyguard approached and suggested she head home after finishing her last drink. The girl coldly brushed him aside. The moment she turned her head, her eyes landed on Yi Lin, and she immediately took interest in him. Yi Lin quietly evaluated her as well. She looked young, dressed boldly, wore careful makeup, and spent time in nightclubs like this. She seemed to be in a rebellious phase and chasing excitement. Without hesitation, the girl walked over and introduced herself. With a single glance, Yi Lin noticed that both her earrings and ring were blue-grade equipment. 4 level 2 bodyguards stood behind her at all times. No one in the bar dared bother her. That alone showed her background was far from ordinary. She smiled and sat beside him, suggesting they share a few drinks. Meanwhile, Yi Lin continued sensing the killing intent outside. The stalker was still there. He replied that he could drink with her, but he had no money on him. Hearing that, the girl laughed and said she would handle everything. She ordered 2 special drinks and charged the entire bill to her account. Yi Lin silently apologized in his heart. Tonight, he had no choice but to use her identity as protection. With 4 level 2 bodyguards around, even a level 3 enemy would think twice before acting. After chatting for a while, the girl suddenly leaned closer and teased him, asking whether he had the courage to rent a room with her tonight. Yi Lin was briefly stunned, but he quickly thought that if she enjoyed playing the hunter, there was nothing wrong with him acting as the prey for now. After some consideration, Yi Lin decided to go with her. Watching the pair leave together, the bodyguards immediately became worried. One quietly asked whether they should stop them. Another quickly rejected the idea and reminded him how badly the young lady had scolded them last time. In the end, they could only follow closely behind. Their only mission was to keep the young lady safe and prevent any accidents. Along the way, Yi Lin continued observing behind him. The level 3 aura was still quietly following behind the bodyguards, showing no sign of action. For now, he could only head to the hotel and figure out the next step later. Not long afterward, the two arrived at a luxury hotel suite. As soon as they entered, the girl dropped onto the bed. After checking her identity information, Yi Lin finally understood why she was so heavily protected. Yan Yuqing was the daughter of Yan Lijun, the leader of Safe Zone 317, and the chairman of the Starlight Chamber of Commerce. The cost of this room for a single night was enough for an ordinary person to work for years to afford. That reminded him of his poor days in his previous life. Back then, he worked for the Starlight Chamber of Commerce's guard team, clearing zombie corpses after battles just to survive. He casually remarked that, in a way, her father had once been his boss. Hearing that, Yan Yuqing immediately looked annoyed and told him not to mention that man again. Right after that, she suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck. Yi Lin froze for a moment before quickly understanding. It seemed she was angry at her father and was using this as an act of rebellion. To him, it felt like childish behavior, so he decided to test her reaction. He immediately pushed her onto the bed and bluntly asked if she was serious, because if she was, he would not hold back. The moment she heard that, Yan Yuqing's face turned bright red and she started stammering. Less than a few seconds later, she jumped to her feet and hurried off, claiming she needed a shower. Watching her flee, Yi Lin laughed. Many people liked acting like hunters, but when the moment came, their true colors appeared instantly. Soon, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Meanwhile, Yi Lin stepped onto the balcony alone. With her personality, she probably would not dare come out anytime soon. From there, he continued watching the area below. The level 3 aura had not disappeared. The figure did not look like a woman at all. That made him start doubting his theory about Lin Lan. He began piecing together memories from both lives. The fact that he had lost his memory before the examination was still an unsolved mystery. The more he thought about it, the less sense it made that a complete stranger would commit suicide out of fear of causing trouble. If someone truly wanted him dead, there were much easier ways to do it. Thinking carefully, Lin Lan had been seriously injured last time and was likely still recovering. Still, he could not rule out the possibility that she had hired another level 3 powerhouse to act for her. No matter what, his top priority was to shake off the tail and leave this place as soon as possible. He immediately contacted his assistant and ordered a highly realistic disguise kit to be prepared as quickly as possible. Once the order was carried out, Ye Lin soon appeared outside the room. The bodyguards were surprised to see him leaving so quickly. He simply told them to take good care of the young lady before walking away. As he entered the elevator, he took out the disguise item and activated it. In an instant, his appearance completely changed. He became a dark-skinned old man with no resemblance to his former self. After leaving the hotel, he continued observing the situation. Sure enough, the level 3 stalker was no longer following him. It seemed the disguise had worked. After this incident, he became even more determined to reach level 3 as soon as possible. Otherwise, dealing with the enemies targeting him would become increasingly difficult. Before leaving, he still thought about Yan Yuqing. He hoped the girl could take good care of herself. On the table in the room, he had left a note behind. The message was simple. He said he did not want to take advantage of someone in a vulnerable situation and thanked her for helping him tonight. 2 days later, when he met Chen Yong again, Yilin could not help admiring the young master's abilities. In such a short time, Chen Yong had found exactly what he needed. The 2 blue-grade swords he brought were both top-tier weapons, the Scarlet Flame Longsword and the Yuchang Dagger. Yi Lin picked up the Scarlet Flame Longsword and examined it carefully. After testing it, he discovered that each activation consumed 270 spirit energy, but in return, the blade could reach temperatures of nearly 2,000 degrees Celsius. Next, he moved on to inspect the Yuchang Dagger. This weapon consumed less spirit energy, around 240 points per activation, but its sharpness was terrifying, almost like a laser cutter. With his current spirit energy reserves, he could easily sustain an intense battle, combined with the Thunderstep boots, the Blood Soul armor, the Broken Leg armor, and the Blessed Necklace. His combat power rose to an entirely new level. On top of that, his 3 strongest skills were nearly off cooldown. With his current equipment, Yi Lin felt he could barely pass himself off as a level 3 powerhouse and enter the high-level dungeon known as the Gates of Hell. This dungeon was located deep underground. Participants had to keep descending through lower levels filled with zombies and mutated creatures. Every 7 floors, an elite monster guarded the central area. The final floor was home to a peak level 3 mutant. Besides monster loot, the dungeon also produced special spirit crystals. These resources were extremely rare. If someone found a large piece, its value could easily surpass even blue-grade equipment. A notification quickly appeared. The minimum requirement was mid-level 2, and the system warned that the dungeon was extremely difficult, recommending teams of at least 3 people. Yi Lin accepted without hesitation. The next message revealed that 40 participants had entered this run. The moment he arrived, Yi Lin set a goal for himself. This trip might be his best chance to push all his attributes to the level 2 limit. Around him, people were excitedly discussing the spirit crystals found in the area. Some even calculated that finding a few pieces would be enough to change their lives and secure resources for a long time. Just then, a voice from the distance warned everyone not to waste time digging. All spirit crystals only appeared after monsters were killed, and the ones currently visible could not be moved by human strength. Yi Lin quietly observed the crowd. Out of the 40 participants, 21 belonged to the military. Before long, a man stepped forward as the representative. He introduced himself as Wang Yangping, a lieutenant colonel from the 7th Legion and a level 3 powerhouse. Wang Yangping quickly explained the rules. There were 18 different tunnels ahead, each packed with monsters. Teams of 3 were considered the best balance between safety and rewards. Once everyone reached the 7th floor, all paths would merge, and every team would have to face the elite monster together. He then revealed that the military had brought 4 level 3 powerhouses and 10 peak level 2 warriors. Anyone else could choose to join them for protection. Hearing that, many people immediately became excited, feeling they had found a reliable backing. However, the conditions were made very clear. Anyone following a level 3 powerhouse had to surrender 70% of their loot. Those joining a peak level 2 warrior would give up 50%. In exchange, the military would do its best to ensure their safety. Afterward, the level 3 powerhouses and the peak level 2 fighters all stepped forward and separated from the crowd. The remaining soldiers quickly followed Wang Yangping's orders. The atmosphere became lively as everyone started choosing which group to join. Many discussed their options carefully. Following the military was certainly safer, but the cost was high. Even so, the presence of several level 3 powerhouses gave many people peace of mind. At that moment, another person suddenly stepped out from the crowd. He introduced himself as Yun Ming, a beginner level 3 powerhouse from the Demon Slayer Corps. His conditions were lighter than the military's. He only demanded 50% of the loot and accepted members who were at least high level 2. Yi Lin was surprised. He had not expected a level 3 powerhouse among the independent awakened, especially one from the famous Demon Slayer Corps. But that was not the end. Another man stepped forward and introduced himself. His name was Huang Kai, also a beginner level 3 powerhouse, and he offered conditions similar to Yun Ming's. The moment he heard that name, Yi Lin narrowed his eyes. The man's aura felt strangely familiar. Huang Kai also quickly noticed Yi Lin in the crowd. At the same time, a troubling thought appeared in Yi Lin's mind. The killing intent that had followed him for the past 2 days might belong to this man. Still, he could not be completely certain. After all, a level 3 powerhouse did not seem like someone who would be hired for a simple ambush. No matter what, Yi Lin remained cautious. Fortunately, his core skills were nearly off cooldown. Even if a conflict broke out, he still had enough strength to respond. Meanwhile, Huang Kai was secretly observing him as well. After receiving information from Lin Lan about Yi Lin's unusual abilities, he decided not to act yet. He would wait until Yi Lin revealed all his trump cards before making his move. Unwilling to keep watching from the sidelines, Yi Lin stepped forward and introduced himself. He declared that he was a beginner level 3 powerhouse, would only take 40% of the loot, and had no restrictions on the level of those joining him. His words immediately stunned many people. He wore no certification badge and showed none of the overwhelming pressure displayed by the other level 3 powerhouses. On the surface, Yi Lin looked completely ordinary. Although his offer was more attractive, many still doubted his credibility. Huang Kai walked over with a mocking expression. He laughed and asked whether Yi Lin was really a level 3 powerhouse. Then he declared that anyone who falsely claimed such a title inside this dungeon was practically asking to die. Another person immediately turned to Wang Yangping. "Lieutenant Colonel, your observation skills are the strongest here. What level do you think Yi Lin is?" Wang Yangping shook his head and admitted he could not tell for now. However, the blue-grade equipment on Yi Lin clearly exceeded the standard of an ordinary level 2 warrior. Besides, no sane person would casually pretend to be a level 3 powerhouse. Just then, the system announced that the dungeon would open in 1 minute. The moment they heard it, everyone hurried to find teammates. Some rushed to join Huang Kai, others headed toward Yun Ming, while many gathered around the military lieutenant colonel. Before long, every team was full. Only Yi Lin remained standing alone with no one choosing him. He looked around and laughed. It seemed nobody wanted to join his team. Huang Kai pointed at him and burst into laughter. Who would believe his claim of being a level 3 powerhouse? He continued mocking Yi Lin, saying that only 2 level 2 soldiers were left unclaimed. If he wanted, he could take those 2 rejects that every other team had avoided. The 2 hesitated before stepping forward. One introduced himself as Li Ke, a long-range attack mage who hoped to join the team. The other was Zhang Bin, a willpower-type fighter. Yi Lin nodded and accepted them both. Hearing that, they immediately thanked him. After the teams were finalized, everyone chose a tunnel and entered the cave. Yi Lin selected Tunnel 18 and led his group inside. Along the way, he asked his teammates to explain their abilities. Li Ke said he was a mage who could cast up to 3 skills, with each skill usable 3 times. However, all of them were only at the beginner level, so his combat power was limited. Zhang Bin explained that although he specialized in willpower, he possessed a spirit energy staff capable of suppressing ordinary level 1 mutants. After hearing them out, Yi Lin felt the lineup was a bit weak. The 2 immediately blushed and apologized, admitting that if circumstances had not forced them, they would never have entered such a dangerous place. Yi Lin simply smiled. He reassured them that the team was not bad at all. Since he had accepted their protection fee, he would definitely bring them out alive. Hearing that, they were about to say something else. But Yi Lin's expression suddenly changed. He looked deep into the tunnel ahead and spoke. "The enemies are here. Get ready for battle." With a quick glance, he reached a conclusion. There were exactly 473 zombies ahead, along with 2 level 1 mutants. The 2 beside him were instantly stunned. They could not understand how Yi Lin could determine the exact number so accurately. This truly seemed like the ability of a level 3 powerhouse. The next moment, he charged directly into the monster horde and unleashed a storm of sword strikes. In his mind, he calculated that the early floors were still easy, so he needed to conserve spirit energy as much as possible. Before reaching floor 7, basic skills alone would be enough. Watching the scene, Li Ke was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped. Yi Lin's speed and technique were terrifying. What surprised him even more was that Yi Lin seemed to consume no spirit energy at all, relying purely on combat skill. Before long, the notification for clearing floor 1 appeared, instructing everyone to proceed to the next level. At that point, only piles of monster corpses remained before the 2 teammates. They had not even gotten a chance to act before the battle was over. The system then announced the rewards. A level 1 mutant known as Softworm had been killed, granting 170 spirit crystal fragments. Another level 1 mutant, the 2-headed wolf, granted 210 fragments. In addition, the floor clear bonus awarded 100 spirit crystal fragments to every team member. Looking at the rewards, neither of them could hide their surprise. Despite doing nothing, they had earned a large amount of spirit crystal fragments and credit points. They felt they had joined the right person at exactly the right time. Meanwhile, Yi Lin quickly calculated his own gains. Back on floor 7, the others had already been waiting for 5 minutes without seeing him appear. Some began to suspect that his level 3 title was fake, but Wang Yangping believed things were not so simple, since even peak level 2 fighters needed a long time to clear the floors. Huang Kai, however, secretly sneered. In his view, Yi Lin did not dare use his trump cards, making even level 1 mutants difficult to handle. If he encountered a peak level 2 mutant, there were only 2 possible outcomes. Either he would be killed by the monster, or he would exhaust himself by overusing powerful skills. Yet just as everyone was still speculating, Yi Lin's figure appeared. He calmly walked over and said that he had arrived. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Wang Yangping stepped forward to arrange the strategy. He announced that floor 7 had been cleared, and the next objective was to eliminate 5 peak level 2 mutants. To maximize rewards, the 7 level 3 powerhouses would operate as a single team, while the smaller groups could form temporary alliances. He also stated that any team facing danger could call for support. They only needed to share part of their loot in return. Yi Lin politely thanked him but declined the offer. After entering floor 8, everyone quickly followed the plan and charged into battle against the monsters. During the fight, Li Ke and Zhang Bin quietly exchanged thoughts. They noticed Yi Lin had cleared earlier floors with ease, yet against the peak mutant on the 6th floor, he seemed to be holding back. His speed was incredible, but his attacks looked far less destructive. The other believed Yi Lin was simply hiding his true strength, so both still trusted him. After some time, the system suddenly announced that 8 peak mutants had been activated and were about to appear. Yi Lin smiled as he looked ahead. The monsters were practically lined up in a row. If he wiped them out before anyone could react, everyone would be left speechless. On the other side, Huang Kai was still resisting the monster assault. He glanced at Yi Lin and secretly planned to deal with him once the current situation was over. Yi Lin charged straight forward. He almost felt regretful, because if he finished the monsters too quickly, Huang Kai would not have time to get himself into trouble. Still, he did not want the nearby soldiers to be affected. He decided to end the battle cleanly. The Heavenly Strike Flash activated, and a sword beam tore across the battlefield in a straight line. The next scene stunned everyone. With a single slash, every monster in its path was erased. No one could believe it. Even a normal third-tier expert would struggle to kill a peak mutant with one move. Huang Kai cursed inwardly, because none of the information he received had mentioned Yi Lin being this terrifying. Even Li Ke and Zhang Bin were shocked. Only now did they realize Yi Lin had shown just the tip of the iceberg. He had been hiding his true power all along. After releasing the strike, Yi Lin slowly descended to the ground. He quickly calculated the gains from this wave. It should be worth tens of thousands of credit points. At the same time, reward notifications kept appearing. The system recorded the kills of multiple peak second-tier mutants, including the multi-headed Blood Corpse and giant Demon Rotten Corpse, granting a huge amount of spirit fragments. Every participant also received an extra 150 spirit fragments. Zhang Bin and Li Ke looked at each other in excitement. They could hardly believe they had earned credit points equal to 6 months of work just by following the right person. Yang Ping stepped forward and praised Yi Lin for hiding his strength so well. Yi Lin acted modest and explained that he had not fully mastered the skill yet, so the result was only an accident. Huang Kai immediately sneered. He claimed that so-called accident had stolen everyone else's chance to earn rewards. In his view, no matter how strong someone was, they should show restraint, especially with the army present. Hearing that, Yi Lin instantly understood that Huang Kai was trying to stir up conflict. Meanwhile, Huang Kai believed Yi Lin had just used a major skill and would not dare confront the army directly, so he wanted to test his reaction. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Lin calmly explained. This floor could only be cleared after meeting the activation conditions. It could not be forced. That meant peak second-tier mutants were still hiding somewhere. If everyone wanted more rewards, they could trigger the next wave, and he would stay out of it. Huang Kai only pushed harder. He loudly accused Yi Lin of being arrogant and disrespectful, even implying that he had no respect for Wang Yangping. But Yang Ping immediately cut him off. He reminded everyone that internal conflict was the biggest taboo inside a dungeon. Having a powerful teammate like Yi Lin was clearly a good thing. Besides, Yi Lin's explanation made perfect sense. They only needed to trigger the next monster wave. Even so, Huang Kai refused to give up. He argued that shared rewards for everyone could not count as compensation. In his opinion, Yi Lin should at least kill another peak second-tier mutant to show some sincerity. Yang Ping thought for a moment and felt the suggestion was somewhat reasonable. He turned to Yi Lin and asked if he could handle one more monster. He was also curious because the power Yi Lin had just displayed was completely different from before. Yi Lin simply smiled and agreed. Yi Lin felt annoyed inside. He knew Huang Kai had failed to create conflict and was now using the peak second-tier mutants to probe his trump cards. Sword Storm had to be saved for the 14th floor against third-tier enemies, and Dimensional Slash could not be used yet. Right then, the system announced that all 8 peak second-tier mutants had fully awakened, and the battle officially began. As the monsters charged in, Yi Lin quickly made a decision. This time, he could only rely on combat skills and enchanted gear. Taking down one monster would be enough, and he might even expose a weakness in Huang Kai. A giant crocodile-like monster rushed straight at him. After observing it, Yi Lin realized it specialized in defense with incredibly thick armor. The best way to kill it was through attrition. When the monster slammed down from above, he dodged aside and countered with a cross slash. The attack only left a few shallow scratches. He immediately understood that his current power was not enough to break its defenses. While fighting off other monsters, Huang Kai kept watching Yi Lin. Seeing him struggle to finish his opponent, Huang Kai became even more convinced that Yi Lin had exhausted himself after using his ultimate move. In his mind, once he dealt with his own target, Yi Lin's trouble would begin. On the other side, the crocodile corpse opened its massive mouth, filled with fangs, and lunged forward to swallow its prey. But Yi Lin showed no panic. He charged forward and activated the enchantment effects on his weapons. His next strike landed on the monster's arm, yet it only caused a surface wound. Yi Lin could not help but admire how absurdly tough its defense was. Even blue-grade enchanted weapons could not sever its limbs. In pain, the crocodile corpse let out a furious roar and swept its giant tail toward Yi Lin. Yi Lin immediately raised both swords and blocked the attack head-on. The two sides entered a brief stalemate. Watching the dangerous situation, Zhang Bin and Li Ke grew anxious for him. Zhang Bin immediately launched an attack with his spirit energy staff, while Li Ke cast ice magic to support him. Unfortunately, those attacks were no more than a tickle to the crocodile corpse, and even drew its attention toward them. A threatening roar echoed out, instantly turning both of their faces pale. They realized their abilities could not affect the monster at all. The situation looked extremely dangerous. While constantly attacking to keep the monster focused on himself, Yi Lin shouted for them to retreat. He insisted that he could handle it alone. He quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. Although the enchantments had greatly increased his power, they were still not enough to finish the monster in a single strike. Even so, his current damage output was far higher than before. As long as he kept using Hitandrun tactics and stacked damage over time, he would eventually wear the monster down. In other areas, the third-tier experts began unleashing their ultimate skills to finish their targets. Yun Ming used Heaven-Splitting Axe, while another expert crushed his opponent with Saint-Making Corpse Slash. Huang Kai also joined in and activated Golden Hammer Strike. Seeing the other third-tier experts finish their battles, one after another, Zhang Bin and Li Ke became even more confused. They could not understand why Yi Lin was dragging the fight out when he had previously wiped out 8 mutants with a single move. The more they thought about it, the less they understood why fighting just one monster had become so difficult. It was not only them. The people nearby also started paying attention to Yi Lin's battle. Yang Ping silently evaluated the situation. He felt Yi Lin's current damage was unusually low. Without counting the effects of his enchanted gear, the combat power he displayed seemed to be only around peak second-tier level, completely different from what he had shown earlier. Even while fighting, Yi Lin kept an eye on Huang Kai. He knew everyone else had already completed their battles, so Huang Kai would likely make a move soon. Because of that, he stayed alert at all times. Just as expected, Huang Kai rushed over with a righteous expression and claimed he wanted to help since Yi Lin had not finished the fight yet. The moment he saw that move, Yi Lin understood Huang Kai's intentions. He was clearly trying to steal the kill and might even attack him directly. Fortunately, the monster was already near its limit. Yi Lin sneered inwardly and stomped hard on the ground. Every enchantment effect on his equipment activated at once. Lightning began to surround his body. Violent thunder energy gathered around both swords. Yi Lin charged forward at incredible speed. At the same time, Huang Kai launched Golden Hammer Strike from behind in a sneak attack. However, at that exact moment, Yi Lin activated Blood Soul Armor and formed a defensive barrier. Huang Kai's attack was reflected back at him. Meanwhile, Yi Lin poured all his strength into the finishing blow he had prepared. A sweeping slash erupted with thunder and instantly killed the crocodile corpse on the spot. The shockwave from the collision forced Huang Kai to stumble backward a considerable distance. Seeing that scene, Yang Ping laughed and told Huang Kai that it seemed Yi Lin did not need his help at all. Huang Kai only snorted coldly, his expression turning extremely ugly. He quickly realized that the equipment Yi Lin was using belonged to Lin Lan. In his judgment, Yi Lin could not maintain that state for long with his current spirit energy. That only made him more anxious, and he decided to eliminate Yi Lin before leaving the dungeon. Huang Kai immediately took a fighting stance. Yi Lin calmly looked at him and asked if he was really determined to cause trouble today. Yang Ping quickly stepped in to stop them. He reminded Huang Kai that the monster had already been killed by Yi Lin, so there was no need to keep fighting over credit. However, Huang Kai claimed this was a personal matter between him and Yi Lin and asked others not to interfere. Meanwhile, Yi Lin casually put away his weapons. He said he did not understand what Huang Kai was talking about, but if it was truly a personal conflict, then they might as well settle everything on the 14th floor and stop wasting everyone's time. Hearing that, Huang Kai looked surprised and asked if Yi Lin really planned to continue beyond this floor. He immediately started calculating. In his view, Yi Lin had already used most of his trump cards. Relying only on enchanted gear to clear the next floors was practically suicide. Huang Kai could not tell whether Yi Lin was bluffing or still hiding another secret weapon. Yi Lin responded firmly. He declared that he would push all the way to the 14th floor and would not quit halfway. Huang Kai coldly replied that was fine, as long as Yi Lin stayed alive until then. Seeing the confrontation pause, Yang Ping immediately ordered everyone to choose a tunnel and continue to the next floor. The entire group followed the command and moved out. In Tunnel 9 on the 10th floor, Huang Kai's team continued pushing deeper inside. While running, Huang Kai kept cursing. Since the 8th floor, monsters had been launching constant surprise attacks, making defense extremely difficult. He also urged the people behind him to keep up unless they wanted to die. The others immediately answered and increased their speed. At that moment, a strange arm suddenly shot down from above and struck the formation. One person noticed it in time but had no chance to react. The sharp claw swept past and instantly tore off one of his arms. After succeeding, the creature immediately switched to another target, throwing the entire team into panic. Huang Kai quickly retreated and raised his shield. While defending, he realized it was another troublesome ghost summoner monster. He counterattacked by slamming his hammer into the ground, but the monster's arm had already withdrawn before the blow could land. Before anyone could relax, countless other arms appeared from different directions and attacked at the same time. The people behind him urgently warned that another attack was coming from his rear. Huang Kai cursed inwardly as the situation became increasingly dangerous. At that critical moment, another team member used a rapid-fire spirit energy skill and blasted apart the arm that was about to strike Huang Kai. Instead of feeling grateful, Huang Kai became furious. He claimed he had nearly lost an eye and declared that he would take 90% of the expedition's loot. Anyone who disagreed could leave the team. The man who had just saved him immediately protested. He argued that Huang Kai would have been in danger without his help, but Huang Kai replied that the man had nearly exhausted his skills, and another teammate was seriously injured. Soon they would all need his protection. Hearing that, the others became even more enraged, because Huang Kai was clearly relying on them as well. Ignoring everyone's objections, Huang Kai continued to pressure them. He bluntly asked whether they wanted to keep their lives or keep their money, and told them to think carefully before answering. Without waiting for a response, he turned around and continued moving forward. The others were dissatisfied, but could only hurry after him. After some time, Huang Kai suddenly felt uneasy and looked back. Behind him there was only darkness and scattered bloodstains. The other two people had vanished without a trace. In another tunnel, Yang Ping was also leading his team against relentless monster attacks. Looking ahead, he estimated that clearing 2 more floors would complete the journey. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. Even so, he reminded everyone to stay focused and stop chatting. But the moment he finished speaking, an attack from nowhere suddenly pierced the head of a teammate beside him. Yang Ping immediately looked up and discovered a poison-tailed corpse clinging to the cave ceiling. He quickly shouted for everyone to dodge. Meanwhile, in Tunnel 18 on the 12th floor, Yi Lin was leading Li Ke and Zhang Bin through the maze. He constantly directed them left and right to avoid danger. Hearing screams echoing from other tunnels, Li Ke could not help asking why their group had not encountered a single monster. Zhang Bin also felt that aside from being a little tired from running, this journey was even easier than the first 7 floors. The two began making guesses. One thought their tunnel simply had fewer monsters, but that idea was quickly rejected. They believed the monsters had sensed Yi Lin's terrifying presence and chosen to stay away. The moment those words were spoken, Yi Lin suddenly stopped. The two behind him immediately asked what had happened. Yi Lin knew they had reached a point where avoiding danger was no longer possible. He expanded his vision and carefully scanned the entire area before speaking. He pointed out every threat. A corpse ghost was hiding on the cave ceiling ahead, and they could not let it latch onto them. A blood maiden was concealed in a rock crevice about 16 meters to the left. Beneath the ground on the right, a bone-shattering worm was quietly tunneling toward the group. Hearing that, Zhang Bin finally understood. Yi Lin's ability was not simple sensing. He could actually see everything across an enormous area. Both of them were stunned by what Yi Lin revealed. They never expected a scouting ability so terrifying that it could pinpoint every hidden threat with such accuracy. Yi Lin quickly laid out a plan. He would rush ahead and kill the corpse ghost first. 3 seconds later, the two of them had to sprint through that area. After that, he would lure away the bone-shattering worm. 30 seconds later, they would regroup at the third right-hand intersection ahead. The moment he finished speaking, he accelerated forward, activated his enchanted sword, and slashed directly at the hidden corpse ghost. Before leaving, he shouted for the two of them to run immediately. He stressed that they had to move as fast as possible. No matter what happened behind them or what sounds they heard, they were not allowed to look back. Both immediately followed his orders. At the gathering area on the 14th floor, teams began arriving one after another, but very few members remained. Someone looked around and asked where everyone else's teammates had gone. The answer made the atmosphere heavy. Most of them were dead. Everyone realized that low-level ambush monsters were even harder to deal with than facing high-level monsters head-on. Some people had nearly exhausted all their skills just to save a single agility-type teammate. Wang Yangping said in a serious tone that the situation was extremely unfavorable. The army had been tasked with bringing back enough spirit fragments, but with losses this severe, their chances of completing the mission had dropped significantly. If the shortage became too large, they would have to buy fragments from other third-tier experts. Not long afterward, Yunming and Huang Kai also arrived. Yunming managed to bring one extra survivor with him, while Huang Kai was clearly carrying several injuries. As soon as he arrived, Huang Kai began cursing angrily. He complained that the dungeon was absurd. Out of nowhere, another rot worm had appeared and caught him completely off guard. Yang Ping glanced toward the tunnel Yi Lin had chosen. He noted that Yi Lin's team was the only one that had not appeared yet. If Yi Lin truly managed to bring everyone out safely, the spirit fragments they collected might be enough to meet the requirement. Still, Yi Lin's true strength remained difficult to judge. Huang Kai immediately laughed in disdain. He claimed Yi Lin was nothing more than a fake third tier who relied on equipment. The earlier monster wipe had only been possible because of on-time skill. As he spoke, he even pointed at his own face and confidently declared that Yi Lin's entire team had definitely been wiped out. He was willing to bet his own reputation on it. But the moment he finished speaking, footsteps echoed from the distance. A voice filled with amusement rang out. In that case, it seemed his reputation was about to become worthless. Seeing Yi Lin appear with his teammates, Huang Kai froze in shock. What stunned him even more was that all three of them were completely unharmed. He could not understand what was happening. By all logic, they should have been attacked repeatedly along the way. Li Ke and Zhang Bin quickly explained that Yi Lin had detected most of the mutants in advance and guided the team around them. They then asked in surprise why the other teams had struggled so badly. After hearing that, everyone around them fell silent. Yi Lin laughed and pointed his blade toward Huang Kai. He asked who it was that had just claimed his team would be completely wiped out. Huang Kai still tried to make excuses. He argued that Yi Lin must have entered this dungeon many times before and memorized the route while pretending to be mysterious. But Wang Yangping immediately rejected that claim. He explained that the terrain of the Hell Dungeon changed every time it opened, so no one could memorize the path beforehand. He began forming a different conclusion. Perhaps Yi Lin possessed an extremely rare scouting or evasion ability. If the army could recruit someone like him, the strategic value would be enormous. Hearing that, Huang Kai found it even harder to accept. Everything Yi Lin had shown was completely different from the information he had received. In the end, he decided to hold back for now and wait until the third-tier mutant appeared before probing Yi Lin's true strength again. Seeing his reaction, Yi Lin burst out laughing. He mocked Huang Kai for being good at stirring up trouble, but unwilling to take responsibility for his own words. Wang Yangping immediately stepped in to mediate. He reminded everyone that a battle against a third-tier mutant still awaited them, so the bigger picture mattered more than personal disputes. Yi Lin agreed and decided to let the matter rest for the colonel's sake. Yang Ping then began arranging the battle plan. This floor contained 2 early third-tier mutants. The army would handle one, while everyone else would work together against the other. Once this battle was won, they could leave the dungeon. Huang Kai immediately approved the plan. He emphasized that the army side had 4 third-tier experts and 6 peak second-tier fighters, making them extremely powerful. He then deliberately belittled Yi Lin's team. According to him, they only had 3 members, including 1 suspicious fake third-tier. The other 2 second-tier members barely had any combat power. Seeing him continue causing trouble, Yang Ping challenged his claim. If Yi Lin was really a fake third-tier, how could he have wiped out 8 peak second-tier mutants with 1 move? Yang Ping added that if things became too difficult later, they could always hire reinforcements with money. At that moment, Yi Lin calmly spoke up. He said his team had no problems at all. On the contrary, if the army ran into trouble, they only needed to ask for help. Hearing that confident statement, both Yang Ping and Huang Kai fell into thought. It was obvious that Yi Lin still had not revealed all his cards. The more they interacted with him, the more his true strength felt like an unreadable fog. Everything was ready. Their targets this time were 2 grave-digging worms. Before long, everyone entered the boss area, with the army taking one side. Meanwhile, Yi Lin and the others covered the opposite front. The battle turned chaotic the moment it began, with a barrage of attacks crashing into the monsters. Even during combat, Yi Lin continued observing the army's side of the battlefield. Huang Kai was still hiding behind his shield and struggling under heavy pressure. Seeing that Yi Lin had not fought seriously yet, Huang Kai immediately shouted for him to join the battle. Only then did Yi Lin charge forward, drawing his twin swords and activating twin sword enchantment. Above them, Wen Ming leaped into the air while carrying a massive battle axe. He poured all his strength into a downward strike with spirit energy battle axe, aiming at the boss' outer armor. Unfortunately, the attack achieved nothing and even knocked him backward from the recoil, just as Yi Lin closed in. Yi Lin's twin blades rapidly carved countless cuts across the monster's tough hide. Whenever the boss counterattacked, he immediately used thunderstep boots to evade. While fighting, he even deliberately stepped on Huang Kai's head and pretended it was an accident. Furious after being humiliated, Huang Kai turned and shouted curses, clearly on the verge of exploding. But before he could react further, the boss' giant claw swept toward him again. Left with no choice, he raised his shield and blocked the attack. Before he could catch his breath, another strike came from the opposite direction. Huang Kai kept dodging and defending, while being pushed entirely onto the defensive. After being forced back repeatedly, he was finally sent flying into the distance. Yi Lin immediately pretended to be concerned and asked if he was all right. Huang Kai gritted his teeth and accused Yi Lin of deliberately setting him up. Even so, the two continued fighting the boss while arguing at the same time. The others quickly moved in to support Huang Kai, while Yi Lin secretly calculated the distance between the 2 monsters. Once they were close enough, he could deal with both at the same time. On the other side, Wen Ming began struggling under increasing pressure and called for Yi Lin to focus on the boss in front of them first. Yi Lin immediately ordered all the second-tier fighters to help Wen Ming, while he and Huang Kai would handle this side alone. After saying that, he deliberately lured the monster to chase him. Seeing all the support leave, Huang Kai instantly became furious. Yi Lin simply replied that if Huang Kai could hold out for 3 seconds, the battle would be over. In the end, Huang Kai clenched his teeth and agreed, convinced that Yi Lin still had an unused trump card. After enduring for several seconds, Huang Kai urgently urged Yi Lin to unleash his ultimate skill, but Yi Lin was still waiting for a better opportunity. By now, Huang Kai was nearly at his limit. Meanwhile, Yi Lin continued running toward Yang Ping, causing his teammates to shout warnings from behind. Hearing the calls, Yang Ping immediately turned around to check the situation. That brief moment of distraction allowed the monster to strike him and send him flying across the battlefield. Yi Lin seized the chance and told everyone to back off for his ultimate move, but he was really buying time to lure the 2 monsters closer together. Then he raised both swords and held them parallel in front of him. 2 streams of sword energy shot out, looking completely harmless. Seeing this, many people grew suspicious since it looked nothing like his previous own-shot attack. While stalling, Yi Lin noticed the 2 tomb burrower worms had trapped Huang Kai in the middle just as planned, so he sheathed his swords and unleashed Sword Storm. The moment the skill activated, a sword tornado pierced both targets and killed them instantly. The terrifying shockwave even blasted everyone nearby backward. Yang Ping was stunned by the scenes because, if Yi Lin wanted everyone here dead, nobody could stop him. In their eyes, his strength had already surpassed early Tier 3, and might even be mid or high Tier 3. As for Huang Kai, he was unlucky enough to get caught in the attack with the monsters, while Yi Lin pretended to feel sorry. He kept up the act and said he would make good use of the equipment Huang Kai left behind. The people outside stayed silent, and nobody dared object as the completion notice and rewards appeared. After the run ended, the system awarded 300 spirit crystals, while personal rewards were calculated based on contribution. Everyone could also choose to continue deeper or leave the dungeon. Yang Ping approached Yi Lin and warned him that a dangerous mid-tier 3 mutant still existed below. The military decided to end the expedition there, and Yi Lin chose to leave as well. He knew Dimensional Slash was his only trump card left and had to save it for emergencies. Hearing that, Yang Ping asked everyone to gather before leaving because he had something important to discuss. He openly offered to buy all of their spirit crystals. The market price was 10 credits each, but the military would pay 11. The moment they heard the higher price, everyone was thrilled. Wen Ming had no objections since selling to anyone made no difference to him. The military said anyone who agreed could finish the transaction and leave afterward. Then Yang Ping turned to Yi Lin because he held the largest amount of spirit crystals. However, Yi Lin did not answer right away and instead asked why the military needed so many. Yang Ping explained they were upgrading low-level awakeners and needed a massive supply of spirit crystals. Even after buying up most of the market, they still lacked enough. After hearing that, Yi Lin quietly calculated. He knew spirit crystals could increase strength, but the cost was enormous. Reaching mid-level alone required tens of thousands, and going further was even more expensive. Seeing Yi Lin lost in thought for too long, Yang Ping called out to him, but he was still thinking about how much the military was investing. A moment later, he snapped back and told Yang Ping to wait while he checked the numbers. After counting everything, Yi Lin reported a total of 27,000 spirit crystals and asked for a rounded payment of 30 million credits. Yang Ping immediately agreed and asked if he planned to farm this dungeon again. Yi Lin refused at once. From his experience, repeatedly farming the same dungeon with the same group reduced the overall gains. Yang Ping still tried to persuade him, saying that leading other military members into the dungeon would earn him recognition from higher-ups. He also revealed that all these spirit crystals were for Captain Tang's son. That person currently ranked 3rd among the chosen seeds and was almost guaranteed to reach Tier 3, with a chance to go even further. The moment he heard that, Yi Lin's expression changed. He cut Yang Ping off and demanded they finish the deal and end the conversation. Yang Ping was completely confused by the sudden reaction. On the ride back, Yi Lin kept thinking. He had believed his resource-gathering speed was impressive, but compared to the military's investment, he still fell far behind. In his view, pouring resources into selected seeds was not necessarily effective. They lacked real combat experience and could easily struggle on an actual battlefield. That also reminded him of his past life. Back then, resources were painfully scarce and nowhere near what Today's chosen seeds enjoyed. Thinking of this, Yi Lin became even more determined. He wanted to max out all his stats, enter the Tier 3 trial as soon as possible, claim first place, and gain enough influence to change the future. Not long after, he returned home. Looking at the pile of spirit fruits, Yi Lin began calculating. Aside from willpower, all his other stats were stuck at 26 and required many more fruits to increase. His current stats were Strength 26, Agility 26, Constitution 26, and Willpower 31. He decided to start eating first and see if the remaining supply was enough. One spirit fruit after another disappeared into his mouth, while notifications kept appearing. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1. The pile of spirit energy fruits on the table slowly shrank as his stats steadily climbed. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Lin held the last fruit in his hand. His stomach was already full, but he forced himself to keep eating since he was only one step away from 30 points. The moment he finished the final bite, the system sent a notification. Constitution increased by 1 point. All attributes had reached 30 points and qualified for a reward draw. Yi Lin was surprised to learn that reaching 30 points in every stat came with a special reward. Without hesitation, he activated the draw and silently hoped for an epic grade item. If it were an epic sword, his combat power would soar. Just then, the system announced his reward. The prize was an epic item called the Lingen Ring. Seeing that it was not a weapon, Yi Lin felt a little disappointed that he had only received a ring. Still, he quickly recovered and became curious, since the name seemed related to souls or willpower. After checking its details, he discovered it was an epic accessory. It gave no direct stat bonuses, but contained a storage space, measuring 100 by 100 by 100 meters, and could even hold living creatures. Yi Lin instantly realized its incredible value. 1 million cubic meters of storage was basically a portable warehouse that could carry endless supplies. The ring also possessed a skill called will conversion, allowing willpower points to be turned into other attributes. The limit was 5 points at Tier 2, 10 at Tier 3, 20 at Tier 4, and 100 at Tier 5. After reading it, Yi Lin's eyes lit up. This ability was practically game-breaking, since he could freely adjust his stats during battle. However, what caught his attention even more was the existence of higher tiers. He had only known about Tier 4 before, while Tier 5 was completely unheard of, making him wonder about the true limits of humanity and mutants. Continuing to the final description, he learned that the ring belonged to a place called the Lingon World. Its owner would gain a special S-rank authority, known as Descender. The name Lingon World was completely unfamiliar to Yi Lin. Even in his previous life, right up until humanity's destruction, he had never heard of it. Because of that, he immediately concluded that the ring hid a major secret and could never be sold. He then contacted Li Fugui and asked him to sell the hammer he had obtained, the golden shield, and the other enchantment materials, then exchange everything for spirit energy fruits. But at that moment, the system suddenly issued a new warning. Ordinary spirit energy fruits only worked up to 30 attribute points. Further growth required advanced spirit energy fruits. Hearing that, Yi Lin immediately changed his plan and ordered all the money to be used on advanced spirit energy fruits instead. He quickly calculated in his mind. Once he broke past the 30-point limit, he would move closer to the peak of Tier 2. The first night of January was also when chaos would erupt in Tianfeng's safe zone, and his ultimate skill would be off cooldown by then. His current goal was to push all attributes to the Tier 2 limit, overwhelm everyone with absolute strength, and enter the Tier 3 trial openly. But right then, Li Fugui appeared with a helpless look and reported that there were no advanced spirit energy fruits available on the market. After learning that the military had bought out the entire supply, Yi Lin could only think of asking Chen Yang for help. Coincidentally, Chen Yang called him first. As soon as Yi Lin answered, he heard the other man's voice. He could not help feeling that the timing was unbelievable, since he had just been thinking about him. That Tiansheng Commerce had discovered a prototype rank spirit horror dungeon and wanted him to lead an exploration team, so he specially invited Yi Lin to join. The moment he heard about an rank spirit horror dungeon prototype, Yi Lin became interested. Chen Yang explained that the area had not fully formed into an official dungeon yet, so its mission mechanics had not appeared. Because of that, entering now was much safer. If anything went wrong, they could simply leave the affected area and survive. Chen Yang added that a normal rank supernatural dungeon would contain many aberrations, but this place had only formed one spirit aberration so far while everything else was still transforming. After hearing that, Yi Lin told him to stop beating around the bush and state the terms. Chen Yang immediately named the price. Even if the mission failed, Yi Lin would still receive 100,000 credits. If they succeeded, he would get 70% of the total loot, plus an extra 300,000 credits from Tiansheng Commerce. Hearing those generous terms, Yi Lin laughed and instantly guessed they wanted a long-term partnership for future projects. Seeing his intentions exposed, Chen Yang could only scratch his head and admit it, then asked if Yi Lin had any additional requests. Yi Lin took the opportunity to add a condition. Besides the agreed benefits, he wanted 20% of future profits from the site and a supply of advanced spirit energy fruits. After reaching an agreement, the group set out for Beihei Village. On the way, Yi Lin sat in the vehicle and thought things through. The riot in Zhenjiang was still several days away, and his ultimate skill was still on cooldown. Using this gap to gather more resources made perfect sense. Not long later, the vehicle stopped at the gathering point where many people were already waiting. Chen Yang turned to Yi Lin and told him they had arrived. The two got out and headed toward the crowd ahead. A young man stepped forward and introduced himself as Wang Zheng, the son of Tiansheng Commerce's vice president. He also expressed his long-standing admiration for Yi Lin. Wang Zheng then introduced the team. The most notable member was Fang He, a willpower and agility awakener hired at a huge cost. The others were his subordinates. Fang He remained humble and claimed he was just an ordinary Tier 2. However, he still casually pointed out that nobody's payment came close to Yi Lin's. Noticing the tension, Wang Jung quickly smoothed things over and explained that Fang He was simply very direct. He also emphasized that Fang He had already cleared several spirit horror dungeons. After the brief introductions, the group decided to enter the investigation area immediately. Everyone quickly moved according to the plan. Along the way, Fang He warned everyone that once they entered the core area, they must follow his instructions without question. Even Tier 3 experts could die if they became careless. Hearing that, Yi Lin was slightly surprised. In theory, this was only a dungeon prototype, so system missions should not have appeared yet. Fang, he immediately explained that his talent allowed him to receive special system hints whenever he approached important clues, almost like hidden quests. Yi Lin secretly praised this ability. A talent that could directly guide someone to clues was extremely rare and showed how well prepared this team was. As they walked, Fang He explained the situation in Beihe village. The village sat beside a river, and the residents used to make a living by transporting waters to the safe zone for sale. However, the water carts were now rusted, proving they had stopped working long ago. He told everyone to pay close attention to this detail, because the villagers seemed to have forgotten they were supposed to sell water. Instead, they endlessly repeated meaningless actions, as if trapped in a loop. Some kept drawing water from the river, only to pour it into tanks that were already full. Just then, a villager cautiously approached after noticing the unfamiliar faces. The expedition team introduced themselves as investigators from Zhenjiang Safe Zone, looking into the contaminated water supply. The moment he heard that, Fang He suddenly said they needed to pay special attention to a girl who had jumped into the river, because it might be a crucial clue. Yi Lin immediately pressed for details. He wanted to know what was wrong with the river, when the incident happened, and why. The villager became flustered and repeatedly denied knowing anything, claiming he had only mentioned it casually. Seeing him dodge the questions, the group warned that he would be taken in for questioning if he refused to cooperate. The man immediately panicked and confessed that 7 days earlier, a girl named Jiang Xue had mixed something herself and jumped into the river during a heavy storm. The current was extremely strong, and she was swept away almost instantly. The group continued questioning why the girl had taken her own life and whether the villagers had forced her into it. The man repeatedly pleaded his innocence and insisted he had nothing to do with it. Just then, Chen Yung noticed something behind the man and was about to act, but Yi Lin immediately stopped him. In Yi Lin's eyes, the man looked normal, but his hands showed signs of being soaked in water for far too long. If he was connected to the spirit aberration, acting rashly could put the entire team in danger. After hearing that analysis, even Fang He admitted that Yi Lin's reaction had been incredibly quick. Yi Lin then changed tactics, reassured the man, and asked him to lead them to the dead girl's family. He promised that if the man was proven innocent, they would leave him alone. Hearing this, the man nodded and agreed to guide them. He pointed at an old house ahead and said it belonged to the deceased. Only her mother and daughter, Li Ru, still lived there, and the atmosphere inside was strangely cold. The moment they stepped through the door, everyone felt a chilling cold. The temperature was completely different from outside, as if they had entered winter. Moving deeper inside, they discovered numerous jars filled with water, some even overflowing. The sight made Yi Lin uneasy, because the amount of stored water was far beyond normal. At that moment, a woman suddenly stood up from inside the house. Her sudden appearance startled several people. Fang He quickly calmed everyone down. Based on his senses, the woman was heavily affected by supernatural power, but had not yet become a spirit aberration. The woman looked at the group with tired eyes and asked who they were. Yi Lin took the initiative and explained that they were investigating her daughter's death and wanted to know whether anyone had driven her to suicide. The moment her daughter was mentioned, the old woman lowered her head in grief and repeatedly said her daughter was still under the water, begging them to bring her back. Seeing that she could barely communicate normally, Chen Yung believed it would be difficult to gather more information. However, Yi Lin shifted the topic to her granddaughter. The old woman replied that Li Ru had gone to fetch water early in the morning and usually did not return until evening. Yi Lin turned to Fang He and asked if he had received any system hints yet. Fang He shook his head and explained that his ability only worked when he got close to key figures. In his opinion, Li Ru was the crucial link. Hearing that, Yi Lin suggested searching for the girl by the river. Fang He immediately objected. He believed night was approaching, so it would be safer to stay and observe first. Watching Fang He's reaction, Yi Lin felt that he was hiding something. At the same time, he began connecting the villagers' obsession with fetching water to whatever existed beneath the river. Not long later, Li Ru appeared at the doorway carrying a bucket of water and wearing a perfectly natural smile. The moment Fang He saw her, he greeted her at once. Li Ru instinctively hid the bucket behind her back as if concealing something. Yi Lin immediately caught a strong metallic smell, almost identical to fresh blood, coming from the bucket. He instantly activated his investigation ability for a closer look. Through the skill, he saw something floating inside the water. It was clearly a human tongue. Li Ru then looked directly at the group and asked who they were. At that moment, Fang He received a system warning and immediately told everyone not to make the girl angry under any circumstances. Yi Lin stepped forward with a gentle attitude and introduced them as a patrol team from Zhenjiang Safe Zone, investigating her mother's disappearance. Hearing that, Li Ru immediately denied it. In her eyes, her mother had not disappeared, but had been driven to death by the villagers. Yi Lin quickly seized on the new lead and asked whether she knew who was involved. Li Ru calmly pulled out a list and claimed she had remembered every person who had harmed her mother, then handed the paper to him. But when Yi Lin said they would help find her mother first, Li Ru shook her head. She believed her mother had already returned home, so there was no need to search. They only needed to catch the guilty people. This made Yi Lin even more suspicious, because the body should have been swept away long ago. Seeing him hesitate, Li Ru began doubting their promise. Remembering Fang He's warning, Yi Lin did not dare provoke her. He forced a smile and said that arresting people required time, and that everything would be handled the next morning. However, the atmosphere around Li Ru had already become extremely dangerous. In the end, the girl coldly warned them that if they broke their promise, they would all pay with their lives. Seeing such killing intent coming from a child left the entire group speechless. After leaving the house, Fang He suggested spending the night in a nearby abandoned building. Chen Yang and Wang Zheng would share one room, while everyone else stayed separately. The arrangement confused Yi Lin, so he immediately asked for an explanation. Fang, he explained that in supernatural events, the targets were often either the weakest or the strongest people. They needed direct contact with the ghostly entity to gather more information. At that point, Ye Lin instantly understood. The real reason they invited him was to use him as bait tonight. Chen Yang and Wang Zheng quickly explained that they meant no harm, and simply believed his survival chances were the highest. Yi Lin only laughed. To him, spending money to save lives was nothing worth criticizing. As long as he completed his job, that was enough. Seeing how relaxed Yi Lin was, the two men felt relieved and immediately expressed their gratitude. Only Fang He wore a meaningful expression. He snorted and said they should wait and see who would still be alive to talk after tonight. Based on all the clues so far, he believed Zhang Shu had been driven into despair by the villagers and transformed into a ghost. Since the event had not fully matured, she could probably only influence the villagers and her daughter while slowly taking revenge. Solving the case required two objectives. First, they had to find Zhang Shue's body. Tonight he would question Li Ro, and if that failed, he would have Yi Ning search the river. Second, they had to help the mother and daughter complete their revenge. Once the body was found, they would capture everyone on the list and hand them over to Li Ro the next morning. Even so, he still felt unconvinced. Everything was progressing too smoothly and did not match the danger level of an rank spirit horror dungeon. Fang, he explained that this was only the beginning stage. The key secrets had not appeared yet. Once the event fully unfolded, nobody would even know Zhang Shui was the first victim, and the villagers themselves might become ghosts. After hearing that analysis, Chen Yang felt a chill run down his spine. If that happened, anyone entering would likely be doomed. Fortunately, they had arrived before everything erupted. Night gradually fell, and cold winds howled through the silent village. Lying on the bed, Yi Lin continued reviewing everything. Although Fang He's explanation sounded reasonable, he still felt something was off. Earlier by the river, Fang He had clearly hidden something, yet later he openly suggested that Yi Lin search there for the body. His hostile attitude from the start also suggested he wanted Yi Lin to get into trouble. If profit was the real motive, then the river where the body lay was probably a deadly trap. Tonight, Fang He had chosen the task of visiting Li Ru alone, which looked far more rewarding. If Yi Lin died first, the best rewards would naturally belong to him. At that moment, everything started making sense. Li Ru's behavior also kept bothering him. The girl did not seem like someone merely influenced by a ghost, and there was still the human tongue hidden in the bucket. A child her age should not have been capable of something like that, even for revenge. After thinking for a long time, Yi Lin finally noticed something unusual on the roof. Faint sounds echoed from above, as though someone was walking there. He immediately became alert. Since it had come, he might as well see what it was. Expanding his mental power to the limit, he coldly demanded that it show itself. A moment later, a blurry figure appeared within his sight, visible only to him. The owner of that figure was Jiang Shui. Yi Lin immediately took out the leather bracelet and the resentment orb he had obtained from the previous dungeon. At last, they had a chance to shine. He raised the bracelet before him and quietly activated its power, while channeling mental energy into the resentment orb. The orb increased mental damage by 25% and could also block one critical attack from a supernatural entity before shattering. At the same time, he entered combat mode and unleashed sword transformation slash. Seeing that action, the female ghost immediately showed disdain and released a resentful roar. The figure then shot out of the house at high speed. Yi Lin did not hesitate. He smashed through the door and chased after her. At that moment, terrified screams suddenly echoed from the surrounding houses. The familiar voices instantly changed his expression. They belonged to Chen Fang and Fang He from the neighboring courtyard. Everyone quickly gathered together. Someone urgently asked what had happened. Yi Lin replied that the ghost had just appeared, and Chen Fang and Fang, he had most likely been attacked. If that was true, then Fang He's earlier theory was completely wrong. This ghost was far from weak. Could it have grown stronger after they arrived? Chen Fang was the weakest, so his death made sense, but Fang He was different. After reviewing everything, he realized his first judgment had likely been off. This place was far too dangerous now. Everyone should leave the area first. As for him, he would stay behind to investigate and meet them again the next morning. Chen Yang was worried but agreed to retreat. Yi Lin reassured them that he carried a life-saving item, so there was no need to worry too much. Only then did the group quickly leave. Once he was alone, he finally got serious. The resentment pearl could only save him once, so he could not afford any mistakes. With that in mind, he pushed his spiritual detection to the limit. Before long, he spotted a motionless figure in the distance. Chen Fang was now left with only one leg. It seemed the female ghost had controlled his mind before devouring him, but from his cry for help to being eaten, it must have taken some time. That meant she could not have killed Fang He at the same time. Fang He's body was still intact instead of being devoured like Chen Fang. That made him suspect there was more than one ghost here. Looking across the yard, he suddenly thought Fang. He might have been digging for something underground when he encountered a supernatural entity. The real secret was likely buried below. He immediately sent his spiritual power deep into the earth. In the depths below, a corpse ghost lay silently. What shocked him was that it was the woman in white. But he quickly noticed something strange. She had 6 fingers on one hand. This trait could be inherited, yet Li Ro had no such feature. That proved this corpse was not Jiang Shui. So who was she really? At that moment, the woman seemed to sense his gaze and suddenly opened her eyes. Yi Lin instantly realized something was wrong. From beneath the ground, the corpse ghost had already locked onto him. Those eyes were likely the treasure Fang he had risked his life to obtain. Without hesitation, he tightened his grip on the bracelet and poured spiritual power into the resentment pearl. A spiritual net quickly formed and shot downward to trap the corpse ghost. But with a simple movement of her hand, she shattered it completely. Her true power was far beyond what spiritual attacks could handle. Yi Lin immediately gripped the item in his hand. The moment the corpse ghost charged at him, the final protective barrier appeared automatically. The resentment pearl was forced to activate its life-saving effect. With a single strike, the female ghost shattered his only life-saving shield. At that moment, he knew he would die if he did not run. With no other choice, he activated the thunder boots and directed all the stored energy into his legs. His speed exploded instantly, while the corpse ghost continued chasing him relentlessly. After a desperate sprint, he finally saw the boundary protected by the barrier. The moment he crossed it, the female ghost was blocked outside. Yi Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even without staying with Chen Yang's group, he had narrowly escaped death. The woman in white was clearly not Jiang Shui. She might have been swept downstream by the flood years ago. If so, Jiang Shu's real body was likely somewhere farther downstream, and she might not even be dead. He decided to use the remaining time before dawn to search the lower river area. Not long after, the first light of a new day appeared. Chen Yang anxiously told the others that Yi Lin had been missing all night and still had not returned. Wang Zheng believed the barrier was disrupting communication, so they should enter and search for him first. The group entered the dungeon and searched everywhere, but they found no trace of Yi Lin. Even Li Rao's house showed no signs of him. While everyone was confused about his disappearance, Li Ru suddenly appeared behind them. She looked at them and asked why they had not captured anyone as promised. Her voice kept urging them to act. Hearing the voice behind them, everyone turned around in shock. With no other option, they agreed. At that moment, Li Ru's eyes became incredibly strange. She demanded that everyone be taken to the riverside so she could handle the matter herself. Wang Zheng quietly told Chen Yong that their only remaining clue was helping the girl complete her revenge. Fang He was dead, and Yi Lin was missing. They had no other lead left. Before long, the 3 people on the list were escorted to the riverside. All 3 kept insisting that Jiang Shuo had chosen death herself and that they had nothing to do with it. They even loudly protested their innocence. But Li Ru did not believe them at all. Gripping the scissors tightly, she pointed at them with eyes full of hatred and declared that they were the ones who had driven her mother to despair. The moment she finished speaking, she rushed forward and stabbed one of them in the chest. Then Li Ru forcefully pulled out the victim's tongue. She did not just want them dead. She wanted them to suffer the same pain her mother had endured. Blood instantly splattered everywhere. Amid her eerie laughter, she moved on to the next target. The remaining 2 were trembling in fear, their faces covered in sweat. One kept apologizing for spreading lies about Jiang Shuo. The other desperately blamed someone else while begging for mercy. The only response was agonized screams echoing across the riverbank as blood stained the ground red. Seeing this, Chen Yong felt a chill run down his spine. How could a 10-year-old child be this ruthless? He could only hope everything would end once her revenge was complete. But then Li Ru turned toward the group. She said those people were not fully dead yet and wanted help throwing them into the river. Despite their fear, the 2 men could only nod reluctantly. As the bodies were dragged toward the water, Chen Yong took the chance to ask Li Ru if they could help find her mother's body. Li Ru politely declined. She said there was no need because her mother had already arrived, and according to her mother, everyone here had to die as well. The moment she finished speaking, the river began to churn. The terrifying corpse ghost slowly emerged from the water and fixed a vicious stare on the people by the shore. The instant they saw the corpse ghost, everyone's expression changed. The accompanying soldiers became its first targets. Cries for help erupted everywhere. Wang Zheng and the others ran in panic while shouting for everyone to retreat. But the female ghost opened her twisted mouth and created a horrifying suction force, dragging everyone nearby toward her. Against that power, escape seemed impossible. In the blink of an eye, one of the guards was caught in her jaws. Witnessing the horrifying scene, Chen Yong fell into despair and drew his knife to end his own life. To him, a quick death was better than being tortured by a ghost. Even Wang Zheng lost his composure and could only scream for help in despair. At that moment, an invisible force suddenly struck, knocking the knife from Chen Yong's hand. The one who intervened was Yi Lin. He used his ability to control the knife from a distance. Behind him stood a woman holding a little girl in her arms. Right after that, Yi Lin immediately launched an attack at the female ghost. Seeing him appear, Chen Yong was so relieved he nearly cried. Their savior had finally returned. Yi Lin gave no explanation. Instead, he turned to Li Ru and told her to look carefully at the woman before her and the child in her arms. With just one glance, Li Ru burst into tears. Trembling, she called out, "Mom." The woman choked up as well and called her daughter's name. Mother and daughter rushed toward each other. But when Li Ru saw the child her mother was carrying, she froze. Jiang Shuo painfully admitted that this entire tragedy had started because of her own mistake. Everyone around them was completely confused. If Jiang Shuo was alive, then who was the woman in white? And if Li Ru was dead, did that mean she was a ghost too? Faced with all these questions, Yi Lin simply told everyone to stay back because the area was still extremely dangerous. Sure enough, the female ghost immediately opened her mouth and tried to drag both Jiang Shuo and Li Ru toward herself. Seeing her mother about to be taken away again, Li Ru's emotions erupted. All her resentment and unwillingness exploded at once. Amid a desperate scream, Li Ru's body rapidly transformed into another giant ghost form. Yi Lin let out a sigh of relief. At least Li Ru had regained her awareness, making the situation far easier to control. Seeing her daughter charge into battle, Jiang Shuo immediately panicked and shouted her name. But Li Ru rushed forward anyway. The two sides quickly became locked in a fierce fight. Both used the most primitive methods possible, wildly scratching and biting at each other. The battle filled the air with dust and debris. The truth was that during the Great Flood years ago, Jiang Shuo had been swept away but survived after reaching the downstream area and being rescued. Li Ru, on the other hand, fell into the river while searching for her mother and drowned, later becoming a ghost without ever realizing the truth. Her obsession with revenge was so deep that Li Ru unconsciously influenced the villagers for a long time. Later, she discovered the body of the woman in white beneath the river and mistakenly believed it was her mother. That was the truth behind everything. The only way to resolve it now was to reveal the truth and let the conflict reach its final conclusion. After hearing the full story, everyone realized the villagers who had been captured were only guilty of spreading rumors, not murder. The existence of two ghosts also explained how Fang He and Chen Fong could have been killed almost at the same time. Meanwhile, Yi Lin took out an eye obtained from the corpse ghost and immediately received its item information. It was called the Ghost Eye, a green-grade item. When equipped, it allowed the user to see extra information and special prompts within their field of vision. Yi Lin quickly realized that its effect was very similar to the ability Fang He once possessed. That was likely why he had risked everything to obtain it. As for Chen Yong and Wang Zheng, both sincerely thanked Yi Lin. Without him, none of them would have survived. The 100,000 credits originally promised to Fang He were also transferred to Yi Lin. By rough calculation, this trip had earned him nearly 700,000 credits. The rewards were certainly impressive. Even so, what he cared about most was still the high-grade spirit energy fruit. So Yi Lin immediately asked about the item he needed. Chen Yong could only apologize awkwardly and admit that it would take more time. When Yi Lin asked why, Chen Yong revealed that most high-grade spirit energy fruits were currently controlled by military leaders in the capital. The situation seemed connected to a project known as the Tree Seed Plan. The moment he heard that familiar name, Yi Lin understood that reaching his goal would be difficult without getting involved personally. He told Chen Yong and Wang Zheng to join him in Tianfeng tonight, to watch a show and to bring their family elders as well. The two were completely confused. Yi Lin simply clenched his fist and said it would be a performance about the corpse tide uprising. After returning to Safe Zone 199, Chen Yong discovered someone already waiting downstairs. Seeing the man, he asked in surprise why his father had not come personally. The man was Zhang Tao, the deputy commander. He explained that the commander was occupied with important matters and had sent him as a representative for the trip to Tianfeng. Chen Yong nodded. As long as Zhang Tao could make decisions on his father's behalf, Yi Lin would likely have no objections. Soon after, the group picked up Wang Zheng and headed for Tianfeng together. At the headquarters of the Tiancheng Merchant Guild, the atmosphere was extremely tense. A loud slap echoed through the room and instantly silenced everyone. Wang Zheng held his face in shock, unable to understand what was happening. Wang Tiandong, vice chairman of the Tiancheng Merchant Guild, angrily scolded his son. He said that personally traveling to Tianfeng to meet Yi Lin was already a huge concession. Yet Wang Zheng had dared to interfere with spirit energy fruits that had already been allocated to the capital military district. If the issue had not been discovered in time, the consequences would have been severe. Wang Zheng immediately explained that Yi Lin had saved his life and that he still had not fulfilled his promise. In his view, the military district had purchased massive quantities of spirit energy fruits from many sources, so losing a few should not matter. But his father only became even angrier. Wang Tiandong shook his head and said his son still did not understand the true situation behind the matter. It was not only the guild facing pressure. Even his own superiors were being pressured by powerful figures. Confronting the military for someone of unknown background like Yi Lin was simply not worth it. Although Yi Lin had saved Wang Zheng inside the dungeon, he had ultimately been hired as a bodyguard. Besides, the guild never intended to break its promise. They only needed to delay the payment for a while. Just then, Chen Yong arrived. Wang Tiandong decided to meet Yi Lin in Tianfeng first before making any further decisions. He said that if everything the young men had reported was true, and Yi Lin really possessed such abilities, he would reconsider the matter of the spirit energy fruit. Hearing that, Wang Zheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, in Tianfeng's safe zone, Yi Ning sent an urgent message to Commander Xiao Hai, warning that the corpse tide attack would happen that very night, and urging him to prepare defenses immediately. Xiao Hai reviewed the message Yi Ning had sent a week earlier. Back then, he had cautiously implemented several precautions, but nothing unusual had happened for days. Now another message had arrived, this time even specifying the exact time of the attack. While he was thinking, a subordinate suddenly rushed over with a report. The old district had indeed fallen into chaos. The barrier had been breached, and a large number of monsters were advancing toward the safe zone. Many were rank 1 and rank 2 variants, though no rank 3 creatures had been spotted so far. Xiao Hai immediately realized that Yi Ning's warning had been completely accurate. He instantly ordered a citywide alert and deployed all defensive lines. Emergency broadcasts quickly echoed throughout the safe zone. Residents living on the outskirts were ordered to move into the protected inner areas at once. Combat engineers hurriedly laid minefields in triangular formations with 15-meter spacing. The goal was to create kill corridors that would make it easier to eliminate the undead horde. The trenches were also filled with flammable materials in preparation for the incoming assault. Overhead, aircraft continuously patrolled the skies to monitor enemy movements. Seeing these preparations, some believed Tianfeng was fully prepared. Yi Lin, however, disagreed. In his view, the current traps, firepower, and fortifications were only enough to deal with large numbers of ordinary zombies. Against powerful variants, their effectiveness would be extremely limited. The entire safe zone had just over 2,000 awakened. Of those, only around 600 were stationed on the front line. There were fewer than 200 ranged fighters. With such a setup, the appearance of high-level monsters would put them in grave danger. After hearing his analysis, Ye Ning could not help but ask whether Tianfeng was at risk of falling. Yi Lin remained calm. He believed there was still one factor capable of changing the outcome. Meanwhile, the warning system repeatedly announced that the corpse tide had breached the outer defenses. All forces immediately entered combat mode. Fighter aircraft equipped with spirit-powered weapons began bombing runs to slow the enemy advance. Units were ordered to focus on mutated variants, while ranged awakened concentrated their fire on priority targets. Wave after wave of monsters charged forward and triggered the buried mines. Explosions rang out non-stop, slowing the advance of the corpse tide. Once the first barrage ended, melee warriors immediately drew their weapons and rushed into battle. The brutal battlefield was being observed by a group of people from above. Zhang Dao remarked that Yi Lin had specifically told them to come here and wait for the corpse tide. Yet now that the battle had begun, Yi Lin was nowhere to be seen. Wang Tiandeng responded with a faint smile. In his opinion, Yi Lin was simply waiting for the truly dangerous variants to appear before showing off his strength. But no rank 3 monster had appeared yet. Was he planning to impress everyone by having a rank 3 crush rank 2 creatures? The people around him laughed as well, thinking Yi Lin's promise of a huge surprise sounded more like a joke. Only Chen Yong looked displeased. He seriously reminded the two elders that he deeply respected Yi Lin and hoped they would stop mocking him. Zhang Dao smiled and reassured him. He said he still trusted Chen Yong's judgment. No matter what happened, they would wait for Yi Lin to appear before making conclusions. Still, having watched Chen Yong grow up, he wanted the young man to stay clear-headed. From the elder's perspective, seeing a rank 3 powerhouse was not enough to justify such admiration. To young people, that level might seem extraordinary, but veterans like them would not treat it as something godlike. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Wang Zheng quickly changed the subject. He only stated one thing with certainty: Yi Lin would not disappoint them. Down on the battlefield, the mutated variants crashed directly into the awakened formation, and cries for help erupted everywhere. A soldier urgently reported the situation. A peak rank 2 Rotten Spring corpse had appeared on the left flank, and Commander Xiao needed to be informed immediately. At the most critical moment, Xiao Hai personally arrived at the front line. Without hesitation, he led the counterattack. His blood energy erupted around him as he unleashed Blood Wave Slash. With a single strike, the Rotten Spring corpus was split in half. The surrounding soldiers immediately burst into cheers. But the celebration did not last. Long before the ground suddenly began to shake violently, Xiao Hai's expression instantly changed. He realized this was likely the sign of a rank 3 variant appearing, perhaps even more than one. If that was true, the danger far exceeded anything shown in the dungeon. Even a single rank 3 variant usually required several experts of the same rank working together to defeat. Realizing the situation was beyond control, he immediately ordered all troops to retreat to the secondary defense line. At the same time, the trenches were ignited. Orders were issued to hold the line at all costs while waiting for reinforcements. Just then, a figure shot in from the distance and unleashed a sword strike carrying overwhelming power. With a single strike, countless mutated creatures rampaging across the battlefield were wiped out. Xiao Hai stood frozen in shock. Killing a rank 3 variant with one sword strike sounded impossible. When the man landed, Xiao Hai finally recognized him. It was Yi Ning. The young man even greeted him with a smile as if they were old friends. Yi Ning told Xiao Hai to stay calm and wait until the battlefield was dealt with. They could talk afterward. As soon as he finished speaking, he tightened his grip on the sword. His gaze sharpened as he unleashed another sword technique. One slash swept across the sky. Nearly every high-level monster within range was annihilated. Xiao Hai watched in disbelief. In just half a month, Yi Ning had reached rank 3 and become far stronger than him. The commander could not help questioning himself. After clearing the battlefield, Yi Ning casually rested the sword on his shoulder and turned toward Xiao Hai with a meaningful smile. He believed the remaining enemies could be handled by the defenders. He then invited Xiao Hai to come with him, because there was something extremely important they needed to discuss. Watching everything from above, Chen Yong excitedly told everyone that this was Yi Lin's true strength. Even he was seeing it with his own eyes for the first time. At this point, even Wang Tiandong had to admit that such power was rare. In his judgment, Yi Ning could already rival the strongest figures among mid-rank 3 experts. Just then, Chen Yong received a message. Yi Ning had sent a meeting location and was waiting for everyone at the Tianfeng Hall. No one wasted any time. The group immediately headed over and found Yi Ning already waiting. As soon as they entered, they were surprised to see Xiao Hai there as well. Yi Ning glanced around and said that nearly everyone present already knew each other, so there was no need for lengthy introductions. They should sit down and discuss the main issue. Xiao Hai quietly observed the people in the room. There was Zhang Tao from Safe Zone 119 and Wang Tianding from the Tiancheng Merchant Guild. This only strengthened his belief that a massive force stood behind Yi Ning. Wang Tiandong spoke first, praising Yi Ning's strength as worthy of his reputation. Zhang Tao also expressed gratitude on behalf of Safe Zone 119 for everything Yi Ning had done. Hearing everyone repeatedly address him as Yi Lin, Xiao Hai became even more confused. He started wondering whether he had heard something wrong. Yi Ning then clarified the matter himself. He stated that his real name was Yi Ning, not Yi Lin. The answer left everyone stunned. They realized they did not even know his true identity. That meant Yi Ning was not relying on some hidden force as they had assumed. So what was the secret behind his astonishing growth? Yi Ning continued by saying that he was currently considered a mid-rank 3 expert. He then asked Xiao Hai to bring a power testing device, so he could verify it on the spot. Xiao Hai immediately stood up but looked puzzled. In his opinion, Yi Ning's strength was already obvious. There was no need for further testing. The others agreed. To them, there was little doubt that Yi Ning was a mid-rank 3 powerhouse. Yet Yi Ning firmly insisted on having the device prepared. Xiao Hai finally agreed. Even so, he could not understand why Yi Ning had gathered so many people just to confirm something everyone already believed. Seeing this, Chen Yong stepped in and said waiting a little longer would not hurt. In response to the puzzled looks, Yi Ning simply smiled without explaining. Before long, the testing device was brought into the meeting room. While waiting, Zhang Tao quietly told Wang Tiandong that Yi Ning's strength was indeed impressive, but this whole process felt somewhat dramatic and a little wasteful of everyone's time. Yi Ning then sent a stream of energy into the testing device. A few seconds later, the result appeared. Peak rank 2. The entire room fell silent in shock. Some even thought they had misheard. Rank 2? Several people hurried forward to verify the result themselves. It was too unbelievable. Everyone had assumed he was at least rank 3. If the result had been high rank 3 or even peak rank 3, it would have been easier to accept. Instead, he was only rank 2 while displaying combat power equal to a mid-rank 3 expert. Even Xiao Hai felt his thoughts spinning. Someone quickly confirmed that Yi Ning had indeed not reached rank 3 yet, since official records showed he had only recently completed the promotion task for rank 2. A man with mid-rank 3 combat power, who belonged to no major faction, left everyone completely baffled. Unable to hold back any longer, Chen Yong finally asked Yi Ning what was really going on. Yi Ning calmly explained that he knew this truth was hard to accept. Half a month ago, he was rated with SS talent, but because it belonged to the Will Path, he was deemed unpromising and removed from the Fire Seed project. An SS talent had reached the peak of level 2 in just half a month and could even match the combat power of a level 3. Xiao Hai could only smile bitterly. If this was considered lacking potential, then the so-called geniuses in the Fire Seed project were a complete joke. Yi Ning then revealed why he had invited everyone. He wanted to prove his worth and find allies. Reaching level 3 was only a matter of time, and the Fire Seed project would surely hold another selection. He planned to change the military's view of the Will Path and claim the top spot. As for those so-called top seeds, he would surpass them one by one and prove who the real Fire Seed was. Everyone immediately asked what kind of help he needed and became curious about the true source of his strength. Yi Ning made up a story, saying his talent could turn willpower into offensive force. He also claimed a mysterious backer was investing in him, though the identity could not be revealed yet. This was simply to hide the existence of the Sword God system. Hearing that, everyone found the situation much more reasonable. As expected, someone powerful was supporting him from behind. Yi Ning then proposed a partnership. He wanted all three sides to form an alliance centered around him. He would lead every decision while they provided full support. Once he reclaimed the #1 position, they would all share the rewards. After saying that, Yi Ning left the room and gave them 10 minutes to discuss. The moment he stepped outside, he had already guessed what each person was thinking. Xiao Hai had been stuck at level 3 for far too long. Wang Tian had spent years as a vice chairman under someone else's shadow. As for Chen Yong's grandfather, the deputy commander of the North China War Zone, he likely had his own frustrations as well. Inside the meeting room, the debate quickly began. Some believed that with Yi Ning's talent, he could at least become a lieutenant general in the future. Following him now could bring enormous benefits later. Their Chamber of Commerce might even have a chance to become the strongest in Huaxia. Wang Tian shifted the discussion to the mysterious force behind Yi Ning. Zhang Dao analyzed that if the spirit fruits did not come from the military or major corporations, then the person behind him was likely an extremely powerful and experienced independent expert. The others nodded in agreement. Only Chen Yong still did not fully understand what they were implying. They explained that siding with Yi Ning meant more than gaining opportunities. It also meant standing against many powerful figures within the Fireseed project. For example, the father of the current #1 genius, General Zhang Meng from the third faction. Those were all massive forces that were nearly impossible to shake. Betting on Yi Ning came with enormous risks. However, Xiao Hai was the first to state his position. He decided to take the gamble, partly because he did not want to repeat past mistakes, and partly because he understood that greater rewards always came with greater risks. Being stuck at his current realm for so long made him unwilling to continue living that way. Another person immediately agreed. His father had once said that the rougher the waves, the bigger the catch. Was he supposed to stay a vice chairman forever? He then looked at Zhang Dao and said that today he was representing both his father and the young man's grandfather. If those two were present, they would likely make the same choice. 10 minutes later, Ye Ning returned to the meeting room and looked at the three people before him. He simply asked whether they had made their decision. Without any hesitation, all three declared that they would stand by his side and fully support him. Yi Ning nodded in satisfaction and handed over the tasks he had prepared in advance. He wanted everything completed before the next morning. At the same time, he asked them to contact the military leadership in the capital and register his level 3 promotion challenge. Looking at the carefully prepared task list, even Wang Tian was surprised. It was obvious that Yi Ning had planned everything in detail and had no intention of being polite when using his allies' resources. Xiao Hai quickly accepted his assignment and decided to send the report and related documents to the capital immediately. Yi Ning thanked them. After everything was arranged, he stood quietly and looked at the peaceful city beyond. Deep down, he knew he had finally built a force of his own. One connection in South China, one in North China, plus the support of a major chamber of commerce. The next step was entering the capital and stepping onto the grand stage. In the Fireseed Project conference room in the capital, the senior leaders reviewed the newly submitted report. The contents were hard to believe, but Deputy Commander Chen Kai of the North China War Zone had already confirmed it. An S-rank genius with combat power equal to a level 3 had been overlooked by their own system. If this caused further problems, everyone present could be held responsible. Yang Xiangjun immediately stressed that this was an extremely serious matter and needed to be reported to higher authorities at once to correct the mistake. Another official agreed and suggested sending a top-tier escort team to bring Yi Ning to the capital. His ranking could be reassessed after the higher-ups evaluated him in person. Yang Guoping, the person in charge of the Fireseed project, believed this was the only option for now. He also ordered Yi Ning to be placed under special cultivation immediately, since wasting even one more day would be a major loss. At that moment, Tang Zhen suddenly spoke up. He slammed the table and asked whether the news could be kept secret for the time being. Yang Guoping immediately objected. Tang Zhen had been the one who pushed to remove Ye Ning from the priority list, yet now he wanted to delay the report. The atmosphere instantly became tense, as many people looked at Tang Zhen with clear dissatisfaction. Tang Zhen quickly explained that he did not intend to hide the matter completely. He only wanted to delay it for a few days, or even a week. After all, Zhang, the son of General Zhang Meng and the current #1 genius, had not yet reached the peak of level 2. The entire room fell silent, as everyone understood what he was really trying to do. At Yi Ning's current growth rate, he was almost certain to enter level 3 soon. If that happened before Zhang Yang, the top position could change hands. The high-level resources beyond level 3 were simply too valuable to share. Yang Guoping replied coldly. He admitted that Tang Jin was indeed loyal to his faction, but a full week was impossible. At most, he could delay things for 3 days. After that, if Zhang Yang still could not keep up, no one could help him. He also warned everyone that Yi Ning would arrive in the capital within a few days. Anyone thinking of targeting him should consider the consequences, because even Tang Jin's backers might not be able to handle them. Elsewhere, the geniuses of the Fireseed Project were enjoying elite training resources, with unlimited cultivation materials and medicine. Zhang Yang was shocked when his father demanded that he reach the peak of level 2 within 3 days. Jiang Meng seriously confirmed that it was no joke. He brought up Ye Ning again, the S-rank genius, who once stood on equal footing with his son. Now, with Chen Kai's support, Ye Ning had already reached the peak of level 2 and possessed level 3 combat power. Zhang Yang immediately understood. According to his father, Ye Ning was aiming directly for the number 1 position he currently held. Jiang Meng nodded. While he did not think much of Chen Kai, if Ye Ning became the first to reach level 3, keeping the top spot would become extremely difficult. Because of that, he decided to take Zhang Yang into extremely high difficulty dungeons to accelerate his growth. As long as the gap could be narrowed, he still had many ways to protect his son's lead when the level 3 assessment began. Hearing Zhang Yang's determined response, Jiang Meng was very pleased. He promised to buy as much time as possible and declared that Yi Ning's path ahead would not be as easy as he imagined. Meanwhile, back at Tianfeng's safe zone, a huge pile of spirit fruits had just arrived in front of Ye Ning. He could not help but admire the power of having allies. Not only did resources arrive at incredible speed, but Chen Kai had also gifted him a precious A-rank sword technique. The value of that manual alone was enough to shock the entire Tianfeng safe zone. Yi Ning decided that the first thing he needed to do was max out all his level 2 attributes before worrying about anything else. A series of notifications appeared one after another. A high-grade spirit fruit increased strength by 1 point and burst power by 3. Then constitution increased by 1 point and endurance by 6. Next came agility, which increased by 1 point and boosted speed by 6. After absorbing everything, his strength, agility, constitution, and willpower all reached 31 points. An unprecedented sense of power spread through his body. Spiritual energy surged endlessly within him. Only now did he understand what perfect attributes truly meant. His energy circulation improved dramatically, and his control over power far surpassed anything before. He then took out the A-rank sword technique he had just received. It was a skill focused on charging straight at a target. It could suppress opponents while delivering devastating destructive power. During activation, it also granted control immunity and greatly increased defense. The base effects alone were already astonishing. Without hesitation, Yi Ning immediately used the skill book and began enhancing it. The moment it was complete, he felt a new surge of power flood his body, as if the entire sword technique was being rebuilt from scratch. In just moments, the A-rank skill finished evolving and directly transformed into an SS-rank skill called Heaven Sizer. Heaven Sizer possessed an unbelievably overpowered ability. The user could lock onto any target within 1 kilometer. Once activated, the target would be forcibly launched into the air and slammed down at terrifying speed before suffer a devastating attack. During the entire process, Yi Ning became completely immune to control effects, gained a spirit energy shield that absorbed damage, and enemies with lower willpower could barely lock onto him at all. Once activated, it was almost like entering an invincible state. The more Yi Ning read, the more satisfied he became. The 1 kilometer lock-on range alone was terrifying. He could target others while they struggled to even aim at him. This power could easily become his trump card in the upcoming level 3 assessment in the capital. Even so, he realized he had nearly reached the limit before level 3. Increasing his combat power further would be extremely difficult. Fortunately, that did not concern him, because many new paths to strength would open after breaking through to level 3. At that moment, the Sword God system suddenly issued a new mission. He was tasked with collecting 4 special materials: the heart of the mountain destroyer, face bones, the fang bone of the destroyer, and the core of Wei Kui. The rewards immediately caught Yi Ning's attention. The system would unlock skill fusion, allowing 2 skills to merge into 1 and free up a skill slot. In addition, SSS rank skills would receive another major upgrade: consumes no energy when used, have their cooldown reduced to 12 hours, and gain an extra 1,000 spirit energy. He was quite surprised. The system rarely assigned missions, yet this time the rewards were incredibly generous. Unfortunately, the required materials were anything but easy to obtain. Among them, the Mountain Destroyer was a peak level 3 mutant that had appeared more than 20 years ago and required multiple experts working together to defeat. As for the other materials, he had never even heard of them. To gather everything, his best chance would likely be gaining access to the National Resource Vault after reclaiming the #1 position. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, signaling that someone had come to see him. Xiao Hai entered and brought news from the capital. The military had decided to dispatch a level 3 escort team tomorrow to bring Yi Ning there. Hearing that, he simply nodded. At least they still knew how to value talent. He then immediately asked about the rankings. However, the capital had not announced any changes yet. He had only been placed on a special list pending evaluation after arrival. After hearing this, Yi Ning instantly understood the reason. With his current strength, the #1 position should already belong to him. The delay could only mean that forces benefiting from the current rankings were interfering. Xiao Hai advised him not to worry too much. In his view and Chen Kai's, Yi Ning would certainly join the highest ranks in the future. The current #1 was Jiang Meng's son, and Jiang Meng held tremendous influence in the capital. Taking a step back now might not be a bad thing. He even believed that doing so could turn Jiang Meng's faction from an enemy into an ally. But before he could finish, Yi Ning interrupted him. He admitted that he understood everyone's good intentions. However, there were important reasons why he could not back down. Even though he could not fully explain them, he hoped they would trust that his decisions were not reckless acts of youth. As for that #1 position, he would claim it with his own hands. Time quickly passed. By the following afternoon, the team sent to escort Yi Ning had finally arrived. The moment he saw the convoy, even he was slightly surprised. Every vehicle was a latest generation spirit energy warcraft. This force alone could flatten the entire Tianfeng safe zone in a very short time. As soon as the escort team appeared, assembly orders echoed across the area, and everyone quickly lined up to welcome them. Not long afterward, soldiers began stepping out of the warcraft, one after another, each radiating an overwhelming presence. A simple glance was enough to tell that none of them were ordinary. As expected of the capital's elite, even the weakest had already entered level 3. Xiao Hai immediately stepped forward, intending to greet them and build some connections. Just as he was about to welcome them warmly, the group barely acknowledged him and walked straight past toward their real target. Xiao Hai could only smile awkwardly to himself. After all, he was merely the person in charge of a small, safe zone. They had never come here for him in the first place. The man leading the group stepped forward and introduced himself. He was Lin Rui, captain of the Space Force from the 27th Legion of the Capital War Zone, and the person assigned to escort Yi Ning back. Yi Ning simply replied with his name and a few polite words. His calm attitude surprised Lin Rui, as he looked nothing like a young man from a remote region. Yi Ning did not waste time and directly suggested departing immediately to avoid unnecessary delays. Lin Rui silently observed him and sighed inwardly. With a personality like this, the task Jiang Meng had given him would not be easy to complete. Before the journey, Jiang Meng had instructed him to delay Yi Ning's arrival in the capital for as long as possible. After the warcraft left Tianfeng, Lin Rui began searching for an opportunity to carry out that mission. He mentioned that many high-ranking figures near the capital war zone wanted to meet Yi Ning and had even prepared a special welcome banquet. Upon hearing that, Yi Ning instantly sensed something was off. He knew this was likely another attempt to delay him and affect the upcoming level 3 assessment. He politely declined and said any meetings could wait. Right now, the most important thing was breaking through to level 3. Seeing that the gentle approach had failed, the people aboard the warcraft exchanged glances as if they had reached an agreement. Not long after, the warcraft's system suddenly reported a malfunction. The pilot immediately announced that the vehicle had encountered a problem and needed to make an emergency landing at the nearest location. The moment Yi Ning saw this, he knew it was not an accident, but a deliberate setup. He immediately drew his sword and placed it against the pilot's neck. Then he coldly stated that the problem was not the warcraft, but the person controlling it. If the pilot kept flying like this, everyone on board could end up dead. Yi Ning's decisive action shocked Lin Rui. He had not expected the young man to see through the scheme so quickly, let alone confront them directly. Realizing the situation might spiral out of control, Lin Rui backed down and agreed to let Yi Ning handle it. Yi Ning then sat in the pilot's seat and announced that everyone should watch carefully because he would only do it once. As he operated the controls, he reminded those around him to remember every step so they would not learn it incorrectly or claim credit later. With that said, Yi Ning grabbed the control stick himself. The warcraft immediately accelerated and shot forward at incredible speed. Watching the entire process, Lin Rui could not help but admire him. Yi Ning's decisiveness and courage surpassed many high-ranking officers in the military. In the end, Lin Roi took the initiative to express his respect. Yi Ning responded politely, marking the start of a genuine acquaintance between them. Not long afterward, the warcraft entered military base number 2 of the capital war zone. As soon as he landed, someone came to greet him. It was Yang Guoping, the director of the Fireseed project. The two quickly exchanged greetings. Yang Guoping explained that a dinner banquet had been arranged, and that many senior leaders wanted to meet Yi Ning. However, Yi Ning immediately declined the invitation. Everyone nearby was stunned by his decision. Yi Ning spoke frankly. If the higher-ups had not yet given him the number 1 position because they wanted to personally verify his strength, then there was no need to waste time with formalities. As long as he passed the level 3 assessment right now, all doubts would answer themselves. Hearing those words, even Yang Guoping fell silent. Every sentence from this young man went straight to the point. No unnecessary talk, no detours, and no arrogance. It was the kind of person others could not help but respect. Deep down, Yang Guoping also understood that if Ye Ning took the assessment tonight, Zhang Yang, who was still trapped inside a dungeon, would never make it back in time. Therefore, Yang Guoping suggested moving it to the next day. That way the senior leaders would have time to attend, and Ye Ning could adjust himself to peak condition for a better result. Yi Ning agreed on the surface, but inwardly he laughed. His strategy of asking for more than he actually wanted had worked perfectly. He had planned to take the assessment tomorrow all along, but if he had requested that directly, it might not have been approved so easily. When Jiang Meng received the news, he immediately slammed the table in anger. Not only had the report been delayed, but now the assessment had been pushed back another night. He also could not understand why Lin Rui had failed to bring Yi Ning to meet him as arranged. The person beside him could only explain helplessly. Forget Jiang Meng. Even Yang Guoping had received no special treatment from Yi Ning. Under the current circumstances, they could not force him. Jiang Meng still refused to give up. He decided to notify Zhang Yang immediately. If necessary, he would even send more loyal level 3 warriors to support his son inside the dungeon. As for Ye Ning, he was staying in a private residence reserved for top talents. Looking around at the room filled with rare resources and treasures, he could not help admiring the nation's generosity. While these items would not increase his strength by much, they were excellent for maintaining peak condition. He continued reviewing the benefits of the number 1 position. Every month came with 1 million resource points, a full set of customized green-grade equipment, and a high-end exclusive weapon. That was not all. The top-ranked talent could enter the national treasury twice a month to select resources personally. At this rate, Yi Ning estimated that he might not even need a year to reach level 4. Meanwhile, at the level 3 assessment site, many people were discussing the news that a Fireseed project member had come to take the challenge. In their eyes, these talents had not been trained long enough to advance this quickly. Before long, the participants gradually appeared before the crowd. Some observers were surprised to notice that most of the candidates were already over 30 years old. Yi Ning glanced at them and quickly understood. They knew the true top talents were not ready to break through yet, so they had deliberately sent people who had been stuck at the peak of level 2 for years to compete for rankings and resources. If that was the game, he had no problem sweeping them all aside. The event organizer stepped forward to announce the opening ceremony and welcome the senior leaders who had come to witness this assessment. After the roll call, just when everyone thought all participants had arrived, a young man covered in dust hurried onto the scene. It was Zhang Yang, the current number 1 talent. Yi Ning glanced at him and made a quick judgment. It looked like Zhang Yang had only recently escaped from a dungeon. Even so, being stronger than the others would not change the outcome. Today, the number 1 position would definitely change hands. Zhang Yang also stared at Yi Ning. To make it back in time for this assessment, he had paid a heavy price and even lost many loyal subordinates in the dungeon. He blamed all of it on Yi Ning. Once everyone was present, the host officially announced the first trial. It was the strength assessment. Anyone who cleared floor 100 would qualify for promotion. The higher the result, the greater the rewards. Those talented enough to enter the system's global rankings could even earn exclusive rewards. Hearing the words global rankings, Yi Ning quietly clenched his fists. Great Sia's current ranking was embarrassingly low. Today, he intended to erase that disgrace himself. Zhang Yang was the first to register. He boldly declared that his goal was to reach at least the top 5 of the rankings this time. After him, participants from the Strength Path, Agility Path, and Constitution Path stepped forward to sign up. The registration list kept growing as more and more people joined. When it was Yi Ning's turn, he calmly registered as a Will Path cultivator. Everyone was immediately surprised. They reminded him that the Will Path assessment was located elsewhere and not part of the current strength trial. Yi Ning simply asked one question in return. If the rules did not forbid it, why could he not participate? Not only that, but he also declared that he would compete in every single assessment category. His goal was obvious. He simply wanted to secure a chance to enter level 3. After all, among the 3 level 3 trials, the will trial was considered the hardest, and no one had ever cleared it before. With his current attributes, they might as well let him try. Maybe he could at least reach floor 10. At worst, he would become another failed example for strength path users. But if the outcome was already so obvious, it might be better not to participate at all. Hearing that, General Zhang also nodded in agreement. Down below, Zhang Yang did not miss the chance to provoke his rival. He claimed that even if they had the same attributes at level 2, Ye Ning could never compare to him because his talent allowed him to unleash far greater combat power. Before he could finish, Yi Ning coldly cut him off. If you have the ability, prove it with results instead of empty words. Zhang Yang immediately shot back that he was not afraid of any competition. The moment they entered the trial space, the system's voice echoed out. Participants in the strength assessment would face endless waves of enemies. Only by eliminating every opponent could they advance to the next floor. During the challenge, equipment effects would be restricted, and attributes unrelated to strength would be suppressed. The battle would begin in 10 seconds. After reading the notification, Yi Ning immediately understood that all enhancement effects from equipment had been disabled, leaving only their basic functions. According to historical records, reaching floor 20 was enough to rank among the world's strongest, while floor 23 was humanity's highest achievement since the apocalypse began. In that case, his goal was simple. He would shatter that limit and push straight to floor 24. Before long, the first monsters appeared. The opening floors felt like a warm-up, so he cleared them with ease. A Tier 1 beginner corpse hound was slain. Floor 1 cleared. The next floor will begin in 30 seconds. The mutated creatures on the early floors were barely worth mentioning. A Tier 1 frenzied claw-burrowing corpse quickly fell as well. Outside, everyone stared at the rankings. The first 7 floors showed almost no gap, and all contestants moved at a similar pace. The real difference would appear after floor 10. Can't you see? My grandson has already reached floor 10. Not only that, but that Yi Ling guy is still stuck on floor 8. The crowd immediately joined in, congratulating General Zhang, and claiming Jia Ning was not as amazing as the rumors said. Inside the trial, however, he thought differently. Charging at full speed after the first 7 floors would only drain his energy sooner or later. Those mocking others had no idea that the final winner was the one who laughed last. Everyone continued watching the rankings. After floor 10, the energy field from higher-level mutants would disrupt the live feed. Even better, my son's screen turned blue first, which proves he has gone farther than anyone else. The people nearby quickly praised him. Clearing 10 floors in just 10 minutes was truly impressive. This time, Jia Ning practically chose defeat by entering the power trial. After all, first place would surely belong to your son. The rankings kept updating. Wang Kai became the 11th person to clear floor 10. Jia Ling ranked 18th, while Zhang Yang had already reached floor 13. Zhang Meng laughed proudly again. 18th place, and you call that fast? That's slower than a snail. One just cleared floor 10, while the other is already on floor 13. General Yang should see the gap clearly now. Meanwhile, Yang Goping felt that something was off. Based on what Jia Ning had reported about his strength, his current result should not have been this low. Inside the trial, he maintained a steady pace, fighting while keeping enough distance to prevent the monsters from reaching him. He suddenly recalled a memory from his previous life. The monster's weakness was on its back. A single sword strike aimed at that spot could pierce its defense. Sure enough, even by floor 12, he still had not needed to activate attribute conversion. His spiritual energy and stamina remained nearly untouched. After clearing floor 12, the system announced a 10-second preparation period before the next battle. He immediately adjusted his plan. For now, he would slowly use his converted attributes, conserve energy, and save everything for a push to floor 21 before unleashing his strongest skills. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang was clearly running out of steam. After great effort, he finally cleared floor 16. He believed he was still leading, but he wanted to force himself higher and completely crush Jia Ning on the rankings. Those with weaker strength were eliminated one after another. Everyone complained as the difficulty skyrocketed. They finally understood how terrifying the people who cleared floor 20 truly were. For them, reaching floor 14 already felt like losing half their lives, but clearing floor 10 was enough to meet their goal. On the rankings, Zhang Yang had reached floor 17. Feng Xiaoguo stopped at floor 16, while Ye Ning and Wang Kai were both on floor 15. Most participants in the power trial had already been eliminated, but Yi Ning kept advancing. For someone focused on the will path, reaching floor 15 had already attracted plenty of attention. After hearing Yang Guoping speak, Jiang Meng continued boasting. In his view, floor 15 was probably Yi Ning's limit, while his son had already reached floor 17. 3 more floors would place him among the world's top 10 strongest. Many people agreed that Zhang Yang was truly exceptional. However, Yang Guoping noticed something unusual. After floor 15, Zhang Yang's pace slowed significantly, while Yi Ning not only maintained speed, but seemed to be accelerating. That made him question his original judgment. Before long, Yi Ning stepped onto floor 16. Everyone finally realized it was not an illusion. His clearing speed was genuinely increasing. Jiang Meng began to lose his composure. If this continued, wouldn't Yi Ning catch up to Zhang Yang soon? Even so, he kept convincing himself that the other side was either getting lucky or recklessly burning his life away for better results. Before long, the crowd erupted again. Yi Ning had reached floor 17. No one could believe a will-type fighter had come this far. Jiang Meng grew so anxious that he clenched his fists and slammed them onto the table. He could only hope his son would hold the lead and not be surpassed by Yi Ning. Inside the trial, Zhang Yang was fighting a giant skeleton with everything he had. After a long battle, his arms felt heavier and heavier from exhaustion. Even so, he unleashed a powerful strike and blasted the enemy backward. Deep down, Zhang Yang knew this was probably his limit. The challenge had come too suddenly, and he had not reached his best condition. Thinking he was still in first place, he decided not to risk his life any further. He poured all his remaining spiritual energy into the battle axe in his hand. Then Zhang Yang charged forward and unleashed heaven-cleaving axe. The attack carried all his remaining strength and shattered the skeleton into countless pieces. After clearing the floor, he immediately chose to end the challenge and leave. In the next instant, Zhang Yang appeared outside the teleport gate. Jiang Meng quickly rushed over to greet him. Zhang Yang excitedly announced that he had cleared floor 18 and was certain he ranked first. But after seeing everyone's expressions, he quickly sensed that something was wrong. Confused, he asked why nobody was congratulating him for achieving the best result in the Huaxia region in the past 2 years. When he looked up at the rankings, he froze. Yi Ning had already appeared on floor 19. Jiang Meng explained that just moments before he left the trial, Yi Ning had cleared floor 19 in only a few seconds. Hearing that news, Zhang Yang could not handle the shock and spat out a mouthful of blood. He simply could not accept it. In his eyes, Yi Ning reaching floor 19 was impossible. He even suspected the system had malfunctioned, or everyone had seen it wrong. However, the result was confirmed. From floor 15 onward, Yi Ning had maintained a pace of nearly 1 floor per minute, just like Zhang Yang's explosive performance in the early stages. Zhang Yang kept shaking his head. He could not believe that an SS talent power-type genius like himself had lost. All the sacrifices and expectations placed on him now felt like a joke. Seeing his lifeless expression, Jiang Meng quickly tried to comfort him. He told his son not to doubt himself. In his view, the loss happened only because he was not fully prepared. One defeat meant nothing, and with enough preparation time, Zhang Yang might not be inferior to Yi Ning. But before he could finish, the crowd exploded once more. Yi Ning had cleared floor 20. That officially placed him among the world's top 10 strongest. Yang Guoping immediately lost his composure and ordered his subordinates to spread the news. In his eyes, a genius capable of such a miracle deserved to be witnessed by the highest leaders of Great Xia. At this moment, Yi Ning stood on floor 21 and observed the new enemy before him. From floor 21 onward, all monsters were tier 3 mutants, without enhanced equipment or trump card skills. Facing them alone was far from easy. He immediately changed tactics and shifted part of his attributes from will to agility to improve mobility. The effect appeared instantly. His speed soared, allowing him to weave around and avoid the streams of poison constantly fired by the monster. Even though the monster could no longer keep up with him after the attribute shift, dodging alone would not end the fight. Defeating it without taking any damage was nearly impossible. His priority was to shut down its poison attacks. Otherwise, the longer the battle dragged on, the worse it would become. With that thought, he leaped into the air and transferred 5 attribute points from will into strength. His first sword strike sliced off one of the monster's venom-spitting tentacles. However, shifting only 5 points was still not enough. He could not maximize strength, speed, and constitution at the same time, making things rather troublesome. Still, at least the monster had lost one major source of poison. Meanwhile, he continued gathering spiritual energy. At the same time, he shifted even more attributes toward attack power. Soon, Another sword slash shot straight toward the monster's neck. The precise strike split its head cleanly into two halves. As the monster collapsed, the system notification sounded. Floor 21 cleared. The next challenge will begin in 1 minute. He let out a relieved sigh. Finally, it was over. It seemed he could start using stronger attacks to clear the next floors faster. Outside the hall, Vice Commander Wang and Commissioner Hu arrived just in time. The moment he arrived, Feng Hao immediately asked about the current situation. Everyone reported that Yi Ning had cleared floor 21 not long ago, and still had not left the tower. Hearing that, he nodded in approval. Hez still going? Just as he was about to praise Great Xia's future, the rankings changed again. Yi Ning had cleared floor 22. The entire hall was shaken. Floor 22 meant he had entered the world's top 3. Feng Hao became so excited that his aura spread uncontrollably. Those nearby quickly reminded him to restrain himself before his pressure became unbearable. Feng Hao immediately apologized. Back then, he had been considered a genius of Great Xia, yet it took him half an hour to barely clear floor 21. Meanwhile, Yi Ning cleared floor 22 in just 1 minute. It was almost unbelievable. Everyone found it strange as well. Before floor 15, Yi Ning's performance seemed ordinary, but afterward, his speed skyrocketed, clearing nearly 1 floor per minute. Floor 21 took around 10 minutes, yet floor 22 ended almost instantly, completely breaking the usual pattern. Hu Zhibing thought for a moment and raised a possibility. He had heard that Yi Ning belonged to the will path, but was that information really accurate? After all, not everyone remained completely transparent in a world filled with power struggles. Minor tricks could be ignored, but anything affecting national interests would never be forgiven. His words were clearly aimed at Jiang Meng. Hearing them, cold sweat immediately covered his back. Although he had quietly influenced parts of the evaluation process, he had never dared falsify data or hide critical information. Yang Guoping added that nearly a minute had passed, and Yi Ning still had not come out. According to the rules, after floor 22, participants had to face Tier 3 mutants alone. Inside the tower, no equipment, runes, or outside assistance could be used. Meanwhile, inside the tower, Yan Ning unleashed Heavenly Strike Radiant Flash and split the monster before him in half. With that, floor 23 was conquered, and he advanced to the next challenge. Seeing this result, Feng Hao could barely contain his excitement. The previous world record had stopped at floor 23. Didn't that mean Yi Ning was about to break it? Everyone agreed. Simply reaching floor 24 was enough to secure the #1 position in the world. Jiang Meng's face turned pale as sweat streamed down non-stop. Earlier, they had planned to use Yi Ning as a stepping stone for other geniuses entering Tier 3. Instead, they had become the joke. Even Feng Hao's eyes turned red with emotion. North America's power path had held the top position for 37 years. Great Xia had not produced anyone capable of challenging that throne for a very long time. Today, he finally saw hope. He immediately ordered the news to be reported to the highest leadership. In his view, Yi Ning deserved the highest level of attention. Everyone should prepare to meet him the moment he left the tower. The order was quickly passed down. Everyone waited outside the exit. Yet another minute passed, and Yi Ning still did not appear. Many people began to worry. If the next floor opened, he would face a mid-tier Tier 3 mutant, and the danger would increase dramatically. Even Feng Hao could no longer stay calm. He immediately asked Yang Guoping if there was any way to contact Yi Ning. He wanted to persuade him to leave the tower at once and prepare a medical team outside. Unfortunately, the trial tower blocked all outside communication. At that moment, everyone shared the same thought. They hoped Yi Ning would stop pushing forward, because even a small mistake could carry a terrible price. As the countdown ticked away, the atmosphere outside became more tense than ever. Everyone waited for the final result. At that moment, the system announced, Yi Ning has completed the power trial. Hearing that, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had stopped at last. But another question quickly emerged. If the trial was over, why had he not come out yet? Why had the global announcement not been triggered? Yang Guoping explained that Yi Ning had chosen to continue into the next trial instead of leaving the tower. Only after finishing the entire challenge sequence would the system announce his results worldwide. Before long, the gate to the speed trial opened, marking the start of a new challenge. He knew he could have climbed even higher in the power trial. However, floor 23 was enough to secure first place, so there was no need to take extra risks. Trump cards like Dimensional Slash and Fallen Heaven should be saved for the next trials. He also knew a secret that very few people were aware of. Awakened individuals who completed multiple Tier 3 trials in a row would receive an extremely valuable bonus reward. Leaving midway would forfeit that bonus entirely. That was why he could not miss this opportunity. the system continued explaining the agility trial. In 1 minute, the monster maze would open. Participants had to find the exit in the shortest time possible. Throughout the run, monsters would constantly attack them. Fighting back was forbidden, and they could only dodge. The faster the completion time, the greater the reward. After reading the notice, he immediately noticed that the evaluation was based entirely on completion speed. He then checked the global rankings. The current leader was Miyamoto Fujiyama from Japan, with a time of just over 1 minute. Based on his judgment, the man's talent was unique, allowing him to merge into objects and pass through obstacles. As for Gauss, he possessed not only terrifying speed but also nearly perfect route calculation abilities. Most of the top 10 were S-talent geniuses. Simply shifting a few attribute points from will into speed would not be enough to compete. Outside, Huang Lingyu, an agility type awakened, was also quietly watching the rankings. At the moment, all attention was focused on Yi Ning. Although she felt uncomfortable about it, she also saw it as an opportunity. In her eyes, Zhang Yang had been completely crushed by Ye Ning. If she could outperform Ye Ning in this trial, she would at least earn a prominent place in the eyes of the top leaders. As soon as the challenge began, she rushed forward with the determination to prove herself. While moving, Huang Lingyu analyzed the terrain. The maze was incredibly complex, and the walls could not be destroyed. Based on her experience, she chose the strategy of always following the right side. The route might be longer, but it was the method she trusted most. As for the sudden ambushes from the mutated creatures, she believed her talent agility ability was enough to handle them. Meanwhile, Yi Ning ran while observing his surroundings. Based on the existing record time, he concluded that the maze was not actually very large. His plan was simple. He only needed to reach the central area, then use dimensional slash to bypass the final distance. However, the deeper he went, the more monsters appeared. Fortunately, his body reacted almost on instinct, allowing him to dodge most attacks without much thought. The years of combat in his previous life had turned this skill into a reflex, etched deep into his bones. At the same time, Huang Lingyu encountered an octopus-like mutant. She immediately felt a headache coming on, as the difficulty kept increasing. Without hesitation, she activated Gale Step to boost her speed and break through. The burst of speed allowed her to use the monster's body as a foothold before shooting forward. But before she could go far, another octopus monster appeared and swung countless tentacles to block her path. Seeing this, she could only complain inwardly before activating Gale Step once again. Despite her efforts to dodge, she was still grazed by an attack. The injury was not serious, but it consumed a noticeable amount of stamina. Huang Lingyu gritted her teeth and accelerated, hoping the exit was just ahead and that she still had a chance to surpass Yi Ning. By this time, Yi Ning had already reached the center of the maze. The area was packed with aquatic monsters guarding the pathways. However, he knew he had found the correct location. Without wasting time, he activated Dimensional Slash and prepared to use the skill to shorten the remaining distance to the exit. Outside, the observers could not see what was happening inside the speed trial. Someone reassured Fang Hao that this type of challenge usually ended very quickly, often within just a few minutes. Moreover, Yi Ning's decision to stop during the power trial showed that he was extremely rational and understood his limits. Someone remarked that the greater the genius, the stronger their pride tended to be. Once they suffered a major defeat, the blow could be far worse than for ordinary people. Just look at Zhang Yang. His current state was on the verge of collapse. Those words left Zhang Yang so embarrassed that he could barely show his face. Yang Guoping, however, believed that since Yi Ning followed the will path, his mentality should be far more resilient. Zhang Yang could only keep comforting himself. One thought repeated endlessly in his mind. Yi Ning would definitely fail, and this time he would fall harder than anyone else. At that moment, the ranking suddenly changed. Someone was shocked that a contestant had finished the trial so quickly. Many immediately thought of Huang Lingyu, since she was considered the top speed genius of this batch. But when the result appeared, the completion time was only 1 minute and 8 seconds. Seeing that number, Zhang Yang was so furious that he spat out another mouthful of blood, because the name at the top was still Yi Ning. With a time of 1 minute and 8 seconds, he remained the world's number one. At this point, everyone could only marvel at how many surprises this young man still had hidden. Not long after, Huang Lingyu appeared outside the trial tower, with several injuries. The moment she stepped out, she noticed that nobody had completed the next trial yet, including Yi Ning. She felt quite satisfied with her time of 2 minutes and 1 second through the maze. In her opinion, even if it was not first place, it should still be enough to rank among the world's strongest. But when she looked up at the rankings, she froze. Yi Ning stood at the top with a time of 1 minute and 8 seconds. The gap was even larger than the difference between Zhang Yang and Yi Ning earlier. The shock was so overwhelming that Huang Lingyu nearly lost all motivation on the spot. Her father quickly rushed over to comfort her. At the same time, everyone noticed the arrival of an extremely important figure. It was Li Xuanguo, the supreme commander of Great Xia. His personal appearance showed just how much of a sensation Yi Ning had created. Feng Hao immediately stepped forward and reported that Ye Ning had just taken first place globally in the speed trial. Li Xuanguo asked where he was now and learned that he had already entered the Constitution trial. Hearing that, he suddenly shouted that they should destroy the system and drag Yi Ning out immediately. The entire hall was stunned by the unexpected statement. But a moment later, Li Xuanguo burst into laughter. He was only joking to ease the tense atmosphere. In his view, with Yi Ning's talent, everyone should simply keep watching. Feng Hao could only smile bitterly. Just when everyone was at their most nervous, the Supreme Commander chose to make a joke, leaving them even more tense. Meanwhile, Yi Ning was reviewing the information for the Constitution trial. The current record holder in the Southeast Asia region could withstand 1.3 tons of impact force, while the second place holder managed only around 0.7 tons. Such a huge gap made him suspect that the two-pranked person likely possessed a special ability similar to having an extra life. The system quickly explained the rules. This was a survival battlefield, where mutant strength increased deeper into the area. Participants were only allowed to defend and could not counterattack. During the 10-minute trial, the person who endured the most damage would receive the highest evaluation. Leaving early would count as a failure. Looking at the monsters flooding toward him, he quickly realized that the outer zone contained only weak enemies, while the deeper regions housed the high-level mutants. The most important detail was that the trial lasted exactly 10 minutes, and attacking was strictly forbidden. In other words, anyone seeking a high score had to willingly enter the most dangerous area and endure stronger attacks. He immediately adjusted his attributes, transferring some points from will into agility to increase his movement speed. His plan was simple. First, dodge the attacks in the outer zone, then head straight toward the Tier 3 mutants. Once there, he would activate Fallen Heaven to boost his defenses for a short period. With that strategy, his endurance score would certainly not be low. Outside, Li Xuanguo asked Feng Hao whether Yi Ning had any chance of taking first place in the Constitution trial. Feng Hao honestly believed the odds were very low. In his opinion, the Constitution path was completely different from the others. Those with strong talent usually showed it through their bodies. Qin Feng and Zhang Hai, for example, both possessed extremely powerful physiques. Yi Ning, on the other hand, did not look like someone focused on Constitution. Wang Kai seemed like a much more suitable candidate. Hearing that, Li Xuanguo laughed and said Feng Hao was always too cautious. If people only relied on theory, who could have predicted that Yi Ning would take first place in both the power trial and the speed trial? He then joked that he was willing to make an even bigger bet. Not only did he believe Yi Ning could take first place again, but he also thought Yi Ning might become the first person to enter the 4th tier. Even if he was wrong, reality would simply prove him wrong. Grand Commander, please stop talking. I really can't take this anymore. On the 2nd level of Peak Summit, he weaved through countless monsters and pushed deeper inside. The goal was close, but the final stretch would not be easy. Even while avoiding direct fights, he kept taking hits from the surrounding monsters. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, yet he gritted his teeth and endured. The monster ahead raised its leg again, preparing another heavy strike. Through the thick cloud of dust, all he could do was dodge and wait for an opening. The moment he lost focus, another monster rushed in and smashed his arm, sending his sword flying. Damn it, my left arm is basically useless now. First I need to escape the 2nd level. Everything else can wait. He immediately called out, Li Fugui, help me get my sword back. Understood, master. Ahead is a giant strength-type elephant. Its trunk is its main attack weapon. Hearing that, he quickly formed a plan. If he could use the elephant's attack, he might clear the dangerous area ahead. With that thought, he leaped into the air. The instant the elephant prepared to attack, he switched to the Wind Guardian physique. A powerful sweep from the trunk launched him forward, carrying him right over the monsters waiting below. Luckily, he landed on the 3rd level of Peak Summit. He had finally advanced another step. But in his current condition, climbing any higher would be suicide. At that moment, a giant worm-like monster slowly appeared. Time to test Duan Tian. If this still is not enough, retreat will be the only option. As the terrifying fangs rushed closer, even he felt tense. He raised his sword and poured all his spiritual energy into activating Duan Tian defense. A dense shield instantly covered his body. No matter how fiercely the sharp fangs struck, they could not easily break through. It seemed the SS rank sword skill, granted by the system, was as reliable as ever. While defending, his endurance kept soaring, from 1.03 tons to 115 tons, then 1.23 tons, and it still showed no sign of stopping. He had already shattered the previous world record, but these 10 minutes felt painfully long. Before long, cracks began spreading across the shield. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and the defense was close to collapse. He could only rely on jump boosts and high speed to widen the gap, since he lacked the strength to counterattack the mutated monster. The moment the shield shattered, he quickly retreated beyond the monster's attack range. Then he leaped into the air again, refusing to give the monster a chance to get close. Just then, a notification sounded. The 10-minute challenge had ended, and the system asked whether he wished to withdraw. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Without hesitation, he immediately accepted. Right after that, the system announced the result. His endurance value had reached 1.74 tons. Everyone was stunned. This result ranked first in the world among physique users and exceeded a Nuopus record by 30%. This was no longer a victory, it was total domination. Holding first place in all three categories was truly a rare miracle. Li Xuanguo could only laugh helplessly. I am starting to think Jiao Ling is not exactly normal. Maybe he is not even human. Maybe he is a god. He laughed after saying it. Just kidding. You all look way too tense. The others could only force a smile. No matter what, this commander had shocked them once again. Inside the trial, only the final willpower challenge remained. He quickly adjusted his condition. Although his left arm had not recovered, this test thankfully did not require direct combat. The system announced that all preparations must be completed within 1 minute, or it would count as a voluntary withdrawal. A countdown immediately appeared. It seemed the system had no intention of giving him any rest if he wanted the hidden reward. Alright then, let's begin. This is the field I know best anyway. A selection panel appeared. The first option was the standard willpower trial, allowing skills to be used normally, with results based on enemy elimination speed. Clearing 7 rounds counted as success. The second option was the special willpower trial, where all skills were disabled, except innate talents. Opponents would be recreated from the participants' memories, and 7 rounds still had to be cleared to succeed. The first mode was the most common choice for willpower users, and the same path he had taken in his previous life. But his skills had not fully recovered, and his left arm could not fight, leaving the special trial as the only practical option. With that in mind, he immediately confirmed the choice and activated the special trial mode. The first scene recreated from his memories was the Tianfeng safe zone. Everything looked so real it was nearly impossible to tell it apart from reality. The moment he appeared, he heard Uncle Xiao shouting that Tianfeng was in chaos and urging him outside the city to fight the mutant beasts. But as the man reached out to pull him along, he instantly stepped aside. Sorry, Uncle Xiao. The man froze for a moment. What do you mean by that? His answer was a sword thrust straight through the man's body. No matter how realistic the scene looked, he never lowered his guard. In this trial, anyone could be a monster created from his memories. Yet even after being stabbed, the man remained human. It seemed the trial was using guilt to wear down the challenger's mind. As the gate to the next round appeared, he quietly apologized and kept moving forward. His heart wavered, but he could not stop now. In the next round, Chen Jiao was crying in despair while trapped by a monster, and Chen Yong kept encouraging his sister to hold on. The teacher beside them urgently begged for help, saying Chen Jiao had been captured. Meanwhile, Chen Yong chose to stay behind and block the mutant so his sister could survive. He was even ready to sacrifice his own life to buy time for everyone else. But he did not save them. His sword slashed directly toward both Chen Jiao and the monster. Right after that, Chen Yong became his next target. Their sibling bond was moving, but not enough to cloud his judgment. After a quiet apology, he stepped into the next round. Another figure appeared with a mocking smile and kept provoking him to attack. The man even reminded him that he had no shield now and could barely fight back. For many willpower users, this kind of test would be extremely difficult. But for him, this round was even easier than the previous two. The person before him carried no emotional weight at all. One strike ended everything, and he calmly walked toward the gate. The system had clearly underestimated him this time. The next round brought him face to face with Yan Yuqing again. This time, she revealed things she had never shared before. Her usual rebellious attitude had been nothing more than a way to oppose her father. He silently thanked her for her feelings and asked her to close her eyes. It was the last thing he could do for her. A moment later, crimson blood stained the entire space. The gate opened once more, and he stepped into the next round. This time, the scene was a ruined classroom with shattered windows. The teacher was still trying to reassure everyone that he would get them out safely. He soon realized he had entered the body of his 14-year-old self. Outside, terrifying sounds were drawing closer and closer. He remembered that day perfectly. Everyone died except him. It was also the last time he ever saw Wang Chen, the girl who used to sit beside him. The memory returned vividly. Back then, she had shared half her cake with him, even though she was hungry herself. Wang Chen looked at him with hope and asked if he would protect her and take her somewhere safe. Deep down, he truly wanted to save her. He wanted to save everyone here. But he knew this was only a recreated memory. Nothing could change the past. If he became trapped in the illusion, the trial would fail. With that thought, he pushed the girl away. Then his hand slowly tightened around her neck as she cried. All he could do was keep apologizing. In the end, he personally killed his closest friend. He could not help cursing the system for being cruel enough to always choose the people he least wanted to harm. But it was not over yet. He controlled the debris on the ground, turned it into weapons, and wiped out everyone in the classroom. When a new gate appeared, he gave everyone one last look and apologized. No matter how cruel it was, he had to keep moving forward. The 6th round began, with the image of his younger sister crying beside their mother. He immediately understood. If the earlier rounds tested friendship and love, then this one was about family. The moment she saw him, her eyes turned red as she called out to him through sobs. Then his sister rushed over and hugged him tightly, trembling with fear. He gently comforted her, saying he had returned and would protect her. While soothing Xiao An, his eyes never left her arm, which was secretly preparing an attack. As expected, the sudden strike pierced straight into his abdomen. He quickly stepped back and looked down at the fresh wound on his body. Xiao An slowly approached with tears in her eyes. She asked why he would not hug her anymore and whether she had done something to disappoint him. The surprise attack completely snapped him out of the illusion. Looking at Xiao An, he quietly said, "I'm sorry, I failed you. I hope you can forgive me." Holding the wound on his stomach, he slowly walked toward his mother, who was desperately calling for her daughter. My Xiao An, my Xiao An. She could not understand why things had turned out this way. Tears kept falling, but he knew it was all fake. If he wanted to continue on his path, he had no other choice. Mom, I'm sorry. Even after personally ending that trial, the tears would not stop. He had overcome family bonds as well. Only the final challenge remained. He looked up into the void and said coldly, "Whatever else you have, bring it on." At that moment, his consciousness suddenly darkened, as if dragged into endless shadows, while a massive surge of energy flooded his body. It felt like sinking into the depths of an infinite ocean. For a moment, he thought he had died. But from far away, voices kept calling for him to wake up. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying in a hospital bed, surrounded by hopeful faces. Everyone immediately cheered when they saw him awake. He looked around in confusion. Where am I? What happened? Wasn't I taking the 3rd-tier willpower trial? The people beside him quickly explained that he had successfully broken through to the 4th tier, but had fallen into a coma afterward. They had been worried the entire time, and could finally see hope again. Hearing that only made him more confused. 4th tier? A coma? Had he somehow returned to the time before the capital fell in his previous life? He quickly checked his body. His left arm had completely recovered, and the wound on his stomach was gone. Not only that, his strength far surpassed what it had been before. Powerful energy continuously radiated from his body in all directions. This was clearly the power of a 4th-tier expert. Even the strongest 3rd-tier fighters could not oppose it. Just then, Lieutenant General Li Yan hurried over with urgent news. The frontline defenses were about to collapse because a 4th-tier mutated monster had led an army through their battle lines. Everyone immediately asked about his condition. If he needed more time to recover, they were willing to risk their lives to hold the enemy back. Those words only made him even more confused. Everything before him was beyond his understanding. According to his memories, he should have died long ago in the battle against that 4th-tier mutated monster. But after thinking carefully, it seemed he had not truly died. After being rescued by 3rd-tier experts, he had forcibly shattered his will core to break through to the 4th tier before falling into a coma. He had simply never remembered this part before. He began to suspect this might be a side effect of the forced breakthrough. Could it be that everything about his reincarnation had only been a dream during his coma, while this reality was the truth? A sharp pain exploded in his head. Reality and illusion overlapped until he could no longer tell which one was real. Sensing the unstable aura leaking from his body, Li Yan endured the pressure and reminded him that he still had not mastered his new power. Everyone decided to return to the front line to stall the enemy while he rested and fully recovered. After everyone left, he began adjusting his condition. He repeatedly reminded himself to stay calm. If he wanted the truth, he first needed to leave this place and verify everything himself. Outside, the war had reached a critical stage. The underground shelter was nearly the last safe place remaining. Crowds packed the shelter entrance, desperately begging to be allowed inside first. Amid the chaos, flying monsters suddenly appeared from the front line, making the situation even worse. One awakened fighter violently kicked people aside and charged forward. He declared that anyone who blocked him would pay with their life. In his eyes, becoming an awakened one was the greatest honor. He openly insulted ordinary people and treated them as inferior beings. Soon, more awakened fighters stepped forward to fight for positions, claiming that only the strong deserved to be saved first. The entire area quickly turned into a one-sided brawl dominated by those with powers. Just then, two beams of light descended from the sky and instantly killed the two main troublemakers. Everyone immediately looked up. A figure was floating high in the sky. Yi Ning had appeared, carrying the terrifying pressure of a fourth-tier powerhouse. He coldly declared, "Everyone line up in order. Anyone who continues killing each other will be treated as a monster." Then he looked toward the horizon, where countless flying monsters were rushing in. Spiritual power gathered in his palm and slowly formed a sharp sword. In the next instant, countless sword lights tore through the air and wiped out every flock of monster birds approaching the shelter. The power of the fourth tier felt unbelievably real. Sensing the overwhelming strength inside him, he felt capable of anything, and now it was time to face the enemy that had once filled him with despair, the fourth tier mutated monster. Beyond the front lines, destruction covered the battlefield. Screams and smoke filled every corner. The surviving warriors kept shouting for their comrades to hold the line. But against the monster's overwhelming power, the awakened forces were slowly being crushed. One fighter laughed despite being badly wounded, and said that if monsters could bite, humans could too. A moment later, he sank his own teeth into the enemy's body. Even as his life faded away, he kept tearing into the target until the very end, and still found time to mock the monsters for their foul smell. Even in the face of death, their will never weakened. They all shared a single belief: humanity would not perish. After learning that their commander had fallen, the remaining fighters became even more determined. If they had to die, they wanted to die charging into battle. At the same time, powerhouses from other regions gathered together. Everyone knew they only had one chance. As long as they could seriously wound the fourth-tier monster, humanity would still have hope. Even if the plan failed, their final hope remained with Yi Ning. Unfortunately, everyone believed that Yi Ning had not yet fully mastered his new power. Many began blaming themselves for not recognizing his potential sooner. One man laughed bitterly and said that if regret medicine existed, he would have bought every last bottle. But regret was useless now because the monster was already before them. High in the sky, the fourth-tier monster hovered motionless. The powerhouses immediately formed up and locked onto its head as the target. Below them, countless people placed all their hopes on this battle. With the strongest fighters of Daxia's attacking together, perhaps they could truly turn the tide. Their most powerful techniques erupted one after another. Arrows, blade lights, and countless killing moves surged toward the target at once. Facing the assault, the monster began channeling power into the giant eye on its body. Humanity's combined attack struck, but the monster easily dodged it. Then it counterattacked with a terrifying controllability and slaughtered the attackers one by one. The gap between both sides was enough to drive anyone into despair. The final fighter also fell beneath its power. Watching everything get erased in an instant, the people below lost their last trace of hope. In less than a few seconds, the entire elite force had been wiped out. At the command center, everyone watched the massive energy readings coming from the battlefield. Chu Tian, acting commander of Daxia, along with Li Xuanguo and the other generals, immediately made a decision. They wanted to notify Ye Ning to lead the last survivors through the encirclement and preserve humanity's future. At the same time, they prepared to broadcast a final message to the entire world. But right then, someone suddenly pointed at the screen and shouted. Yi Ning had appeared. On the battlefield, he was charging straight toward the fourth-tier monster at incredible speed. Looking at the enemy before him, he spoke softly as if meeting an old rival once again. The moment everyone sensed the powerful aura radiating from him, cheers erupted across the battlefield. Even the lower-tier monsters nearby were suppressed by the terrifying pressure. Seeing the mutant beasts retreating again and again, the people below grew even more excited and called for a counterattack. Only the fourth-tier monster remained completely still. That detail made his suspicion grow stronger. Ordinary mutant beasts were retreating, yet the strongest one showed no reaction at all. It made no sense. he began thinking. If everything happening now was merely part of the trial after his reincarnation, then what was the true condition for clearing it? Was killing the monster really the final answer? Meanwhile, the crowd below kept begging him to attack. In their eyes, he was humanity's last hope. He wondered if ending every tragedy and erasing every regret with a single sword strike would truly be salvation. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly echoed beside him. It belonged to people he could never forget. Before his eyes appeared the figures of his mother and younger sister. They desperately urged him to kill the monster so the family could reunite and live happily together once again. Even more important figures began appearing one after another, claiming that if he struck now, they would stay by his side forever. But he only shook his head and laughed. It seemed the system had gone to great lengths to lure him into this trap. At that moment, he finally understood the true nature of the final trial. If the people before him truly wished for everything to end, then he would personally bring this illusion to a close. Meanwhile, countless eyes outside remained fixed on the screen, waiting for the result. Nearly 9 hours had passed, yet Yi Ning still had not appeared. Fang Hao began sensing that something was wrong, because Yi Ning had always cleared trials at incredible speed. Could something have happened this time? Hu Jibing offered his analysis. In his view, if Yi Ning had chosen the normal trial, there was no reason for him to struggle. If he had chosen the special trial instead, that would mean he had absolute confidence in his own willpower. Either way, the chances of a problem were low unless the earlier rounds had consumed too much mental energy. For now, everyone could only wait. Just then, Jiang Meng suddenly stood up and presented a theory that immediately caught everyone's attention. The others quickly asked him to explain. Jiang Meng replied that what he was about to say was directly related to national interests. He requested the highest security protocol and a complete shutdown of all outside communications. Not only the communication systems, but even everyone present needed to be placed under strict control procedures. Hearing that, many people were visibly displeased. The cost and consequences of such a large-scale lockdown would be enormous. Jiang Meng remained firm. If his theory proved wrong, he was willing to accept any punishment and resign voluntarily. In the end, the lockdown order was approved, and the entire area immediately entered Level 1 alert status. Defensive systems activated, and layers of protective barriers quickly spread across the area. Then Jiang Meng revealed his bold conclusion. He believed the reason Yi Ning had repeatedly ranked first in all 3 categories was because he had discovered some loophole within the system. Otherwise, it was hard to explain why someone so powerful would be delayed in a willpower trial. Fang Hao immediately objected, saying that such an accusation was extremely serious. Jiang Meng then brought up an incident from North America, 16 years earlier. Back then, an awakened individual possessed a talent that could copy system items. Although the copies had no real effects, dungeon instances still recognized them as valid items. Because of that, the man harvested enormous resources for a long time. Only after accidentally revealing his true strength did the system detect the issue and erase him directly. Since then, people understood that even the system was not completely flawless. Someone immediately agreed, insisting that Yi Ning must have discovered a similar loophole and refusing to accept that he could simply be stronger. Jiang Meng continued by proposing that if Yi Ning returned safely, the military should immediately investigate his secret. If they could replicate his method, Huaxia's strength would increase dramatically. Others strongly opposed the idea. Yi Ning was not even confirmed alive yet, and investigating or interrogating him the moment he returned would only destroy people's trust. The commander finally ended the argument. For now, the most important thing was waiting for Yi Ning to return safely before discussing anything else. Inside the trial, he raised his sword and slashed toward the 4th-tier monster. The crowd within the illusion immediately erupted in cheers, believing he had saved everyone. The images of his family and comrades kept appearing, but he calmly replied that people should not remain trapped by past regrets and create a perfect ending in their minds. No matter how beautiful the memories were, he refused to live in a false world. After saying that, he turned the sword and thrust it into himself. To him, facing reality was the only correct path. He admitted that he had suffered a crushing defeat in his previous life and had always feared repeating that outcome. But this time was different. He would personally crush the fate that had once defeated him. At that instant, a massive wave of energy exploded from his body and swept away the entire surrounding space. System notifications rang out one after another. The willpower trial was officially cleared with the highest score in the world. He received a special reward, along with a worldwide announcement. His first-place result in the strength trial granted 3 additional strength points. which doubled to a total of 68 points. His top ranking in the physique trial granted 3 additional physique points, raising it to 68 as well. After adding all rewards from the overall ranking leaderboard, he gained 10 points to every attribute, bringing all stats to 78 points. He also obtained several talent upgrades, including Rage from the Strength path, Super Overload from the Agility path, Unyielding from the Physique path, and Willpower Pressure from the Willpower path. During the loot review, he gained 4,000 fame points for clearing the secret challenge. He also unlocked the Perfect Honor title, granting immunity from some system transactions and an rank privilege. For equipment rewards, he could choose 4 rare-grade items, or exchange them all for 1 epic item. He also received an epic regeneration potion, and a special epic item called the Time Key. His SSS-grade willpower talent evolved into Mindstorm. For 3 seconds, all attributes doubled while granting mind control, a mental barrier, and the chaos thinking skill. After claiming everything, Yi Ning was teleported out with his arm still broken. The moment he appeared, the crowd erupted in cheers. Yi Ning had finally completed the trial and remained the world's #1. He was also the only mind-type user to clear the 3rd stage trial. While everyone celebrated, he was troubled by everything he had experienced in the dungeons. He knew a global announcement was coming. Soon, pillars of light shot up across the world. The trial tower rankings updated, and Ye Ning claimed first place in all 4 categories, shocking countless people. Huaxia, global rank 1. Hearing the result, he finally relaxed and collapsed onto the ground. His life-or-death gamble had been worth it. The moment he fell, everyone rushed over. Yi Ning, where's the medical team? Get here now. The medical staff quickly examined him. Their assessment showed only a broken left arm, while the rest was mainly physical and mental exhaustion. A few days of rest would be enough. Everyone felt relieved after hearing that, but Jiang Meng did not believe it. In his view, the world's top-ranked person could not be injured so lightly. He brought up his earlier theory again, and suggested using forced mental stimulation to wake Ye Ning for immediate interrogation. The proposal enraged Fang Hao. He declared that anyone wanting to touch Yi Ning would have to get past him first. Jiang Meng argued back using national interests, claiming that if his theory was correct, Yi Ning was merely a pawn being used. Hu Zhiping also voiced his opposition. He believed that even a tiny chance of being wrong carried unacceptable consequences. Many others agreed, saying Yi Ning had contributed too much to Huaxia to be doubted so casually. In the end, Li Xuanguo made the decision. They would wait 3 more days and only discuss further action if Ye Ning still had not awakened. For now, treatment and safety came first. Seeing the outcome, Jiang Meng quietly revealed a calculating smile. He decided to wait 3 days and see whether Yi Ning could keep pretending. Not long after, everyone gathered around the vehicle carrying Yi Ning. Someone reported that more than 117 countries had sent inquiries about his condition. No one knew how to respond. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, yet Yi Ning still had not awakened. Huaxia's top doctors confirmed that all his vital signs were stable, and even his injuries had fully healed. Jiang Meng seized the chance to insist that Yi Ning was faking unconsciousness, and pushed for mental interrogation again. Fang Hao immediately rejected the idea. He firmly opposed it, but Jiang Meng mocked him for letting emotions override reason. Others also tried to stop him, warning that such actions could cause a massive misunderstanding. But Jiang Meng did not care. He directly ordered the equipment to be brought in for Yi Ning's mental interrogation. In a short time, all the required machinery arrived at the scene. Fang Hao still stood in front of Ye Ning, refusing to let them treat him that way, but Jiang Meng accused him of defying orders. At that moment, Li Xuanguo spoke. Though unwilling to do this, he believed national interests came above all else. Following his order, everyone stepped aside. The devices began being attached to Ye Ning. Jiang Meng stared at him with a sinister look, as if he had waited a long time for this moment. But just as the device was about to be placed on his head, Yi Ning's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. He sat up abruptly, sending the equipment crashing to the floor, then asked in confusion, "Where am I?" The moment Yi Ning opened his eyes, everyone erupted with relief. After days in a coma, he had finally awakened. Seeing that he was no longer in danger, someone immediately ordered all the prepared equipment to be shut down. Yi Ning looked around at the machines with confusion. At that moment, Fang Hao smashed the equipment and introduced himself. He then introduced everyone present. Leading them was Li Xuanguo, the supreme commander of Great Xia. Beside him were Commissioner Hu and Jiang Meng, whom Yi Ning had met before. Removing the device from his head, Yi Ning frowned. This clearly did not look like medical equipment. Li Shuangguo skipped the small talk and got straight to the point. He wanted to know Yi Ning's true talent and asked him to open his system panel for verification. Hearing this, Ye Ning immediately understood what was happening. He found it almost amusing. Instead of being rewarded, he was being investigated and nearly interrogated. Unfortunately, the secret of his system could never be revealed. He calmly looked around and asked, "Doesn't the military already know my talent? Since when are awakeners required to show their personal system panels to others?" Hu Zhiping could only awkwardly try to explain. But Jiang Meng immediately cut in. He claimed Yi Ning's achievements were too abnormal and suspected he had exploited a loophole in the trial. Therefore, he demanded full cooperation with the investigation. After hearing that, Yi Ning coldly asked, "So you're saying I cheated?" Feng Hao quickly tried to explain, while Li Shuangguo admitted that Yi Ning's unbelievable results had naturally raised doubts. Even so, the commander made his position clear. He stated that all of Great Xia was proud of Yi Ning's achievements. Even if a loophole truly existed, it would still be a valuable national asset. No matter what, Yi Ning would remain number one. Jiang Meng objected again. According to him, if Yi Ning really had a problem, allowing outsiders to interact with him could lead to unpredictable consequences. Feng Hao finally lost his patience and shouted at Jiang Meng to shut up. After being refuted repeatedly, Jiang Meng grew even more frustrated. He believed Yi Ning's refusal to reveal his system proved he had something to hide. What angered him most was that the leadership still wanted to keep Yi Ning as number one. Watching the scene unfold, Yi Ning laughed inwardly. He understood why the leaders acted this way, but the incident still disappointed him. If they suspected him of cheating today, who knew what they would suspect tomorrow? He had no intention of repeating the tragedies he witnessed in his previous life. After thinking it over, Yi Ning decided to end the argument himself. He asked Feng Hao to bring the highest grade talent testing sphere. Feng Hao immediately agreed and hurried off to prepare it. Jiang Meng sneered at the request. In his view, if Yi Ning was truly innocent, opening the system panel would settle everything. A talent test could prove nothing, no matter how high the result. Yi Ning turned and stared directly at him. He said that after the test, if Jiang Meng still had doubts, they could continue the discussion. Not long after, Feng Hao returned with a massive crystal, the highest level tool used for talent testing. Yi Ning stepped forward and placed his hand on the crystal's surface. He said that if they wanted to know the secret behind his achievements, they should see it for themselves. Immediately afterward, the power within his body flowed into the crystal. In an instant, dazzling light erupted along with overwhelming pressure that shocked everyone present. A voice echoed from the testing device. The result confirmed an SSS-grade willpower talent. The moment the measurement finished, the crystal could not withstand the immense energy and exploded on the spot. Yi Ning calmly looked at everyone and asked, "Is this what you call a loophole?" Those who had trusted him from the beginning immediately celebrated. The truth had finally been proven. The entire room was shaken. An SSS-grade talent had never appeared before, making the result far beyond anything they had imagined. Unlike the excited crowd, Jiang Meng's face instantly turned pale. He knew he had lost completely this time. Yi Ning did not press the matter further. Instead, he brought up another topic, mentioning that the top trial participant normally had to battle fire seeds to evaluate real combat potential. Everyone immediately shook their heads. After everything Yi Ning had shown, there was no need for that step. His position as number one was already unquestionable. Yi Ning looked toward Jiang Meng and spoke slowly. He had heard that Jiang Yang previously held the number one position. He did not like receiving privileges without conditions, so if he skipped the combat evaluation, it would not be fair to Jiang Yang. He then cited military regulations. According to the rules, lower-ranked members can challenge higher-ranked ones, so he declined the number one title for now and officially requested a death match against Jiang Yang. The moment he heard that, Jiang Meng broke into a cold sweat. He stared at Yi Ning and asked what he was really trying to do. Li Shuangguo instantly understood Yi Ning's intention. He thought to himself that this kid was truly ruthless. He had planned to make up for what happened, but Yi Ning had pushed him into a difficult position by targeting Jiang Meng's son. Jiang Meng forced himself to stay calm. He knew that losing his temper now would only damage his image further. The only option was to back down and give both the commander and Yi Ning a way out. He immediately changed his attitude and declared that the number one position rightfully belonged to Yi Ning. His talent had already surpassed Jiang Yang's, so they were willing to give up the title. He also apologized for the misunderstanding and claimed it came from concern alone. Yi Ning remained calm. He replied that everything should be settled according to the rules, because he did not want anyone claiming he used influence to break them. He further pointed out that Zhang Yang had always been highly regarded, so only a real battle could determine who was truly stronger. The statement pleased Hu Zhiping. Hu Zhiping immediately proposed a compromise. If Yi Ning wanted to follow the rules, then so be it. However, he had just advanced to the 3rd rank and needed time to adapt. The match would be held 3 days later, along with the final rankings and rewards announcement. Li Xuanguo thought for a moment before agreeing. He knew Hu Zhiping was always careful with his plans, and Yi Ning's determination surely had a reason behind it. With 3 days to prepare, everything would remain under control. Zhang Meng appeared calm on the surface, but turmoil filled his heart. He felt that both he and his son were being sacrificed. Meanwhile, Yi Ning secretly sneered. In his eyes, grudges should not be left unresolved for long, and the day Zhang Meng and Zhang Yang paid the price was drawing near. After everyone left, Li Xuanguo privately asked Hu Zhiping why he had agreed to Yi Ning's proposal. Hu Zhiping brought up the intercontinental dungeon that would open in 10 days. He explained that previous failures had severely damaged Huaxia's strategic resources. If they failed to obtain enough spirit energy blocks this time, many critical systems would stop functioning. Li Xuanguo immediately understood. Hu Zhiping confirmed that he wanted Yi Ning to participate in the operation. Besides the aberrants, the Intercontinental Dungeon was also a battleground where 3rd-rank awakeners from many nations competed directly. In Hu Zhiping's view, the fight with Zhang Yang was also a test for Yi Ning. Killing aberrants and killing humans were completely different matters. However, Li Xuanguo still worried that if Zhang Yang died, Zhang Meng might lose control and create internal turmoil. Hu Zhiping explained that this was exactly why he suggested the 3-day delay. It gave Zhang Meng enough time to prepare his son, while also allowing them to create backup plans for any possible outcome. After hearing this, Li Xuanguo laughed and praised Hu Zhiping's foresight. Hu Zhiping also suggested announcing that Yi Ning possessed only an SS-grade talent, instead of SSS, to prevent him from becoming a target. Li Xuanguo immediately agreed and ordered all remaining information to stay classified. Meanwhile, Zhang Meng returned to meet his son, Zhang Yang. The moment his father arrived, Zhang Yang immediately asked about the investigation results. He wanted to know whether Yi Ning had really cheated. In Zhang Yang's mind, Yi Ning must have discovered some loophole in the system. He even believed Yi Ning had already been arrested, and that the #1 position still belonged to him. But all his expectations were met with a heavy sigh from Zhang Meng. That alone made Zhang Yang feel uneasy. Zhang Meng finally told him the truth. Yi Ning had no issues at all, and had even requested a death match with Zhang Yang 3 days later. Zhang Yang could barely believe it. Once he understood the situation, Zhang Yang immediately panicked. He quickly declared that he wanted no part in the fight. He could give up the #1 title, status, and glory, as long as he did not have to face Yi Ning. Zhang Meng helplessly shook his head. He had already tried to make peace, but Yi Ning had no intention of canceling the match. Hearing that, Zhang Yang was terrified. Only one thought remained in his mind. Yi Ning truly intended to kill him. He desperately begged his father to act first. If Yi Ning was determined to kill him, then they should eliminate Yi Ning before that happened. Zhang Meng had considered it before, but reality would not allow it. Yi Ning was constantly guarded by 3rd-rank experts, making any attack nearly impossible. On top of that, the military had reinforced security, leaving no opportunity for an assassination plan. Seeing his son on the verge of collapse, Zhang Meng quickly reassured him. He swore that Zhang Yang would not die so easily. He had secretly contacted several 3rd-rank experts, and when the right moment came, they would lend their support. Given his years of service to the nation, he believed the higher-ups would overlook a few things. Zhang Yang then asked whether special equipment or items could increase his chances of winning. Zhang Meng immediately rejected the idea, because deathmatch rules strictly prohibited such things. However, he still had another plan. If Yi Ning loved relying on the rules, then they could use those same rules against him. The father and son then began discussing their strategy. They even prepared people willing to sacrifice themselves for the mission. Zhang Meng sneered, convinced that no matter how strong Yi Ning was, he could not overcome the home field advantage they had carefully arranged. 3 days quickly passed, and the duel was held at the capital military arena. The stands were already packed. A subordinate reported to Li Xuanguo that all preparations were complete. 3 3rd-rank referees were in position, and the match could begin at any moment. When Yi Ning appeared, countless eyes immediately focused on him. Many were surprised that someone who had shaken the entire world looked so young and somewhat thin. The chief referee, Lu Wanzhou, walked up to Yi Ning. He handed over the match roster and asked him to review it one final time before the battle began. After one glance, Yi Ning sensed something strange. According to the original plan, he was only supposed to fight Zhang Yang, So why was there such a long list? Looking closer, he discovered that besides Zhang Yang, 9 newly advanced third-rank awakeners had also registered to challenge him. Zhang Yang had even been placed last on the list. Lu Wanzhou explained that if Ye Ning had the right to challenge the top rank, then other candidates also had the right to challenge him. The referee was about to advise him to reconsider because consecutive battles would heavily drain both stamina and spirit energy, but Ye Ning cut him off and demanded the match start immediately. Right afterward, he turned toward the arena and loudly declared that everyone on the list should come up together. He wanted to fight all 10 challengers at once. The entire venue was instantly shocked. Lu Wanzhou broke into a sweat. The roster had originally been arranged to improve Zhang Yang's chances of survival. No one expected Ye Ning to respond in such an extreme way, completely overturning every plan. Someone immediately rushed over to persuade him otherwise. According to the rules, Ye Ning could reject those challenges without affecting his #1 position. But he firmly stood by his decision. He asked whether any rule prohibited one person from fighting everyone at once. After receiving a negative answer, Ye Ning calmly stated that no matter how many opponents there were, the result would remain the same. Hearing those confident words, Feng Hao could not help but laugh in admiration. Meanwhile, Hu Jiping saw far more serious implications hidden behind the situation. In the end, Li Xuanguo made the decision. Since Ye Ning had requested it himself, they would proceed as he wished. The referees would be responsible for controlling the situation. Deep down, he was reminded of his own younger days, when he had been just as bold and defiant. On the other hand, Lu Wanzhou became increasingly nervous. He felt that his real task today was not managing the match, but making sure nothing happened to Ye Ning. After receiving the final order, he announced that all 10 challengers, including Zhang Yang, should enter the arena together. Being dragged into a group battle like this filled Zhang Yang with anger and resentment. He believed Ye Ning was deliberately humiliating him, but Zhang Mengs saw it as a rare opportunity. He told his son to let the others wear Ye Ning down first, while he waited for the perfect moment to deliver the finishing blow. The 10 challengers stepped onto the arena opposite Ye Ning. The referee announced the rules one last time. All items were forbidden, and every enhancement effect from equipment was disabled. The countdown then officially began. The audience below could not stop talking. Great Xia had never seen a match like this before. Some guessed Ye Ning would last only a few seconds, while others boldly bet on 10 seconds. The moment the battle signal sounded, Zhang Yang immediately ordered the others to do everything possible to exhaust Ye Ning. But the instant the match began, Ye Ning activated Sword Storm. The challengers had no time to react before being dragged into its attack range. The sword strikes were so fast that dodging or blocking was nearly impossible. In a flash, Zhang Yang realized everything had gone far beyond expectations. He panicked and cried for help, even calling upon the hidden pieces he had prepared in advance. One of them immediately charged at Ye Ning with suicidal t-t-t. Before he could finish his threat, Ye Ning's blade had already arrived. The man's body was instantly torn into pieces. A moment later, his corpse exploded in the middle of the arena. Ye Ning immediately realized the man was a suicide operative, carrying a destructive weapon. He merely sneered, as the plan had been crushed before it could even begin. Meanwhile, the stream of swordlight continued closing in on Zhang Yang. He had completely lost the will to fight, and could only kneel down and beg for his life. Seeing the danger, the referee team rushed in to save him. 3 third-rank experts simultaneously raised barriers to block the attack, yet the speed and power displayed by Ye Ning left them horrified. No matter what, they had to save Zhang Yang. By now, Zhang Yang was crying in terror as he ran around screaming for his father to save him. At his most desperate moment, he heard a voice telling him that everything was fine now. The instant Zhang Yang turned around, a sword flash swept past. In that single moment, his body was split in half before everyone's eyes. The entire arena fell silent. No one could believe Ye Ning had wiped out the whole field with a single move. Even the sharpest observers could not understand how Zhang Yang had been killed. Some even felt as if time itself had frozen for a brief instant. Ye Ning calmly spoke. The person he wanted dead could not be saved by anyone. The attack just now was dimensional slash. He openly declared that his current strength far exceeded everyone's imagination. As for Zhang Meng, he completely lost control when he saw his son's corpse. Consumed by rage, he charged straight at Ye Ning and unleashed tiger-shattering fist with overwhelming killing intent. But Ye Ning had been waiting for this reaction for a long time. He quickly assessed his opponent's strength. Although Zhang Meng was a peak third-rank expert, the gap between them was no longer what it once had been. Ye Ning believed that the one falling today might not be him. Just as the clash was about to happen, Feng Hao appeared between them. He immediately unleashed Tyrant Dragon Emperor Fist to stop Jiang Meng's attack. The collision sent Jiang Meng flying backward before crashing heavily into a distant wall. Roaring in agony, he declared that, if he could not avenge his son, he no longer deserved to call himself a father. Feng Hao coldly warned him, if Jiang Meng stopped now, the higher-ups might still sympathize with the pain of losing a son, but if he continued causing trouble, there would be no mercy. Though he personally wanted to deal with him, procedures still had to be followed. That warning drew a final line before Jiang Meng. Meanwhile, Yi Ning knew the matter was far from over. He deliberately added fuel to the fire. Yi Ning reminded everyone that this was a death match, and that life and death were the participants' own responsibility. He even openly mocked both Jiang Meng and his son, driving him into a blind rage. Jiang Meng completely lost his mind, and kept screaming that he would kill Yi Ning no matter the cost. Feng Hao immediately released a powerful aura and blasted him away once again. Jiang Meng crashed to the ground, as blood continuously poured from his mouth. Even so, he struggled back up and begged Li Xuanguo for help. He spoke of the years he had risked his life for the nation, and asked the commander to honor his contributions and seek justice for him. Up in the stands, Li Xuanguo remained puzzled. In his eyes, Jiang Meng had already lost completely, so why had things escalated this far? Yi Ning let out a mocking laugh. He said Jiang Meng had no right to talk about justice. After losing, he was now boasting about past contributions and demanding sympathy, like someone throwing a tantrum in broad daylight. Yet behind the provocation, Yi Ning was still calculating. Driving an enemy into a corner was one thing, but achieving the greatest result required leaving them a suitable way out. Yi Ning had no intention of backing down. He coldly cornered his opponent and declared that if Jiang Meng wanted his life, he was free to try. But if Yi Ning suffered even the slightest injury today, he guaranteed that Jiang Meng's entire family would pay the price, and not even the animals in their household would be spared. Hearing that, Jiang Meng completely snapped. Filled with murderous intent, he had only one thought left: kill Yi Ning. Feng Hao smiled when he saw the reaction. It seemed everything had gone exactly as Yi Ning expected. Since Yi Ning had already created enough justification, Feng Hao was willing to play along to the very end. Jiang Meng stopped caring about everything and charged forward like a madman, focused only on killing his opponent. Feng Hao seized the opening and launched his counterattack. He wanted to show the gap between a true peak expert and someone who only carried the title, then unleashed a devastating strike. Yi Ning raised a hand to block the flying debris and sighed inwardly. Raw power was not something a few numbers could make up for. He could dominate those at his level, and even defeat a mid-stage third-turn expert, but facing a city-stage or peak third-turn powerhouse was still extremely difficult. Feng Hao then looked at Li Xiangguo and explained that Yi Ning had been in real danger, forcing him to act immediately. Li Xiangguo nodded and let it pass. He said Feng Hao had no choice and ordered Jiang Meng's aftermath to be handled. Though he said nothing, Li Xiangguo understood everything. The two had worked together perfectly, but he was not blind. Still, it was all within the backup plan Hu Zhiping had prepared. Yi Ning stepped forward and bowed in thanks. He thanked the commander and deputy commander for saving his life and defending his justice, then pledged to serve the nation with everything he had. Hearing that, Li Xiangguo realized Yi Ning was far from ordinary. Since the young man wanted to build his reputation, he was willing to push him even higher. He then announced that the first Fire Seed Program medal ceremony would be held tomorrow at the Capitol Plaza. The crowd had barely processed Jiang Meng's death before another shocking announcement arrived. One surprise after another left everyone overwhelmed. In their eyes, Yi Ning had become someone they absolutely could not offend. A national-level ceremony held just for him proved that Great Xia was entering a new era. Former followers of Jiang Meng, such as Lin Rui and Tang Zhen, broke into cold sweats. Their leader was dead, and their own futures looked uncertain. Luckily, they had chosen the right side in time, or the outcome would have been far worse. Li Xiangguo then assigned all ceremony preparations to Hu Zhiping and ordered that it be held on the grandest scale. He also sealed all information about Today's battle, especially Yi Ning's talent and strength. Anyone investigating without permission would be treated as a traitor. The next day, a grand military parade was held at the Capitol Plaza. Before the entire Great Xia military, Yi Ning was officially confirmed as the #1 seed of the Fire Seed program. Thanks to his outstanding performance in the global trial, all his rewards received special upgrades. His authority level jumped from A rank to S rank. Resource allocations became completely unrestricted. His monthly credits increased from 1 million to 3 million points, with an additional 10 million special points granted every year. his epic equipment selection was upgraded to legendary equipment. His treatment level rose from instructor rank to deputy military rank. His planned colonel rank was directly promoted to general. On top of that, Yi Ning was granted the position of honorary member of the standing committee. 21 cannon salutes echoed through the air, making many feel as if they were witnessing a ceremony for the commander himself. Some recalled how Ye Ning had once sneaked into the Tianfeng base, yet now he had received honors beyond belief. Many people had even earned promotions because of him. Ye Ning was then asked if he wanted anything else. He knew his current rewards had already exceeded all expectations. Asking for more could easily make him seem greedy, but if he missed this chance, another opportunity might never come. In the end, he requested permission to attend the military conference held once every 3 years, which was scheduled to begin in 2 days. After hearing it, Li Xiangguo immediately felt a headache. The kid really knew how to hand him difficult problems. Many people were puzzled by Yi Ning's request. After all, he was only 18 and lacked experience. The high-level military conference focused on national strategy and future direction, so they could not understand why a combat specialist wanted to attend. Li Xiangguo patted Yi Ning on the shoulder and agreed at once. As an honorary committee member, he already had the right to attend as an observer. If he offered valuable suggestions, the military would even consider adopting them. Yi Ning immediately expressed his gratitude. After the ceremony, Ye Ning sat alone in thought. What he truly needed was not fame or meeting privileges, but command authority. To stop the future catastrophe in Donghai, he would need the strength of an entire military region. For now, however, he was not qualified and could only wait for the right opportunity. Right then, Feng Hao walked over from a distance and called Yi Ning to follow him. Without much explanation, Feng Hao led him away from the ceremony and into the central military district. After arriving, Feng Hao introduced the place as Yi Ning's new residence. The area was heavily guarded and offered top-tier living conditions. He then brought Yi Ning into a secret meeting room made entirely of metal and revealed a special mission. Normally, someone who had just reached third turn would not qualify, but they could not find a better candidate. Yi Ning immediately asked for the details. Feng Hao explained that it was an A-rank cross-continental dungeon called Zombie Nation. Each country could send only 2 third-turn members and 8 second-turn members. Inside, participants had to fight mutated monsters, complete main objectives, and compete against awakeners from other nations for spirit energy mineral resources. The moment he heard the name, memories from his previous life resurfaced. He had entered that place before, but back then it was not a cross-continental dungeon, nor did it contain such valuable spirit energy mineral deposits. At that moment, the system suddenly activated a mandatory mission. The objective was to seize the highest authority within Zombie Nation. The reward was an Shrank strategic weapon blueprint, known as the Special Sky Carrier. Seeing Ye Ning fall silent, Feng Hao assumed he was worried and tried to reassure him. He promised the team would prioritize his safety above all else, and failure would not be a problem. Before Feng Hao could finish, Yi Ning immediately accepted. He declared that he did not fear danger and was confident the mission would succeed. The answer greatly pleased Feng Hao. Before departure, he granted Yi Ning access to the national treasury to choose any items he needed. As he thought it over, Yi Ning realized that even without the system mission, the Sky Carrier blueprint alone was enough to make him go all in. According to the description, it was a massive warship capable of carrying dozens of spirit energy fighters, heavy artillery systems, thousands of personnel, and countless advanced offensive and defensive weapons. Just reading the basic specifications left Yi Ning stunned. If Great Xia truly built such a vessel, the nation's power would rise to unimaginable heights. After reaching third turn, the system unlocked 2 additional skill slots. With several days left before entering the dungeon, he planned to maximize his strength. His first goal was to obtain 2 suitable Shrank sword techniques from the National Treasury. Just then, Ye Ning sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching. The newcomer was close to peak third-turn strength, instantly putting him on guard. He turned toward the source of the aura. To his surprise, the person who appeared was a young woman. As soon as she arrived, she formally introduced herself as Guardian number 009. But what shocked Yi Ning even more was that she suddenly rushed forward and hugged him tightly. While holding him, she explained that her mission from today onward was to protect him at all times. Yi Ning quickly pulled her away and asked who had sent her. More importantly, he had no idea where she learned this strange style of close protection. The girl honestly replied that Feng Hao had assigned her, and the protection method she used had been learned from a training manual earlier that day. Hearing that only made Yi Ning more confused, and he immediately asked what kind of manual taught such bizarre things. Without another word, the girl turned around and began demonstrating. She recreated every action exactly as described in the manual, making the entire situation incredibly awkward. She even tried to move closer to Yi Ning for further practice, forcing him to stop her with a raised hand. Yi Ning could only sigh helplessly. He had no idea what the leadership was thinking when they assigned him a bodyguard like this. If something unexpected happened, the consequences would be far from simple. To clarify the girl's identity, Yi Ning immediately used a spirit inspection skill on her. The results left him frozen. Her body contained numerous mechanical components, and her brain had been almost completely replaced. A central chip controlled all her thoughts and actions, making her more of an artificial life form than a true human. After examining her, he looked at her and asked why she had become like this. Instead of answering, 009 took Yi Ning's hand and placed it on top of her head, then guided it toward the center of her forehead. The system verification activated at once. A notification confirmed fingerprint recognition and the successful unlocking of authority access. Moments later, a strange memory began flowing into Yi Ning's mind. In that memory, a young girl comforted her father. Knowing she did not have much time left, she chose to donate her body to a research project. She believed it was more meaningful to keep serving the nation than to quietly fade away. She always trusted her father's ideals and humanity's future. But her father opposed it in agony. He knew the experiment was more terrifying than death itself. No one had ever succeeded, and even if someone did, their original consciousness would vanish completely, leaving only a machine that obeyed orders. He could not accept that fate for his daughter. Yet the girl only smiled. She recalled the heroes her father once told her about. If some people lost their bodies but left their spirit behind, then why could she not walk the opposite path, keeping her body to fight on, even after her soul was gone? To her, that pain was nothing compared to disappearing from the world forever. Hearing those words, Fang Hao could only stand there and cry in silence. The girl continued, saying that becoming a mechanical warrior was not so bad. She believed her father would never make the wrong choice. Only then did Yi Ning finally understand 009's true identity. He stood there in silence for a long time, unsure what to say. Complex emotions filled Yi Ning's heart. He could not understand why Fang Hao trusted him enough to assign this girl as his protector. Even the name 009 was clearly meant to erase her past and sever any remaining personal emotions. After calming himself, Yi Ning gave her a serious order. His first command was to delete all the strange training materials installed earlier. From now on, her only duty was to protect him and follow official orders. 009 immediately complied. Yi Ning then decided to visit the military's first research institute to choose shrank sword techniques. Along the way, he silently appreciated Fang Hao's trust. Even if he did not fully agree with the method, he understood the weight behind it. And if everyone was betting their future on him, he would never let them down. The moment he arrived at the institute, Yi Ning noticed someone already waiting to receive him. The man introduced himself as Wang Xiaotian, the institute's deputy director. After a brief greeting, Yi Ning got straight to the point and asked about the shrank sword techniques stored there. Wang Xiaotian confirmed they were still available and immediately led the way. Ye Ning told 009 to wait outside and entered the storage area alone. On the way, the deputy director explained that only 4 shrank sword techniques remained in the vault. There were still plenty of R-rank skills available if needed. However, Yi Ning refused and asked to see all 4 S-rank techniques first. Seeing this, Wang Xiaotian decided to be honest. He was not trying to stop him, but countless third-turn experts lived in the capital military district. If these 4 techniques were still untouched, they definitely came with major flaws. Yi Ning understood the warning, but chose to inspect them before making a judgment. He carefully reviewed all 4 techniques. The first was Infernal Flame, which triggered volcanic eruptions from underground, but required suitable terrain. The second was Last Stand Slash, which could only activate when the user's life force dropped below a critical threshold, but it delivered terrifying damage and restored vitality upon killing the target. The third was Death Requiem, which consumed enormous spirit energy to unleash a lethal strike and temporarily wield the power of the slain target's soul. The final technique was Annihilation, which required 10 seconds of uninterrupted charging to reach maximum damage. After reading them, Yi Ning immediately understood why they had been ignored. Infernal Flame relied too heavily on terrain. Last Stand Slash only worked when the user was on the brink of death. Death Requiem demanded far more spirit energy than ordinary people could provide. As for Annihilation, forcing the user to stand still for 10 seconds was practically asking to be attacked. Seeing Ye Ning remain silent, Wang Xiaotian suggested, looking through the rank sword techniques instead. Although one tier lower, their practical combat value was not much worse, and the Institute stored more than 8,000 of them. But Yi Ning did not hesitate at all. He immediately selected 2 of the 4 rank techniques before him. The decision left Wang Xiaotian completely stunned. He never expected Yi Ning to choose Death Requiem and Annihilation, the 2 techniques infamous for their brutal requirements. There was no time to study more options, so he had no interest in browsing the rank collection. After thanking Wang Xiaotian, he turned to leave, leaving the deputy director completely baffled. In most people's eyes, third turn skills always came with severe restrictions, yet Yi Ning picked them as casually as if he were shopping at a market. In reality, Yi Ning saw things differently. If the system still rated them as rank sword techniques, their power could not be underestimated. Death Requiem offered soul manipulation potential, while Annihilation provided explosive power beyond one's level. With his current spirit energy and sword's god system, ignoring them would be a waste. He immediately enhanced both techniques. Death Requiem evolved from rank to SSS rank and became Yama's Realm. Annihilation also transformed into an SSS rank sword technique called Divine Wrath. The details of the new skills quickly appeared. Yama's Realm required no cost for its free activation and had a 48-hour cooldown. By spending 20,000 spirit energy and killing a target, the user could summon the souls of the dead within 100 meters, turning them into warriors that fought for 10 seconds with all the power they possessed in life. The system described it as an ability worthy of Yama himself. Divine Wrath had a similar mechanic, allowing the user to summon a 4th turn phantom for 10 seconds to unleash a devastating attack, truly deserving the title of a god's fury. Looking at the 2 new skills, Yi Ning was extremely satisfied. His skill set was now nearly complete. Swordstorm excelled at large-scale combat. Heavenly Strike Radiance specialized in finishing powerful enemies. Dimensional Slash ensured survival, and Heaven-Breaking Water handled defensive counterattacks. Now Yama's Realm allowed him to turn fallen enemies into allies directly on the battlefield. Divine Wrath was even more terrifying. The ability to generate 4th turn power alone was enough to drive most peak 3rd turn experts into despair. It not only came with a free periodic use, but could also be activated again with spirit energy. This was practically a skill that existed outside normal rules. Yi Ning wanted to test it immediately, but with the cross-continental dungeon opening in 2 days, he held himself back. Just then, a group of people suddenly approached him. The leader asked about the notification they had received and confirmed that Yi Ning had claimed 2 rank sword techniques from the vault. Yi Ning calmly nodded and asked if there was a problem. The other party explained that before using them, he needed to record combat data for research purposes. Hearing this, Yi Ning frowned slightly. He had never heard of such a rule and asked whether it was mandatory. Before the person could answer, Wang Xiaotian hurried over to explain. He introduced the newcomer as Director Wan Ru. According to him, the purpose was mainly to collect real combat data for future military reference. In theory, it was merely a voluntary contribution to national research. But Wan Ru immediately rejected that explanation. She insisted it was a rule that had to be followed. Not only the 2 new sword techniques, but all of Yi Ning's combat abilities needed to undergo testing and research. Wang Xiaotian inwardly cursed her. Everyone knew most of her research projects had failed, and even her son had achieved nothing remarkable. Yet she constantly dragged others into her experiments. Faced with the demand, Yi Ning gave a direct answer. He refused. Wan Ru immediately invoked military authority, demanding a full examination of his blood, body, and combat abilities. She even challenged him, asking whether he dared to defy orders. Yi Ning looked at her and sneered inwardly. To someone like her, all awakeners were merely test subjects. She always claimed to act for the nation's benefit, but in truth she was driven by personal ambition. Even though the sword god system held no secret he needed to hide, he had no intention of letting her get what she wanted so easily. With that thought, Yi Ning directly summoned a sword from his storage space. He stared at Wan Ru and asked whether she intended to detain him by force, if he refused to cooperate. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Wang Xiaotian hurriedly stepped in to mediate, hoping Yi Ning would let it go and leave first. But Wan Ru shouted back that she would absolutely not allow him to walk out today. In her view, refusing to cooperate was already a violation of military orders, and arresting Yi Ning would be completely lawful. She even declared that she was not afraid if the matter reached the commander's ears. Hearing that, Ye Ning narrowed his eyes. Since she had chosen threats and coercion, he had no problem using her as the first test subject for his new sword techniques. Just as the tension reached its peak, a powerful impact suddenly echoed through the room. Before anyone could react, 009 appeared in front of Wanru and kicked her straight to the ground. After subduing the target, she calmly reported to Ye Ning that the threat had been neutralized and awaited further instructions. She even asked whether the target should be eliminated. The moment she heard that, Wanru lost all her arrogance. She panicked and begged for mercy, no longer showing any of her previous confidence. Wang Xiaotian quickly stepped in to plead on her behalf. He repeatedly begged Yi Ning to show mercy, insisting that Wanru had realized her mistake. Yi Ning was indeed annoyed with her, but after dealing with Zhang Meng not long ago, causing another death would create too much trouble. After a brief pause, he decided to let it go for now. He ordered that no one be killed and simply told her to move aside. 009 immediately obeyed. She delivered a powerful kick and sent Wanru flying away. Wanru's body slammed directly into the wall behind her. The impact was so strong that her neck snapped instantly, and blood poured from her mouth. In the blink of an eye, she was dead. Witnessing the scene, Wang Xiaotian turned pale and froze in horror. 009 remained expressionless and explained that she had misjudged the target's flight distance and overestimated the target's physical durability. Yi Ning could only force a smile before turning to Wang Xiaotian and asking whether this could be considered an unfortunate accident. Wang Xiaotian immediately understood and nodded repeatedly, confirming that Wanru had collided with the wall on her own and that her death had nothing to do with Yi Ning. Deep down, he became even more determined never to offend the young man before him. Seeing that the matter was settled, Ye Ning politely left the cleanup to Wang Xiaotian and departed the institute with 009. Along the way, 009 asked whether she had caused trouble for him. Yi Ning did not care much. In his eyes, Wanru had never been a good person, and her fate was hardly worth pitying. If the higher-ups wanted to blame him, they were free to try. 2 days later, the high-level conference of National Committee members officially began. Many people were surprised to see Yi Ning appear. Some assumed he had come only to observe, but when they noticed the documents he carried, discussions immediately started. In their eyes, someone as young as Yi Ning could hardly present a serious proposal. After entering the conference hall, Ye Ning found his assigned seat and sat beside Fang Teng, the Minister of Armed Forces for the Donghai War Zone. The moment Fang Teng saw him, killing intent flashed in his eyes. He still held a grudge over Wanru's death and decided that if he could not deal with Ye Ning directly, he would at least find a way to strip away his special privileges. A female staff member quickly approached to assist him. She informed Yi Ning that his delegate number was 119 and handed him the conference agenda. She also reminded him that all communications devices had to be turned off and that leaking meeting content was strictly forbidden. Looking at the familiar procedures before him, Ye Ning could not help feeling nostalgic. In his previous life, he had attended countless conferences like this. Now he had to pretend it was his first time, which felt rather awkward. The staff member continued explaining that he possessed full voting rights. After the main discussions concluded, he could register to speak by pressing the button beside his seat. Yi Ning nodded. He said he understood the rules and would not speak carelessly. Aside from the proposal he intended to present, he would not interfere with the meeting. The moment she heard the word proposal, the young woman froze. Her superiors had specifically told her to pay attention to Ye Ning, but she never expected him to actually bring a proposal to the conference. Realizing this, she hurried away to report the situation. Watching her leave in such a rush, Ye Ning could not help wondering whether he was really that frightening. Just then, Fang Hao arrived and took the seat beside him. The moment he sat down, he teased Yi Ning for staring at the receptionist the entire time. Yi Ning replied helplessly that 009 was already more than enough. He had merely mentioned presenting a proposal, yet the staff member ran off as if something major had happened. Hearing that, Fang Hao burst into laughter. He suspected the organizers had intentionally seated him next to Yi Ning, in case the young man caused some unexpected trouble. He then directly asked what proposal Yi Ning planned to present. Yi Ning only smiled and said he would find out when the time came. Fang Hao immediately offered a warning. With years of experience attending high-level meetings, he knew that military and political matters were always extremely sensitive. He advised Yi Ning to think carefully before speaking. Even so, Fang Hao still chose to trust him. Anyone capable of sealing the ruins battlefield and bringing fallen veterans home could not be reckless. Besides, this was also the person in whom Fang Fang had once placed absolute faith. Not long after, a system announcement echoed through the hall. The 13th Survivors Congress officially began. The first topic covered repeated border violations and resource raids by neighboring nations, leading the military to consider deploying 3 major legions. The second focused on the growing gap between awakeners and ordinary citizens. The last discussed rebuilding a strategic base in the shaped archipelago of North America. After nearly 6 hours of review and discussion, he found that 9 proposals had been submitted, and 6 were directly tied to international affairs. Only then did he understand why Da Xia had entered an unusual decline before the twin disasters, and why people like him had rushed into intercontinental dungeons. The system soon moved into the proposal presentation stage. Every member had the right to speak, and only proposals that passed voting would move on to formal review. A new notice appeared on the screen. Honorary Commissioner number 119 Yi Ning had submitted a proposal, and Minister of Forces number 23 also stood up. The entire hall immediately erupted into discussion. Many people looked confused when Yi Ning spoke up. In their eyes, someone so young was trying to use special privileges to interfere in high-level decisions. Fang Teng immediately mocked him and asked if Yi Ning had pressed the wrong button. He then demanded that Yi Ning sit down and stop disrupting the proposal he was preparing against him. Hearing the mention of impeachment, Ye Ning was slightly surprised. His proposal regarding the East Sea had not even been revealed yet, but the other side seemed fully prepared. These materials came from 2 days of secret investigation and should have been unknown to anyone. Fang Teng immediately reported to the entire Congress that 2 days earlier, Ye Ning had appeared at Research Institute No. 1 and killed Wan Suozhang, who was also his wife and Wan Ru's mother. He claimed that no matter how talented someone was, they could not stand above the law. He therefore proposed stripping Yi Ning of all rights and resources. Yi Ning almost laughed. So this man was Wan Suozhang's husband. Once he learned that connection, everything became clear. Even Li Xuanguo's expression changed slightly as he questioned Yi Ning about the incident. Yi Ning calmly explained that Fang Teng had misunderstood. 2 days earlier, he had only gone to the academy to study sword techniques. Wan Suozhang had become too emotional, failed to watch where she was going, and ended up running into a tree and dying. Hearing that explanation, Fang Teng was so furious that he jumped to his feet and demanded Yi Ning repeat it. Yi Ning continued mocking him, saying Wan Suozhang lost her composure after seeing a handsome young man like him and ended up having an accident. He even pretended to feel sorry, claiming she had never enjoyed anything good in her entire life. The entire hall burst into laughter. A serious high-level meeting suddenly turned into an awkward spectacle, and many felt Fang Teng had publicly exposed his own embarrassment. Seeing things getting out of hand, Li Xuanguo stepped in and told everyone to maintain order. He also advised Fang Teng to settle personal matters outside the Congress. But Fang Teng refused to let it go. He insisted that Yi Ning had abused his authority, acted recklessly, and deserved severe punishment. The atmosphere became so tense that Fang Hao, sitting nearby, could no longer remain silent and immediately stood up. He directly challenged Fang Teng. However, Ye Ning stopped him and said he could handle it himself. If anyone still doubted him, they could ask President Wang of the Research Institute for verification. He then shifted to the main issue and pointed out that Fang Teng's proposal did not even qualify for discussion yet. It was now his turn to speak. His proposal directly targeted the minister himself. Remove Fang Teng from his position as East Sea War Zone Minister. At the same time, Yi Ning ordered all East Sea forces into combat readiness and demanded the emergency evacuation of 6.7 million residents from Safe Zone 239 along the coast. The reason was that an Arank sea beast tide would arrive within the next 17 to 23 days. The moment he finished speaking, the entire hall exploded into debate. Many believed Yi Ning was talking nonsense and doubted he even understood what he had just announced. Quite a few people openly laughed at him. In their view, the East Sea had not seen an Arank sea beast tide in over 40 years, making the warning sound completely absurd. Li Xuanguo tapped the table and ordered silence. He then looked directly at Yi Ning and demanded clear evidence for such a serious prediction. Yi Ning immediately presented a large amount of data. In Sea Region C13, spiritual energy concentration had risen by 1.9 times over 2 months, the highest level in 4 decades. Area D51 recorded 43 undersea earthquakes within half a year, with the strongest reaching Brank intensity, another 40-year record. In addition, underwater monitoring devices from Project No. 2 had malfunctioned 13 times since the start of the year. During repair operations, 3 combat teams vanished completely, while 23 engineers died in Drank accidents, whose causes remain unknown. He did not stop there. Ye Ning pointed out that sea beast attacks in the East Sea War Zone had increased by 195.7, the highest surge in 40 years. As the numbers kept coming, Fang Teng began to panic. He could not understand how Yi Ning knew the East Sea situation so well. Yi Ning calmly stated that all the data came directly from the East Sea safe zone. If the military still doubted him, they could verify it themselves. If even one detail proved false, he would take full responsibility. Li Xuanguo immediately turned to Fang Teng, the official in charge of the East China War Zone, and demanded confirmation of the data. Fang Teng instantly found himself at a loss for words. He knew very well that whether he admitted it or denied it, the outcome would be terrible. Not only would he lose his position, but he would also face investigation. With that in mind, he decided to drag Yi Ning down with him. The moment the thought appeared, Fang Teng jumped up, secretly activated a skill, and roared as he charged to kill Yi Ning. The surprise punch shot forward. Yi Ning blocked it, but the impact still forced him several steps back. After regaining his balance, Fang Teng charged again. This time, however, Fang Hao stepped in front of him and stopped him. Faced with the interference, Fang Teng no longer cared about the consequences. He declared that he would cripple Yi Ning today, no matter what. On the main platform, Li Xuanguo exploded with anger. Attacking someone during a high-level congress was no different from rebellion. He immediately ordered Fang Teng's arrest and authorized lethal force if he resisted. At that moment, 009 rushed in from afar and locked onto the target as a level 1 threat. Seeing the situation escalate, Yi Ning also drew his weapon and prepared for battle. At the same time, he told Fang Hao to step aside and let him handle it. Fang Hao only smiled and said he was more than capable of dealing with the opponent himself. He threw a decisive punch and sent Fang Teng flying. At the same time, he ordered 009 to move in immediately. In the blink of an eye, 009 appeared right behind the target. She drove her knee into the weakest part of his body. The sound of breaking bones echoed clearly throughout the hall. Fang Teng coughed up blood repeatedly and completely lost the ability to fight. The system also confirmed that the threat had been eliminated. After things settled down, everyone asked whether Yi Ning was injured. He simply smiled and said he was fine. The seniors had acted so quickly that he never even got a chance to show his skills. The entire hall was stunned. In less than 5 seconds, a Tier 3 powerhouse had been taken down. After all, Fang Hao was a peak Tier 3 expert, while 009 was already close to that level. On top of that, Li Xuanguo had authorized on-site execution, and Yi Ning was now considered one of the nation's most important talents. Fang Teng's actions were basically suicide. Li Xuanguo quickly restored order and announced that the Congress would continue. He stressed that Yi Ning's proposal was extremely important and allowed the commissioners 3 more minutes of discussion before voting. During the debate, many believed Fang Teng's reaction had partially proven Yi Ning's data was real. However, abnormal data did not guarantee a sea beast tide. A wrong decision would cause enormous losses. But if the disaster truly arrived, before long, the 3 minutes were over, and the Congress officially entered the voting stage. The final result was 14 votes in favor, 1 against, and 104 as abstentions. After reviewing the results, Li Xuanguo approved the proposal. He ordered personnel to be sent to the East Sea immediately after the Congress and demanded that evacuation plans begin without delay. The next day, Fang Hao visited Yi Ning before departing for the Intercontinental Dungeon. He reminded him that anyone above mid-level Tier 3 would not be allowed to enter. That meant 009 could not accompany him. Yi Ning nodded and said he already understood the rule. Fang Hao then handed him a box containing the national rewards that had been promised. Inside were rank materials, such as the Mountain Destroyer Heart and the Corpse Shard Bone-Seeking Pearl that Yi Ning had requested earlier. Yi Ning immediately asked about the missing human face, frost slime, and ghost core. Unfortunately, those 2 items were not available in the national inventory. According to Fang Hao, the human face frost slime had caused a disaster in the South China War Zone 27 years ago, resulting in 60,000 deaths. At the time, 4 high-level Tier 3 experts joined forces, yet the monster still escaped. As for the ghost core, it was rumored to be a product born from extremely rare supernatural entities. Even so, he had already contacted Research Institute's Ultimate to investigate clues related to the 3 major incidents. It would just take more time. Yi Ning thanked him and asked for all the resources to be delivered. He planned to familiarize himself with the items first and deal with everything else after returning from the Intercontinental Dungeon. He estimated that the missing materials could only be gathered gradually, so upgrading the Sword God system would not be completed anytime soon. Without wasting any time, Yi Ning picked up the first material and began absorbing it. The system immediately displayed a notice. Special material consumed. Upgrade progress reached 2 of 4. The Mountain Destroyer Heart was completed. 1 Corpse Shard Bone-Seeking Pearl had been used, while the Human Face Frost Slime and Ghost Core were still missing. Besides the rare materials, the box also contained several special pieces of equipment. Yi Ning immediately confirmed the unlock authorization. The system successfully verified his identity as an A-rank honorary commissioner. Moments later, 2 rewards appeared: the Paralyzer Gloves and a legendary sword called Elemental Windblade. The Paralyzer Gloves granted 12 agility and came with the abilities Undamaged Corpse Bone and Blood Burst. Activating them consumed 500 to 700 spiritual energy. By all evaluations, it was an excellent piece of burst combat equipment. As for the Elemental Windblade, it granted 9 strength and 9 agility. The sword possessed 2 elemental skills, Fury Flame and Absolute Frost, along with the Windblade effect. Fury Flame consumed 700 spiritual energy, added 175 damage, applied burn, and created a wall of fire that lasted 10 seconds. Absolute Frost required 900 spiritual energy, slowed and froze targets, and when the sword was stabbed into the ground, it created a frozen zone filled with chain ice explosions. It was truly a weapon that controlled elemental power. The moment he held the sword, Yi Ning felt violent waves of heat and cold intertwining within it. Its power clearly exceeded his expectations and would require time to master. To test it, he drove the sword into the ground and activated its first ability. With a single motion, a sea of flames erupted. The heat was so intense that it reminded him of boiling magma. He then switched the sword to its other state. In an instant, the surrounding area was completely frozen. Yi Ning immediately realized that combining Absolute Frost and Fury Flame could rival SSS Strength ultimate skills. Including the powerful moves he already possessed, he now had 7 or 8 devastating abilities available in a single battle. Compared to this weapon, his old Deceptive Flame Sword was little more than a heated blade. Suddenly, he remembered the lottery reward from ranking first across the entire system. His damage output was already more than enough, and he lacked neither strength, speed, nor willpower. His biggest weakness remained constitution and defense. If he were tougher, Fang Teng's punch earlier might not have pushed him back. Because of that, he only hoped the system would give him a defensive item this time. After all, the trip to the Intercontinental Dungeon was about to begin, and survival was the top priority. At that moment, the lottery reward appeared before him. The system announced that he had obtained an experimental personal combat uniform called Triple Form Modified Demon, an epic-grade item. Looking at the item, Yi Ning was stunned. It did not resemble advanced armor at all, and looked like ordinary fabric clothing. But the moment he checked its stats, his expression changed. The combat suit granted 7 constitution and 3 speed. It also carried multiple rule level effects, including bullet resistance, explosion resistance, heat resistance up to 3000 degrees, cold resistance down to -95 degrees, and a 33 reduction against heavy weapons, sharp weapons, and ranged attacks. It was indestructible, supported underwater operations, provided radiation immunity, and included countless other functions. Though it looked like a light military uniform, it was essentially a mobile war fortress. What shocked him the most was that all these effects existed on the rule level. Even all the top-tier equipment he had owned across both lifetimes combined could not compare to it. Continuing his inspection, Yi Ning discovered a special skill called Infinite Hell. After killing a target, the combat suit could imprison the victim's soul inside. When needed, the owner could release those souls to absorb incoming damage. The defensive power depended on the soul's strength while alive, and the number of stored souls had no limit. The description stated that this had originally been a divine artifact from the Lingyan world. After absorbing vast amounts of blood from high-level creatures, it evolved from an ordinary military uniform into a legendary piece of equipment. However, its wearer could attract the attention of beings from other worlds and become the target of endless hunts. In exchange, the blood soaked into the suit would also inspire fear in many creatures and unlock unique opportunities. Yi Ning immediately realized that Infinite Hell and Human Realm Yama formed a nearly perfect combo. One collected souls for defense, while the other used souls as a source of offensive power. What concerned him, however, was whether the Lingyan world mentioned here was connected to the Lingyan realm he once knew. If there really was a connection, then the gods' worship there were definitely far from ordinary. The thought of accidentally taking an item linked to such terrifying beings gave him a headache. After thinking it over, Yi Ning decided not to care. He had not stolen it in the first place. If anyone wanted it back, they should go find the Sword God system. Right now, the most important thing was preparing for the Intercontinental Dungeon. The scene shifted to an Air Force base within the capital military district. Inside the airship, all team members had already gathered. Someone checked the time and impatiently asked why Yi Ning still had not arrived. It would take 4 hours to reach the dungeon entrance, and any delay could mean missing the opening window. The captain told everyone to be patient, because Yi Ning would likely arrive soon. The captain immediately reminded everyone to watch their words when Yi Ning arrived. They should stop calling him a kid, since his current rank far surpassed the entire team. One member quickly explained that he meant no disrespect, and only felt that Yi Ning had never trained with them or joined earlier preparations. Hearing that, the captain asked what training was even necessary. The orders from above were crystal clear. The team's highest priority was ensuring Yi Ning's safety, while entering the dungeon came second. Everyone was shocked because this was completely new information. Some could not help but wonder why they were entering an intercontinental dungeon if their main goal was protecting one person. In their minds, the place was a battlefield for resources. If someone feared danger, they should not participate. Their words carried a hint of sarcasm, suggesting that certain people wanted both glory and complete protection. Right then, someone noticed Yi Ning arriving and immediately told everyone to look outside. The sight stunned the entire team. 6 high-level Tier 3 powerhouses personally escorted one man to the site. The level of protection surpassed even the legendary figures they had heard about. The group's attitude instantly changed as they greeted him respectfully. The captain introduced himself and offered to explain the team's situation. Yi Ning remained polite and said there was no need to address him by title. Calling him by name was enough. He then asked the captain to continue. The captain began his introduction. The team consisted of several members. He and Zheng Cheng were both mid-level Tier 3, while the others were at the early Tier 3 stage. The lineup included 3 long-range specialists and 4 close combat fighters. The captain possessed dual strength and speed abilities, making him the assault specialist. Zheng Cheng also had the rare dual combination of speed and willpower, serving as the scout. He then explained that their main objective was collecting as much spiritual energy ore as possible. If opportunities arose, eliminating awakeners from other war zones was also an important mission. Yi Ning nodded and requested information on their opponents. The captain was surprised, because he assumed Yi Ning had already studied the dungeon details. But Yi Ning simply replied that he knew the general situation. Ming Luo quickly handed him a stack of documents. This competition involved many war zones, including nations H, L, and C, along with several Southeast Asian regions, making a total of 6 participating factions. According to estimates, it could become the fiercest competition in years. After reading for a while, Yi Ning looked puzzled, because most of the names on the list were unfamiliar to him. Hearing that, everyone secretly thought Yi Ning was overly confident. The captain immediately warned him not to underestimate the enemy. No matter how strong he was, they had fought these people many times before, and quite a few mid-level Tier 3 experts from Huaxia had died at their hands. Yi Ning immediately asked whether those people had killed many Huaxia warriors. After receiving confirmation, his gaze turned cold, and he declared that this time they would pay in blood. At the same moment, the gate leading into the intercontinental dungeon slowly opened, preparing to welcome the participants. In the gathering area of the other war zones, a group of people argued over how to divide the resources. One person insisted that his war zone deserved 4 shares of the benefits, but others immediately objected. Another side boasted that aside from their 2 mid-level Tier 3 members, everyone else had already reached the peak of early Tier 3. Just as the argument grew heated, Yamato Kazuki, the captain of War Zone R, spoke up and told everyone to calm down. In his opinion, the exact division was not important. Keeping the old ratio would be fine. What truly mattered was making sure Huaxia left with absolutely no resources this time. In his view, as long as Huaxia's spiritual energy supply was cut off, its defense system would eventually collapse. When that happened, its vast safe zones would become resources for others to exploit. Several others immediately agreed. They believed that if Huaxia suffered enough losses, it would stop sending people altogether. However, some warned everyone to be careful, since Huaxia might deploy its strongest lineup after so many defeats. Even so, many remained dismissive. They claimed that Huaxia's previous captains had all died at their hands. In their eyes, Huaxia's huge territory and population forced its powerhouses to spread out for defense. The true geniuses usually came from major factions, and rarely risked entering dungeons. The captain of Warzone Hagnu also spoke arrogantly. He claimed that Huaxia's rank geniuses were nothing special, and that he alone could wipe them all out. Those around him quickly echoed the praise, saying his strength was already close to that of a high-level Tier 3 expert. Someone mentioned the recent global announcement regarding Huaxia's four-element genius, Yi Ning. However, the group paid little attention. They believed Huaxia would never send such an important figure into the dungeon. Even if Yi Ning really appeared, he was only a newly advanced Tier 3 and could not change the outcome. One of them even laughed and declared that if Yi Ning dared to show up, he would personally cut off his head as a trophy. At the same time, everyone made sure to keep their distance from a notorious space assassin, since he could kill someone at any moment if given the chance. The speaker was Dong Yaifeng, vice captain of War Zone R. He smiled with interest and boasted that his collection already contained 6 enemy heads. A global top genius like Yi Ning would make an even better addition. At that moment, a system announcement echoed across the area. Huaxia had successfully entered the intercontinental dungeon known as Zombie Kingdom. A 60-second countdown began, requiring all participants to enter before the deadline. This was an A-rank dungeon with no reset mechanism. Its setting was a futuristic world, with extremely advanced technology and a social structure similar to reality. Although Awakeners had not appeared, its weapons, power armor, and combat equipment had already reached the level of Tier 3 power. No major zombie apocalypse had occurred here before, only a small-scale outbreak. Several captains outside immediately urged their teammates to enter, while reminding them to eliminate rival participants once inside the dungeon. On Yi Ning's side, as soon as the teleportation process ended, everyone who came with him lost consciousness from the transfer effects. Only Yi Ning remained awake. He looked around and silently marveled. As expected of an intercontinental dungeon, even someone with willpower like his felt dizzy after the teleportation. Scanning the area, he discovered people lying motionless everywhere, inside protective light barriers. The system quickly explained that this was a temporary conflict zone. It existed to verify participant numbers before entry into the dungeon. During the confirmation period, nobody could attack each other. After 30 seconds, teams would enter Zombie Kingdom according to their overall strength rankings. Hearing that, Yi Ning immediately noticed the difference. In his previous life's memories, this dungeon had no such rules and certainly no temporary conflict zone. That meant many things had already changed. Right then, someone from another area also woke up and looked toward him. The man seemed surprised to see a new face from Huaxia, especially one who had recovered so quickly. But after taking a closer look, he felt something was off. By his judgment, Yi Ning had only just entered early Tier 3, yet his recovery speed was almost equal to his own. The man quickly concluded that Yi Ning must possess an S-rank willpower ability to resist teleportation so effectively. At that moment, Zheng Cheng also gradually regained consciousness. Yi Ning immediately asked about the temporary conflict zone. Zheng Cheng explained that this was the time advantage they had mentioned before. The system partially balanced the power gap between teams. Weaker teams entered the dungeon first, giving them extra time to develop and gather resources. While the two were talking, the other team members slowly woke up as well. Everyone grimaced from the lingering effects of teleportation. On the opposite side, members of the other war zones began mocking them. They claimed Huaxia had run out of people and was now sending rookies into battle. In their eyes, aside from Ming Lua, none of the remaining members were worth noticing. Some even declared that they would take Ming Lua's head as a decoration. After mocking them for a while, the group moved closer to continue the provocation. But the moment they reached the protective barrier, they were stopped. Even so, they kept insulting Huaxia and bringing up past defeats. One of them grinned viciously and claimed Huaxia was beneath his notice. He even bragged about turning the enemy captain's corpse into a trophy. The insults grew worse and worse. In their eyes, Huaxia people were nothing more than trash fit for fertilizer. The Huaxia members instantly lost their temper, especially when the former captain was mentioned. They swore revenge, but the other side only laughed and said they would cook them next. Seeing things getting out of control, Ming Lua told everyone to stay calm. He believed the enemy was deliberately provoking them into making mistakes. Yi Ning quietly felt that Ming Lua handled the situation well and stayed remarkably calm. But at that moment, another group suddenly crossed the area that should have separated the teams. Their leader mocked the new Huaxia captain for lacking courage and brought up how the previous captain died saving his teammates. He then coldly declared that Huaxia would die, no matter how hard they resisted. Out of mock generosity, he said he would let them know why before they died. Everyone's expression changed instantly. Teams were supposed to be completely separated. The only explanation was that the enemy had used an extremely rare joint-use item, meaning the earlier intelligence was badly wrong. Seeing Huaxia's reaction, the enemy laughed even harder. They mocked them for not even knowing such crucial information. Yi Ning remained calm. In his view, multiple war zones joining forces was not a big threat. As long as no high-level third-order powerhouse appeared, numbers alone meant little. Still, this raised another concern. There might be a spy leaking information from within. The enemy leader arrogantly issued an ultimatum. If they knelt and begged, he might spare them. Otherwise, they would all become monster bait. He did not stop there, and added that handing over the women in the team could buy them a chance to survive. Hearing those insults, one of the women exploded with rage and tried to charge forward, but her teammates quickly stopped her from falling into the trap. The people above continued mocking them, saying they could trade women if they really wanted minerals. In their eyes, it was not a bad deal at all. They kept humiliating the female awakeners of the Huaxia war zone. They even brought up Jiang Wei from the previous operation and joked about whether everyone still remembered the famous military girl. The man deliberately targeted Ming Luo's wound, reminding him that Jiang Wei had once been the pride of the younger generation, before fabricating cruel stories to provoke him. They even claimed she had waited for rescue the whole time, only to be abandoned by her own teammates. The group laughed disgustingly and kept repeating those revolting stories as if they were glorious achievements. At this point, even Yi Ning could feel that everyone's anger had reached its limit. Ming Luo finally exploded, roaring that he would kill those beasts before punching the barrier. Unfortunately, his attack could not break through. The others stepped forward as well, declaring that if there was no way back, they would fight the enemy to the end. Yi Ning immediately shouted for everyone to calm down and use reason instead of emotion. In his view, a third-order awakener could die at any moment, but that did not mean they should allow others to trample them. The people on the opposite side secretly evaluated Yi Ning and found his composure unusually strange. The team then told Yi Ning they understood what truly mattered. They promised to protect him as much as possible and hoped he would avenge them if things went wrong. Yi Ning was left speechless. The battle had not even started, yet these people were already prepared to die. He figured he could just wipe out the enemy himself later. At that moment, Yamato Kazuki suddenly realized that the name Ming Luo had called was Ye Ning. He immediately became excited, believing the world's #1 target had finally appeared before him. At that moment, the system announced the inspection phase was over. Huaxia gained early entry into the dungeon, while the other war zones had to wait 6 more hours. Some saw this as a chance to turn the situation around, while Yi Ning quietly laughed at how much this dungeon favored the weak. Before entering the dungeon gate, he turned back and threw out a few warnings, especially toward the fat man, who enjoyed eating corpse soldiers. As for the rest, Ye Ning declared that even if they knelt and begged, he would never forgive them and would make them pay dearly. After the Huaxia team left, the others simply laughed, believing a newly advanced third-order awakener had no right to threaten them. Yamato Kazuki disagreed. He felt Yi Ning's calm attitude was something they should be wary of. Someone immediately pointed out that they would enter 6 hours later, giving the enemy plenty of time to disappear. Dong Yefeng remained extremely confident, claiming he could find Yi Ning anywhere and snap his neck. The moment they entered the Continental Zombie Kingdom dungeon, a mission notification appeared. Retrieve abnormal data from the Gene Research Institute. Collect at least 1,000 Jin of spirit energy ore. Uncover the world's core secret to unlock the next phase. And after completion, choose to leave or hunt enemy awakeners for extra ratings and special rewards. Everyone instantly panicked and wanted to find an internet connection to locate key NPCs, finish the mission quickly, and escape before the enemy arrived. But Yi Ning told them to stop. He then swung his sword forward, shocking the entire team, because such an action could trigger pursuit from the dungeon NPCs. Warning alarms immediately echoed across the area. Yi Ning calmly declared that he would take command from now on, and his path to victory was not hiding from this world, but climbing straight to the top of its power structure. In his view, if the Allied forces completed their encirclement, the team would die even without enemy attacks. But if that situation appeared, it would also become the perfect stage for his counterattack. When he sat in the control seat of the strange vehicle, the system confirmed the password was correct. The team was stunned as the warnings vanished as well. When asked how he managed to control the vehicle, Ye Ning simply called it a military secret and urged everyone to get on board. Seeing some still hesitate, he directly showed a command token and temporarily assumed captain authority under Ming Luo's Special Operations Team. After seeing the special command badge, nobody had grounds to object. Ming Luo could only accept it and order everyone onto the vehicle. Some secretly felt this was far too reckless. They had been assigned to protect Yi Ning, yet now he was dragging the entire team toward the most dangerous place possible. The vehicle immediately sped away, setting its destination as Lei Sen Manor on Xiangxi Road 91. Watching Yi Ning handle the vehicle with unbelievable skill only made the team even more confused about his experience. Yi Ning knew very well that compared to the dungeon mission, the Sword God System mission was the true key, because the Sky Carrier blueprint could determine humanity's hope of reversing the apocalypse. A new mission was updated, requiring him to seize supreme authority within the dungeon and alter this world's future, while warning him not to be killed by the protagonist Lin Rui. Since the protagonist could not die, Yi Ning chose to seize power and interfere with the storyline. Controlling the power structure would also help him deal with the Six-Nation Alliance. Ming Lua understood his plan and asked whether Yi Ning intended to use this world's upper class to eliminate the enemy forces. Yi Ning admitted that was exactly his goal. However, everyone felt the plan was too unrealistic. They did not know where the enemy would appear, nor whether they could control the military, let alone set up a precise ambush. Yi Ning believed locating them was not difficult at all. Based on dungeon logic, opposing teams would not be placed too far apart, nor too far from mission objectives. Using the Huaxia team's position as the center, and factoring in the maximum movement speed of an X3 level Awakener, he quickly outlined the most likely enemy spawn region. By overlapping multiple range estimates, he narrowed the suspected area even further. Even then, the remaining area was still too large, because a real threat required striking the enemy the moment they entered the dungeon. Yi Ning continued analyzing two key NPCs, Professor Clark and the commoner boy Lin Rui. Combining the locations of the laboratory, Chinatown, and parking lot linked to them, he concluded the enemy would most likely appear in the outskirts, near a highway or park within that region. Hearing this, the entire team fell silent. They finally realized that Yi Ning was not acting recklessly. Every move had been carefully planned. Yi Ning quietly smiled. In truth, those deductions did not come entirely from his own analysis. Much of the key information came from the Ghost Eye hacker. After nearly an hour of travel, the vehicle finally arrived at the target estate. The moment it stopped, the team got out and moved into action. At once, the security system triggered an intrusion alert, and the guards quickly appeared, ordering everyone to stand still. Yi Ning immediately released his mental pressure across the area and ordered everyone to subdue all targets without killing anyone. He also revealed that he had already cut off communications, so no reinforcements could be called. After receiving the order, the team split up and moved immediately. Each member used their specialty abilities to neutralize targets as quickly as possible. The guards could not believe what was happening. Terrified, they shouted for everyone to open fire on the intruders. But the Awakeners outside instantly unleashed ice and fire skills to dominate the battlefield. One moment the enemy was frozen solid, and the next they were trapped inside a sea of flames with no way to resist. Another member used a mental ability and directly took control of the minds of those still resisting. While fighting, someone remarked that Third-Order Awakeners were overwhelmingly powerful against ordinary people. It had been a long time since they felt this dominant. A teammate laughed and replied that if the Six-Nation Alliance were this easy to deal with, everything would be much simpler. Meanwhile, Yi Ning kicked open the door and charged inside. The bodyguards immediately opened fire, while he used the chance to test the defense of his new combat armor. Even after being hit by repeated electromagnetic rounds, Yi Ning felt almost no threat at all. He even joked that it felt like a massage. Once he gathered enough results, he ended the test and summoned extreme frost blades, while intentionally lowering their power. A stream of freezing energy shot straight ahead. Everyone blocking his path was instantly frozen in place. When the others entered the estate, they expected countless dangers inside, but the scene before them left them stunned. The place was not frightening at all. Instead, it felt luxurious and filled with artistic elegance. Yi Ning calmly walked up to the man in charge and politely greeted Governor Brandt, saying that as long as he cooperated, he would remain completely safe. Governor Brandt was already drenched in cold sweat. Hundreds of elite guards had been defeated in seconds, a level of power far beyond normal understanding. With no other choice, he quickly agreed to cooperate, though he still wanted to know who Yi Ning was and why he had been targeted. Yi Ning activated his ability and made a nearby object float directly in front of him. He then introduced himself as someone from this world's future 10 years ahead. He claimed he had returned to stop an approaching catastrophe and emphasized that nobody had been killed, only temporarily restrained. Yi Ning then ordered the governor to mobilize all armed forces in Province 03 within 3 hours and use surveillance systems to locate and eliminate everyone on the list he provided. To Brandt, these words sounded like something straight out of a science fiction movie. He even wondered if he was dreaming or trapped inside some kind of show. Seeing his confusion, Yi Ning controlled the floating object and smacked him in the face, bringing him back to reality. Brandt quickly admitted he was fully awake. However, the governor explained that his authority was limited and that he could not freely mobilize large-scale military forces. Hearing that, Yi Ning switched topics and asked how many A-class mechs could be deployed. In his assessment, each one was at least comparable to an early Third-Order Awakener. Brandt replied that he could mobilize at most 3 A-class mechs and around 120 B-class mechs. The A-class units would also make their own combat decisions and would not answer directly to him. Hearing this, everyone felt the situation was far from promising. But Yi Ning suddenly changed the subject and demanded that they go to the neighboring estate and capture a girl named Anadi. Hearing this, Brant's expression changed instantly as he shouted for them not to touch his daughter. Yi Ning calmly recited a series of federal laws, proving that Brant actually possessed enough authority to declare a state of emergency and mobilize large forces. He even pointed out that Province 03 had at least 60 A-class mechs and 2,400 B-class mechs, making it obvious that the governor was hiding the truth. Brant quickly explained that things were not that simple. Any large-scale deployment required approval from the expert AI system. He could issue orders, but if the AI rejected them, nobody would carry them out. Yi Ning did not care. He ordered Brant to immediately mobilize all military forces in the province to designated locations within 3 hours and dispatch engineers and technical specialists to monitor key areas. As for the expert AI, Yi Ning said he would handle it himself. In his previous life, he had worked with an important figure from this world and gained special access privileges. Not long afterward, the AI system announced that Province 03's anti-terror operation and military mobilization request had been approved. Even Brant was stunned that Yi Ning had actually succeeded. Just then, Anna was brought before them. She nervously demanded to know what they had done to her father, while Brant repeatedly begged them to release his daughter. But Yi Ning had no interest in pointless arguments. He directly knocked Brant unconscious and moved on to the next matter. Facing Anna, Yi Ning bluntly stated that Brant had committed enough serious crimes to deserve execution. However, if she helped find Lin Rui within 6 hours, her father might still survive. He even revealed that he knew about her relationship with Lin Rui, including Lin Rui's long-hidden feelings for her. He also assured her that their goal was to protect, not harm, Lin Rui. 4 hours later, on Highway 077 in Uba Province, the Six-Nation Alliance still detected no signs of an ambush. Many began laughing, believing they had greatly overestimated Huaxia. However, some started feeling uneasy. One man noticed that the grass along both sides of the road was unusually thick and looked recently disturbed. Moments later, countless red warning signals appeared at once. Only then did they realize they had walked straight into a trap. In an instant, massive local military forces emerged from every direction. The sky filled with warplanes while mechanized units covered the ground. The Alliance could not understand how the Huaxia team had managed to mobilize such a massive military force. The assigned squadrons immediately launched the first wave of attacks using toxic gas bombs. The poison spread rapidly, affecting nerves and making breathing extremely difficult. Realizing it was a neural toxin, the mental-type awakeners were immediately ordered to work together and create a protective barrier. A mental shield quickly formed and blocked the toxic gas from penetrating further. Right after that, the remaining aircraft switched to airburst bombs, while the mech units on the ground opened fire simultaneously. Explosions echoed endlessly, pushing the Alliance into an increasingly difficult position. The early Third Order Awakeners were ordered to remain on defense, while the mid-level Third Order Awakeners gathered under their captains and launched a counterattack. In their eyes, anything standing in their way would be crushed. One leader loudly declared that he had deliberately suppressed his cultivation for 7 years, refusing to advance so he could maintain dominance at his current level. According to him, A-class mechs barely matched an early Third Order Awakener, while B-class mechs were not worth mentioning at all. One Awakener with a spatial ability even teleported directly into the sky and appeared near an enemy warplane. He immediately unleashed his ultimate skill. Golden Dragon ascends the sky, destroying the aircraft in mid-air. Watching the battlefield through surveillance screens, Ming Luo worriedly told Ye Ning that the power gap was too large and the mechs could not stop the entire alliance. Yi Ning remained completely calm. From the beginning, he had never placed his hopes of victory on the mech forces. Everyone was shocked and asked what he was actually relying on. In response, Yi Ning quietly drew the sword at his waist. Looking toward the battlefield ahead, he replied that his confidence rested in this sword. Seeing Ye Ning prepare to enter battle personally, Ming Luo immediately stepped forward to stop him, believing it was far too dangerous. He suggested that their group should advance first and clear the path to ensure Yi Ning's safety. Yi Ning agreed to let them come along, but their only task was to remain outside the battlefield, surround the mechs, and prevent any enemy from escaping. He further emphasized that anyone acting against orders would be punished under military law. After saying that, Ye Ning advanced alone into the battlefield. At that moment, a figure appeared ahead and charged straight toward him. The instant Sanjit spotted Ye Ning entering the battlefield, he immediately marked him as the top target and decided to eliminate him first. Without saying a word, Ye Ning unleashed a storm of sword energy the moment he appeared, covering the sky like endless rain. Seeing countless sword blades rushing toward them, the Alliance forces immediately changed expression. If the bald leader had not activated every defensive skill in time, the casualties would have been far worse. Those who reacted too slowly were instantly torn apart. Even the defensive barriers began shaking violently under the terrifying pressure. Before long, those sturdy shields were sliced apart layer by layer. Watching from outside, Ming Luo's group was completely shocked. With a single attack, Ye Ning wiped out numerous early Third-Order Awakeners and even injured mid-level Third-Order fighters. Only then did they understand why he refused outside interference. Some guessed the mechs had already drained a large amount of the enemy's spirit energy. Even so, the power Ye Ning displayed far exceeded imagination. Everyone quietly prepared to assist if the situation worsened. Seeing their comrades fall one after another, the Alliance forces completely lost control and screamed for Ye Ning's death at any cost. The mechs blocking their path were immediately thrown aside, and nobody cared about formation anymore. Meanwhile, Ye Ning calmly observed the battlefield, as if selecting the perfect position. Once he found the angle he wanted, he smiled lightly and treated the straight path before him as the enemy's road to death. A massive sword light tore across the battlefield and instantly removed several enemies from the fight. Just then, a spatial-type awakener suddenly teleported behind him in an attempt to launch a sneak attack. Two Huaxia team members immediately released support skills from the rear and chased after the target. The spatial-type awakener had not even fully closed the distance. Before he could act, both attacks struck him, severely injuring one of his arms. Ye Ning merely glanced over and coldly remarked that taking his life was not so easy. Any remaining attacks were effortlessly neutralized through his elemental abilities. Even so, the spatial-type fighter remained confident and claimed Ye Ning had already revealed all his trump cards, urging everyone to charge together. Hearing that, Ye Ning found it amusing. He could not understand where such confidence came from. Two more enemies rushed forward, convinced he had exhausted his abilities, and that this was the perfect chance to finish him. Ye Ning laughed loudly and raised both hands, as murderous intent surged like a demon awakening. The human realm Yama skill activated and instantly erased the two attackers. In exchange, 20,000 points of spirit energy vanished. The scene left the enemy so shocked that they could barely believe their eyes. Many cried out in alarm, as it was the first time they had witnessed such a terrifying skill. What frightened them even more was the enormous spirit energy cost behind the attack, far beyond what a normal Third-Order Awakener should possess. Ye Ning coldly reminded them that the skill was not finished yet before activating the next phase of Human Realm Yama. Numerous soul entities appeared under his command and immediately rushed toward their assigned targets. After giving orders to the souls, Ye Ning slowly walked toward Yamato Ichiro. The bald man remained calm and assumed Ye Ning only came personally because nobody else could kill him. But Ye Ning shook his head and said the reason was simple. He had promised to deal with Yamato himself, and he always kept his word. Hearing that, Yamato instantly gathered all his strength and prepared for a direct clash. Ye Ning took the initiative and launched an attack infused with extreme frost. Yamato responded with the strongest fist technique he possessed. The two forces collided violently and canceled each other out. But in the very next instant, Ye Ning appeared behind him at incredible speed and launched another strike. Flames transformed into a phoenix and charged forward with overwhelming power. Yamato immediately spread a pair of energy wings to shield his body. Thanks to that defense, he barely managed to block the attack. Ye Ning admitted that the defensive power of a physical enhancement user was impressive, but it was still not enough against him. At that moment, a volley of darts suddenly shot out from the shadows. Ye Ning instantly recognized it as another sneak attack from Dong Yifeng. He expanded his mental barrier and redirected the incoming weapons back toward their owner. While Ye Ning dealt with the darts, Yamato suddenly dove down from the sky. The entire assault had been a feint to create this opening. Tianhuo let out a cold laugh. He could see that the enemy coordinated well, but in his eyes, every scheme was meaningless before absolute power. Ye Ning instantly transformed into a sword and activated the Sui Tian defense state. The enemy's attack came crashing down, but the barrier blocked everything without leaving a scratch. The opponent was stunned. How could a beginner-level fighter have such terrifying defense? Ye Ning loudly declared the battle wasn't over and shot straight into the sky. After spinning mid-air, he dived down with Heavenlock precision strike, unleashing immense pressure on the target. The enemy panicked as his body felt completely locked in place and unable to move. Even Dong Ye Feng, hiding within space itself, could clearly feel the crushing pressure. Outside, Jinju stood firm with his sword and prepared to destroy the 3 souls before him. As a high-tier third dai, he believed those spirits posed no threat. His only goal was to personally kill Yi Ning. But the explosion created by Yi Ning reached his location and caught his attention. The strange phenomenon left him surprised. Even from a great distance, he was still affected by the aftermath of Yi Ning's skill. When the dust cleared, Yi Ning stepped out. Even he was surprised. He had only used Sui Tian's defensive ability, yet its destructive power rivaled Swordstorm. His teammates were shocked again and again. To them, Yi Ning seemed to possess endless hidden tricks. Yamato Ichiro decided to reveal his strongest card and activated a berserk form that massively enlarged his body. Yi Ning looked at him and calmly asked if that was his final trump card. Yamato Ichiro claimed he only used this form against top-level opponents. In his eyes, dying to this power was already an honor for Yi Ning. Yi Ning disagreed completely. Without wasting words, Yamato Ichiro charged forward like a raging storm. Yi Ning calmly dodged. A gigantic fist slammed into the ground, as if it could tear apart heaven and earth. The shock wave spread far beyond the battlefield, even sending weaker people flying. Everyone worried about Yi Ning, but none could interfere. Yi Ning planted his sword into the ground to reduce the impact. He admitted that a high-tier third dai mutant was truly terrifying. Without his new equipment, resisting it would have been difficult. Without giving him a break, Yamato Ichiro followed up with horizontal sweep. Yi Ning immediately used Infinite Hell and summoned Jinyu's soul to block the attack. The sight left his opponent in disbelief. Using Jinyu's soul this way was beyond anything he could imagine. Seeing that the enemy had already used his strongest moves, Yi Ning decided it was time to counterattack. He activated Divine Wrath and poured all its power into his sword. The skill consumed 20,000 spirit energy points, leaving him with only 4,800 remaining. Next, Yi Ning summoned the 4th Dai Phantom. A figure appeared with the exact same appearance as him. Even Yi Ning was surprised. He had expected a 4th Dai powerhouse to be a massive being, yet it looked almost identical to him. Yamato Ichiro burst into laughter at the sight. To him, sending out his own soul to fight was a foolish move. He was convinced his opponent had underestimated the situation. But the moment he finished speaking, the 4th Dai Phantom stepped onto the ground. Instantly, countless sword wounds appeared across Yamato Ichiro's body. His massive body was sliced into countless pieces in a single moment. Even Yi Ning was stunned. One sword strike ended the battle. The Phantom's power far exceeded his current strength. The team members stood frozen in shock. They couldn't believe victory had come so quickly. At that moment, the 4th Dai Phantom casually sat on Yamato Ichiro's severed head. Then it raised a hand as if inviting Yi Ning to come closer. Yi Ning laughed. It felt as though the Phantom understood his every thought. The Phantom replied that it was essentially him. Then, its body began to fade away. Yi Ning felt a bit regretful since each summon only lasted 10 seconds. Deep down, he viewed it as a glimpse of his future self. After that, he kicked Yamato Ichiro's head into the exact spot Chubin had created earlier, fulfilling his promise. Dong Ye Feng, who had been hiding and watching everything, trembled with fear. His entire team was nearly wiped out, and all he could think about was escaping with the news. But Yi Ning's gaze suddenly locked onto him. Coldly, he called out Dong Ye Feng's name and ordered him to come out of hiding. Yi Ning then swung his sword through the air, released his full spiritual power to track the target, and activated Fury Flame Pursuit. He declared that every enemy would be wiped out. Meanwhile, Dong Ye Feng fled in panic, believing Yi Ning was using a sea of flames to force him out, despite not being able to see him. His teammates quickly tried to stop him, reminding Yi Ning that Dong Ye Feng still had hidden trump cards, and Yi Ning's spirit energy was already running dangerously low. Yi Ning argued that letting the man escape would lead to far worse consequences. Dong Ye Feng kept dodging the sea of flames, but the relentless pursuit made death feel closer with every second. While fleeing, he quickly calculated the situation. Yi Ning had used too many powerful skills and couldn't have much energy left. Instead of running, he decided to risk everything. Even if he died, taking Yi Ning down with him would make the mission worthwhile. He immediately activated Life Burn and Void Breakthrough, turned around, and launched a desperate assault on Yi Ning. Dong Ye Feng roared that with his life force burning, his current strength surpassed ordinary high-tier third Dai warriors. He was extremely confident in his supersonic blade speed. and believed Yi Ning could never dodge this killing strike. Yet as the blade closed in, Yi Ning simply smiled. Dong Yaifeng landed the hit, but instantly sensed something was wrong. His blade passed straight through the target without any resistance. His expression changed. What he struck was only an afterimage. He couldn't understand how Yi Ning pulled it off, nor how he used spatial abilities with almost no energy cost. While his opponent was still confused, Yi Ning appeared behind him and unleashed Dimensional Slash. One sword strike ended everything, and Dong Yaifeng collapsed immediately. Even while heavily wounded, he stubbornly roared that he would kill Yi Ning. Seeing the battle end, everyone rushed over to check on the situation and offered to help finish Dong Yaifeng. Ice Wolf Arrow and Heartfire Serpent were prepared at the same time, but Yi Ning raised his hand and ordered them to keep Dong Yaifeng alive. Even so, the two instinctively released their skills from sheer tension, forcing Yi Ning to shout at them. They quickly explained that the pressure had been overwhelming and they couldn't stop the attacks in time. The others finally realized Yi Ning wanted information from the prisoner. However, they doubted any confession would be reliable and believed it was safer to eliminate him quickly. Yi Ning lowered his sword before Dong Yaifeng and coldly asked who the traitor in the Huaxia team was. Dong Yaifeng remained stubborn and challenged Yi Ning to kill him if he wanted. Some people nearby refused to believe there was a traitor at all. In their view, everyone had passed strict inspections and all communications were heavily monitored. Yi Ning reassured them and said the truth would become clear after the interrogation. He pointed out that if Dong Yaifeng truly wanted to die, he would have self-destructed already. The fact that he couldn't prove all his energy had been exhausted during the earlier outburst, leaving only a broken body behind. As Yi Ning continued speaking, Dong Yaifeng's expression grew darker and darker. Yi Ning kept up the pressure, saying that cooperation would earn him a quick death. Otherwise, he would suffer the most terrifying tortures ever recorded by Huaxia. In the end, Dong Yaifeng finally broke and agreed to talk. He revealed that his partner was Jiang Kaiming. The moment that name was spoken, someone rushed off in fury, unable to believe Jiang Kaiming had betrayed his comrades. At the same time, Heartfire was activated to hunt down the target. The flames erupted with intense killing intent. Dong Yaifeng forced a bitter smile and asked Yi Ning if he was satisfied now, and whether he could die faster. Yi Ning replied that the confession was acceptable for now, but there were still two other traitors, standing right in front of him. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ning vanished, and suddenly appeared before someone in the team. Realizing it was a sacrifice to protect a more valuable hidden piece, he attacked without hesitation. Everyone around him was horrified. They couldn't understand why Yi Ning targeted Zheng Qing when the confessed name was Jiang Kaiming. Yi Ning calmly replied that no one had ever said there was only one traitor. He then turned to Dong Yaifeng and explained, a cunning man like him would never easily expose his true allies. Sacrificing a compromised pawn to protect a more important one was entirely possible. Yi Ning further pointed out that although it was only a deduction, Zheng Qing's reaction had already exposed him. If he were innocent, he wouldn't have looked so relieved and eager. After reaching that conclusion, Yi Ning no longer spared Dong Yaifeng and killed him on the spot. Zheng Qing still refused to accept it. He argued that Dong Yaifeng was notorious for deception, so this could simply be a scheme to create distrust. He insisted he had never betrayed his country or his conscience, and demanded to know what evidence Yi Ning had against him. Zheng Qing had covered his tracks well, leaving almost no direct evidence behind. Even his connection to Jiang Kaiming was perfectly hidden. But passing information to the enemy still required a communication method. In Yi Ning's view, they used long-range attacks to leave special marks on targets. Yi Ning brought up the time Dong Yaifeng attacked him earlier. Back then, Dong Yaifeng deliberately drew both Zheng Qing and Jiang Kaiming into attacking. Jiang Kaiming targeted their group, while Zheng Qing's strike hit Dong Yaifeng's arm. That was how the signal was delivered. According to Yi Ning, similar incidents had appeared across multiple dungeons. A deeper investigation would surely uncover even more clues on Zheng Qing. At that point, Zheng Qing stopped denying it. He admitted he was indeed a traitor. Ming Luo was stunned and couldn't understand why his longtime teammate chose this path. Yi Ning looked directly at him. More than anything, he wanted to know the reason behind it, because Zheng Qing's record was nearly flawless. His parents died when he was 14. He was rescued and raised by the military. He had no relatives, no attachments, and no one who could be used as a hostage. He enlisted at 16 and fought a second Dai mutant alone with first Dai strength. By 26, he reached third Dai, joined the special forces, and survived countless frontline battles. His former captain treated him like family, and Zhong Wei always saw him as an older brother. That was why Yi Ning couldn't understand what made him betray his comrades. Zheng Cheng replied that he never believed he had betrayed his nation. Everything he did was for Huaxia. Yi Ning slightly raised an eyebrow. He had to admit that explanation was unusual. Zheng Cheng said he never sought power and gained nothing from the enemy. In fact, he hated them more than anyone present. But to keep more people alive, he had no choice but to become their tool. Hearing that, Ming Luo immediately lost his temper and demanded an explanation. To him, betraying comrades and calling it protection was impossible to accept. Zheng Cheng gave a bitter smile. He asked whether the survivors would still be alive today if he had done otherwise. After the deaths of the former captain and Zhong Wei, the remaining members were spared only because he knelt and begged. He insisted he was never afraid of death. What truly terrified him was watching his comrades fall one by one while being powerless to help. As he spoke, Zheng Cheng pulled open his shirt, revealing countless scars. He said he wanted to save everyone too, but reality was cruel. Sometimes a small sacrifice was necessary to give the majority a chance to live. Yi Ning replied in a deep voice that things were different now. This time, he had the power to lead everyone to victory. Zheng Cheng smiled. He said his greatest regret was not meeting Yi Ning sooner. Now that true hope had finally appeared, he could die in peace. After apologizing to his fallen comrades, he burned himself alive to atone, while everyone else could only watch. Yi Ning silently reflected. The law of the strong devouring the weak had never changed. The weak would always be eliminated, whether human, alien race, or mutant beast. If he still failed to change the world's fate in this second life, the outcome would be even more tragic than before. There was only one path left, becoming even stronger. After calming himself, Yi Ning turned and walked away, reminding everyone that many missions still awaited them. The scene shifted to Thunder Manor beside the governor's office in Uba province. Yi Ning quickly noticed the atmosphere was strangely quiet, with not a single person in sight. At that moment, numerous robots emerged from the forest and raised their weapons to fire. Fortunately, a defensive barrier was erected just in time, protecting Yi Ning from the sudden ambush. After observing the situation, Yi Ning realized this force far exceeded the governor's authority. He guessed someone of even higher rank was behind it. For him, their appearance came at the perfect time, because he also wanted to meet the president directly. Without hesitation, Yi Ning swung his sword and unleashed wind blades infused with extreme frost energy. In an instant, the robots were frozen into massive blocks of ice and completely lost their combat ability. Seeing that, one team member couldn't help but remark that Yi Ning no longer needed anyone to protect him. A teammate agreed and reminded everyone to protect themselves. As defensive skills were activated, Yi Ning ordered the team to stay calm, minimize casualties, and wait for the outcome of the upcoming negotiations. Everyone nodded and followed the order, while Yi Ning headed straight into the building. Someone was already waiting inside, as if expecting his arrival. The moment Yi Ning saw him, he laughed. Governor Brad immediately panicked and claimed none of this was his doing. Brad quickly dropped to his knees and explained. Yi Ning's group had caused too much commotion, so higher authorities noticed and sent investigators. Brad insisted he tried to stop them, but nobody listened, and he was even turned into bait. Yi Ning looked skeptical, while Brad repeatedly swore he was telling the truth and was willing to cooperate unconditionally if spared. At that moment, Anna rushed forward and stood in front of her father, desperately begging Yi Ning not to attack. She also revealed that Lin Rui had already been brought here. Brad immediately told his daughter to step back because it was too dangerous. Yi Ning slowly approached. Lin Rui instantly raised his weapon and blocked the path, remaining highly alert. Seeing that reaction, Yi Ning laughed and explained that he probably looked like a villain in their eyes. In reality, he never killed people without reason. Everything he did was to prevent the world's future catastrophe. Of course, nobody present was ready to believe him so easily. Yi Ning then looked directly at Lin Rui and asked if he was willing to help save humanity from the coming apocalypse. As soon as he finished speaking, he casually snapped Lin Rui's weapon in half as if it were a toy. Hearing those words, Lin Rui's eyes immediately lit up. The idea of becoming humanity's leader and saving the world filled him with excitement. He even started believing that Yi Ning truly came from the future. But Anna quickly brought him back to reality with a knock on the head, unable to understand why he trusted Yi Ning so easily. Even so, Lin Rui felt Yi Ning was probably telling the truth. Other than that explanation, there was no way to account for such extraordinary power. He quietly told Anna that if Yi Ning truly had bad intentions, one sword strike would be enough to kill them all. There would be no need for elaborate schemes. Besides, he always felt destined to accomplish something great. Hearing that, Ye Ning was extremely satisfied. In his eyes, Lin Rui was righteous, passionate, and carried the aura of a true protagonist. He was exactly the kind of person suited to represent humanity. Lin Rui asked what he should do if he currently had no special abilities. Ye Ning reassured him that power would come at the right time. For now, all he needed to do was follow Ye Ning's plan. Those words made Lin Rui trust him even more and nearly convinced him completely. Just then, Ming Luo rushed over with urgent news. A large force of fighter jets was approaching, and signs of nuclear weapon deployment had already been detected. According to their analysis, the order came directly from the Federation headquarters. Ye Ning immediately told everyone to stay behind while he handled the situation. He also turned to Governor Brad and demanded his cooperation. Brad didn't dare refuse and repeatedly agreed. In the sky, the fighter jets had already locked onto their targets. A warning broadcast ordered Ye Ning's group to surrender immediately and release Governor Brad. Ye Ning calmly introduced himself and requested a direct conversation with Federation President Byrne. He declared that if they wanted to avoid global destruction, they should listen to him. Inside the central conference room, President Byrne watched everything through a screen. He completely dismissed the apocalypse warning as nonsense. His order was immediate. If the targets failed to surrender within 10 seconds, begin the bombing campaign, including nuclear weapons if necessary. When someone reminded him that Governor Brad was still being held, Byrne showed no concern. In his view, Brad had caused too many problems and was expendable. As long as the Federation remained safe, sacrificing one governor meant nothing. The final order reached Ye Ning's location. They had 10 seconds left to surrender. The system repeatedly announced that the targets were locked, and nuclear launch preparations were underway. They even declared that Brad's sacrifice would be remembered forever by the Federation. Hearing those words, Brad's face instantly turned pale. He never expected the Federation to abandon him so easily. The others were equally shocked. They thought defeating the enemy would solve everything, yet the situation had escalated this far. Even Lin Rui began to worry, because this scenario was nothing like what a protagonist was supposed to experience. The governor no longer had any value in the negotiations. He told him to step back and rest, while leaving the nuclear threat to him. As he spoke, he opened the control interface on his personal device. His current battle armor could neutralize thermal weapons, but it could only protect him alone. What truly concerned Ye Ning was the safety of Ming Luo, Lin Rui, and the others. If the Federation still refused to listen, he would have to create enough pressure to force them to negotiate. While the fighter jets continued broadcasting target lock warnings and nuclear launch readiness, Ye Ning simply made a few quick inputs. Instantly, emergency alarms erupted throughout the Federation command center. Technical staff panicked as they reported that the nuclear weapons control system had been breached and all attack orders had been canceled. The president could hardly believe it. But it didn't stop there. New warnings flooded the screens as province after province was marked as a nuclear target. Before long, more than 700 provinces had been locked onto. Even the president was horrified because he himself did not possess that level of authority. Experts confirmed that every system had been completely hijacked and could not be reclaimed. Only then did they realize Ye Ning's threat to destroy the world was not an empty bluff. Faced with such a terrifying situation, the president immediately changed his attitude. He ordered all military actions halted, agreed to negotiate with Ye Ning, and dispatched a special aircraft to pick him up. The order was carried out at once, and a specialized aircraft soon arrived. Witnessing everything, everyone was astonished. Lin Rui became even more excited at the thought that he might one day reach such heights. Even the team members began to realize how limited their previous way of thinking had been. Before leaving, Ye Ning quietly told Ming Luo that when they met the president, he would need to help perform a carefully planned act. The scene then shifted to the Federation Assembly headquarters. Ye Ning decided to bring only Ming Luo inside while the others stayed outside to protect Lin Rui. Entering the meeting room, Ye Ning faced President Byrne directly. The head of state spoke first and demanded an explanation of their identities and true intentions. Ye Ning got straight to the point. He declared that he and his companions had returned from the future. According to him, the apocalypse would arrive in roughly 1 year. Once the disaster began, demons and mutated creatures would spread everywhere. Humanity would suffer massive casualties, nations would collapse, and world order would crumble. By the 4th year, mankind would launch a nuclear war to stop the catastrophe, but it would still fail. Only in the 6th year was time travel technology finally completed, allowing them to return and change history. Ye Ning then displayed footage from future battles and insisted that all the data could be verified. He stressed that they had returned to save the world, not conquer it. The president remained skeptical. He admitted the videos were impressive, but still lacked sufficient reason to fully trust that Yi Ning's group stood on humanity's side. Hearing that, Yi Ning merely smiled coldly. He said that whether others believed him or not, he already possessed the power to destroy the current world. If the apocalypse has not arrived yet, then he himself could become the apocalypse first. As he spoke, he picked up the control device again. That action caused security forces to immediately point their weapons at him and demand that he stop. But in the blink of an eye, every weapon was stripped away. Yi Ning tapped the table lightly and warned them that he had no time for pointless arguments. If the Federation refused to cooperate, its future would certainly be destroyed. In his view, a quick death was far kinder than being tortured by monsters during the apocalypse. Just as the atmosphere became tense, Manhwa stepped forward and pretended to mediate. He said the president simply needed more time to process the truth. He also understood that Yi Ning did not want to watch humanity go extinct again. Manhwa urged everyone present not to hesitate. He explained that in the previous timeline, the Federation's refusal to believe the warning had doomed the entire salvation plan. On top of that, several monsters had followed them back through time, and the creatures eliminated in the outskirts were the clearest proof. After what happened before, Yi Ning had completely lost faith in the leadership. One of his companions had even died because of the pressure and pursuit from people like them. Watching the scene unfold, he felt embarrassed. Manhwa's acting was so stiff it was hard to watch. Looking back, they should have picked someone better at improvising. Manhwa kept up the pressure. He warned that another refusal would end all cooperation. He also revealed a special serum that could extend lifespan and strengthen the body. With long-term use, anyone could gradually reach their level. The moment he heard about a longer life and greater strength, the president changed his attitude. He immediately promised full trust and complete cooperation. Manhwa secretly gave a thumbs up. Thankfully, they had brought enhancement serum. Pressure alone was not enough. Real benefits worked much better. The president became much more serious. He respectfully asked what support the saviors needed. Yi Ning made 2 requests: maximize Guangling energy mining output and help locate Professor Kropker to investigate the source of the apocalypse. After hearing that, the president agreed without hesitation. He was quite satisfied with the request. With the Federation backing them, gathering resources was as good as owning the mine itself. Right then, a new system notification appeared. The first phase of Corpse Kingdom had been completed. The next step was uncovering the source of this world's apocalypse. Would the player continue? He chose to continue immediately. Although the apocalypse system objective was complete, the Sword God's system progress was still lacking. It seemed that gaining power and controlling key figures was only the beginning. To change the fate of the entire world, he had to uncover the root cause of the apocalypse and stop it from happening. Doing so would not only earn the Sky Battleship blueprint, but also turn this world into a long-term resource source. After that, he began assigning tasks. He took Huang Yun and Lin Rui with him to meet Professor Kropker. Meanwhile, Lin Bum would lead the others with the military to oversee Guangling energy mining operations. Yi Ning also promised to complete his assigned task. The entire group was thrilled. In the past, they only controlled a few small trade guilds, so the minerals they collected were insignificant. This time was different. They could gain billions or even tens of billions of tons of Guangling energy without lifting a finger. Everyone believed Yi Ning's decision had finally ended the days of being suppressed by other war zones. Some even joked that the military on the other side might faint from excitement when they heard the news. Not long afterward, they returned to the Federation Genetic Research Institute. There, he officially met Professor Kropker. The man introduced himself as Kropker, director of the Federation Gene Research Institute, and politely greeted Yi Ling. He got straight to the point and asked the professor several questions. He wanted to know what fields the institute was researching, whether any unusual phenomena had occurred, and if Kropker had secretly conducted any private projects. Hearing those questions, Kropker immediately broke into a sweat. He quickly explained that all research was within Federation law. There were currently 2 main projects: genetic enhancement for mech soldiers and a special top-secret Federation project. He stated that he now held the highest authority, so there was no need to keep secrets from him. Only after seeing the president's authorization order did Kropker finally reveal the truth. The second project was called Origin of Humanity, aimed at recreating and simulating the evolutionary process of mankind. Hearing this, he immediately became interested. He asked about the project's original goal and how long it had been running. Kropker replied that the research had lasted nearly 7 years. The work focused on genetic modification during the embryo stage because altering adults came with too many limitations. He gave an example. A young tree could be shaped however one wished. If influenced early enough, it could even grow into a completely different form. However, the research did not always go smoothly. Occasionally, abnormal human specimens appeared beyond expectations. Hearing that, he immediately requested to see those test subjects in person. Kropker did not refuse, and led the group deeper into the secret laboratory. Along the way, he continuously introduced various research products. Some were created by combining cheetah genes with humans. Others possessed spider traits, while some were fused with snake genes. In his opinion, these were all successful cases. The more they saw, the more shocked they became. No one expected the Federation to allow experiments like this on human bodies. To them, such methods were incredibly cruel. Kropker kept defending the research. He claimed it would make humanity superior. In his view, these were only embryo experiments, not tests on fully developed humans. He immediately asked if the displayed specimens were all successful results. Kropker nodded and said these were only the approved cases. The failed ones were stored deeper inside. After that, he led everyone into the facility's core area, protected by a much heavier security door. The moment the door opened, everyone froze at the sight before them. The embryos stored inside were twisted and grotesque beyond belief. Some could not help shivering. These things looked even more horrifying than the mutants outside. He stared at a strange specimen and asked Kropker what it actually was. The professor explained that it was a test subject, codenamed Cocoon. The project was inspired by the transformation of a caterpillar into a butterfly and aimed to create organisms with multiple organ systems in a single body. He continued talking non-stop. Before becoming a butterfly, a caterpillar seals itself inside a cocoon and dissolves into cellular fluid. Amazingly, that fluid reorganizes itself and forms the butterfly's complete structure. Kropker shared even more bizarre experiments. Splitting a cocoon one way could produce two separate body sections. Cutting it differently would alter the head and body structure in unusual ways. Even piercing an object through the cocoon could result in a butterfly that grew around it. He added that mixing cellular fluid from different cocoons sometimes created abnormal life forms, yet they still developed normally, as if everything had been pre-programmed. Hearing this, several people in the group became furious. One of them grabbed Kropker by the collar. To them, these were clearly cruel experiments, yet he treated them as achievements. Someone immediately linked these creatures to the mutants outside and believed they had found the source of the apocalypse. They argued that killing Kropker and destroying the facility would end everything. However, the professor insisted that these specimens had not developed complete nervous systems and could not feel pain. He quickly stopped everyone. In his judgment, things were not that simple. The others believed they had found the answer because they now controlled the Federation. But his instincts told him that despite all the horrors here, this was still not the true source of the disaster. After being released, Kropker quickly agreed with Ye Ning. According to him, no virus could have originated from these distorted masses of flesh alone. He secretly checked with his ability. The ghost eye detected nothing unusual, proving that theory was wrong. He continued pressing Kropker for hidden secrets. The professor denied everything, but his uneasy expression gave him away. Sensing something was off, he decided to use a mental probing ability. The result revealed that Kropker was hiding the truth. There was another research area beneath the facility. Without hesitation, he stomped hard on the floor. The level below instantly collapsed, causing everyone nearby to fall through. The moment they landed, Kropker frantically explained that it was just an abandoned laboratory sealed and buried long ago. He only stared at him coldly. That lie could not fool him. Looking around, he discovered countless corpses scattered everywhere. Based on the evidence, they had been dead for less than 2 days. He immediately demanded an explanation. The professor trembled so badly he could barely stand. In the end, he admitted that everything here had been secretly approved by high-ranking leaders. Powerful figures needed replacement organs, and this facility existed to provide them. Hearing the truth, everyone felt both anger and heartbreak. They realized these victims were not mindless test subjects, but living children. Some were so disappointed that they gave up on joining the Federation, calling it a gathering of hypocrites. Even then, Kropker tried to justify himself. He claimed he was only following orders and insisted those beings were not real humans. In his eyes, they were nothing more than livestock mass-produced for others to use. That excuse pushed him over the edge. He grabbed Kropker by the collar and demanded that he immediately take them to the place where those lives were being created. About 10 minutes later, the group arrived at a heavily guarded area filled with armed soldiers. Kropker hurriedly tried to stop them. He insisted that Yi Ling did not need to go any deeper. According to him, what they were looking for was not here, and he was willing to guarantee it. But he did not bother listening. With a simple move, everyone blocking the way was thrown aside. He coldly ordered them to stand down and continued forward. It seemed the real secret was hidden here. After getting confirmation, he directly smashed apart the reinforced door in front of him. The scene inside left everyone speechless. The entire area looked like a massive living production line, where countless machines and life forms operated non-stop. It was hard to believe the creators truly understood what they were doing. Even he had to admit that humanity in this world had gone far beyond normal limits. Right then, the system issued a notification. The source of the plague had been identified, and a massive number of potential infection sources had been detected. Looking closer, he noticed that the embryos here seemed mindless, yet they constantly devoured one another. In a sense, they were no different from a variant form of zombies. He immediately forced Kropker to reveal everything. How long had this system been running? How many products had been created? And where else did it exist? Kropker hurriedly answered that the production line had operated for years, created over 1 million specimens, and existed only here. He even argued that despite ethical concerns, its effectiveness could not be denied. According to him, a single created specimen could provide enough organs to save multiple Federation citizens. Countless scholars, soldiers, doctors, and important politicians had extended their lives through this technology. Hearing that, he grabbed Kropker by the collar and delivered an ultimatum. Within 3 minutes, he had to hand over a complete list of everyone who had received organs, or he would be the first to die. Cold sweat poured down Kropker's face. Based on the number of products already used, the beneficiaries could number in the millions. These people existed across every level of society, including the highest leadership, and all of them were considered carriers of the original infection. He quickly realized the scale of the problem. If they eliminated everyone on the list, would the ruling class simply accept it? That was nearly impossible. To completely remove this disaster, they might have to destroy the entire world. But doing that would also ruin any plan of turning this place into a long-term resource source. The others asked if he was certain this place was the true origin of the apocalypse. He answered without hesitation that this was no longer a theory, but a confirmed conclusion. When asked whether they should destroy the entire facility next, he shook his head. It was already too late because too many people had received replacement organs. Acting now would only alert the enemy. Someone suggested using negotiations or threats to force the Federation to hand over everyone involved. But in his view, asking them to surrender themselves was no different from asking them to commit suicide. Threats were equally useless because people facing death no longer feared intimidation. Hearing that, the group became worried. Some argued that with his current strength, he could personally purge them all. However, he explained that there was not enough time to hunt every target. If even a few remained, the disaster would still erupt. Moreover, acting alone could turn the military against him and trigger chaos across society. Another idea was proposed. If they could not solve it openly, they should operate from the shadows. Even if they could not stop the disaster completely, they could at least delay it. Hearing that, he nodded because it matched his own thoughts. As long as the apocalypse could be pushed back, the history of this world would already change significantly. Once the timeline shifted, the chance to gain higher authority and obtain the Sky Battleship blueprint would remain. He then looked at Lin Rui and asked if he wanted to become a guardian of the world in the shadows. Lin Rui was surprised but also intrigued. He explained that he would continue cooperating with the authorities on the surface, while Lin Rui would handle the secret mission of saving the world. Lin Rui immediately pointed out that he did not possess supernatural powers like the others. He reassured him that it was not a problem, because he had a way to awaken the potential within his body. With that, he took out a prepared set of equipment and a special syringe and handed them to Lin Rui. The injection was administered immediately afterward. He explained that it was an enhancement serum capable of boosting physical strength. Once the injection was complete, Lin Rui only needed to put on the equipment. The moment everything was finished, Lin Rui felt a powerful surge of energy flowing through his body. The suit's boost even seemed stronger than many standard combat armors. Right then, a strange notification appeared. The system detected a personal interface activated ahead of schedule and incompatible with the current apocalypse scenario, so adjustments were being made. Lin Rui stared at the message in confusion, wondering what was happening. While Lin Rui was still trying to understand the system's changes, he received a flashing red warning. The system stated that he had violated the rules by giving system equipment to an unawakened NPC. He was ordered to retrieve it within 10 seconds. Otherwise, he would be forcibly converted into an NPC of the instance. Cold sweat ran down his back. It seemed the system did not allow equipment to be handed to native characters so casually. Not daring to waste a second, he immediately urged Lin Rui to remove all the equipment. Even though Lin Rui kept asking why, he continued rushing him without giving a full explanation. The countdown ticked away, second by second, as the timer approached 0. Just when only a few seconds remained, a new notification suddenly appeared. The warning had been cancelled because the system could not identify the violating target. He froze on the spot. The issue had resolved itself. He began wondering whether this was related to the instant's protagonist's status or the influence of the sword god system. After calming down, he reminded Lin Rui not to get carried away. His body had shown some unusual reactions moments earlier. At that moment, Kropker rushed over with a tense expression. He handed over the complete file containing the list that had been requested. After taking the documents, he immediately ordered a full lockdown of the research base. All personnel, vehicles, and entry points had to be strictly controlled. No one was allowed to leave without his approval. Seeing Kropker's concern, he reassured him that this was only a necessary security measure and was also meant to ensure everyone's safety inside the facility. After leaving the research center, he told Lin Rui to drive the group to Federation headquarters. Ming Luo quickly guessed his plan. She thought he intended to use the president to gather everyone on the list in one place and have Lin Rui assassinate them. However, he explained that Lin Rui would only provide support. The real operation would be carried out by the entire team. Everyone was surprised. He had always emphasized avoiding direct conflict with the military. Smiling, he suggested that things would be completely different if they disguised themselves as monsters. The moment she heard that, Ming Luo immediately understood. This plan could achieve two objectives at once. He then used his divine sense to contact Li Fugui and ordered him to prepare 4 disguise kits along with an illusion-generating item. Li Fugui accepted the order immediately. Meanwhile, at the Federation government building, the president was still trying to explain the issue surrounding the experimental facility. He acted as if he agreed, saying that he had indeed misunderstood earlier. Although the research there was cruel, it was not the direct source of the virus. Hearing that, the president finally relaxed. However, he was thinking something entirely different. The president himself had received an organ transplant from that facility 2 years ago, so he could not be allowed to grow suspicious. On the surface, he politely suggested holding a large conference to gather the important figures on the list. He also promised to provide future medicine capable of extending lifespan and enhancing physical abilities. The president became excited immediately and hurried off to make arrangements. Before long, the Federation Conference Plaza was packed with attendees. Security measures were raised to the highest level. Guards kept receiving new instructions because the event had attracted countless senior leaders, tycoons, politicians, and other influential figures. President Byrne gave a formal introduction and invited Yi Ning to speak. Standing before the crowd, he announced that the apocalypse was approaching. To protect those with special constitutions from future monster attacks, he would distribute support medicine. But in the middle of the speech, a spatial gate suddenly opened in the sky. A wave of monsters immediately poured out from within. Chaos erupted at once. He pretended to be shocked and said the monsters had arrived earlier than expected. The president panicked and asked what to do, while he calmly assured everyone that even though his teammates were at the mine, he would still protect them. In reality, those monsters were nothing more than a performance staged by the group, using disguise masks and illusion props. Huang Yun secretly cast a forbidden spell to spread energy throughout the area. That power quickly and efficiently took the lives of the pre-selected targets. Ming Luo also joined in, using skills that created slashes identical to monster attack patterns. As for him, wind blades kept being unleashed into the chaos. In a short time, the number of fallen victims rose at an alarming rate. The security forces immediately reacted, forming formations and shouting orders to open fire against the incoming monsters. Facing the dense barrage of bullets, he directly activated his ability, pulling nearby targets in front as human shields and blocking the attacks from the guards. Meanwhile, Lin Rui, currently acting under his identity, was extremely excited. Witnessing such destructive power, he could not help but wonder when he would ever reach this level. He suddenly recalled the instructions given earlier. Because tonight's purge operation was too large in scale, the group would disguise themselves as monsters. Lin Rui only needed to act as Yi Ning and follow the plan. After they left, he would take over the remaining tasks. Depending on the situation, he could appear as Yi Ning or transform into a monster. Over time, all infected targets would be eliminated one by one. President Byrne was now so anxious he could not sit still. He kept looking at Yi Ning for reassurance. He still remained calm, stating that the president would not be in danger. At that moment, Lin Ru drew his sword and rushed forward, slashing at two monsters in front of him, making it look like he was risking his life to protect everyone. Seeing this, the fake monsters continued acting out the scene. They opened a spatial gate and retreated one after another. After the chaos, only the fake Ye Ning remained standing in the plaza, appearing as the last one capable of resisting the monsters. Meanwhile, elsewhere, he was calmly calculating. His strongest skills now consumed almost no energy. A few more uses of Hell on Earth would end the purge. After that, the survivors would inevitably turn on each other in a cycle of death. Without hesitation, he activated Hell on Earth. Immediately, the souls of the recently killed rose and lunged at the living like predators. The horrifying scene threw everyone into panic. He had already left after casting the skill, leaving the area to descend into brutal chaos and slaughter. Shifting to the Federation genetic research base, he stepped out of another spatial gate. He could not openly destroy the facility, but as a monster, it was a different story. In his view, after this incident, no one would dare restart the organ replacement program so easily again. After all, those who had received transplants had become easy targets for monsters. After flattening the research facility, he returned to his original form. He deliberately kept Burn alive because a stabilizing figure was still needed. Once Lin Rui finished clearing the infected, killing the president would not be too late. By then, Lin Rui might even become the new ruler of this world, continuing to serve him. The system immediately updated the progress. The degree of storyline deviation in the instance continued to rise sharply. Lin Rui, the original protagonist, had already deviated nearly halfway from his fate. Kropker was dead, and the number of infected had significantly decreased. The total change exceeded 50%, and he now held the highest authority in the instance. However, immediately after, a series of red alerts appeared. The system detected an anomaly, identified an unknown error, and announced that it would revoke authority and initiate a purge process. Seeing those messages, he immediately realized that the apocalypse system had seemingly become enraged. In the sky, a massive pillar of light suddenly descended and locked onto his body. The purge process officially began. As the light engulfed him, a strange black mist began to seep out from within his body. He widened his eyes in shock. The dark energy that had always existed in him was now actively wrapping around, the light trying to erase him. The scene became extremely bizarre. The light representing the apocalypse system was continuously being swallowed and suppressed by the dark force. Within seconds, the system seemed to have its data rewritten. All warnings vanished. The inspection result was changed to no abnormalities detected. The purge was cancelled, and the instant settlement phase was restarted. He was completely stunned. A thought immediately formed in his mind that the black gold energy might be the power of the Sword God system. It could very well be related to the battle between the Sword God system and the Apocalypse system. Looking back now, even the incident when equipment was given to Lin Rui earlier may have been secretly influenced by the Sword God system. He once thought it was just a special and powerful system, but now it seems its level of terror far exceeds imagination. After checking his body, he found he was completely unharmed. That strange light had appeared and vanished as if it never existed. To directly confront the apocalypse system controlling life and death of countless survivors is truly a power like a god. Overexcited, he started trying to call the Sword God system. From calling it Big Brother, Sword Bro, to all kinds of weird nicknames, he used them all, hoping for a response. Unfortunately, no matter how he called, the system remained completely silent. It seems he still has to rely on himself in the end. At that moment, the dungeon settlement interface appeared. The dungeon was cleared at 100% completion. The tattoo completion rate reached nearly 20%. The final rating was SSS, and a large batch of rewards was being calculated. In addition to energy credits, attribute points, and reputation points, he also received many exclusive items and skills, such as Learning Enhancement B rank and Mechanical Synchronization Rate A rank. The most important reward was the special SSS Authority item. It allows skipping one mandatory storyline and, in future dungeon entries, forcibly entering any future storyline branch that would normally be unchangeable. After completing the main battlefield confrontation, Yi Ning received a special blue-grade item. Its effects include 3 parts. In national dungeons, all members gain 3 times attribute rewards, 35% increased recovery speed for all statuses, and forced fusion entry allowing early dungeon access without strength gap checks, up to 4 hours. The item can also be used in other dungeons, but special effects will not stack further benefits. The rewards this time were indeed many, but most were no longer very useful to him. Still, blue-grade equipment and skills could be given to Lin Rui for upgrading, while battlefield items would be kept by Mingla for future team leading preparations. At that moment, a new change appeared on the notification panel in front of him. The flashing text kept blinking as if deliberately drawing attention. It stated that he had obtained upgraded authority for the national dungeon. The flashy appearance felt quite over the top. Right after that, the spatial ring on his hand suddenly emitted continuous streaks of light. It turned out all the ore previously rewarded by the system had simultaneously appeared outside. Another notification sounded. The mission was confirmed complete. A full set of F-grade strategic equipment had been issued, and the sky battleship had also been delivered and was waiting for acceptance. Next, countless documents slowly drifted down from the sky. Yi Ning quickly gathered everything and stuffed it into the spatial ring. Seeing the towering pile of documents, he could not help but sigh that even reading them for months might not be enough. It might be better to let AI process them first. He did not oppose handing these technologies to the military, but worried it would trigger power struggles and other troubles. It would be better to find trustworthy people from his past life, like Huang Ji, Chen Sanliang, and Chu Tian, to assist. At that moment, the system issued another announcement. The dungeon had completed its testing phase, and all content deemed no longer useful for verification was being deleted. Hearing this, Yi Ning froze, not understanding what removal really meant. Next came an authority update notice. The current dungeon owner had been transferred to Ye Ning with the highest permission level. He could freely open the dungeon at any time, set missions, content, and rewards at all levels, as long as they were self-provided, adjust internal time flow up to 10 times, consume materials to create NPCs at will, and also control weather and many other functions. The list of permissions was so long it left him stunned. Only then did Yi Ning realize that taking over the dungeon meant controlling the entire world inside it. With enough energy, he could even create millions of soldiers in a very short time. In other words, this place had basically become his personal domain. However, after careful review, Ye Ning found no authority related to Thay Ma. This made him suspect that Thay Ma did not belong to this dungeon system at all. After thinking for a moment, he decided not to worry about it anymore. The current authority alone was more than enough. If war truly broke out in the future, then the opponent should not blame him for striking too hard. After Mingla and the others finished collecting all the ore and explained everything to Lin Rui, the group prepared to leave the dungeon. Meanwhile, the situation of the East Sea Beast Tide was still completely unclear. The scene shifted to a meeting room at a border military base, where senior leaders were discussing a proposal to increase support for Yi Ning. Lu Tianming, chairman of the Border Peacekeeping Committee with peak third-tier strength, immediately objected. He argued the meeting should not focus on someone already presumed dead, since there were far more urgent matters to handle. He even said compensation for Yi Ning's family was not worth discussing here. Hearing this, another committee member immediately warned him to be careful with his words, as no one accepted confirming Yi Ning's death without solid evidence. Cheng Yuan, captain of the Special Operations Unit and a high third-tier expert, also spoke up. He emphasized the meeting was only to plan proper measures in case Yi Ning had truly fallen, to stabilize military morale, not to declare him dead. Lu Tianming laughed and said everyone was just comforting themselves. Half a month had passed outside. Even with dungeon time differences, many days had gone inside. He believed that after the first stage, even high third-tier fighters could barely survive, so Yi Ning's return was almost impossible. He continued criticizing the Special Operations Team for repeated failures in dungeon missions. In his view, humanity should reduce dungeon expeditions and focus on real-world resource extraction to avoid unnecessary casualties. Cheng Yuan immediately countered, saying the failures came from extreme difficulty and serious intelligence errors, not Yi Ning's responsibility at all. Lu Tianming remained calm. He said he was only evaluating resource efficiency. If Yi Ning truly could not return, then resources spent on his family should be redirected to those still able to contribute. He then brought up Yi Ning's top rank. If the owner was confirmed dead, the position should go to Wang Kai. Even Yi Ning's previous supplies should be reclaimed and redistributed, since the military could not leave resources in the hands of a dead person. Hearing this, Cheng Yuan could no longer hold back and slammed the table hard. He stared at Lu Tianming in anger. The words had crossed a line, and the atmosphere in the room instantly turned tense. Just as the situation was about to explode, the meeting chairman stepped in to stop it. He stressed that the top position was a symbol of the military and represented its image externally. Mishandling it would make them a laughingstock. In the end, they agreed Yi Ning's benefits would be handled according to existing regulations. However, everything would only be processed after his death was officially confirmed. The decision would then be reported to higher command. the scene shifted to the station at National Port R, the entrance to the Zombie Nation dungeon. Half a month had passed, and people outside had started talking. Some believed Dong Ye-feng and his team had already wiped out the Huaxia group. Others agreed, saying elite teams would surely win. Rumors even spread that Huaxia military had already assumed their team was dead. The crowd grew more confident as they talked. In their eyes, the mission had been easier than expected. After completion, Huaxia might never dare to enter dungeons again. They even imagined a coming war where, once Huaxia lost its energy ore supply, all resources and territory would fall into their hands. At that moment, the dungeon gate suddenly fluctuated with energy. The crowd became excited, believing their heroes were returning. They quickly called for reinforcements and prepared plans to transport the massive ore haul. Some even laughed and started recording videos of the supposed victory. But the moment the system announcement appeared, all smiles froze. The message was short. Dungeon cleared. Survivors 0. The entire area fell into dead silence. Everyone stood frozen, unable to believe what they had just seen. No survivors at all. The result was beyond their imagination. At the same time, at the Huaxia port station, leading into the Zombie Nation dungeon, many were still waiting. An officer asked Colonel Chen Ming whether they should continue staying, since new orders had called for all personnel to be deployed to the southeast border. The other person was about to mention the possibility of Ye Ning and his team returning, but Chen Ming cut him off before he could finish. He ordered everyone to follow the command and stop all further debate. However, some still refused to give up. One suggested leaving a small team behind to guard the area, while the rest withdrew first. Chen Ming reluctantly agreed, but only allowed a maximum of 2 people to stay. If there was still no movement after a few days, everyone would have to leave. Just then, the dungeon gate suddenly lit up. Everyone immediately looked forward in tension. They all hoped that among those coming out would be surviving members of Huaxia. Soon after, the first figure appeared. When they saw the face clearly, everyone was stunned. It was Mingla. That meant the Huaxia team still had survivors. But the surprise did not end there. Right behind Mingla, more people kept walking out one after another. Some even called out to hurry up because they were blocking the way. Then the system officially announced the final result. The dungeon had ended, and the total number of survivors was 8. The entire crowd froze on the spot. All 8 who entered had returned alive. No one could believe their eyes. Medical staff were immediately called in to check the team's condition. However, the answer they received only made things more confusing. Mingla said no doctors were needed, only transport for ore. He requested more manpower because the current group was not enough to handle everything. As soon as he finished speaking, massive piles of ore began being pushed out from inside the dungeon. In just moments, the amount of ore grew so large, it nearly covered the entire area outside the gate. Seeing mountains of ore stacked before them, everyone was stunned. Some said, seen such a massive quantity in their entire lives. This no longer looked like a normal harvest, but more like stripping the enemy's entire vault clean. Someone immediately asked whether Yi Ning and his team had really encountered forces from other war zones. If the intelligence was correct, they should have formed alliances. What puzzled everyone most was how the entire team survived. Hearing this, Yi Ning only gave a faint smile, clearly indicating it was not luck. Mingla stepped forward to explain. He recognized that Chen Ming was under Lu Tianming and spoke directly. Not only did they bring back enormous resources, but under Yi Ning's command, they also wiped out all opposing teams from other war zones. Hearing this, Chen Ming's expression changed instantly. One thought filled his mind. Just yesterday, Lu Tianming had ordered the confiscation of all Yi Ning's assets and resources. Even the proposal to replace his leadership position had already been submitted. Yet now Ye Ning had not only survived but achieved a massive victory. If he found out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chen Ming immediately thought of informing Lu Tianming as soon as possible. Yi Ning then looked directly at him and spoke. Chen Ming's reaction was completely different from the others, which made him suspicious. Could it be that this man actually hoped their team would die in the dungeon? Chen Ming quickly forced a smile and denied it, repeatedly insisting that Yi Ning was overthinking, and nothing of the sort was true. But inside, he was extremely anxious. His priority now was to stall Yi Ning to buy time for Lu Tianming to handle the situation. After thinking for a moment, he brought up the cancelled East Sea evacuation plan, claiming he was deeply worried about it. Hearing this, Yi Ning's expression changed immediately. The evacuation plan had already been approved, so why was it suddenly cancelled? Chen Ming explained that higher authorities had sent people to investigate the East Sea and found no signs of an incoming beast tide. As for the exact situation, he did not know. Without hesitation, Ye Ning decided to head to the East Sea immediately. Someone reminded him that regulations required them to return to the capital for reporting first, and also suspected Chen Ming might be hiding something. However, Ye Ning believed time was running out. Compared to everything else, the lives of 700,000 East Sea civilians mattered most. Reports could be completed on the way, and other issues would be handled later. The scene quickly shifted to the sky above the East Sea. From high above, Ye Ning silently calculated. Based on his memory, the largest outbreak of the sea beast tide was only 4 to 6 days away. What confused him was that the evacuation plan had already been approved, but was ultimately not carried out. It seemed the hidden issues during peacetime were far more complex than he had imagined. In his past life, Ye Ning was just an ordinary person and could not see the full picture. But now he understood that if humanity's fate was to be changed, he first needed enough power. To seize ultimate command, he had to reach 4th tier as soon as possible. With his current resources, he was confident he could reach peak 3rd tier within 3 months. But to go further, he had to start preparing now. What he was thinking of was the Transcendent Plan. In the old timeline, it was the foundation that allowed humanity to survive for 2 years after the disaster broke out. Ye Ning remembered the lead researcher had the surname Sun and came from the East Sea safe zone. After finishing the evacuation matter, he needed to find this person as quickly as possible. Immediately after, Ye Ning called Uncle Xiao, Uncle Chen, and Uncle Wang, ordering them to mobilize all available forces and head to the East Sea to support him. All three were shocked, unable to understand what could be so serious that such a large-scale mobilization was necessary. Ye Ning gave no further explanation. He only emphasized that time was extremely tight. If they still trusted him, they needed to act immediately. At the same time in the capital, inside the Liu family residence, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Someone nervously reported that Ye Ning had not only survived, but also made major contributions, earning high praise from the Supreme Commander and senior leaders. Everyone understood Ye Ning's personality. Once he learned what had happened during his absence, he would not let it go easily. Lu Tianming gritted his teeth in anger after hearing this. He could not understand how Ye Ning had managed to turn the situation around. However, someone tried to reassure him that Ye Ning was heading to the East Sea, meaning they still had time to clean things up. They just needed to return the resources taken from his home. But Wang, the department head, looked troubled. He said returning everything was no longer possible. Part of the high-grade energy resources had already been used by his son the day before. Not only that, Ye Ning's younger sister had also been affected. After hearing the news of her brother's supposed death, she suffered a severe shock and was now hospitalized. Hearing this, Lu Tianming flew into a rage. In his eyes, these people had completely broken the rules and made the situation far worse. Someone cautiously asked whether sending fruit baskets and gifts to the hospital to visit Ye Ning's sister could still salvage the situation. Lu Tianming quickly proposed a countermeasure. He ordered someone to step forward and take responsibility. If Ye Ning investigated later, they would simply blame a temporary acting official who mishandled procedures. The subordinates immediately nodded and went to prepare. However, Lu Tianming was still not at ease. In his view, aside from external damage control, they also needed a hidden backup plan in case things went worst. When he learned that Ye Ning had not returned to the capital, but instead gone straight to the East Sea safe zone, another idea formed in his mind. In the military, acting without orders and skipping procedures was a serious violation. If Ye Ning made any mistake in protocol, dealing with him would become much easier. In the East Sea safe zone meeting room, local officials were receiving higher-level representatives. They kept expressing gratitude for helping reject the largest-scale evacuation proposal. The other side also appeared relaxed, claiming it was all just Ye Ning being overly cautious. In their view, the possibility of an Arank sea beast tide was nearly non-existent. But just as the atmosphere remained cheerful, a guard was suddenly sent flying through the door and crashed into the room. The entire hall shook instantly. Everyone stood up, unable to understand who would dare storm such an important meeting. When they finally saw who had arrived, everyone's expressions changed. The person who appeared was Ye Ning. He wasted no time and directly stated his purpose. He demanded a full reinvestigation of East Sea security issues and required full cooperation. Anyone who obstructed him would face strict measures. Qian Fen immediately stood up in opposition. He claimed all data Ye Ning had presented in the previous meeting had been thoroughly verified. The investigation showed no abnormalities, and the report had already been submitted to higher authorities. If Ye Ning did not believe it, he could check himself. Another person also issued a warning. According to military regulations, forcibly entering a secured base to access classified files could result in immediate action. If necessary, a single order would be enough for hundreds of awakened soldiers present to move. Yi Ning remained unmoved. He took out his A-rank authority card and held it up. He then ordered Mingla to lead the team in reviewing all records, focusing on coastal zones and recent military deployment logs. About half an hour later, a large amount of data and reports were compiled and displayed on the system. Yi Ning immediately activated his cognitive ability. With multi-threaded thinking, he analyzed massive streams of information simultaneously in an extremely short time. Seeing this, Qianfen sneered in disdain. In his view, an outsider could never understand such complex professional data. Even experts had found nothing unusual, so what could Yi Ning possibly discover? He even considered reporting to the capital to strip Yi Ning of his authority. However, after only a short time, Yi Ning pointed out multiple issues in succession. A minor earthquake occurred in the Jibei Sea area 1 month ago, but was dismissed as a natural phenomenon. He questioned why the possibility of sea beast movement was not considered. Then there was a temperature anomaly at the tidal power plant, which rose nearly 4 degrees earlier this year, but was simply blamed on equipment failure. The officials immediately explained that all those phenomena could be interpreted through normal scientific logic. Minor earthquakes happen every year, and they insisted it was unreasonable to link every tremor to an incoming beast tide. Moreover, just a few days ago, they had sent 39 third-tier experts to survey over 300 nautical miles offshore, yet no signs of sea beast gathering were detected. Yi Ning pointed at another entry in the report. If nothing was wrong, then what about the battle recorded 4 days ago offshore? Surveillance systems detected third-tier level combat traces at the exact time matching deployment logs. According to records, 70 patrol members were sent out at dawn, but 3 never returned. Why would a routine patrol result in casualties? Hearing this, the 2 investigation officers broke into a cold sweat. They did not expect Yi Ning to notice such small details in the files. Though panic began to rise inside them, they still forced themselves to stay calm, as that secret absolutely could not be exposed. Yi Ning then shifted his attention to a coordinate on the map. He discovered a hidden research facility there and immediately asked what activities were being conducted at that location. He demanded to be led there immediately. Otherwise, he would go there himself. The 2 officers awkwardly explained that the site was classified as top secret A-level, and even someone with A-level authority like Yi Ning was not permitted to access it. After hearing this, Yi Ning became almost certain that the entire problem was centered around this hidden location. He immediately stepped forward and drew his sword, forcing everyone to make way. The entire hall fell into chaos, with shouts trying to stop him everywhere. Yi Ning ignored them completely and ordered that no one be harmed. He then instructed 009 and Mingla to follow him, preparing to directly strike the target. Both sides quickly entered a standoff. Personnel from the safe zone tried repeatedly to stop them, but the gap in strength was too great. Some worried that without using their trump cards, they would not be able to hold Yi Ning and his team back. About 10 minutes later, Yi Ning, Mingla, and 009 arrived in front of the entrance to a hidden research facility located in the East Sea region. The pursuing group also caught up. They continued to warn that this place had nothing to do with the beast tide. Even high-ranking officials in the safe zone were not allowed to enter. If Yi Ning forced his way in, he would bear all consequences himself, including possible military trial. Yi Ning had no intention of further argument. He directly ordered 009 to break the door. Without hesitation, she punched through the reinforced wall blocking the entrance. Behind the destroyed wall was a massive secret chamber, where people were still working inside. The man inside immediately turned around and shouted angrily, demanding to know who dared to intrude into his research facility. Yi Ning stepped forward and coldly demanded access to all data within 1 minute. The man sneered in contempt, stating that this project had been approved by a top official 14 years ago, and even Commander Li Xuanguo would have to show respect here. But Yi Ning did not bother listening. He immediately ordered 009 to restrain him and take control of the facility. She dashed forward at extreme speed and sent the man flying with a single strike. The man roared in pain and fury, threatening to report them to the military for breaking into a restricted zone. Yi Ning found it irritating and told 009 to shut him up. As a result, 009 directly stuffed her boot into his mouth, instantly silencing him. Meanwhile, Yi Ning observed the documents and experimental setups behind the glass wall. Words like sea beast gene modification, genetic grafting, biological fusion, and embryo selection kept appearing. With a single glance, he understood they were using human embryos to fuse with A-rank sea beasts. The researchers still tried to justify themselves. According to their theory, integrating sea beast power into human bodies would create extremely powerful awakened beings. They also emphasized that no living humans were used as test subjects. claiming everything was legal. Hearing this, Yi Ning's anger surged even further. These arguments felt all too familiar, almost identical to those he had seen in the zombie nation. It seemed that human arrogance and blindness never changed across any era. Yi Ning pressed his sword against the opponent's neck and forced him to speak about the incident 4 days ago. He suspected a modified creatures had escaped the lab and demanded an immediate confession. At first, the man tried to hide it, but as the blade pressed closer and blood began to drip from the cut skin, fear finally broke him. He admitted that a test subject really had escaped 4 days earlier. However, he claimed it was only a juvenile specimen with weak aggression. Yi Ning immediately challenged him. If it was truly harmless, then how do they explain the disappearance of 3 soldiers during the last patrol? He did not believe the excuse of an accidental fall into the sea. The man gave a forced smile and said some things were better left unknown. Yi Ning cut through his excuses. In the end, he admitted the 3 were not dead, only detained after witnessing a secret they should not have seen. The original specimen of the modification project was directly tied to a high-ranking official. Yi Ning's expression turned ice cold. At that moment, the system suddenly issued a new mission. The A-Class Sea Beast Tide event had been activated. Contaminated juvenile creatures were unconsciously sending signals that would attract the main bodies, gathering a massive sea beast army. In 4 hours, the first wave would reach the East Sea. The mission required evacuating as many people as possible, with rewards based on survivors. Eliminating the main body could slow the advance of the tide. Seeing the countdown, Yi Ning immediately understood that all investigation and evidence-gathering plans were now meaningless. As for killing the main body, he quickly rejected it. With their current strength, it was impossible. Even the strongest elites of Great Xia might not be able to achieve it. The only option left was evacuation and defense preparation. Without hesitation, Yi Ning ordered 09 to contact Xiao Hai, Chen Kailai, and Wang Tian. The forced evacuation of East Sea had to begin immediately. The atmosphere in the research lab turned heavy. Someone warned that unauthorized military deployment was equivalent to treason. Even if Yi Ning was later proven right, he would not escape responsibility. Mingla watched him, waiting for the final decision. Yi Ning fully understood the consequences. If he walked away now, he would remain the top genius of Great Xia, with a bright future. When the disaster hit, his warning would even earn him respect. Even if millions died, no one would blame him, because from everyone's view, he had already done enough. If you already knew all of this from the start, why did you still choose to do it? Because I understand clearly that if I have been given a chance to return once more and still do not do everything possible to save millions of lives and stop the disaster, then it would be a wasted opportunity. As for all of you, the choice is yours. Whether you follow me into this danger or leave now, I respect whatever you decide. Sir Yi Ning, you misunderstand. Our lives were saved by you. No matter how dangerous it is, as long as you give the order, we will follow you. I thank everyone. After that, the group moved toward an area surrounded by a high-voltage electric barrier, isolating it completely from the outside. Representative Qian spoke, calmly. Yi Ning, you have learned secrets you should not know. No one will leave here today. I cannot personally act against you, but if you enter the electric barrier and die, it has nothing to do with me. Now you understand why I stopped investigating. There is no shortage of food or water here, so you should just wait quietly for higher orders. Not willing to waste any more time, Yi Ning charged forward, despite the constantly striking electric currents. The guards were shocked. He can actually withstand high-voltage electricity. What kind of ability does Yi Ning have? He activated absolute cold. The 2 guards quickly raised energy shields, elemental armor, and defensive barriers. But Yi Ning still unleashed Dimensional Slash. In an instant, he closed the distance and slashed directly at the gate. Everyone was stunned, unable to understand how he managed to move that fast. Yi Ning warned coldly, if you do not want to die, turn off the electric field immediately. Stop wasting time. One man turned pale instantly, sweating heavily. Please don't attack, I will shut it down now. He rushed to hit the shutdown switch. As the surrounding electric field faded, the others quickly moved inside. Mingla immediately asked for the next step. Yi Ning gave orders. 09, take control of Li Li. Mingla, take over the control panel. The rest cut all communications with the East Sea safe zone. Everyone obeyed without hesitation. In no time, full control of the facility was seized. As for Representative Qian, Yi Ning said coldly that there was enough food and water here, so he could stay quietly. Then he slammed him into the wall, knocking him unconscious. The electric field was reactivated, trapping everyone inside. Representative Qian cursed in rage, calling Yi Ning a bastard. Yi Ning turned to Li Li, hand over full command of the East Sea safe zone. Under control, Li Li still shouted, Yi Ning, are you really rebelling? Do you know who is backing me? The former faction elite, even the current leaders, must show respect. I still hold a critical position in the Secret Research Division. If you touch me, you are dead. Yi Ning asked calmly how important. Li Li only laughed coldly and said Yi Ning was not qualified to know. Hearing this, Yi Ning sensed something was wrong. Yuan Chu might not have told the full truth about the main specimen. In the previous timeline, the first target of the sea beast tide was the East Sea. After its fall, the beasts moved toward the capital. If the juvenile creatures were calling the tide to the main body, then Li Li was very likely the real target. Thinking of this, he activated Demon Eye to check. The result matched his suspicion. The data showed Li Li, commander of the East Sea Safe Zone, was one of the 2 main specimens of the Sea Beast Gene Fusion Project. Yi Ning sighed lightly. I did not plan to kill you, but now you have no way out. He signaled 009. In an instant, 009 eliminated the target. The system immediately updated the mission. 1 main specimen in the East Sea Safe Zone has been eliminated. The Sea Beast tide is delayed by 3 hours. The first wave will arrive in 6 hours and 51 minutes. Evacuate all survivors immediately. Yi Ning understood 3 hours was not much, but enough to save more people. While moving, he issued new orders. Ming La, we split up. You and Chen Kailai check the outskirts. Xiao Hai and the others gather civilians and organize evacuation into the city. Report any issue through video system. After the order was given, everyone gathered near the wild zone outside East at Sea. Commander Chen and leader, Xiao, were confused. Someone asked why Yi Ning summoned them here. Xiao Hai said nothing and only hoped things were not too serious, since prolonged absence would draw attention from higher command. Chen Kailai saw it differently. He said everyone should prepare mentally, because Yi Ning would not mobilize such forces for something minor. Still, the rapid escalation felt strange, especially after Yi Ning had just earned major merit. Soon after, the sound of engines echoed in the distance. A military helicopter appeared and descended toward the group. The man who stepped out delivered the order. Under Yi Ning's directive, all forces must enter East Sea immediately to assist evacuation. Within 1 hour, control of the area will be taken over for mass relocation. Everyone was stunned. Deploying troops into a city and taking control for evacuation was far beyond normal authority. Many began to question whether this was an official military order or Yi Ning's personal decision. The messenger replied that the military had issued no such order. This was entirely Yi Ning's decision. A Class A disaster was approaching East Sea, and their mission was to save as many lives as possible. He admitted the risk but chose to trust Yi Ning. Time was running out, and they had to decide immediately. Someone sighed, saying that no matter the outcome, those involved would likely face consequences later. After Xiao Hai spoke, Chen Kailai stepped forward. He said among everyone present, no one had a brighter future than Yi Ning. If even he was willing to bet everything, they should not only think of themselves. Once they chose to follow, they must share all consequences. Hearing this, the others gradually agreed. In the East Sea Safe Zone, Yi Ning looked at the city and asked 09 if it still resembled the world before the apocalypse. 09 said she had never seen that era, only heard it was a beautiful time. Yi Ning silently observed the city. Most people still believed life would continue normally, and the apocalypse was distant. Unfortunately, all of it was about to be crushed. Even if they survived this time, the pain of leaving their homeland would be unavoidable. At that moment, rain began to fall, and an emergency alert echoed across the city. A Class A Sea Beast tide was approaching. Loudspeakers repeated the warning. All civilians in the East Sea Safe Zone must evacuate immediately, under military guidance, and maintain order during movement. Yi Ning said softly that ending this cycle of tragedy still required a long road ahead. 009 replied that she believed he could do it. Yi Ning quickly regained focus. This was not the time for hesitation. He gave 09 a critical mission: locate all research institutes in East Sea and find a scientist named Tuan Li Chung. Once found, bring him to me. In the future, he will play a crucial role. 009 accepted the order and left immediately. 4 hours later, in the Capital Military Command meeting room, the atmosphere was extremely tense. A commander slammed the table in anger. He had been considering rewards for Yi Ning, but instead he caused a massive crisis. Lu Tianming reported that all communication with the East Sea Safe Zone had been cut. Satellite scans showed Yi Ning was carrying out multiple unauthorized actions: killing the East Sea commander, seizing control, concealing information, and forcing evacuation. In many eyes, this already counted as rebellion. However, Fang Hao defended him. He admitted Yi Ning had crossed boundaries, but raised a question. What if Yi Ning was right? What if the Sea Beast tide was truly coming? Satellite data showed he was also building defensive lines, proving he genuinely believed in the disaster. Lu Tianming immediately refuted. He mocked the idea that a commander who had guarded East Sea for 14 years, a capital envoy, 3 top researchers, and hundreds of experts could all be wrong, while only Yi Ning was right. If something was truly wrong, why did he not report it? He then cited psychological evaluations, claiming Yi Ning showed signs of mental instability and delusion. To minimize damage, he proposed sending troops to stop him, and if necessary, eliminate the target. Hearing this, Feng Hao erupted in anger and pointed at him, too furious to speak clearly. Hu Zhibing stepped in to mediate. He suggested handling Yi Ning later and focusing on stopping him first. If possible, capture him alive for final judgment. The commander agreed. He assigned Lu Tianming to lead troops to East Sea and ordered Yi Ning to be brought back alive at all costs. Lu Tianming immediately showed a satisfied expression. After leaving the meeting room, killing intent rose in his heart. He had feared Ye Ning returning for revenge, but now Ye Ning had walked into danger himself. Officially, it was capture alive, but in a chaotic battlefield, accidents were common. At the coastal defense line of East Sea, the countdown showed only 29 minutes before the sea beast tide arrived. Chen Kailai looked at the sea and asked Yi Ning. The time he predicted was almost here, but there were still no signs except heavier rain. Yi Ning replied calmly that they would arrive soon, and once they appeared, everything would erupt instantly. Someone gave a bitter laugh. If the sea beasts came, at least they would prove themselves right. If nothing happened, the consequences would be severe. Even Ye Ning admitted that even if he was correct, the outcome would only be slightly better. Chen Kailai calmly said it had always been like that. The most important thing was to have no regrets. He then asked whether they should hold the line or only try to delay when the sea beasts arrived. Yi Ning replied that the scale of this beast tide far exceeded their current defensive capability. With their forces, they could not protect the entire area. The only goal was to hold the enemy long enough for civilians to finish evacuation. As for East Sea itself, it had to be abandoned. Hearing this, everyone changed expression. A city built over more than 10 years would not easily be given up by higher command. Yi Ning stated directly that this was exactly why he did not report it earlier. Forcing them to hold East Sea would cost far more lives. After that explanation, the atmosphere on the front line grew heavy. No one spoke another word. At that moment, 009 returned from a distance with a man she had just located. After landing, she immediately reported that she had brought the person Yi Ning requested. 009 explained that when she found him, he was being chased through the streets by low-level awakened individuals because of a black box he was carrying. The man panicked and kept insisting his name was Sun Li Chung, only a temporary janitor at the research institute, and the items belonged to him. Yi Ning laughed softly. No wonder he could not find this name in the official personnel list. He reassured him that he had no intention of harming him. In Yi Ning's mind, finding Sun Li Chung was no less important than saving all East Sea civilians. Although he looked timid and ordinary, he would become a strategic figure after the apocalypse erupted. In the previous timeline, he was the one who successfully developed technology for extracting spiritual energy from spirit ore. This allowed ordinary people to awaken after absorbing energy. The achievement was once called the Extraordinary Project of the Doomsday. Now, with nearly unlimited spirit ore resources in Tangxi Kingdom, Ye Ning could help Sun Li Chung accelerate research. This would also speed up his own path to greater strength. He then ordered 009 to escort Sun Li Chung via a special armed helicopter to Fang Hao's base, ensuring absolute safety. Hearing this, Sun Li Chung cautiously asked whether protection meant what he thought it meant. Before he could get an answer, he was grabbed by 009 and dragged straight onto the aircraft. She said everything would be explained later, and they needed to leave immediately. After the helicopter took off, 009 reported back that everything had been arranged. Yi Ning nodded and thanked her for the assistance. Not long after, loudspeakers echoed across the region from above. A peacekeeping unit under the Central Command announced they were acting under Commissioner Lu Tianming. All forces labeled as rebels must surrender immediately. They also ordered a halt to evacuation, claiming the military had never issued any relocation order, and that East Sea faced no sea beast threat. Seeing the troops descending from the sky, Chen Kailai could not help but worry. It seemed the capital had finally sent forces. Yi Ning was furious and almost drew his weapon. He coldly cursed the timing of their interference, then told Chen Kailai to continue monitoring the sea while he and 09 handled the situation. A man descended from the air and introduced himself as Luo Chung, deputy commander of the border peacekeeping forces, sent under Commissioner Luce, ordered to arrest Ye Ning. Luo Chung also declared that Xiao Hai and the evacuation leaders had been detained. He claimed the evacuation plan had completely failed. If Ye Ning cooperated, he might be spared. Otherwise, he would be eliminated on the spot. Hearing this, Yi Ning's expression turned ice cold. Not only were they arresting his people, but also blocking civilian rescue. In his eyes, this was no different from digging their own graves. Luo Cheng continued that the military had used satellites to scan the entire East Sea region and found no signs of a beast tide. He believed Yi Ning was acting on delusions. Higher command was extremely furious and had even deployed level 3 awakened fighters from the capital. Today, he would not let Yi Ning escape. 009 calmly asked whether she should eliminate them all. Yi Ning shook his head and said she only needed to stall them. Energy had to be conserved for the incoming sea beast tide. Besides, these people still had future use. After hearing the answer, Luo Cheng charged forward and shouted that Yi Ning was too stubborn, then unleashed his heaven-splitting axe. Yi Ning quickly retreated while shifting all attribute points into speed to enhance his evasion ability. The remaining enemies immediately joined the battle. A barrage of skills rained in from multiple directions. Standing beside him, 009 used her bare hands to deflect the incoming attacks one after another. Yi Ning quickly switched to a Tier 3 defensive combat suit to withstand the full assault. After the protective layer shattered, the recoil force also sent 3 opponents flying backward. Yi Ning gritted his teeth. These people clearly no longer intended to capture him alive but to kill him. He would settle this debt later. The enemy mocked him. A mere early-stage Tier 3 dared to fight them. It was like an egg hitting a rock. While continuously defending, Yi Ning still warned them not to push him past his limits. At that moment, another opponent suddenly appeared behind him and launched a sneak attack. Yi Ning instantly leapt into the air, dodging 2 converging attacks. However, the incoming arrow suddenly changed direction in a strange way, catching him off guard and seriously injuring him. Yi Ning realized he could not yet reveal his strongest trump cards, but he still had an ability of the will system. Today, it seemed unavoidable to expose it. Although not suitable against sea beasts, it was extremely lethal against awakened fighters. Thinking this, he activated Mind Storm. A dense black energy, carrying terrifying mental pressure, swept across the battlefield. The opponents were shocked to realize it was a will-based attack. They quickly activated mental defenses, but it was completely useless. Yi Ning's psychic impact far exceeded their expectations, leaving them in pain and barely able to move. Seizing the moment, 009 spun and delivered a powerful kick, sending all 4 of them flying away. Yi Ning quickly retreated beside her. By his calculation, the 2 consecutive attacks were enough to stall them for a few minutes. At that moment, a clear disturbance appeared offshore. Everyone's attention turned to the sea. The sea beast tide had finally arrived. The alarm system blared continuously. Detection devices reported multiple high-speed targets approaching. At this point, everyone fell silent. No one expected Yi Ning's prediction to be so accurate. Panic spread as people rushed to report to Lu Tianming. Meanwhile, Yi Ning made a decisive decision without hesitation. He ordered 2 nuclear bombs from reserve stock to be launched to intercept the first wave of the sea beast advance. The Air Force units immediately confirmed receipt of the order. Soon after, 2 nuclear warheads were dropped onto the target zone. A world-shattering explosion erupted over the ocean, forming massive rolling waves. Chen Kailai looked at Yi Ning in shock. Using weapons like this would make it extremely difficult for East Sea to remain habitable in the future. Yi Ning calmly explained that once they saw the true scale of the beast tide, they would understand why he chose to abandon East Sea. What was happening now was only the beginning, and even nuclear bombs could only buy a little time. Without further delay, he issued full combat readiness orders. Artillery units took position. Awakened forces prepared for battle. The moment the sea beasts reached shore, they would open fire. After completing deployment, Yi Ning turned to Luo Cheng. Now do you believe me? Release Xiao Hai immediately and continue evacuation across the city. Fight with everything you have against the beast tide. If you survive this, I will let go of everything that happened. Hearing this, Luo Cheng could only nod. Meanwhile, at the East Sea Command Center, Lu Tianming remained calm and even asked with a smile how the arrest of Yi Ning was progressing. But the moment the new report arrived, his expression changed instantly. He stood up in shock. The sea beast tide really appeared, and Yi Ning even authorized nuclear strikes in East Sea? However, Lu Tianming soon sneered again. In his eyes, even if Yi Ning saved civilians or repelled the tide, the use of nuclear weapons alone was enough to become a reason for severe punishment. At the same time, a high-level meeting was taking place in the capital. An emergency meeting was convened immediately. The commander looked at everyone and stated that the East Sea beast tide had truly erupted. The situation was critical and required an immediate response plan. At the same time, Yi Ning's case had to be decided without delay. Hu Jibing was the first to present a response plan. All 6 major war zones had already begun deploying high-level awakened fighters as reinforcements, and 27 coastal safe zones were preparing to receive evacuated civilians. Current calculations show that if the front line holds for another 2 hours, casualty rates can be reduced to a minimal level. So why is there still any debate? Yi Ning has clearly saved millions of lives. He argues this is an enormous achievement. As for previous overreach, it can be explained as part of the military plan. The forces sent to East Sea can also be officially labeled as reinforcement units. After the disaster ends, with proper propaganda, Yi Ning will be hailed as a national hero. Lu Tianming immediately objects. He claims Yi Ning illegally mobilized troops, detained officials, and made unilateral decisions in violation of military regulations. These actions alone are already serious. On top of that, unauthorized use of nuclear weapons cannot be ignored. He continues questioning it. If Yi Ning is excused today because of merit, what happens if he commits something worse tomorrow? Where is the law then? Where is national discipline? And who can prove this time Yi Ning was not just lucky in his prediction? Several others support this stance. They insist merit and crime must be clearly separated. Yi Ning should still be arrested, while the military announces it was their own intelligence that discovered the crisis. His achievements can reduce the punishment, but his subordinates must be dealt with strictly. Hearing this, Fang Hao can no longer hold back. He slams the table and stands up. While the front line is fighting for their lives against the beast tide, these people are only focused on arresting someone. In his view, saving civilians is correct, and warning of disaster is also correct. He further points out that without the nuclear strike, the defense line would have already collapsed. The radiation effects can be handled over time. Instead, those who insisted East Sea was completely safe are the ones who should be held accountable. Fang Hao also brings up military doctrine, stating that frontline commanders have authority to make emergency decisions. These words leave Lu Tianming unable to respond for a moment. Seeing the meeting turning into a full argument, Hu Jibing steps in to mediate. He says both sides have valid points. Yi Ning did act outside procedure, but he also saved countless civilians. Without his decisiveness, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The military also cannot keep taking all credit and ignoring their misjudgment. After hearing all opinions, Li Xingguo finally gives the order. All military regions are instructed to recognize Yi Ning's actions as aligned with military directives. Command of the East Sea, a level beast tide operation, is temporarily handed over to him. Once Yi Ning returns, if solid evidence is found against those responsible for this incident, they will be dealt with strictly according to regulations. The meeting ends. After everyone leaves, an assistant asks whether the Supreme Commander ever truly intended to punish Yi Ning, or if this meeting was just to neutralize Lu Tianming's faction. Li Xingguo sighs. He admits that with East Sea reaching this point, he cannot escape responsibility. If he is wrong, he must admit it and face it properly, no matter the outcome. Everyone knows Yi Ning has deep feelings for Su, but no one understands how he made that prediction. But Supreme Commander, don't you think his appearance is very similar to that man from years ago? Shh, that is a forbidden topic. Do not mention it again. At the East Sea Command Center, Hu Jibing erupts in rage, almost destroying his desk. He claims this so-called compromise is nothing more than a game played by Li Xingguo and the new faction. He also emphasizes that everyone seems to have forgotten the old chief, who passed away more than 10 years ago. In any case, this time it is not me who is on the front line. Whether Yi Ning can survive depends entirely on his own ability. Back on the East Sea battlefield, waves of sea monsters continue pressing forward while defensive forces struggle to hold them off from a distance. Observing the situation, he quickly realizes the sea beasts are protected by energy, making conventional artillery almost useless. After taking command, he orders all awakened fighters to establish a coastal defense line. If the beasts approach, they must avoid direct combat, since their vitality is extremely strong. The best strategy is to isolate and pick them off one by one. The priority is not total annihilation, but buying as much time as possible. He then brings 009 with him to the open sea to hunt down the 3 calamity-level sea beasts, aiming to prevent the remaining monsters from flooding the shore. 009 immediately responds and decides to clear all obstacles ahead first. He dashes forward and unleashes skills he prepared long ago. Flowing windstorm sword erupts and wipes out dozens of monsters in an instant. The scene shocks everyone watching behind him into silence. A single strike delivers power comparable to 2 small nuclear bombs. It seems they truly trusted the right person. At the same time, another wave of sea beasts begins landing from the right flank, forcing the defense forces into real combat. Meanwhile, he continues releasing another ultimate technique called Heavenly Strike Flowing Light. On 009's side, she uses Dragon Emperor Straight Path, directly engaging the monsters with brute fist force. Suddenly, she detects a high-level 3 Calamity Whale rushing in and immediately warns him before taking it on herself. Without hesitation, 009 unleashes Nameless Cyclone Kick, kicking the massive beast into the air. However, the whale is extremely intelligent and counters with a sonic attack, blasting her backward. The terrifying sound spreads across the battlefield. Weaker fighters collapse in pain, feeling like their internal organs are being crushed. Even 009 is blown away by the shockwave. At that moment, she senses danger behind her and spots a giant 3 Calamity Crab attempting a sneak attack. Reacting instantly, she bursts forward and narrowly dodges the lethal clamp from its massive claw. But the danger does not end. A huge tail strike appears above her head, leaving almost no room to escape. Luckily, at the critical moment, he arrives from a distance and blocks the attack with his sword. He shouts 009's name and unleashes Severing Heaven Slash, successfully neutralizing the deadly ambush. 009 blames herself for not protecting him well enough, but he denies it, saying she is not a bodyguard but a true teammate fighting beside him. Those words create an indescribable feeling in her heart. In a brief moment of distraction, she returns to reality. These sea beasts are clearly far more difficult to handle than same-level mutated creatures. She responds to him, saying that since being recognized as a comrade, she feels both her spirit and power have grown significantly. The two coordinate perfectly and force the remaining 2 monsters back. The whale sees the situation turning bad and dives into the water. It looks like a retreat, but it is not that simple. Soon after, 3 monsters reappear and begin surrounding them again. Only then does he realize the serious problem. These sea beasts not only have intelligence but also tactical coordination. In his previous life, he only knew East Sea fell and all attempts to retake it failed, but never knew the real reason was this. Immediately after, all 3 monsters unleash skills targeting them at the same time. He activates Heaven-Severing Defense, forming a sturdy barrier to block all 3 attacks at once. However, the pressure is too great and he can barely hold on. If they do not counterattack soon, survival becomes extremely uncertain. Hearing this, both of them leap into the air to escape the barrage below. From above, they strike down simultaneously, breaking the enemy formation. Severing Heaven-Locking Impact, combined with Heavenly Falling Massacre, successfully splits the 3 monsters apart. Seizing the rare opening, he immediately tells 009 to focus on finishing the giant whale first. She does not disappoint and channels all her power into a single punch, killing the target instantly. But right after dealing with those 3, another group of giant jellyfish arrives, forming a new encirclement. Damn it, 3 Calamity Jellyfish have appeared. If they get dragged into close combat, the situation will become extremely unfavorable. He immediately orders 009 to break the encirclement and retreat. He himself will dive into the sea to hunt the giant whale, suspecting it is the one controlling the entire assault. To turn the tide, the leader must be eliminated first. 009 quickly complies, while he dives straight into the deep sea without hesitation. While descending, he activates his mental detection ability. No matter where the target hides, with 3 upgraded combat suits, he can still track its traces. Soon, the target comes into view. The whale is surrounded and protected by lower-level sea beasts. Seeing this, he immediately realizes it was the one commanding the high-level forces earlier. His sword slashes tear through the water at terrifying speed, clearing all blocking crabs and shrimp. He then unleashes his trump card Divine Rage Mystic Form, summoning a combat clone. Once the leader falls, the remaining sea beasts will be nothing more than a headless swarm. The whale keeps counterattacking with energy bubble blasts, but his clones easily neutralize every wave without any resistance. Once the distance is close enough, he instantly accelerates, appearing above the whale and thrusting his sword straight down. Dark energy flows out from his body and rapidly spreads, engulfing the massive creature. At that moment, he finally senses the aura of a king-tier sea beast. Its power is indeed far from ordinary. However, the gap in strength is still overwhelming. With a single decisive strike, he cleaves the monster cleanly in half deep beneath the ocean. After the battle ends, his burst state and skill duration also expire right on time. The effect is absurdly overpowered, but the duration is only 10 seconds. Back at the surface, he activates another ability. The rest will be handled by the military and the 3 Calamity level experts, while he prepares to create a new piece on the board. Human Realm Yama Soul Awakening is unleashed. The spirits of dead sea beasts begin to be summoned back. He immediately commands this soul army to turn against their former allies, transforming them into a counterattacking force on the battlefield. Meanwhile, 009 is trapped in extreme danger, completely surrounded by the three calamity jellyfish swarm. They attack from a distance with tentacles, while forming a dense net that blocks her entire field of vision. The most troublesome part is that every time a tentacle is cut, a new one regenerates almost instantly, making it nearly impossible to eliminate them. The prolonged battle leaves her unable to escape, and her energy reserves are approaching critical levels. One tentacle suddenly wraps around her arm, forcing her to exert all strength just to avoid being dragged down. If she cannot return for resupply in time, she may very well die here. A red alert warning has already appeared due to energy depletion. Exhaustion and excessive energy consumption finally cause her to be struck. At this point, her body can barely offer any resistance. In a moment of despair, she silently apologizes to her comrade. She may not be able to complete the mission or witness how this apocalyptic world ends. Just then, a figure appears as the giant whale bursts out of the sea. She immediately recognizes it is him. He reaches out, pulls her onto the whale's back, and tells her to leave the danger zone together. Seeing him, 009 feels as if she has been pulled back from the edge of death. Behind them, the sole army of sea beasts is already sweeping through the battlefield under his command. 009's system even asks whether to activate a blushing and heart rate increase state, but he immediately tells her to ignore that meaningless data. At the same time, more sea beasts have already pressed toward the final defensive wall, protecting the rear zone. Lathan is still holding the front line, exhausting everything to block the advancing monster tide. Despite his battered body after prolonged combat, he refuses to retreat. He realizes peak second-tier sea beasts are even harder to deal with than same-level mutated creatures, but his years of combat experience keep him from giving up. In contrast, weaker soldiers are continuously killed by sea beast skills on the battlefield. Many begin to fall into despair as casualties rise rapidly. Facing such an overwhelming swarm, they even think today may be their last day alive. Lathan quickly gathers his three strongest teammates, ordering everyone to concentrate fire and eliminate the three calamity octopus in front before dealing with anything else. Through perfect coordination, the group quickly takes down the target. After the short battle, everyone is exhausted. Just one, three calamity beast has drained them heavily, while countless second-tier and peak second-tier sea beasts still remains. Many begin to resent higher command, but they also admit Yi Ning's warning was completely accurate. Without him holding the line from the beginning, the situation would already be far more catastrophic. Do you even know what you are saying? You dare openly criticize higher command like that? What is there to be afraid of saying? They are the ones sending us to our deaths. If it is so dangerous, why don't they come to the front line themselves? We are already standing on the edge of life and death. Who cares about rank anymore? Instead of complaining, we should lure that electric stingray offshore and take it down together. Just then, the sole army of sea beasts he summoned suddenly appears behind the battlefield. Lathan immediately recognizes them as undead sea beasts. He is shocked to see monsters that should be dead still moving as if alive. The scene leaves everyone completely stunned. But very quickly, they notice something strange. The undead were not attacking humans. Instead, they were hunting the sea beasts. This proved someone was controlling them. The question was, who on this battlefield had such terrifying power? The name Yi Ning immediately came to everyone's mind. However, thinking he was only at three calamities early stage, they found it hard to believe. Still, recalling the strange power he had shown before, the possibility could not be ruled out. If he really could control souls, then during their previous fight, had he been holding back on purpose? While Luo Qing was still lost in thought, Ye Ning had already appeared beside him, without anyone noticing. Seeing the sea beasts still rampaging, he immediately scolded them. Monsters were everywhere, yet the high-level warriors were standing around in shock. Did they not want to live anymore? Luo Qing quickly explained they were just stunned by his power. He cut him off right away. In his view, the situation was mostly stable, but many sea beasts were still left. Everyone should focus on clearing them instead of wasting time talking. Luo Qing immediately followed the order. Calm on the surface, he felt heavy inside. His strongest skills were nearly exhausted. The remaining energy was only enough for one more use of God's Wrath and Human Realm Yama. After that, only basic skills were left. Luckily, the remaining beasts could still be handled by the awakened forces, so he decided not to act unless necessary. But at that moment, the system alarm sounded again. The first wave had just been pushed back, when the second wave was confirmed to arrive in 3 hours, with double the scale. Hearing this, he recalled his past life. Back then, he was not discovered by the military and did not join the East Sea battle. All he knew was that the region completely fell, and every attempt to retake it failed. Now he finally understood the real reason was the second, far more terrifying beast tide. 3 hours was far too short. Even if reinforcements from other armies set out immediately, they would not arrive in time. The survivors from the first wave were already exhausted. Facing the next wave, head-on, was impossible. The top priority now was to evacuate as many people as possible. He immediately contacted Uncle Xiao to ask about the evacuation progress. Unexpectedly, the answer was extremely bad. The team sent to assist had been sabotaged by certain groups, seriously slowing down the evacuation. Those people even locked all survivors inside shelters and sealed the exits, posting guards outside. Hearing this, his expression changed. Uncle Xiao sent him a live feed. Inside, the survivors were panicking and had completely lost trust in the rescue forces. They refused to open the doors, forcing the rescue teams to break in. This only increased suspicion and slowed everything down even more. According to current estimates, it would take at least another 3 hours to evacuate all civilians. Hearing this, he could only urge them to hold on. Uncle Xiao firmly stated that even if it cost his life, he would complete the mission. After the call ended, he quietly cut the connection. He could not help but sigh. In this so-called peaceful era, pushing anything forward was harder than in the future world. Every major decision was blocked by countless human obstacles. Because of this, he became even more determined. After handling the East Sea crisis, he had to rise to the highest position of power. Only with absolute authority could he deal with the coming disasters in the most decisive way. While he was thinking, 009 silently followed behind. When she asked about the next step, he immediately ordered her to collect all data on fuel reserves from the safe zones around East Sea. Then transmit orders to all related zones to transport all fuel reserves to East Sea within 2 hours. At the same time, she should recover her energy and ensure her own safety first. 09 immediately accepted the order. In his eyes, the East Sea safe zone could no longer be held. Instead of dragging things out in vain, a decisive plan was needed now. His plan was to create a massive sea of fire, turning the entire area into a barrier between the sea beasts and the survivors. At least this could cut off the monster's pursuit path. In another area, near the inland edge of East Sea, 009 continued the communication. She reported that the collected fuel was far below expectations. Hearing this, he was shocked, since the inventory data from each zone had been checked before. 009 quickly explained that most reports had been falsified. The real data areas were refusing to cooperate. Right below her, a man was still loudly protesting. He claimed the beast tide was already under control and there was no reason to burn down East Sea. He even said he had contacted 6 nearby safe zones and sent reports to the capital to stop the plan. According to him, the capital would never approve the fuel mobilization request. Hearing this, Ye Ning simply told 09 to return. At this moment, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. Those obstructing forces were beyond saving. If he kept dealing with them, he would eventually be drained. But the urgent crisis still had to be handled first. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Only with a clear mind could he plan the next move. Meanwhile, evacuation convoys were entering the new safe zone. The military set up checkpoints to prepare for the fire barrier plan. Many civilians broke down in tears. They could not accept losing their homes and kept questioning why the evacuation order came so late. Some even demanded to return to the city to retrieve their belongings. They protested the confiscation of private vehicles and demanded them back. Several merchants became even more emotional. They had spent their entire fortunes stockpiling goods, and some even lost family members during transport. If the city was destroyed, all their assets would vanish. Soldiers could only repeatedly explain that the burning plan had not been approved. Nearby safe zones were refusing to supply fuel to East Sea. At this moment, a representative from the Dongqing safe zone stepped forward to calm the crowd. He claimed the frontline situation was stable and everyone could return home in a few days. His words immediately eased the tension. Many people felt relieved and began cooperating with evacuation efforts. That representative also loudly stated that East Sea could not be destroyed over an uncertain threat. In his view, Ye Ning did not understand the consequences such a decision would bring to the people. In his eyes, the current sea beasts were not a serious enough threat to justify sacrificing an entire safe zone. After that, he ordered his subordinates to enter the city and search for any remaining survivors. But behind the so-called rescue mission was another agenda. They secretly planned to seize and protect assets from major trade organizations. With the city abandoned and chaotic, it was a rare opportunity for profit, and accountability would be hard to enforce during a disaster. Ye Ning saw everything, Standing above the city, he let out a bitter laugh. So even in a national crisis, there were still people driven only by greed. He realized he had been too optimistic after his rebirth. Memories of a united future army made him unconsciously assume people today were the same. But reality was still an era filled with corruption and incompetence in key positions. He bitterly summarized everything. A small beast tide had already disrupted his entire plan. Warnings were ignored. The military was passive. He had to force deployment himself. And now slander and opposition kept appearing. Even as the truth was clear, people still turned a blind eye. Civilians were returning to the city, and the fire blockade plan was being sabotaged. Everything was heading toward the worst outcome. Thinking through it all, he could only feel deep irony. His original goal was to save East Sea, but every attempt had been blocked. At this point, he realized he had been pushed to his limit. Since some people wanted to exploit the disaster for profit, then let them enter the city. Today, their own choices would decide their fate. Beneath the East Sea safe zone lay the Spirit Energy Tower. After the Apocalypse era, energy nodes appeared across the world, forming the foundation of human awakeners. Safe zones were built around these nodes. They provided energy for recovery and combat. If a node was destroyed, the safe zone would lose its meaning. East Sea held a critical 3 calamities node. Once destroyed, the region would never be rebuilt. However, in his eyes, only a massive shock could awaken humanity to true danger. The node explosion would release enormous spirit energy, erase human traces over a wide range, disrupt beast perception, and form the strongest possible isolation barrier. Right then, Xiao Shu contacted him again. He reported that most of the rescue work had finished about 30 minutes ahead of schedule. However, some soldiers who had returned to the city discovered suspicious activity going on inside. Just hearing that, Ye Ning already understood the situation. He told Xiao Shu not to bother with those people, and to focus only on evacuating all survivors out of the Donghai region as fast as possible. Immediately after, he contacted Zhuzo 9 and ordered her to inform Minglua, Chen Kailai, and all frontline soldiers to withdraw from the coastal area within 10 minutes. After everything was arranged, he rushed straight toward the spiritual energy tower. Looking at the structure ahead, he silently said farewell to Donghai and activated the elemental windblade Fury Flame. A massive slash shot straight into the tower's protective barrier. The moment it hit, he immediately formed a shield around himself to withstand the terrifying recoil. At the same time, he poured all his remaining power into defense. As cracks began forming in the barrier, he kept launching more attacks. Soon after, the entire barrier collapsed. The spiritual energy inside erupted violently. Sensing the danger, he instantly maxed out his agility and shot upward into the sky to escape the blast zone. Meanwhile, at the Tianbao Commerce Guild, the group was busy looting resources. Seeing the large amount of leftover Heidier supplies and equipment, they were thrilled like they had found a treasure vault. On the surface, they still acted righteous, loudly claiming they were rescuing Donghai civilians and praising their own sense of duty. But their joy quickly vanished when a terrifying energy wave swept in from a distance. Before they could even react, they were completely engulfed by a sea of flames. The explosion kept expanding at a terrifying speed, crushing everything in its path. Inside the capital's meeting room, the leaders watching the live feed all fell silent. No one expected Ye Ning to destroy the spiritual energy node. That meant the Donghai safe zone had lost its foundation and could never be restored again. Lu Tianping immediately flew into a rage. He claimed the battle situation had already been under control, yet Ye Ning still insisted on burning the city and went further by destroying the energy node. He said he had tried to stop him but failed, which is why he returned to report. In his view, Ye Ning's actions had crossed every possible line. Even the commander fell into deep silence after witnessing the scene. Doubt began to rise in his heart about whether he had placed his trust in the wrong person. At this moment, Fang Hao stepped forward to take the mission. He requested to personally meet Ye Ning and promised to bring him back. In his view, neither Ye Ning nor 009 would be a major obstacle. But Fang Hao's real reason for taking the mission was that he knew sending others would only escalate the conflict beyond repair. The commander immediately agreed, even granting him his personal transport and ordering Ye Ning to be brought back for direct interrogation as soon as possible. 10 minutes later, near Donghai, Ye Ning's location was identified through his A-level access permissions. The target was on a mountain outside the safe zone. Fang Hao immediately requested landing. From afar, seeing the most advanced hypersonic aircraft of Daxia appear, Ye Ning couldn't help but laugh. Just from this transport alone, he knew the visitor was no ordinary person. When Fang Hao landed, his first words to Ye Ning were that this time he had really caused a huge incident. Ye Ning calmly replied, "Uncle Fang, The Ling node of Donghai has already been destroyed. If you have questions, ask them now. On the way back, you can think of how to handle it. As for explaining, I really don't have the strength left. After speaking, he pointed into the distance. Just look over there. Wait a bit and everything will answer itself. Fang Hao still didn't understand what he meant. Soon after, a second wave of sea beasts appeared, far larger than before. The voice on the other side instantly trembled in shock. Could this be the second beast tide? The monsters were all rushing toward the destroyed energy node. Only then did Yi Ning ask again, "Now do you understand the reason?" Fang Hao finally realized the truth. Yi Ning had chosen such extreme measures to cut off the beast tide's tracking path toward the surviving people. However, he still questioned why Yi Ning didn't report it clearly to higher command. Yi Ning only gave a faint smile and said he had reported it before, but no one believed him. Things like this are hard to convince anyone of unless they see it with their own eyes. Fang Shu let out a sigh, feeling sympathy for everything Yi Ning had gone through. Even though he knew Yi Ning still had a lot of resentment, he still advised him to return to the capital and fully explain everything. Now that the evidence was already clear, the commander would definitely make a fair judgment. As for the remaining issues, Fang Shu said he would personally handle them. Yi Ning agreed, but Fang Shu suddenly reminded him of something important. He warned him to be careful of Lu Tianming's faction. While Yi Ning was stuck in the instance, they had already gone to his home. His mother and younger sister were now hospitalized. Hearing this, Yi Ning's expression changed instantly. He asked in shock, then immediately rushed home at full speed. In the small house, Xiao An kept thinking about her brother day and night. She could only pray he was still alive and would return soon, because their mother had been unconscious for days, leaving her terrified. Just then, the door suddenly burst open, followed by a rushed voice shouting, "Xiao An." The moment she saw her brother, she ran over and hugged him tightly while crying. She had thought he was gone forever. Yi Ning gently comforted her, telling her he was safe now, and she did not need to worry anymore. After calming his sister, he immediately went to see his mother. Xiao An tearfully explained that their mother fainted after hearing the news of his accident. Even though the doctor said it was not serious, she still had not woken up. Yi Ning sat by the bedside, holding his mother's hand, feeling deep guilt. He softly told her he was back safely, and apologized for making her worry. He kept hoping she would wake up soon. At that moment, her fingers suddenly moved slightly. Seeing this, Ye Ning immediately called out to her excitedly. Xiao An nervously asked if their mother might never wake up. He firmly said she would, because she already knew he had returned. He then asked his sister who had come to their home, spreading the news of his death. Xiao An vaguely remembered it was a man surnamed Wang, the bureau chief. They even tried to take away his belongings, and when she objected, they insisted he was already dead. Strangely, the next day, the Simman returned with fruit to apologize, saying his subordinates made a mistake and Yi Ning was still alive. But after a phone call, his attitude changed completely again, and he once more insisted Yi Ning was going to die. Xiao An did not believe him and drove him out. After hearing everything, Ye Ning understood clearly. That man was Wang Kai's father, aligned with Lu Tianming. He silently remembered this debt. Anyone who touched his family would pay a heavy price. Noticing Yi Ning's dark expression, Xiao An became worried. She then mentioned that not everyone was bad. Fang Shu had arranged for their hospital admission and even assigned protection. Yi Ning nodded and thanked her, telling her not to overthink things. Xiao An then asked if he could stay until their mother recovered, since she did not want to be alone. Yi Ning promised he would not leave until their mother woke up. Meanwhile, at Lu Tianming's residence, a subordinate reported that the team sent to capture Yi Ning had returned. They also heard news that a second beast tide had erupted, and Yi Ning had appeared again. Before Wang Shuojiang could finish, Lu Tianming coldly interrupted him, telling him to get to the point and mocking him for being too timid. According to his calculations, there was still time to turn the situation around before the commander convened the committee meeting. He emphasized that the final order was to arrest Yi Ning, and everything else was irrelevant. As long as they stayed calm, victory was still in their hands. Lu Tianming then mentioned a figure from more than 10 years ago and laid out a plan to corner Yi Ning at the upcoming meeting. Wang Shuojiang became excited after hearing it. This move struck directly at the core of the issue, because what they planned to use was an absolute taboo in Daxia. Anyone involved would face a disastrous end. The scene shifted to a military airport, where a plane slowly landed after returning from the front lines. Soldiers who had just survived a life-and-death battle stepped down one by one. However, waiting for them was not a welcome reception, but a fully armed force already surrounding them. Leading officers introduced themselves one after another, from the deputy commander of the North China region to the commander of the Tianfeng Safe Zone and other high-ranking figures. They declared that the group had seriously violated military orders and ordered immediate cooperation in the investigation. Hearing this, the returning soldiers erupted in anger. They had risked their lives to save millions of civilians, yet were being treated like criminals. Some demanded to meet the commander, but the officials refused to explain anything. At this point, everyone understood that arguing further was useless. Chen Kai-lai coldly told them to get out of the way, because they would leave on their own anyway. He declared he had never done anything to shame his conscience. Meanwhile, 009 silently observed everything and realized she needed to quickly report the situation to Yi Ning. The scene shifted to the military conference hall in the capital. The commander opened the meeting by addressing the second beast tide in Donghai. Fang Shui was currently handling the situation, and the Eastern Sea defense line had already been established, so there was no immediate risk of losing control. He then moved straight to the main purpose of the meeting, evaluating and deciding on Yi Ning's actions during the incident. One commissioner spoke first. In his view, the final outcome showed that Yi Ning had not only saved countless lives, but also prevented an even greater disaster. Even if his methods slightly broke regulations, his achievements clearly outweighed his faults. He even suggested Yi Ning should be publicly commended and formally apologized to by higher command. However, someone immediately stood up to object, saying such a conclusion was far too hasty. That official claimed everyone had been deceived by Yi Ning. According to him, before destroying Donghai, Yi Ning had infiltrated a secret research facility, killed Commander Li, and stolen all research results. Flattening Donghai was simply a way to erase evidence. He also said he had narrowly survived Yi Ning's attack. If not for Lu Tianming's people rescuing him in time, he would have died in Donghai, and the truth would have been buried forever. Next, a representative from the coastal region stood up to speak on behalf of the local authorities. He argued that the beast tide was not severe enough to justify the complete destruction of Donghai. Moreover, several rescue teams sent into the city died after Yi Ning destroyed the spiritual energy node. According to them, the rescue teams had refused to supply fuel for the city-burning plan, and this was simply personal retaliation. Not stopping there, they also accused Yi Ning of secretly collecting massive amounts of supplies from Donghai. Some even suspected his predictive ability was just a cover, believing that his unnervingly accurate foresight meant he might be the one orchestrating the entire crisis. Hearing this, the commander of the Special Operations Team could no longer hold back. He stood up and pointed at them, shouting that it was blatant slander and a deliberate distortion of the truth to shift all blame onto Yi Ning. He also questioned why those so good at talking were not the ones fighting on the front lines. In response, Wang Jun, the logistics director, sneered. He said he understood why Commander Trin was defending Yi Ning so strongly, since his team had benefited greatly from Yi Ning in past missions. But in his view, contributions could not be used as an excuse to cover up wrongdoing. Those words instantly enraged Commander Trin, who almost rushed forward to attack him. The surrounding officials quickly intervened to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. At that moment, someone coldly chuckled and mocked that everyone already knew the real reason. If Yi Ning was removed, the top position among the younger generation would belong to Wang Kai. For a father, that outcome was clearly too tempting. Hearing his hidden motive exposed, Bureau Chief Wang immediately broke into a cold sweat and loudly denied the accusation, claiming it was deliberate defamation. At this point, Lu Tianming slowly raised his hand, signaling that he requested permission to speak. He began by acknowledging Yi Ning's extraordinary talent. In his eyes, Yi Ning was a rare genius with achievements far beyond ordinary people. But he then changed tone, saying Yi Ning's behavior was too dangerous. He brought up a beast tide incident from more than 10 years ago, implying Yi Ning might be walking the same path as that person. Upon hearing this, the commander slammed the table and ordered Lu Tianming to stop immediately, warning him to be careful with what he was implying. Lu Tianming continued forward while speaking, calmly reassuring the commander that he understood the sensitivity of the matter and would not reveal the secret publicly. However, he claimed he had discovered a highly important clue. According to his investigation, before rising to fame in Shangjing, Yi Ning had operated under the identity Yi Lin across multiple dungeons. He asked whether this was really just a coincidence. Just as the meeting reached its peak tension, loud noises suddenly erupted outside the hall, drawing everyone's attention. Lu Tianming remained calm and sneered. He guessed the disturbance was most likely caused by Yi Ning himself, and suggested everyone go outside to see for themselves. When the doors were opened, the first thing they saw was several people lying on the ground after being knocked down. Lu Tianming immediately pointed at Ye Ning and mentioned the legendary gloves and his windblade ability, as if he already had all the evidence in hand. It was clear he had set this trap in advance. Time shifted back a few minutes earlier. Outside the conference hall, Ye Ning had already received a full report from 009. Learning that his teammates had been targeted, he instantly became furious. Fortunately, his mother had already regained consciousness, so it was now time to deal with the people behind everything. He then ordered 009 to temporarily go into hiding and wait for the right moment to act. At that moment, Yi Ning deliberately mocked Lu Tianming, saying the light outside was too strong and not suitable for displaying evidence. It would be better for everyone to go inside and watch it clearly. After the footage finished playing, 009 took the initiative to shut down the projection device. The system also confirmed that all recorded content had been fully displayed. Some people immediately turned to question Lu Tianming. Setting up an ambush right outside the conference hall was clearly unacceptable. Faced with this, he still tried to argue that everything he did was for the interests and safety of Da Xia. He continued dragging the discussion back to the Donghai incident. In his view, although the beast tide was dangerous, it still did not justify destroying an entire region. He insisted Yi Ning acted for personal reasons, and even brought up previous discussions with the commander to strengthen his argument. Just then, a blazing red alert appeared before everyone. The system warned that the Huaxia war zone was about to face an A-class attack, and issued a mission to eliminate the three-pronged colossal sea demon at war zone level. Seeing this notification, everyone in the hall instantly changed expression. This was already a disaster level officially recognized by the system. Even more terrifying, the second beast tide had escalated directly to A-class, something that had never happened since Da Xia was rebuilt. In contrast to everyone's tension, Yi Ning actually laughed. To him, the timing of the alert was perfect, saving him the trouble of further explanation. He then asked the commander if there was still any need for him to prove anything. At that moment, the commander received an urgent call from Fang Hao. The report stated that the scale of the beast tide far exceeded all expectations. Even with maximum troop deployment, the military could not withstand a direct confrontation. Fang Hao added that the soldiers were not afraid of sacrifice, but rushing in now would only cause unnecessary casualties. Fortunately, the spiritual energy node was still holding the sea beasts back, giving civilians time to evacuate safely. After hearing the report, the commander immediately made a decision. The top priority was to protect survivors, abandon Donghai, and withdraw troops according to the evacuation plan. As the truth became clearer, all eyes turned toward Lu Tianming, yet he still stubbornly claimed that Yi Ning's overly accurate predictions were suspicious. Hearing this, Commander Trin could no longer hold back and grabbed him by the collar, angrily asking whether his logic meant all historical heroes who predicted disasters were actually the culprits. Lu Tianming immediately fired back in anger. Seeing the meeting about to descend into chaos, the commander erupted with overwhelming pressure, instantly silencing the entire hall. He declared decisively that there was no need for further argument. In the Donghai incident, Yi Ning was the greatest contributor, and no one could deny that. A nationwide commendation ceremony would be held the next day. However, Yi Ning refused any grand ceremony. A formal report was enough for him. What he truly wanted was permission to personally investigate another matter. While he was fighting at the front lines, someone had gone to his home and targeted his family. Hearing this, Bureau Chief Wang immediately panicked and rushed forward to explain himself. He tried to shift blame onto his subordinates and repeatedly defended his own innocence. But the commander made a decision instantly. Since the case involved serious violations, he handed full investigative authority to Yi Ning. He would also assign a support team, as long as everything was handled within the law. Yi Ning accepted the order and thanked the commander. After the meeting ended, inside a moving vehicle, Bureau Chief Wang could not sit still. He urgently sought help from Lu Tianming, reminding him that they were on the same side, and he had to help him get through this crisis. Hearing this, Lu Tianming looked at him coldly and asked if he was trying to force him into taking action. Bureau Chief Wang quickly lowered his head and denied any intent to threaten him. Lu Tianming remained calm and told him not to panic. After all, the commander had already warned Yi Ning not to cross the line. Whatever came next would be handled in due time. The law was still in place, and he did not believe Yi Ning would dare act recklessly. Moreover, the seed of doubt he had planted earlier was already beginning to take effect. While moving out, 009 asked Yi Ning whether they should go rescue Ming Luo and the others first. He shook his head, believing they needed to apply pressure first. Only by making those behind the scenes feel fear would they willingly reveal what they knew. 009 curiously asked who the first target was. Yi Ning did not hesitate at all. The first person on the list was Bureau Chief Wang. At Bureau Chief Wang's private residence, a flood of evidence was exposed. In just a few years, he had embezzled tens of millions of resource points, even siphoning off subsidies meant for civilians. Yi Ning coldly pointed out that an ordinary family only needed a few dozen points per month. He said bluntly that he had underestimated the man's greed. Faced with the mountain of evidence, Bureau Chief Wang still tried to argue that Yi Ning had no authority to search his home. He even tried to use the commander's name as a shield, but before he could finish, 009 slapped him hard across the face. Yi Ning looked at him with a freezing gaze. In his eyes, someone who drained the people's blood had no right to preach morality. He declared that if he dealt with him today, it would be for the people's sake. Hearing this, Bureau Chief Wang trembled and insisted Yi Ning had no right to sentence him. Yi Ning only asked one question. "When you targeted my mother and sister, did you ever think about the consequences?" Hearing that, Bureau Chief Wang completely broke down. He begged for mercy repeatedly, promising he would do anything if allowed to live. Seeing this, Yi Ning gave his condition. If he revealed the mastermind behind everything, he would consider sparing him. He emphasized that even if he stayed silent, the truth would eventually come out, but cooperation might still save his life. At this point, Bureau Chief Wang realized he was nothing more than a disposable pawn. In his mind, he recalled Lu Tianming's words. He suddenly understood that the other party had never intended to save him. In fact, he might even have planned to use his death to push Yi Ning into conflict with higher authorities. The silence from the commander's side only deepened his sense of abandonment. In the end, he chose to confess everything. The mastermind was Lu Tianming. All the resources taken from Yi Ning's home had been transferred to him. Bureau Chief Wang admitted he acted for promised benefits for his son. He also revealed the fuel incident around Donghai and many other secrets tied to Lu Tianming. After hearing everything, Yi Ning nodded in satisfaction. He ordered 009 to record the full confession and forced Bureau Chief Wang to sign it before releasing him. He deliberately emphasized the word release so 009 would understand his intent. As for the seized assets, Yi Ning announced they would be temporarily taken over. After investigation, everything would be returned or redistributed according to regulations. After finishing the matter, he called his sister. She quickly answered and asked what was going on. Yi Ning calmly told Xiao An that when dealing with people who bullied others, she must never show mercy. For such people, deception did not even count as wrongdoing. Meanwhile, at Lu Tianming's residence, he was enjoying a brief moment of relaxation with a beautiful woman, trying to vent the frustration from the day. But at that moment, a subordinate rushed in panic. The scene inside made the man blush with embarrassment. Lu Tianming flew into a rage and threw a teacup directly at the messenger. He demanded to know what had happened. The subordinate tremblingly reported that Bureau Chief Wang was dead. Many of their people had been arrested by Yi Ning, and that his next target seemed to be this very place. Hearing this, Lu Tianming's expression changed drastically. He claimed Yi Ning had gone completely insane. If this continued, the entire system and military order would collapse. He immediately ordered the report be sent to the commander. However, after speaking, he felt something was wrong. The commander had already assigned surveillance over Yi Ning, so it was impossible they were unaware. That thought made him even more uneasy. His top priority now was to seek backing from his higher support. At the same time, outside the Lu residence, the captured men were being escorted away. Yi Ning ordered them to be paraded through major streets, especially past Lu Tianming's house, and for the entire confession to be broadcast live so the public could see the truth. Team leader Wang Hai stepped forward to stop him, saying the higher-ups had already made enough concessions. But Yi Ning's current actions were far too extreme and showed blatant disregard for military and legal order. Yi Ning only gave a cold laugh. He asked when those people framed him and tried to destroy him, who had called it excessive. When they ignored the lives of millions of survivors who had spoken up then, he declared that everything happening now was only the beginning. What others called too extreme had not even truly begun yet. Immediately after, Yi Ning unleashed his full spiritual power, engulfing the entire city. Yi Ning's voice echoed everywhere like thunder as he directly called out Lu Tianming, demanding he step out and face him. Standing in the middle of the city, Yi Ning shouted Lu Tianming's name and called him a coward hiding behind others. As he roared, he unleashed waves of fire attacks toward the building where Lu Tianming was hiding. Yi Ning had already planned this. Since he chose to publicly reveal his dungeon-related power to save Ming-La and the others, he would use the shockwave it created to his advantage. The more the world was shaken, the stronger his position became. Only by pushing the beast-tide conflict and his enemies to the extreme could he bring Lu Tianming down. For him, this was no longer politics, but a race against time for humanity's survival. Yi Ning continued projecting his voice with psychic power across the city. He kept issuing challenges, demanding Lu Tianming come out instead of hiding. Inside the sea of flames, Lu Tianming finally emerged. Hearing the insults echoing through the city, his face turned extremely dark. Yi Ning's public psychic broadcast made him feel a humiliation he had never experienced before. His rage surged so violently that he wanted to rush out and kill Yi Ning immediately. But someone beside him quickly stopped him, warning that this was clearly a provoked trap. If he engaged now, victory was not guaranteed. Worse, Yi Ning still had Do 9 protecting him. In the end, Lu Tianming swallowed his anger. He decided to leave first to meet his backer. Once everything was arranged, he would make sure Yi Ning had no path to survival. At the military conference hall in the capital, another meeting was underway. High-ranking officials asked Yi Ning to sit down and speak properly since there were no outsiders present. They believed things had gone too far. If Yi Ning continued pushing, even those supporting him would no longer be able to protect him. Yi Ning said nothing and placed a document on the table. It was the dying confession of Wang Shicheng, clearly stating that everything was orchestrated by Lu Tianming. He asked whether they truly did not know or were pretending not to see it. A senior leader sighed and explained that even the commander's secretary was not allowed to attend Today's meeting. This showed their sincerity in speaking with him. They hoped Ye Ning would stop using such a sarcastic tone. Another official reminded him that since the dungeon conflict incident, they had openly supported Yi Ning. He also wanted to deal with Lu Tianming, but the timing was not right, and they could not drag the commander into the situation. After careful consideration, they decided to reveal some information that Yi Ning was not officially cleared to know. According to them, Lu Tianming was backed by a massive hidden network of forces. Even the commander had to be cautious. If they truly uprooted it, Great Xia could fall into civil war instantly. Neighboring countries were watching closely, waiting for an opportunity. Even if the commander's side won, outside forces would be the ultimate beneficiaries. Because of this, it was not that they did not want to act, but the current situation did not allow it. With disaster approaching, unity was the priority. Regarding Yi Ning's family matter, they asked him to endure for now. As for Lu Tianming, they could restrict his power, demote him, or isolate him, but they could not simply kill him. Yi Ning fell into deep silence after hearing everything. In the end, he nodded and thanked them for their trust, saying he understood their difficulties. But if Lu Tianming could not be executed directly, then he would choose another path. Yi Ning proposed a public life and death duel. According to the old commission rules, members could challenge each other for positions based on strength, and he intended to use that clause. Upon hearing this, a leader immediately lost his temper. He said Yi Ning did not understand the situation at all. Those rules were outdated, and challenging Lu Tianming was pure naivety. Lu Tianming did not reach his position through tricks, but through real strength. Yi Ning remained calm and simply asked, "So what?" That answer only made the leader even more furious. He stated that Lu Tianming's strength was nearly on par with his own. A Tier 3 early stage like Yi Ning had no chance at all. Potential and real combat power were completely different things. As he spoke, his overwhelming aura pressed down, shaking the tables and chairs violently. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the commander quickly stepped in to ease the situation. He told the furious leader to calm down and explained to Ye Ning that everything they said came from concern for his future and for Great Xia. Yi Ning let out a light laugh and slowly raised his hand to resist the pressure bearing down on him. He said their reasoning was understandable, but far too cautious. In the next moment, an even more terrifying aura erupted from his body, shaking the entire hall. Seeing this, several people changed expression and shouted whether he intended to openly oppose the entire system. Yi Ning calmly raised a terrifying hypothesis. What if humanity's true enemy was not cults or external forces, but a far greater catastrophe? What if the East Sea incident was only the beginning, followed by a rank and rank beast tides erupting everywhere? And if one day Tier 4 mutated beings flooded the cities, would humanity still have any chance of survival? If disaster struck too fast for preparation, what would the outcome be? His words fell like an alarm bell, plunging the room into silence. The idea of Tier 4 mutated beings wiping out humanity sounded absurd, and someone could not help but ask if Yi Ning had lost his mind. They also demanded to know why he would reach such a terrifying conclusion. Yi Ning replied calmly, asking if they would believe him, if he said he could see the future. That unexpected answer left everyone unable to respond. At that moment, the commander's phone suddenly rang. One look at the caller ID told him trouble had arrived. Yi Ning silently guessed that the person on the other end was likely the mysterious old chief of the ultimate mother body. As soon as the call connected, the voice on the other side teased that Xiao Li was still working so late. It seemed the position of commander was not an easy seat to hold. He even implied that if it was too much, he should pass it to the younger generation. The commander laughed and replied that he was only 60, still strong enough to eat 8 bowls of rice per meal. At this age, he still had the strength to serve Great Xia. The old chief cut the small talk and went straight to the point. He had heard that a genius had recently acted extremely arrogantly. However, he did not intend to punish the genius himself, since talented individuals deserved special treatment. But those under him who broke laws and discipline still had to be punished accordingly. Outside, Lu Tianming also added that if they truly followed the law, then Ming Luo, Chen Kailai, Xiao Hai, and the others would all face death sentences. The commander immediately promised he would handle the matter carefully. Hearing this, the old chief warned once again not to let a genius shake the foundation of Great Xia. He also specifically warned them not to let the tragedy involving a genius from 14 years ago happen again. After hearing the full conversation, Yi Ning became even more curious. The old chief always wore a mask, and his voice sounded like it had been processed by a device. From his tone, Yi Ning could tell that 2 factions were currently maintaining a fragile balance. The story of a genius from 14 years ago also caught his attention. After the call ended, the commander looked at Yi Ning and said he must have heard everything clearly. If he wanted to save Ming Luo and the others, he would have to release Lu Tianming. The decision was now in his hands, because a wrong move could bring disaster to Great Xia. Yi Ning asked in return, if he had a way to reduce pressure on the border, would they still need to face this impossible choice? His words left everyone stunned. He then revealed that he had obtained the authority of the Zombie Kingdom dungeon. Just one sentence shocked all 3 leaders. They could hardly believe their ears. Dungeon authority was something that only existed in legends. What kind of power level was that? Yi Ning explained that this was supreme authority. All resources and technology inside the dungeon were under his control. Every resident inside had to obey his orders. Even the operational rules of the dungeon could be rewritten by him. After hearing this, all 3 leaders fell into complete silence. Then came an explosive reaction. In their eyes, this was a legendary rule-level power. Possessing it was like obtaining an unimaginable treasure. Seeing their overreaction, Yi Ning pulled the conversation back to the main point. He directly asked whether this was enough to resolve the internal conflicts and pressure, and demanded a clear answer. The commander took several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. After a moment, half excited and half scolding, he said this so-called genius was simply too monstrous. He then declared that he would state his position immediately. Seeing the commander growing more and more excited, Yi Ning instinctively stepped back to keep some distance. Not only the commander, but the other 2 leaders also rushed forward with excited expressions. In their eyes, rule-level authority was basically a strategic weapon. It could wipe out countless Tier 3 experts from foreign factions without effort. Only now did they understand why Yi Ning had been able to dominate the dungeon so freely. One of them even tried to grab Yi Ning in excitement, forcing him to quickly stop them. After everyone finally calmed down, the commander made a decision. Ming Luo and the others would be released early the next morning, and they would also receive promotions and salary increases. Hearing this, Yi Ning asked about the life-and-death duel between him and Lu Tianming. The commander looked at him seriously and advised that, for his own safety, he should not continue with that battle. Yi Ning did not change his stance. He said the duel with Lu Tianming was still 3 months away. That time would be enough for him to increase his strength and secure victory. It would also give Great Xia time to prepare for internal changes. In 2 months, he planned to open the opposing dungeon to eliminate a large number of foreign forces and reduce external pressure. Hearing this, the commander could only sigh. So this was why Yi Ning acted so aggressively. He was not reckless at all. Every move had already been calculated in advance. The commander then seriously asked whether Yi Ning truly possessed the ability to see the future. Yi Ning did not answer directly, only saying that people could choose to believe it or not. He then asked back what the commander would do if it were true. The commander laughed and said that if someone could truly see the future, he would willingly hand over responsibility to the younger generation. After all, he was no longer young. He analyzed that Yi Ning had correctly predicted the East Sea incident and even obtained legendary dungeon authority. Just those 2 achievements alone made him hard to doubt. If the future was truly as grim as Yi Ning described, then Great Xia no longer had time to slowly resolve every issue. Hearing this, Yi Ning suddenly felt that perhaps he was not as alone in this era as he once thought. Suddenly remembering the earlier phone call, he asked about the identity of the old chief and what had happened 14 years ago. The commander said in a low voice that it was a topic almost forbidden in Great Xia. 14 years ago, a genius appeared whose background and rise were very similar to Yi Ning. She came from humble origins, had outstanding talent, and quickly became Great Xia's hope. But after a secret trip to the East Sea, she suddenly betrayed the nation. That woman even attempted to assassinate the previous commander, who was now the old chief. The assassination failed, and she was eliminated. The old chief was severely injured and stepped down, allowing the current commander to take his place. Even more troubling, that genius shared the name Yi Lin. Yi Ning could not help but be shocked. He did not expect such a strange coincidence. The commander nodded in confirmation. Although it sounded absurd, many people had once suspected there might be some connection between Yi Ning and Yi Lin from the past. Countless thoughts flashed through Yi Ning's mind. The other person's style of action was very similar to his. Was she also a reincarnator or just a coincidence? The East Sea had already begun experiments 14 years ago. Could the assassination have been because Yi Lin discovered that secret? If so, the old chief's true identity became even more suspicious. Thinking of this, he continued asking about the real reason Yi Lin tried to assassinate the old chief. He also asked whether the old chief had always worn a mask and cloak, like he does now. The commander replied that the assassination reason was classified as personal, so no one dared investigate further. As for the strange outfit, it only appeared after the incident 14 years ago, when he was severely injured. Yi Ning pressed further, asking if anyone had ever seen the old chief's face after his injury. The commander immediately realized what he was suspecting. However, Yi Ning still insisted that he answer first, and he would explain later. That question made the commander recall something that had happened many years ago. He explained that a servant from the old commander's household once suddenly went insane and fled. The man kept shouting that the old commander was not human. Not long after, he died, so no one took those seemingly delusional words seriously. Hearing this, Yi Ning immediately confirmed that his suspicion had almost been validated. He said the real cause behind every beast-tide outbreak was gene fusion experiments between humans and sea beasts. Everything was tied to the mother entity behind the scenes. Yi Ning further revealed that there were currently two mother entities. One was Li Li, still incomplete in development. The other was the old commander himself, the true initiator of the secret research project. Everyone present fell into complete shock. He emphasized that the current beast tide was actually insignificant compared to what was coming. When the next wave arrived, it would break through the spiritual storm defense line and directly threaten the capital. Just that alone made the old commander a target that had to be eliminated. One of them immediately asked whether the old commander knew he was the cause of the beast tides. Yi Ning said he hoped the answer was no, because if he knew and still continued, things would be far more terrifying. What worried him most was the possibility that the old commander not only understood everything, but could even control future beast tides. After all, a being altered by such genetic transformation could hardly still be considered human. After hearing the full analysis, everyone changed their stance. Some directly declared support for Yi Ning. Compared to the looming threat over humanity, political struggles no longer mattered. If conflict was inevitable, it was better to resolve it sooner. In the end, everyone agreed to bring the matter onto the official agenda immediately. Yi Ning stated that the next 3 months would be the decisive period. If they wanted to secure victory in the coming confrontation, preparations had to begin now. The senior leaders would handle the overall strategy, while he would fully focus on breaking through to peak Tier 3 in the shortest time possible. When the duel with Lu Tianming arrived, it would also mark the true beginning of a larger war. Hearing this, everyone found it hard to believe. Jumping from early Tier 3 to peak in just 3 months sounded like fantasy. Normally, it would take over a decade or even decades. Yi Ning calmly asked how long it took an ordinary person to reach Tier 3 from awakening, and how long he himself had taken. The group was instantly speechless. With Yi Ning's speed, normal standards clearly did not apply. He said that with sufficient resources, 3 months was entirely possible. In the end, they could only agree and asked him to state his resource requirements. Back at his residence, Yi Ning looked at the massive pile of resources in front of him and began cultivating. He sensed that once he absorbed the high-grade spirit essence, he would be close to breaking through to mid-tier 3. However, he remained cautious, knowing that a strong foundation at the early stage would make the path ahead much smoother. While he was absorbing energy, the system suddenly issued a notification. The Arank Sea Beast invasion event had been completed. The survivor rate reached 98.31%, and the current threat level of sea beasts had dropped significantly. The final evaluation was SSS rank, with rewards including epic-grade spiritual energy liquid, 1,000 reputation points, and an additional Arank Awakening token. Seeing the rewards, Yi Ning understood that the civilians' evacuation had gone very smoothly. Higher reputation would make it easier to build influence in the future. The spiritual energy liquid could also be handed to Sun Licheng to support his supernatural research project. He then turned his attention to the final special reward. The item information quickly appeared. It was an epic-grade awakening token, a on-team-use item. Once activated, it would summon sea beasts, or mutated entities, from a designated ocean region to attack the surrounding area. The type of creature depended on the local sea zone, with the highest possible strength reaching peak Tier 3. The description stated that it could awaken a deep-sea horror. After reading it, Yi Ning's eyes lit up. With this item, he essentially had another powerful strategic card. If neighboring countries caused trouble, he could directly retaliate using sea beasts. Combined with his dungeon authority, his ability to suppress external forces increased even further. After finishing arrangements, Yi Ning called Uncle Xiao, Uncle Chen, and Uncle Wang to check on their situation. On the other end, good news came one after another. Not only were they safe, but they had also received military promotion orders. According to the new adjustment of the North China War Zone, the 3 major safe zones around Tianfeng were merged into the Tianfeng War Zone. One of them was promoted to colonel and took over a much larger area of control, including the Zhenjiang safe zone. The capital also granted them the opportunity to break through to mid-tier 3. The other person was appointed Director of External Resources for the North China War Zone, with authority far beyond his previous position as Chamber of Commerce President. He could not hide his emotions and said choosing to side with Ye Ning was the smartest investment of his life. As for Ming Luo, he also received many rewards but had already left to handle other matters, only asking others to pass on his thanks. Hearing this, Ye Ning was satisfied with the outcome. One person emotionally said that Yi Ning not only saved their lives, but also opened up a vast future for them. Clearly, he had put in immense effort behind the scenes. Yi Ning then looked at Commander Chen and presented 2 options. Either he would become the supreme commander of the North China battlefield, or Chen Yong would take that position. As for himself, Yi Ning hoped to lead a newly formed military corps. He explained that this new unit was a special force dedicated to independent combat missions. In simple terms, it would be his own direct faction. After some thought, the other party finally agreed to Yi Ning's arrangement. The establishment of a new corps and an independent power structure marked a major turning point. From this moment on, Yi Ning's path toward becoming commander-in-chief had officially opened. A new era also seemed to be emerging. Elsewhere, at Research Institute No. 7, Yi Ning brought Sun Licheng to a secret laboratory prepared specifically for him. Yi Ning said that from manpower to equipment, as long as a list was provided, the institute would fully support it. Hearing this, Sun Licheng was completely stunned. He could hardly believe what he was hearing. Someone who was once just a janitor was now being given an independent laboratory. He even wondered if Yi Ning had mistaken him for someone else. But Yi Ning immediately proved it was real through action. With a gesture, numerous research staff walked out. All of them respectfully greeted Sun Licheng and stated that whatever he needed, Research Institute No. 7 would fully cooperate. Seeing what Yi Ning had given him, Sun Licheng's eyes turned red. Years of suppressed emotions finally erupted. He recalled the years when he was ridiculed and looked down upon. In their eyes, a cleaning staff dreaming of scientific research was nothing but a joke. Some even mocked his idea of using spiritual energy in industry and applying it to the human body as more ridiculous than forcing someone to drink sand. They even told him to just buy a cleaning robot and disappear with it. But now everything was different. Yi Ning not only provided resources, but also placed complete trust in him. This deeply moved Sun Licheng. Yi Ning believed his project would shake the scientific world and even change it entirely. Hearing this, Sun Licheng could only sincerely thank him. Immediately after, he entered a state of full focus work. The supernatural plan officially began, and a large number of specialized research devices were requested for immediate preparation. Watching Sun Licheng regain his passion, Yi Ning felt satisfied. This was the true state of a real researcher. After returning, Ye Ning was approached by a staff member reporting on 2 items he had previously requested investigation on: the human face collection and the core of the abyssal demon. Yi Ning immediately asked for their whereabouts. The staff said the human face collection was currently in the hands of Ying Long, leader of the Blood Shadow Corps in the far frontier region. As for the core of the abyssal demon, no one truly possessed it, but many legends about it circulated in that region. He further asked whether the military could assist in retrieving the human face collection. The other party shook his head. The far frontier had a special environment with many independent private forces. The Blood Shadow Corps was practically the local hegemon and did not obey military command. Forcing a takeover could easily trigger war and cause massive civilian casualties. Hearing this, Ye Ning understood the situation. After thanking the informant, he began thinking. Upgrading the Sword God system required these materials. Moreover, internal military power struggles were about to begin, so few would have the time to care about the far frontier. After weighing everything, he decided to go there himself. He would retrieve the human face collection and search for the core of the abyssal demon. This trip would also be an opportunity to temper his strength and solidify his Tier 3 foundation. If he could absorb local forces along the way, it would be even better. Meanwhile, in a secret military training room, Lu Tianming stood among his trusted subordinates. He felt somewhat confused. Commander Li Xuanguo not only did not make things difficult for him, but also rewarded him generously. This suggested the old chief still held some influence. But if that was the case, why did he release Yi Ning's subordinates and still allow the life and death duel with Yi Ning to proceed? A man behind the old commander quickly formed a theory. He believed this was actually a good opportunity. Targets that were hard to touch before could now be eliminated openly. Li Xuanguo still seemed haunted by past events, so he could not act personally. Yi Ning stepping in at this moment allowed him to use an indirect hand to solve the problem. He then asked Lu Tianming whether he lacked confidence in killing Yi Ning. Lu Tianming let out a cold laugh. For a Tier 3 peak like him, killing that target would be no different from crushing an ant. However, Lu Tianming still remained cautious. Despite his words, he had heard plenty about Yi Ning's performance during the Beast Tide. He had also not fought seriously for a long time, so he could not afford carelessness. Over the next 3 months, he decided to intensify his training to handle any unexpected situations. After speaking, he rushed into the training zone and went on a rampage against the simulation robots. In an instant, the machines were reduced to scrap metal. Lu Tianming felt his body heat up with excitement. He even planned to enter the Gate of Hell dungeon the next day to regain peak combat form. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in with urgent news. Yi Ning had left the area and was heading toward Yuanjiang Frontier. Hearing the words Yuanjiang Frontier, Lu Tianming's mouth curled into a meaningful smile. He laughed with interest and immediately ordered someone to be summoned. Not long after, a woman named Lin Lan appeared and respectfully asked why she had been called. Lu Tianming directly ordered her to go to Yuanjiang Frontier and kill Ye Ning. Lin Lan showed clear hesitation. It was not that she refused, but her current strength made the mission nearly impossible. Seeing this, Lu Tianming smiled deeply. He said killing did not always require brute force. Sometimes, it only required the right opportunity, such as approaching the target when he was off guard and striking instantly. Before ending the conversation, he revealed a shocking piece of information. He brought up the old grudge between Lin Lan and Yi Lin, then claimed that Yi Ning was actually Yi Lin. Lin Lan's expression changed instantly. In her memory, Yi Lin had only been Tier 2 back then, while Yi Ning was now on an entirely different level. The two could not possibly be the same person. Lu Tianming only gave a faint smile and said she would know the answer once they met. Lin Lan felt the mission was far more difficult than expected. If Yi Ning was truly Yi Lin, then getting close would not be easy. But in Lu Tianming's eyes, it did not matter. A suitable disguise tool would be enough. Seeing Lin Lan still hesitate, Lu Tianming suddenly grabbed her by the throat. His voice turned extremely cold. He had no interest in explaining things to women. Even if it meant dragging himself down, Yi Ning had to be destroyed. If he could not kill him, then he must at least cripple him. He then used Lin Lan's younger sister as leverage. If the mission failed, her sister would be the first to suffer. Under this pressure, Lin Lan could only grit her teeth and agree. After assigning the mission, Lu Tianming was in a relaxed mood. Success or failure did not matter to him. Either outcome would still be entertaining. Meanwhile, Yi Ning had already arrived at Yuanjiang Frontier. The guide reported that moving further southwest would enter the territory of the Blood Shadow Corps. Most regular military forces were still stationed at the Tarim border. Therefore, they suggested landing outside the Kanglang safe zone and proceeding carefully inward. Yi Ning silently thought it over. He did not expect such a massive private force to exist between central military control and the frontier borderlands. In his past memories, he had never been here, only vaguely recalling that a major uprising would break out here next year. Yi Ning continued asking about the Kanglang safe zone. He remembered it had existed for over 2 decades and wanted to know the strength of its leader. Military envoy Huang Yuanhao, a Tier 3 mid-rank, immediately explained. Kanglang was an extremely large safe zone. Although its population was not the densest, it still had over 8.6 million residents. According to military records, it had 3 major awakened corps, with over 200,000 Tier 2 awakeners and 31 Tier 3 strong fighters. He continued that the ruler of this region had already reached Tier 3 high rank 17 years ago, and his current strength remained unknown. Mu La's father had also been Tier 3 high rank for over 40 years. In addition, the region was famous for a special mineral formed from the River of Dark Fate. This material was extremely hard and commonly used to forge spiritual equipment. Due to its strategic location, it also served as a major trade hub between Yuanjiang frontier and the inner mainland. Based on these factors, Huang Yuanhao suggested they disguise themselves as a merchant convoy to enter the city and avoid drawing attention. Having been stationed here for years, he understood the local rules well. Yi Ning agreed immediately and thanked him for the support. Yi Ning also understood one thing clearly. What was recorded on paper was only the surface. The true power of Yuanjiang frontier was far more terrifying. If he wanted what he needed, he had to keep accelerating his cultivations instead of acting recklessly. Soon after, the group arrived at the gate of Kanglang safe zone. Guards shouted continuously, forcing everyone into orderly lines. Anyone who tried to cut in was threatened with immediate punishment. Disguised among the group, Ye Ning quietly observed the surroundings. Unlike inland safe zones where stalls sold snacks near the gates, this place was different. Most vendors here dealt in weapons and combat gear. As the convoy was about to pass through the gate, guards suddenly stopped them and demanded an entry fee. Yi Ning showed surprise. In theory, merchants and Tier 2 awakeners should not be treated this way, but the guard only sneered. In his eyes, merchants were meant to pay, and Tier 2s were worthless here. He mocked them as if they knew nothing about Yuanjiang frontier rules. Sensing trouble, one member quickly stepped forward to apologize, saying they were first-time visitors and unaware of the rules, then paid the fee. But the guard still refused to let it go and continued cursing without restraint. After taking the money, the guard's expression suddenly changed. He noticed the identification mark on their goods and realized they were linked to the military and the capital. Immediately, he called over security forces to surround them. In their eyes, people from the capital were not respected, only potential targets for rewards. In moments, the area was sealed off. Yi Ning turned to Huang Yuanhao and asked what was happening. Huang Yuanhao sighed, saying he had not been back for years and did not expect such chaos. However, if they acted before entering the city, things would only become more complicated. At that moment, Yening received a message from an acquaintance. The sender said he already knew Yening was coming to Yuanjiang frontier and had arranged support in advance. If trouble arose, mentioning the name Tong Hei would be enough. Yening could not help but laugh, realizing the man had prepared everything carefully. He immediately tried it. Yi Ning said their convoy was here to deliver goods to Tong Hai. Hearing the name, the guard was briefly surprised and asked if he meant the supply department chief. But his attitude quickly became even more aggressive, ordering them to surrender immediately. Without waiting for a response, he drew his weapon and struck down. Yan Ning narrowly dodged the attack in time. Just as the situation reached a breaking point, another person rushed in and shouted for everyone to stop. The newcomer introduced himself as someone from Tianlong Safe Zone, Tong Hai from the supply office. He immediately scolded the guards for daring to touch his guests. Even when the guards showed capital identification cards, Tong Hai did not care. Most of his clients were major merchant groups, so visitors from the capital were nothing unusual to him. After resolving the situation, Tong Hai quickly apologized to Ye Xiao and promised a proper reception that night to make up for the trouble. On the way, he curiously asked about their identities and why capital military personnel were treated so harshly upon arrival. Tong Hai openly explained he was not part of the military. He only helped because he once received a favor from Fang Hao and thus supported anyone connected to him. According to him, the military's influence here was nearly gone. Not long ago, they had clashed with several major forces and suffered heavy losses. Hearing this, Ye Xiao became even more aware of the need to hide his identity and stay cautious. The conversation paused as they headed toward Tianlang Hall. Along the way, Tong Hai hinted at the most valuable resources of post-apocalyptic Yuanjiang frontier. Soon after, they arrived at a massive and luxurious building. Seeing the interior, Ye Xiao was also shocked. The investment here was enormous. Even rare battlefield equipment was being used as air conditioning devices. a female manager named Ka Na stepped forward to greet them. Tong Hai immediately instructed her to use the highest reception standards and not make any mistakes with the guests. Ka Na smiled and mentioned that a new batch of goods had just arrived, inviting Ye Xiao to take a look that night. After realizing Yi Xiao had noticed she was a spirit-type awakener, the woman openly expressed goodwill. Tong Hai half-jokingly introduced that this place offered many options worth experiencing before making any decisions. However, Ye Xiao showed no interest in entertainment and instead requested a private place to talk first. After entering a soundproof private room with a barrier, Tong Hai said Ye Xiao could ask anything. Ye Xiao immediately brought up the conflict between the military and local factions. Tong Hai explained that the two sides had cooperated well in the past, but over the last 2 months, the military demanded that safe zones send many strong fighters to defend the borders, which caused strong dissatisfaction among local leaders. In their view, when the apocalypse first broke out, the military failed to protect the region, so why should they now be forced to contribute forces? Hearing this, Uncle Huang immediately objected, citing the Takan Desert incident where the military once saved an entire region from destruction. He continued by mentioning countless soldiers who had fallen over the years, from the hardest early days to battles against monsters, arguing that their sacrifices could not be dismissed by rumors alone. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Ye Xiao stepped in to calm things down. Uncle Huang quickly apologized, admitting his emotions had taken over as he remembered fallen comrades. Tong Hai also apologized sincerely, noting how complicated the situation was. He admitted that he had grown up hearing mostly negative stories about the military, which shaped his views, and then drank a cup of wine as self-punishment. Observing the conversation, Ye Xiao realized the mindset of this generation had been influenced for a long time. Controlling this region would be far more difficult than he had expected. Yi Xiao shifted the topic, stating that he did not come to Yuanjiang frontier on behalf of the military, but for a personal goal. What he needed was a high-level document called the Human Face Collection, currently held by Ying Long, the Blood Shadow Corps commander. Hearing this, Tong Hai immediately shook his head. In his view, it was nearly impossible, as Ying Long had already reached Tier 3 peak 17 years ago. The Blood Shadow Corps currently controlled 3 major safe zones, 16 strongholds, and a highly important spirit energy mine. The Human Face Collection was also one of Ying Long's early famous spoils of war, so there was no reason for him to sell it. Yi Xiao still did not give up, and asked whether Tong Hai could help arrange a meeting with Ying Long to negotiate an exchange of resources. Unfortunately, even Tong Hai did not have the authority to meet such a figure directly. However, he still revealed one piece of information. Recently, Ying Long had been paying attention to a newly appeared dungeon, though its exact location was unknown. Hearing this, Ye Xiao immediately thought of a famous dungeon from his past life, one that was said to contain legendary equipment. If Ying Long truly went there, it might be a rare opportunity to approach the Human Face Collection inside the dungeon. After finishing the serious talk, Tong Hai changed his expression to excitement and said it was time for the honored guest to enjoy the most famous services of Tianlong Hall. He clapped his hands, and a group of carefully selected female dancers entered the room one after another. The women quickly surrounded the reception area, creating a lively and luxurious atmosphere. While dancing, raised their glasses and approached Ye Xiao, gently inviting him to drink. One of the women even sat down beside him, making Yi Xiao slightly awkward. The woman continued using seductive movements to please the honored guest. The distance between them kept getting closer. Sensing things were getting out of control, Ye Xiao quickly stepped aside and politely refused. Tong Hai assumed Ye Xiao was dissatisfied with the service and was about to have the woman removed. But Ye Xiao explained he was only worried that he might accidentally hurt ordinary people with his strength. In his mind, he also thought he had to maintain his current image and absolutely could not expose any weakness. Hearing this, Tong Hai laughed and assumed young people simply enjoyed new experiences. He immediately changed plans and ordered his subordinates to invite Lady Blood Oath, a Tier 3 awakener. The name shocked Yi Xiao. Tong Hai confirmed that Blood Oath was not an entertainment product, but a true Tier 3 awakener. Her strength might even surpass ordinary experts, and her exceptional beauty made her extremely rare. Yi Xiao asked why someone like her would be brought here. Tong Hai explained that he also valued her highly, but Blood Oath had always been proud and never submitted to anyone. Not only had the leaders of various safe zones failed to approach her, even Ying Long had taken special interest in her. In fact, her current name was personally given by him. At that moment, a report came from outside announcing that Lady Blood Oath had arrived. The moment Yi Xiao saw the person walk in, he froze on the spot. Tang Hai laughed, saying that reaction was exactly the same as his own back then. However, he also reminded him that being able to simply talk normally with Blood Oath was already difficult enough. Yi Xiao quickly regained his composure and asked Tang Hai to give up his seat so he could observe Blood Oath more closely. Hearing this request, Tang Hai laughed and stood up to move aside. In his eyes, this was just normal youthful curiosity. Sitting in another corner, Tang Hai observed quietly. He thought Ye Xiao had only been pretending to stay calm earlier and was now finally showing his true nature, so he waited to see what would happen next. The woman gently bowed in greeting. Ye Xiao responded in a rather polite manner. He invited her to sit beside him, even deliberately pointing to the seat next to him, as if to observe her more closely. Blood Oath immediately remarked that his behavior was a bit abrupt. Yi Xiao casually asked back whether others had ever treated her the same way. Outside, 09 immediately showed a wary attitude, even issuing a threat if Blood Oath had any suspicious intentions. Huang Yuanhao felt the pressure radiating from the situation and was deeply shocked. In his eyes, Ye Ning was playing an extremely dangerous game. Blood Oath quickly softened her tone to calm things down. Yi Xiao also signaled 009 to relax, emphasizing that there was no hostility between them. After the tension eased, Blood Oath finally sat down. Yi Xiao then said he felt like he had met her somewhere before. Half joking, he asked whether that encounter was in a dream or from another lifetime. Hearing the suggestive remark, Blood Oath smiled and replied that Ye Xiao not only had outstanding looks, but also knew how to please people. She raised her glass in a gesture of acquaintance and drank with him. The scene left Tang Hai wide-eyed in shock. He had once paid a huge price just to share a single toast with her, yet Ye Xiao was treated completely differently on their first meeting. But in reality, Ye Xiao had already seen through her identity. Even if disguises could change appearance, familiar energy signatures could not fool him. The person in front of him was Lin Lin from the Blood Wolf breeding squad. He immediately speculated that the real Blood Oath might no longer be here, and Lin Lin was using this identity to get close to him. So he decided to pretend ignorance and wait for a chance to investigate later. Yi Xiao smiled and responded to the wine introduction, praising its flavor as truly special. But right after that, he shifted the topic, implying that the one who caught his attention more than the wine was the woman in front of him. Before Blood Oath could react, Ye Xiao moved closer. He deliberately acted eager, making her slightly surprised. Blood Oath joked that she was afraid his female guards might deal with her. Yi Xiao casually replied, with a confident, teasing remark. Seeing this scene, the people outside could only silently mock their earlier assumptions. Meanwhile, Lin Lin coldly calculated her next move. According to her plan, once the guards around him were eliminated, dealing with Ye Xiao would become much easier. Soon after, the two of them returned to a private room. Ye Xiao continued his flirtatious persona, deliberately teasing her to test her reactions. Blood Oath did not let the conversation go too far, and suggested bathing and resting first, also telling him to remove his equipment for comfort. However, Ye Xiao still leaned in closer, shrinking the distance between them. He even suggested that if they were going to bathe, she should go first. Blood Oath replied that she preferred things to proceed slowly, and the current pace was too rushed. Yi Xiao's continuous teasing made her feel uneasy, and she eventually turned and walked inside. As she walked, Lin Lin reminded herself to stay calm and not let him control her emotions. She noticed her body reacting strangely, as if still affected by painful memories from the past. Thinking back, she once went to Lu Tianming in exchange for survival, and had long forced herself to abandon many things. Even though she was still shaken inside, she knew that if she failed the mission, Xiao Yu would be in danger. The only thing she could do now was hope everything ended smoothly, and that Lu Tianming would keep his promise. While calming herself, Lin Lin decided to continue making the target drop his guard for now. After all, she still had a small energy bomb hidden on her, and as long as she found the right moment to activate it, everything would end together with her. Lying on the bed and thinking it over, Ye Xiao felt something was off. He did not believe Lin Lin truly had any goodwill toward him. If she was not planning to attack with hidden equipment, then she was likely preparing a more desperate, last-resort method. But given her survival-driven personality in the past, such a choice could only come from coercion. Yi Xiao quickly connected this to Lu Tianming's faction. In his view, only that group had the ability to track him and set up such a detailed plan. However, before dealing with Lin Lin, he still wanted to locate the real Blood Oath to get closer to Ying Long. Not long after, Lin Lin walked out from inside and reported that she was ready. Seeing her current appearance, Ye Xiao deliberately teased her a few times, making the atmosphere even more strange. He continued saying that, at the very least, she should remove some of the unnecessary outer layers. Lin casually agreed, thinking everything was still going according to her plan. But at that moment, Ye Xiao suddenly restrained her arm, instantly putting her on alert. He continued speaking, in a vague tone to distract her. Then he took out a special item from his storage space. In an instant, Lin was tightly restrained. She still forced herself to stay calm and continued acting as if nothing had happened. Thinking she was about to achieve her goal, she even urged him forward to prolong the act. However, Ye Xiao's next move was completely beyond her expectations. He calmly explained that the equipment he wore had extremely strong defensive capabilities, enough to counter any suicidal methods she might be preparing. Hearing this, Lin's expression changed immediately. After fully controlling her, Ye Xiao no longer bothered to play along and directly called out her real name. He said he had already sensed a familiar aura from the moment they met, and the killing intent she briefly revealed earlier only confirmed his suspicion. Under Lin's shock, Ye Xiao reminded her that he had never been an ordinary Tier 3 like others assumed. He further analyzed that self-destruction at this point would only amount to suicide. If she wanted to live, she should honestly explain everything, starting with whether Lu Tianming was the one behind this. Lin asked to be loosened first before speaking. Ye Xiao agreed but warned her not to try anything. In the end, she admitted that Lu Tianming was the one who sent her. However, when mentioning him, she remained extremely wary. This made Ye Xiao realize the man must be holding something far more important than her life. In response to the next question, Lin said the real Blood Oath had already left for the capital and was currently taking care of her younger sister in her place. This information gave Ye Xiao a headache. If Blood Oath was no longer here, then to quickly approach Yinglong, he would still need to make use of Lin's current disguise identity. Noticing she could perfectly impersonate Blood Oath, Ye Xiao asked about their relationship. Lin explained that she, Blood Oath, and Xiao Yu grew up together in Yuanjiang frontier, as close as family. Yu Xiao immediately cut off her long explanation. He was not interested in her past, only in useful information. Lin replied that she not only understood Blood Oath well, but also knew many secrets about the entire Yuanjiang frontier region. Hearing this, Ye Xiao sat down and proposed cooperation. He stated that he could not only keep her alive, but also help save her sister from Lu Tianming's control. In return, he needed her full cooperation. Ye Xiao made his demand clear. She must continue pretending to be Blood Oath and help him obtain the human face collection from Yinglong. After hearing this, she immediately rejected it, saying he was greatly overestimating Blood Oath's influence. Ye Xiao mentioned rumors that Yinglong had feelings for Blood Oath, but Lin only gave a cold laugh, saying that, in the apocalypse, there was no such thing as unconditional favor. Someone like Yinglong might appreciate beauty, but extracting resources from him was harder than reaching the sky. In her view, Blood Oath was only valued because no one had truly conquered her yet. Once that value disappeared, there might be nothing left to exchange for, let alone a treasure like the human face collection. Seeing the original plan was not feasible, Ye Xiao changed direction and asked her to at least help track Yinglong's movements or create an opportunity for a meeting. Lin was shocked, thinking that approaching a Tier 3 peak powerhouse was no different from walking into death. She then asked directly whether he was afraid of betrayal. Ye Xiao remained calm and stated that she would not do it, because the consequences would be far greater, even affecting her younger sister. He also promised that no matter the outcome, he would not expose her or Blood Oath's secrets. These words finally made Lin agree to cooperate. Right after that, Ye Xiao took out a special item from the system. It was a binding contract between two sides, clearly listing all terms and promises. Once signed, both sides would gain the necessary protection. Lin quickly made her calculations in her mind. If Ye Xiao failed, she still had a chance to escape. If he succeeded, the contract would bring her huge benefits. Soon after, they walked out together. Seeing Ye Xiao return so quickly, Tang Hai was clearly surprised. Ye Xiao casually gave a few vague excuses. Hearing that, Tang Hai became even more convinced that Shui Ying was a beauty beyond reach. Ye Xiao then asked Tang Hai to prepare a spirit energy aircraft to head to the Blood Shadow Core safe zone to meet Yinglong, shocking him. Shui Ying stepped in to explain they were only there for a normal discussion. Ye Xiao also backed her up. Although he agreed to help, Tang Hai still warned them seriously. Yinglong was extremely powerful, and even Feng Hao might not be able to defeat him. Ye Xiao nodded, signaling he understood, and told him not to worry too much. The topic quickly shifted to the first safe zone, under the control of the Blood Shadow Core. After the flight, they arrived at their destination. The moment they landed, strict ID checks and identity verification began. Compared to Tianlong, the defenses here were far tighter. To avoid trouble, everyone used disguise tools before entering. The guide introduced Ye Xiao as Tang Hai's honored guest here for a material deal, and quietly offered a gift to smooth the inspection process. After everything was verified, the guards allowed them in, but warned they could only stay for a maximum of 3 days. But at that moment, some guards suddenly recognized Xu Ying's face. Their attitude changed immediately. They skipped the identity check, and even asked about her purpose. After learning she wanted to meet the top commander, they quickly offered to send escorts all the way. Where are the guards? Deploy a level 3 escort team immediately. Do not let the young lady face any danger at all. No one expected Xu Ying's identity to carry so much weight here. Was it really because rumors said Ying Long had a special connection with her? Young lady Shui Ying, if you wish to meet Lord Ying Long, we can arrange it immediately. But the people from the Kanglang safe zone are outside our jurisdiction. No need to bother with them. Let them handle themselves. Just as she said, status changes everything in how people are treated. They decided to move first and deal with introductions later. Let's go. Follow the original plan. First check out the night market and wait for more information. At the first safe zone of the Blood Shadow Core, the night market was extremely lively. The sounds of dried fish and fresh meat being sold echoed everywhere, with crowds packed tightly. Yi Xiao, this place has developed far beyond what it was 10 years ago. It is now almost as prosperous as the outer capital zone. Even small vendors can use electricity. The management here is also far more organized than Kanglang. With such a complete system, the Blood Shadow Core clearly has huge ambitions. Hey, what is going on up ahead? Why is there a crowd gathering? Go take a look. Fresh goods from the Black Camel Merchant Guild have just arrived. Anyone interested can place a bid directly. Look at these teeth, all still strong and healthy. They are young and well-maintained, meaning they were properly raised. Bought as slaves, they can be ordered however you like. Looks like a slave caravan. Those people on display were probably captured during raids on border settlements. There are even female slaves over there. 400 trading points per person. That is already the lowest price. Look closely. This batch is all young. The low-quality ones were already sent to mining sites, but many still think the price is too high. 400 points, and you still call it expensive? They have all been trained. Some of them still have high practical value. Hearing that, the buyers stepped forward to inspect more closely. Both sides kept bargaining, and the scene became extremely lively. For ordinary people, those points could buy a long supply of food. But these slaves were not awakened beings, and their main value was entertainment. Spending hundreds of points expecting awakened-level people was simply unrealistic. Seeing that scene, Yi Xiao could not help speaking to Huang Yuanhao. Those girls being sold here would not survive more than a few years. Yi Xiao, are you planning to save them? They are pitiful, but the numbers are too large. Save one batch, and another will appear. If you do not take them out of here, they will be sold again sooner or later. To change everything, you must cut the problem at its root. Uncle Huang is right. Fixing only the surface changes nothing, and may even cause more trouble. To end it completely, you must strike the core of the system. 009 suddenly pointed into the distance. Look over there. Are those people being escorted ours? Everyone immediately saw a group of people chained up and dragged through the street. That uniform is from the 3rd Mixed Infantry Brigade of the Construction Corps. A guard shouted while dragging the prisoners. Still trying to cause trouble? He swung his baton hard into their stomach. Damn it, behave yourself. Still want to resist? The blow made the lead prisoner collapse in pain. The woman behind him only stared coldly with pure hatred. Seeing that, the guard grew even angrier. Not resisting, but still daring to look at me like that? You had protection before, but today I will break you in front of them. Yi Xiao thought to himself that he could not stay out of this anymore. That female soldier was someone he knew in his past life. The man raised his baton again. Bitch, still glaring at me? I will gouge your eyes out right now. At that moment, a shout came from afar. Stop, Luo Hei, that is enough. Captain, are you out of your mind? If you damage the goods, who will buy them? Seeing this, Ye Xiao felt slightly relieved. They still wanted to preserve the value of the goods, so things had not gone too far. If he could save them without fighting, that would be best. Are you stupid or pretending? If you beat them up like that, who would still buy them? The big buyers are extremely picky. If we cannot sell them, I will trade you for money instead. Boss, these are all 2nd-tier awakened fighters. It is not that easy. And they even resisted. That woman alone looked like she wanted to kill us. Some of our brothers already died at their hands. Forget it. Today there are many customers. Sell them all first. Recovering losses is still fine. I saw several big forces arrive, probably here for Lord Yinglong's banquet. These goods might attract them. Send them all to the auction stage. Also call Madame Tu to handle the premium batch. Soon after, Madame Tu stepped up and spoke. Gentlemen, the main show is here. Today we bring awakened soldiers from the Border Construction Corps. If you have grudges with the military or want something special, do not miss this. Military goods at this quality? Taking one back would be quite impressive. Hearing that, Huang Yuanhao lost his temper. Yi Nin, or wait, Uncle Huang, I am Yi Xiao now. I will definitely save them. Alright, sorry Ye Xiao. I lost control. Let me handle this to avoid dragging you into conflict. Uncle Huang, if trouble comes later, I cannot just stand by, and if a real fight breaks out, you alone cannot leave this place safely. On stage, the auction officially began. First up was Ding Feng, peak second tier awakened, formerly a company commander. Just his presence shows his strength. Buyers also get free taming support. Making him kneel is not difficult. Starting price is 70,000 points, with increments of 10,000. Peak second tier and from the military. This one is worth it. I bid 80,000. Buying a soldier like this, to guard a gate, would be great. I already hate these military guys. Another person cut in. I offer 90,000. Friend, I am Xiao, manager of the Swag Gu Arena. Give me face and let me have this one. I will use him for my boss entertainment show. Since Manager Xiao spoke, we stepped back. Although Manager Xiao was not very strong himself, behind him stood the Sway Gu Arena with a peak third-tier powerhouse. Under him were many other third-tier experts. That force alone surpassed most private safe zones. No one dared compete with him. He walked forward confidently. No need for training, just send this one to our arena. We are short of opponents like this anyway. I also want to see if he can take down mutated beasts. It has been a long time since we had a decent bare-hand fight. Besides this batch, are there any other interesting goods? Bring everything out. If it fits my taste, I will buy a few more. Meeting me today is your luck. Yes, sir. The escort team continued bringing the captives up. Sir, this one is a mid-second tier ranged attacker. We lost 2 men just to capture him. This one is a mid-second tier scout, not weak even in close combat when forced. And this physical type fighter also has solid strength. Yes, sir. Just by looking at their eyes, you can tell they have been through countless battles. They all come from the borderlands, often clashing with foreign awakened fighters. Maybe you should take the whole batch. There are quite a lot. Let me consider it. What about that woman at the back? Is she also a second-tier military awakened? Bring her here for a closer look. Manager Xiao, you are mainly buying for monster combat. That woman may not be suitable. Honestly, we were planning to train her more before selling. I said bring her, so bring her. Why talk so much? How I use her is none of your business. So what if she is a woman? Arena-style fights like this are popular now. Yes, sir, calm down. I will send her up immediately. A female second-tier soldier, forced to fight monsters in such a miserable state. Just imagining it is enough to excite many people. If we throw in a few special mutated beasts, the spectacle will be even better. Shows like this will definitely please the big clients. Hearing this, Huang Yuanhao clenched his fists in anger. Yi Xiao quickly stopped him. Uncle Huang, calm down. Let us see what price they are going to set first. Soon after, the woman was dragged into the crowd. Manager Xiao, look at the reactions. This is definitely a top-tier military beauty. Haha, just a glance is enough. High quality indeed. Both looks and figure are excellent. Strip off those blood-soaked clothes. No one can see anything like this. At the order, a subordinate pushed the woman to the ground. Her comrades tried to resist, but blades were already pressed against their necks. With their collars suppressing their abilities, they could not fight back. Only despair remained as they watched helplessly. They once must have been untouchable, but now they could only endure humiliation. Wait, this might not be appropriate. If Manager Xiao changes his mind, it will be hard to resell them to big clients later. The man punched him directly. You think I will regret it? Ridiculous. I will take them all. 350,000 points. Enough? Enough, enough. If Manager Xiao wants them, we will of course comply. At that moment, Ye Xiao could no longer stay silent. Wait, 400,000. I will take everyone here, including the remaining slaves from Kang Lang's safe zone. Everyone turned to look down. Kang Lang? Who are you people? Tianlong Electric. Haha, a small force like Tianlong Electric dares to compete? At that moment, another voice filled with authority sounded. 410,000. Blood Shadow Corps is handling business here. Outsiders step aside. People from the Blood Shadow Corps? Move aside quickly. The man immediately broke into a cold sweat. If it is Blood Shadow Corps, I withdraw. I will not compete anymore. Black Camel Slave Merchant Guild greets you, my lord. Just say the word and we will deliver the goods. Madame Tu spoke as if they were trying to default on payment. Everyone knows the Blood Shadow Corps rules are strict. Not a single coin will be missing. Men, settle the payment and move all the goods out. Understood, Captain. But Yi Xiao continued raising the bid. 420,000. Since this is an auction, the highest bidder wins. I believe even Blood Shadow Corps will not break their own rules. Many were shocked. Someone from Kang Lang daring to challenge Blood Shadow Corps was insane. Rules? Haha. Then I raise it to 430,000. People from Kang Lang, do you really want to oppose me? Yi Xiao did not back down. 440,000. Whatever you raise, I follow, the man said coldly. Do you really think you have status in Kang Lang? Yi Xiao replied calmly. This is an auction. What matters is wealth, not status. Or are you planning to use force instead? Quite bold. You must be very rich. He directly took out 2 cards. Is 1 million points enough? If not, I will add another million. The crowd instantly shook. A man from Kang Lang actually carried such a massive fortune, but many still believed money meant nothing in front of the Blood Shadow Corps. If they truly wanted to take people, rules were just decoration. In their eyes, this young man was about to face serious trouble. Madame Tu stood nearby, practically drooling with greed. If not for the Blood Shadow Corps, they would have made a fortune this time. 2 million points just to buy a batch of prisoners like them? Something is off. What is he really planning? The other party quickly calculated. He did not have authority over such a large sum, but there were other ways to deal with him. He stared at Yi Xiao. A man from Kang Lang? I know most notable figures there, yet I have never seen you. Why are you so determined to buy these people? Are you a military spy? Yi Xiao replied calmly. I work in the logistics department of Kang Lang Safe Zone. Tianlang Electric wants to expand its reputation through events like this, so these people are very important to us. Nonsense. No one would spend that much without profit in mind. Guards, detain them for investigation. I suspect their identities are problematic. Several subordinates stepped forward. Please cooperate and come with us. 09 whispered if they should act. One move is enough to wipe them out. Me too. Ye Xiao shook his head. Not yet. I already asked Xu Ying to pass a message. We wait for their response first. Timing suggests it is almost here. He then looked at them. So the Blood Shadow Corps does not intend to continue the auction, and instead wants to use force? Do you not always claim to be fair and never abuse power? Stop trying to set traps with words. 2 days ago, there were reports of military personnel infiltrating the safe zone to rescue prisoners. Funny how this story sounds exactly like you. If that is the case, I will go with you. But when Lord Yinglong invites me to the banquet, make sure you personally escort me there. As for what I will say at the banquet, I cannot promise anything. The man laughed mockingly. Are you trying to scare us with Yinglong's name? The banquet has already started, and you are still bluffing here. If you refuse to cooperate, we will teach you a lesson first. But at that moment, he received a message. In an instant, his expression changed. Stop immediately. His aggressive attitude vanished, replaced by flattery. Yi Xiao, we sincerely apologize. It was all a misunderstanding between allies. We did not know you were a guest invited by Lord Yinglong. I will arrange an escort for you at once. Yi Xiao laughed inwardly. His face change was faster than flipping a book. Honestly, his arrogant expression earlier was more pleasant to look at. Men, immediately escort the honored guest of Kang Lang Safe Zone to the central area. Remember, do not show any disrespect. Old Huang, take the soldiers and arrange a place for them first. I will check later. Xiao Chu, let's go meet Yinglong. Yes, young Master Yi. Then they headed toward the Tianlong estate. Upon entering, he silently observed the surroundings. As expected, all guests were key figures from various private forces nearby. Compared to them, his group was practically unknown and received no special treatment. The earlier politeness from the Blood Shadow Corps was simply because orders had been distorted through layers, turning him into an important guest of Yinglong. He quietly told 009, "We keep a low profile, find a suitable corner and observe." Just then, a voice rang out from afar. "Over here." Many eyes immediately turned. Who is he? To be personally greeted by Xue Ying? Ye Xiao felt a headache. I just said to stay low profile. Is it really appropriate for the host to personally welcome someone like this? Little brother, bring your girlfriend over here. I saved seats for you two. Hearing that, many immediately misunderstood. So he is Xue Ying's younger brother. No wonder he is treated like that. Yi Xiao followed along smoothly. Thanks, sister. Xiao Chu, let's go. I have never heard Xue Ying mention a younger brother. Maybe he is an adopted brother, but that still does not make sense. Isn't he bringing a girlfriend too? After sitting down, Ye Xiao sent a voice transmission to Xue Ying. What exactly are you trying to do? Did you not want to observe Yinglong? This is the best spot. Besides, I already introduced you as my adopted younger brother and said, you are very capable. You understand that without this, you would not even be able to enter this place. Do you realize you are putting me in a very dangerous situation? Xue Ying laughed. Yinglong has not even shown up yet and you are already worried? With that mindset, you still think you can deal with him? Ye Xiao calmly replied. It is not fear. I simply do not like risks outside my control. Unfortunately, this is Yinglong's territory, and many things are not up to you. He quickly understood in his mind. She was clearly testing his reaction to judge whether he was worth investing in. A very clever move, probing without appearing to betray anyone. He had to keep control and never let himself fall into a passive position. After a while of waiting, the hall suddenly fell silent. The massive doors slowly opened, releasing a terrifying pressure that froze the air. Everyone stood up to greet him. Captain of the Blood Shadow Corps, Lord Yinglong has arrived. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. I had some matters to handle. Please continue as you were. Thank you, Lord Yinglong. The moment Yi Xiao saw him, cold sweat formed on his back. This man's presence was vast like mountains and oceans. His killing intent felt like a blood-soaked hell. His power felt even stronger than Uncle Fang. What stood out more was the fresh scent of blood. It seemed he had just finished hunting mutated beasts before arriving. No rest even before a banquet. A man born purely for battle. Many guests were also shocked. Just his aura alone was suffocating. It feels like Yinglong has become even stronger. Do you see the blood shadow behind him? It almost looks alive. He might have just absorbed a high-tier mutated beast. Hearing the discussions, Ye Xiao thought to himself, fusion with mutated beasts? Is this some kind of special talent? He sent a voice transmission to 009. If you fought Yinglong, what are the chances of survival? 009 answered immediately. Based on what he just showed, at best a 30% chance to retreat. If he is hiding strength, then practically none. Meanwhile, Yinglong walked toward Shui Ying and Ye Xiao's position. Yi Xiao analyzed silently. The gap between someone at peak 3rd tier and someone who truly stands there is bigger than expected. Even with his sword techniques, the only reliable escape option is dimensional slash. First, he must observe the opponent's combat habits. His eyes quickly scanned Yinglong's body. The left arm was more developed than the right. The spear on his back still had fresh blood. A left-handed fighter, highly skilled in straight thrusts. The weapon also had anti-slip modifications. This suggests he often performs rapid spear pulls and continuous transitions in combat. At high-speed closing distance, he would likely twist the spear tip at the last moment to break defenses. Clearly a speed and mobility focused awakened. Even more dangerous, there was very little blood on the weapon. That meant each strike was decisive, ending fights instantly. Combined with marks on his clothes, he likely possessed at least 2 speed or blink-type skills. At that moment, Yinglong looked at Shui Ying and smiled. Lady Shui Ying, is this your adopted younger brother? He seems quite interesting. I noticed he has been observing me since he entered. Sensing something off, Shui Ying quickly responded. Yes, his name is Yi Lin. It is just his first time meeting you, so he is a bit nervous. He admires you greatly. He talks about you all the time. I always tell him you are very approachable, so there is no need to be nervous. If he wants to look, he can just look openly. Yi Xiao immediately played along. Yes, I understand. I apologize for my rudeness, Lord Yinglong. Yinglong laughed. I see. If you are Shui Ying's younger brother, then you are family. You are from Kang Lang's safe zone, right? I happen to know your leader. When I return, I will tell him to take care of you. Yi Xiao thanked him immediately, but grew more suspicious inwardly. The other party was clearly giving him significant face. Shui Ying's position in Yinglong's eyes seemed far more important than she had implied. At that moment, another representative stepped forward. Lord Yinglong, on behalf of the Fierce Tiger Safe Zone, I offer you a toast. I also want to report some recent developments. While everyone was talking, Ye Xiao continued analyzing. His outward strength was only at early 3rd tier, yet Yinglong still maintained extreme vigilance. That kind of instinctive reaction could only be built through countless life and death battles. He suddenly senses something unusual at that moment. A soft sensation slowly brushes against his foot under the table. He instantly realizes who is behind it and feels irritated. That witch is clearly messing with him. Shui Ying sends a teasing voice message. If you dodge it, I will push it even further. Scared yet? He forces himself to stay calm. No loss of control allowed. One slip and the whole team is doomed. That woman's life may not matter, but he and Ozo9 must not fail here. He feels a headache rising. At this distance, Yinglong could scan with mental force and detect something off. Shui Ying, what are you planning? This is not a smart move. He asks coldly if this is revenge or a test of his limits. She admits both, but she is more interested in his reaction. He warns this could drag both of them to death. She stays calm, saying the outcome is still worth it. He is confused why she does not just expose him to Yinglong. She laughs and says that would be boring. She wants Yinglong to personally kill Junwang Yeling for a shocking scene. She recalls their first meeting and how he humiliated her. At one point, she even suspected he had issues as a man. He drinks water to stay focused. She notices he is not afraid of danger, but angry about his ruined plan. She becomes curious what kind of mutant material is worth him, enduring this much pressure. She admits a strange feeling inside her, like she wants to devour him, crush him, and keep him inside her. Even she does not understand where that desire comes from. He does not believe this can kill him. By his calculations, killing her and breaking out is still possible. If she wants death, he can grant it. She replies with a deeply ambiguous tone. He leans in and whispers to 009 that Shui Ying has completely lost control. If he uses Dimension/Next, everyone must break out immediately. 009 acknowledges. Nearby people start noticing his strange behavior. Someone jokes his girlfriend must be doing something under the table. Another suspects Zhu Ying's posture is odd and considers scanning, but no one dares risk death. Time passes and he grows more uneasy. Even Qing Santai notices something abnormal, yet Ying Long shows no reaction at all. For a peak triangular realm expert, this silence is unnatural. She keeps provoking him, becoming even more aggressive. Seeing his distraction, she mocks him, asking if her skills are not good enough, or if he is simply not into women. He admits Lin Lan has completely ruined his plan this time. He then says he will kill her and take one of her legs as a reminder, never to underestimate women again. When he grips her tightly, Shui Ying finally panics. She quickly explains she was only joking and never intended to get them both killed. Hearing this, he immediately shifts his thinking. Maybe Ying Long is not using perception, or maybe she has a way to block all detection. But if so, Ying Long's strength becomes even more abnormal. She teases him, saying if he wants to know he should beg her. She also says he does not need to worry about being noticed, since no one dares provoke Ying Long. He confirms she is not completely insane, and seriously demands the truth, promising to fulfill her requests afterward. Just then, she tells him to look up because Ying Long is about to speak. Standing before the crowd, Ying Long begins his speech. He criticizes the army for neglecting them and mocks their attitude. When the border region fell into chaos, the military sent no support. Now that the safe zone is stable, they suddenly want control. According to Ying Long, the peace and survival of the remaining people were paid for with blood and lives. He calls on all leaders and commanders across regions to unite into one unified force. The crowd immediately supports Ying Long. They believe guarding Yuanjiang is the military's duty, not the survivors' responsibility. In this era, national borders are blurred and everyone is just trying to survive. While applauding, she suddenly glances at him and sends a message through voice transmission saying she wants him. He instantly becomes alert. This woman just tried to harm him and now shifts attitude so fast. It only makes him suspect a deeper scheme behind her actions. He responds cautiously, saying she is clearly targeting his life. Then he asks directly about Ying Long's secret. She does not answer, and instead claims her leg hurts, asking him to follow her to the restroom. She keeps provoking him, saying if he follows, she will reveal the secret. If he does not appear within 3 minutes, she will go to Ying Long and fabricate something to put him in trouble. After weighing the risks, he realizes her information is valuable. To obtain the advancement material, he must take the gamble. In the end, he stands up and leaves the hall. Soon after, he arrives at the restroom and waits for her. He questions whether this is a proper place for serious discussion, since it is the men's restroom. She does not care and says no one uses it anymore. Seeing his hesitation, she urges him not to waste time. He takes the chance to ask if she knows the timing of Ying Long entering the instance. She turns around and tells him to come closer if he wants the answer. She continues to lure him in, saying that stepping inside will reveal all her secrets. Once inside, he immediately restrains her. He says he has sealed the area with mental power and demands the truth. If she keeps playing games, he will not hold back. Seeing his familiar reaction, she laughs and begins speaking. The instance is located at Frontline Safe Zone 3 of Shui Ying, beneath a shelter in ancient ruins, about 370 kilometers away. She explains the instance was discovered 2 months ago by a supply team from the Shui Ying army. It is a large-scale instance with special rules, only opening at 6 a.m. on the first Monday of each month. The next opening is tomorrow morning and lasts only 30 seconds. He does not understand why she did not say this earlier. She explains that based on Ying Long's personality, he will clear all risks before entering. Sneaking in unnoticed is almost impossible. He says infiltration is not her concern and asks for Ying Long's real secret. She complains that she has already said so much and is still injured. Seeing she is cooperating, he puts away his knife and promises not to make things difficult if she continues. But the moment he relaxes, she suddenly pushes him down onto a nearby toilet seat. She complains about her leg pain and accuses him of being heartless. Then she asks him to massage it and promises to continue revealing Ying Long's secret. He does not believe her act and directly asks what she is planning. He says she cannot be naive enough to think these tricks will work on him. She calmly replies that she just wants to confirm whether he is truly indifferent to everything. She adds that she does not want to die with him, but instead hopes to survive alongside him. She openly says that if he survives and fulfills his promise, she is willing to betray Lu Tianming and fully side with him. In return, she accepts any conditions he sets in the future. Hearing this, he grabs her and asks directly. In her eyes, is entering the instance basically a death sentence for him? She does not deny it. After thinking for a long time, she believes he has almost no chance of winning. Even with military support, they will not risk everything against Ying Long. According to her, Ying Long will bring at least 12 early-stage Tier 3 fighters and 1 high-level Tier 3 expert. His guards are strong but not enough. The advancement material is Ying Long's key prize, and he must defeat him first. She says Ying Long is extremely suspicious by nature. Even if he does not betray her, she will likely still be eliminated. Everything is too coincidental, and as long as Ying Long lives, she has almost no chance of survival. He feels something is off. From what he has seen, Ying Long treats her differently, completely unlike what she just described. Hearing that, her expression darkens. She says her relationship with Ying Long is far more complicated. In his eyes, she was never even considered a real human. He observes quietly. The woman in front of him feels completely different from the chaotic Shui Ying he once knew. Her eyes and expression do not look like an act. Still, he quickly pushes that aside and focuses on extracting useful information. He places a hand on her shoulder and reveals he can mobilize several peak, Tier 3 fighters to join the instance. She is shocked beyond belief. To prove it, he takes out a special token he once obtained in an instance. He explains it is a hidden reward from the East Sea Beast elimination event. She immediately associates it with an S-rank military badge, but she still does not understand why such a force would not directly seize the material. He replies that open robbery has too high a cost, while acting inside an instance is far more discreet. In reality, the token is only a bluffing tool, but with her status, she cannot tell if it is real. Partially convinced, she decides to reveal the most important secret. Ying Long does not possess mental power at all. He is shocked. A peak Tier 3 without mental power sounds impossible, since will-based attributes are normally tied to it. She explains Ying Long's talent is abnormal. All stats related to mental power are passively converted into other attributes, leaving only the minimum needed to stay conscious. He finally understands why Ying Long cannot use perception to monitor the surroundings. His judgment relies mainly on visual observation. However, she warns this does not make him weak, as his physical body is terrifyingly strong. She claims she is the only one who knows this secret. She originally planned to trade it for protection from someone like Lu Tianming, but now chooses to give it to him instead. He notices her knowledge about Ying Long is unusually deep. It even feels like she wants him dead more than she wants to survive herself. Seeing she has shown sincerity, she begins asking for a reward. He asks what she wants after everything is over. She shakes her head and says she does not want to wait for the future. She wants it right now. He can only sigh. In this situation, he has no mental space to deal with such demands. The scene shifts to Shui Ying's safe zone at the Shanglang rest station. A man anxiously looks outside, wondering why the group has not returned and fearing something has gone wrong. Inside the storage room, the captives are also discussing. Noticing the outside is quiet, they assume the Tianlang district people may have left. Thinking the guards are careless, they decide to break out and regroup with their allies after removing their restraints. Someone recalls that an old man said those outside came to rescue them, but others do not believe it since they are still locked up. A young man defends them, saying the boy was willing to pay 2 million to free them. This is immediately rejected. In their eyes, Shanglang's safe zone is known for dark dealings, especially slave trafficking. They worry even more about Lin Russ' fate. After arguing for a while, everyone agrees they cannot wait any longer. The leader orders everyone to follow the escape plan. After the countdown, 2 of them rush forward and smash the locked door open. But the scene outside leaves all 5 of them frozen in shock. Someone is already standing right at the door. One of them turns to Uncle Huang and asks why he did not explain clearly. He can only say he already did, but they refused to believe it. They finally realize the issue. No matter what, Shanglang Station is within Shui Ying's safe zone control, so things are never as simple as they think. The team leader bluntly says he wants to escape and tells them to deal with him if they want. He immediately follows the plan, coldly declaring that any escape attempt will be punished. He orders Xiao Jiao and Uncle Huang to restrain everyone and teach them a lesson. The 2 respond at once. The door is locked again. The entire area is sealed, while he secretly activates mental shielding to block any detection. He now openly reveals his true identity, stating that the Special Operations Unit of the Capital Military is on the same side, and tells everyone they can speak freely. He shows an A-rank military badge. The group is shocked. Some panic, thinking the military has sent forces to wipe this place out. Others believe it is a rescue team, since no one would spend such a high cost otherwise. Someone questions why they were not rescued from the beginning. He explains that all actions must be concealed from the enemy. Without acting out the full plan, not only would no one be saved, but the entire operation would be exposed. He reassures them that they only need to wait one more night. After that, he will arrange a retreat to the safe border. Once outside the Blood Shadow Legion's control zone, everyone will be free. Hearing this, the group finally relaxes. Before leaving, he requests a private talk with Lin Nu. Out of sight from others, he continues maintaining his disguise to avoid detection. He orders Uncle Huang to keep subduing the prisoners until they submit, and tells Xiao Ju to take Lin Nu to clean up. Tonight, he will personally handle her. He then looks directly at Lin Nu, his eyes filled with calculation. He thinks of the future queen of the borderlands. If he can recruit her early, it would be a massive investment, even worth using forceful methods. The scene shifts to Shanglang Rest Station. Inside the command room, he and Lin Nu sit facing each other, drinking water. Lin Nu looks at the A-rank badge in his hand and becomes suspicious of his identity, even wondering if he might be a legendary figure. He immediately analyzes her combat style. Fast close combat, highly agile with water elemental control talent. He directly asks why a border military officer ended up captured with survivors. Lin Nu counters by asking why he approached her alone in the first place. She begins her story. 2 weeks ago, during a border patrol, she discovered awakened individuals from a neighboring country invading, stealing resources, and feeding on civilians. During the pursuit, she and her team were lured into a gathering zone. When they returned, the area had already been attacked by the Black Camel Trade Guild without warning. At first, they did not suspect anything, but they were then ambushed by a slave trafficking squad, suffering heavy casualties in the chaos. When the situation spiraled out of control, an early Tier 3 expert was sent in. Under overwhelming power, their border unit lost almost all ability to resist. The rest is what he already knows. She thanks him for saving her life. He replies that it is the military's duty. He recalls in his previous life, hearing about Lin Nu's future reputation as a ruthless ruler, but no one knew how she was enslaved, or how she reached Tier 3. After the incident, she once overthrew the leader of the Black Xing safe zone, killed Han Ta, and seized control. During the chaos in Yuanjiang, she fought against the Blood Shadow Legion, withdrew her entire force inland, and quickly rose into a dominant power. Looking at the present, he realizes that without his intervention, her fate after being enslaved would have been extremely tragic. Yet from that dark starting point, she still rose to become a queen-level figure that even he would struggle to match. He asks her what she plans to do next, return to the border or choose another path. She replies firmly that she no longer wants to be a soldier or protect anyone. All she wants now is one thing, to kill everything. He asks if she holds a grudge against the military and believes they abandoned her. He continues explaining that as a soldier she should understand reality. The military cannot always arrive in time, and every decision must prioritize the bigger picture. He advises that among survivors, there are both good and bad people, most of them innocent. They cannot be judged and killed as a whole. She laughs coldly, as if the idea of good and evil is a joke. She slams the table in anger. She says if 9 out of 10 people are disgusting, what is there to call good? The place they were saved from quickly became the fastest to betray the military. They just escaped invaders and slave hunters. Yet, when one wounded teammate hid underground, the survivors handed him over for credit. She accepts betrayal as part of survival, but what hurts most is their ingratitude. The military risked their lives to protect them, yet received only cold stares and abandonment, as if they never existed. In her view, the problem is not the criminals outside, but the rescued people themselves. They do not truly fear evil, only those weaker than them. Betrayal happens naturally, like instinct. He insists that a few cases cannot represent the whole. Human nature is diverse and not trained like soldiers. She cuts him off, repeating the phrase isolated cases with clear contempt. Her emotions explode. If it is just isolated cases, then why are there hundreds of slave hunting squads across Yuanjiang? Why does more than half the population willingly serve them? And why is even the military forced to move like hunted prey? Are all of these still called exceptions? She says the entire Yuanjiang region has rotted from root to branch. From top to bottom, everything is corrupt. To survive, people kneel to the strong and even sacrifice their own kind. She asks if he has ever seen places like Bone Shatter Field, Xiang Lang, or Blood Scar. She points out that those outside only hate oppressors, weaker than themselves, while secretly longing to become those same oppressors. In her view, history here has been completely distorted. No one remembers what the military did. Instead, they are treated as enemies and despised like animals. People even cooperate with foreign forces more willingly than share resources with the military. She emphasizes that the military once saved people everywhere, fought on the borders, and shared their last supplies in desperation, only to receive betrayal and coldness in return. She growls, repeatedly questioning why it all became like this. She mocks the idea that being too righteous means enduring everything. Meanwhile, commanders send soldiers to their deaths with a single order. To her, so-called big picture is just an excuse to sacrifice frontline troops. After her emotional outburst, she laughs bitterly, saying it feels easier after speaking it all out. One side talks about peace from above, while those below are constantly sent into battle, retreat, and death. She asks if he has ever lived on the front lines, if he knows how soldiers survive there, how many die, or if all of them are just meaningless numbers. She describes the borderlands as water-scarce and extreme. Even with her water manipulation talent, resources are still desperately limited. Soldiers sometimes have to drink unimaginable substances just to survive. She continues criticizing how resources are controlled by safe zones and merchant groups, with prices inflated beyond reason. On the battlefield, the military pays with lives while logistics are constantly cut, leaving them under-equipped and starving, yet still forced to fight. She mentions an incident where a military-controlled resource instance was taken over by a private faction and forced to be handed over. That faction later resold the resources back to the military at several times the price. Everything is being continuously stripped away and compromised, from supplies to equipment, causing soldiers to weaken while casualties keep rising. She brings up excuses like support from the rear and families behind them, her tone filled with sarcasm. In her agitation, she grabs her clothes and tears them open, as if releasing all the suppressed emotions. Then she looks directly at him and asks if he knows what she saw in the slave camp after being captured. When he entered that area, he saw a female soldier collapsed among piles of corpses, her body pinned by a zombie. The remains were torn apart and dried out in a tragic state. Look closely. I am Unit 12, and she is number 11 on the list. From his system space, he takes out a warm garment and hands it to her. Put it on. The temperature is dropping fast outside. In her mind, she expects him to judge her with so-called righteousness, calling her weak-willed or labeling her a traitor. Instead, he asks directly, now that she has left the military, where will she go next? Or does she want to come with him? She says she might join another team to hunt mutated creatures and grow stronger, or build her own base and recruit others. She thanks him for his evaluation but refuses. She is not noble. All she wants is to kill everyone she has ever faced, to cut off their heads and hang them up for revenge. This is the military insignia she once swore to uphold. Now she is returning it to him completely. Before she turns away, he stops her and asks, if I am different from them, if I can change everything, if I give you unlimited resources so you can kill freely without worrying about the bigger picture, what would you think? She pauses mid-step and turns back cautiously, asking if he even understands what he is saying. He simply replies, stay here, I will come back in a week. Scene shifts to another area as a plane completes its journey and lands at the destination. On board, 09 analyzes the combat situation. Against Ying Long, she can hold about 4 seconds at best, and only 1 second against the man beside him. Even after unleashing all 78 peak skills, she still cannot guarantee victory against a peak 3rd rank opponent. Ying Long is a top-tier expert with vast combat experience. Even without mental energy, his physical defense is monstrous. If they fail to finish him off, a single opening could lead to instant annihilation, and even mental attacks may fail if he has counter-artifacts. 009 stresses they must avoid both Ying Long and Shui Ying on this mission, but that makes obtaining the leaf collection harder. She suggests using deception or theft instead of direct combat. At 5:30 a.m., they arrive at the dungeon entrance zone. 009 activates a levitation device to erase all traces on the ground. The two approach a glowing orb floating in midair, confirming it is an inactive dungeon gate. He reaches out and touches the glowing surface. A system prompt appears. This is an A-rank dungeon, Demon Spirit Battlefield. Maximum 20 participants. The gate will open in 30 minutes. He immediately thinks it may contain the demon core material needed by the Sword God system, enough to upgrade it if obtained. At the same time, Ying Long's team arrives at the gathering area. He glances at Shui Ying and asks why she seems unusually interested in this location. She replies she only wants to observe what is unusual about an A-rank dungeon, since this is her first time at this difficulty. He simply nods in understanding. She quietly breathes in relief. Luckily, Yi Ning left no trace, or a delayed report would have exposed Ying Long's arrival. On the other side, Ying Long waits for the gate to open with only minutes left. He orders his subordinates to sweep the entire area and report any hidden presence or abnormalities immediately. She grows tense, wondering if earlier actions have alerted Ying Long. If he speeds up entry, the hidden person could be in extreme danger. He suddenly turns to observe Shui Ying, making her instinctively hold her breath. He asks if she is nervous, but she quickly hides it and says she is just assessing the dungeon difficulty. The reconnaissance team reports back. No issues on the first floor, 6th floor is clear, and even up to the 30th floor no abnormalities are detected. He reassures Shui Ying that she can relax. As long as she follows him, she will be safe in the dungeon. She responds with trust, saying she feels much more at ease with him. While the scouts continue moving, a few whisper that Ying Long seems unusually attentive to Shui Ying, more than normal. Some say it is personal preference, but others immediately dismiss the idea as careless talk. After the sweep is complete, the scouts report the area is clean. Ying Long immediately orders the dungeon gate opened and the team to proceed inside. Shui Ying continues calculating. She worries Yi Ning's group may not arrive in time or may have already been exposed. If everything goes as planned, once they enter, the enemy will have very little time left to act. Above, the two observers continue watching. He notes Ying Long is overly cautious, but the few seconds when the gate opens are enough for a space-piercing strike to close in on the target. 009 analyzes a 10-second infiltration window without detection. She can teleport within a 1 kilometer's radius, but will be locked out of abilities for 10 days afterward. Still, they accept this as the best remaining option. As the gate is about to fully open, he no longer hesitates and unleashes a space-tearing slash to open a path. The space ahead is ripped apart like a wound. He signals immediately to move in. The moment they pass through the gate, his body drops as if all support is gone. He lands on an old wooden bed, slightly dizzy from the impact. The fall clearly hurts. He realizes 009 did not appear with him, as if she was shifted to another location during the transfer. This raises suspicion of a team-splitting mechanism in the dungeon. Shortly after, a communication signal arrives. 09 reports she has entered safely and will quickly locate him for regrouping. He temporarily relaxes, since the plan is still intact. System updates the mission and information of the A-rank Demon Strange Battlefield Dungeon. The current area is assessed as low risk. This is a multi-layer dungeon with no mandatory objectives, and rewards depend on how deep the exploration goes. Retreating midway will greatly reduce rewards, but the final reward may be an extremely rare epic-grade equipment set. Background data is unlocked. 400 years ago, the first wave of demon-like entities infiltrated the human world, hiding within society and slaughtering humans from within, triggering a large-scale counterattack. 270 years ago, human leadership was assassinated, causing the balance of power to collapse. Since then, humanity has been continuously losing ground and forced underground to survive. System warning appears. The surface world is now fully controlled by demons. Do not leave the underground city zone under any circumstances. Additional warning states the deep underground is also infiltrated. The deeper you go, the higher the danger. Rewards scale with depth, but so does risk. The epic equipment set is the ultimate reward. Monsters do not drop loot. Each floor has assigned enemies. Demons may disguise as humans, and no one can be trusted. He realizes the lack of mandatory missions means he can design his own infiltration plan. The current floor has low danger, likely a human survival zone. If so, Ying Long may be on the same floor. He pauses after noticing a strange object. In his hand is a card, similar to an identity badge issued by the system. It appears to be the starting identity of a rookie demon hunter. At that moment, the sound of a door opening breaks the silence. A voice urges him to wake up quickly and follow, since today is the demon hunter recruitment exam. Missing it means waiting another year for the next chance. He looks around the unfamiliar room and wonders if this is an NPC script of the dungeon. What exactly is his current identity? Could he really be the boyfriend of this girl? The girl gently pats his head, speaking with concern and complaint. She says he went alone into dangerous lower floors and asks if he encountered demons, warning that the nearby city lord zone is also unstable with reports of half-eaten corpses. In her words, Ye Ning is mentioned as someone risking everything for revenge after his parents were killed, which led him to explore lower floors. She scolds him for being reckless, saying things could have gone wrong if she had not found him earlier. He suspects this is a scripted NPC guide designed to shape his identity, and concludes she is more like a guide NPC than a real partner. He begins analyzing the rules of this world. Killing demons increases power like a combat evolution system. The girl's strength is around 2nd rank. Following her into the hunter exam could open access to dungeon leveling routes. The structure clearly guides a systematic progression path. He directly asks if she is his family. She replies that he already knew, since her family was killed by demons. He asks how long the exam lasts. She says only 1 day, and after passing, he can enter lower zones for real combat training. She also comments that his behavior today is strange. During the conversation, he suddenly asks if she wants to sleep together. She immediately reacts strongly, saying such a thing only exists between lovers and cannot be said casually. His expression changes, turning cold. She asks in confusion what he means. Without further explanation, he draws his sword and strikes down, concluding that, if she is not a lover, she is likely a disguised demon. He admits he is breaking the script, because there is no time to follow the dungeon route, choosing the simplest method of kill first, and deal with consequences later, even considering restarting the run if possible. After she is killed, the system immediately notifies him that a special target has been eliminated, and he has obtained a demon core fragment. Another message states that collecting enough fragments will form a complete core, and the first special kill increases dungeon progress by 13%. He is shocked that a random action triggered such a major reward. He quickly realizes this was a disguised trap NPC designed to lower player vigilance. Carrying such a companion would be extremely dangerous, so the next plan must focus entirely on Yinglong. The Sword God system strongly reacts to the fragment, confirming it is a key upgrade material. A total of 10 fragments are required to complete the core, and not every demon drops this type of item. He re-evaluates the situation and confirms the girl he just killed was a special target. Normal demons do not have a reproduction system. He inspects further with his sword and detects more abnormalities. After deeper examination, he finds the internal structure is completely human-like, from bones to organs, only missing a reproductive system. It appears to be a human body overlaid with a synthetic layer, meaning appearance alone cannot distinguish real from fake. There are even traces of human teeth inside, proving it had eaten humans. Another chilling discovery confirms human teeth fragments inside her stomach, proving prior cannibalistic behavior was real. 009 arrives at his room through tracking. Seeing the scene, she immediately confirms something is wrong and asks whether he encountered a guide NPC or similar entity. 009 reports she did not encounter any such NPC, leading to the conclusion that demon groups operate in coordinated teams. He deduces that Yinglong's side likely also has a similar guide NPC. If they fail to detect it, it could become a major exploitable advantage. 009 analyzes the underground city structure. It is comparable to 2 major metropolitan areas. Safe zones cover roughly the first 3 layers, while true combat zones begin below Layer 12. They are currently at the boundary of Layer 6 in Zone C, a transition area between safety and danger. He asks whether surveillance systems are active during movement. 009 confirms there are infrared cameras and image recognition systems. Although outdated, they are densely deployed, requiring extreme caution. He begins forming a bold deception plan and summons Li Fugui from the system to assist. Li Fugui immediately expresses obedience and readiness. He assigns detailed layered tasks. Li Fugui agrees instantly, stating he is naturally suited for indirect and workaround operations. He offers a reward of 10,000 points upon completion. Li Fugui becomes highly motivated and promises full execution. He turns to 009 and orders the first step: take control of the surveillance system to monitor all of Yinglong's movements. The plan expands into multiple layers, including data control and manpower manipulation, forming a full intelligence network to lure the target. He evaluates the full strategy involving cameras, NPCs, and even Shui Ying as an inside agent. If it still fails, there is nothing more to consider, and they will abandon strategy entirely. On Yinglong's side, subordinates report that candidates have gathered at the B-tier assessment zone and are following procedures. They also confirm previous participants all encountered a guide NPC, but failed to pass the difficulty. To be safe, Yinglong orders a message sent to Shui Ying to double-check the NPC to avoid unexpected risks. Subordinates remind him that the assessment's time is running out, and delay means waiting another year. Yinglong immediately accelerates the team's movement. During transit, one member accidentally bumps into the guide NPC while rushing toward the assessment area. The collision happens unexpectedly, even involving brief physical contact that creates an awkward situation. The young man panics, apologizes, helps her up, and asks if she is injured, making the atmosphere tense and awkward. Ying-long approaches Shui-Ying and asks if she is affected. She replies she is fine with no serious issues. After confirming stability, Ying-long decides to proceed, and the group acknowledges the guide NPC as a known entity. Ying-long analyzes the situation internally and concludes the NPC is a system-designed support guide, not a demon. He temporarily chooses to follow the guidance to clear the dungeon safely. Meanwhile, Shui-Ying checks communications, but still has no clear response from Yi-Ning, making her suspect he may not enter the dungeon in time. She prepares contingency plans. At that moment, a message from Yi-Ning arrives confirming he has entered the dungeon and asking for their location and the guide NPC status. Shui-Ying replies that they are at Zone B Layer 6 and have already met the guide NPC, currently following the assessment procedure. Yi-Ning reassures her that the plan is on track. Ying-long has accepted the NPC, giving them more preparation time. He instructs her to continue following the plan and avoid unnecessary details. System resources update, and credit points fluctuate upward after recent transactions and in dungeon acquisition operations. He realizes most of the resources obtained are insignificant, with only a small portion coming from special sources, leaving a serious shortage for long-term plans. He analyzes that Ying-long is extremely cautious, meaning there is only one chance to lure him in. A sufficiently large bait and trust building must be prepared first. High-quality resources are likely controlled by top military factions. He decides to split tasks with 009. He handles resource acquisition and manpower gathering, while 009 manages equipment and logistics support. Safe retreat is the priority. He arrives at a brightly lit area, a luxurious club-like structure for the elite. Even in such a world, places like this reflect human indulgence. 2 guards stop him at the entrance and demand identification to verify access rights. After checking, they deny him entry due to insufficient clearance and suggest returning to a lower zone or upgrading his status. He immediately releases his peak second-rank aura and asks again if that is enough qualification. The guards panic, breaking into cold sweat, and quickly admit he is qualified. Their attitude shifts immediately as they apologize and ask his identity, requesting confirmation of his intent. He ignores formalities and directly asks who the biggest client here is, demanding to meet them. They reply that the person behind it is Boss Luo, a tycoon controlling the underground water supply for the entire subterranean city. Hearing this, he bluntly states he wants to work under Boss Luo and is immediately escorted to the upper floor. Upon entering the room, he sees a young man sitting between 2 beautiful women, fully immersed in pleasure and ignoring the intrusion. He slams the door shut, breaking the atmosphere, and states directly that he has business with Boss Luo. The young man immediately shows displeasure, his eyes filled with contempt. He yells that this man dares interrupt his enjoyment. A bottle of alcohol is thrown at him, but he tilts his head slightly to dodge it effortlessly, further enraging the opponent. Boss Luo orders his guards. As they rush in, he sweeps them away with a single punch, taking them down instantly, and stating that he does not need skills to deal with second-rank opponents. Boss Luo begins to panic as the situation spirals beyond expectations. The women in the room flee in terror, but he immobilizes them with a slight motion, warning them to stay silent if they want to live. The room falls into heavy silence. Boss Luo collapses to the ground in fear, trembling as he asks whether the man is a third rank or a disguised demon. He steps forward and kicks him as a warning, coldly ordering him to answer properly or die immediately. The man begs for mercy. He begins interrogating him about how much credit he can access through anonymous accounts. He admits he has about 200,000 credits and reveals the password, but the amount is clearly not enough to satisfy him. He presses further, stating anything below 10 million will result in immediate execution. Boss Luo panics and revises the amount, admitting he can only mobilize about 7 million. He orders the full transfer to an anonymous account and asks about political connections, especially within the police system. The man reveals contact with a deputy bureau chief. Time skips to 30 minutes later at Chief Chen's residence. He is reviewing a video sent by Boss Luo regarding an underground water project. He grows suspicious, thinking the sudden contact suggests an issue within the project. While still thinking, the man suddenly appears inside his office. He is holding a human head, and Chief Chen immediately recognizes it as Boss Luo. He coldly orders him to only answer questions, warning that any mistake will result in immediate death. He presents two choices: die on the spot and have all corruption records exposed publicly, dragging his entire family down, explicitly mentioning his wife and children to pressure him. Chief Chen panics and chooses cooperation. He is reassured that compliance will not only save his life, but also guarantee the promised payment and bonuses. He sets the demands. First, grant access to surveillance systems, then provide a list of wealthy individuals who lost family members to demons and may seek revenge. An upfront payment is also required as proof of sincerity. Chief Chen confirms there is no issue and agrees to complete everything within 1 hour. Before leaving, he also demands that the case regarding Wei's death be handled, and the other party immediately agrees to resolve it. Back at the Demon Hunter assessment site, Ying Long quickly completes the exam with top ranking across all metrics. Outside, the crowd cheers non-stop, praising Ying Long as an existence far beyond the average level. He remains humble, saying he only displayed a small portion of his second-rank strength. After the assessment, the group continues their journey. Ying Long receives praise for his talent and reveals he is hunting demons, planning to head to a suspected demon gathering area. The others immediately agree to assist, believing things will go more smoothly with Ying Long leading. After the group disperses to prepare, Ying Long reassesses the guide NPC, concluding she is not strong in combat but highly useful for route guidance and support. A stranger suddenly appears and confirms whether they have completed the Demon Hunter exam, then requests to assign a mission. He introduces himself as an A-rank guide NPC, hiring them to eliminate a second-rank demon hiding in Building Daxia, Floor 7C. The mission is revenge for his family, offering 2,000 credit points. The group initially intends to refuse, but self-notices the target matches their route. They begin to reconsider, as it could be beneficial despite the low reward. However, no system notification appears, making them suspicious. Some think it is just NPC behavior, while others believe Ying Long's presence has triggered special events. After discussion, they agree to take it as a side task, documenting evidence and sending it back. Verification is assigned to Jiang Ming. On the upper floor, someone monitoring through surveillance cameras analyzes the situation, judging the prey has started to take the bait. The most effective lies are built from layers of truth. Below, the group continues deeper into the building. After a short distance, they pause upon hearing disturbing chewing sounds, confirming the demon is likely nearby. Without hesitation, he orders Jiang Ming to act quickly and eliminate the target. Jiang Ming rushes forward, while the demon senses the threat and becomes alert. With a single decisive slash, the creature's arm is severed, forcing it into panic and attempted escape. But escape is already impossible. The demon is killed on the spot by Jiang Ming, and notably, its appearance is almost indistinguishable from a normal human. After finishing, Ying Long orders the body's clothes removed for a detailed inspection. The inspection confirms nothing unusual beneath the surface, no hidden devices detected. He discusses the communication device and the 2,000 credit reward, noting the amount is insignificant in the dungeon. The main purpose is to test system response and capture proof images. At that moment, an unexpected change occurs. The reward jumps to 100,000 points without system notification, while a government message confirms a 98,000 point payout, creating confusion. Someone speculates this may be a mechanic, encouraging NPC interaction, and that the dungeon is evolving due to Ying Long's presence, wondering what 100,000 points could buy. Subordinates report that 100,000 points only buy a low-grade white equipment item, but it can be brought into reality. Ying Long decides to give it to Shui Ying. After receiving orders, they continue toward the next target at Floor 7, Zone B, where another second-rank demon has been reported. Meanwhile, all their actions are being silently monitored through surveillance cameras, without their knowledge. Shortly after, demons begin fleeing toward Ying Long's group, begging for help and offering any price, all recorded by remote observers. After 3 days and 6 missions, the mastermind behind the operation notices Ying Long has begun forming behavioral patterns. As Floor 9 nears completion, reward escalation plans are prepared. A blue-grade equipment item is ready. Even if Ying Long is indifferent, his companions will be influenced, gradually conditioning them into the mission chain. Suddenly, while watching the monitor, he freezes at a new development. Below, Ying Long has begun independently hunting to accumulate points. With a single strike, he kills a third-rank demon, shocking all observers with his overwhelming strength. It is also confirmed again that Tier 3 aberrations inside dungeons drop core shards, but since they were not fully collected before, their true purpose is still unknown. In a sealed room, The three of them activate soundproofing before speaking privately. They start suspecting the 27-year-old catastrophe is directly connected, and even NBC is blocked from listening in. Someone mentions a legend that sounds like a prophecy, claiming the entire frontier zone could be completely wiped out. Battlefield records from that year documented 4 top mutated entities: Po Shi, Hui Shan Mai, Ren Mianji, and another extremely dangerous aberrant demon. Ren Mianji is mentioned as a key piece within that group of monsters. In reality, these aberrations are not half-human creatures as in the files, but humanoid beings that have fully mutated into massive and grotesque forms. Shui Ying is asked about her past, and she reveals she became famous for the massacre of Renmianji 27 years ago, though few know she also survived an encounter with an aberration. Yinglong was only mid-tier 3 at the time, yet he survived an aberration and even counter-killed Ren Mianji. He says those aberrations, even at the same rank, are far more terrifying than peak mutated beings. Rumors say that before the catastrophe, those entities rose from the ground, like leaking water, forming an extremely bizarre scene. After their appearance, other mutated beings also followed, leading him to believe the 4 entities hide a massive secret, and the shards may be the key. The discussion ends, and the group disperses after the sound barrier is removed. Yinglong asks what they were talking about, while others confirm they saw them fight and reach Tier 3. Someone proposes Yinglong join his team to meet another monster hunter who has located the aberration secret realm, hoping Tier 3 fighters can help clear it. Hearing about the aberration secret realm, he immediately realizes this is the key lead he has been searching for. Elsewhere, he observes silently, and from Yinglong's lip movements, confirms Tier 3 aberrations also drop shards, while also suspecting the 27-year-old catastrophe is tied to the Sword God system. Someone suggests splitting into groups, since staying behind is pointless if Tier 3 aberrations drop shards. 009 is assigned to stay and monitor the cameras, while the others proceed with the hunting mission. According to the files, the target is located at the Level 9 water treatment plant, where a Tier 3 aberration is suspected to appear. Upon arrival, he expands his spiritual perception across the entire area. He immediately notices the site has been artificially cleaned, staged to look safe, but the thick smell of blood still lingers. His instincts tell him this is the true origin point of the problem. The air carries a strange fermented stench that is hard to describe, making it extremely unsettling. When he expands his vision further, he discovers a creature hanging upside down in the darkness. The monster's eyes are vicious, and it instantly detects the intrusion. To avoid alerting it, he pretends to be a weak rookie and deliberately acts nervous while entering. While observing, he evaluates its reaction speed and wonders if it is preparing to attack. Suddenly, the creature unexpectedly turns and flees, making him suspicious since he should not be enough to scare it. At that moment, a girl appears and warns him that the area is extremely dangerous and tells him to leave immediately. She keeps urging him to go back and regroup with his teammates before escaping as fast as possible. He finds it strange that she neither attacks nor flees, as if trying to guide him in a certain direction. He decides to pretend to cooperate, even considering luring her closer for a counterattack if needed. The girl grows anxious and keeps pushing him to follow, while he pretends his legs are weak and unstable. Suddenly, another person breaks in, shouting that the girl is the aberration, attacking and knocking him away to create distance, holding a bow-type weapon. At this point, he begins to question whether they are truly trying to save him or hiding another motive. Just by looking into the monster's eyes, he confirms it is not simple and cannot be easily deceived. The aberration quickly reverts to its violent original form and charges forward, while the girl fires an arrow imbued with special energy. The arrow streaks across and tears a deep wound across its waist. Taking advantage of the chaos, the girl grabs his hand and pulls him away, confirming that this is a Tier 3 aberration. In a rush, she keeps urging him to retreat, but he shows confusion and sees no reason to fall back. Suddenly, he counters and pushes the girl away from his position. Without hesitation, he signals her to step aside and swings his sword, unleashing a cold ice-infused slash straight at the target. The demon senses danger and tries to escape, but he immediately pursues it without giving any chance. Before it can break away, he activates an ice-freezing skill that locks the entire space, then follows up with a wind blade to finish it cleanly. He snorts coldly, realizing this Tier 3 aberration is far weaker than expected and barely threatening. After checking, he confirms the monster's strength is below prediction, and the fight barely consumed on 1/10 of his spiritual energy. the system announces he has obtained 1 aberration core shard, bringing his total to 2 out of 10. The girl is shocked and directly asks if he has reached Tier 3, since official records say he has not even passed the beginner hunter exam. Hearing the name Anya, he immediately realizes this is the first key link related to the important aberration case. During the conversation, he suddenly asks a question that leaves her frozen, unable to understand his intent. She becomes alert, draws her bow at him, reacts as if threatened, and nervously tries to explain herself while denying any misunderstanding. He continues pressing, claiming she cannot prove her identity, and suspects she is an aberration in disguise. He teaches you a strange method of verification, saying aberrations can perfectly mimic humans, so only extreme measures can confirm the truth. Finally, he pretends to relax and tells her to handle it herself and prove her identity, making the situation even more tense. The girl's expression changes instantly, falling into visible panic. At that moment, her teammates arrive and immediately assess the situation while staring at him with caution. She quickly explains that he is a friend of Anya and also states he suspects her of being an aberration. One teammate reacts strongly, defending the team leader and stating she just eliminated an aberration and holds key information about their origin. Hearing about the origin of aberrations, he starts reconsidering, and the team leader invites him to join, though some members doubt his strength. The team prepares to leave the area, leaving the decision to him. He eventually agrees to join the group. The entire team immediately reconfirms his decision. He asks for information about the origin of aberrations, and the team leader reveals there is a secret research room on basement level 10 that leads directly to their source, possibly even a way to counter them. That path allows them to bypass levels 11 and 12, filled with aberrations, but they still must clear many enemies on the current level, including Tier 3 threats beyond the team's capability. He silently deduces that after Anya disappeared, the entire mission route was disrupted, and this group is likely a system-generated substitute, only useful as guides to the research facility. He continues calculating the route, judging that deeper levels will lose all monitoring and control, so he must move ahead to set up his plan and exploit the shortcut. They proceed down to the next basement level. Elsewhere, Yinglong continues sweeping through aberrations with overwhelming power, shocking everyone around him. Lin Lan follows him, increasingly uneasy, as a single shot from him can erase a mid-tier 3 aberration from long range. After eliminating the target, Yinglong checks mission rewards, including reputation points and blue-grade equipment, but requires proof in the form of 2 aberration eyes. He ignores the rewards, tosses the loot to his teammates, keeps only what he needs, and prepares to descend to level 11. Meanwhile, in another direction, the group notices that deeper levels have fewer disguised aberrations, but at least several Tier 3 monsters are still hiding, forcing them to cooperate, to push forward and eliminate targets. He frowns slightly after hearing this, feeling a chill as he realizes these beings are willing to kill even their own kind to conceal themselves, far more ruthless than expected. If he had not accidentally encountered them earlier, no one would have had evidence to suspect they were aberrations. He begins questioning whether the killings are part of a larger trap designed to lure enemies deeper. Just as another armed aberration charges at them, he calmly observes, fully confident that his speed is not inferior to the opponent. In a single sidestep, he dodges the attack completely and counters with a blazing rage sword strike that cuts off the opponent's arm instantly. The demon roars and signals its allies to swarm in. 2 more aberrations appear immediately, escalating the chaos. He leaps into the air to evade the joint attack, then dives straight back down toward the trio below. The Long skill erupts, flame forming a dragon that engulfs one target and burns everything in its path, sending the enemies into panic. The spreading flames force them to admit they cannot fight him head-on. As the fire dies down, the group of aberrations splits and flees in different directions. He glances at the remaining threats, realizing their combat intelligence is higher than expected, and decides to test their mental resistance. Without hesitation, he unleashes full spiritual pressure, covering the entire battlefield with suppression. The 3 aberrations are pinned down instantly, their bodies frozen, as their minds are crushed, screaming in pain under the pressure. Behind him, Jiang Ke and her team also clutch their heads from the spillover effect, shocked and shouting for him to stop. He immediately ends the suppression, plants his sword, and activates Extreme Frost Kill to finish all 3 in one strike. The system confirms Tier 3 aberration kills and increases shard count to 5 out of 10, speeding up progress significantly. Jiang Ke barely recovers when she senses another killing intent approaching from behind. She turns in panic and sees a high tier 3 aberration charging in, screaming for help in desperation. Jiang Ke draws her bow to counterattack, but at that moment, 009 suddenly appears in the combat zone. He orders a halt, voice cold and decisive. In the next instant, the attack stops less than a handspan from the target, and the situation stabilizes. The atmosphere drops, and someone asks if they all know each other. Jiang Ke confirms they are teammates and introduces Yi Ning, shocking everyone with his overwhelming strength. 009 reports that the cover-up operation is complete and all requested items have been handled without raising suspicion. He nods and mentions the next plan involves Li Fu Gui. 009 hands over a loot bag collected earlier, pushing shard count to 8 and nearly completing the set. He deduces that the current group may already qualify for the next stage, but still suspects they could be disguised aberrations. He sheaths his sword and orders Jiang Ke to lead them directly to the research institute. The group moves into an abandoned research facility. Inside, traces of a massacre remain, showing the place suffered a severe collapse event. Collected documents reference a synthetic survival project, but most data is fragmented and unclear. Jiang Ke searches thoroughly but finds no hidden passage, and the situation becomes stuck. He loses patience, points his sword at the group, and demands a clear explanation. At that moment, someone suddenly emerges from inside the wall, breaking the tense standoff. The newcomer immediately calms everyone and orders them to stop fighting. The group is shocked by his impossible entrance and questions his identity. He claims to be the facility manager and reveals that, behind the wall, is a hidden entrance requiring a stone from an altar, which is the key to the central battlefield of the aberrations and the key item to counter the aberration emperor. Hearing the term aberration emperor, everyone immediately questions its true rank. The answer sinks the atmosphere. It is a level 4 existence. The system triggers a final mission to eliminate the aberration emperor, offering epic grade rewards, though details remain unclear. He realizes the mission is not synchronized with Ying Long's progress, and the system does not clearly define its rank, making calculations uncertain. He judges this could be in Shrank Dungeon, if it is truly level 4, unless special support tied to the stone exists. Otherwise, the difficulty is nearly impossible to balance. He continues to doubt the manager's words, suspecting a trap, and considers Jiang Ke might also be an aberration, meaning the real danger could be the stone itself, while only the passage can be verified safely. He begins to deduce that the true trap is likely embedded in the stone itself, and by reverse logic, the aberration emperor cannot realistically be level 4, since the overall difficulty curve would be completely broken. This leads him to suspect the stone is not a countermeasure, but something that seals or restricts the user instead. However, one crucial condition is still unverified before confirming the theory. That condition is whether the people in front of him are actually disguised aberrations. Without hesitation, he draws his sword and strikes at the NPC group in an instant. Jiang Ke screams in panic, unable to understand why he suddenly attacks innocent people. He coldly declares that not only the one just killed, but everyone else is also under suspicion, and orders 009 to act. 009 immediately obeys and enters full purge mode without hesitation, plunging the situation into chaos in an instant. System alerts continuously confirm the elimination of key aberrations, and shard count reaches 10 out of 10, making him realize his earlier hypothesis about the old man and NPC group was correct. All of them were disguised aberrations. The shards are now sufficient, and the system asks whether to merge immediately. He confirms without hesitation. The fusion process begins, and the system shows an upgrade progress toward level 34, listing the first material, Mountain Break Core. The second material is confirmed, Human Face Prime Bone, sufficient quantity achieved. The third material appears, Corpse Array Extracted Bone, requirements met. Final material, Aberration Core, fully complete. Seeing that only the final Human Face Prime component is missing, he summons Li Fu Gui and signals the start of the next phase. The two begin discussing a detailed deception plan, rewriting the entire previous script to increase credibility and conceal the real objective. Li Fu Gui claims full confidence, saying even a peak Tier 3 expert can be lured into the trap. He even boasts that anything related to the target can be manipulated if necessary. On basement level 11, the remaining group continues clearing aberrations, with targets becoming denser, including many Tier 3 low and mid-level entities. During battle, NPCs are pushed into danger and repeatedly call for Ying Long's help as they cannot break out of the encirclement. Ying Long immediately strikes with his spear, activating Blood Shadow Piercing Strike, to break through the aberration formation. A single sweep of his spear wipes out the front target, opening a large gap in the battlefield. The remaining aberrations begin to falter, unable to react to his overwhelming power. A follow-up shot from behind instantly kills 3 more mid-tier 3 aberrations in a single breath. Someone pulls the NPCs back and orders everyone to regroup behind Yinglong for safety. Yinglong maintains full control of the battlefield, his aura undiminished, preparing the next finishing blow. He activates Blood Shadow Dragon Soul, turning spear intent into a dragon that crashes through the battlefield and crushes all remaining enemies. In a single move, the entire area is cleared, forcing observers to admit Yinglong's strength far exceeds expectations. Meanwhile, he sends a message to Shui Ying, ordering preparations to guide Yinglong down to basement level 12 and toward the central research zone at the designated coordinates, using a hidden mission excuse related to defeating the Aberration Emperor. Shui Ying becomes worried, suspecting the plan may be too risky against Yinglong's true strength, and asks for clarification of the operation. Yinglong turns back to check on Shui Ying and appears relaxed after the battle. He confidently assesses that this floor is still relatively easy and speculates that deeper levels may contain high or peak tier 3 aberrations. Shui Ying uses the opportunity to mention a hidden mission on level 12 tied to the Central Research Facilities and secrets that may help defeat the Aberration Emperor. Some people begin questioning why only Shui Ying received this mission while others did not. Yinglong demands she open her system interface to verify the mission's authenticity. Shui Ying becomes panicked internally, realizing Yinglong has started to doubt her, and she must find a way to conceal the truth. She quickly explains the mission does not come from the system, but was information given by an NPC she previously rescued, framing it as an additional hidden quest. Jiang Ming further analyzes that the NPCs they helped tend to provide rewards or mission hints, and combining them may form a coherent main questline. Yinglong states that with his strength he does not need quests to clear the stage, but he still chooses to follow the entire route to avoid missing key loot, especially the final equipment set. He also mentions the mystery of the Aberration Emperor, making every clue impossible to ignore. He decides to continue the journey, with the immediate goal of heading straight to the 12th floor Research Institute. The entire group quickly transfers to the 12th basement of the ruined Research Institute, and the coordinates confirm this is the exact target location. Yinglong orders Zhang Bing to lead a full sweep of the surrounding and interior areas to check for traps. Teams are assigned clearly. One group follows him inside to investigate, while another seals off and scans the exterior. The orders are precise and efficient. The subordinates are impressed, noting that even someone as strong as Yinglong remains extremely cautious. He simply replies that this caution is what has kept him alive until now. Yinglong has heard fragments of legends about this place, but nothing confirmed, so he says they will clarify everything once inside. Zhang Bing reports back that there are no signs of ambushes or aberrations, and it should be safe to proceed. After the check, the conclusion is strange. The area is completely empty, with no NPCs or activity traces, causing Yinglong to frown since it contradicts Shui Ying's information. The girl accompanying them begins to waver, suspecting whether Yining might be setting a trap and questioning his true intent. Yinglong asks Shui Ying for her opinion, and she suggests the intelligence may be wrong, and that they should withdraw to avoid wasting time if nothing is here. Just as they prepare to leave, a spatial gate suddenly opens in front of them, tearing reality apart. A young man steps out from the rift, revealing himself as Li Fugui. Yinglong immediately becomes alert, sensing the man resembles an NPC, but does not fully match any dungeon template. Even Zhang Bing cannot detect his presence beforehand. Someone capable of traversing space like this is clearly not ordinary. Yinglong asks for his identity, but Li Fugui responds coldly and refuses to explain. The team becomes irritated, thinking he is being disrespectful toward Yinglong. Yinglong immediately shouts for them to stop, ordering everyone not to act recklessly. Li Fugui laughs loudly, saying that coming from the Gate of Hell to this place was not easy at all. The mention of the Gate of Hell makes Yinglong recall a special dungeon within mainland China, and he becomes confused by the idea of an NPC appearing thousands of kilometers away. Li Fugui looks at the group and treats them like insignificant beings, saying even peak tier 3 cultivators are no different from insects in his eyes. He hints that Yinglong's soul has something abnormal, as if it does not fully belong to the natural order. That remark instantly tenses Yinglong up, making him wonder if the opponent has detected his divine power, something rarely noticed even in the real world. and he begins suspecting this could be a Tier 4 level existence. At the same time, part of Li Fugui's vision seems shared elsewhere, as if he is observing multiple directions simultaneously. Ying Long maintains a calm exterior, but the pressure has already mounted internally. Every small reaction could be read by the opponent, making the situation increasingly dangerous due to Li Fugui's experience. After a brief moment of thought, Ying Long takes a deep breath and stabilizes his state. He changes his tone to a more polite one, probing the opponent's identity and purpose for appearing here. Li Fugui replies directly that they are not qualified to know his name, and assistance is unnecessary since they are merely obstacles in the plan to eliminate the Aberration Emperor. He continues acting arrogantly to maintain his cover as instructed. The subordinates of Ying Long immediately become furious, unable to tolerate being called insects. One of them suggests testing this strange NPC since he seems abnormal and has not issued any quest. Li Fugui breaks into a cold sweat internally, repeatedly begging them not to attack, fearing that any aggression could trigger system mechanisms linked to Yi Ning and spiral out of control. Ying Long immediately stops his men again, ordering them to hold formation and not act recklessly. Li Fugui sighs in relief, thinking his master's plan was correct. The more cautious and powerful the opponent, the easier they are to manipulate through subtle details and psychological pressure. He continues maintaining balance, acknowledging their strength, but insisting their shared goal is still the elimination of the Aberration Emperor. He then releases a surge of overwhelming aura and energy as a way to prove he is not weak while simultaneously exerting pressure over the entire team. The aura that burst from Li Fugui instantly spread out, pressing down on everyone at the outer perimeter and shocking them with unexpected pressure. Inside, Li Fugui felt like screaming, but his face stayed ice cold, not daring to show even a hint of emotion. Ying Long observed this and became even more certain. This NPC was extremely powerful and did not even react under full probing. He casually judged the strength as only acceptable, not a real threat, while Li Fugui was shaking inside, close to collapsing. Ying Long added that the Yigui Huangjia was not an ordinary existence, and even a peak Tier 3 was only fit to be vanguard troops. The team started to suspect the target had already reached Tier 4. From another level of intent, the commander signaled Li Fugui that the timing was ready and the net could be closed. Li Fugui stressed again that the real target was Tier 4, and others were only useful support if they could keep up. Ying Long recalled a real-world battle where a peak Tier 3 Yigui almost destroyed Yang Cheng, concluding that Tier 4 was world-destructive, and this NPC must be a key system piece. He further reasoned that all NPCs were system arrangements like guides he had met before, and decided to get more deeply involved in the plan. Li Fugui confidently claimed his top speed reached Mach 3 per second, and promised no one would be disappointed. He immediately released a test strike to the side to prove his ability. The attack caused a massive shockwave, crushing nearby rocks into dust, and he claimed he was highly adaptable in combat. Inside, Li Fugui wanted to curse, because the display felt completely meaningless compared to what he had seen before. He started doubting whether he could even complete the mission if this NPC ignored that level of power. Ying Long dismissed the attack as insignificant and asked about real combat speed experience and whether he had faced high-speed monsters. Li Fugui replied that he had killed a Renmianjun, a very fast creature, as proof of experience. Ying Long had heard of it, admitted it was fast, but still not convincing enough. Li Fugui then took out battle loot, the bones of the Renmianjun. He explained that at the time of the kill, the creature was not as fast as it was now, proving his experience. The girl nearby became worried, suspecting Ye Ning was trying to bait Ying Long and steal the loot instead of fighting directly. Li Fugui felt happy inside, because everything was going exactly according to his script. The commander told him to stay calm, act the role properly, and guide the opponent to confirm the item value. Li Fugui reached out, as if to inspect the item, and said only verified proof would allow participation. He signaled for the item to be handed over for inspection. But just before touching it, he sensed a strange tremor in the opponent's hand. A strong expert shaking while holding something so small made him instantly alert. He pulled his hand back and asked if the opponent was overly excited. Li Fugui quickly forced a smile and claimed he was just curious because it was a rare item missing from his collection. He insisted that only if he received the item would he allow participation in the battle. Ying Long began to doubt the logic, as it made no sense for a Tier 4 expert to care so much about a Tier 3 mutated creature, and the reactions felt off. The telepathic voice reminded Li Fugui to stay calm, avoid panic even if exposed, step back to observe, and keep control of the situation. At the same time, he contacted Shui Ying Lin Lan, instructing her to cooperate with Ying Long and mislead the NPC with side missions, and never expose any flaw since the system mission was the real key. Li Fugui suddenly changed his attitude, acting irritated, and saying the other side showed no sincerity, so he would stop guiding them. He coldly announced he would handle things alone, then turned to Ying Long and said goodbye, as if preparing to leave immediately. At that moment, Shui Ying quickly reminded Ying Long that they had collected items requested by the NPC on the way, and those might be hidden tokens of the dungeon, with secret rewards if not handed over. Ying Long wavered and reanalyzed the situation, thinking there was no one else in the area, and the NPC had no reason to lie. Plus, he was the one who mentioned Ren Mianjun, so it could be a real quest mechanic. Still, he remained suspicious, since no official system confirmation had appeared yet, leaving uncertainty. Shui Ying suddenly reported she received a special mission requiring, under the guidance of the Guardian, the elimination of the Yi Gui Huangjia. Ying Long immediately questioned why only she received the mission. The others confirmed they had not received anything, making the situation even stranger. Shui Ying explained it might be due to her frequent interactions with NPCs, so the system prioritized her, but she was not sure. Ying Long suggested sharing the mission interface to verify consistency within the team. Shui Ying agreed and said the mission came from the Guardian of the Hellgate, though she felt extremely uneasy. Meanwhile, she sent a telepathic message to Li Fugui, fearing their plan was about to be exposed. Li Fugui immediately cooperated, pretending to turn and leave to shift Ying Long's attention away. He deliberately showed irritation, saying he was tired of their mutual suspicion and preparing to leave the scene. Ying Long quickly stopped him and confirmed their sincerity, asking him to stay. When checking the mission interface, the NPC guide began verifying the information, as if the rumors about the research institute and the secret mission to eliminate Yi Gui Huangjia were true. Immediately after, everyone in the team received the same mission. Under the NPC's guidance, eliminate Yi Gui Huangjia, with hidden rewards still unknown. Ying Long also received the mission notification, which surprised him. He confirmed it matched Shui Ying's information, and believed her earlier contact with the NPCs explained her earlier receipt, further strengthening his belief in handing over Ren Mianjun. On Li Fugui's side, the system mission fully activated, and he finally relaxed, confirming the plan was on track and preparing for the final battlefield at the core of the Yi Gui zone. He further analyzed that slight differences in missions might be due to the NPC not being dead at the start, causing branching scenarios, though the reason was still unclear. He also suspected the mission might have been triggered by an NPC named Zhang En, even wondering if the NPCC or the system itself was connected to the Yi Gui, making the entire mission feel like a trap. However, he quickly dismissed the thought and refocused on the plan, since Li Fugui's part was nearly complete and the main battlefield would be handled later. Li Fugui returned, bowed, apologized, and expressed willingness to continue cooperation. Ying Long saw the timely apology and decided not to pursue the earlier issue further. He signaled a retreat for Li Fugui, then slashed open space with a sword, forcibly creating a reverse teleport path. A void gate opened behind Li Fugui, pulling him backward. Before disappearing, he said he would return when the team faced the Yi Gui Huangjia. After returning safely, Li Fugui could not hide his excitement and reported that the mission had gone smoothly. He complained theatrically about nearly dying during the operation, but was assured rewards would not be reduced, instantly cheering up. The master even promised him a long break afterward, making Li Fugui shower him with praise as the most generous person he had ever met. In another scene, the protagonist obtained a set of materials and used spiritual power to crush them, activating the energy inside. The liquid inside the material burst out, flowing like condensed essence that had been sealed for a long time. The system immediately absorbed it all, confirming it was an upgrade material for the sword god, specifically Ren Mianjun Marrow, and asked whether to proceed with the upgrade. The player confirmed the choice, and the system immediately began the upgrade process, opening new energy channels. His entire body was instantly torn apart by violent energy currents, with pain spreading through every part of him. Zirzo 9 rushed over in panic, calling his name and demanding defensive protection be activated. She quickly erected a shadow barrier to block all energy fluctuations from leaking outside. After a few minutes, the process stabilized and the system announced the upgrade was complete. 009 anxiously asked about his condition. and he explained it was a normal reaction when absorbing materials, nothing dangerous. He ordered 009 to continue patrolling the surroundings to ensure no threats were approaching. The system simultaneously announced mission completion, awarding spirit energy points, greatly enhancing sword techniques, reducing cooldowns to 12 hours, and unlocking skill fusion. He checked his status panel and saw clear improvements, especially in skill attribute customization and the new fusion mechanism. Additionally, early completion unlocked a hidden reward, upgrading one skill to 4S, forcing him to consider his choice carefully. He reasoned that if upgrading, he should pick the strongest skill to maximize combat power. The system warned the upgrade was irreversible and would make the skill more extreme with harsher activation conditions, but he still leaned toward upgrading Divine Fury. After consideration, he confirmed the upgrade. A surge of power exploded within his body, making him feel a completely new level of strength. Divine Fury evolved into 4S. It could summon a Tier 4 Phantom for a short time, accumulate rage during combat, enter a berserk state when fully charged, and unleash an unavoidable finishing strike, consuming all spirit energy with a 12-hour cooldown. After reading the description, he realized the activation conditions were far harsher than advertised, making him annoyed. Still, he set it aside, thinking it could at least be tested against peak Tier 3 suppression. Next was skill fusion, and he began optimizing a single skill slot. In his mind, he simulated Tianji Lu Guang combined with Sword Storm, imagining countless strikes erupting within a raging vortex. He tried another option, Chang Yuan Slash fused with Break Heaven, picturing a spatial slash that could destroy the entire battlefield. He even considered fusing Yan Luo Human World, already an extremely heavy finishing skill. But after careful thought, that skill already had strict conditions, and fusing it would only add more restrictions on top of existing ones, so he abandoned it and shifted to lower tier skills for a more controllable build. Still, choosing the exact combination gave him a headache, as optimization became increasingly difficult. At that moment, Linlan Shui Ying sent a message saying they had reached the final layer, heading toward the altar to retrieve the mission stone, and asked when he would arrive to coordinate. She emphasized that the stone was the key to unlocking the final core area, and if they wanted an ambush, they had to act before the main battle erupted. Meanwhile, he also considered that with his current strength, he might not need to retreat and could directly fight. He replied decisively that he would come, telling her to keep the plan unchanged, while he continued optimizing skill fusion on the fly. After finalizing his intent, he and 009 headed straight toward the final point of the research institute, preparing to enter the central battlefield. 009 followed closely behind without leaving his side. She opened a spatial gate, and in an instant both of them teleported to the final area. Before them appeared an ancient altar, and the mission stone was exactly as expected, glowing at the center. He told 09 to take the stone and keep it safe, as it was the key to the next stage. The teleport gate opened, and they stepped into the final core space of the dungeon. The moment they arrived, a heavy pressure surged forward, forcing 009 to immediately shield him. He calmly pushed the aura aside, reassuring her that it was only pressure, not an attack. Ahead of them stood rows of figures frozen like stone statues, showing no signs of life. These statues remained completely motionless, making the space even more eerie. At the center of the altar, a massive existence floated in the air, identified as the Yi Gui Huang Jia. Although it did not move, it radiated terrifying pressure, as if in deep sleep or sealed, and he judged that it had not fully awakened yet, likely waiting for Yinglong's group to trigger the final mechanism. He decided to stay hidden for now, waiting for the right moment to act alongside the main battlefield changes. On Yinglong's side, the team also arrived. The NPC guide confirmed the stone was the key to entering the central battlefield and warned them to protect it as it could counter Yi Gui Huang Jia. Yinglong asked again about the mission status and the existence of a Tier 4 NPC, but Shui Ying said there was still no new info and it would likely only appear deeper inside. While checking the altar area, they discovered 2 stones were missing compared to the original data, immediately raising suspicion that someone had entered before them. Shui Ying panicked, worried that Yi Ning had already acted, but forced herself to stay calm. Yinglong also became highly alert. The NPC reasoned that the structure might have always been like this, or another force or hidden expert had taken them, which temporarily stabilized the team's mindset. Yinglong immediately ordered no hesitation and prepared to enter battle. The entire team activated the stone and entered the battlefield. Inside, massive numbers of Yi Gui guards appeared, including high and mid-tier 3 units and hundreds of lower monsters. Ying Long assigned roles, taking on the strongest target himself while the rest handled the formation, and ordered everyone not to leave the stone. The team immediately engaged in combat, as skills exploded across the battlefield, plunging everything into chaos. A wide range of abilities were unleashed, including chains, ice arts, and lightning techniques, forming a large-scale sweep. Ying Long directly unleashed his strongest finishing move, transforming into a blood dragon that crushed the target in one strike. Monsters fell one after another, bodies covering the battlefield. In the shadows, the protagonist analyzed their formation. It was just enough to trigger Divine Fury, with 10 Tier 3 early targets, clearly divided into melee, ranged, and support roles. He began calculating the optimal combo chain to wipe them all out in one move. Ying Long remained the hardest target. To kill him, Divine Fury would be required, but if the Yi Gui Huangjia awakened, the risk would be too high, so it was better to wait and strike after both sides were exhausted. An NPC had his arm bitten off and was dragged away. The area around Ying Long was filled with strange Yi Gui NPCs, as if acting out a scripted scene. Ying Long kept sweeping enemies with his spear. When the last monster fell, Jiang Ming reported that their side was nearly done, with only 2 demon hunters left. The final Yi Gui began showing signs of recovery, as if about to exit its dormant state. This energy was clearly not simple. A severely injured NPC still tried to grab the stone, while shouting for Ying Long to take it, and urging everyone to focus fire on the Yi Gui Huangjia as it was about to awaken. Everyone immediately rushed the same target, overwhelming pressure, converging like a crushing tide. Attacks erupted from all sides, all striking the barrier protecting the target. No one dared slow down, constantly increasing output as even a single delay could fully revive the monster. Meanwhile, he noticed something strange. Everyone was only focused on attacking and ignored the odd connection between the stone and the monster's barrier. The more they attacked, the brighter both the barrier and the stone became. He finally realized the trap. From the beginning, the Yi Gui had no intention of ambushing them. It was deliberately luring attacks. The so-called barrier was actually absorbing energy from the attackers, acting like a special seal that grew stronger with every strike, accelerating the monster's recovery. The scheme went even deeper. The stronger the attacks, the more energy it absorbed and the faster the seal broke. The Yi Gui Huangjia was originally sealed as a Tier 4 entity and could not be killed directly in this A-rank dungeon. The real key was not killing it after awakening, but breaking the seal mechanism at its core. Realizing the danger, he immediately prepared to rush in and stop them. If it fully awakened, the situation would collapse. Amid the chaos, a few members of Lin Lan's group remained outside observing. Following his instructions, Shui Ying prepared to act according to the script, deliberately dropping the stone and finding an opportunity to make Ying Long lose the key item. Without hesitation, she directly dropped the stone into the chaotic battlefield below. She immediately rushed forward and pretended to lose her balance, falling straight toward Ying Long in an accidental move. Ying Long reflexively caught her and asked with concern, while she acted dazed to hide what was really going on. He quickly assessed the situation and told Shui Ying her strength was too weak, saying she should withdraw or she would only distract the formation. She quickly relayed the situation to Ye Ning, but he still could not find a convincing reason for Ying Long to drop the stone, and only told her to stay away from the battlefield for now. Zhang En proposed an idea. To avoid risk and improve combat efficiency, they could directly attach the stone to the body. The idea was quickly approved, and everyone followed it, as long as the stone stayed in physical contact. From above, he realized the entire situation had already been guided by Ying Long's NPC, with almost no way to break the chain of actions. Even if Shui Ying explained, Ying Long would not believe it, and would only grow more suspicious. The best option was to strike first, eliminate his subordinates to trigger Divine Fury, and then proceed. To deliver a lethal strike without being detected, he needed a skill that was both instant and stealth-based. Only Tianji Liu Guang and Dimensional Slash fit the requirement. The system confirmed, if Tianji Liu Guang 3S is fused with Dimensional Slash 3S, both original skills will be erased. Confirmation required. He immediately accepted the fusion and initiated the skill merge process. The result was a new skill, Dimensional Gun Strike. When activated, time speed is increased by 1,000 times, allowing 10 seconds of internal execution while only 1 second passes outside. After release, the shockwave detonates simultaneously with time distortion effects and can be triggered repeatedly. After completion, the rank remained 3S, but actual combat power reached a level comparable to Yan Luo Human World. Inside a separate spatial layer, he could extend attacks to 10 seconds, while the real world experienced only 1 second. The strange part was that all strikes inside that space, no matter when they were launched, would synchronize and explode at the final moment, forming a near-perfect hidden killing technique. But just as he was calculating, he suddenly sensed a massive fluctuation sweeping in. The situation had changed. The boss aura was clearly no longer willing to be suppressed by brute force. Had the Yi Gui Huangjia awakened? No, not fully yet, but it was close, with a short delay remaining. There was no more time. This opening had to be used to finish it. Jiang In, don't rush in and die for nothing. At that moment, the boss opened a third eye in the center of its forehead. Instantly, countless beams of light surged out like a tidal wave toward the crowd. Those hit at close range collapsed immediately, with severe injuries. Fall back, I will take the front line. From his observation above, he realized the light was actually a partially broken seal that required external force to fully open. The pressure was terrifying, but still below Tier 4, even slightly weaker than Ying Long, so it was not an immediate threat. Zhou09 asked whether they should act now. He told her to wait, letting the Yi Gui Huangjia and Ying Long exhaust each other first. The longer they fought, the better it would be for him. Even the infiltrated Yi Gui were acting as bait, proving the trap was still active. If his guess was correct, there was still another layer of seal inside the Huangjia. Only when it was revealed would it be the right moment to strike. When the time came, she must stay hidden and never act rashly. Unless absolutely necessary, she should remain still. If exposed, both the Huangjia and Yinglong would become dangerous variables. His divine fury could only be used once. If he could wipe out both the Huangjia and Yinglong together, it would be perfect. Otherwise, he would prioritize killing the Huangjia first for higher rewards. Meanwhile, Yinglong continued fighting the Huangjia head-on. Just as he prepared to move, Yinglong suddenly felt his body grow heavy, as if being dragged down, with his speed completely restricted. What kind of ability was this? The Huangjia charged forward with killing intent. You dare interfere in my battle? Die. But Yinglong did not yield. He immediately released his full power, and a blood shadow erupted into the sky. A massive phantom appeared behind him with a twisted smile. His spear swept down, clashing directly with the Huangjia's fist. The blood soul spear exploded, instantly crushing one of the opponent's arms. Yinglong's strength was clearly top tier among peak tier 3 fighters, but this Huangjia was far from simple. It felt like it was deliberately holding back, luring him deeper into the trap. The Emperor roars in rage, calling me an insect. You are courting death. A burst of light erupts at the center of his forehead. His destroyed body starts regenerating, green energy spreading as recovery accelerates. In moments, his arm fully regrows. So this is blood-flesh regeneration. This Emperor is really annoying. Time to finish this. Yinglong activates Blood Shadow Fusion. Body and shadow merge as his aura surges, tearing through space. The spear releases an extreme killing intent. At the same time, he unleashes Emperor power for a direct clash. Spear and fist collide violently, shockwaves blasting the ground apart in dust and rubble. The entire area shakes. A nearby bridge is about to collapse. Everyone retreats to safety. Yinglong spins his spear, triggering Blood Shadow Storm, forming a killing vortex. The attack tears through the wind and instantly erases one arm and half of the Emperor's body. But the spear tip starts cracking, showing clear overload. Seeing the opponent fall, Yinglong assumes the battle is over. But the life force is still there. Still alive? Then finish it. He rushes in and thrusts down with full power. The spear is blocked by an invisible barrier. The enemy is not dead and is starting a second stage evolution. After such a long fight, he is only now entering phase 2. His energy is heavily drained. If the Emperor truly evolves, will the mysterious NPC step in? He cannot rely on them. Everyone focuses their power to break the barrier now. The opportunity has come. The second seal is exposed. Clear everything first, then trigger Divine Rage. He activates a dimensional jump skill, locking onto the first archer for the kill. Entering the dimensional space, all enemies slow down to near stillness while he remains at full speed. It feels like chopping wooden logs, absurdly easy. Targets are eliminated one by one. In this state, he uses a brief 3 seconds to test field power with Yinglong, checking real combat performance. Each slash ends cleanly as he retracts force in a smooth, pre-calculated motion. The drawback is that Dimensional Strike cannot combine with other skills, forcing a fixed combat rhythm. Back at the cave area, he signals Li Fugui to perform a distraction act. Li Fugui immediately understands. Once the effect ends, all enemies split apart and collapse lifeless. Some try to fully activate defenses, but it is useless against that strike. One enemy clutches a severed neck, struggling in desperation. Even Ying Long is struck by a sweeping blade. His automatic defense activates, but cannot fully negate the damage. He avoids a fatal hit, but his defense is heavily damaged and cannot withstand another strike like that. A roar followed by a shockwave hits, throwing everything into chaos. A massive unknown attack causes confusion. Has the Emperor recovered, or is another hidden force interfering with the barrier? At that moment, another spatial gate opens. Fourth-tier aura erupts, making the situation extremely dangerous. Energy is nearly depleted, and being trapped between two forces means no escape. Li Fugui appears, watching the chaos with a mocking tone. He replies, "Since you are here, please handle this monster." He quickly evacuates the injured, asking for assistance in a safe retreat. He keeps a backup plan in mind. Engage if advantageous, retreat if not. He carries the injured over to Li Fugui. Ying Long confirms the condition is stable, but still needs immediate treatment. Leave the rest to me. Ying Long suspects the previous sword technique belongs to Ye Ning, and he begins doubting the mysterious NPC. Is the fourth-tier aura related to Ye Ning, or just a disguise? In Li Fugui's form, both of them raise their weapons, preparing a combined strike. Their power output exceeds the body's limit, and the pressure keeps rising every second. Pain spreads through his entire body as a massive phantom begins forming behind him. Divine Rage activates. For 3 seconds, a fourth-tier phantom is summoned. The system demands immediate target lock. Only 3 seconds left at full power. The deciding moment has arrived. In that instant, he realizes the monster is no longer hiding and is preparing a desperate counterattack. 2 seconds left. Li Fugui takes position as the monster charges straight in. Both sides strike at the same time, activating defensive god skills to brace for the decisive clash. The fourth-tier phantom descends, crushing everything as it slashes toward the target. The attack shatters all defenses, damage far beyond what the enemy body can endure. The monster can only scream in despair as it is fully suppressed. Even Li Fugui is frozen for a moment by this overwhelming power. So this is fourth-tier power, truly worth it. The activation conditions are strict, but the output exceeds expectations. If Ying Long had not overcalculated, it could have ended cleaner. Ying Long laughs, one strike to kill the Emperor. This NPC is beyond expectations. He admits the decision was correct. Without this support, survival would have been impossible. But he quickly notices there is still no system kill confirmation. The mission may not be complete. He grows uneasy. Too many losses and too much time spent. If no reward is given, the cost is too heavy. He immediately asks Li Fugui to confirm whether the Emperor is truly dead. Li Fugui replies coldly, "If I have acted, there is no chance of survival." Li Fugui looks at them with pressure in his voice. "I saved your lives and killed the beast. No sign of gratitude?" Ying Long's mind floods with doubt. Was his reward stolen, or is this part of the mission trigger? He suppresses his anger and asks carefully what is required to complete the mission. Li Fugui glances over. "Not necessarily complete yet. Show me what you can offer." He looks at their condition and scoffs. "So poor. Give me 100 high-tier energy cores as compensation." Ying Long freezes. High-tier energy cores are extremely rare and expensive. 100 is impossible to gather. This is clearly extortion. Should he risk it or retreat? Either choice carries heavy consequences. Elsewhere, an observer begins to doubt. Is Yi Ning not planning to kill Ying Long yet, but only using him further? Jiang Ming continues, sending messages back and forth. He speculates that rewards may be settled after the dungeon ends, and current conditions are additional requirements. The observer scoffs internally. Even injured, they are still falling into this logic trap. Yi Ning's planning runs deep. He reads Jiang Ming's message and begins to lean toward that conclusion. He takes out a large item, preparing it for negotiation. He presents it. "These cores are not enough. Can this replace the payment?" Li Fugui snorts. "Fine, consider it partial sincerity. Final hint, to complete the dungeon, kill 100 more third-tier demon spirits." He breathes out in relief. "Thank you, senior." A system notification appears. Emperor Demon Beast eliminated. Dungeon progress reaches 65%. Rewards upgraded with epic gear, materials, exclusive titles, and rare items. Massive loot drops force immediate withdrawal planning. Additional rewards include equipment, dungeon resources, skill extraction, and attribute points. The volume is too large to handle safely. Retreat is required. Someone mentions the 6th layer NPC, but teammates confirm it was already dealt with. It was burned completely. Hearing this, someone reacts immediately. Doing that may cause the entire dungeon to collapse. 009 remains calm and says that if the target has already been obtained, destroying everything is not a big issue. In the end, they agree to prioritize an immediate retreat from the dungeon. The system warns that not all objectives are completed. Leaving now will affect the final evaluation. Even so, they still choose to withdraw. They cannot take any more risks. If Yinglong returns, they will all be wiped out. System result. Player Yining completes the dungeon with an 84.1% rating, S-rank evaluation, bonus experience, gear draw attempts, and multiple rewards. High-tier skill extraction rights and free attribute points are unlocked, along with exclusive dungeon equipment. The massive loot load forces a pause. He asks 09 to secure the area for safe processing. The two quickly find an abandoned house to stop temporarily. Looking at the loot, he evaluates the epic-grade Beast Claw as a high-speed weapon, suitable for agile combat, but not matching his current style. It may be transferred to Lin Ru later. The Demon Bone Marrow can temporarily enhance demonization state for combat power boost, but he decides not to use it yet. Next are blue-grade gear and skill draws. He hopes for something more stable for long-term use. The system keeps dropping rewards. Bear Helmet, Dragon Thorn, Icebone Boots, Blood Axe, Phantom Gloves, Fire Heart Armor. A full wave of random loot appears like a clearance drop. He picks up one item, the Dragon Thorn, and studies it briefly. After killing a target, it stores energy. When fully charged, it can summon a Dragon Phantom, with armor break, bleeding, and wide shockwave effects. He tests it with his mind, sending the Dragon Thorn flying. It pierces through multiple structures and shoots into the sky. Quite sharp, perfect for assassination use. It can replace his old dagger. The rest of the gear is not suitable, and can be sold or split later. He orders Li Fugui to pack everything else. System announces a new A-rank skill, Earth Flame Eruption. Consumes 3,000 mental energy and mana to trigger magma explosions within 100 meters, dealing extreme fire damage. Stronger in special terrain with chain reaction effects. He frowns after reading it. High-rank skill but heavy and slow to activate. No target lock, high cost, and situational utility. Overall, average usefulness. He throws it to Li Fugui, who naturally takes the role of a loyal subordinate. Most dungeon rewards are not ideal. The main value still lies in core equipment. A Soul Breaker, mental armor set appears, boosting mental recovery, resistance to psychological effects, and reducing negative states. Its effect converts mental attacks into real damage with no usage limit, bypassing normal defenses. He immediately realizes it turns mental power into direct offensive force, even more stable than his previous mental storm technique. Without hesitation, he merges the equipment into his body. Energy gathers at his forehead, forming a third eye-like mark. His scattered mental energy is now centralized, operating like a weapon system ready to fire at any moment, like a mental cannon inside his mind. He tests the mental storm skill again. A mental shockwave fires like a laser, tearing through space ahead with visible impact. However, drawbacks remain. High consumption, limited optimal targets, best against small groups or weaker enemies. For weak mobs, it can wipe them out in a single thought. He moves on to the next item. Light of Mind is a jewelry-type item that increases vitality and recovery, and grants a field-based buff system. It can switch between speed, strength, and defense, but only one at a time. It also includes a mind lock effect that can restrict targets or self for 10 seconds. Without hesitation, he absorbs it into his body. The 15 vitality perfectly covers his previous weakness. More importantly, Light of Mind provides team support. If he reaches 4th tier and unlocks aura expansion, even normal people might have a chance to reach 3rd tier power. Thinking this, he decides to test the light mana aura skill first. A glowing ring quickly forms above his head. Within its range, spiritual energy increases by 6 points. The boost is not obvious, but there may be more hidden effects. With that thought, he summons Li Fugui. Master, do you need me? He directly places the blue aura ring onto Li Fugui's head and asks if he feels anything unusual. Li Fugui instantly grimaces. Master, I am not even married yet. Why are you putting a green ring on my head? Don't judge me by my size. I am still a real man inside. He cuts him off and tells him to focus and open his status panel. After checking, Li Fugui freezes in shock. What the hell? My strength jumped to 19 points. It was only 5 before. He reports his massive stat increase. Now the prediction is confirmed. The aura has hidden mechanics. The weaker the target, the greater the benefit. He only gained 6 points, while Li Fugui gained 14. Although the aura range is only about 20 meters, it can cover dozens of people. With this buff, someone near peak threshold could reach 3rd tier combat power. Spiritual energy does not change, but combat ability skyrockets. This is clearly a battlefield skill. He then tests the mind lock ability on Li Fugui. Instantly, his state changes dramatically, as if power is flooding his body. I am invincible. Seeing this reaction, he realizes the skill force's absolute battle frenzy. In other words, it can turn units into an unbreakable army. Next, he wants to test combined effects. True strength lies not in single skills, but in synergy. When checking the Soul Devourer mental set, he finds it meets full set activation conditions. The system grants 1,000 spiritual energy points and unlocks a new ability, Undying Legion. This skill allows turning targets into absolute loyal demon entities. Starting limit 10 units, increasing by 10 per rank. It also includes demon conversion technique, usable on willing or dying targets. High mental resistance can cause failure. Converted units retain part of their talent and gain enhanced physical power. After reading the description, he admits this conversion ability is absurdly overpowered. His gaze subconsciously shifts toward Li Fu Gui, as if considering something. Li Fu Gui immediately trembles. "Master, why are you looking at me like that?" He shakes his head and gives up the idea. "You are too weak, not worth it." Li Fu Gui feels like he has been stabbed in the heart. "Master, your mouth is too harsh." He simply laughs it off and prepares to leave. But at that moment, his body undergoes an abnormal change. A massive surge of energy erupts from within him. After the familiar system notification, he breaks through to mid-third tier. His spiritual reserve doubles to 114,000 points. He is satisfied. This dungeon's gains are massive. The level up alone increases his conversion capacity to 100 demons. His energy now allows more than 10 consecutive sword techniques beyond divine rage. At this rate, reaching 4th tier in half a year seems possible, faster than his previous life. At that moment, a call from Xiao Hai suddenly connects. "Commissioner Yi Ning, when will you return to the capital? Something has happened to the spiritual mine. The 3rd Legion under Lu Tianming has forcibly seized our mining resources. Wang Tian and I were heavily injured. If not for Commander Chung, we would have been captured. Not only did they take resources from the Action Bureau, they also stole the ore meant for Commander Chen and sold it privately at high price. Worse, they spread rumors that your subordinates are abusing power and embezzling state assets." After hearing everything, he calmly replies to rest and recover. He will handle it personally, then ends the call. His eyes turn cold. Lu Tianming is clearly provoking him. They are trying to stop his growth before he becomes uncontrollable. The scene shifts to the Tianlong station, in the Blood Shadow safe zone. Inside a room, Lin Ru senses movement outside and realizes the person she has been waiting for has finally returned. He looks at her and says he has heard from Uncle Huang that she has barely left room A for days. Lin Ru calmly replies that she already said she would wait for him here. He gets straight to the point and asks if she has made her decision and whether she will follow him. Lin Ru immediately asks back what following him would mean for her. In her eyes, someone of his level does not lack servants. Aside from being an assistant or a decoration by his side, she sees no real value in herself. He does not answer directly and instead asks if she truly desires power, then takes out a large batch of items from the system. From cultivation resources to equipment and skills, he can provide everything she needs. Lin Ru immediately realizes this is not treatment meant for someone dependent. He then states his purpose clearly. He needs absolute loyal subordinates to handle matters in the far frontier, people who obey only his orders. Hearing this, she slightly frowns. With his current status, those words carry a very serious meaning. He calmly admits he fully understands that implication. But Lin Ru still does not understand. Why her? What exactly does he see in her? Does he not know what goal she is carrying? He tells her not to care how he judges her. She only needs to give him her life, and in return he will give her the chance for revenge. She has always wanted to personally eliminate those people, not listen to excuses made in the name of the bigger picture. He states directly, "If you want to kill, then kill them all." After fulfilling that wish, she only needs to become his blade. Lin Ru repeats softly, "Become his sword?" Looking at the blade offered to her, she finally reaches out and takes it. At this moment, only strength matters to her. He nods in satisfaction and says he will return in about half a month. What he hopes most is that she is still alive and well when they meet again. At the same time, Blood On keeps sending messages. She anxiously asks whether Yi Ning has left the dungeon, since Ying Long is still hunting 3rd-tier demon spirits inside. If he discovers he has been tricked, she will be the first suspect. The messages keep coming in, urging him to reply. After reading them, he silently apologizes to Blood On. Before leaving, he had Li Fu Gui clear most of the suspicion around her. With her survival skills, she should still be able to protect herself. Moreover, the dungeon collapse may not be a bad thing for her. Whether she can turn it into an opportunity depends on her own intelligence and luck. If she knew his thoughts, she would probably be furious. He then orders 009 to prepare for departure back to the capital. When asked if he truly trusts Blood Wan, he smiles and says he is not sure. But one thing is certain, without emotional ties to women, his sword becomes sharper when drawn. The scene shifts to the Special Operations Bureau in the capital military region. Commander Cheng greets him upon return. After learning he did not obtain what he wanted, he offers support and mentions a new event, asking if he wants to participate. But he immediately cuts him off. He tells Chung there is no need for politeness, as both know why he returned. What he needs now is a list of those who seized the mining resources. Chung immediately tries to dissuade him. The Supreme Commander and Commissioner Hu are abroad on important missions, and Deputy Commander Fang is stationed in the northwest. Now is absolutely not the time for rash action. On paper, Lu Tianming's actions are also officially authorized. Hearing this, he coldly asks whether that means the entire structure under Lu Tianming is corrupt. Chung continues advising restraint. The military will handle it, but only at the right time with a full plan. He even suggests waiting until Yi Ning reaches peak 3rd tier, or even becomes Supreme Commander. He disagrees. Revenge must also be timed correctly, and that time is tomorrow, when he will begin a life-and-death battle with Lu Tianming. Hearing this, Commander Chung is instantly stunned. This was the perfect chance to suppress Lu Tianming's faction. With chaos about to erupt, this was the right time to strike. But Cheng Yuan believed he was underestimating the enemy, since Lu Tianming was far from simple. In response, he left only one confident line: to take his life, one sword is enough. The scene shifts to Lu Tianming's new residence, where he sits calmly smoking a cigar. Thinking about Lin Lan being out of contact for so long, he assumes she likely died in the far frontier. In his eyes, she was just a useless pawn not worth caring about. He even felt it would be better to force Ye Ning into a life-and-death duel sooner instead of waiting months. A subordinate immediately reports that Yi Ning has returned to the capital and just appeared at the Special Operations Bureau. Lu Tianming sneers, thinking he only came back to complain first. He then asks about Yi Ning's current strength. The report says no significant change has been detected. After only about a week away, a major breakthrough is unlikely. Also, the far frontier trip did not seem to yield the materials he needed. Lu Tianming agrees, feeling he may have overestimated him. However, the subordinate adds that Yi Ning's demeanor upon return is unusually calm. He orders continued surveillance. He also instructs his men to provoke Ye Ning. As for the seized ore, it should be sent directly to his residence, as a reward for supporting the military. He refuses to believe Ye Ning can keep enduring. The subordinate immediately accepts the order. But at that moment, urgent news arrives that shocks him. Yi Ning has officially submitted a deathmatch request within the military, scheduled for tomorrow. Lu Tianming bursts into mocking laughter. In his view, Ye Ning must have lost his mind. If he is so eager to die, he will gladly fulfill that wish. Meanwhile, at Yi Ning's home, someone delivers a dossier sent by Commander Cheng. He hopes the information inside will help in the upcoming battle. The messenger cannot hide his worry. Even though he knows Yi Ning is strong, his opponent is a Tier 3 peak in a life-and-death battle. Yi Ning only smiles and tells him to relax. Seeing this, the man continues explaining the contents of the file. Most of the data is from 6 years ago, when Lu Tianming was still Tier 3 advanced, but already considered a top-tier seed. He followed a physical strength path, possessed A-grade talent, used dual blades, and was suspected of having a special defensive ability. Since becoming a standing committee member 6 years ago, there have been almost no combat records. About a year ago, he was specially promoted to Tier 3 peak. Yi Ning asks what special promotion means. The man explains that Lu Tianming's base attributes had not fully reached perfection, but due to his anomalous core ability, he was granted the rank early. It is believed he can switch between offensive and defensive states freely. That means in defense mode, his durability far exceeds others of the same tier. In offense mode, his destructive power rises just as sharply. Overall, his combat strength is close to 2 Tier 3 advanced fighters combined. After hearing this, Yi Ning roughly understands the situation. The man adds that according to old records, when Lu Tianming fully draws his dual blades, he enters offense mode. When he sheathes them, he switches to defense. His speed is rated average, but that may be a deliberate disguise. Yi Ning agrees with that assessment. Anyone with such dual-state combat ability is not simple. Even if speed is not his strength, the explosive power is still dangerous. However, none of that changes anything for him, since the result still comes down to one sword. At this moment, only one question remains in his mind. The next day, the military arena is packed with people. Discussions erupt everywhere. Most believe the match will be predictable, but seeing Lu Tianming fight is still worth it. Many even claim Yi Ning will be defeated in one strike. To them, he is just someone blinded by his own reputation. Among the crowd, a group begins running bets, claiming their odds are backed by 6 major merchant guilds, and therefore completely reliable. Some immediately question how outsiders are allowed in a military venue. They only laugh and reply that the match has no audience restrictions. If they manage to get in, it means someone powerful is backing them. That even though the military did not publicly promote it, the death duel had already spread everywhere for a long time. Then he began luring people to bet. If anyone dared to pick Yi Ning at 1 to 84 odds, a 10,000 credit stake could return 840,000 credits. The profit was faster than robbery. Hearing those odds, many people were instantly shocked. The bookmaker calmly reassured the crowd that everything was backed by higher authorities, so there was nothing to worry about. At that moment, someone looked back at the updated odds board. In a short time, Yi Ning's winning odds had shifted to 1 to 90. The bookmaker immediately shouted that this was a rare chance to get rich overnight. Seeing such a huge gap, many felt it was basically free money. An army soldier immediately declared he would trust his own faction, throwing in 100,000 credits on Lu Commissioner's side, saying profit did not matter, only support. After confirming the bet, the bookmaker happily accepted the money. Outwardly calm, but inside he was laughing, thinking this man was not smart, but very good at picking the winning side. Someone else still felt uneasy and asked what would happen if Yi Ning actually won. With such extreme odds, the payout would be enormous. The bookmaker paused for a moment, then quickly reassured everyone. He said 6 major merchant guilds were backing everything, so funds were not an issue. He also revealed there were many other betting options. For example, if Yi Ning could not last more than 1 minute, the odds were 80 to 1. If he fell within 30 seconds, the payout was slightly different, and under 10 seconds had an even higher reward. There were also bets on broken defense, severe injury, or voluntary surrender. Many people immediately regretted betting too early. One man quickly demanded to switch his bet to Yi Ning, being defeated within 10 seconds, increasing his stake. The people nearby laughed, saying he still overestimated Yi Ning. At that moment, another person stepped forward and placed a massive bet that Yi Ning would not even last 8 seconds. Everyone was shocked when they recognized him as Wang Luchang. Under confused stares, he just smiled and said he was a Tier 3 expert with some savings. Nothing unusual. He had recently handled a mutated beast, so he had extra funds. However, everyone knew a normal Tier 3 would not carry that much money. Some whispered that he managed supplies and likely used his position for extra benefits. After all, money coming to the door was hard to refuse. An old man nearby went even bigger. He threw almost his entire fortune, betting that Yi Ning could not survive even 1 strike, loudly expressing absolute confidence in Lu Commissioner. But in his heart, he was silently praying. The faster Yi Ning lost, the better, so his profit would be maximized. As time passed, the stands grew more and more crowded, all eagerly waiting for the battle to begin. Several high-ranking generals also appeared. One asked why they were interested in this duel. The answer came with a laugh, saying a life-and-death fight between commissioners was too big to ignore. He also felt the merchant guilds were too bold to turn the match into a betting event. However, an aide quickly revealed that Lu Tianming was actually behind the entire scheme. He was using the match to distribute benefits to various factions. If the bet was Yi Ning, lasting 1 minute, it meant Lu Tianming was holding back. If it dropped to tens of seconds, the fight would look more intense, and more people would win money. If it ended in just a few seconds, the profits would be even more terrifying. There were even bets on the level of Yi Ning's injuries. Even though it was a death duel, everyone believed the military would not let a true genius die. So if he only lost an arm or a leg, the odds would skyrocket. Hearing this, many finally understood. Yi Ning's real chance of death on the arena was almost the same as his chance of winning, since everyone assumed the military would intervene at the last moment. Many admitted Lu Tianming's planning was extremely deep. He not only created massive profits, but also pulled in support from multiple factions. Just thinking that referees or insiders might also be betting made the situation even more dangerous. With hundreds of millions, even billions of credits circulating, the temptation was overwhelming. Without this betting match, most outsiders would not care whether Yi Ning lived or died. But once massive profits were tied to the battle, everyone's attitude changed. Someone even asked whether the generals also intended to support Lu Tianming. According to current stats, nearly half of Huaxia's Tier 3 powerhouses and major merchant guilds had already placed bets. Private factions were even more aggressive. The total capital flowing into the match had already surpassed hundreds of millions. Hearing the report, the generals could not help but sigh. A plan that generated such massive profit while layering countless schemes explained why Lu Tianming had such a wide network of support. Perhaps from the moment Yi Ning submitted the death duel request, everything had already been set in motion. In truth, these attractive odds were the benefits Lu Tianming deliberately released. As long as people stood on his side, they could gain enormous profits. Someone immediately asked which side to bet on. The reply was that it was up to them, but insider information suggested Lu Tianming intended to teach Yi Ning a painful lesson. One strike would be enough to make him suffer deeply. Hearing this, one man directly threw in 10 million credits, even mortgaging 10 years of future income. He bet the fight would end within 7 seconds, and Yi Ning would be dismembered. Meanwhile, in the VIP guest area, Cheng Yuan was extremely displeased. He had clearly requested to sit in the lowest tier with Feng Hao so he could intervene if needed, but the organizers deliberately placed him at the top level. When he questioned it, the staff explained that the military had deployed 20 Tier 3 advanced defensive experts and prepared top-tier protection equipment. They claimed Yi Ning would be rescued instantly if anything went wrong. Cheng Yuan, though still unhappy, could not refute it. However, he noticed another issue. Feng Hao had not arrived even though the match was about to begin. He was told the commander was on the way and would arrive in time. Meanwhile, Yi Ning was completely unreachable, with all calls and messages unanswered. A subordinate suddenly wondered why so many people were openly targeting Yi Ning. Everywhere he looked, there were mocking remarks and expectations of his defeat. Cheng Yuan immediately ordered an investigation. The subordinate quickly accepted the order and left. Cheng Yuan faintly sensed that this wave of public sentiment was likely being manipulated by Lu Tianming. Not long after, the investigation results came back. It turned out a massive betting market had been opened, and most participants were betting on Yi Ning's crushing defeat. The numbers were shocking. The odds were being pushed to extremes, and almost no one believed Yi Ning had any chance of winning. The subordinate cautiously asked whether they should also do something to support Yi Ning. The situation was clearly unfavorable. Someone suggested placing a small bet on Yi Ning as moral support. Even a few hundred or a few thousand credits would be better than doing nothing. Cheng Yuan sighed. He said he wasn't betting small because he didn't believe in Yi Ning, but because most of the ore Yi Ning brought back had already been divided up. Moreover, Yi Ning spent credits heavily on research and his subordinate projects, consuming vast resources. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly remembered Feng Hao. If Feng Hao always claimed Yi Ning resembled him in his youth, then he should at least put some money behind him. Cheng Yuan even joked about forcing Feng Hao to bet 100,000 credits. At the same time, at the military hospital in the capital, Yi Ning was speaking with Xiao Hai. He asked how preparations were going and how large the betting market had truly become. Xiao Hai reported that the total capital flow had already exceeded 144 billion. Almost all of Huaxia was going crazy over this battle. Most Tier 3 experts had placed bets, and Lu Tianming was clearly pushing everything further. According to intelligence, he himself had also invested a massive amount. Hearing the number, Yi Ning still seemed dissatisfied. He said 144 billion was too little. The plan was to wait until the market reached 300 billion before officially making his move. He also ordered contact with Wang Tian, Chen Kai, and all available funding sources. Killing intent had already formed in his heart. Stealing his resources, injuring his people, just these debts alone were enough for Lu Tianming to pay with his life. When looking at the odds board, he discovers a special betting option. Yi Ning killing Lu Tianming with a single strike. The payout ratio is insanely high. The scene shifts to the North Peace Military Command headquarters. Here, General Chen Yong is talking with his younger sister Chen Jiao. She is still uneasy and asks whether he truly trusts Yi Ning. Chen Yong tells her to stop doubting. He believes in Yi Ning, and he also trusts their grandfather's judgment. According to the old man, the Chen family had no real choice. The moment they sided with Yi Ning, win or lose, they were already tied to him. And this was not only them evaluating Yi Ning, but Yi Ning also deciding who was worth keeping by his side. Chen Jiao remains deeply anxious. Their grandfather nearly died last time helping Yi Ning, and now they are risking the entire family fortune again. Even military funds have been involved. If they fail, it could mean bankruptcy and even a military tribunal. Chen Yong shakes his head and says there are many things he himself does not fully understand. But he clearly remembers a battlefield miracle. He once returned there and met the families of fallen soldiers. Other things may be uncertain, but one thing he knows for sure: Yi Ning is a man with true conscience and responsibility. Their grandfather also said that even though he paid a huge price to help Yi Ning save East Sea, he never regretted it. Because in that young man he saw something many people have lost: courage and a sense of responsibility toward others. At times he wonders, if the disaster fell on ordinary East Sea civilians, would anyone stand up for them? Compared to the pressure on Yi Ning, what they endure is nothing. As for people like Lu Tianming, they only exploit the system for gain. They cannot touch them, but Yi Ning might be different. Do not forget, when Yi Ning had just reached early Tier 2, his real combat power was already comparable to Tier 3. Maybe this time he will truly create a miracle. Yes, Wang Zheng has gone all in as well. He even used the loot from the last Demon Ghost dungeon as his stake. His father also said he places his trust in Lord Yi Ning. Wang Zheng, son of Wang Tian, says his father believes Yi Ning is likely gathering resources to prepare for a large-scale disaster in the near future. At the Capital Military District Hospital, Uncle Xiao is barely able to hide his excitement. The 299.6 billion figure shocks him. He never expected awakened beings in Great Xia to hold such massive wealth. But what confuses him is that while the upper class is so rich, ordinary people still struggle to survive. Just this amount alone could build dozens of safe zones and equip millions of people, while the East Sea Relief Fund provided by the government is only 1 billion. The other man explains that this is normal. After the new era began, most resources flowed into the hands of the strong. Forcing them to use personal wealth for rescue or infrastructure is like cutting their own power. But if it concerns their own interests, they would easily spend even 10 times 300 billion. Forget that. How is our betting pool now? At this point we have gathered 37 million, which is enough to cover all payouts based on the current odds. Very good. The betting will close in 3 minutes. And now, it is my turn to enter the field. Yi Ning recalls his past life. After the catastrophe erupted, the government repeatedly called on major forces to rescue survivors, but no one responded. All of them chose to preserve their own strength, and even aid funds were siphoned off layer by layer. When the beast tide swept in, millions did not die from monsters, but from starvation. Supplies were insufficient everywhere. Worse still, after the major war zones collapsed, countless warehouses of powerful factions and officials were still full of unused supplies, many of which rotted away. In theory, after 30 or 40 years of development, humanity should have been far stronger than at the start of the catastrophe era. But because resources and wealth were overly concentrated, the situation became even worse. If those excess supplies and equipment had been distributed to the lower levels, humanity's overall strength would have skyrocketed. Sadly, under corruption of power and money, those elites were nothing more than parasites feeding on their own kind. Compared to monsters that never even attempted to invade cities, those people were the real terrifying monsters. Worse still, they secretly funded lobbying efforts to block the widespread distribution of awakening protection medicine for lower classes, even though it only cost a few billion. One of the masterminds behind it had almost taken his life in both lifetimes. In his past life, he had many chances to undergo talent testing, but he was too poor to afford it. In this life, he risked everything and entered the testing zone directly without any protection medicine. It was basically gambling with his own life. No one could know whether getting tested 2 years earlier than his past life would allow him to awaken a spirit energy protective body. At that moment, Wang Tian called him again. He asked whether Yi Ning truly intended to swallow the massive pool of credit points. Even if he believed Yi Ning would win, what would happen to the losers afterward? Yi Ning immediately replied that he naturally needed those resources. Even if he could not fully use them himself, the last fortress, the sky carrier, and the supernatural army all needed them urgently. Even if today had not happened, he would still find a way to take those funds from them. And if anyone refused, then they could keep fighting to the death. To him, it would just mean eliminating a few more people. Inside the military arena waiting room, Commissioner Liu reported that all preparations were complete with no room for error. His only concern was that Yi Ning might suddenly withdraw. As expected, right after Yi Ning appeared, Cheng Yuan and several commanders immediately tried to persuade him to step down. Commissioner Liu remained extremely calm. In his view, if Yi Ning truly backed out, he would destroy his own future. From then on, the labels of cowardice and arrogance would follow him forever. He even laughed, saying that even if Yi Ning reached the peak in the future, this stain could never be erased. At that point, who would still support someone like him as a commander? Everyone nodded in agreement. However, if Yi Ning really stepped onto the arena, then Lu Tianming must finish the fight within 7 seconds. Only then could maximum profit be achieved. Most participants bet on a 15-second outcome, believing Lu Tianming was not the type to finish fights instantly. Hearing this, he only sneered. If everyone already knew his true strength, how could he still make money? Seeing the time approaching, he immediately ordered all funds to be placed on Yi Ning's defeat. According to his calculation, the death match would end in 7 seconds, bringing enormous profit. At that moment, the loudspeaker announced that the match would begin in 2 minutes. Before stepping onto the stage, Yi Ning greeted everyone. Cheng Yuan looked at him helplessly, having tried to persuade him the entire time, but the young man refused to change his decision. Yi Ning looked at him and repeated what he had said before. He only hoped everyone would continue to trust him and trust his sword until the very last moment. Despite many voices trying to stop him outside, Yi Ning still moved forward without hesitation. The announcement continued. The final 60-second countdown began. This was a death match with no time limit and no restriction on life and death. Only in special circumstances would the organizers intervene. The countdown officially started. Lu Tianming erupted with energy and looked at Yi Ning with arrogance. He believed Yi Ning was just an impulsive youth who did not understand true power. He even gave him one last chance, telling him to kneel and apologize to end everything. Yi Ning did not even bother responding. He coldly stated that only one of them would leave this place alive today. Killing intent surged from his body. The auras of both sides collided violently. Upon sensing the fluctuation from his opponent, Lu Tianming immediately changed expression. Yi Ning had actually reached 3rd tier intermediate. From 3rd tier early stage to intermediate in just 1 month, this speed was unbelievable. Thinking of this, he felt lucky that the death match had started early. If it had been delayed a few more months, the gap between them might have closed completely. But he quickly regained composure. In his eyes, 3rd tier intermediate meant nothing. It was ridiculous for Yi Ning to challenge him with such minor progress. Yi Ning, on the other hand, found his opponent too talkative. The referees above were also discussing non-stop. Some suspected Yi Ning might still be hiding a trump card. Others believed it was impossible. The gap between levels within 3rd tier was huge, and the difference between them exceeded even a minor stage. Yi Ning observed silently. Normally, referees could activate an energy shield at any time to block attacks from peak 3rd tier fighters. But now, many of them were involved in betting, so they might intentionally delay if he was in danger. On the other hand, if Lu Tianming fell into trouble, they would likely intervene immediately. A sword beyond the peak of tier 3 was still out of reach, but he had another plan. Right then, Fang Hao suddenly dropped from the sky and stood in front of Yi Ning. He demanded that Yi Ning end this deathmatch immediately. Fang Hao insisted on taking him away. In his eyes, the situation was completely out of control. But the moment he sensed Yi Ning's aura, he froze. Mid-tier 3 was already shocking, yet Yi Ning was almost at high tier 3. It was hard to believe. A referee reminded everyone that this was a death match. As a commander, Fang Hao should not interfere once the battle had begun. Others agreed, saying Yi Ning had accepted the death match himself. Stopping it now would be abusing his authority. Fang Hao exploded with anger. He warned them to stop hiding their schemes. Anyone who interrupted again would answer to his fists. Overwhelmed by Fang Hao's pressure, the referees fell silent. Even Lu Tianming did not dare say another word. Fang Hao urged Yi Ning to surrender. As long as he lived, he could always start over. Yi Ning calmly replied that someone would die today, but it would not necessarily be him. He told Fang Hao that he had also helped create this gamble. He still had one final trump card. If Fang Hao trusted him, then trust his sword. After saying that, Yi Ning pushed Fang Hao out of the arena and chose to fight to the very end. Lu Tianming laughed with contempt. He admitted Yi Ning had courage, but believed he was walking straight into death. The announcement echoed through the arena. The death match resumed as the final 3-second countdown began. Fang Hao cursed in frustration. Since he could not stop Yi Ning, he decided to gamble as well. He instantly bet 200,000 credits on Yi Ning's victory. The moment the match began, Lu Tianming activated Blood Frenzy, Metal Berserk, Swift Speed, Holy Blessing, and multiple defensive buffs. Yi Ning watched and calculated. The skills and consumables alone were worth over 300,000 credits. Lu Tianming acted arrogant, but he was actually extremely cautious. After finishing every preparation, Lu Tianming launched his attack. He unleashed heaven-breaking Fury Slash, as his shadow stretched behind him like a giant python charging forward. Yi Ning immediately realized Lu Tianming had been hiding his true strength. The angle of the slash was unusual, proving he was guarding against a mental attack. This first move was only meant to test Yi Ning's trump card. Facing the strike, Yi Ning activated Fallen Heaven to form a defensive barrier. The moment Lu Tianming's sword hit, the barrier shattered instantly. He mocked the weak defense without hesitation. But as the barrier broke, Yi Ning blocked the next attack with his own sword. Then he activated Fallen Heaven's second stage. His body shot high into the air. Lu Tianming sneered. To him, escaping into the sky was no different from choosing death. He immediately unleashed Heavenly Blade Net. Countless sword waves and blade lights intertwined into a massive net that covered the entire sky. He believed the attack was so complete that even Fang Hao could not break through to save Yi Ning. The crowd erupted. To them, the battle was already over before 3 seconds had even passed. Yi Ning no longer had a chance to surrender. Some admitted Lu Tianming's move was ruthless. Anyone trying to save Yi Ning would have to wait until the attack ended. Those who had bet on 15 seconds already regretted it, thinking Yi Ning would fall much sooner. Even Fang Hao realized this was clearly a trap prepared in advance. Yet Yi Ning remained perfectly calm. He immediately activated Dimensional Rush. He moved so fast that he seemed to disappear from everyone's sight. To Yi Ning, the entire world slowed down for 10 full seconds. In an instant, he appeared right in front of Lu Tianming, who now looked completely frozen. He aimed straight for Lu Tianming's neck, then his head, then every vital point, including the heart, liver, and internal organs. After that came both arms, both legs, and the rest of his body. Yi Ning believed the result would be horrifying once the effect ended. The only problem was that Lu Tianming was incredibly cautious and wore layer after layer of protective armor. If he could not break every layer of defense at once, Lu Tianming could still react and survive. As for God's wrath, the conditions were not right. So once the effect ended, Yi Ning could only follow up with Sword Flow Storm to make it look like a one-shot kill. If that failed and Lu Tianming still had another trump card, Yi Ning would be the one to lose. Dimensional Rush still had 3 seconds left, equal to about 3/10 of a second outside. Yi Ning sensed Lu Tianming had noticed the danger and switched to defense. A sudden idea crossed his mind. What if he activated Dimensional Rush again, right after Sword Flow Storm? He would gain another burst of speed, while keeping it all as one attack chain. Without hesitation, he decided to try it. As the 10-second limit approached, Yi Ning deliberately pulled back. Lu Tianming could no longer see Yi Ning at all. He guessed Yi Ning had used an invisibility item, or a mental concealment technique. As long as he survived 10 seconds, the loss would be manageable. Feeling more confident, he laughed and rushed back into the air. Fang Hao watched in shock. Even he had no idea where to step in and save Yi Ning. The crowd had different opinions. Some believed Lu Tianming would never let Yi Ning stall for time. Others hoped Yi Ning could last 10 seconds. Most thought no one could escape that airtight attack. Then Yi Ning suddenly appeared right behind Lu Tianming, leaving him stunned. Without giving him a chance to react, Yi Ning unleashed Sword Flow Storm. Countless slashes stacked together and exploded toward the target. Right after that, Yi Ning activated Dimensional Rush again and vanished from sight once more. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing right in front of Lu Tianming. Time slowed once again. Yi Ning immediately realized the 2 Dimensional Rush activations worked together almost perfectly and even flowed seamlessly into Sword Flow Storm. He instantly unleashed the Windblade Frost element. His first goal was to completely lock down Lu Tianming's movements. No matter how many layers of armor Lu Tianming wore, they could never cover every tiny opening. Once every effect triggered together, the pain would be unbearable. Looking closer, Yi Ning noticed Lu Tianming's legs were about to activate a skill. Trying to escape, Yi Ning immediately added 6/7 sword to lock him down for one brief moment. Then he retreated again and unleashed Windblade Flame Fury. This attack covered every direction and left no path to dodge. The more Yi Ning used Dimensional Rush, the more he realized its true value. Combined with Mind Shock Burst, it could turn any opponent into a motionless target. The only flaw was its short duration. Ice and fire erupted together. Combined with an SSS rank sword skill and nearly 100 consecutive slashes, even a peak Tier 3 expert would struggle to survive. Lu Tianming had only recently reached that level. If he walked away from this unharmed, Yi Ning would lose. Meanwhile, Lu Tianming vaguely sensed Yi Ning had appeared above him, but before he could confirm it, Yi Ning vanished again. Even the skill he had prepared failed to activate properly. A wave of unease instantly surrounded him, as if countless dangers were closing in from every side. To stay safe, he prepared his instant teleport ability. The moment Yi Ning appeared, he would lock on and kill him with one strike. Lu Tianming leaped into the air and shouted, trying to force Yi Ning out. At that exact moment, Yi Ning appeared below him and unleashed Sword Flow Storm again. Lu Tianming tried to use Flash Step, only to discover both legs were completely sealed. Not only his body, but even the sword in his hand was frozen solid. At the same time, Endless sword strikes sliced across his fingers. Every attack Yi Ning had prepared erupted together within a single second. Yi Ning shouted that it was all over. Countless slash marks appeared across Lu Tianming's face and body from every direction. In despair, Lu Tianming could only activate his final defensive barrier against the storm of sword energy. Seeing the last layer of protection appear, Yi Ning smiled faintly. He knew Lu Tianming was pouring all of his mental power into staying alive for just a little longer. At that moment, a strange mark appeared on Yi Ning's forehead, like a third eye opening. He unleashed Mind Shock Burst, condensing his mental power into a razor-sharp attack. The energy pierced through the barrier and shot straight into Lu Tianming's body. The unbearable pain shattered him completely. In that instant, he felt death closing in and could only cry for help in despair. But it was already too late. The beam pierced through the center of his forehead and continued forward. When the attack ended, nothing remained except shattered body parts, and blood scattered across the ground. The entire audience was stunned. Some immediately shouted for someone to save him. The officials hurriedly activated the protection system. But someone had secretly tampered with the system earlier, slowing its activation. By the time they remembered, it was already too late. They could only activate it and hope to save whatever was left. Yi Ning only sneered. He knew that if he had been the one in danger, these people would have rushed to save him without hesitation. Now the situation was reversed, and the irony was obvious. In truth, Lu Tianming had already died before the barrier was activated. The protection system was only shielding the remains of his body. Just then, a figure rushed over from the distance at incredible speed. It was Wang Feng, Commander-in-Chief of the 3rd Army Legion, and a peak Tier 3 expert. He smashed the protective barrier apart with a single punch. As he charged in, he roared Lu Tianming's name in anger and blamed him for ignoring his earlier warning. The people nearby quickly stopped him and explained what had happened. Wang Feng flew into a rage and declared that everyone responsible would be punished for failing to protect Lu Tianming. Hearing that, they all turned pale and lowered their heads. When Wang Feng saw what remained of Lu Tianming, even he was shocked. The scene was more horrifying than any punishment he had ever witnessed. Wang Feng stared at the shattered remains with a headache. He had no idea how he could explain this to Lu Tianming's father. The more he thought about it, the stronger his killing intent became until it locked on to Yi Ning. A standing committee member had been killed right in front of him, and he could not accept it. Yi Ning remained completely calm. He asked whether Wang Feng realized he was making himself look ridiculous. This had always been a death match where life and death were decided by strength. Wang Feng stepped forward with fury in his eyes. He refused to believe a mid-Tier 3 fighter could kill a peak Tier 3 expert with one sword. He was certain someone had secretly helped Yi Ning. Yi Ning only laughed coldly. He asked if Wang Feng was making excuses after losing, or if he wanted to step into the death arena himself. Those words pushed Wang Feng beyond his limit. He immediately threw a punch. But before it could land, someone blocked it. Feng Hao stepped in front of Yi Ning and shouted. A commander bullying a junior was nothing to be proud of. If Wang Feng wanted a fight, Feng Hao would gladly take him on. Wang Feng immediately accused Feng Hao of covering for Yi Ning and claimed Feng Hao had secretly helped him. Feng Hao clenched his fists and replied coldly, "Once you step into the arena, you accept victory or defeat. If you lose, you stand tall and take it." He added that if Wang Feng still refused to accept it, they could settle it themselves or leave it to the Supreme Command Council. Then he sent Wang Feng flying with one strike. Humiliated in front of everyone, Wang Feng brought up an old grudge. He claimed that without the former chief commander and Lu Tianming's father stepping aside years ago, the current supreme commander would never have reached that position. Feng Hao did not bother arguing. He said he had no interest in those claims and told Yi Ning to leave with him. Even as he left, Wang Feng warned that Today's matter was far from over. The audience still had not recovered from the shock. They could not believe Lu Tianming was truly dead. Watching Yi Ning end the battle with a single sword strike felt like a dream to many of them. As he walked away, Yi Ning smiled. It was time to give these people another wake-up call. He immediately activated psychokinesis. Wang Feng was still staring at the scattered remains of Lu Tianming. They were so badly shattered that putting them back together was nearly impossible, and even storing them inside a storage space would be difficult. At that moment, every piece of Lu Tianming's body suddenly rose from the ground. The scattered remains gathered in mid-air under Yi Ning's control. Before anyone understood what was happening, Yi Ning made the pieces spin across the sky. Then they exploded in every direction, like a horrifying firework of blood. Many people in the audience turned pale as the remains flew past them. Even those behind the protective glass saw everything clearly. Only then did everyone realize those were the remains of Lu Tianming. Many fell into despair. Their strongest backer was dead, and their future was over. Some broke down in tears after betting their entire fortune on this match. Others who had only made small bets sighed in relief that they had at least saved part of their wealth. Meanwhile, Yi Ning's supporters were completely stunned. Before the fight, he had promised to end it with one sword, and he truly did. Some regretted not betting more. Others said winning 1,000 credits was already enough. The most important thing was that Yi Ning had survived. Fang Hao laughed out loud in delight. Between the battle and the outside betting odds, he had earned over 1 billion credits. Even Yi Ning was surprised. Seeing how calm Yi Ning remained, Fang Hao sensed something was off. He asked if Yi Ning had bet on himself and how much he had won. Yi Ning casually replied that it was not much, just under 4,000. Fang Hao first thought the amount was surprisingly small. Then he suddenly realized the problem. With those odds, the number Yi Ning mentioned could not possibly mean only 4,000. Yi Ning explained that it was actually just under 400 billion, around 380 billion credits. Elsewhere, the old chief was reviewing the entire recording of the battle. He paid special attention to the final sword strike and the power released from Yi Ning's third eye. He found both extremely interesting. An aide asked if they should immediately avenge Lu Tianming. The old chief calmly replied there was no need. To him, Lu Tianming had only been a useless pawn. The aide cautiously reminded him that Lu Tianming's father was a former deputy supreme commander. The scene then shifted to a military hospital under the Northern Theater Command. Cries of grief echoed as a terrifying aura erupted. The man roaring in fury was Lu Haishan, Lu Tianming's father. He swore to kill Yi Ning with his own hands. Lu Haishan immediately ordered the troops to assemble and prepare to return to the capital. Meanwhile, at a hotel in Country B, Li Xiangguo analyzed the situation. Although Country B had agreed to help restrain Country A, their strength would not last long. The plan was supposed to begin 3 months later, but after the death match between Yi Ning and Lu Tianming, he felt the coming storm would arrive much sooner. In the end, what was meant to happen could not be avoided. Everyone knew Lu Tianming's fight over the resources was only an excuse to force Yi Ning into their planned duel. Yi Ning had risked his life to earn those resources, and few people could have swallowed such an insult. Even so, Li Xiangguo was more concerned about Yi Ning's situation than the bigger picture. Please do not worry too much. We have already arranged full protection, and both Fang Hao and Cheng Yuan are there in person. Even with a death match, nothing too serious should happen. Just then, a secretary hurried over with an urgent report. Supreme Commander, shocking news has just arrived from the arena. What happened? Is Yi Ning in danger? How serious is it? What are the security officers doing over there? It was not Yi Ning, sir. Commissioner Lu is dead. Commissioner Yi Ning killed him with a single sword strike. Hearing the report, both men froze in shock. What? That is impossible. Lu Tianming had already reached peak Tier 3 and was surrounded by multiple Tier 3 experts. How could Yi Ning possibly kill him? Explain everything. Did Fang Hao and Cheng Yuan secretly interfere? Not at all, Supreme Commander. Lu Tianming is truly dead. Here is the recording from the scene. Li Xiangguo carefully watched the video. One sword strike, and the opponent vanished completely. What kind of talent was this? In just 1 week, Yi Ning had advanced from early Tier 3 to mid-Tier 3. What exactly had happened during that time? Supreme Commander, should we contact Agent 009? But Li Xiangguo believed the most urgent task was locating Lu Haishan as quickly as possible. If Lu Haishan targets Yi Ning, the situation will become extremely dangerous. We need to return immediately. Understood. I will arrange it at once. There is one more issue. Before the death match, betting pools appeared all over the capital, and Yi Ning walked away with the biggest winnings. No wonder the protection system had so many flaws. This has become a major incident. Inform Fang Hao and Cheng Yuan immediately. Move Yi Ning to the underground shelter beneath the speaker's residence. Do not let him out of your sight for even a second. Understood, Supreme Commander. The scene shifted to the underground shelter beneath the speaker's residence, where all 3 of them were gathered. Cheng Yuan spoke seriously. Yi Ning, until the Supreme Commander returns, you are not allowed to go anywhere or leave our sight. Agent 009 and Ming Luo are already protecting your family. Yi Ning could not help asking, is Lu Haishan really that terrifying? Why is everyone so nervous? Cheng Yuan replied that Yi Ning did not understand. Lu Haishan was one of the first survivors from the Great War. He once served as Deputy Supreme Commander and oversaw the Northern Theater, holding the same rank as me. Under the old military system, he was actually 1 rank above me. He was once considered the strongest candidate to become the next Supreme Commander. Unlike Lu Tianming, he is a true peak Tier 3 powerhouse. I grew up hearing countless stories about him. So you mean Lu Haishan is the real peak Tier 3, while Lu Tianming was not? In truth, Lu Tianming's original strength was only high Tier 3. His special talent pushed his combat power to the peak Tier 3 level, so he always called himself peak Tier 3. But you know the difference between the real thing and an imitation. Yi Ning silently calculated his options. If he had to face Lu Haishan now, the battle would be extremely difficult. His remaining trump cards were only Mortal Yama and God's Wrath. His spirit energy was only enough for one more use of Dimensional Rush. Cheng Yuan continued to reassure him. Do not worry too much. Feng Hao and I are here. Even if Lu Haishan shows up, reaching you will not be easy. You just finished a brutal battle, so focus on recovering first. Yi Ning nodded and sat down to meditate. The first thing he did was activate Light of the Mind to restore his stamina and mental strength as quickly as possible. If Lu Haishan really arrived, that energy could also help him withstand damage. Watching his recovery speed, both Feng Hao and Cheng Yuan were astonished. This method of resting was unlike anything they had seen. That energy was almost like an automatic repair and recovery system. Meanwhile, high above the city, one supersonic aircraft after another continued to arrive. The citizens looked up in disbelief. More than 3 hours had passed, yet the roar of engines still echoed across the sky. Fighter aircraft filled the air, and many Tier 3 experts had also been deployed. Quite a few people began wondering if City A was about to be attacked by a massive zombie army. It was not just the civilians. The capital's defense forces quickly detected the incoming aircraft as well. How long until Lu Haishan arrives? How much force is he bringing? Report. He will reach the capital's no-fly zone in about 7 minutes. He has 48 people with him, including 6 high Tier 3, 14 mid-Tier 3, and 20 early Tier 3 experts. What about the other military units? Any signs of infantry mobilization? None so far. There were earlier signs of troop assembly, but they were stopped by old General Lu. What a crafty old fox. He wants to pressure everyone into giving in while pretending to act for the greater good. At least he is not bringing the entire army. With only our current forces, we would never be able to stop them. How did everything end up like this? Did it not all start because of Ye Ning? Since the Age of Awakening began in Great Xia, many geniuses have appeared. But has anyone caused as many earth-shaking incidents as he has? Without the military protecting him, he would have died countless times already. And now, after killing Commissioner Lu, all the trouble has landed on our shoulders. Take it easy, Huang. The commander-in-chief only ordered us to delay General Lu. Handling consequences on this scale is far above our pay grade. You are worrying too much. He killed Lu Tianming, my closest friend. Because of him, I lost everything. Why does a kid like Yi Ning deserve this level of protection? This world is not fair at all. General Lu, the capital's no-fly zone is just ahead. Should we slow down a little? A misunderstanding could cause serious trouble. A misunderstanding? You mean they will mistake me for a traitor? Increase the speed. I want to see who dares block my path today. The moment he gave the order, warning alarms blared non-stop. Warning. Aircraft B-988 has crossed the air defense line. Warning. Aircraft B-988 has entered restricted airspace. The defense force below moved out at once. All units, activate the air defense system and send fighters to intercept. The rest of you come with me. We will try to negotiate first. General Lu, we have been intercepted. Should we open fire? Hold your fire. Let us hear what they have to say first. The capital's representative stepped forward with a tense expression. General Lu, you have just returned from the Northern Theater. You must be exhausted. We have prepared a place for you to rest. How about spending the night at the military base and speaking with the Supreme Commander tomorrow? But Lu Haishan was overflowing with killing intent. Cut the nonsense. Where is Ye Ning? Yi Ning? You came here because of him? Actually, I will ask one last time. Where is Yi Ning? Hand that brat over right now. What? Are you planning to stop me? Or were you also involved in Tianming's death? The man felt his throat go dry under the overwhelming pressure. Please calm down. We truly do not know where Yi Ning is. But please believe that the Supreme Commander will give you a proper explanation. An explanation? The military's so-called explanation is nothing more than finding a way to cover everything up. Just then, Lu Haishan received a secret message. It contained only one sentence. Yi Ning is in the underground shelter beneath the Parliament Hall. After reading it, he shot off without a second of hesitation. I am going ahead. Land first, then follow my location signal. Yes, General Lu. The capital's representatives immediately turned pale. Did he already get the information? Is there a traitor inside our ranks? Elsewhere, the hidden spy smiled to himself. Yi Ning, your time has finally come. Once you die, the betting payout will become a different story. The scene shifted to the Parliament Hall. Lu Haishan was diving straight down from the sky. He blasted through every defensive layer and smashed into the underground shelter. Brat, get out here and face your death. Seeing him arrive so quickly, Feng Hao rushed forward and blocked the attack with his arm. Move aside. At the same time, Cheng Yuan stepped in front of Yi Ning. Be careful. Standing behind them, Yi Ning immediately felt the terrifying pressure. This was the aura of a true peak Tier 3 expert, completely different from anyone he had fought before. Feng Hao spoke coldly. General Liu, are you really attacking inside the parliament? Are you planning to oppose Great Xia itself? Lu Haishan sneered. I did not expect 2 Divine Gate experts to be guarding this place. It seems Li Xianghua has decided not to seek justice for me. General Liu, watch your words. Too much? When my son died, why did no one say things had gone too far? If you still have any sense, then get out of my way. If I do not kill Yi Ning with my own hands today, that is the only thing I cannot accept. The moment he finished speaking, he threw a punch that sent shockwaves tearing through the ground. Making sure everyone could hear him, Lu Haishan roared toward the sky. Tianming, watch closely. Today your father will personally avenge you. His eyes locked onto Yi Ning. Brat, your life ends here. A terrifying attack immediately crashed toward the 3 of them. Feng Hao instantly stepped forward to intercept it. Lu Haishan, do you really dare attack inside the parliament? Then do not blame me for showing no mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Hao unleashed Azure Dragon Sun Moon, sending a massive shockwave straight into Lu Haishan's attack. The 2 powerhouses shot into the sky and clashed head-on. From above, dark mud-like matter rained down continuously. Everything it touched began to corrode. Lu Haishan's spirit energy carried an incredibly destructive effect. After only a few exchanges, everyone realized he was on a completely different level from Lu Tianming. Yi Ning observed quietly. Feng Hao had clearly focused only on defense and had not truly counterattacked yet. For now, it was better to keep watching. High in the sky, Lu Haishan pointed directly at Feng Hao. Are you really determined to stand on his side? Feng Hao answered coldly. Lu Haishan, you have gone too far. Do not force me to get serious. Lu Haishan laughed with contempt. You want to fight me? Then go ahead, if you do not mind disappointing those who came before us. Feng Hao weighed every option. Now was the worst time for civil conflict. If he hit too hard, public opinion would turn against him. But no matter what, he could not let Yi Ning get hurt. Lu Haishan roared. You think you can stop me? He unleashed Aurora Split Slash, creating 4 extra clones that charged in different directions. Let's see how you protect him now. Feng Hao's face changed at once. This is bad. The old man is far too cunning. Below, Cheng Yuan shouted. Yi Ning, get your defense up now. Yi Ning wasted no time and activated the Heavenly Punishment Demon armor to shield himself. At the same time, Cheng Yuan pulled out his familiar spiked hammer. He quickly cast Heavy Water Domain, forming a barrier to block the clones charging in without mercy. But under the non-stop pressure, cracks soon spread across the shield. You think you can break through my defense? Before the enemy could press further, Cheng Yuan rushed forward and struck with heaven-shattering smash. A thunderous explosion erupted. The shockwave crushed all 3 incoming clones instantly. Yi Ning watched in amazement. Uncle Cheng was truly powerful. Both sides were peak Tier 3, and with 2 against 1, there was no way they would be completely overwhelmed. Standing behind them, Yi Ning mocked him on purpose. General Liu, looks like you still don't have enough power. My shield is still standing. Those words made Lu Haishan's eyes turn blood red with rage. He roared like a madman. Why is everyone trying to stop me? I will kill him today. As he spoke, he drew his sword and charged. Feng Hao lowered his voice. Are you really willing to risk everything? If so, then I have no choice. Lu Haishan immediately unleashed Sky-Breaking Slash. Feng Hao answered with 800 dragon fists. The 2 terrifying forces collided in mid-air. Feng Hao then merged countless fist shadows into one massive punch with myriad fists into one. The attack shattered the sword strike and blasted straight toward his enemy. The overwhelming force drove Lu Haishan back several meters. Yi Ning sighed inwardly. He had heard Feng Hao was one of Great Xia's strongest fighters, but seeing it in person was on another level. Feng Hao spoke again. General Liu, stop now. If this continues, you will only embarrass yourself even more. Lu Haishan exploded in anger. Stop, my son just died, and you expect me to let it go? Just as the tension reached its peak, a group of reinforcements rushed in from afar. The moment Lu Haishan saw his men, he gave the order. Good, kill Yi Ning. Without a second thought, they all charged forward. Feng Hao shouted, Do you know the penalty for attacking a council member? That is treason, and the punishment is death. Hearing that, many of the charging soldiers instinctively slowed down. But Lu Haishan kept forcing them forward. He is only an honorary council member. I will take full responsibility for everything. Kill him. While holding back the attackers, Feng Hao shouted, "Cheng Yuan, take Yi Ning and break out. Leave this place to me." Cheng Yuan kept striking down anyone who slipped through the defensive line. "Stay with me. I will get you out first." But Yi Ning's fighting spirit surged instead. To him, every Tier 3 enemy was perfect fuel for divine wrath. If he added Psychic Burst, no one here would escape alive. He turned to Cheng Yuan. "If I wipe them all out today, will it still count as self-defense?" Before Cheng Yuan could answer, Yi Ning had already activated his psychic power. Just as he was about to attack, a terrifying pressure descended over the entire battlefield. "Everyone, stop at once." That aura alone was enough to make everyone feel an overwhelming weight. The man who arrived was Commander Li Xiangguo. He slowly walked forward and looked at Lu Haishan. "General Lu, it has been a long time. Why don't we discuss this somewhere else? The military will give you a proper explanation." Lu Haishan replied coldly. "An explanation? What do I need that for? I refuse to believe Ye Ning alone could kill Lu Tianming. Hand over everyone involved. I want them all to pay with their lives." Li Xiangguo answered calmly. "General Lu, the duel between Yi Ning and Lu Tianming was an official death match, and the entire battle was recorded. Once they entered the life and death arena, neither side could question the outcome. You know that rule better than anyone." But Lu Haishan knocked the recording device aside. "I do not care about rules or laws. Tianming held back for the greater good. But that brat used vicious tricks to take my son's life." Hearing those words, Li Xiangguo's expression slowly turned grim. Lu Haishan grew even more emotional. "What a joke. I fought for Great Xia for 30 years and shed countless drops of blood. My son also devoted everything to this nation. Yet in the end, he was crushed by a mere kid with the military backing him. Tell me this. What gives Ye Ning the right to stand beside Tianming? What has he ever done for this country? Why are all of you protecting him? I refuse to accept it." Yi Ning answered coldly. "Contributed to the country? That is hilarious. Lu Tianming abused his authority, embezzled resources, blocked rescue efforts in Donghai, stole my war trophies, and even tried to frame my men. Why not tell everyone about that too? Let me make it clear. He deserved to die. Even if time rewound 100 or 10,000 times, I would still kill him myself. He lost and now you blame everything else. Weren't you always convinced your son was unbeatable? Then how about this? You and I settle it in a death match. Do you dare?" Lu Haishan instantly flew into a rage and drew his sword. "You little beast. Say that one more time if you have the guts." Yi Ning refused to back down and kept provoking him. "Didn't hear me? Or are you too old to hear properly? I asked if you dare fight me to the death. I will even let you bring 10 more people. I will take on all 11 of you alone." Those words pushed Lu Haishan completely over the edge. "Since you want to die, I will grant your wish." He roared and charged straight at Yi Ning. At that moment, Feng Hao appeared and blocked him. Everyone stopped. He immediately activated the War God Prison Domain. A powerful sealing force instantly locked Lu Haishan in place. Yi Ning tried to step forward but was stopped. "Uncle Fang, don't stop me. This is the perfect chance to finish that old man." Fang Hao could only shout back with a headache. "Yi Ning, stop causing trouble." Inside the barrier, Lu Haishan kept unleashing void-breaking slashes. Blow after blow slammed into the barrier until it began to show signs of collapsing. Just as the seal was about to break, Li Xiangguo threw out a special scroll. "Enough. This is the National Assembly, not a battlefield for your personal fights." The scroll's power spread instantly and forcibly locked everyone in place. No one could move. Even trapped inside the barrier, Yi Ning shouted loudly, "I already said it. If you want this settled, meet me in the death arena. In front of all Great Xia, we fight to the death. Old man, do you dare or not?" Lu Haishan fired back at once. "Don't think I am afraid to kill you. If you have the guts, arrange it right now. Whoever backs down is a coward." While the two sides were still confronting each other, one of Li Xiangguo's subordinates received an urgent message through his earpiece. He stepped closer and whispered, "Commander, we just received a report from the secretary. According to File 09, Yi Ning once summoned a Tier 4 shadow entity." Li Xiangguo was visibly shocked. After a few seconds of thought, he suddenly changed his stance. "Since both of you want a death match, then hear me clearly. If you willingly enter the death arena, you alone will bear the consequences. Afterward, no one may seek revenge over the result." Even Yi Ning was surprised. The commander agreed that quickly? Has he stopped worrying about the bigger picture? Either way, this works in my favor. With the government recognizing the match, I will have the advantage. On the other hand, Lu Haishan became suspicious. Something is wrong. Li Xiangguo wanted to protect Yi Ning before. Now he agrees so easily. Is that brat hiding another trump card? Or is the military setting a trap? A trusted subordinate behind him immediately warned him. "General Lu, be careful not to fall into their trap. That kid is targeting your weakness. You just fought, your injuries are not healed, and your spirit energy is nearly exhausted. Lu Haishan nodded after hearing that. He looked at Yi Ning with a cold smile. Clever plan, brat. 3 days from now, I will bury you with my own hands. Enjoy the last days of your life while you still can. After saying that, he led all of his men away from the scene. Yi Ning watched them leave in confusion. What was that? He was so aggressive a moment ago, and now he just walks away? That old fox really is hard to deal with. Hu Zhiping walked over and lightly patted his shoulder. Yi Ning, come to my office tomorrow morning. Get some rest for today. Yi Ning agreed on the surface, but his mind was already calculating. 3 days sounded short, but it actually put him at a disadvantage. In a one-and-one fight, Divine Wrath would be much harder to use at full power. That skill was far better against multiple enemies. Luckily, he still had one empty sword skill slot. He needed to find and rank sword skill as soon as possible. Back home, Wang Tian rushed over to greet him. You're finally back. Come to the office first. We should talk before the family hears and starts worrying. As soon as they entered, Wang Tian excitedly handed over a report. The guild made a fortune this time. After all system taxes, the total profit reached 377 billion. That includes 240 billion credits, while the rest is equipment, skills, items, and even slave contracts. Converting everything into cash would take nearly a month. Yi Ning nodded. Everyone worked hard during this time. From the profits, Chen Kailai gets 1 billion, Xiao Hai gets 1 billion, and you also get 1 billion. Wang Tian froze in shock. 1 billion? Isn't that reward way too much? Yi Ning laughed. Compared to what all of you helped me earn, a few billion is nothing. Just take it. Wang Tian's eyes turned red with emotion. My lord, following you was truly the best decision we ever made. Yi Ning continued giving orders. Part of the money goes into Sun Licheng's extraordinary project. Then recruit experts in aircraft carrier construction as quickly as possible. Also, gather the refugees from Donghai like I told you before. Within 2 months, I want a team ready to work. Wang Tian immediately memorized everything. Understood. Oh right, could you also help me look for any Shrank sword skills on the market? An Shrank sword skill? I remember a private faction contacting me before. They wanted to use one as payment for a 900 million debt. I thought the offer made no sense, so I turned it down. Yi Ning immediately asked, what happened after that? Contact them right away. Tell them to bring the sword skill tomorrow so I can inspect it first. If it suits me, 900 million will not be a problem. Wang Tian replied at once. Understood. I will handle it immediately. The next morning, Ye Ning arrived at the commander's office. As soon as he entered, he saw Li Xiangguo waiting for him. You're here. Have a seat first. Li Xiangguo got straight to the point. I called you here today for 2 reasons. The first concerns Lu Haishan. Yi Ning immediately cut him off. Is it about that? Have you changed your mind? Do you want me to cancel the death match? Sorry, I already made my decision. It will not change. Li Xiangguo shook his head. Hear me out first. I am not here to stop you. There are secrets that someone of your current status was never qualified to know. But the situation has changed, so I have to reveal part of the truth. First, the real number of peak Tier 3 fighters in Great Xia is 93. Yi Ning was stunned. How is that possible? Wasn't it always said there were only a few dozen in the entire country? Li Xiangguo replied. That was only the public number. If you include those hidden within private factions, there are even more. Yi Ning became even more confused. If Great Xia has so many peak Tier 3 experts, then why was the war in my previous life so devastating? Li Xiangguo sighed. You are still young, so you do not know how many truths have been hidden. More than 60 years ago, when the apocalypse first began, Great Xia did not even have 10 peak Tier 3 fighters. But after the awakening system appeared, growth accelerated rapidly. Around the 13th year, safe zones were established one after another. By the 30th year, the population had recovered to over 700 million, with more than 20 million awakeners. Peak Tier 3 experts kept emerging, and by the 40th year, their number had surpassed 100. Yi Ning immediately noticed the contradiction. If everything was growing so fast, why did Great Xia become weaker over time? Li Xiangguo looked at him and asked, have you ever heard the story of 33 Tales of Silver? Sometimes the most terrifying enemy is not the zombies, but human nature. He slowly explained. 33 Tales of Silver was an ancient tax burden. It was an incredibly subtle form of exploitation. People were drained of everything while being led to believe that working harder would change their lives. That oppression quietly lasted for generations. After the apocalypse, a similar system emerged, and the ones who created it were the first generation of peak Tier 3 experts. Once the situation stabilized, power began to corrupt them. Over the next 30 years, most of the military's accumulated resources were swallowed by those people. The families founded by the first generation of peak Tier 3 experts became like leeches attached to every war zone. They kept draining resources until the military grew weaker and weaker. Fewer resources meant weaker combat power, which led to even fewer resources, trapping everything in a vicious cycle. Hearing that, Yi Ning slammed his fist onto the table. So after draining the military dry, they turned to exploiting the survivors too? They seized spirit ore mines, controlled production, and even cut off the lower class from awakening medicines. Did no one fight back? Li Xiangguo answered in a deep voice. Of course they did. More than 10 years ago, a massive war broke out between the peak Tier 3 experts. Sadly, our side lost. Then came the assassination of Yi Lin, forcing the old commander to resign. The younger generation of powerhouses gradually left politics, while I spent years enduring everything before climbing to my current position. Yi Ning asked, if your goal was always this great, why did you not act after taking power? The commander gave a helpless smile and said his authority had long been stripped away. Even if he wanted to change things, he simply lacked the power. He used the previous Asia regional dungeon as an example. Before Yi Ning appeared, there were people fully qualified to participate, but every one of them refused. That was how the old faction pressured the military. If they wanted those experts to act, they had to pay with enough benefits. They cared only about their own interests, while hiding their strategic assets. They even forced the military to split its already limited strength for the so-called greater good. The reason they targeted you is because you shattered the balance that favored them. The commander nodded. Both Lu Tianming and Lu Haishan belonged to the old faction. At that moment, Yi Ning finally understood. The military he knew in his previous life was likely the final result of the struggle between the two factions. That also explained why he had never learned many high-level strategies. If Ye Ning killed Lu Haishan, it would be a direct blow aimed at wiping out the old faction completely. The commander then looked him in the eye and asked, your current strength is already on par with a peak Tier 3 expert, isn't it? And your true talent is definitely far beyond what you have revealed. Yi Ning stayed silent for a long moment before letting out a slow breath. He asked what he would have to face if he joined. The commander replied that in the upcoming international war, every nation would have at least 6 peak Tier 3 experts. If the old faction refused to send anyone, the military could gather no more than 4 fighters at that level. Yi Ning quickly calculated the situation. If he killed Lu Haishan, then 1 month later, he would almost certainly face at least 2 peak Tier 3 opponents in the international war. Even so, the price was worth paying. The commander did not ask for the impossible. As long as Yi Ning could hold the enemy back, it would already be a success. As long as Great Xia did not fall too far in the rankings, the system's punishment would remain manageable. Yi Ning calmly replied that he had complete confidence in how much stronger he would become over the next month. Hearing that, the commander burst into laughter. He knew he had not misjudged him. After returning to his study, the sword skill Yi Ning had been waiting for finally arrived. The moment he received the manual, his eyes lit up. He opened it, and the first thing he saw was the name Azure Sword Judgment. The name alone sounded overwhelming. It was an strength sword skill. Activating it consumed 6,000 spirit energy and mental power, placing the user in judgment state for 3 seconds. During that time, the target was locked with absolute tracking and could neither hide nor escape the mark. When the countdown ended, a gigantic sword descended at supersonic speed. The strike carried armor-piercing, extreme heat, crushing force, suppression, and melting power. It dealt damage to both spirit energy and physical matter, ignoring half of the target's spirit defense. It traveled at 3 times the speed of sound, and even if the target died during the casting time, the judgment strike would still fall. Yi Ning immediately judged it to be an extremely useful skill. Its ability to expose hidden targets made stealth almost meaningless, while the supersonic strike left almost no chance to dodge. The 3-second cast time was a bit annoying like divine wrath, but the power was absolutely worth it. Suddenly, another idea crossed his mind. If he activated Azure Sword Judgment first, and then stacked 2-dimensional impacts during those 3 seconds, he could keep piling on attacks before the final strike landed. Yi Ning decided to keep the sword skill. Wang Tian asked again, "Are you sure? It costs 900 million, and no one has ever considered it a practical combat skill." Yi Ning did not hesitate. "I will take it. Everything is fine." Seeing that his mind was made up, Wang Tian said nothing more and left. Once he was alone in the room, Ye Ning immediately set up a soundproof barrier. He was finally ready to master his new sword skill. The enhancement system activated, and a surge of energy instantly engulfed Yi Ning's entire body. Under the system's power, the sword skill evolved from S rank all the way to SSS rank. Once the enhancement was complete, Its name changed to Final Judgment. The new interface alone looked completely different and carried an eerie, indescribable aura. The skill description was completely rewritten. It required 40,000 spirit energy and 20,000 mental power to activate. If either stat was insufficient, the system would consume the user's life force instead. It had no cast time and a 12-hour cooldown. Once activated, the user entered the first judge form. The activation cost alone was among the harshest of any skill, second only to Divine Wrath. The first effect increased all attributes tenfold. The second greatly boosted movement speed, currently reaching 3 times the speed of sound, and scaling with the user's strength, while granting immunity to all negative effects. The third cut incoming damage in half, and instantly removed all debuffs. The fourth caused every attack to trigger a massive explosion. The fifth suppressed the target in battle, with a chance to inflict fear or paralysis. The final effect forcibly locked onto the target. Anyone marked lost the ability to perceive the user, and even teleportation abilities could not break this rule. Yi Ning stared at the description in disbelief. The first form alone came with such overwhelming effects that it completely exceeded his expectations. What surprised him even more was that this was still not the skill's final stage. The next section was called Final Judge. After keeping the target locked for 3 to 10 seconds, the user could activate Divine Sentence. A sword carrying absolute judgment would descend, dealing devastating true damage, regardless of distance or rank. The damage could only be endured with life itself. Once Divine Sentence was unleashed, the target could neither dodge nor move, and would be left paralyzed after taking the hit. Yi Ning's eyes widened. This was practically an upgraded version of Divine Wrath. This enhancement was stronger than anything before, easily more than 10 times greater. The higher the original skill's rank, the more terrifying the enhancement became. After calming down, he became eager to test its true combat power. The only way to know for sure was to find an opponent strong enough to survive it. Not long afterward, the scene shifted to the military district's underground training ground. The person Yi Ning invited was Fang Hao. The moment they met, Fang Hao laughed. Yi Ning, do you really think I'm your free punching bag? Why didn't you bring Cheng Yuan instead? Why drag me here? Yi Ning immediately flattered him a little. Among everyone I know, Uncle Fang is the strongest. If I can spar with you, I'll have much more confidence when facing Lu Haishan. Fang Hao accepted the compliment without hesitation. He confidently declared that among Great Xia's top fighters, he was definitely in the top 10. In a real battle, he could defeat Lu Haishan within 10 seconds, while Yi Ning probably would not even last 1 second. Even so, Yi Ning insisted on giving it a try. Fang Hao laughed and waved him over. The next instant, spirit energy erupted from his body like a raging tidal wave. Even from a distance, Yi Ning could feel the crushing pressure. This was the aura of a true peak Tier 3 powerhouse. Fang Hao folded his arms and stood still. Attack first. I don't specialize in defense, but if you can leave even a scratch on me, I'll admit you have what it takes to face Lu Haishan. Hearing that, Yi Ning held nothing back. His opening move was Sword Flow Storm. Fang Hao's eyes widened. He had not even finished speaking before the kid charged in. Although surprised, he liked that decisive attitude. A layer of azure scale armor instantly covered his body. After sensing the attack's power, he judged that its destructive force was already exceptional for a mid-tier 3 fighter. If an ordinary opponent of the same level had taken the full attack head-on, they would have been seriously injured long ago. But against Fang Hao, it was still far from enough. With a single punch, he shattered every incoming sword aura. Then he casually taunted Yi Ning. Is that all you've got? Use that disappearing trick from last time. Yi Ning immediately answered with dimensional impact. His figure vanished completely. Before making his next move, he gave one final warning. Since we're testing real combat, I won't be holding back anymore. Yi Ning had complete faith in Fang Hao's strength, but he also wanted to see with his own eyes whether dimensional impact could truly threaten a peak Tier 3 expert. Inside tenfold accelerated time, countless sword strikes rained down without pause. Fang Hao frowned. He could not sense Yi Ning at all, yet his instincts kept screaming that he was under attack. The feeling was unbelievably strange. Realizing the danger, he stopped holding back. He immediately activated Azure Dragon Whirlwind, greatly boosting his defense. As the first second ended, Yi Ning used Dimensional Impact for the second time. Fang Hao was stunned. Yi Ning had barely reappeared before vanishing again, exactly like the moment Lu Tianming was killed. While hidden, Yi Ning also unleashed Windblade. Then he followed it with 3,000 extreme frost slashes. Fang Hao could now sense faint disturbances around his body. Countless invisible sword strikes seemed to be gathering, waiting for the perfect moment to explode. Only then did he fully understand. This was a combat style built around stacking damage before releasing it all at once. He finally knew how Lu Tianming had died. Fang Hao quickly analyzed the next steps. It could be psychic impact, or perhaps spirit energy disruption. Once his spirit energy was disrupted, both sword skills would erupt together and pierce his defenses. The combo was incredibly refined and extremely difficult to counter. Even so, he judged that its current power was still not enough to break through his defenses. But Yi Ning was not finished yet. He opened more spatial rifts and continuously unleashed wave after wave of sword flow storm. This time, even Fang Hao realized something was different. He was shocked to discover that every strike targeted a vital point with perfect accuracy. Worse still, many attacks came from impossible angles. Sensing the growing danger, Fang Hao immediately reinforced his protective aura. He fully activated Heavenly Gang Bodyguard, pushing both his inner and outer defenses to their limit. Even after strengthening his defenses again and again, Fang Hao still burned through a considerable amount of spirit energy. He looked at Yi Ning in astonishment. This level of destructive power alone explains why Lu Tianming lost so badly. Even so, he remained relaxed. What puzzled him was that Yi Ning still had not used psychic impact. Was he worried I could not handle it? Fang Hao laughed. Even if you hit me with a mental attack, my second defensive layer will not fall so easily. In his judgment, Yi Ning's current strength was enough to injure Lu Haishan at most. Yi Ning did not deny it. He admitted that his previous attacks probably could not kill Lu Haishan, but things would be different with this sword. Instantly, spirit energy around him surged wildly. The sword in his hand blazed with crimson light as Final Judgment was officially activated. The moment Fang Hao felt that aura, his expression changed. The phantom behind Yi Ning radiated a terrifying pressure that sent chills down his spine. Yi Ning gave a warning before slashing downward. Fang Hao immediately raised Azure Scale Barrier to block it, but countless cracks spread across the shield. After a single clash, the once unshakable barrier shattered completely. Fang Hao hurriedly drew on even more Azure Dragon defensive power to hold the attack back, but Yi Ning gave him no time to recover. The second sword strike was already upon him. The overwhelming force blasted Fang Hao backward. After regaining his footing, he burst into laughter. One of Great Shi's 4 vice commanders was actually being suppressed by a junior. Then his playful smile faded. This time, I will fight seriously. A massive Azure Dragon Phantom appeared behind him, and his aura soared. But Yi Ning instantly activated Target Lock. As the next sword strike appeared, Fang Hao suddenly realized his body had been imprisoned by an incredibly strange invisible force. He tried to activate Azure Dragon Gang Fist, hoping to break free through sheer power. But no matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape the lock. That truly shocked him. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Ning immediately unleashed Blazing Heaven Flame at incredible speed. Fang Hao had no choice but to pour every ounce of his strength into defense. Even so, the final barrier was torn apart by the sword light. His body was blasted backward once again. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Fang Hao laughed heartily. Yi Ning had actually wounded him. Looking at him with curiosity, he asked, "You still have one finishing move you haven't used, don't you?" Yi Ning nodded. He explained that based on Divine Sentence's description, the skill was simply too terrifying. It might not kill Fang Hao, but it had a very high chance of leaving him severely injured. Fang Hao immediately understood. So Yi Ning had held back because he did not want to injure him too badly. He laughed loudly and told Yi Ning to stay here while he went to see the commander. One last thing. With your current strength, killing Lu Haishan should no longer be a problem. Not long afterward, Wang Tian urgently contacted Yi Ning. His voice was tense. "We just got word that Sun Licheng's extraordinary project has run into trouble." Yi Ning immediately rushed to Research Lab number 7. The moment he walked in, a researcher greeted him. "You came at the perfect time." The man introduced himself as senior researcher Chu Yu. According to him, Sun Licheng caused dozens of small explosions almost every day. He was nothing but a fraud, not a real researcher. Yi Ning ignored the accusation and asked where Sun Licheng was. Chu Yu pointed deeper inside, where smoke was still filling the room. As Yi Ning entered, he saw Sun Licheng tied up. He immediately asked what had happened. The people nearby answered that Sun Licheng was a fraud, and if they let him continue, he would blow up the entire institute sooner or later. Chu Yu also brought up the massive funding Yi Ning had approved for the project. In his opinion, the academy had plenty of researchers far more qualified, so he could not understand why so many resources had been handed to Sun Licheng. Yi Ning slowly drew his sword, making everyone nearby tense. Chu Yu kept talking, saying Sun Licheng had already burned through 9 million in funding in just 2 weeks, while damaged equipment had cost tens of millions more. Just as everyone kept arguing, Yi Ning suddenly swung his sword. A flash of swordlight cut every rope binding Sun Licheng. Yi Ning walked over and asked if he was hurt. Sun Licheng quickly shook his head. Chu Yu still refused to stop, insisting that Sun Licheng had done no real research and was only wasting resources. If they had not blocked his access to new materials, the losses would have been far greater. Yi Ning asked when the supply had been cut off. Chu Yu replied that it happened 3 days ago. He added that Sun Licheng had secretly gone to the storage room yesterday to steal materials. In his opinion, scientific research required real expertise, while Sun Licheng had been nothing more than a janitor. Chu Yu kept questioning Sun Licheng's education, mentors, and qualifications. He even suspected that the spirit energy consumed during the explosions had been embezzled. Sun Licheng immediately denied the accusation. Sun Licheng hurried over to Yi Ning and pleaded his case. Even I don't know why I'm always missing the final step. If the next batch of materials still fails, I'll pay for it with my life. Yi Ning calmly replied that it was not worth worrying about. In his eyes, the money spent so far was nowhere near enough to blame anyone. Everyone in the room was stunned by that answer. He helped Sun Licheng to his feet and said directly, "I trust you completely." Then he asked if 1 billion was enough. If not, I'll give you 10 billion instead. Hearing those words, Sun Licheng's eyes instantly turned red. Almost no one had ever placed that much trust in him. Unlike Sun Licheng, everyone else in the room could barely believe what they had just heard. Chu Yu immediately objected. He claimed Yi Ning completely misunderstood the situation. If the project were handed to their team, they could definitely produce results within a year. According to them, Sun Licheng was nothing but a liar, while they were the real research team. Someone even bluntly said that Yi Ning knew nothing about technology, so being deceived was only natural. If he admitted his mistake and transferred the funding to them, they would be willing to share future profits. The others quickly echoed the proposal. Just as the argument grew louder, Yi Ning's aura suddenly erupted, and an overwhelming pressure filled the entire room. He coldly ordered everyone to be silent. Yi Ning made it clear that he knew exactly what they were after. The truly capable researchers were already working with the nation's leading professors on cutting-edge technology. The people gathered here were nothing more than opportunists fighting over benefits. One man still refused to back down and sneered. Besides using strength to intimidate others, what can you martial artists even do? You're obviously being fooled, but you're too proud to admit it. Yi Ning laughed. Do you really think saying a few bold words will earn my respect? Before the words had even settled, his sword was already pressed against the man's throat. Yi Ning gave him 2 choices: stand still and take 1 sword strike, and I'll hand the research project over to you. Or pack your things, leave this institute immediately, and never come back. Yi Ning began counting down. Before he even reached 1, the man was already trembling as he tried to explain. I'm just a normal researcher. How could I possibly survive a sword strike from someone as powerful as you? Yi Ning instantly concluded that the man had chosen the second option. Without another word, he sent him flying with a single kick. Then he turned to the others. No one dared argue anymore. They all resigned on the spot and rushed out. Watching the room empty in moments, Sun Licheng could only scratch his head awkwardly. Yi Ning reminded him to be more decisive and confident. If anything happened, Yi Ning would take the responsibility. At the same time, Fang Hao arrived at the commander's office, with his wounds wrapped in bandages. He reported that he had discovered another terrifying trump card of Ye Ning. Pointing at his injuries, he said that power was enough to kill Lu Haishan, so they should strike first. But Li Jungwo calmly shook his head. He said Ye Ning would never get the chance to kill Lu Haishan. Fang Hao asked why, and soon learned that Lu Haishan had cancelled the death match. On top of that, the other side had prepared an even harsher plan to send Ye Ning to his death. Meanwhile, Yi Ning knew nothing about it. After settling everything at the Research Institute, things gradually returned to normal. At the current pace, Sun Licheng's Transcendent project would be finished within 3 months. If successful, Huaxia's military strength would rise greatly, and even the Sky project could become reality. But what troubled him most was the old faction after the Lu Haishan incident. From now on, he could no longer fight alone. The coming national war would gather the strongest fighters from every nation, and his current strength only barely qualified him to join. Yi Ning clearly understood how disastrous defeat in the national war would be. The system's punishment was far more than lost resources. It directly affected a nation's fate. Awakening rates would fall, monsters would increase, and natural disasters would become more frequent. Every nation had to participate, and refusing meant automatic defeat. They might survive for a while, but endless disasters would eventually follow. Thinking about how Daxia had fallen to disasters, foreign enemies, and civil unrest in his previous life, Ye Ning became even more determined to stop history from repeating. To reduce the disasters facing his country, they had to win the national war. Only then would other nations bear the punishment of fate instead of Huaxia. He already had a plan. First crush those enemies on the national war battlefield, then settle every remaining score. But his immediate problem was surviving the old faction's pursuit after dealing with Lu Haishan. With only 1 month left before the national war, he needed a suitable place to keep growing stronger. Just then, Ye Ning received a call from Shui Ying. It seemed she had already left the ghost battlefield. The moment the call connected, Shui Ying got straight to the point. She wanted Ye Ning to help her kill Yinglong. In her eyes, he was the only one capable of doing it. Her unusually urgent tone made Ye Ning suspect she was in serious trouble. Shui Ying immediately shut down his attempt to dodge the topic. She reminded him that she had helped him obtain the needed materials, and even delivered the equipment set herself. Now she only wanted one clear answer. Would he help her or not? After struggling to kill 100 ghosts, Yinglong believed the reward was finally his. Instead, he found a completely destroyed dungeon, and the equipment set was nowhere to be seen. All that remained before him was a sea of flames and total ruin. Yinglong instantly flew into a rage. He demanded the reward that should have been his, and demanded to know where the equipment had gone. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious it became. Everything felt like a carefully planned setup. Grinding his teeth, he swore to find the mastermind behind it all. His suspicion quickly landed on Jiang Ming. The man had barely begun denying it when, before he could finish speaking, Yinglong crushed his head on the spot. Even after killing him, Yinglong's anger did not fade. Then he turned to Shui Ying and coldly asked what reward she had received. Zhuo Ying immediately shook her head and denied everything. While telling Ye Ning about it, she even burst into tears. She said that without using a few tricks to stay alive, she would already be dead. She also blamed Ye Ning for putting her in such a miserable situation. Ye Ning was completely unmoved. He joked that his conscience had not even grown up yet. Besides, if Yinglong had truly wanted to kill her, she would never have lived to tell the story. Shui Ying explained that she was still alive, only because Yinglong had found no solid evidence. She once again begged Ye Ning to save her. But Ye Ning refused to change his mind. Shui Ying got so angry that she kept calling him cold-hearted. Ye Ning casually replied and prepared to end the call. Seeing that he was really about to hang up, Shui Ying revealed her final trump card. She claimed to know Yinglong's true weakness, and killing him would bring enormous rewards. That finally caught Ye Ning's attention. He asked her to explain Yinglong's weakness. Wasn't the man supposed to have no spirit power? Shui Ying explained that it all came from a special item called Blood Shadow. It could instantly convert all will attributes into physical strength. That meant Yinglong was not truly at peak tier 3. His natural talent was average, and all of his current power came from Blood Shadow. Ye Ning immediately compared it to his own Dark Phantom effect. But Dark Phantom still had limits at tier 3, while Blood Shadow had no such restriction. His will already far exceeded his other attributes. Combined with the burst from Mindstorm, Blood Shadow could push his physical strength all the way to peak tier 3. Ye Ning asked another question. He could kill Yinglong whenever he wanted, so why was Shui Ying so desperate for him to act now? What would he gain in return? Shui Ying revealed that Blood Shadow had one fatal flaw. Once the attributes were converted, the process could never be reversed. Only her older sister knew how to remove that side effect. Ye Ning still did not believe her completely. He suspected she was making up stories to save herself, so he demanded the method first before considering her request. That only made Shui Ying furious, because she had no reason to trust him either. Ye Ning calmly reminded her that he had already dealt with Lu Tianming, and his people were currently taking care of her 2 younger sisters. Hearing that, Shui Ying fell silent. After thinking it over, she finally decided to tell the truth. It turned out the Blood Shadow safe zone had originally belonged to her family. Yinglong killed her father and stole Blood Shadow. The item itself had even been crafted from her father's skull. Ye Ning was stunned. He immediately demanded to know her true identity, because she had always appeared as Lin Lan. Shui Ying admitted that Lin Lan was only a disguise. For safety and intelligence work, her older sister Xiao Yan had arranged that identity for her. In short, the person speaking with Ye Ning now was the real Shui Ying. She then made her offer. If Ye Ning killed Yinglong, the Blood Shadow safe zone would belong to him. Blood Shadow would also be his, and she herself would stand by his side. Only then did Ye Ning feel that everything finally made sense. Shui Ying said she had already offered everything she could. Now she only awaited his final answer. Yi Ning told her to wait until he arranged a few things, then immediately ended the call. On the other end, Shui Ying stared at the dark screen and ground her teeth in frustration. She had no idea whether that answer meant yes or no. Meanwhile, Yi Ning began weighing his options. Shui Ying's offer was indeed tempting, but the timing was too sensitive. He still had to deal with Lu Haishan the day after tomorrow. If he waited until then, it might already be too late. He even considered asking Fang Hao to handle it for him. The moment Fang Hao crossed his mind, the phone rang. Fang Hao's voice was extremely serious. He said a major crisis had erupted at the border, and he had to leave immediately. He also told Yi Ning to meet the commander at once for an explanation. At the commander's office, Li Jungwo delivered shocking news. Lu Haishan had canceled the death match. At the same time, the old faction within the military had secretly begun a mutiny. Secretly moving troops? That was anything but normal. From West Huaxia, East Huaxia, South Huaxia, to Puxin, Shanqing, Qinggan, and more than 10 other military regions, unusual personnel changes had appeared. Coincidentally, these were also the regions under our weakest control. Confirm it again. Is this the signal that war is about to begin? Not quite, but the current situation is already alarming. Many figures from the old Third Master faction along the border had stepped down at the same time, using illness or leave as excuses. It seems they are not ready to openly turn against us yet. So what are they really planning? Their goal is obvious. Force us to choose one of two paths. Either hand over Yi Ning to die, or abandon the national war, and let them pull both the military and Daxia onto their side. So what is everyone's decision? Yi Ning, do not pressure yourself. Once we chose your side, we will not change our position. So our biggest weakness is the lack of a peak tier 3 fighter for the national war, right? If that is the case, I will handle it myself. Hearing that, Li Jungwo slammed his fist onto the table. Yi Ning, if you think that way, you are falling right into their trap. They want to force you into the national war and get you killed. Then they will claim it all happened because you were too arrogant. To them, killing you is as easy as turning over a hand. Even if we have to delay our long-term national plan, we cannot let you risk your life. If the pressure becomes too much, I will resign if necessary. Commander, please stay calm. First, I will definitely join the national war. Second, I am fully confident I can handle this. Are you certain? Absolutely. Please trust me. But first, prepare several high tier 3 experts for me. I need to head to the frontier immediately. According to my calculations, if I kill Ying Long and obtain Blood Shadow, my physical strength will reach the level of a peak tier 3 fighter. The national war? In our eyes, those nations are nothing. Once we return, one of us alone will be enough to wipe you all out. At the same time, a group dressed in white appeared in the Karak Desert of the frontier. This is Blood Shadow Legion territory. You are not welcome here. Turn around and go back where you came from. The leader came from the top battlefield of Katsukeiki. He smiled at Ying Long. Does Huaxia not have a saying about treating guests from afar with respect? I came here today to discuss cooperation. Cooperation. By cooperation, do you mean trespassing on my land and mining resources here without permission? That was only a misunderstanding. We did not know this place belonged to you. If you agree to cooperate, we will compensate all previous losses and offer even greater benefits. According to our intelligence, you have always searched for resources and items that increase will attributes. These blood crystals may not be the finest quality, but they are still very useful to you. As long as you share this spirit or mine with us, our nation will continuously supply you with exclusive blood crystals. Ying Long admitted that he truly needed them. But your real goal is not just the mine. You want this entire region, do you not? This is the border. The nearby military will never allow it. The other man laughed with contempt. The military, they can barely protect themselves. Commander Ying Long, why fool yourself? Even if they attack later, with our nation's support, they will accomplish nothing. Hearing that, Ying Long released a terrifying aura. What you call cooperation would be nothing less than treason in the military's eyes. No matter what, I am still an awakened of the Huaxia military. Ha ha ha. Why pretend to be so righteous? Have you not killed plenty of military personnel already? Treason? When the rewards are great enough, what does a nation even matter? As he spoke, he took out a massive pile of blood crystals, stacking them into a small hill. Agree to our deal, and in 4 days there will be even more. With our support, building your own nation will no longer be impossible. Seeing the mountain of blood crystals, Ying Long immediately withdrew his aura. Now this is something worth its discussing. But before we officially cooperate, you must destroy the Construction Legion to prove your sincerity. The other side nodded without hesitation. No problem. Happy cooperation. But at that very moment, another group suddenly appeared, and Ye Ning was among them. Both sides instantly mistook the newcomers for each other's reinforcements. Yinglong asked coldly, "Are you planning to ambush me?" The Katsukeiki side also became alert. "Are you trying to kill me?" Yi Ning gave the order without hesitation. "Eliminate the Blood Shadow Legion first." "Yes, Commissioner." Everyone immediately spread out and activated their spirit energy barrier. But in the blink of an eye, the incoming attacks shattered the enemy's defenses. Every newcomer was a high Tier 3 expert. They were the military's elite force. Seeing the situation, the Katsukeiki leader immediately ordered his subordinates. "Their target is Yinglong. Fall back for now. We will stay out of it and watch." As for Yinglong, he gripped his spear and charged forward. "You dared to ambush me? Then prepare to die." His signature move, Yinglong's spear strike, exploded into action. While dodging the attack, Yi Ning still warned his teammates, "That move is dangerous. Get out of the way. Split up and lure the high Tier 3 experts elsewhere. Leave Yinglong to me." With that, Yi Ning swung his sword straight at his opponent. "Long time no see, Commander Yinglong. Who are you? A mere mid-Tier 3 dares challenge me. What a joke. Whoever you are, there is only one ending for you today: death." But Yu Ning had prepared for this. He raised his hand and revealed the ring on his finger. "If you do not remember me, what about him?" The next moment, Li Fugui appeared. "Hello there, little worm." Yinglong's face changed instantly. It was that Tier 4 NPC. But how could an NPC appear in the real world? Yi Ning seized the opportunity at once. "While you are distracted, I will send you to your grave." Dimensional impact activated. Time seemed to slow to 1/10 of its normal speed. In that brief instant, he slaughtered Yinglong's subordinates one after another. Dimensional impact. 10/combo. "I will use every remaining second on you." Then Frostfire Fury erupted, and his sword thrust straight toward Yinglong. In Yinglong's eyes, Yi Ning had vanished into thin air. Where did he go? Did he really summon that NPC? But how could a mid-Tier 3 control a Tier 4 NPC? Something was definitely wrong. Without wasting a second, he activated Blood Shadow, along with every defensive and mental protection skill he had. "Trying to fool me with cheap tricks? Die." He charged directly at Li Fugui. "Master, save me." At that moment, Yi Ning activated the ring and pulled Li Fugui back into its storage space. Then he continued maintaining dimensional impact. In less than a second, Yinglong watched his men fall one after another under Yi Ning's blade. "So you were the one who killed all my subordinates." Even Yinglong himself was struck by the sword, but full defense barely kept him alive. Combined with Blood Shadow's barrier, he narrowly survived the attack. Meanwhile, Yi Ning chained into another move with Divine Wrath Lock. A Tier 4 phantom appeared behind him and immediately slashed at Yinglong. Seeing this, Yinglong quickly summoned his own Tier 4 Blood Shadow. At the same time, he activated Phantom Fusion to merge with its power. Even so, under Yi Ning's relentless assault, he could only defend while shouting for help. "Katsukeiki, help me." Watching from afar, Katsukeiki silently calculated the situation. This man's abilities are too strange. Is it really worth getting involved? Right then, Yi Ning turned toward him and unleashed Mind Blast. A beam of light shot toward him like a laser. "Want to interfere? Then you die too." Katsukeiki hurriedly dodged aside. Looking at the devastated ground, he was shocked. This kid still has more trump cards. Yinglong is probably doomed. Better sit back and watch them fight. With no one coming to help, Yinglong's spear was quickly shattered. In desperation, he used a sacrificial secret art, Blood God Descent, "Protect me." He tried to block the attack with his newfound power. Unfortunately, he had underestimated its strength, and his body was split clean in two. But Yi Ning was not finished. He followed up with another Mind Blast. Coughing up blood, Yinglong finally recognized what Yi Ning was using. That is the Ghost Emperor's equipment. Before he could finish speaking, his head exploded on the spot. Everyone who witnessed the scene stood frozen in absolute shock. Taking advantage of the moment, Katsukeiki immediately changed his attitude. "My friend, may I know your name? How about we become allies and discuss cooperation?" What a coincidence. I was just thinking about discussing cooperation with you too. Hearing that, Katsukeiki eagerly made his offer. "With your strength, why not join us? You would receive incredible benefits, and I could even promote you to deputy commander. All you have to do is sign a contract." Yi Ning laughed. "Hold on, I think you have misunderstood your position. Do you think you are stronger than Yinglong, or that you can survive my strongest attack?" Katsukeiki burst into laughter. "It is true that I am not as strong as Yinglong, but I have still reached peak Tier 3. A mid-Tier 3 using attacks like yours is impressive, but your spirit energy must be nearly exhausted by now. Besides, I specialize in both mental and interference abilities. Your mental attacks will not work on me the way they worked on Yinglong, so I will give you one chance to live. Kneel and submit, or die here." Hearing that, Yi Ning burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, That is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Who exactly is going to die? Who told you my spirit energy was empty? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ning's aura surged to an even higher level. Yi Ning smiled to himself. Those attacks had barely drained any of his spirit energy. Katsukeichi's face changed instantly. How was this possible? A mid-tier 3 had more spirit energy than a peak tier 3. Without giving him time to think, Yi Ning charged forward and activated Judgment Lock. The subordinates around Katsukeichi quickly formed a defensive circle to protect him. Thunder orbs gathered around them, filling Katsukeichi with overwhelming pressure. But strangely, this aura was completely different from the attack that had killed Ying Long. Yi Ning looked down at him. Now it is your turn to choose. Submit or die. Katsukeichi gritted his teeth. I am a peak tier 3. I will never bow to anyone. If you want to die, then I will grant your wish. With that, Yi Ning swung his sword straight at the group. Wait, do not attack. Give me a little more time. Seeing his tone change, Yi Ning slowly lowered his sword. Katsukeichi hurriedly took out a contract scroll and forced a smile. My lord, I admit I am afraid of death. But even if I submit, can you really trust me? How about you spare us instead? We will sign a secrecy contract and never reveal what happened today. Not only that, I will hand over every piece of equipment and every item I own. You are overthinking it. I have my own way to ensure your loyalty. Katsukeichi froze. What way? The answer is simple. Submit willingly or die. If you refuse to choose, I will beat you half to death and force you into submission. Hearing that, his face turned pale. No answer? Then I will take that as your second choice. The entire group immediately dropped to their knees. We are willing to submit. Deep down, Katsukeichi was still calculating. Stay alive first. I can always find a way to break the contract later. But Yi Ning did not care what he was thinking. He directly activated Mind Devour along with his special equipment. Ghost Conversion turned into a beam of light and shot straight into Katsukeichi's head. After dealing with him, Yi Ning looked at the others. You should all change masters as well. 2 high tier 3, 6 mid tier 3, and 8 low tier 3. The low tier 3 fighters can serve as cannon fodder. The mid and high tier 3 fighters will be kept as sacrifices. Then he returned to where the military had been waiting. The soldiers saw him arrive with the Katsukeichi fighters and were completely confused. Did something happen to Commissioner Yi Ning? Should we go check? But the moment he landed, Yi Ning spoke first. I am fine. Do not kill these tier 3 fighters. Leave them to me. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, Commissioner Yi Ning. Is our mission here finished? That is right. Return to the capital immediately and report everything to the commander. After the military left, Yi Ning continued using Mind Devour and Ghost Conversion. Before long, the consciousness of every captive had been completely corrupted. Yi Ning called An, the ring spirit, and stored all the spoils of war inside the storage space. This trip was a huge profit. With these new sacrifices, I can use Divine Wrath whenever I want. Meanwhile, Katsukeichi sat there sobbing. My daughter, my little Kiki. Yi Ning walked over and slapped him across the face. It is only your daughter. Why make such a fuss? You are a peak tier 3, yet you have no backbone at all. Cry again, and I will sew your mouth shut. Open your status panel and take a look. Are you not stronger now? Yes, master. Katsukeichi immediately checked his status. Moments later, his eyes lit up. His will had dropped slightly, but his strength and physique had increased dramatically. Just as expected, he had traded a weakness for greater power. All right, return to the storage space for now. I will summon you when I need you. Understood, master. Just like that, the entire group was stored inside the ring. Inside the storage space, Li Fugui immediately acted like the butler. New arrivals? Call me Big Brother first. Learn the rules, and I will arrange your accommodations. After settling everything, Yi Ning walked over to Ying Long's corpse. According to Shui Ying, the blood shadow item was attached directly to his back and functioned as a unique energy device. He pulled a knife from his pocket. Then he carefully examined the corpse from head to toe. Before long, a strange object was removed and flew into his hand. This should be it. Ownerless item acquired. Blood Shadow Extreme. Special item. Rank unknown. Effect 1. Limit Break. After equipping it, the user can draw upon their own spirit power and convert it into any attribute within an extremely short time. The maximum conversion can even exceed the current rank limit. Effect 2. Blood Body Blood Shadow. The item absorbs and stores spirit power, then consumes the stored energy to reduce incoming damage. Maximum damage absorption is 10,000 points. Warning: Blood Shadow contains an unknown origin. Once installed, the attribute conversion rate can no longer be adjusted manually and will only activate through its passive mechanism. This item could truly push its user beyond their limits. If it had raised Ying Long from an ordinary Tier 3 to peak Tier 3, then Ye Ning had the same opportunity. Even so, the price of activating the curse was far from small. He collected all of Yinglong's equipment and stored it away, planning to meet Shui Ying before deciding what to do next. If the Blood Shadow curse could really be removed, fighting peak Tier 3 experts would become much easier. He could even use Ghost Conversion to build an elite army of his own, making the coming national war far less threatening. Meanwhile, Shui Ying was still being held under house arrest inside Yinglong's villa. Hearing footsteps outside, she immediately wondered whether it was Ye Ning or Yinglong. But after thinking it over, she dismissed the idea. Even if Yi Ning had come, there was no way he could have arrived this quickly. Her mood sank to rock bottom. Yinglong had forbidden anyone from approaching this place, so it was probably him returning. Worse yet, her time was almost up. At the same time, Ye Ning arrived outside the prison. The two guards had no idea what was happening, and immediately demanded his identity. They reminded him that Yinglong had ordered anyone approaching this place to be captured at once. In response, Ye Ning calmly held up a command token. It was the Imperial Guard order personally issued by Yinglong. Hearing the commotion outside, Shui Ying instantly realized that Ye Ning had arrived. Seeing her expression, Ye Ning casually asked who she had expected instead. Spotting the chains binding her, Ye Ning cut them apart without hesitation. Shui Ying quietly admitted that she had never expected him to appear here. Then Ye Ning tossed her the familiar item that Yinglong always carried. The moment she saw it, she understood everything. Tears streamed down her face as she realized her enemy was dead. At last, that day had finally come. Memories from years ago flooded back. Yinglong had been about to kill her parents, and they had only managed to entrust their daughter to someone else before they died. Their final words were for her to run and never look back. Through her tears, Shui Ying called out to her parents. The traitor had finally paid the price. Even though she had not taken revenge with her own hands, she had done everything she could. She only hoped they could finally rest in peace. Overwhelmed with joy and emotion, she rushed forward and hugged Yi Ning to thank him. But he pushed her away and immediately demanded the method to remove Blood Shadow's curse. He urged her to hurry because he still had many things to deal with. Shui Ying was still crying and could only answer softly. Yi Ning got straight to the point and held up the strange stone while asking how to remove the curse. He even guessed whether it required a special bloodline, some bonding ritual, or lifting a lingering grudge like in fantasy novels. To save time, he even lay down on the ground, as if nothing was wrong, and told her to let him know when she was finished. Seeing that attitude, Shui Ying felt both annoyed and helpless. In her eyes, the man before her was unbelievably strange. After hesitating for a while, she slowly walked over and said she had one question first. Yi Ning immediately asked what it was, while suspecting she was only stalling because she had no way to remove the curse at all. Shui Ying quickly denied it. She insisted she knew the method and only wanted to clear up a few very important matters first. What she cared about was what would happen to the Blood Shadow safe zone after Yinglong's death. Would the military take control, or would the frontier claim it? She also wanted to meet the person who had killed Yinglong. Hearing that, Yi Ning guessed she wanted to return to the Blood Shadow Legion, and perhaps even replace Yinglong as its leader. He asked whether she was negotiating with him or with the military. Shui Ying simply sat down without replying. Yi Ning continued that she had no right to negotiate with him. He had helped her take revenge, and she only needed to remove the curse. That made them even. The military would not interfere for now, and the person she wanted to meet was standing right in front of her. Hearing that, Shui Ying stared at him in shock and asked what he meant. She quickly realized the truth and asked in disbelief if he was the one who had killed Yinglong. Yi Ning admitted it without hesitation. He warned her not to test his patience and to remove the curse immediately. If she cooperated, her other requests could still be considered. But if she tried to use this as leverage, it would not end well for her. At last, Shui Ying revealed the method. To break the curse, she had to conceive a child with him. Once a special drop of blood appeared during the pregnancy, the curse would be lifted. Even Ye Ning was caught off guard by that answer. Yi Ning immediately made it clear that she should not expect to tie him down with a future child. He also argued that waiting through a pregnancy would take far too long. Shui Ying explained that awakened were different from ordinary people. After they united, it would only take 1 or 2 days for a child to be born. Deep down, Shui Ying was making her own calculations. The method she had just described was actually a lie to fool Yi Ning. But facing someone as powerful as him, this was the only way she could get closer to him. As for the real method of removing the curse, she planned to complete it in secret without letting him know. The next part was hidden behind the familiar screen fade, leaving behind a scene of complete peace. 2 quiet hours passed. Shui Ying was breathing heavily, exhausted as she complained that he had said he was busy, yet somehow he still managed to drag things out for so long. Yi Ning could only continue what he had started. After all, for the sake of a much greater goal, he reluctantly chose to make the sacrifice. The next day, a strange drop of blood slowly merged into the stone. The moment Yi Ning saw it, he realized the restoration process had officially begun. Meanwhile, Shui Ying was still lying in bed and had not gotten up. She softly chanted ancient incantations, calling upon the desert god and the power of her ancestral bloodline, hoping the sacred force would cleanse the impurity attached to the item. Watching the scene, Yi Ning guessed that the true method involved Zhu Ying's blood combined with a special chant. Even so, he did not care much about the details. As long as it worked, that was enough. Then the stone displayed a notification. Restoration complete. Unknown curse removed. Do you wish to complete the installation? Yi Ning immediately chose to activate it. The stone flew straight to his back and fused into his body. A tremendous surge of energy erupted like a collapsing dam. The ground shook violently as rocks and nearby objects were blasted into the air. Even Shui Ying, who was still lying on the bed, was thrown away by the shockwave. She slammed into the wall before finally stopping, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Enduring the pain, she hurriedly told Yi Ning to withdraw his spirit power and bring Blood Shadow under control. After suppressing the runaway power, Yi Ning turned to ask about her condition. Shui Ying gave a bitter smile and said that aside from nearly exploding to death, she was still alive. She could not understand why Blood Shadow in his hands was far more terrifying than it had ever been with Yinglong. Yi Ning explained that he was a will awakened, and his innate spirit power far surpassed ordinary people. But Shui Ying replied that even so, it still made no sense for a mid-tier 3 to be stronger than a peak tier 3. Hearing that, Yi Ning was genuinely surprised. He had always believed Yinglong was only a high tier 3. Shui Ying had no choice but to admit that she had never told him the whole truth. Even she had never believed Yi Ning could actually kill Yinglong. She finally confessed that Yinglong's combat strength had already reached peak tier 3. She had deliberately downplayed his strength because she was afraid Yi Ning would refuse to save her. Yi Ning laughed. Even though she had hidden the truth from him, she had also helped remove the curse, so he decided to let the matter go. He then handed Yinglong's command token to Shui Ying and placed the Blood Shadow Legion under her command for the time being. He hoped she had the ability to support the ambitions he intended to pursue. Shui Ying was stunned by the decision. Yi Ning immediately emphasized that it had nothing to do with personal feelings. He simply needed a trustworthy assistant and a truly loyal subordinate. Shui Ying asked whether, besides acknowledging her as his woman and the future mother of his child, he had any other way to verify her loyalty. Yi Ning replied that if necessary, he could permanently strip away her ability to bear children and turn her into a ghost servant that would serve him forever. As he spoke, he even showed her the corresponding ability. The moment she saw it, Shui Ying realized he truly could transform people into ghost servants. He even asked if she wanted to experience it herself. Hearing that, Shui Ying immediately shook her head. She insisted that even without any contract binding her, she would never betray him. Seeing that she seemed sincere, Yi Ning decided to trust her for now. He took out a huge amount of equipment and spirit fruits from his storage ring and handed everything to her. He also left behind money and many high-level ghost servants to help stabilize the frontier. At the industrial zone, Lin Ru and Tong Hai were assigned to assist with management. With those forces and resources, even if news of Yinglong's death spread everywhere, the Blood Shadow Legion would still be able to maintain stability. Looking at how thoroughly everything had been arranged, Shui Ying felt that Yi Ning had been guarding against her from the very beginning. But she quickly realized something else. These arrangements could only mean Yi Ning was about to leave the frontier. He openly confirmed it. As he turned to leave, Yi Ning said he had no time to drown in personal feelings. Building their power mattered far more. One day he would return to see the results, and he hoped she would not disappoint him. Hearing those words, Shui Ying could only stand there in silence. She wanted to say something, but swallowed her words in the end. On the way out, Yi Ning quietly assessed his current strength. After obtaining Blood Shadow, his combat power had nearly reached the peak level, even without using his sword techniques. Before the national war began, he still had many goals to complete. Hunting peak tier 3 experts, exploring secret realms, collecting equipment, and obtaining new sword skills would all be done step by step. Before leaving the country, he decided to stabilize the border first. He could not afford to leave behind any hidden trouble. The moment he entered the area, someone high above silently watched his every move. A cold shout suddenly rang out, ordering the stranger to stop. Faced with the situation, Yi Ning showed no tension. Instead, he smiled. Even though this place was only an abandoned ruin, its guards were still extremely alert. The other side immediately treated him as an enemy and prepared to attack without mercy. Just as the atmosphere became tense, Lin Rao's voice echoed from the distance and stopped them. She quickly explained to the commander that Yi Ning was one of their own and had come to see her. Hearing that, the commander immediately ordered his subordinates to stand down. After everyone left, Yi Ning looked at Lin Ru with approval. In such a short time, she had already reached low tier 3 and even built her own force. Lin Ru modestly replied that it was all thanks to the resources he had left her. Without wasting time, Lin Ru asked who he wanted her to deal with this time. Yi Ning was even more satisfied by her sharp judgment and decisiveness. She truly had the qualities of a leader. However, this time the mission was not to eliminate anyone. He explained that Shui Ying now controlled the Blood Shadow safe zone and wanted Lin Ru to bring her people there to meet her. Hearing that, Lin Ru quickly reached a conclusion. If Shui Ying was working for him and had taken control of Blood Shadow, then Ying Long must have already been killed by him. Yi Ning smiled and asked what she planned to do after meeting Shui Ying. Lin Ru answered without hesitation. If Shui Ying was loyal and capable, she would help her secure her position, but if she had other intentions, Lin Ru would remove her completely. Yi Ning nodded in approval. Working with someone who understood things really saved time. Even so, her current strength was still not enough to handle the entire situation. So he brought a large amount of equipment, supplies, and money. He also assigned more absolutely loyal subordinates to her, including 8 low-tier 3 fighters and 2 high-tier 3 fighters. The moment they appeared, they all knelt before Lin Ru. At a glance, she recognized that they all came from the Ghost Legion. Yi Ning then revealed that if even that was not enough, the 4 people constantly guarding Shui Ying, along with 3 high-tier 3 fighters from Blood Shadow, were also pieces he had already placed. Lin Ru smiled in admiration. The way he arranged everything was unbelievably thorough. In her view, every one of these people answered only to him. Yi Ning simply laughed, letting her know she understood without needing to say it so directly. Lin Ru replied that although everything she had seen was astonishing, she had no intention of asking about its origin. The only thing she wanted to make clear was that she would never betray him. To her, working alongside Yi Ning had been the most exciting experience of her life. The story then shifted to the Kang Lang safe zone. Inside its central hall, Mulua Dili, the former commander, looked annoyed. He could not understand why a simple deal with a foreign race required an old man like him to attend. Kang Lang, the current ruler, quickly explained that this meeting was extremely important. Katsukeiki had repeatedly insisted that both he and his father must be present. This time the deal involved not only minerals but also equipment. The moment equipment was mentioned, Mulua Dili's attitude changed completely. He decided to attend in person and wondered why Katsukeiki had still not arrived. Right then, the doors of the Great Hall were pushed open from the outside. Katsukeiki's group walked in, with Ye Ning following behind them. Katsukeiki greeted everyone, while Tang Hai warmly greeted Chang Lang and the former commander after such a long time apart. As soon as he stepped inside, he snapped his fingers and sealed the hall doors shut. Tang Hai froze in confusion. He had no idea why the doors were locked at a moment like this. Sitting at the highest seat, Mu Luodili coldly questioned him. He believed Hakachi's subordinate was far too arrogant, making him doubt their sincerity. But Hakachi immediately denied it. He said that man was not his subordinate, but his master. The answer stunned everyone else in the room. Without giving them time to guess, he stepped forward and introduced himself. His name was Ye Ning, the top-ranked member of Hua Xia, and an honorary commissioner. He had come to take over the Kang Lang safe zone and hoped they would cooperate. Tang Hai nearly lost his soul after hearing that. He silently cursed Fang Hao for dragging him into disaster and quickly looked for a way out. The next second, Tang Hai put on a flawless performance. He suddenly collapsed, clutched his chest, and claimed his heart disease had flared up. The atmosphere instantly turned tense. Mu Luodili and Tang Lang realized Ye Ning was connected to the military. They knew they had been lured here, and this visitor clearly had bad intentions. Yi Ning only smiled and said that if they surrendered like Hakachi, they could still keep control of the Changlang safe zone. Mu Luodili sneered and drew his weapon. To him, Yi Ning was just an unknown fool, causing trouble on his turf. He did not care about the military or the honorary title because Yi Ning was only mid-tier 3. Confident as a peak tier 3 powerhouse and ruler of an entire safe zone, he charged straight at Yi Ning. With his personality, bowing to anyone was simply impossible. But the moment Mu Luodili closed in, Ye Ning unleashed Blood Shadow at full power. A massive pressure exploded instantly and blasted Muluo Dili backward. Feeling that familiar power, his expression changed at once. Wasn't this Yinglong's signature ability? He immediately demanded to know Yi Ning's relationship with Yinglong. Yi Ning answered with one shocking sentence. Yinglong died by his hand. Muluo Dili refused to believe it. Yinglong was one of the strongest peak Tier 3 experts, while Yi Ning was only mid-Tier 3. It sounded impossible. Hakechi stepped forward to confirm it. He had witnessed the battle himself. Without seeing Yi Ning's strength firsthand, a peak Tier 3 expert like him would never have accepted Yi Ning as his master. Still pretending to be sick on the floor, Tang Hai nearly passed out from fear. If Yi Ning had really killed Yinglong, then treating him with respect all this time had been the smartest choice. Hakechi continued persuading the two of them. He said they should surrender now, instead of getting beaten first. Besides, following their master would give them a chance to grow stronger. Hearing that special benefit, both of them were stunned. Seeing Hakechi revealing too much, Yi Ning pulled him aside. He said there was no need to explain yet, because they would understand soon enough. Hakechi could only nod obediently. However, Muluo Dili and Canglang had no intention of giving in. To them, living under those conditions was worse than death, so they charged into battle. Yi Ning drew the sword from his back and calmly asked if they really believed they were stronger than Yinglong. They refused to back down. Even if they admitted they were weaker than Yinglong, they still did not believe Yi Ning had defeated him and kept attacking. Blood shadow surged around Yi Ning. He left Canglang to Hakechi while he faced Muluo Dili himself. The next moment, a devastating blood shadow strike burst from his hand and tore through the battlefield. Muluo Dili countered with Canglang Mountain Breaker, while Yi Ning unleashed Blood Shadow Wind Blade. The two attacks violently collided in midair. Tang Hai hurriedly raised a barrier around himself to avoid being caught in the shockwaves. Just sensing the terrifying energy was enough to send chills down his spine. After several exchanges, Muluo Dili realized the gap in strength was enormous. He suggested moving to a wider battlefield where they could fight at full power. Yi Ning agreed. Moments later, Muluo Dili charged again to begin the next round. This time, Yi Ning activated his attribute conversion ability to its limit. Every point of will was shifted into strength, causing his combat power to skyrocket in an instant. Empowered by the boost, he unleashed Blood Shadow Mountain Collapse and sent Muluo Dili flying. To withstand the attack, Muluo Dili immediately activated Mystic Wolf Armor to cover his entire body. But the defensive armor he was so proud of shattered with ease. Muluo Dili could not understand how a mid-tier 3 fighter possessed such terrifying strength. Yi Ning smiled and said this was the advantage of having exceptional will talent. Then he asked if Muluo Dili was ready to submit. Muluo Dili remained stubborn. As a dual strength and constitution peak Tier 3 expert who had trained for over 80 years, he refused to bow to a young man. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed Poison Wolf Blood Shadow, turning his power into a savage wolf that charged at Yi Ning. Yi Ning shifted all his attributes into Constitution once again and stood still to take the attack head-on. The energy wolf bit into him but barely left a scratch. Yi Ning mocked him, asking if 80 years of training had only produced this much power. Then he unleashed Flame Wind Blade and split the wolf in half with a single slash. Unwilling to accept defeat, Muluo Dili activated the Blood Wolf Howling Moon formation and summoned even more blood wolves. Yi Ning fully unleashed Blood Shadow again and poured every attribute point into strength. His aura rose to an even higher level. At the same time, he combined it with the Judge skill, summoning a massive Judge Phantom behind him. His sword crashed down from above, releasing Judgment Blood Shadow as a gigantic cross-shaped attack. The pack of blood wolves was crushed almost instantly. After wiping them out, the attack kept charging toward Muluo Dili. He hurriedly raised Canglang Iron Wall to block it. Even that defense was completely pierced by Yi Ning's overwhelming power. Muluo Dili was blasted backward, slammed into the wall, and coughed up blood on the spot. On the other side of the battlefield, Canglang was fighting Hakechi and unleashed the familiar Canglang Mountain Breaker. Hakechi only laughed. It was the same skill, but Canglang's version was nowhere near as powerful as his father's. The moment he finished speaking, Hakechi countered with Lightning Illusion Prison. The violent lightning struck Canglang and left his entire body paralyzed. After completely subduing both father and son, they tossed them aside like men who could no longer resist. Next, Yi Ning activated the external form of the Mind Devourer ability. At the same time, he used the Ghost Conversion technique. That mysterious power quickly invaded the minds of both men. Their screams lasted for quite a while before finally stopping. In the end, both of them knelt and accepted Yi Ning as their master. Satisfied with the result, Yi Ning nodded and told them to recover from their injuries. They would continue managing the Kanglang safe zone. The two immediately accepted the order with complete respect. Yi Ning then turned to Ha Ke-chi. The border situation was finally settled, and he casually praised Ha Ke-chi's performance. Hearing that, Ha Ke-chi immediately squatted down like the most loyal servant and thanked him over and over. But deep inside, he felt something strange. He realized he was becoming more like an obedient dog than a peak Tier 3 powerhouse. The pride he once had seemed to vanish along with the most important thing in his life. Watching everything from a distance, Tang Hai was drenched in cold sweat. In his eyes, Ye Ning had already surpassed the limits of an ordinary human. He began wondering whether he should kneel and beg for mercy or look for a chance to escape. What frightened him most was being turned into a ghost like the others. While his mind was still racing, Ye Ning suddenly appeared behind him like a ghost. That icy stare nearly made Tang Hai collapse. Completely terrified, Tang Hai immediately bowed until his forehead touched the ground and begged Yi Ning not to transform him. He swore absolute loyalty. Yi Ning laughed at the reaction and helped him up. He said Tang Hai did not need to be so nervous because he had always treated him well, and Yi Ning had never forgotten that kindness. Tang Hai finally let out a sigh of relief and immediately switched to a far more respectful tone. Yi Ning then pointed at the ruined Heavenly Wolf Hall and said there was no need to rebuild it. The girls imprisoned there also had to be set free. Tang Hai nodded without hesitation because staying alive mattered more than anything else. Yi Ning gave him another task. From now on, Tang Hai would handle supply logistics and support Xue Ying whenever needed. Most importantly, Ying Long's death must never be revealed. Tang Hai immediately agreed and prepared to contact Xue Ying at once. After arranging everything, Yi Ning reviewed his own strength. With Blood Shadow's enhancement, his constitution could temporarily reach the level of a peak Tier 3 expert. However, the energy cost was enormous because of his exceptionally high will. Based on his calculations, he should only use attribute conversion 3 or 4 times a day. With his current strength, taking on 2 ordinary peak Tier 3 experts at once was no longer a problem. But in a full-scale national war, where he might face multiple peak Tier 3 opponents one after another, or even dozens of them, it still would not be enough. That was why he had to use the remaining 20 days to grow as fast as possible. Since there were not many opportunities left inside the country, Ye Ning began considering his next target. The war zone of Country L became the best choice, because it was filled with peak Tier 3 powerhouses. The risk was high, but the rewards would be just as great. Just then, Wang Tian called with new information. Yi Ning had previously asked him to search for a high-level sword technique, and now Country L was preparing to launch a program called the Divine Warrior Selection. According to the report, this competition was open to the top talents of Country L under the age of 35, who had reached at least mid-tier 3. The champion would receive the National Treasure Shrank Sword Technique, Heavenly Illumination, the National Divine Weapon, Heavenly Cloud Sword, and an enormous amount of resources. The runners-up would also earn valuable rewards. Hearing this, Yi Ning immediately noticed something familiar. The Divine Warrior program was basically a copy of Hua Xia's Genius ranking. Wang Tian explained that after Yi Ning's performance in the Zombie Kingdom dungeon and his title as Hua Xia's number 1, Country L had mistakenly believed his strength came from national resources. Wanting to restore their pride as quickly as possible, Country L decided to invest everything into creating a divine warrior capable of challenging Yi Ning. Yi Ning found the idea extremely interesting. To him, this event seemed as if it had been prepared just for him. He immediately told Wang Tian to make all the arrangements and keep everything secret. For Yi Ning, both the Shrank Sword technique and the Heavenly Cloud Sword were irresistible rewards. The only issue was that all 6 of his Supreme Sword skill slots were already occupied. At that moment, the system suddenly issued a new mission called Sword God. As long as he claimed first place in the Divine Warrior program, he would gain the chance to fuse skills and unlock an entirely new skill slot. Looking at the system reward, Yi Ning was extremely pleased. He had been searching for a way to solve his skill problem, and now the perfect opportunity had arrived. In his eyes, first place in the Divine Warrior program was practically already his. Right after that, he contacted Li Xuanguo. As soon as the call connected, the commander asked whether Yi Ning was planning to return to the capital. Yi Ning replied that he would not be returning yet. He planned to secretly travel overseas to prepare for the coming war, then asked whether the military possessed a national-grade disguise item, powerful enough to fool even peak Tier 3 experts. He also added that there was no need to worry too much about security. They only needed to send the item to Wang Tian. Hearing that, Li Xuanguo felt somewhat relieved. He said that as long as Yi Ning could guarantee his own safety, he would not ask about anything Yi Ning wished to keep secret. After ending the call, Ye Ning silently calculated his next move. He had already eliminated many of Country L's strategists during the Zombie Kingdom dungeon. Now, through the Divine Warrior program, he had another legitimate chance to enter enemy territory and continue his mission. The scene soon shifted to the border of the Kachun war zone, where Yi Ning had already arrived. Wang Tian reported that they had contacted a smuggling organization from Country L. The group owned its own safe zone and was led by a high Tier 3 expert. Tonight, a team of Awakeners would arrive for a trade, including 3 early Tier 3 experts and 1 mid-Tier 3 expert. These people all had the right to receive direct nominations for the Divine Warrior program without going through the 3 qualifying rounds. To hide his identity, the safest approach was to have a local faction sponsor him. Yi Ning nodded in satisfaction and asked what excuse Wang Tian had used to approach them. Wang Tian replied that they claimed to be trading military supplies in exchange for spirit energy ore. Without a tempting enough offer, the other side would never have agreed. Wang Tian also explained that this contact had been introduced by an old acquaintance. Just then, a man hurried over. The man quickly introduced himself as Wang Dekun. He acted with complete respect and declared that serving Yi Ning was the greatest honor of his life. Not long afterward, several figures appeared in the distance and landed at the trading site. Wang Dekun immediately reported that the leader was Hirata Zero, a mid-Tier 3 expert. The moment Hirata landed, Wang Dekun greeted him like an old friend. Hirata looked annoyed and complained that the meeting had been arranged on such short notice, forcing them to travel at night, which was extremely dangerous. He also warned that if they kept making sudden requests like this, even paying more money would not be enough to make up for it. Wang Dekun repeatedly apologized, explaining that the military supplies had to be sold urgently, so they had no choice but to arrange the deal at this time. He also promised to prepare some entertainment afterward as compensation. Hirata finally calmed down a little, but demanded that they provide only the highest quality companions, preferably even Awakeners. Then he suddenly announced that the price of spirit ore had increased, so Wang Dekun's side would have to pay 30% more. Wang Dekun immediately acted troubled by the unexpected demand. Just then Yi Ning calmly spoke 2 words, "Too weak." Hirata instantly pointed at him and questioned Wang Dekun. He wanted to know what this subordinate meant by saying something like that. Without giving them any time to react, Yi Ning unleashed Mind Storm. The minds of the Country L group were instantly struck by a violent mental assault. They clutched their heads in agony as blood poured from their mouths. Before they could understand what had happened, they all collapsed under Yi Ning's overwhelming power. Looking down at them, Ye Ning coldly asked if they finally understood what he meant by too weak. Then he transformed them into ghosts. The story then shifted to the Chusai safe zone in Country L. This time, Ye Ning appeared right behind the now-controlled Hirata Zero. An acquaintance was surprised to see Hirata return so early because his trading trips normally lasted several days. The man even joked that Hirata must not have enjoyed himself this time if he had come back so quickly. Hirata ignored the joke completely. He coldly ordered everyone to move aside because he had an urgent matter to report to the leader. Before long, the group arrived at the safe zone leader's residence. As soon as they met, the leader asked what emergency had brought them here. This man was Toju Kuichi, the leader of the Chusai safe zone and a high Tier 3 expert. He assumed the trade had run into problems over the price. Hirata immediately changed the subject and asked whether the safe zone still had a nomination slot for the Divine Warrior program. He said he wanted to recommend someone extremely important. Toju Kuichi replied that every nomination had already been assigned. One outstanding talent from the safe zone had received the opportunity. What confused him was why Hirata considered this such an urgent matter. His eyes then landed on Yi Ning. He guessed the young man beside Hirata was the candidate and wondered what kind of extraordinary talent he possessed. Yi Ning offered no explanation. He simply said they would find out soon enough, then unleashed Mindstorm once again. Toju Kuichi was struck by the mental attack and dropped to his knees, clutching his head in unbearable pain. Yi Ning drew his sword, pointed it at him, and offered only 2 choices, submit or die. Feeling the genuine killing intent, Toju Kuichi immediately lowered his head and begged for mercy, hoping to negotiate. Yi Ning asked if that meant he was willing to submit. Toju Kuichi immediately knelt in respect and pledged loyalty to Ye Ning. Only then was he allowed to stand. Yi Ning ordered him to bring over the person who held the nomination slot. He also demanded every document related to the Divine Warrior program. Tojukuichi obeyed at once. About 10 minutes later, the chosen candidate arrived. The moment he entered, he respectfully bowed and asked what task had been assigned to him. Yi Ning looked at him and said directly that someone wanted to challenge him for the Divine Warrior nomination. The man looked Yi Ning up and down before letting out a mocking laugh. In his opinion, someone that young probably had not even reached Tier 3, let alone earned the right to stand before him. Challenging him was nothing but a joke. Yi Ning calmly evaluated him. A rank talent, dual will and agility attributes, specializing in short burst attacks. Other than weak perception, everything else was fairly decent. Hearing that, Iotakumi drew his sword. As a swordsman himself, he found the challenge somewhat interesting. Even so, his tone remained arrogant as he claimed the brat before him had no idea how to show respect to an A-rank powerhouse. Yi Ning only smiled and asked if this was what Iotakumi considered proper respect. In the next instant, a flash of steel cut through the air. Iotakumi's head was severed before he could even react. Witnessing this scene, Tojukuichi turned pale. Killing an opponent of the same tier with a single strike meant Yi Ning's strength had likely reached peak Tier 3. Hirata Zero also felt a chill run down his spine. He silently thanked himself for kneeling early, because otherwise, he would have ended up no better than the dead man. Yi Ning glanced at the body on the ground and remarked that the man's build was a perfect match. After saying that, he took out the endless mask. The special item quickly scanned every detail of Iotakumi's face and stored it as a disguise template. He then combined it with blood form to complete the disguise. Once everything was ready, Yi Ning picked up the finished mask. Then he put it on. In an instant, from his appearance to his aura, he became a perfect copy of Iotakumi. Yi Ning quietly checked the result. From this moment on, he was Iotakumi. Even peak Tier 3 experts or advanced detection items would struggle to see through the disguise. Hirata Zero quickly brought over a mirror so he could inspect it one last time. Looking at his reflection, Yi Ning smiled. Although Iotakumi was dead, his name might still become the #1 Divine Warrior. That was a fitting honor to leave behind. At that moment, Tojukuichi respectfully presented a file containing every participant's information and the competition details. The cover clearly stated the program's goal: to cultivate Country L's strongest genius and restore the nation's glory. Yi Ning took the file and skimmed through it. The entire Divine Warrior program was centered on raising a new generation of elite talents for Country L. After reading it, he burst into laughter. If they truly wanted to restore their glory, he would personally reshape the entire program. With that, he casually crushed the file into pieces. In Yi Ning's eyes, the Shrank Sword technique, the National Divine Sword, and every genius in the tournament had all become his prey. The hunt had officially begun. The scene shifted to Nakata Arena, where the Divine Warrior qualifiers were in full swing. The host, Miyako, stepped onto the stage and announced that the entire tournament would be broadcast live. The opening event would feature one-and-known elimination matches. Disguised as Iotakumi, Yi Ning silently observed everything. What surprised him was that even in the apocalypse, Country L still maintained such a massive media system. He could not understand why they continued investing so many resources into entertainment. Sensing his curiosity, Hirata Zero took the initiative to explain and asked if Yi Ning was wondering about Country L's broadcast system. Yi Ning nodded for him to continue. Hirata explained that not everyone could watch the live broadcast. Ordinary citizens gathered inside safe zones to watch programs organized by local factions. He also said that Country L had always invested heavily in the entertainment industry. Even during the apocalypse, they continued creating idols, including awakened idols. According to Hirata, Country L had an extremely rigid class system. The children of powerful families almost automatically inherited their status. To reduce dissatisfaction among the lower classes, the ruling elites promoted awakened idols as symbols of hope. Those idols redirected public attention and weakened any sense of unity or rebellion. Yi Ning quickly realized this was only a temporary way to ease social pressure rather than solve the real problem. Yi Ning quietly smiled. If Country L wanted to create a superstar through the Divine Warrior program, then this year's biggest star would be him. On stage, Miyako continued hyping up the crowd. After dozens of matches, she especially praised Kimura's performance, sending the audience into a frenzy. She then introduced Match 77 at Arena 3. The next contestant was Iotakumi, representing the Chusai Safe Zone. His opponent was Hanzo Ishido, a genius from Safe Zone #1. As soon as he appeared, Hanzo introduced himself as the finest ninja in the entire war zone. He promised to deliver a spectacular performance for the audience. The organizers also warned viewers that the match might contain graphic violence. Yi Ning found it amusing. In his eyes, Hanzo looked more like an entertainment star than a real warrior. That the commentators began analyzing the matchup. Although both fighters were Tier 3, Miyako favored Hanzo because she believed he was more charismatic and appealing. That only made Yi Ning sigh inwardly. A life-and-death battle had been turned into public entertainment. Perhaps that mindset was exactly why Country L had collapsed so quickly when true disaster struck. Before the fight began, the referee announced that this was a fight to the death. Anyone unwilling to risk their life still had one last chance to surrender and leave the arena. Hanzo Ishito immediately bowed in greeting, but Yi Ning only gave a brief reply and remained where he stood. Hanzo frowned at once, claiming Yi Ning did not even understand basic manners. Yi Ning calmly explained that his body had never been used to bowing since childhood, so lowering his head simply was not his habit. That answer only made Hanzo angrier. He declared that he would teach Yi Ning the price of disrespecting the strong. Hanzo had his own plan. Defeating his opponent would be easy, but his real goal was to put on a dazzling show for the audience. Yi Ning thought the same way. One move was enough to end the fight, but he decided to hold back a little to avoid drawing too much attention. The signal sounded, and the match officially began. Hanzo immediately leaped into the air and activated an illusion technique. As he charged forward, he shouted that he would take Yi Ning's life. In an instant, his figure split into multiple afterimages rushing in together. The audience immediately focused on Hanzo, eager to see how Yi Ning would deal with it. But everyone froze the very next second. Yi Ning threw a rising kick from below. Hanzo instantly lost control, staggered backward, and crashed onto the arena floor. Even Yi Ning was slightly surprised. He knew his opponent was weak, but he never expected him to fall before he even got serious. The entire stadium fell silent in disbelief. Everything happened so fast that many people did not even see the move before the fight was over. Instant deaths were extremely rare in death matches. Even the host turned pale, clutching her head in shock after witnessing such a terrifying scene. Yi Ning quickly came up with an explanation and loudly claimed it was a special skill that could activate instantly. The crowd immediately accepted it. They believed Hanzo had grown too careless while trying to put on a flashy performance, leaving himself wide open for the counterattack. About half an hour later, match 13 began with Iotakume from the Chusai safe zone facing Fujino Hiroshi. The announcer recalled Iotakume's frightening performance in the previous match and wondered if he would crush another opponent just as easily. The audience watched in anticipation as the battle officially started. Fujino Hiroshi raised his twin swords toward Iotakume and issued a loud challenge. The moment he finished speaking, he charged forward at incredible speed. Yi Ning answered with nothing more than a single punch. Both swords shattered instantly, and his fist drove straight through his opponent's body. The audience witnessed yet another instant kill. Everyone was stunned, feeling as though a true god of slaughter had appeared in the arena. However, a few sharp-eyed spectators noticed a wound on Yi Ning's hand. His burst damage seemed incredible, but his defense did not appear nearly as impressive. In reality, Yi Ning had deliberately caused that injury to make himself seem less overwhelmingly powerful. To him, this tournament was no different from chopping vegetables. Even so, he preferred to prepare for every possibility. He decided to finish every opponent in one strike while deliberately exposing a fake weakness of poor defense. The officials below the arena began growing anxious. Iotakume was performing brilliantly, but if every opponent kept dying, it would be difficult to explain to their superiors. The arena manager immediately ordered the matchups to be adjusted in secret, replacing agility specialists with a warrior who excelled in both strength and constitution. The order was carried out at once. Half an hour later, the referee introduced match 144, featuring Iotakume, now nicknamed the One Punch Reaper. This time, his opponent was Hiroto from the Toyo safe zone. At a glance, Yi Ning recognized him as a specially selected dual strength and constitution fighter. Meanwhile, Hiroto confidently believed that as long as he survived the opening burst, he could drag the fight into close combat where his defense would give him the advantage. As soon as the match began, Yi Ning charged in from a distance and casually said he would show some respect by using both swords. Hearing that, Hiroto immediately assumed a defensive stance. Hiroto activated Golden Rock Barrier while Yi Ning slashed at it with both swords. Yi Ning had already decided to hold back at first, so he could test his opponent's reaction. Seeing the barrier remain intact, Hiroto secretly rejoiced. He believed Iotakume had finally encountered something he could not break in a singles strike. Hiroto immediately counterattacked with berserk axe slash. Outside the arena, even the referee grew excited, believing Iotakume had finally met his perfect counter, and that this battle would become a fierce showdown. Hiroto smashed a devastating punch downward, but Ye Ning had already leaped into the air to avoid it. Ye Ning let out a mocking smile, saying that kind of defense was nothing special, then unleashed his own technique. His twin swords carved through the air, combining with instant breakthrough strike. Hiroto's face changed instantly as he could not believe what he was seeing. He watched in horror as his defensive barrier shattered. Before he could recover, Ye Ning followed with another twin sword strike. Hiroto had not even finished begging for mercy before the blades took his life on the spot. Ye Ning calmly remarked that his opponent had spoken too slowly, leaving him no time to stop. The entire stadium erupted in shock. No one expected even a dual strength and constitution warrior to fail against Ye Ning's explosive attack. He then calmly asked them to send in the next opponent immediately. There was no need to rest and waste time. Hearing that, everyone else gave up at once. The referee announced the result. Since Iotakume had completely dominated the first round, every opponent matched against him withdrew, sending him straight to round 2 3 days later. He only smiled to himself. He had already held back, yet they were still terrified. The whole thing felt painfully boring. Back at the Harada safe zone, Zero reported that countless people wanted to meet him. Some factions even brought their daughters, hoping to build ties through marriage. He replied that they could accept any resources and agree to the conditions, but there was no need to meet anyone in person. In his mind, once he claimed the Divine Warrior title, he would leave anyway, so empty promises meant nothing. When marriage was mentioned, he looked confused. Tuzu Kuichi explained that it was just a common trick used by third-rate factions. Those without powerful backing often tried to attach themselves to rising geniuses. Most of those so-called daughters were actually adopted for political marriages. After hearing that, he completely lost interest and told them to send everyone back. To him, the class system here was utterly rotten. With nothing important to do while waiting, he decided to use the resources to grow stronger while deliberately staying at the intermediate rank to avoid attention. 3 days passed quickly. The host announced the second qualifying round. 300 contestants would enter a free dungeon, and only the top 30 would advance. Anyone who surrendered would be teleported out immediately. The format caught his interest at once. As far as he understood, the match would end once only 30 people remained. Many contestants quickly formed teams. Some complained when members of the Kyokusan Guild openly grouped up from the start. Others mocked the idea of fairness. In their eyes, heirs of major factions always had bodyguards, and even the final champion might already be decided. Elsewhere, another group discussed its own plan. They believed anyone forming teams now was far too naive. Their strategy was to gather around Shinichi. He carried a special item that allowed his teammates to track his location. Once reunited, they would sweep through the maze. Their priority targets were Maha, Fukuda, Iburiji Shinmei, and especially Iotakume. The team leader repeatedly warned that Iotakume was extremely dangerous and should never be underestimated. However, some members were not worried. They believed his strength only worked well in the arena, and concentrated firepower would be enough to kill him inside the maze. After hearing those words through his spiritual detection, he gave a cold smile. In his eyes, it would be better if they all gathered together and died at once. Right then, the announcement sounded. Every contestant was teleported onto the battlefield at completely random locations. The organizers explained that the entire battle could not be broadcast, so viewers would follow the match through map markers. A disappearing red dot meant elimination, while a black dot meant death. The commentator quickly introduced contestant number 147, Enyakun, who had appeared near the center of the maze. Although his strength was average, his speed was outstanding. However, Enyakun soon ran into Okamoto. Before he could create any distance, he was badly injured and forced to withdraw. But Okamoto did not last long either. Right after his victory, he encountered a 3-man squad and was defeated immediately. Meanwhile, more viewers began watching Iotakume's position. At last, they found the marker for contestant number 7 on the tracking map. He had been teleported into a dead end inside the maze. After looking around, he realized the building materials were incredibly durable, and ordinary people could barely damage them. On top of that, the walls greatly restricted spiritual detection. Even though he could force his way through with full power, he chose not to expose his true strength. To him, reducing his sensing range by a few dozen meters was no big deal. For now, he would simply eliminate anyone he met before hunting down the main targets. Through the live feed, the audience could clearly see that every move he made was swift and precise. Lone opponents stood absolutely no chance. Before long, he detected an entire group ahead. That made him smile because hunting people one by one had already become too boring. Everyone watching was shocked when he did not avoid the enemy and instead charged straight into a three-man squad. Most viewers thought it was an incredibly reckless move, since a single fighter should never be able to overwhelm an entire team. Everyone thought he was about to face a disaster, but inside the maze, he simply unleashed a rapid dual sword combo. The result was instant. All three enemies were wiped out, and their tracker turned black. The crowd erupted. An entire squad vanished in seconds, leaving many wondering if Iotakume was even human. But he was far from done. After the three-man team, he crushed a four-man squad, then erased another team of 6 without any trouble. To many viewers, he looked like a killing machine sweeping across the battlefield, and his next target was the Kyozan Guild. This was the real challenge. The Kyozan Guild had 30 members and 3 mid-tier elites. Shinichi, the son of the Kyozan Safe Zone commander, stood at the top with powerful gear and strength. When they saw him walk toward that force alone, many believed his confidence had gone too far and that he was about to pay the price. While the Kyozan members were still talking, their formation was completed. On command, everyone formed a protective ring around Shinichi and prepared to sweep the maze. Right then, he appeared before them and calmly said they had finally gathered together after making him wait so long. Shinichi recognized him at a glance. The members behind him were thrilled, saying they had planned to hunt him down, but he had delivered himself instead. Even so, someone warned them not to lower their guard. A barrage of ice and fire skills was launched at him at once. Seeing that, he quietly felt a little disappointed. If he used his strongest sword technique, one strike would have been enough to wipe them all out. But he still needed to hide his true power, so he decided to stretch out the fight. By his estimate, these 30 people should last at least 6 minutes. With that in mind, he charged straight into their formation, as if locked in a fierce battle. Then another idea suddenly crossed his mind. Since the audience could not see the details inside, he decided to use a different trick. In an instant, Mindstorm was activated. Every Kyozan member was overwhelmed by mental suppression and collapsed unconscious in agony. Looking at the scene, he calmly did the math. 30 people in 6 minutes meant about one target every 10 seconds. Still, he could not waste the remaining time. He needed the battle to look intense from the outside, so he controlled the unconscious members to keep moving around in chaos. Outside, the commentator excitedly declared that Iotakumi had been completely surrounded and had almost no chance to escape. Meanwhile, he counted the seconds as he eliminated them one by one. He even adjusted the timing so the pattern would not look too regular. Sometimes he took out 2 enemies close together, then waited longer before striking again. Everything was planned to look like a real fight. Outside, the commentator kept building the hype. When 2 more Kyozan members were eliminated, he claimed the guild's counterattack would only become more intense. Many spectators started wondering how much longer Iotakume could survive under those conditions. At that moment, the map showed another change. A separate alliance of about 20 people was heading toward the battlefield, making many believe a massive clash was about to begin. The other group's leader, Asimori, led his team closer. He planned to watch from a distance and wait until both sides were exhausted before making his move. Meanwhile, he sensed the approaching force from far away. Their numbers gave him an even more interesting idea. On Asamora's side, the formation was quickly arranged. He ordered his subordinates to stay back while he scouted ahead alone. The moment he saw the battlefield, he froze in shock. The Kyozan Guild was surrounding Iotakume, but something felt completely wrong. Despite their numbers, no one was putting any real pressure on him. They were only running around for no clear reason. The longer Asamori watched, the stranger it looked. Nothing about it resembled a normal life or death battle. He even noticed that many Kyozan members had their eyes tightly shut, as if they had been unconscious for a long time. From his point of view, they had completely lost awareness. Even more terrifying, Iotakume casually eliminated one person after another, and none of the victims could fight back. The sight sent a chill down his spine. Just then, Iotakume deliberately kicked a fresh corpse, flying toward his hiding place. The body shot straight toward Hayasamura's hiding spot. He instantly thought he had been discovered, but after thinking it over, he realized the real danger was not Iotakume himself, but the people under his control. A terrifying theory formed in his mind. What if his opponent was a hidden high Tier 3 powerhouse, or perhaps someone even stronger? Seeing their captain turn pale, the teammates beside him quickly asked what was wrong. Hayasamori immediately warned everyone that this place was extremely dangerous and ordered an immediate retreat. After saying that, he turned and ran at full speed. Cold sweat poured down his face, leaving his teammates completely confused. Even without understanding the situation, the whole group chased after their captain. But from the distance, Iotakume closed in almost instantly. He appeared in front of them with a smile and asked where they thought they were going. He even joked that they should join forces with someone as strong as him to deal with the Kyozan Guild. Hayasamori kept backing away in fear, but several members believed one man could never defeat their 20-person team. Ignoring his orders, they rushed straight at Iotakume. Hayasamori tried to stop them, but it was already too late. Iotakume had already finished preparing his skill. As they tried to retreat, he coldly told them they no longer had a chance. Mind Shock Burst exploded, blasting every opponent backward. Then he used Ghost Transformation to seize control of them and added them to his growing army. Through the tracking system, the audience only saw that Iotakume had escaped the encirclement and allied with Hayasamori's team. From their perspective, the two forces worked together flawlessly and quickly crushed the Kyozan Guild. After wiping out Kyozan, the alliance crossed multiple areas of the maze and destroyed 6 more groups. Meanwhile, Hayasamori's team gradually shrank until only a few members remained. In reality, Iotakume was secretly controlling more and more people. He planned to use them as tools to keep clearing the battlefield until he was the only survivor left. Outside, the audience grew increasingly nervous as teams kept meeting and slaughtering one another. The death toll inside the maze had already passed 150. The atmosphere became even more intense. Even the organizers sensed something was wrong. Casualties were rising far too quickly, and many contestants chose death instead of surrendering. Iotakume stood out the most. According to the records, he had already eliminated dozens of opponents, yet no one could understand why his stamina and spiritual energy never seemed to run out. If this continued, nearly the entire generation of young geniuses in the region would be wiped out. Under mounting pressure, the official in charge immediately reported the situation to higher authorities and requested that the competition end early. At the same time, every piece of data related to Iotakume was sent for investigation. About 30 minutes later, an announcement echoed through the maze. Due to special circumstances, the selection round would end in 10 seconds. Rankings would be based on recorded results, and every participant would be forcibly teleported out. Hearing the announcement, Iotakume finally stopped. He understood that the organizers could no longer keep the competition going. Even so, he noticed there were not many people left. With a few seconds remaining, he decided to stop pretending. Just before the teleportation activated, he pushed his speed to the absolute limit and eliminated everyone he met, leaving behind no witnesses who could expose his secret. In the capital of Xinjiang, an emergency meeting was already underway. Vice Speaker Hara Fuji stood up and announced that the Central Nakata Battle Zone had submitted a special report. According to the report, an extraordinary individual had appeared during the Chosai selection round. That person was Iotakume. In the second stage alone, he eliminated nearly 70 contestants. The number shocked the entire chamber. Many believed even a high Tier 3 powerhouse would struggle to achieve such a record, and suspected the data was wrong. Some council members even thought the entire story sounded absurd. While other regions were only beginning their qualifiers, the Nakata side had been almost completely wiped out. However, others offered a different view. According to the surviving contestants, Iotakume not only possessed overwhelming combat power, but was also an incredible tactician. Even so, the achievement was still hard to believe. The military had already dispatched senior officials to Chosai, so the truth would soon be revealed. If it was confirmed that he had not cheated and was not a disguised high-level powerhouse, then he would undoubtedly be the genius the entire nation had been searching for. Many people began to see new hope. They believed the country could reclaim its former standing, thanks to his appearance after the defeat in the previous struggle. The council members voiced their full support. In their eyes, one peerless genius was worth more than hundreds or even thousands of ordinary people. At the same time, the shock from Iotakume's performance was still spreading throughout the Chosai safe zone. While resting, he received a report from Harada Zero. A naval chief of staff from the coastal fleet had arrived and requested a personal meeting. He guessed the man was either there to investigate or recruit him. After all, his performance in the second round had shaken the entire nation, and fans had already formed a dedicated club to support him. Hearing that, he could only smile helplessly. His fame had clearly spread much farther than he expected. After some thought, he agreed to the meeting. At the same time, he ordered his subordinates to return to their original positions and reveal nothing unusual. Not long after, the guest entered. He introduced himself as Hiroshi Hirano, Chief of Staff of the 2nd Naval Corps, and politely greeted him. Iotakume asked about the purpose of the visit right away. Under his intense gaze, Hirano became so nervous that sweat streamed down his face. After calming himself, Hirano explained that the military did not suspect him. They simply wanted to verify his talent level so they could make the proper decision. Hirano revealed that the cabinet had already placed him among the top 10 candidates for the Divine Warrior title. If the test exceeded expectations, his ranking could rise even higher. That was why he hoped Iotakume would cooperate and complete the official evaluation. Seeing how respectful Hirano was, Iotakumi found it difficult to refuse. Besides, he really was a mid-tier 3, so he had nothing to fear. Even so, he remained a little worried. His original talent had only been grade A, but it had changed dramatically. If the results were too unbelievable, people might start connecting them to secrets that should stay hidden. Meanwhile, Hirano misunderstood his hesitation. He began wondering if Iotakume was hiding some special ability. So he carefully asked if there would be any problems during the examination. Iotakume immediately denied it. He simply thought that a result of S or SS would still be easy enough to explain. After making up his mind, he agreed to take the test. The moment he placed his hand on the analyzer, the first result appeared. Mid-tier 3 and already close to high-tier 3. Hirano was not surprised by that result. In his opinion, it perfectly matched Iotakume's previous performance. What he truly wanted to see was the talent evaluation. Before it began, Iotakume explained that his old records listed his talent as only grade A, but after reaching tier 3 and clearing a special dungeon, his talent had changed. He admitted that even he did not know how strong his talent had become. Hearing that, Hirano grew even more excited and believed such a dungeon would be an invaluable national treasure if it truly existed. After everything had been explained, Iotakume officially began the talent test. Within moments, the machine displayed one result after another. It climbed from S to SS, then finally stopped at SSS. Even Iotakume was stunned. He had deliberately held back, yet the machine still produced such an incredible result. He immediately considered several possibilities. Perhaps this country's rating system differed from Da Xia, or maybe his talent had evolved without him realizing it. But it did not end there. The device triggered an emergency warning. The energy level had exceeded the safety limit, forcing the system into an emergency cooldown. Watching the red warning messages flash across the screen, Hirano stood completely frozen. As far as he knew, the nation had almost never seen an awakened individual with talent at this level. Seeing Hirano's extreme reaction, Iotakumi thought the machine had malfunctioned and quickly asked if something was wrong. Inside, however, he could only sigh. One small mistake had pushed the results far beyond his expectations. Looking into Hirano's eyes, he felt as though the man was staring at a god who had descended to the world. Hirano was so excited that he repeatedly declared this to be a miracle never before seen in the nation's history. Iotakumi could only force an awkward smile and admit that even he had not expected such a result. He quickly asked Hirano to stand up and speak normally, but the man had no intention of doing so. Hirano openly pledged his loyalty and earnestly begged Iotakume to join the military as the hope of the entire battle zone. He even declared that from this day forward, he wished to follow Iotakume and serve under him if accepted. The scene gave Iotakume a massive headache. He understood the local culture of worshipping the strong, but he had never expected such an overwhelming reaction. To avoid dragging things out, he finally agreed for the time being. Hearing that answer, Hirano was overjoyed, as if his greatest wish had finally come true. After telling Iotakume to stay inside the safe zone and protect himself, Hirano rushed back to the military to report everything. In his eyes, reinforcements to guard this genius would arrive very soon. About 3 hours later, military aircraft filled the skies above the safe zone. On one of the planes, an official received the latest report and immediately asked if the SSS talent had truly been confirmed. His subordinate assured him it had been verified multiple times. The man asking the question was Hayashi Morimoto, the chief cabinet minister of Country L. After hearing the report, he was thrilled. Although his subordinates remained modest, they all believed their new genius was every bit as impressive as Yi Ning from Hua Nation. In their view, Hua Nation only judged the highest talent rating. Meanwhile, Country L valued real combat ability as well. That made Iotakumi the perfect warrior for the battlefield. They even believed that if he ever fought Yi Ning, Iotakumi would be the one to win. Hayashi nodded in agreement and pointed out that Iotakumi came from no remarkable background. He silently felt fortunate that he had been the one who pushed the Divine Warrior program forward. His subordinate agreed, saying that without that program, such an extraordinary talent would have been completely overlooked. They then discussed recruiting Iotakume. Although his records showed an extremely aggressive fighting styles focused on offense, they considered that a major advantage. In the end, they decided to rank him among the top 3 seeds, exempt him from the 3rd round, send him straight to the finals, and even began considering him for the championship. The scene shifted to the commander-in-chief's office in Hua Nation. Li Shuangguo was studying a report on Iotakume, the SSS talent, and the leading favorite to become Country L's Divine Warrior Champion. His subordinate reported that the information came from a military spy inside Country L's cabinet. According to current intelligence, Iotakume had appeared out of nowhere, possessed combat power far beyond his rank, and would most likely participate in the upcoming confrontation dungeon. After hearing the report, Li Shuangguo fell into deep thought. An SSS genius who used a sword and could fight above his level sounded strangely familiar. The more he thought about it, the more Iotakume reminded him of Yi Ning. Then he remembered that before leaving the country, Yi Ning had requested a high-grade disguise item. His suspicion grew even stronger. Their fighting methods were not exactly the same, but their overall style was remarkably similar. Besides, if it was not Yi Ning, who else would eliminate so many contestants? On the other hand, if it really was Yi Ning, the situation became even more unbelievable. Someone causing chaos across Country L was now being celebrated as their greatest genius, and might even walk away with their national divine artifact. The thought almost made him laugh. Seeing his strange expression, his subordinate worried that the pressure had become too much for him. Li Shuangguo quickly regained his composure and ordered continued surveillance. Any new information had to be reported immediately. The subordinate accepted the order and left at once. After the door closed, Li Shuangguo fell silent again. Even if his guess was correct, the fewer people who knew the truth, the safer Yi Ning would be. Back in the Chosai safe zone, Yi Ning finished resting and stepped outside. He felt that dealing with high-ranking officials was even more exhausting than fighting on the front lines. At least now he could finally relax. But at that very moment, another incident unfolded. A figure suddenly rushed straight toward him. With a single glance, Yi Ning recognized a peak Tier 3 powerhouse. Even more alarming, the stranger had slipped through the heavily guarded defenses without leaving almost any trace. The arrival of this mysterious visitor was incredibly unsettling. Yi Ning immediately asked for his identity. The stranger politely introduced himself and said he had come to offer Iotakume a great opportunity by inviting him to join the Yamachi Society. Yi Ning immediately asked whether joining them would guarantee him first place in the Divine Warrior tournament. The man replied that if he married the chairman's granddaughter, their faction would ensure he almost certainly became the champion. Otherwise, he might not even survive until the finals. After saying that, the man clapped his hands. A young woman stepped forward from behind him and greeted Iotakume. She introduced herself as Sakurako. The man continued praising her, saying Sakurako was the most outstanding of the chairman's granddaughters. Many powerful families had tried to arrange a marriage with her, but every one of them had been rejected. According to him, from this day on, Sakurako would belong to Iotakume. He asked whether Yi Ning was satisfied with this gift, but Yi Ning could tell that beneath the man's polite words was a clear threat. If he refused, a fight would almost certainly follow. From the way they handled things, he realized the chief cabinet minister was truly calculating. He played the good guy in public, while using both rewards and pressure behind the scenes to force people onto his side. Even if a fight broke out, he was not afraid, but there was no need for that yet. As far as he was concerned, continuing to play Iotakume cost him nothing. With that thought, Yi Ning smiled and agreed. The man immediately understood and said that Sakurako would stay with him tonight to attend to his every need. He even claimed that if Yi Ning wanted more than one woman, they could arrange it and guarantee an unforgettable night. Yi Ning simply picked Sakurako up and said she was more than enough. There was no need for anyone else. The man burst into laughter, exchanged a few polite words, and quietly took his leave. Watching him disappear almost instantly, Yi Ning became even more cautious. The man possessed both teleportation and incredible stealth. Yi Ning silently decided that once he achieved his divine warrior goal, this man would have to be dealt with. Meanwhile, Sakurako quietly accepted her fate. She had long been treated as nothing more than a tool for her family's interests. But when she looked at Yi Ning, she realized he was still very young. She could not help thinking that youth meant strength and vitality before following him into the prepared room. As soon as they entered, Sakurako offered to help him change. Yi Ning gently held her hand and realized how nervous she was. She shyly admitted it was her first time. Yi Ning simply told her to relax and turn around. Obeying him, Sakurako sat on the bed, completely confused. Everything she had been taught seemed nothing like the situation she was facing. She softly hoped that Iotakumi would be gentle with her. Yi Ning only replied with a few reassuring words. Then, he walked toward her. But instead of what she expected, he lightly struck the back of her neck and knocked her unconscious. In Yi Ning's eyes, she was far too weak to be dragged into dangerous affairs. He decided to let her rest there for a few days. That would keep others from examining her body while avoiding suspicion. Once everything was over, she would be free. Before leaving, he also left behind a small amount of spiritual energy to keep her condition stable for the next few days. Yi Ning quietly made his plans. Too many factions were watching him now, making outside activities inconvenient. Instead, he would use this time to further refine and purify his spiritual energy. A week later, new information spread through the Yamachi society, surprising many people. Iotakume's path to the championship had encountered a major obstacle. Someone immediately asked why. The Yamachi chairman explained that General Daito's son had been directly promoted into the championship seed group. Although his talent was only SS and lower than Iotakume's, the enormous resources invested in him, since childhood, had pushed his strength close to high tier 3. The subordinate still refused to accept that. In his opinion, Daito's real combat ability could not compare to Iotakume's. Even Iotakume's perception was far beyond imagination. Even so, he wondered why so many powerful figures, from the cabinet to the major factions, were all supporting Iotakume. The chairman shook his head. He explained that Daito was backed not only by the military but also by the royal family, and even stronger forces. The Murakumo sword also belonged to that faction. Making that sword the tournament prize had already been a huge concession. If it ended up in someone else's hands, those forces would never accept it. That was why every side had agreed to avoid a direct confrontation. The subordinate still could not understand. The tournament had been announced as fair and transparent. So if Daito was weaker, how could he possibly become champion? The chairman only smiled coldly and said the young man was too naive. Simply changing the rules under the excuse of reducing casualties would be enough to completely reshape the outcome. Under the new plan, besides Iotakumi and Daito, another genius who had survived countless deadly battles would enter the finals. The three of them would not fight each other, but instead face special trials against aberrant monsters. Daito and the third genius only needed to defeat a mid-tier 3 mutant. Meanwhile, Iotakumi would have to face a mutant nearly at peak tier 3 and survive for 3 full minutes. On paper, the rules looked perfectly reasonable. Many people even believed Iotakume's challenge was the easier one. But those who understood the truth knew it was almost impossible. In other words, they were forcing Iotakume to give up first place willingly. The chairman admitted that was exactly the real purpose. Once the outcome had already been decided, the smartest choice was to go with the flow. He asked if his subordinate understood what had to be done. The man replied that their top priority was keeping Iotakume alive, so he could continue serving the organization. If he insisted on fighting for first place, then he would only have himself to blame. The scene shifted to the championship arena. Fuji had just claimed his 28th straight victory and became one of the top contenders for the Divine Warrior title. After the healing team restored his condition, he would enter the final round to compete against the two biggest names, Daito and Iotakume. Yi Ning quietly thought to himself. This Daito had never appeared in any match he had watched before, so his background was clearly far from ordinary. Just then, the man who had visited him earlier suddenly appeared once again. The man approached Yi Ning and informed him that the situation had taken another unexpected turn. After hearing the full explanation, Yi Ning laughed. In other words, as long as he completed their challenge, first place would still belong to him. The man nodded but warned that the high-level mutant prepared for him was far stronger than what had been announced. One small mistake could cost him his life. Yi Ning calmly replied and asked the man to tell the Yamachi chairman that he was very pleased with the granddaughter they had sent him. 3 hours later, the Divine Warrior Championship finally began. The host excitedly announced that the grand prize was ready and invited the audience to welcome the final 3 contestants. The first to be introduced was Fuji, who had defeated countless opponents to reach this stage. Next came Iotakume, the competitor who had stunned the entire tournament with performances beyond all expectations. Finally came Daito, the genius backed by enormous forces behind the scenes. Yi Ning stared directly at the grand prize before him. At that moment, only one thought filled his mind. He had to claim it no matter what. Even after sensing at least 6 peak tier 3 powerhouses watching from the shadows, he never gave up. The organizers announced that in 10 seconds, the 3 finalists would be transported to separate battlefields. Every moment would be broadcast live on the giant screens. Fuji would face a mid-tier 3 mutant known as the Steel Destroyer Zombie. Daito would also battle another mid-tier 3 mutant. Yi Ning alone would confront the Heaven Destroyer Bug, an extremely dangerous high-tier 3 mutant. The host continued to build excitement, declaring that everyone was about to witness who would earn the highest honor in Country L's battle zone. Throughout the audience, countless discussions broke out. Many believed the arrangement was completely unfair, even though the organizers insisted all 3 challenges had equal difficulty. But most spectators were experienced awakeners, and none of them believed that explanation. To them, the entire event had clearly been arranged in advance. Many had already accepted that Daito would become the champion. The only question left was whether Iotakume would surrender to save his own life. While the audience argued fiercely, Ye Ning had already entered his battlefield. It was a single-use simulated arena, and every moment was being broadcast live to the outside world. Since he could not reveal too many hidden cards, Ye Ning decided not to use several of his special abilities. In his opinion, the sword in his hand was more than enough. When the audience saw that he did not run away, and instead prepared to fight head-on, they were stunned. Many believed he had no idea how hopeless his situation really was. The Yamachi chairman turned to his subordinate and asked whether Iotakume had been properly informed about the rules. The man in black replied that he had explained everything clearly, but Iotakume still insisted on fighting. Hearing that, the chairman fell silent. At the same time, every eye turned toward the screen as the Heaven Destroyer Bug began to move. The monster, with its human-like face, charged straight at Yi Ning with terrifying momentum. Faced with the terrifying creature, Ye Ning calmly remarked that its aura was not bad at all. The Heaven Destroyer Bug immediately circled the battlefield, raising its razor-sharp legs before launching its attack. Its speed alone was enough to terrify the audience. Many suspected the monster had already reached peak tier 3. But what shocked them even more was that Yi Ning did not dodge. Instead, he rushed forward. His explosive speed was just as terrifying. Many people thought only a madman would make such a move. Everyone knew the Heaven Destroyer Bug's claws could rip apart a tank in an instant. With that level of power and speed, it could even break through a military defense line. Charging into close combat looked no different from suicide. While the battle reached its most intense moment, laughter echoed somewhere else. Someone remarked that they had originally planned to wait until the tournament ended before making their move, and then have Daito recruit Iotakume into their faction. General Oto sneered. In his eyes, Iotakume was charging straight toward his own death, too foolish to be worth saving. Members of parliament and the cabinet were also watching closely. Some sighed that they had invested so much effort into recruiting this genius. If he died here, they would become the laughingstock of the nation. Even so, they could still stop the match at any time if things got out of control. While everyone outside was making their calculations, Yi Ning had already begun fighting the Heaven Destroyer Bug. As he fought, he constantly reassigned his attribute points. When dodging, he shifted everything into agility. When attacking, he poured everything into strength. His current sword was not a divine weapon, but it was more than enough to sever the monster's legs. Without the slightest hesitation, he struck. His blade targeted one of the monster's legs. The instant it opened its mouth to counterattack, he switched back to agility and slipped past the attack. Then he closed the distance again. The moment he attacked, every attribute point shifted back into strength, dramatically increasing the power of his strike. One seamless combo flowed into the next. Sword flashes filled the battlefield so quickly that the audience could barely follow them. When Yi Ning landed, every leg of the Heaven Destroyer Bug had already been severed. Then he immediately activated another skill that shook the entire battlefield. A powerful shockwave erupted from below, blasting the monster high into the air. With no support left, the creature crashed heavily back onto the ground. Everyone watching was completely stunned. Many had no idea what had just happened. All they saw was Iotakume moving non-stop before the human-faced monster was suddenly launched into the air. Even the Yamachi chairman could no longer stay calm. He realized the Heaven Destroyer Bug had been completely overwhelmed and had lost all of its front legs before mounting any meaningful counterattack. In his opinion, even he would never dare fight so recklessly. Iotakume's judgment and courage far surpassed ordinary warriors. His speed, power control, talent, and combat experience had all reached a terrifying level. To many people, this was what a true genius looked like. Even the highest-ranking officials became excited. One vice speaker was so shocked that he jumped to his feet before those around him urged him to sit back down. At this point, The Heaven Destroyer bug had almost completely lost its mobility. Normally, Yi Ning only needed to stall for time to complete the challenge. But judging from his movements, everyone realized he had no intention of stopping. The monster went berserk and launched one final desperate attack, while Yi Ning met it head-on. Every strike from the monster missed by the narrowest margin. Each of Yi Ning's movements seemed perfectly calculated in advance. The audience could not help gasping. A single mistake would mean death, yet he fought as calmly as if he were practicing. The longer they watched, the more captivated they became. Every move was precise, cold, and efficient, making the battle look like a flawless combat demonstration. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, General Oto's faction grew anxious. If the Heaven Destroyer bug was actually defeated, their plan to crown Daito would be in serious trouble. He immediately sent someone to the organizers to ask whether the match could be ended early. But the official in charge of the finals was trapped in an impossible situation. He knew that interfering now would ignite a massive public backlash, especially since Ayada-kun's performance completely overshadowed the other two finalists. Fuji was still cautiously probing his opponent and had yet to accomplish anything remarkable. Daito had not even entered a serious fight yet. Meanwhile, Yi Ning charged directly at the Heaven Destroyer bug with dual swords in hand. A powerful thrust pierced straight through the monster's body. Seeing that, everyone knew victory was only moments away. The tournament director silently cursed his bad luck. If they forced the match to stop now, the military would lose all credibility before the entire nation. On top of that, Iotakume had the cabinet supporting him. The only way to avoid getting caught in the political struggle was to pretend he could no longer do his job. With that thought, he immediately put on an act, trembling violently, as if struck by a serious illness. The people around him panicked and rushed over to check on him. Nurses were called in immediately. Meanwhile, General Oto's face turned pale with anger, while the cabinet faction quietly admired the clever performance. Back inside the battlefield, Yi Ning raised his sword one final time. In his eyes, this battle had reached its end. Then he unleashed his ultimate technique, cross slash. The first blade of light came crashing straight down onto the center of the Heaven Destroyer bug's head. The instant the attack landed, Yi Ning leaped high into the air. Without giving the monster a chance to react, he immediately unleashed Skyfall Execution at maximum speed. He crashed down like a meteor, stomped on the monster's head, and slashed across its body. A cold shout echoed through the battlefield. His blade tore through the hardened armor, and blood burst out instantly. Streams of blood sprayed across the entire battlefield. Yi Ning knew there was no escape for his opponent. No matter how hard it struggled, everything was already over. Spiritual power blazed through his arm like fire. Using the momentum, he unleashed another devastating slash that split the Heaven Destroyer bug from top to bottom. While the monster was still screaming in agony, Yi Ning had already stepped back to finish the battle. His eyes turned ice cold. Then he launched the final strike. Two sword lights crossed into a giant cross and shot forward, cleanly severing the Heaven Destroyer bug's head. The massive head crashed to the ground, completely lifeless. After confirming the monster was truly dead, Yi Ning finally relaxed. But he immediately thought about leaving behind a few injuries to avoid raising suspicion. He clearly remembered that the Heaven Destroyer bug's blood was highly corrosive and decided to use that to his advantage. So he deliberately dropped his defenses and allowed the remaining blood to touch his body. Then he continued acting, clutching himself in pain, as if he had barely survived a desperate life or death battle. At that moment, the system announced the result. The high Tier 3 Heaven Destroyer bug had been eliminated, and the special battlefield officially came to an end. The entire audience exploded with excitement. Defeating a monster 2 tiers stronger in only 19 seconds was simply unbelievable. Many also noticed that Yi Ning had almost completely abandoned defense to maximize his speed and attack power. He did not even bother avoiding the monster's corrosive blood. The Yamachi chairman clenched his fists in excitement. In his eyes, this was the perfect warrior of the new generation. The chief cabinet minister was equally thrilled, convinced he had backed the right person. In complete contrast, General Oto could only sigh helplessly. Every plan he had prepared had been shattered by Iotakume's overwhelming strength. In the end, he could only accept reality. It was already too late to change anything. When someone asked for his opinion of Daito, he coldly replied that compared to Iotakume, Daito's performance was not even worth mentioning. Not long afterward, Yi Ning stepped out through the dungeon gate. His body was covered with injuries that he had deliberately created to complete the act. The moment he appeared, the crowd rushed toward him. Everyone anxiously asked about his condition. The medical team was summoned immediately. Someone helped Yi Ning to his feet. He quietly said that he only needed some rest. The Yamachi chairman agreed at once. Right after that, the chief cabinet minister officially declared Iotakumi the champion of this Divine Warrior tournament. Not a single person objected. Instead, the entire audience enthusiastically supported the decision. In their eyes, no one deserved the title more than Iotakume. The chief cabinet minister personally congratulated him and promised the reward would be delivered soon. He also reminded Yi Ning to attend the official ceremony after recovering. Immediately afterward, an order was issued to assign a permanent protection force to Iotakume. While everyone else stayed busy, Hoshino quietly looked at Yi Ning with mixed emotions. Just to help this man, he had been forced to fake a serious illness in front of the whole nation. Once everything was settled, Hoshino suddenly jumped to his feet and declared that he had fully recovered and no longer needed medical treatment. The audience then turned back to the giant screens. Daito and Fuji were still struggling through their own challenges. Viewed alone, their fights were impressive, but after Iotakume's performance, they felt completely ordinary. A short while later, Daito finally completed his mission. Panting heavily, he happily prepared to return. His mind was filled with glorious fantasies. He believed his flawless victory, without a single injury, would earn endless praise, especially from his father. Overflowing with confidence, Daito stepped out of the dungeon gate. He was certain this would prove to everyone that he deserved to be number one. But the moment he appeared, he realized something was wrong. There were no cheers, and no one rushed over to congratulate him. Every gaze directed at him felt strangely awkward. Confused, Daito went to Hoshino and asked what had happened. He even believed he was the first to finish the challenge and had surely won. Hoshino simply smiled and congratulated him on taking second place. The words left Daito completely frozen. Everyone thought they had misheard because the latest report said that Iotakume had defeated the monster. The human-faced creature had been slain. The official who received the report first assumed it was some kind of joke, but after checking the data on the screen, the truth became undeniable. The monster that had terrified countless people had truly been killed by Iotakume. The shock was so overwhelming that the man lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground in disbelief. At the Daxia command office, Lee Suiguo received the latest report. His officers said the top Divine Warrior candidate from Country L was Iotakume, whose strength was rated on par with Yi Ning. They asked if they should respond. After hearing the report, Lee Suiguo calmly said he understood. Deep down, he thought that comparison was not wrong. After all, those two names belonged to the very same person. He then ordered everyone to stay put and keep watching the situation. His officers also reported that the Feng family from the three great families had already sent diplomats. They publicly offered congratulations in the name of the government. Lee Suiguo frowned. Congratulations? Were they really celebrating the growing pressure at the border? His subordinates believed the move was aimed at their side. The message was obvious. The world had no shortage of geniuses, and someone was now considered even greater than Yi Ning. Even so, Lee Suiguo refused to take a public stance. He believed reacting too early would let outside forces stir up chaos. At the same time, he ordered the 1st Sky Legion back to the capital to monitor the nearby military regions. In his eyes, threats from within could be even more dangerous than war outside. After receiving the orders, the officers left. Lee Suiguo sneered to himself. Another divine warrior was worth celebrating, but he preferred to wait until the truth came out and see if those people could still smile. The scene shifted to Country L's top hospital. Many people came to see Iotakume, bringing gifts from high-ranking officials and reminding him to recover well, attend the awards ceremony, and visit their homes after he healed. Only after the room became quiet did Iotakumi finally let out a sigh of relief. Everyone trying to recruit and befriend him was finally gone. He immediately got out of bed and walked over to the pile of gifts. The reward he had just received was all he cared about. As soon as he opened the box, the weapon inside shined brightly. The system announced he had obtained the epic sword Murakumo and an strength sword skill called Evil Reflection. Looking at the rewards, he could barely hide his excitement. He had another powerful skill to use. Murakumo's details quickly appeared. The sword boosted strength, agility, and willpower. Wielding it in the left hand doubled attack speed, while the right hand greatly increased damage. It also came with 3 special skills: Draw Sword, Aido Slash, and Divine Wind. One glance was enough to tell it was a national treasure. Although it shared the same epic rank as the elemental Wind Blade, its combat value was far beyond anything he had seen. Few people could resist a sword like this. He checked the first skill right away. Draw Sword unleashed an ultimate unsheathing strike. Its power increased with distance and reached terrifying levels. Every hit was a guaranteed critical, and even had a chance to ignore defense and sever an enemy's limbs. The best part was that the skill used no spiritual energy, but it had a 12-hour cooldown. Its overwhelming power clearly came with a price. Next came Iato Slash. The skill unleashed a chain of physical attacks with strong armor penetration. If it landed, it left a special wound and had a chance to trigger a dismemberment effect. Once dismemberment was triggered, the target's healing ability became almost useless. With power like that, a 1-hour cooldown was more than fair. The final skill was Divine Wind. After activation, the user became untargetable for 1.5 seconds, gained a huge movement speed boost, and could pass through obstacles. When the effect ended, the next attack released a wind shockwave that dealt extra damage. The more Iotakume read, the more excited he became. It offered incredible mobility and was extremely hard to counter, with only a 30-second cooldown. Used well, it was practically a god-tier skill. There was also a special battlefield effect. Inside the battle zone, damage against mutated creatures increased by 20%. He could also sacrifice an awakened to steal 10% of that person's attributes for 24 hours. It was powerful, but since it only worked in the battle zone, he did not value it much. Unlike some other swords with strange abilities, Murakumo focused entirely on speed, armor breaking, and close combat. It almost felt like the weapon had been made just for him. The system asked him to choose an equipment slot. The left hand favored speed, while the right hand favored raw power. After thinking it over, he still chose maximum damage to finish off his enemies. In the end, Murakumo was equipped in his right hand, completing the bond. Holding the new sword, he quickly mapped out his strategy. The elemental wind blade would wipe out large groups of weak enemies, while Murakumo would deal with peak, Tier 3 experts. With that setup, he had no obvious weakness in either group fights or duels. There was still a book inside the box. He immediately turned his attention to the newly obtained Strength Sword skill, since it was the most valuable reward. After reading the description, he realized it was a unique sword skill. Once activated, it required 30 seconds of charging, then advanced one stage every 10 seconds. During that time, sacrifices could be offered to increase its power before entering the Divine Descent state. At first glance, its mechanics were similar to Divine Wrath since both required sacrifices before unleashing their full power. The only difference was the much longer preparation time. He continued reading each stage. It began by boosting basic attributes, then increased attack speed, movement speed, recovery, spiritual energy, and mental power. Higher stages enhanced combat instincts, reflexes, pain resistance, created a domain that terrified weaker enemies, granted a divine body immune to crowd control, and infused divine power into every attack. At the final stage, it summoned the evil reflection phantom, turning the user into a vessel for a god with the power of a Tier 4 being. Its power was absolutely terrifying, but reaching its full potential took nearly 2 minutes. In real combat, that made it difficult to use. The notes also warned that once the Supreme Divine Descent ended, the user would suffer extreme exhaustion. On top of that, the strongest form only existed inside the battle zone, and all the buffs quickly faded after leaving it. Even worse, if the owner died, the skill would automatically drop. The price was unbelievably harsh, almost like trading the user's life for power. Even so, it was still a priceless trump card for Country L's battle zone. Iotakumi felt it resembled Divine Wrath, but without enhancement from the Sword God system, it was not necessarily stronger than his current skills. With Divine Wrath, Final Judgment, and Blood Shadow already in his arsenal, he decided not to focus on it for now. Instead, he would fuse weaker skills to free up skill slots. The system immediately displayed a confirmation to fuse the 3-Srank Sword Storm with the 3-Srank Heaven Caesar. It also warned that both original skills would disappear forever after the fusion. The system reminded him once more to think carefully before making his decision. Without any hesitation, Iotakume confirmed the fusion. The two skills slowly merged together. Before long, the process was complete. A new 3-Srank skill called Heaven Seizing Storm was born. It had 2 activation methods. One was free with a 12-hour cooldown. The other instantly activated it by consuming 20,000 spiritual energy and 6,000 mental power. Its effect was unbelievably overpowered. When attacked, it automatically created a full defensive barrier. After blocking the strike, the user soared into the sky before crashing down from an immense height, triggering a massive explosion with a 3-kilometer radius and devastating destructive force. It worked perfectly for both defense and large-scale battles, leaving Iotakumi extremely satisfied. Compared to the old Sword Storm, which only covered 150 meters, the new range was several times greater. After finishing the fusion, he immediately learned the new sword skill. A beam of purple light shot straight into his consciousness. This feeling was completely different. Divine Wrath carried a crimson aura filled with madness, while Final Judgment radiated black with overwhelming mystery and pressure. That made him realize every 3-rank sword skill seemed to carry its own unique will or emotion. So what did this purple color represent? Even the name Evil God Ritual sounded deeply unsettling. He quickly checked the description. This 3-rank sword skill allowed him to designate an area as a sacrificial zone. Every creature that died within it automatically became a sacrifice, and their life force was stored before being converted into divine power for the user. The evil god's first ability made him immune to death, as long as stored life force remained within the ritual area. The second ability granted an extra 10 spiritual energy after every resurrection, and allowed him to revive anywhere inside the ritual zone. The third ability was the most terrifying. If every chance of resurrection was exhausted, he would become the vessel of the evil god and continue fighting until every living creature inside the ritual area had been wiped out. Iotakumi froze in shock. He never expected this to be a resurrection-based skill. Its power was far beyond anything he had imagined. With this skill, the need for defense dropped to almost nothing. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became. As long as enough creatures died inside the ritual zone, he could resurrect endlessly without waiting for a cooldown. In theory, he could even perish alongside his enemy, then revive again, and keep fighting. If his attacks could kill enough targets before he fell, he would become nearly impossible to defeat. Even overwhelming numbers would lose their advantage, unless the enemy could erase him instantly, without giving him a chance to revive. He wanted to test the new skill right away, but the hospital was under heavy security, so he gave up the idea. Even so, the final ability to become the evil god's vessel still worried him. If it ever activated, it would likely slaughter every living being in range without caring who was friend or foe. There was only about a week left before the national war began. He was determined to reach high tier 3 before then. Whether it was war beyond the borders or chaos at home, he was ready for both. But first, he needed far more resources to support his ever-growing forces. 2 days later, a meeting was held at the Yamachi Association. When everyone heard that Iotakume wanted to enter the special secret realm, they immediately became serious, since it was directly tied to his strength. Iotakume explained that the secret realm allowed him to sacrifice special resources in exchange for greater power. It was a unique reward that belonged only to him after clearing the previous challenge. The Yamachi Association quickly understood. What he needed was a storage ring and a massive amount of resources to bring into the secret realm. Once he reached high tier 3, he would be able to bring others with him on the next trip. He continued by explaining that the altar inside the secret realm could absorb nearly any high-quality equipment or item in exchange for valuable rewards. However, Tier 3 items produced far greater results. That made the quality of the sacrificed resources extremely important. The Yamachi chairman immediately promised to mobilize the entire organization over the next 3 days to gather everything Iotakume needed. There was only one condition. When he could finally bring others into the secret realm, members of the Yamachi Association had to receive priority. Hearing that, Iotakume interrupted with a smile and reminded him that because of Zi Ying, they were already family. Those words made the chairman burst into laughter. It was obvious he was delighted that Iotakumi cared so deeply for his granddaughter. The scene then shifted to the cabinet meeting room in Shinjingang, where top officials were discussing an important matter. The Prime Minister and the Vice Speaker of Parliament looked toward Iotakume and confirmed his request. He wanted the military to provide a huge number of standard equipment sets. He asked for 10,000 full sets, each containing 7 pieces, with at least 2 blue-grade items. Iotakume confirmed the number without hesitation. The Prime Minister reminded him that this amount was enough to fully equip hundreds of thousands of elite Tier 2 soldiers. He calmly explained that the equipment was only needed temporarily. Once the objective was complete, every piece would be returned intact. A large-scale war stage existed inside the secret realm, and clearing it required fully equipping the NPC forces. Everyone in the room exchanged uneasy looks. The number was simply too enormous. If anything went wrong and the equipment could not be recovered, the losses would be devastating, and they would bear the responsibility. Seeing their hesitation, Iotakume realized they still had not made up their minds. It looked like he needed to offer something more. He stood up and made a new proposal. If they were still worried, he could bring 2 peak Tier 3 experts into the secret realm this time. The only catch was that the rewards would scale with the strength of the team. He went on to explain the benefits. If this trip succeeded, he would at least reach high Tier 3. With continued support from the government and military, reaching peak Tier 3 would only be a matter of time. He even pledged his national honor as a guarantee that he would repay their investment in the future. Hearing that, the cabinet quickly explained that he had misunderstood them. In the government's eyes, Iotakume was the nation's #1 divine warrior and their highest priority talent. As long as it was within their means, they were willing to support him. The only problem was that 10,000 high-quality equipment sets exceeded their current capacity. Even after gathering supplies from multiple military units, they could only manage around 8,000 sets. Hearing that number, Iotakume quickly did the math. It was less than expected, but still enough. Realizing they had reached their limit, he decided not to push any further. Before the meeting ended, they agreed to depart 3 days later and asked everyone to finish the preparations. The two leaders saw him off with smiles and promised to handle everything as smoothly as possible. On the way out, Iotakume smiled to himself. Besides the massive resources he was about to receive, he had also secured 2 peak Tier 3 experts. Whether it was the national war, civil conflict, or Yening, he was already preparing for all of them. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Right on schedule, he set off with his 2 companions. As they traveled across the sea, one of them asked if the special secret realm was really nearby. The other agreed. Since leaving, Iotakume had been leading them in circles across the ocean. They were almost in international waters, yet there was still no sign of their destination. He pointed ahead and said they were almost there. Moments later, he suddenly told both of them to switch off all communication devices. The 2 men immediately became wary. They reminded him that they had been assigned to protect him and could be trusted completely. Iotakume calmly explained that communication equipment could interfere with the unique magnetic field surrounding the secret realm's entrance. After a brief hesitation, they chose to trust him and did as he asked. Seeing that, a mysterious smile slowly appeared on Iotakume's face. He quietly muttered that only 3 people now knew this location. At that moment, the sea ahead suddenly erupted into violent waves. The 2 men immediately assumed they had reached the entrance to the secret realm. Instead, Hakechi emerged from beneath the water. The moment Seadon sensed him, he stepped in front of everyone. He instantly realized his opponent was a peak Tier 3 expert. Without hesitation, he told Yamachi Taro to protect Iotakume while he dealt with the enemy. Yamachi Taro also moved forward, telling Iotakume to stay back and avoid getting caught in the fight. Hakechi introduced himself as the guardian of the secret realm. Seadon did not believe a word of it. Judging by his appearance alone, he assumed the man was an outsider who had broken in. In Seadon's eyes, the stranger was nothing more than a thief trying to seize the secret realm. He decided to settle the matter by force. Before he could attack, Hakechi struck first. The sea surged into a towering wave that rushed forward with enough force to swallow everything in its path. Seadon showed no fear. He immediately unleashed the sword skill, Sea Splitter, sending a massive blade of sword energy straight through the incoming wave. But Hakechi suddenly smiled. He said his attack was far more than a simple wave. His other hand swung forward, unleashing countless bolts of lightning that formed a terrifying thunder domain. Seawater and lightning fused together into a devastating combined attack that crashed directly onto Seadon's position. His expression instantly changed. So his opponent also possessed lightning abilities. Though annoyed, he quickly raised the sky shield to protect himself. But while defending, Seadon realized the pressure was far greater than he had expected. Besides the lightning itself, the attack also carried a mental assault. He began to suspect his opponent possessed a rare will-based ability. As a close combat specialist, he was at a clear disadvantage against this style of long-range attack. Realizing the situation was turning against him, Seadon immediately called for Yamachi Taro to help eliminate the enemy. But at that exact moment, Iotakume stepped forward and offered to take over the fight. He told Seadon to fall back and rest. Without thinking much about it, Seadon nodded and prepared to withdraw from the battlefield. The instant both men let their guard down, Iotakume made his move. Blood aura exploded around him as Blood Shadow activated at full power. His body turned into a crimson streak and shot toward Yamachi Taro at incredible speed. Yamachi Taro's expression changed instantly. He had just sensed an unusual surge of spiritual energy behind him, along with the presence of 3 hidden peak Tier 3 experts. Before he could react, Iotakume had already appeared right in front of him. Before the shock even registered, Iotakume drew his sword. Divine Wind activated, and the blade struck with terrifying speed. The attack was so fast that Yamachi Taro had no time to defend. He took the hit head-on and suffered severe injuries. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth as both shock and fury filled his face. In his judgment, this level of power could never belong to a mid-tier 3 fighter. The man before him could not possibly be the real Iotakume. Faced with the question, Iotakume simply replied that there was no need to rush. The answer would reveal itself soon enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Blood Shadow activated again. His figure became a crimson blur, before following up with a devastating draw sword slash. This time, however, Yamachi reacted in time. He instantly activated Divine Stealth, blending into space itself, and narrowly avoiding the slash. As his target vanished, Iotakumi immediately realized it was a special teleportation ability. A moment later, Yamachi appeared behind Hakechi, gathering icy energy in his hand to unleash a killing blow. He activated the ultimate art of Absolute Frost, sending a freezing slash straight at his target. The attack struck Hakeki in the back, but only left a minor wound. From the distance, Iotakumi shouted that such weak ice abilities were nowhere near enough to get past him and kill Hakeki. Hakeki quickly fought back with the Glacier Ultimate Art. The surrounding seawater instantly froze into a massive defensive barrier. The wall of ice protected his ally while absorbing most of the impact from the previous attack. At the same time, Iotakume closed in on Sayadon. Seeing him charge over, Sayadon flew into a rage, calling him a traitor and declaring that the cabinet would punish him. The only reply was a devastating sword strike. Blood Shadow combined with Iaido Slash was unleashed without hesitation. Sayadon hurriedly raised the Divine Fortress shield to defend himself. But the moment the blade collided with the shield, terrifying power erupted, covering the barrier with countless cracks. His seemingly unbreakable defense began to crumble. Iotakumi followed with another slash. The divine shield finally shattered, sending Sayadon flying as blood poured from his mouth. Without giving him a chance to recover, Iotakume activated Final Judgment. A gigantic phantom appeared behind him, releasing overwhelming pressure across the battlefield. Sayadon was horrified. Under that crushing force, his body could barely move. Unless he fought with everything he had, death was inevitable. Driven into a corner, he burned his soul to gain more power. Spiritual energy exploded from his body as another phantom rose behind him. With a furious roar, Sayadon unleashed his ultimate technique, Heaven and Earth Cleaver. At the very same moment, Iotakume finished charging Final Judgment. The two overwhelming powers collided head-on in mid-air, but the outcome was completely one-sided. Iotakume's attack crushed everything in its path. Sayadon was blasted backward, his weapon shattered, and another mouthful of blood burst from his lips. Seizing the opportunity, Iotakume appeared before him and placed the tip of his sword against Sayadon's throat. The choice was simple: submit or die. Faced with that pressure, Sayadon barely hesitated. He immediately surrendered. Iotakume then injected a strange force into his body, completely bringing him under control. On the other side of the battlefield, Yamachi Taro was still relentlessly pressuring Hakeki. He unleashed one deadly attack after another, hoping to end the fight quickly. Unable to withstand the assault, Hakeki could only shout for his master to save him. Hearing the call, Iotakume instantly turned and rushed over. One final target remained. Final Judgment activated once again, forcibly locking onto Yamachi. He wanted to see how the man would teleport away this time. Even as Iotakume closed in, Yamachi still managed to swing another slash at Hakeki. The strike rapidly covered Hakeki's body in solid ice. Yamachi then turned toward Iotakume, sensing the pressure growing stronger with every second. He knew Sayadon had already lost. If he failed to eliminate Iotakume immediately, he would soon be trapped between two enemies. So he decided to go all out. But just as he was about to strike, Iotakume appeared and blocked the attack. Yamachi was completely stunned. He never expected his ultimate move to be stopped so easily. A single counterattack sent Yamachi stumbling backward again and again. The overwhelming force made his expression change instantly. Iotakume glanced at Hakeki and gave him a calm smile. He then combined Windblade with Rage Flame. Seeing the sword aimed at him, Hakeki thought his master was about to kill him as well. Instead, the flames precisely burned away the ice imprisoning his body, freeing him from the frozen state. Before Hakechi could even feel grateful, Iotakume coldly warned him that if he was that careless again, he would have to save himself next time. Hakeki nodded frantically and hurried away from the battlefield, thanking his master over and over. Iotakume turned his gaze back to Yamachi. He knew the lock-on effect had already lasted more than 3 seconds. Only a little longer and his plan would be complete. As for Yamachi, he was under immense pressure. A direct fight would only put him at a disadvantage, so he decided to rely on teleportation and surprise attacks. Once again, he unleashed the ultimate art of Absolute Frost. Wherever the sword passed, ice spread across everything. Iotakume did not dodge. He answered directly with rage flame. Ice and fire collided violently, creating a thick fog that engulfed the entire battlefield. But this was exactly what Yamachi had been waiting for. He believed the water-filled battlefield was perfect for divine stealth, so he immediately tried to teleport. But the moment he moved, he froze in shock. His body would not respond. Only then did he realize the lock-on effect had already pinned him down. While Yamachi struggled to break free, Iotakumi rose into the air and gathered all his power into his sword. Final judgment erupted at full force. A colossal crimson sword descended like divine punishment, crashing toward Yamachi Taro. The heavenly blade hung above him for a brief moment. Before it fell, Iotakumi raised a hand and gave him one last chance. The choice was simple: submit or be erased. Under that overwhelming pressure, Yamachi Taro began to tremble. To him, the attack had already reached the level of a Tier 4 powerhouse. In the end, he lowered his head, admitted defeat, and willingly surrendered. Seeing his submission, Iotakume immediately dismissed the divine punishment and stopped attacking. He then activated his special conversion ability and planted a control mark inside Yamachi's body. Before long, both Seadon and Yamachi respectfully knelt before their new master. Iotakume simply waved for them to stand. After settling everything, he ordered Hakeki to return to the storage space, while the two newly recruited experts would follow him back to Daxia to prepare for the coming war. After everyone carried out their orders, the scene shifted to the border. Yoshiharu was standing there with another man, waiting. His subordinate asked whether the commander had really ordered them to meet Yi Ning here. Chung Yuan confirmed that the order was genuine. However, the expected arrival time had long passed, and Yi Ning was nowhere to be seen. The subordinate worried that something had happened, but Chung Yuan immediately scolded him for saying such things. At that moment, an emergency warnings sounded. The surveillance system detected a peak, Tier 3 lifeform, rapidly approaching their position, along with several other high-energy targets. The two men immediately assumed it was another enemy raid. Ever since the opposing side mobilized its forces, border attacks had become more frequent. What surprised them most was that this time the enemy had even brought a peak Tier 3 expert. As the group drew closer, Chung Yuan noticed two peak Tier 3 experts following a mid-Tier 3 leader, leaving him deeply puzzled. Without wasting a second, he ordered his men to alert the armed forces and activate the emergency plan to hold back at least one peak Tier 3 opponent. After giving his orders, Chung Yuan personally rushed forward to intercept them. Two massive warhammers appeared in his hands as he prepared to stop the intruders at the border. But the man facing him suddenly called out, "Uncle Cheng." Chung Yuan paused for a split second, but quickly convinced himself it was only a trick to distract him. He refused to fall for it. His twin hammers continued smashing toward the target without mercy. Iotakume blocked the attack with his sword and called out once again. But Chung Yuan still insisted it was a disguise. In his mind, Yaning could never appear like this. Only then did Iotakume realize he was still wearing Iotakume's face, so Chung Yuan naturally failed to recognize him. He immediately signaled his two subordinates to stay where they were and not harm Chung Yuan. Both men instantly bowed and obeyed. Iotakumi then removed his disguise, revealing his true appearance. Seeing the familiar face, he told Chung Yuan to take another careful look. This time, Chung Yuan was completely stunned. The man before him really was Ye Ning. But his eyes soon shifted to the two peak experts standing behind Ye Ning in utter confusion. When they both addressed Yi Ning as their master, Chung Yuan was left even more speechless. Yi Ning simply smiled and explained that they were his newest followers, who had willingly joined him out of admiration. Chung Yuan found it even harder to believe after realizing both of them were famous strategic figures from Battlezone R, and one had even appeared publicly in Daxia before. As for the two men, after learning that their master's true identity was Yi Ning, everything suddenly made perfect sense to them. Still unable to recover from the shock, Chung Yuan asked one more time, did Yi Ning really mean these two would join Daxia and fight alongside them in future battles? Yamachi Taro immediately stepped forward and replied that it would be the greatest honor of his life. Sayadon quickly added that they both deeply admired Yi Ning and had always dreamed of coming to Daxia. That was why they abandoned their former side and chose what they believed was the righteous path. After hearing everything, Chung Yuan felt as if his entire worldview had collapsed. He could not understand how Ye Ning had convinced two of the enemy's greatest experts to switch sides so quickly. Yi Ning simply laughed and told him to take his time processing everything. As for himself, he needed to return to the capital as quickly as possible to report to the commander. The scene then shifted to a rehabilitation hospital reserved for senior officials in the capital. A secret conversation was taking place there. Jiang Qiang hesitated before asking if their current plan really had to move forward. The old chief merely smiled and asked if he had finally become afraid. Jiang Qiang quickly explained that he was not afraid. He was only worried that Li Suiguo's faction would be pushed into a corner and launch a desperate counterattack. After all, they still controlled a considerable portion of the military. The old chief burst into laughter, saying the younger generation was too cautious and lacked true resolve. In his view, the enemy's desperate resistance was not something to fear. In fact, it was exactly what he wanted. The moment Li Suiguo's side lost its composure and struck first, their greatest advantage would disappear instantly. Jiang Qiang immediately understood. That advantage was public support. The old chief nodded, explaining that in terms of military strength alone, the other side was never their equal. After hearing the full plan, Jiang Qiang understood everything. 3 days before the national war began, every border defense force would be reassigned under the excuse of troop rotation. Even the Tier 3 experts, protecting civilians from the corpse tide, would be recalled to the capital to increase the pressure. By then, Li Suiguo's stubborn faction would be left with a severe manpower shortage. They would face only two choices: either surrender to their side and abandon Daxia's stability by plunging the nation into civil war, or continue splitting their exhausted forces to defend every front. It was an obvious trap, yet neither option led to a good outcome. Whoever started the war first would be branded a traitor, and once they lost the moral high ground, eliminating them would become easy. All of this happened because of Jiang Ning. He had angered far too many powerful people. Anyone who challenged the older generation had to pay the price. If the national war ended in failure, all the blame would fall on Li Suiguo, accusing him of reckless actions that extinguished the heroic spirit of the previous generation. Hearing that, the man across from him laughed and said Jiang was exaggerating. Even so, he was eager to see how Li Suiguo could possibly keep his current position after that. A subordinate then brought up public opinion in Donghai. He only smiled coldly because, in his eyes, that problem was incredibly easy to solve. Donghai was already filled with millions of refugees. All they had to do was cut off relief supplies, then arrange for a group of people, disguised as civilian forces, to commit crimes everywhere, spreading fear among the desperate survivors. Once the people's anger and resentment reached their peak, a little manipulation would be enough to turn them against the government. In his eyes, the masses were easy to control. Even if Jiang Ning was innocent, there would always be people who hated the Donghai bombing. By then, anyone who stood up to defend Jiang Ning would be dragged down with him. Once the other side lost public support and descended into chaos, they would appear as the saviors. The scene returned to Jiang Ning's home. After coming back, he immediately resumed his cultivation. Spiritual energy was compressed again and again before being released. Breaking through to high tier 3 was anything but easy. Streams of energy continuously circulated throughout his body. Jiang Ning could feel that his mental power had become so strong, it was nearly overflowing beyond his control. He then forced his spiritual power to gather once more in the palm of his hand. Reaching high tier 3 was truly difficult. This was probably the slowest period of growth he had ever experienced. But if he could use this opportunity to improve his ability to extract chaotic spiritual energy, it would be well worth it. Only 3 days remained before the national war began, and everything was still progressing smoothly. Just then, his younger sister pushed open the door and called out loudly, "Big brother, dinner is ready." Jiang Ning stood up and walked out of his room. Outside, the whole family had already prepared a table full of hot food. The delicious aroma filled the house. His mother happily placed a plate of braised pork on the table and praised 009's cooking, saying it was even better than her own. She immediately urged everyone to dig in. Looking at the scene, Jiang Ning felt a wave of emotions he could hardly describe. 009 handed him a bowl and chopsticks. As he took them, he felt a rare sense of peace, as though he were surrounded by warmth. He looked at 009 and sincerely thanked her for protecting and taking care of his family during all this time. But at that very moment, a deafening clap of thunder echoed outside. Heavy rain poured down, leaving everyone surprised by how suddenly the weather had changed. Jiang Ning gazed out the window and quietly understood. This peaceful moment was nothing more than the calm before the real storm. Even so, the day the entire game would be overturned was now drawing near. Right then, 009 suddenly received a new command signal. She quickly told Jiang Ning that Commander 10 wanted to see him because something had happened at the Beihai border. He stood up at once and prepared to leave. The scene shifted to Beihai, where the battlefield was in complete chaos. The enemy attacked while mocking everyone. They believed Daxia had no chance of holding the line with so few troops and artillery. They claimed Daxia was only fooling itself before cutting down a soldier trying to escape. Seeing bodies scattered across the ground made the invaders even more arrogant. Their spies reported that almost no early stage 3 powerhouses remained in the camp. Some of them had been eyeing the safe zone for a long time. Just as they prepared to push deeper inland, the sea suddenly erupted. A massive wave shot into the sky before crashing toward the battlefield. Then a giant octopus-like creature emerged from the sea and shocked everyone. It was not a tsunami but a real sea beast. It was also a peak stage 3 sea beast. Its giant tentacles instantly grabbed the invaders. They tried to flee and planned to wait for the monster to attack the safe zone, but they soon realized its target was not the city. It was hunting them instead, leaving everyone stunned because sea beasts normally could not tell humans apart. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning was watching everything through a control screen from another location. He knew exactly why this was happening. Sea beasts normally could not identify specific targets, but with the awakening token from Donghai combined with his spiritual power, it became possible. Under his control, the sea beast kept capturing and killing every intruder. Jiang Ning calmly said the awakening token could only be used once, so killing a few enemies was not worth the cost. These people dared to work with traitors before the national war to invade Daxia, so wiping out their entire nation would not be going too far. He continued controlling the artifact in his hand. Offshore near Country Sea, the tides began rising more violently. Countless giant sea beasts surged up from the ocean floor and charged straight toward the coastal skyscrapers. While Jiang Ning ordered the sea beasts into Country Sea, another meeting room was filled with tension. One man slammed the table in anger and said those people did not deserve to be called soldiers. They had emptied the border ports of troops and even pulled forces away from safe zones defending against the zombie tide. After Yang Guoping finished speaking, Hu Jibing added that intelligence showed every redeployed unit was secretly moving toward the capital under the excuse of military drills. Looking around the room, Li Xuanguo said only 2 choices remained. One was to abandon the capital, preserve their forces, and reinforce the borders and key safe zones. The other was to recall every army, gather their full strength, and confront the opposing faction directly. Unfortunately, both options were dangerous. The first meant being worn down over time, while the second could easily turn public opinion against them. His words left the entire room silent. Hu Jibing then said there was still a third option: hand Jiang Ning over and surrender to the old faction to reduce casualties. Li Xuanguo immediately cut him off. He knew that would mean sacrificing the future for short-term gains. Today it would be Jiang Ning, and tomorrow someone else would become the next sacrifice. Everyone nodded in agreement. To protect justice and keep the people's trust, they could only endure the pressure. Li Xuanguo made the final decision. All forces would follow the first plan and prioritize defending the borders and safe zones. At the same time, they would never start the war first. Their goal was to keep the situation stable, because the enemy still lacked a legitimate reason to begin a civil war before the national war. Someone worried that this would leave almost no forces available to support Jiang Ning and place him in great danger. Standing outside, Jiang Ning heard every word. He knew that if the national war was lost, the system's punishment would severely weaken the nation's strength, creating the perfect chance for the enemy to strike. At that thought, a faint smile appeared on his face. He then pushed the door open and walked inside. Seeing Jiang Ning arrive, Li Xuanguo immediately invited him into the meeting. Jiang Ning calmly replied that there was nothing left to discuss about the national war, because he had already decided the outcome. He was going to win. His words stunned everyone. Some could not believe it because no peak stage 3 powerhouse would be entering the national war with him this time. Jiang Ning nodded and said he knew that already, but he had made his own preparations. Everyone immediately asked what his plan was. He leaned close and whispered a few words into Li Xuanguo's ear. Li Xuanguo's eyes lit up at once. He quickly ordered everyone to focus on stabilizing the current situations and leave everything else until after the national war. At that moment, he firmly believed victory would still belong to them. Hu Jibing curiously asked what Jiang Ning had said. Li Xuanguo only smiled and replied that no one needed the details. Knowing there was still hope was enough. After the meeting ended, only the 2 of them remained. Standing by the window, Li Xuanguo let out a sigh. He admitted he had spoken that way earlier to keep morale high. Even knowing Jiang Ning could bring 2 foreign peak stage 3 powerhouses into the national war, he still was not fully at ease. In his view, no matter how strong outside allies were, they would never truly risk their lives. So the army could still send another 80 high stage 3 powerhouses to help. But Jiang Ning refused. He said 18 high stage 3 powerhouses would be enough. Sending more would make little difference. Li Xuanguo still disagreed. In his opinion, even with Jiang Ning's peak-level combat power and 2 powerful allies, it was still far too weak for the national war. Jiang Ning laughed and explained that he did not need bodyguards. He only needed to meet the system's minimum requirement. If possible, he would rather fight alone to avoid unnecessary variables. Just then, someone rushed in with urgent news. The Beihai crisis had been resolved. A sudden sea beast tide had struck Country C, leaving them too busy defending themselves to threaten Daxia anytime soon. That was not all. Foreign forces near the Kanglong and Blood Shadow safe zones had also broken into fierce conflict, greatly reducing the pressure on the frontier. Good news kept arriving from every direction. The timing was so unbelievable that no one could believe their ears. Li Xuanguo wondered if luck had finally chosen their side. Jiang Ning walked over with a smile and said that heaven always favored those who defended righteousness. Li Xuanguo immediately realized those recent events seemed connected to Jiang Ning. But Jiang Ning gave no explanation. He simply asked Li Xuanguo to prepare 10 people willing to die if necessary. Then he told the commander to get some rest and left. 3 days quickly passed. The national war finally began as the Daxia battle zone entered a nation-level confrontation instance. As soon as everyone was teleported inside, the system announced the rules. This was a tournament between Asian nations, set in a world 12 years after the apocalypse began. Zombies covered the world, and the participating battle zones included Daxia along with many other nations and alliances. Outside, countless people watched the broadcast. Some noticed Jiang Ning had really entered the national war with only 11 high-stage 3 powerhouses, and concluded that the military had abandoned him. Among the spectators was Lu Haishan, the leader of the old faction. He looked at the screen with regret that he could not kill Jiang Ning himself. Even so, he was not concerned. He had already leaked information to the other battle zones in secret. In his eyes, once Jiang Ning fell into the hands of any nation, his fate would be miserable. Everyone standing behind him felt a chill. What he had done was no different from betraying his own country. Sensing their disapproval, Lu Haishan released a terrifying pressure and coldly asked if anyone believed he was wrong. In his eyes, everything he was doing was truly for Daxia. He believed today's nation existed because his generation had paid for it with their lives and blood. If they could not enjoy the rewards, then who would still be willing to sacrifice for the country in the future? He continued blaming Li Xuanguo and Jiang Ning, claiming they were destroying the foundation of Daxia. In a world where strength ruled everything, anyone trying to change the rules had to be eliminated. Every important resource should remain in their hands. That was why Lu Haishan believed only by making them suffer would they learn who truly held power in Daxia. He even claimed that without his generation, the nation would have disappeared long ago. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning's team was teleported deep into the instance. Everyone fell from the sky at the same time. Even Jiang Ning was surprised. This teleportation was far more intense than any previous instance. Despite his incredible willpower, he still had to fight to stay conscious. After a long fall, through weightlessness, he finally landed safely. The moment he looked up, he spotted danger in the distance. A horde of zombies was charging straight toward the team. They accelerated with incredible speed, leaving no time to react. Jiang Ning instantly unleashed Mind Burst. A wave of psychic force shot through the air and struck the targets. At the same time, he expanded a spiritual energy barrier to block the filth and infected fluids fired by the monsters. Getting ambushed by zombies the moment they entered the instance left him thoroughly annoyed. Looking behind him, he saw that the others had not fully recovered from the teleportation. Meanwhile, even more zombies were flooding in from the distance. Jiang Ning decided to protect everyone first. The spiritual energy barrier expanded to its limit, covering the entire team. He muttered that these monsters were so annoying, they were not even worth drawing his sword for. Then he unleashed Mind Burst again and again. Wave after wave of psychic attacks swept across the battlefield and crushed the charging zombies. In the blink of an eye, the entire horde was wiped out. At the same time, the system released the full details of the national war instance. This was a virus-created apocalypse with extremely low difficulty. There were no special mutations, no supernatural powers, and no mutated creatures. After 13 years of strict containment measures, humanity had largely restored civilization. After reading the description, Jiang Ning immediately understood the true nature of this instance. Without any native supernatural forces, the battlefield was simply a place where awakeners from different nations would kill each other. The system then announced the rules. After evaluating the combined strength of every participant, the Daxia battle zone ranked as the weakest and was allowed to enter 4 hours early. Players would earn honor points by eliminating opponents and rewards would be distributed after 120 hours, based on total points. Point values were based on strength. An early Stage 3 opponent was worth 1 point, mid-Stage 3 3 points, high Stage 3 9 points, and a peak Stage 3 was worth 30 points. Reading this, Jiang Ning immediately noticed something strange. Officially, Daxia had no peak Stage 3 fighters, yet its rating was still unexpectedly high. After checking the hidden combat rating, he quickly understood why. The system had included the 2 peak ghost fiends he brought with him. Fortunately, he had not brought too many high Stage 3 fighters. Based on the current calculation, Daxia's strength counted as 3 peak Stage 3 combatants and 11 high Stage 3 fighters. The strongest nation could have 3 to 4 times that power. That meant the enemy likely had at least 9 peak Stage 3 powerhouses, along with over 100 high Stage 3 fighters. With his current strength, even his strongest abilities could only handle 2 or 3 peak opponents at once. If all those peak powerhouses surrounded him together, even he would struggle to survive. The only way to break the deadlock was to isolate them and eliminate them one by one. To win this war, he would have to use every gain to build an even greater advantage. Looking toward the horizon, Jiang Ning quickly chose his first objective: seize control of the satellite surveillance network. The tallest building in the distance was most likely a communications tower. Before the apocalypse, rescue helicopters often brought important people to places like that. If wanted access to the satellite system, it was the best place to start. By then, the others gradually regained consciousness after the teleportation. Looking around, they realized Jiang Ning had awakened first and already cleared an entire zombie horde. They were all high Stage 3 fighters, yet his mental power was beyond imagination. His reputation as a genius was clearly well-deserved. Jiang Ning turned to the group and said that since everyone was awake, they should immediately follow him to inspect the building across the street. One man stepped forward and introduced himself as Wang Shijun, captain of the Special Operations Team, before asking whether Jiang Ning had read the system announcement. According to the system's evaluation, Daxia was the weakest faction, so he suggested retreating from the city and fortifying a remote island. No matter what happened, they would protect Jiang Ning with their lives. Hearing that, Jiang Ning immediately realized this had to be Li Xuanguo's arrangement to ensure his safety. Jiang Ning did not explain much. He simply thanked them for their concern and said he already had his own plan. He told everyone to follow him. Their first goal was to seize control of the satellite network. After that, they would wait for the other battle zones to arrive and eliminate whichever nation appeared first. With that, Jiang Ning took the lead and rushed forward. Wang Shijun froze in shock, never expecting such a bold decision. The others immediately asked what to do next. In the end, Wang Shijun gritted his teeth and ordered everyone to stay close and protect Jiang Ning. As they advanced, the group quickly ran into another zombie horde blocking the road. Jiang Ning did not even slow down. He simply unleashed Mind Burst across the battlefield. In an instant, every zombie was wiped out. He then walked toward a tightly locked room and loudly called for the people hiding inside to come out. Panic immediately broke out inside. Someone nervously asked their superior whether they should open the door because the man outside looked terrifying. Before they could decide, Jiang Ning blasted the door apart. The people inside stumbled backward in fear. To them, the man before them looked like a real superhero. Jiang Ning simply said that he would ask questions, and they would answer. Hearing his calm but icy tone, everyone frantically nodded, afraid that one wrong word would cost them their lives. Jiang Ning asked who held the highest rank among them. One man immediately stepped forward, saying he was the director of a pharmaceutical company and also held a position in the military. Without wasting time, Jiang Ning ordered him to lead the way to the nearest military satellite base. At the same time, another battle zone finished teleporting into the instance at Agu Commercial Port. One figure after another fell from the sky. The first man to land muttered that even after joining the national war many times, the teleportation still felt awful. The moment he finished speaking, several zombies charged at him. He immediately drew his sword and struck back. With a single slash, every zombie was cut in half. The man was none other than Nguyen Minh Hai, a peak Stage 3 powerhouse from Country N. Looking at the corpses on the ground, he showed nothing but disgust. Before long, the others also regained consciousness. Another peak Stage 3 powerhouse named Li Wan joked that Nguyen Minh Hai's willpower seemed weaker than he liked to claim. Wu Lang laughed as well, saying Nguyen Minh Hai had used such a powerful attack against a few pathetic zombies. Annoyed, Nguyen Minh Hai told everyone to shut up. Whether they liked it or not, he was still the commander this time. He then brought up the system announcement. Their battle zone had entered second, meaning their overall strength ranked near the bottom. That left him confused. Even with only 3 peak stage, 3 powerhouses, and 80 high stage 3 fighters, they should not have been rated so low. Someone was about to explain when a new system message appeared. It turned out the weakest battle zone this time was Daxia. The entire group became excited. Their intelligence had been completely accurate. Daxia had entered 4 hours ahead of them and had very few peak stage 3 powerhouses. Nguyen Minh Hai immediately ordered everyone to locate Daxia. If they eliminated Daxia before the other battle zones arrived, they would earn a huge amount of points and possibly gather valuable intelligence. He even dreamed of using the chaos inside Daxia to prepare for a large-scale invasion in the future. Based on his experience and instincts, he judged that Daxia's starting location could not be far from theirs, at most about 100 li away. He believed Daxia would most likely avoid direct combat, so he split the team into 2 groups. One would search the offshore islands, while the other seized control of the CIS surveillance network. Just after giving the orders, a voice suddenly echoed from the distance. The speaker made no attempt to hide, and calmly said there was no need to keep searching, because he had come to them himself. Everyone immediately turned to look around, trying to find the owner of the voice. By instinct, they all raised their spiritual energy defenses to the highest level. What confused them was that no one had sensed the stranger approaching. A moment later, a lone figure slowly stepped out from between the buildings ahead. It was Jiang Ning. The enemy burst into mocking laughter. In their eyes, Daxia's leader was only a high stage 3 fighter, and instead of hiding or running, he had walked right into their trap. But a few of them quickly realized something was wrong. An ordinary high stage 3 fighter could never hide from the senses of peak stage 3 powerhouses and quietly wait here unnoticed. His mental power surpassed all of theirs. Then he gave them one last chance: submit and live, or resist and die. Everyone froze after hearing those words. A moment later, mocking laughter echoed everywhere. They thought Jiang Ning had gone insane for saying that in front of such an overwhelming force. Even so, one of them felt Jiang Ning was too mysterious and warned everyone to stay alert. Another ignored the warning and charged forward, aiming to crush him with a single strike. The Daxia team instantly turned pale. They rushed into formation, ready to shield Jiang Ning with their own bodies. But Jiang Ning remained perfectly calm. As the blade came down, he countered with dimensional slash. At the same time, Blood Shadow activated at full power. In that instant, time seemed to slow dramatically for him. His first move was to kill 10 high stage 3 fighters as sacrifices. If anything unexpected happened, he could still activate Divine Wrath or the Evil God Resurrection Ritual. He spent the next moments focusing entirely on Nguyen Minh Hai. As long as the leader fell, the enemy formation would collapse into chaos. He used the remaining time to stop the other 2 peak stage 3 powerhouses from coming to the rescue. Once everything was finished, he allowed time to return to normal. The entire exchange lasted only an instant. Jiang Ning sheathed his sword with a faint smile. At that exact moment, countless sword wounds suddenly appeared across the bodies of everyone facing him. When they looked around, they were horrified to find that many of their comrades had already fallen. Even the peak stage 3 powerhouses felt devastating injuries erupt across their bodies. One of them immediately raised his strongest defense. Even so, his weapon shattered on the spot. At the same time, ice spread beneath their feet, making movement almost impossible. None of them understood why they had already been struck before they could even react. Several people could no longer endure their injuries and collapsed to their knees. In their eyes, everything had happened in the blink of an eye, yet their bodies were suddenly covered in severe wounds. Jiang Ning looked toward Nguyen Minh Hai and saw that he was still barely alive. That proved his current strength was not yet enough to kill a peak stage 3 powerhouse with a single ordinary attack. In that case, there was only one option left. He immediately unleashed Quick Draw. A flash of sword light split Nguyen Minh Hai's body in 2. Seeing their commander killed instantly, everyone else stood frozen in terror. To them, Jiang Ning was nothing less than a monster in human form. At that moment, the ice trapping the survivors began to break apart. With their commander gone, the remaining fighters were both furious and desperate. One of them shouted that they still had enough strength to keep fighting. Encouraged by the new leader, the survivors regained their resolve and prepared for a desperate counterattack. But this time, Jiang Ning simply reached for his storage ring. In the next instant, all of his ghost finds appeared. He looked at them and casually asked if dealing with the remaining 2 peak stage 3 opponents would be a problem. The moment 3 peak stage 3 powerhouses appeared, the enemy's expressions completely changed. They could not believe Jiang Ning had brought foreign peak ghost fiends with him. Hakeki stepped forward on his own. He offered them two simple choices: join his master's side, or become corpses. Jiang Ning was slightly surprised. It seemed Hakechi had even learned how to speak for his master. Even so, the enemy refused to surrender. Believing their 70-plus high stage, 3 fighters still gave them a chance. Jiang Ning only smiled before leaping into the air. Mind Burst erupted at full power. Invisible waves of dark energy pierced their minds, shaking their spirits to the core. Within seconds, they could no longer endure the overwhelming pressure. They begged for mercy and surrendered. Seeing that, Jiang Ning immediately used Mind Devour, together with the Ghost Fiend conversion ability. Before long, everyone who had surrendered knelt respectfully before him. Watching this scene, the remaining 2 peak stage, 3 powerhouses were completely stunned. In their understanding, turning living people into utterly loyal followers was an unimaginable dark art. As they struggled to decide what to do, the newly converted followers laughed and urged them to stop resisting and surrender. Serving their master was a far better life, and becoming a ghost fiend would even make them much stronger, so there was no reason to refuse. Hearing that, the 2 remaining enemies began to hesitate. After thinking it over, they finally lowered their weapons. Surrendering was still better than dying. As long as they stayed alive, they believed they could turn things around someday. Jiang Ning smiled in satisfaction and even praised Hakechi for becoming wiser and knowing how to make the right choice. Before long, the 2 of them fully submitted, knelt before Jiang Ning, and pledged their loyalty. The teammates standing behind him were completely dumbfounded. In less than 10 seconds, the entire battle had been turned upside down, and no one understood what had just happened. They looked at one another in confusion, and even wondered where they were and whether this was really the deadly national war. One person suspected he was dreaming and asked a teammate to confirm whether everything was real. The old captain said nothing and answered with 2 hard slaps that made the man wince in pain. Only then did everyone accept that it was all real. They finally understood why the higher-ups valued Jiang Ning so highly. His abilities were far beyond anything they had imagined. One team member immediately asked if they should follow Jiang Ning and dominate the national war together. The captain agreed without hesitation, but just then, everyone felt as though something was missing. They quickly realized what it was and turned to blame Hakeki for not telling them sooner. Hakeki only laughed and said he wanted to surprise everyone. The scene then shifted to the capital of Country H. A roaring crowd cheered as the 3 strongest families officially sent their teams into the war. A government representative formally wished Pak Chan and his team victory, hoping they would once again bring glory to Country H across Asia. Pak Chan confidently replied that their previous defeats happened only because the Twin Stars had not participated. This time, with them leading the team and the military providing support, the outcome would be completely different. Du Ling, representing the military, immediately accused the private factions of hoarding too many resources, while Wang Hu continued by claiming they even controlled the president. Kim Chaewon had heard enough and demanded that both of them stop arguing because they were all on the same side now. Pak Chan turned toward the crowd and said that if anyone still doubted his leadership, then he was willing to prove his strength in front of everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, Pak Chan unleashed Thunder Dragon Manifestation. A brilliant light filled the sky before forming a massive vision overhead. A giant thunder dragon appeared in the sky and let out a deafening roar, leaving the crowd in shock as they cheered, as if witnessing a miracle. Deep down, however, Pak Chan knew that showing off his strength now was nothing more than wasting precious spiritual energy before entering the national war. Soon afterward, the teleportation gate opened. Pak Chan led his team inside and quickly arrived on the battlefield. The moment he appeared, he spotted a horde of zombies rushing straight toward him. Without hesitation, Pak Chan activated his lightning ability and unleashed a devastating attack. The entire zombie horde was erased in an instant, without any chance to resist. After the brief battle, Pak Chan remarked that the zombies were far too weak. In his opinion, this trial was designed to push the nations into fighting each other, rather than surviving against monsters. When he checked the rankings, he found that Country H had entered only 3rd, leaving him both annoyed and confused. Jen Hall quickly explained that the system judged teams only by rank and numbers, not actual combat ability. In his opinion, their team was second to none. Hearing those flattering words, Pak Chan became even more arrogant. He believed that with 6 top-tier powerhouses and the alliance they had already formed, not even the strongest nation could threaten them. He then continued checking the rankings and discovered that Daxia had received an extremely low evaluation. One team member immediately suggested finding them as quickly as possible because Country N had entered earlier and had most likely already encountered Daxia. Pak Chan remained optimistic, saying that if Daxia and Country N had already fought, it would only benefit them. They might even profit from both sides at once. Just as everyone agreed, Kim Chaewon suddenly noticed something unusual on the scoreboard. Daxia was currently in first place, which meant they had most likely killed quite a few stage 3 fighters from Country N. Even Wang Hu was shocked to see that Country N had 0 points. He guessed that Daxia had probably turned the tables and completely wiped them out. However, Pak Chan did not believe Daxia was truly that powerful. In his view, if they had overwhelming strength, they would not have suffered so many losses after the battle. He believed the most likely explanation was that Country N had grown careless and fallen into a trap set by Daxia. After taking heavy losses, they no longer dared to continue the pursuit, leading to the current outcome. A member of the Twin Stars took the chance to mock the government faction, hinting that some people were so timid they feared everything, then sarcastically brought up Country N. Although Gou admitted the theory made sense, he still felt they should not let their guard down. Beijan stepped forward and ended the argument. In his opinion, Country N being eliminated was good news because Daxia had likely revealed all of its trump cards. This was the perfect chance to profit, so he immediately ordered the team to split up and search. Kim Chiwon was assigned to lead the military force in checking the surveillance camera data, while the others followed Beijan to hunt down Daxia. Once either side found a lead, they would regroup immediately. Beijan had his own plans. If the Twin Stars earned the credit for destroying another nation during the National War, taking control of the military after returning would become much easier. At the same time, inside a secret monitoring room in City A, Jiang Ning watched every move made by Country H through the surveillance network. He quietly felt fortunate that he had not killed too many of Country N's powerhouses earlier, or his true strength would already have been exposed. Seeing the enemy split their forces, Jiang Ning immediately ordered his subordinates to prepare a special surprise for Beijan's team. Some of them asked what they were supposed to do. Jiang Ning calmly told them to visit a shopping mall, grab some snacks, especially sunflower seeds, and bring them back. Hearing such a strange mission, Wang Shijun was completely bewildered. The others could only smile bitterly. They understood that Jiang Ning had already gathered so much combat power that they were no longer essential, so they simply went off to look for sunflower seeds. Meanwhile, on Country H's side, one team member continued using his detection ability to scan the surroundings. Pak Chan repeatedly asked whether he had found any spiritual energy fluctuations or signs of battle. The scout had just sensed a target nearby and was about to report. Before he could finish speaking, something shot toward him at incredible speed. In an instant, his head was severed from his body. He died before revealing the enemy's location, leaving the entire team stunned. On the opposite side, Li Huan continued controlling his weapon and launched another attack. Pak Chan reacted instantly by raising a lightning barrier. Only then did he realize the attacker was Li Huan, the peak stage 3 powerhouse from Country N. After landing the surprise attack, Li Huan recalled his weapon back into his hand. He coldly mocked them, saying that after losing to Daxia, they still dared to challenge them so openly. Their confidence was truly ridiculous. The moment he finished speaking, figure after figure descended from above and surrounded Country H's team. They ordered Pak Chan to surrender peacefully and avoid pointless casualties. Seeing 5 peak stage 3 powerhouses along with Hakeki from an outside faction, Country H immediately realized this would be an extremely difficult battle and quickly sent a distress signal to Kim Chaewon. When the opposing side saw that they still refused to give up, they stopped showing any mercy. The battle erupted at once. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning sat far away watching everything through the monitors, thinking how convenient it was to have powerful subordinates fighting in his place. It saved his strength while keeping his trump cards hidden. On the battlefield, the members of Country H continuously dodged the fierce lightning attacks unleashed by Beijan. Beijan quickly assigned targets. He would handle the 2 melee opponents himself, while the high stage 3 fighters focused their attacks on Hakechi. Doenho would take on Li Huan, and Gou would fight the man in black. Everyone immediately carried out the orders. Beijan even declared that no control skill would ever be able to pin him down. Country N's side did not hold back either. Every high stage 3 powerhouse charged into battle together. Hakeki received orders to adapt to the situation, putting survival first before looking for opportunities to strike. At that moment, countless arcs of lightning erupted across Beijan's body, and his aura surged dramatically. He unleashed a deadly lightning technique, but Wu Lang instantly dodged aside, while the shield warrior behind him raised a massive barrier that blocked the full force of the attack. Watching the battlefield, Beijan quickly noticed the shield bearer. Seeing that the man's reactions were slightly slower, he immediately chose him as the first breakthrough target. Lightning gathered wildly in Beijan's hand, before taking the shape of a gigantic thunder dragon. Roaring through the air, the dragon charged straight at the defensive barrier, determined to smash it apart. While the enemy focused on attacking, Wulong quietly circled behind Beijan, waiting for the perfect chance to strike. The moment he got close enough, Wu Lang unleashed Gale Slash, but Beijan reacted instantly, raising a lightning barrier that covered his entire body. Seeing his attack blocked so easily, Wu Lang was stunned by how effortlessly his opponent had defended against it. Just then, Hakeki dove down from the sky to support his teammates. He unleashed Lightning Phantom Prison, but the moment their attacks collided, he realized something was wrong. Beijan's lightning power far surpassed his own. Even with the same element, he was completely overwhelmed. Beijan laughed and mocked the attack as not even worth his attention. Watching the battle from afar, Jiang Ning was slightly surprised. It seemed Beijan had not been exaggerating. His strength truly ranked among the strongest peak stage, 3 powerhouses. Even Li Wan and the other melee fighters struggled to gain the upper hand in direct combat. As for lightning abilities, Hakeki was clearly no match for him. Realizing the battle was turning against them, Jiang Ning immediately changed his plan and contacted his subordinates through their mental link. He ordered Jamaichi Taro to switch targets while Xiaodin took over the current opponent. At the same time, he instructed Li Wan to work with Jamaichi Taro and focus on eliminating Beijan. As for Hakeki, his new mission was to capture Gen Hall. The orders were carried out immediately. Before long, 2 new peak powerhouses joined the assault on Beijan. Even so, he remained in control and sneered that changing formations in front of him was completely pointless. A violent burst of lightning exploded outward, blasting both opponents backward. As the battle dragged on, Jiang Ning began losing patience. If they kept wasting time, reinforcements from Country H would become a serious problem. After a brief moment of thought, he decided to enter the battle himself. The instant he appeared in the sky, Jiang Ning instructed his subordinates to capture Gen Hall and Ju alive. Everyone immediately acknowledged the order. His subordinates instantly showed their respect when they saw him arrive on the battlefield in person. Beijan's eyes immediately locked onto Jiang Ning. He recognized him as someone from Daxia, but what confused him even more was why those peak stage, 3 alien powerhouses all addressed this young man as their master. Jiang Ning calmly confirmed it and stepped forward. He directly declared that he would be Beijan's opponent. Hearing that, Beijan laughed in disdain, saying a mere high stage 3 fighter was not qualified to stand before him. Without another word, Jiang Ning immediately unleashed Mind Burst. Relying on his incredible lightning speed, Beijan dodged the attack. Before he could celebrate, Jiang Ning instantly shifted to another form of the skill. A massive psychic storm formed and swept straight toward him. The control attack landed, making Beijan clutch his head in agony. It felt as though his soul was being torn apart, forcing him to scream in pain. Taking advantage of their leader being restrained, Jiang Ning's subordinates immediately focused on capturing Gen Hall and GOU. Witnessing this, the members of Country H fell into complete panic. They never imagined that Beijan would be suppressed so badly by a high stage 3 fighter, while the others were now trapped in a hopeless 5 against 2 battle. Even so, Beijan refused to surrender. He roared that such a trivial psychic attack was nowhere near enough to defeat him. He released all of his mental power to its absolute limit, resisting the effects of the skill. Jiang Ning admitted that his opponent's mental strength was impressive, but if control abilities were not enough, then overwhelming force would have to finish the job. This time, he unleashed Final Judgment. A gigantic phantom wielding twin swords appeared in the sky and locked onto its target. The terrifying pressure of the skill instantly put Beijan on high alert. He realized he had underestimated the young man standing before him. Knowing he could no longer hold back, Beijan fully unleashed his thunder domain. The ground cracked apart, while lightning gathered into a colossal thunder dragon high above. Facing that overwhelming aura, Jiang Ning activated First Judgment to meet it head-on. The immense power of the skill quickly dominated the battlefield. He then combined wind blades with ice. 2 massive dragons of different elements formed and charged straight toward the enemy. The moment the attacks collided, a devastating shockwave erupted. Beijan refused to retreat, continuously summoning more thunder dragons, with myriad thunder tribulation dragons to shatter the frozen defenses. In response, Jiang Ning activated Ice Age and froze the entire assault once again. In the distance, Hakeki had just finished dealing with one opponent when he stared in amazement. He had never expected his master's ice abilities to be this powerful. Jimaichi Taro agreed, and even believed Jiang Ning's mastery of ice had already surpassed his own. Even so, everyone was still worried. Beijan was the strongest peak Tier 3 powerhouse, and both his spirit power and combat skills were terrifying. Even then, they still placed more faith in Jian Ning. Beijan roared, claiming Jian Ning's ice power could never stop his lightning. Jian Ning only smiled. He never planned to finish the fight with ice. It was only meant to buy a few seconds for his real move. Furious, Beijan unleashed divine judgment of 10,000 thunderbolts. Countless lightning dragons charged straight at Jian Ning with overwhelming force. Jian Ning laughed as the attack closed in. Coincidentally, his strongest move was also called Divine Judgment. The giant phantom behind him raised its massive sword and brought it down. Jian Ning wanted to see whose divine judgment was stronger. The sword light split the sky and crushed every lightning dragon in its path. Beijan stared in disbelief. His strongest technique had been shattered with ease. What shocked him even more was that his opponent was only an advanced Tier 3. As the sword locked onto him again, Beijan instantly felt a crushing pressure weighing down his entire body. Jian Ning gave him one last choice, submit or die. But as Han's greatest genius, surrender had never existed in Beijan's mind. Seeing his stubbornness, Jian Ning said nothing more. After all, he had never used this technique at full power before. He then unleashed the strongest form of Final Judgment, Supreme Divine Judgment / A world-ending sword strike descended from the heavens. Beijan poured every last bit of spirit power into his final defense. He summoned a massive lightning barrier that covered the battlefield, hoping it could stop the attack. But it was completely useless against absolute power. Amid Beijan's unwilling roar, the attack crushed his defense and exploded with devastating force. The entire area looked like it had been hit by a massive catastrophe. Everyone watching could only feel the terrifying pressure and stand frozen in fear. Jian Ning's followers fled the impact zone at once. Some secretly thanked themselves for submitting early, or they would not even have bodies left. Even Jian Ning stepped back. Only now did he realize the true destructive power of an A-rank skill. One slow reaction, and even the caster could be caught in it. The surviving Han fighters fled in panic, but they were far too slow. Many advanced Tier 3 experts were swallowed by the blast and died instantly. Only the strongest barely survived. After the shockwave faded, Jian Ning immediately searched for Beijan. He still hoped the man had survived, because a talent like him was almost impossible to replace. As he approached, he heard a few weak coughs coming from the rubble. Jian Ning finally relaxed. Even though Beijan was critically injured, he was still alive. Jian Ning prepared to take him back and convert him later. But the moment he lifted Beijan's body, a sickening sound echoed out. Beijan's body had almost been sliced completely in half. Jian Ning stayed calm and immediately activated the ghoul's conversion and enhancement abilities to save him. Under the abilities effect, the torn body slowly fused back together as if stitched by an invisible force. After dealing with Beijan, the surviving Han fighters suddenly dropped to their knees. They all begged for mercy, admitted their mistake, and swore loyalty to Jian Ning. At the same time, Han's regular army received news of the battle and immediately turned back to reinforce them. They believed Beijan's team was being surrounded by Daxia and Nation N. Back in the control room, Daxia's group remained completely relaxed. When someone reported that Han's army was approaching, the captain casually said they were only coming to die. With 8 peak Tier 3 experts against 3 enemies, and over 10 advanced Tier 3 fighters suppressing 30 opponents, he could not imagine any way his side could lose. Instead of worrying, everyone decided to eat and drink while waiting for the battle to end. Some even felt the whole mission was far too easy. This international war felt more like a vacation than a deadly battlefield. Still, they knew there was almost nothing for them to do. Jumping in recklessly might only ruin Jian Ning's plan. Wang Shijun recalled Lu Haishan's order before departure. Even at the cost of his life, he had to protect Jian Ning. At that moment, he realized even the commander probably did not know Jian Ning's true strength. For Daxia's team, victory had seemed certain long ago. Meanwhile, Jian Ning's followers gradually gathered around him again. Through his senses, Jian Ning detected Han's army rushing toward them. Bei Zhan had regenerated his body but remained unconscious after exhausting all his spirit power. Zai Zhenhao and Jiao Yu were also badly injured after the fiercest battle. The other peak experts had also spent huge amounts of energy after 2 consecutive battles. With 4 more nations yet to appear, Jianning knew he had to save his trump cards and mental strength for later. Because of that, he began planning a more efficient way to deal with the incoming reinforcements. On Han's side, the soldiers slowly realized something was wrong. They were getting closer to the battlefield, yet there were no more signs of fighting, and the advance team had completely lost contact. Just then, a figure appeared and asked Kim Chaeyeon whether everything was under control. The reply claimed that Nation N's team had already been driven back, then immediately asked whether Da Xia had been found. Kim Chaeyeon found it strange. The battle was over, yet the score had not changed. Everyone was injured, and Bei Zhan was nowhere to be seen. His suspicion only grew. Jiao Yu scratched his head as if confused. At that moment, Zai Zhenhao contacted him for instructions. He quickly realized Kim Chaeyeon was not foolish. If only Da Xia's score increased, everyone would become suspicious. He immediately gave a simple order, no explanations, attack at once. After receiving the command, Gu Yu charged forward and unleashed Stellar Heavy Burst. The devastating punch blasted Kim Chaeyeon far into the distance. He had no idea what was happening. When questioned, Gyuch calmly said he now served Da Xia. At the same time, Xi Jinping fired an arrow toward the group and gave them a choice: submit or die. Everyone else was horrified, unable to understand why their own comrades had betrayed their nation. Following the plan, Xi Jinping began telling them about the evil god of Da Xia. Anyone who resisted would become a sacrifice, and even Nation N had already suffered the same fate. The moment they heard the words evil god, everyone froze. They all knew other nations had once suffered disasters caused by evil gods, horrors even worse than ordinary mutants. Those beings could sacrifice countless lives and turn vast lands into forbidden zones. However, they had never heard of a human willingly becoming an evil god, so they found it hard to believe Da Xia had actually achieved it. Just as doubt filled the air, Jianning walked over from afar, deliberately taking on the appearance of an evil god, while letting out an eerie laugh. He introduced himself as the evil god Jianning of Da Xia, raised one arm, and activated the complete evil god ritual. A terrifying aura spread across the battlefield, making the weaker ones feel as if their souls were being ripped away. He then unleashed evil god Harvest, and behind him appeared a grim reaper-like figure harvesting lives. One soul after another was pulled out of its owner's body. The harvested energy was then absorbed and gathered together. In the end, all of it merged back into Jianning's body. Seeing that scene, everyone below fell into complete panic. Even the souls of their high-ranking experts had been harvested. The pressure Jianning released was even more terrifying than the ancient records of evil gods. Jianning smiled and asked whether they believed him now. If they did not want to become sacrifices, they should obediently submit like everyone else. Kim Chaeyeon still refused to accept it. He believed surrender would mean the end of his nation. With only 3 enemies ahead, there might still be a chance to fight their way out. With that thought, he immediately ordered all his subordinates to gather around him. But what happened next was completely beyond his expectations. Everyone behind him suddenly dropped to their knees, leaving Kim Chaeyeon frozen as he turned around. One of them awkwardly admitted that his family had always worshipped gods, so kneeling before one was only natural. The others also declared that they would serve the evil god for the rest of their lives. Kim Chaeyeon angrily demanded to know whether they still deserved to call themselves soldiers. Meanwhile, Jianning was extremely pleased that his recruitment plan had succeeded. He silently thanked his luck for learning about Han's stories of evil gods beforehand, while the evil god ritual had delivered exactly the psychological shock he needed. On top of that, Han's people feared evil gods more than anything, so the battle was practically over without a fight. Everyone also preserved most of their spirit power. Kim Chaeyeon, however, was a different story. He refused to break and would not submit. Jianning admired that determination, but he also pointed out that Kim Chaeyeon was still hoping to find a chance to escape. Unfortunately, every bit of resistance was meaningless, because there was no way he could leave this place. With that, Jianning opened a spatial gate and summoned all of his followers. Watching one subordinate after another step out and await orders left Kim Chaeyeon completely stunned. As Kim Chaeyeon's mind slowly crumbled, Jianning kept increasing the pressure until he gradually shattered his will. After all, the fastest way to break someone was to leave them with no hope. The combination of the evil god ritual and psychological warfare worked even better than expected. Jianning only hoped the next battles would go just as smoothly. After recruiting them all, Jianning brought everyone into his private space and ordered them to return to Lingan. The wounded were to recover, the exhausted were to rest, and everyone had to restore their spirit power for the next battle. They all answered in unison. Behind the monitor, everyone stood frozen. What they had just witnessed was beyond imagination. No one understood how Jianning could keep changing forms. To many of them, he no longer looked human but like a true god. About 30 minutes later, another pillar of light descended from the sky. Nation R officially entered the battlefield, followed immediately by the DNI coalition. Jianning turned back to observe the situation through the screen. With two new forces arriving at once, the battlefield instantly became far more complicated. This time, he would need a careful strategy. At the Capital Military District Command Office, a female assistant hurried in with a report. She looked at the commander and asked with concern if he had stayed up all night again, urging him to get some rest. He simply shook his head, said he was fine, and asked whether Lu Haishan had contacted the other nations in the war. The assistant immediately carried out the order. The commander let out a cold laugh. Just because of this civil conflict, those people were willing to pay any price, even selling out their own nation's interests. Lu Haishan held his head, laughed bitterly, then sighed. He knew Jianning and his team were facing an even harsher situation. The assistant quietly said she believed good people would be rewarded with good fortune. The commander replied that winning the nation war was not what mattered most. What he truly wanted was for Jianning to come back alive. Inside the monitoring room, Pak Chan asked whether their nation had already formed an alliance with the DNI battle zone. His subordinate immediately confirmed the agreement had been made before entering the battlefield. Hearing that, Pak Chan nodded with satisfaction and ordered a message to be sent immediately, calling their allies to regroup. In another region, Team L also discovered that DNI had just been teleported in. Captain Aya Mayosi laughed, saying DNI entered only a few seconds later, yet the system still rated them as stronger. Vice Captain Meriton looked unconvinced. In his opinion, their team's true combat strength far exceeded the system's rating, and every member could easily fight multiple opponents of the same tier. Someone suggested attacking DNI immediately, but the captain stopped him and insisted on analyzing the battlefield first. He then reminded everyone that 3 more nations had yet to appear, while Daxia had entered much earlier than everyone else, under very unusual circumstances. However, their intelligence was completely reliable. In their eyes, Jianning had offended too many powerful factions and had been pushed out as a sacrifice. The greatest genius of Daxia had become a victim of its internal conflict. One member proposed eliminating Daxia first. They could earn points while gathering intelligence about Daxia's civil conflict for future plans. But just then, someone noticed the scoreboard. The 3 nations that entered earlier had all been eliminated, while Daxia held over 100 points, and every other team had almost none. That left everyone deeply puzzled. After thinking for a moment, the captain guessed that Daxia had used its early entry advantage to defeat Nation N and claim the first batch of points. Then, when Nation N fought back, the other nations arrived one after another, giving Daxia the chance to eliminate the 2 weakest teams as well. According to his theory, Daxia was now at a disadvantage and had convinced the other nations to form a temporary alliance, creating a 3-way balance while waiting for another nation to break the stalemate. He also remarked that although Daxia was not outstanding in raw strength, it was exceptionally skilled at diplomacy and forming alliances. The entire team found the analysis highly convincing. The other forces were probably fighting somewhere already, giving them the perfect chance to sweep in and claim everything. Everyone then shifted their attention to DNI. To be safe, the captain decided to ally with DNI first, then wipe out the weaker teams together. The entire squad set off at once. Meanwhile, as DNI arrived on the battlefield, Vice Captain Wang Wei reported that Nation R's team was approaching. He asked whether they should cooperate. Captain Zhang Yu replied that both Nation H and Nation R had invited them to form an alliance, making the choice difficult. They already had a prior agreement with Nation H, but Nation R was stronger and offered far better terms. One member argued they should stick with the original plan and support Nation H. After all, Nation H was already fighting Daxia and Nation N, making the alliance less risky. Besides, Nation H already had valuable intelligence on Daxia and Nation N. Nation R, on the other hand, was far too ambitious, and no one knew its real intentions. However, someone pointed out that Nation R was willing to split half the rewards and even sign a system contract, while Nation H offered only a quarter. From a distance, Pak Chan watched everything unfold. He realized Nation R had also approached DNI, and their offer was making DNI hesitate. If Nation R successfully allied with DNI, his army could still fight them, but the cost would be enormous. Even if he used every trump card, he still worried they might escape. If news reached the stronger teams that had yet to appear, the consequences would be troublesome. Pak Chan immediately ordered another message sent to DNI. They would accept every condition and even sign a system contract. Right now, they had to secure DNI as an ally. Before long, DNI received the new proposal. Nation H only wanted Jianning dead, while every other reward would belong to DNI. Someone immediately became suspicious, because the offer was far too generous. Jiang Yu also sensed something was off, but decided to meet first before making any judgment. In the end, the DNI team agreed to regroup with Nation H. Not long afterward, they left their original landing area. When Nation R's team arrived, only an empty field remained. Seeing that DNI had already left, they immediately assumed their alliance offer had been rejected and grew furious. However, the captain quickly stopped everyone from acting recklessly. They still had no idea who DNI had joined, so chasing after them blindly was too dangerous. He ordered the entire team to hide and continue observing the battlefield. Once the other sides exhausted each other, they would follow the traces of spirit power and clean up whoever was left. From afar, Jianning silently watched everything and smiled. Just as expected, once the alliance plan failed, Nation R chose to stay hidden. That cautious approach was exactly what he wanted. As long as they remained concealed until he fully recovered, everything would go according to plan. At the same time, atop a building, the DNI team finally met Pak Chan. The moment Jiang Yu saw Pak Chan's pale face, he immediately suspected he was injured. If even someone like Pak Chan had been hurt this badly, then Da Xia and Nation N were clearly no easy opponents. Realizing the misunderstanding, Pak Chan quickly explained that he had suffered an accident before entering the Nation War. Hearing that, Jiang Yu finally relaxed. It also explained why Nation H had struggled at the very beginning. To show his sincerity, Pak Chan took out a system contract and suggested they sign it first. But Jiang Yu did not agree right away. He noticed Pak Chan had arrived alone, so he immediately looked around for the others, worried this might be a trap. Pak Chan smiled and explained that the rest of his team was waiting below. If necessary, he could call them up immediately. A moment later, the others jumped onto the rooftop one after another. Seeing that everyone was present and none of them were seriously injured, Jiang Yu finally lowered his guard. He then asked Pak Chan whether he knew Da Xia's location. According to his proposal, Jianning would be handed over to Nation H after capture, while DNI only wanted the intelligence they could extract. Just as Pak Chan was about to answer, a voice suddenly echoed from the distance. Jiang Yu instinctively looked up and froze. Jianning was floating directly above him. What shocked him most was that he had never sensed Jianning's presence at all. Jianning calmly introduced himself as the very person they had been searching for. The moment he finished speaking, he activated Mind Blast and struck directly at Jiang Yu's mind. The overwhelming pain made Jiang Yu clutch his head and scream, as though his brain were about to explode. Hearing the agonizing scream, the DNI members rushed in to rescue him, while Jianning immediately ordered his forces to surround every last one of them. Jianning's warriors descended from the sky all at once. In complete panic, Jiang Yu fled while shouting that Nation H had secretly joined forces with Da Xia to betray them. He swore he would never let their plan succeed. Seeing that Jiang Yu could still resist, Jianning unleashed another mind blast. This time, no matter how fast Jiang Yu ran, his mental defenses were completely shattered. He lost control of his body and slammed into the ground, with blood instantly spreading around him. After the impact, he lay completely motionless. Jianning was slightly surprised that his opponent had fallen so quickly. Looking closer, he realized Jiang Yu had only passed out, although his head was badly injured. A peak Tier 3 powerhouse still possessed incredible durability. Watching their captain fall in an instant, every DNI member froze in place. Jianning looked down from above and coldly declared that it was now their turn. Wang Wei immediately realized he had fallen into a trap. He forced his way through the encirclement and threw a punch at Kakaki. At the same time, he shouted for everyone to escape immediately. The sudden attack forced Kakaki to dodge aside. The force of the punch blasted through the formation, sending 3 people flying and opening a gap. Wang Wei seized the chance and yelled that they still had a chance to survive if they broke through. Jianning was left speechless. He had not even finished talking before they scattered in every direction. One ghoul asked whether they should kill everyone immediately to prevent anyone from escaping. Jianning agreed without hesitation. After receiving the order, every ghoul moved at once. One group used teleportation to block every escape route. Jamaichi Taro unleashed his full ice power, raising massive walls of ice to seal off the entire area. Wang Wei immediately smashed through the blockade with brute force. He then activated a spirit power burst skill to accelerate his escape. Seeing Wang Wei about to break free, Jian Ning activated his own ultimate acceleration ability. In an instant, he caught up, leaving Wang Wei no chance to escape. Origin Strike was unleashed. A chain of slashes that normally took 10 seconds was compressed into a single instant. When the attack ended, countless slash wounds covered Wang Wei's body. While still running, he suddenly sensed something was wrong and looked down at his legs in utter disbelief. Jian Ning coldly said that the one who jumped around the most would be dealt with first. He then activated Ghoul Conversion. The eerie power invaded Wang Wei's consciousness, steadily taking over his mind. The moment the conversion was complete, Wang Wei immediately knelt before Jian Ning. Without wasting time, Jian Ning ordered him to stop the remaining subordinates and make them abandon any thought of escape. Wang Wei immediately shouted the order. Every DNI member was to stop resisting, lay down their weapons, and submit. Those loyal to him quickly obeyed. Only a handful remained stubborn, their faces filled with confusion over what was happening. At that moment, Kakaki rushed over and coldly warned them. Anyone who continued resisting Jian Ning would meet only one fate, death. The remaining fighters became even more shocked. They realized this was no ordinary alliance. Every one of those people had already fallen under Jian Ning's control. Wang Wei shouted again, ordering everyone to kneel. In his view, submission was far better than dying for nothing. After a long hesitation, the rest finally surrendered. One weapon after another hit the ground. Seeing that, Jian Ning unleashed the full power of his mind. He began converting them on a massive scale. But as the process continued, intense pain spread through his body. Jian Ning knew this large-scale conversion was draining nearly all of his mental strength. When his mental energy finally ran dry, he lost his balance and fell from the sky. Fortunately, Kakaki rushed forward and caught him in time. His followers immediately asked about his condition. Jian Ning replied that he was fine, but after this battle, they had to find a safe place to recover. The newly converted followers all stepped forward to pay their respects. One of them started introducing himself, but Jian Ning cut him off, saying there were too many people for him to remember every name. He then assigned Kakaki to give everyone simple numbers instead, like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Kakaki accepted the order at once and began organizing everyone. Meanwhile, Da Xia's team stood in complete shock. Wang Shijun thought to himself that Jian Ning had single-handedly recruited 3 entire nations, gaining 18 peak Tier 3 powerhouses and hundreds of advanced Tier 3 experts. Yet, not a single person on their side had been injured. It was far beyond anything they had ever imagined, beyond even their wildest dreams. If this news spread, it would shake not only Asia but the entire world. Not long later, Jian Ning returned. Everyone immediately asked if Nation R had made any moves. The scout reported that Nation R had sensed the spirit power fluctuations from the battlefield, but ultimately chose not to advance. Jian Ning nodded and concluded that after seeing the battlefield, Nation R would not dare make any reckless moves for at least the next 30 minutes. Sure enough, when Nation R arrived, all they found was a ruined battlefield covered with bodies. The entire team was stunned. The battle had ended so quickly that they wondered if they had arrived too late. Most of the dead were advanced Tier 3 experts from DNI. There were also bodies from Nation N and Nation H. Looking at the Nation War scoreboard, they saw Da Xia with 237 points, DNI with 108, while Nation H and Nation N both had 0. One member immediately pointed at the scoreboard and said the situation made no sense. Based on the numbers, DNI's score matched the deaths from Nation N and Nation H, while Da Xia's score matched the eliminated DNI members. No one could understand what kind of battle could produce such a bizarre result. In the end, the captain decided to retreat first and analyze it later. From Da Xia's side, Jian Ning continued, watching everything through the surveillance screen. He could not help smiling, curious to see how they would explain the truth. Elsewhere, Nation R gathered to discuss the situation. Someone suggested that Da Xia had allied with Nation H to fight Nation N and DNI. But that theory quickly fell apart. If Da Xia eliminated DNI while DNI killed Nation H, then who wiped out Nation N? DNI's score also could not be explained, so the idea of Da Xia and DNI working together was dismissed. Another member guessed that Da Xia, Nation N, and Nation H had formed a 3-way alliance. One side lured DNI into a trap, and all 3 nations destroyed them together. But that theory also failed. If that were true, why did Da Xia, supposedly the weakest nation, earn the most points, while its stronger allies got nothing? Ayamayoshi looked around and asked if they had already considered every possible alliance without finding an answer. Someone boldly suggested that perhaps Da Xia was like them and had only sent its strongest elites instead of a large force. but the captain immediately rejected the idea. According to their intelligence, Daxia had entered with only 10 people under Jianning. Since the system rated teams based on their entry strength, they could not possibly have more than a few peak Tier 3 experts, and they might not even have one. After ruling out every normal explanation, he began to suspect that Daxia had used its early arrival to obtain a special opportunity in this world, perhaps even gaining help from local NPCs. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain why the other battle zones had chosen to cooperate with them and create such an unusual outcome. Iyamayoshi could only shake his head. In his view, this did not feel like a nation war at all. In fact, it seemed like the simplest scenario ever because no local forces had appeared. Suddenly, he paused as if a new idea had struck him. After putting together every clue they had, he confidently declared that he had found the only possible answer. Hearing that, Meriton immediately became excited. He quickly asked what the conclusion was. On Daxia's side, Wang Shijun also grew tense, worried that Nation R had truly uncovered the truth. Someone immediately suggested waking Jianning to report the news, but everyone decided to let him rest a little longer. At the same time, they all feared that if Nation R really figured it out, they would warn the stronger teams. If the 4 major powers joined forces against Daxia, the situation would become extremely dangerous. On Nation R's side, Iyamayoshi confidently revealed his conclusion. In his opinion, Jianning had traded benefits with Nation H and Nation N in exchange for Nation War points. After all, real national interests were more valuable than event rewards. He believed Jianning cared only about keeping himself alive rather than serving his country. Everyone around him nodded as if they had just gained a great insight. The entire puzzle suddenly seemed to make perfect sense. Meanwhile, Daxia's side was left completely speechless. It felt as though Nation R had come incredibly close to the truth, only to make an unexpected turn at the very last second. All their earlier worries had been unnecessary. Even Jianning felt relieved after hearing about it. He realized he had greatly overestimated their ability to reason things out. Not long afterward, Nation L officially entered the Nation War. The moment Captain Kussman arrived, he proudly shouted, asking where all those insignificant opponents were hiding. From afar, Nation R quickly noticed Nation L's arrival. To them, this was finally a force strong enough to be considered a reliable ally. After reaching an agreement, the entire team immediately moved over to make contact. The moment they met, Kussman laughed mockingly. He joked that Nation R had actually gotten used to relying on allies. Iyamayoshi ignored the sarcasm and focused on the strange situation surrounding Daxia. He believed something important was being hidden. According to his analysis, ever since Daxia disappeared, the entire nation war had fallen into an unusually quiet state. Nothing like this had ever happened before. After hearing him out, Kussman offered a much simpler solution. If Daxia was that suspicious, they should just gather everyone and eliminate them first. In his eyes, every scheme and complicated plan was meaningless before absolute strength. Iyamayoshi still advised waiting. He wanted every battle zone to arrive before dawn, then recruit more allies before making a move. Kussman burst into laughter, mocking Nation R for becoming a bunch of timid rats. If they were already afraid of Daxia, he would have to reconsider this alliance. Iyamayoshi continued explaining. If they attacked now, ZXI and Nation Y might arrive and immediately join forces. That would make the situation much harder to control. Right then, 2 more pillars of light appeared on the horizon. The system announced that the ZXI coalition and Nation Y had officially entered the battlefield. Every participating nation had now arrived. Seeing that, Kussman immediately changed his tone. He admitted Iyamayoshi's judgment made sense and deserved serious consideration. On Daxia's side, Jianning also woke up after resting. Seeing that every opponent had finally arrived, he felt satisfied. Although his strongest technique had not fully recovered, his mental strength was back to a usable level. He knew the enemy currently held the advantage in numbers. A direct confrontation would not benefit him, so he decided to use another approach and make them throw their own formations into chaos. He then summoned Jiawei, Wu Long, Li Chuan, Pak Chan, and Zhang Yu. They quickly gathered before him and waited for orders. Jianning assigned each of them a detailed missions. Every person would lead a separate group and approach the other nations to negotiate according to his plan. Once everyone departed, the operation to hunt down every nation officially began. This time, the goal was to wipe them all out in a single campaign. The scene shifted back to the real world. At Daxia's capital military district, members of the Civil Defense Bureau had gathered in full force. A general stepped forward. After confirming everyone was present, he got straight to the point. Within the next 48 hours, the capital's defense forces would rotate shifts. When that happened, everyone here was to disguise themselves and secretly infiltrate the command center while awaiting further orders. He continued explaining the mission. Their objective was to seize control of the defensive artillery and ground-based air defense systems, while ensuring that no faction had any chance to escape once the fighting began. More importantly, they had to stop Li Xuanguo and his faction from using the survivors as leverage. The crowd immediately erupted in discussion. According to the original plan, everything should have happened after the nation war ended. Infiltrating the command center now made many realize the decapitation operation had likely been moved up ahead of schedule. What confused them most was that Li Xuanguo was Da Xia's official representative, so why was he now being treated as someone they needed to guard against? Xue Qiang looked around before speaking. He knew many people believed Li Xuanguo had been doing a good job, while the old commander's faction had gone too far. But he stressed that the current situation was entirely the result of Li Xuanguo forcing them into this position. According to him, after stepping down from leadership and retiring to the rear, the veteran leaders had continued servicing Da Xia in silence. But ever since Li Xuanguo took power, military funding had been cut and resources steadily reduced, leaving the older generation deeply disappointed. And that was not all. General Liu had lost his only son, yet Li Xuanguo still chose to stand with Jianning. In their eyes, that was absolutely unacceptable. Xue Qiang went on to declare that the people standing here were the true foundation of Da Xia. This operation was not a rebellion or a struggle for power, but an effort to correct mistakes that had existed for far too long. He also argued that if nothing changed, ordinary people's lives would only become harder. His words were quickly met with loud support from the crowd below. However, someone raised a question. The original plan was to wait until the nation war ended before taking action, and they also needed a legitimate reason to launch the operation. Only about a day had passed. Wasn't this too early? Xue Qiang raised a hand to stop him and replied that war was built on deception. The story about striking after the nation war was nothing more than a smokescreen to lower the enemy's guard. As for public opinion, he believed Jianning would sooner or later die in the nation war, making any later reaction meaningless. Even if Jianning somehow survived, he would still become the target of a relentless hunt and eventually end up as a sacrificial pawn. Back on the battlefield, the ZXI coalition was discussing its strategy. They knew that they and Nation Y were the last teams to arrive. Captain Nanda believed that meant both sides belonged among the strongest. However, the earlier nations had already formed alliances, so they could not afford to be careless. Before facing the greatest threat, preserving their strength remained the top priority. Nanda believed finding a suitable ally would greatly improve their chances. He then looked at the scoreboard and saw Da Xia leading with 273 points, DNI at 108, while every other nation remained at zeros. Based on the entry order and current scores, he guessed Da Xia had hidden its true strength and had both fought and cooperated with several other nations. Watching from afar, Jianning was genuinely surprised. Of every theory he had heard, Nanda's was the closest to the truth. The reason was probably that they had not received any intelligence about the traitors inside Da Xia. After all, in previous nation wars, Da Xia had never been weak. Nanda continued that Nation L had most likely been lying in wait from the beginning. At the moment, the best ally was the nation that entered immediately after them, since every trace of the other teams had almost completely disappeared. Just then, a burst of battle light erupted from the area where Nation Y had appeared, immediately drawing his attention. The vice captain reported that judging from the spirit power fluctuations, it seemed Nation R and Nation L had ambushed Nation Y together, just as they had predicted. But the clash ended unbelievably fast. Nanda guessed it had only been a test, rather than a full-scale battle. He then checked the scoreboard again. The system showed Nation Y had killed 30 advanced Tier 3 experts, while Nation R and Nation L together had only eliminated 29 opponents of the same rank. That proved Nation I's strength was truly formidable. Even after being ambushed by two forces at once, they had not suffered a loss. To avoid benefiting a third party, both sides had chosen to withdraw early. At that moment, one member suggested that DNI was probably the best alliance candidate. Nanda agreed, believing DNI had not yet joined any faction and was strong enough to be useful without becoming a threat. Hearing that conversation, Jianning simply smiled. Since they wanted to meet DNI so badly, he decided to make their wish come true. Under Jianning's arrangement, a team posing as DNI quickly appeared before Nanda. The moment they saw Wang Wei leading the group over, every member of ZXI immediately went on full alert. However, Wang Wei quickly reassured them. He said they had not come to fight, but to discuss a possible alliance. Nanda showed interest. Wang Wei immediately explained that DNI was being pressured by Da Xia and several other nations from every direction, so they urgently needed allies. In his opinion, no two sides were better suited to each other than they were now. That may be what you say, but our strength is clearly on different levels. If you want an alliance with us, you will first need to show enough sincerity. Otherwise, this conversation ends here. No problem. Let us share some intelligence first. This time, Da Xia is not as powerful as everyone believes. Their high score came from secretly trading benefits with Nation N and Nation H in exchange for points. I see. In that case, we have already located those three nations. After dividing the spoils earlier, they have started distrusting one another, making this the perfect chance to defeat them one group at a time. Even if the three sides rebuild their alliance, we still believe we can overwhelm them. Finally, to prove our sincerity, we are willing to leave behind 2 hostages and sign a system contract with a 70-30 split, 70% for you and 30% for us. It seems you came well prepared. In that case, the agreement is accepted. As for Jian Ning, his next step was to throw the entire battlefield into chaos. The more chaotic everything became, the better it was for him. Meanwhile, Nation L's captain, Kusman, received a message. So you intend to betray Da Xia and Nation N and join our side instead? Yes, Captain Kusman. You heard correctly. To prove our sincerity, I even brought several hostages with me. Didn't you already agree to team up with Country L? That sounds ideal, but in politics only interests last. Alliances do not. Besides, our partnership only targets Great Xia and the other Country L faction. It will not affect your ties with Country L. We might even help you in the final round. Or are you worried we will become your enemy later? Haha, that is interesting. Fine, we will follow your plan. At the same time, on Country L's side, Li Quan reached an agreement with Country R's captain, Iya Myosi. They agreed to strike tonight, while each side left 2 hostages behind as insurance. Kang Hai had thought it through. Country L was not that strong, but working together to contain Country Y would greatly increase their odds. The rewards would be even greater. Once Country N found Great Xia's location, and the others, the three-way alliance would eventually fall apart. Tonight they would not only seize loot from Great Xia, but also gain rewards far beyond expectations. Even if Country N betrayed them later, they were not afraid. If necessary, they could eliminate their allies at any time. Meanwhile, 2 more nations also began secret negotiations. Country's captain and Han spoke first. Country Y has 9 peak Tier 3 experts and over 100 high Tier 3 fighters, making us the strongest force here. What gives a weak nation like Country N the right to ask for an alliance? Wu Lang of Country N answered at once. Do not underestimate us. No matter how strong you are, if every nation joins forces against you, victory will not come easily. Just like when Country L and another force ambushed you before. That caught in Han's interest. Go on. Tonight we will lead you straight to Great Xia. Most of the loot will belong to you. After that, we will never compete with you because we are simply not strong enough. What we want is simple. By following a top expert like you, our chances of claiming second place will be much higher. That is refreshingly honest. Fine, the alliance is formed. Seeing his subordinates complete every task smoothly, he was extremely satisfied. Excellent. Every battlefield will eventually gather at the trap he prepared. Then one cast of the net will wipe everyone out. If the entire battle ends in just 48 hours, those old men outside will be completely shocked. Just thinking about it was exciting. When the time came, group after group moved according to the guides. Sir, please follow me. Great Xia is hiding on the 73rd floor of the skyscraper ahead. Our people are already in position and waiting for everyone to arrive before launching the attack. More and more forces gathered around the area. Wang Shijun reported through the communicator. Lord Yi Ning, troops from 4 nations have arrived. The hostages are leading them. You can begin preparing now. Understood. But is it too dangerous for Lord Yi Ning to stay alone inside that building? Even though your men have already controlled 3 nations and deceived the other 4, he must have everything planned. Even so, the plan alone is enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Besides Yi Ning, who else would dare face 7 nations alone? Before long, he stepped onto the 73rd floor. The evil god ritual was fully activated. The sacrificial altar came to life instantly. The evil god altar expanded at incredible speed and covered the entire building. Outside, the invading armies rushed in. Everyone secure the key positions. Capture Yi Ning alive if possible. Kill anyone who resists. The remaining teams hold the lower levels and seal every exit with long-range fire to force them out. Countless attacks crashed into Great Xia's position, as explosions erupted throughout the building. Watching the scene, he smiled faintly. The final act had finally begun. Moments later, the concealment artifact was activated. Below, Country R's captain, Iya Myosisi, immediately sensed something was wrong. This is bad. Another force arrived at the same time as us. Did Country N sell this information to other factions too? But Country N's hostage suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. As he charged forward, he shouted, "Lord Han, I have brought Country R here. Attack now." Country R was stunned. So Country N and Country Y had set a trap for them all along. Before one member could even react, Iya Myosi stabbed him to death on the spot. At the same time, Han of Country Y was completely confused. They were supposed to ambush Great Xia, so why was Country R here? And what were those people shouting about? Just then, another hostage from Country N suddenly appeared and yelled, "Lord Kussman, let's join forces and wipe out Country Y." Hearing that, Han reached a different conclusion. Had Country R, Country L, and Country N secretly teamed up to trap him? He sneered with disdain. "You think this patched-together force can defeat us?" Then he instantly killed the man who had shouted. Meanwhile, Kussman looked just as confused. What is going on? Did Country R change the plan without telling us? Right then, a hostage from Country H rushed forward and shouted, "Lord Nanda, destroy Country L first, then finish off Country R." Kussman exploded in anger. "I knew you were plotting against us." The moment he finished speaking, he killed that hostage on the spot. Meanwhile, Country ZXI's captain also felt the situation was completely out of control. It seemed every nation had gathered here. Another hostage kept up the act, pretending to attack while shouting, "Lord Emiok, let's eliminate ZXI first." Realizing something was seriously wrong, he immediately ordered everyone to stay on the defensive and avoid any reckless moves. A defensive barrier was raised to block the incoming attacks. Watching everything from above, he was extremely satisfied. The battlefield had finally descended into complete chaos. At this point, almost no one trusted anyone else. Every alliance had completely collapsed, and everyone was consumed by suspicion. Sacrificing so many high Tier 3 experts as hostages was worth it. Only Nanda Sis reacted quickly and remained extremely cautious. However, a defensive standoff was not the outcome he wanted. It was time to add more fuel to the fire. With that thought, he unleashed a spatial attack. His first targets were the high Tier 3 experts. If used well, they would provide an enormous amount of life force for the evil god ritual. At the same time, the crowd's rage would become another offering for the ceremony. He also activated the hidden pawns he had prepared long ago. Once the full-scale battle erupted, they would keep slaughtering each other and unknowingly feed the evil god altar. Hidden attacks rained down one after another, leaving everyone below shouting in panic. "Who attacked us? Who is ambushing us?" Someone immediately yelled on purpose. It was Country L. "Country L is attacking us from the shadows." That shocked everyone. Had Country L betrayed them too? His planted pawns kept stirring the chaos. One blamed Country ZXY, while another insisted Country Y was the real attacker. Others continued blaming Country L. Endless suspicion destroyed the crowd's reason. Many charged in without hesitation. Some wanted points, some wanted revenge, and many no longer cared which nation their enemies belonged to. If they saw someone, they attacked. Several captains tried to regain control by deploying large-scale defensive skills and forming protective formations. At the same time, they ordered everyone to attack from long range. Around the building, countless violent energy collisions erupted non-stop. Watching from above, he laughed. All four nations realized something was wrong, yet none dared stop fighting. The moment one side hesitated, no one could guarantee the others would not strike first. Once the seed of suspicion took root, it was almost impossible to erase. Before long, the weaker fighters began falling one after another. One high Tier 3 expert died, then another, until the number quickly reached 15. As he watched the battlefield, he quietly kept track of every fallen target. One peak Tier 3 expert was killed. Soon another fell to a fatal strike. He kept counting. 2 peak Tier 3 experts were already dead. Another died under a massive ice element attack. The count reached 3. Soon another peak Tier 3 expert was pierced through by the Demon Fall skill. That made 4 peak Tier 3 experts dead. The life force of just 2 of them was equal to about 30 high Tier 3 experts, enough for him to complete 1 resurrection. With the current casualties, he had gathered enough life force for 2 or 3 resurrections. That alone would be enough to terrify everyone. Even so, he could still personally finish off his targets if necessary. Still, he needed to keep further casualties to a minimum. Too many deaths would be a major loss. In his eyes, these people would eventually become his own forces, and the more pieces he could keep alive, the better. After a brutal clash, the fighters below finally sensed something was wrong. "Kussman, wait. Maybe we misunderstood everything from the start. Iya Myosi, are you still trying to trick me? I will not fall for it twice. I suggest everyone pull back and stop fighting for now. Or are you afraid already? Afraid? Do not make me laugh. If you want to prove it, your side stops first. Iya Myosi spoke calmly. Something does not add up. Why are only our 4 nations here? Where are the others? Someone may have split us apart on purpose and is waiting to reap the rewards. That actually makes sense. Then tell us, how were you brought here? Country L lured us here. They claimed we would join forces to destroy Great Xia. They even left hostages and signed a system contract to earn our trust. We let our guard down and walked straight into the trap. What a coincidence. Our side was brought here by Country H, and they said almost the exact same thing. Then Nanda spoke. Lord and Han, it seems all of us have fallen into the same trap. If we keep weakening each other, only the mastermind will benefit. I felt something was off, too. Country L led us here, yet we never saw a single person from Great Xia. If that is true, then all of us were deliberately led here. The hostages then stirred suspicion and forced everyone into battle. That means Great Xia, Country N, Country H, and the other factions were secretly working together. Exactly. But the most terrifying question is who could have orchestrated such a massive plan? What confuses me the most is that we have not seen a single member of Great Xia this entire time. In my opinion, Great Xia is the true mastermind. High above, he quietly smiled. They figured it out eventually. It was time for him to reveal himself. The 4 nations looked into the sky and shouted together. Great Sia's mastermind, get out here. We have already seen through your scheme. A moment later, his figure appeared in the air. You wanted to see me? Here I am. Everyone was stunned. Could Yi Ning of Great Xia really be the one controlling the entire game? But he is only a high tier 3 expert. Is that Yi Ning, the former world rank 14? Judging by his equipment, he was clearly no ordinary fighter. In fact, the gear he possessed far exceeded anything the national battlefield could reward. Without giving them more time to guess, he directly activated the evil god ritual. Behind him, a gigantic phantom with a sinister aura slowly emerged like a demon awakening. Everyone below turned pale. What is that thing? That aura is terrifying. Could it be the god of death?